2 years remain until the debut of the first Iron Suit. 3 years until Captain America breaks the ice. 4 years until the first Battle of New York. In the heart of New York City, a teenager named Peter Parker awakens to extraordinary powers that deviate drastically from his original path. The world, as he knows it, is destined for transformation. This is the tale of an underdog, a small figure rising from the depths of the Marvel Universe, ascending step by step toward greatness. Prologue, the beginning. Something feels amiss. As Peter walks along the street, he abruptly halts his steps, turning to survey the bustling crowd around him. After a brief pause, he extends his left hand before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. Everything appears as it always has. Yet, just moments ago, he sensed an inexplicable strangeness. Every hair on his body seems to exult, and the ripples in the puddle at his feet appear to dance with a life of their own. Even the leaves nearby, tinged with hues of yellow and green, sway as if caught in a gentle current. It is as if the entire world has suddenly come alive. This is too much, Peter murmurs to himself, a wave of dizziness washing over him, his mind struggling to process an overwhelming influx of information. He hastily jogs a few steps to a nearby bench and sits down, bowing his head as he rubs his cheeks with his hands. Am I suffering from food poisoning? Is this a heart attack? Am I on the verge of death? A torrent of terrifying thoughts floods his mind, only to be dismissed almost immediately. But aside from the oddity of my surroundings, I feel physically fine. Peter unlocks his phone and types in heart attack symptoms, clicking on the first search result. Symptoms vary from person to person. Some individuals are even unaware they have heart disease. Chest pain, difficulty breathing. Tears well in Peter's eyes. She is only 16. After a considerable time, he manages to regain his composure. Taking several deep breaths, he strives to calm himself, and the discomfort in his mind begins to recede somewhat. Breathe, he tells himself, continuously attempting to steady his breath. After a while, he feels a semblance of normalcy return. He examines himself again. The discomfort has lessened, yet that initial strangeness lingers, albeit diminished. Forget about it for now. I must attend the interview. My well-being is not the most pressing concern, Peter thinks with a hint of melancholy. Uncle Ben's company has denied him a raise or promotion for 2 consecutive years. Aunt May's recent medical expenses have further depleted Uncle Ben's already meager savings. Though Uncle Ben and he have worked hard to conceal this from her, without an additional source of income, it will soon become impossible to maintain the facade. At that moment, Uncle Ben's colleague delivers news that Old Jimmy's appliance repair shop is hiring. Old Jimmy's shop is the largest within several blocks, offering reasonable prices and commendable after-sales service. The establishment employs over 40 staff, making it no small operation compared to the branches of larger corporations. They are currently seeking part-time workers for the weekends. Of course, one should not expect overtime pay for full-time employees on weekends, but the base pay of $18 per hour is appealing to many college students struggling to find work. In contrast, numerous employees at McDonald's, many of whom are unemployed graduates, earn a meager $7 per hour, barely scraping by the minimum wage. From another perspective, the odds of securing this interview are slim, given the fierce competition. At merely 16, Peter's competitiveness is naturally limited. If it weren't for the acquaintance between Jimmy and Uncle Ben, he might not have received this opportunity at all. 15 minutes later, Peter finally arrives outside Jimmy's repair shop. Upon glancing inside, his hopes for the upcoming interview dim further. In addition to the dozen customers, a line of young applicants holds their resumes, each one nervously rehearsing their interview responses. It resembles a scene from a corporate hiring event. Peter chooses an empty seat. A few individuals glance at him with mild surprise before returning to their own preparations. He feels a sense of relief. He does not wish to draw attention to the fact that he acquired this interview through connections. 10 minutes swiftly pass, yet his name remains uncalled. A few moments later, a young woman who appears to be an assistant opens the interview room door, calling out a name Peter does not recognize. He glances at the list of candidates. 2 individuals stand before him. A wave of dizziness washes over him, and that peculiar sensation resurfaces. After approximately 40 minutes, just as Peter begins to question the wisdom of coming here, his name is finally announced. Upon entering the interview room, he discovers it is empty. Mr. Weston just stepped out to grab a coffee. He'll be back shortly, the assistant informs him. Please have a seat. He'll return soon. This is indeed a regrettable situation. The thought resurfaces as the assistant exits and closes the door behind her. Old Jimmy appears nearly 10 minutes later, placing a half-finished cup of coffee on the table and wiping cream from his lips before settling down. Hello, Mr. Weston, Peter greets, somewhat anxious. Hello, Peter, Jimmy gets straight to the point. Let's skip the pleasantries. I've reviewed your nearly blank resume. I have one question. I need 4 employees, but I have 62 candidates. Convince me why I should choose you. Peter is momentarily stunned. His nearly 4 hours of interview preparation did not encompass this scenario. The strange dizziness returns, casting a fog over his consciousness. I have experience. Peter feels as if the world has slowed, and the words escaping his mouth feel foreign. I have always managed the repairs around the house, and I occasionally assist my neighbors. Damn it, Peter thinks in despair. This response is utterly dismal. You have experience, Jimmy nods, echoing Peter's words. A surge of unexpected courage and confidence wells up within Peter, prompting him to discard his prepared remarks. I am incredibly diligent. While my age and experience may not compare to other candidates, my practical skills are certainly not inferior. Perhaps they are mechanical engineering students, but how many of them have actually repaired anything with their own hands? Jimmy merely nods again that I have been capable of disassembling and reassembling a television since I was 13. This is not only my specialty, but also my passion. My abilities are undoubtedly commendable. All I require is an opportunity. Peter finished his statement in one breath and took a moment to catch his breath. Deep down, he felt a wave of anxiety. Although this was his first interview, he understood that such a predominantly one-sided assessment was far from conventional. You only need an opportunity. Old Jimmy echoed Peter's words, and Peter nodded vigorously. Very well. Next Saturday from 3 to 9:30, are you available then? The happiness struck Peter with the force of a hammer to the face. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly nodded in agreement. Good. I'll have Jessica guide you. You should know her since you attend the same school. Remember to wear your uniform, provide me with your size, and come back in a couple of days to collect it. Old Jimmy began detailing a series of instructions, and Peter promptly took out his notebook to jot down notes. You will have a 3-month probation period, and during this time, your wage will be $16 an hour. When you transition to a permanent position, this figure will increase. For your first 2 weeks, I need you to set aside 10 hours from Monday to Friday for training. The training wage will be at the minimum apprentice rate. You can choose not to attend, but I can also choose not to pass you through your probation. A smirk played at the corners of old Jimmy's mouth. Peter nodded eagerly, assuring him that he was available after school at any time. Once everything was settled, Peter exited the room, and the female assistant who had been there earlier came in, casting a surprised glance at Peter. It was evident that she had grasped the outcome of the interview. Unlike previous candidates whom the bosses had favored but were merely told they would receive a reply, this boy, who appeared to be just another high school student, had been decisively accepted. Could there be an ulterior motive? She pondered maliciously. Mr. Weston, shall I call in the next candidate? At that moment, old Jimmy suddenly shuddered, as if awakening from a nightmare. He surveyed the interview room and downed the remainder of his coffee in one gulp. Give me a few minutes, dear. I feel like I'm on the brink of collapse. He waved his hand, and she promptly exited the room. After a while, the room stirred again. Damn it, he thumped the table. Why on earth did I agree to that kid? He stood up, pacing the room, and after a moment, he made a decision. Let him give it a try. It's a favor to that old coot. After all, it's just a 3-month internship. If it doesn't work out, he can leave then. His mood lifted considerably, and after rubbing his forehead, he opened the door to the interview room. Looking at the remaining 11 candidates, he let out a silent groan. He shouldn't have scheduled all the interviews within 2 days. From 8 in the morning until now, he was close to losing his sanity. Typically, he only dealt with paperwork and accounts in his office, but the workload over the past 2 days had exceeded that of an entire week. Essentially, he was still a sloth at heart. He forced a smile and called out the name of the next candidate. Meanwhile, light years away from Earth, at the entrance of an extraordinarily magnificent city, Heimdall, the all-seeing guardian of Asgard, rubbed his eyes, said to possess the ability to perceive all that exists in the universe, perplexly scanning his surroundings as if trying to capture something lost. What troubles you, Heimdall? You seem somewhat distressed. A deep, powerful voice resonated from behind him. Odin, grasping his scepter, symbolizing his supreme authority, approached his old friend and gazed into the endless starry expanse towards the Rainbow Bridge. Distressed is a fitting description for my current state, my king, Heimdall replied slowly, his eyes never leaving his post. I haven't felt this way in a long time, and this time, it feels different. Have you seen something? Odin pondered for a moment before asking. No, nothing at all. And therein lies the issue. Heimdall extended his right hand, tightly gripping it as if attempting to seize something intangible. I believe you felt the surge of the world's essence just a moment ago. If I recall correctly, taking a stroll on the Rainbow Bridge during the midst of a banquet is not among your usual pastimes. Huh, Odin chuckled softly. Perhaps this newfound interest isn't so bad after several millennia. One does grow weary of even the grandest of feasts. My king, in the past 4,000 years, the number of banquets I have attended remains 0. Heimdall responded without a hint of emotion, yet a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. I recall you never particularly enjoyed such lively gatherings, Odin remarked, glancing at the bronze vessel at Heimdall's waist. Moreover, the fine wines you consume are certainly on par with those of the others. Indeed, if only there were some appetizers to accompany them. Not a problem, I'll have the lads bring you some roasted beef shortly. Idun's culinary skills have been improving remarkably. I must return to the banquet, though I may not do much. Disappearing for too long will surely displease the others. Odin waved his hand and turned to leave. Heimdall watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress his voice. Will you not address the anomaly in the world's essence that just occurred? Relax, old friend. Odin paused in his tracks. As you stated, you saw nothing. You must understand, I am not infallible. If I am mistaken this time, the consequences could be severe. Then Asgard will address the issue, Odin replied, continuing on his way. You must trust your comrades. Watching Odin rejoin the banquet, Heimdall couldn't help but smile. His old friend's confidence was as infectious as ever. Let us hope it is nothing of consequence. Chapter 1, Daily Life. With the acquisition of this job, Uncle Ben and Peter were naturally inclined to celebrate. However, when Peter inadvertently revealed his dizziness, the initial festivities were promptly canceled, replaced instead by a visit to the hospital. Aunt May always reacts so excessively, Peter muttered inwardly. Of course, he dared not voice this aloud. After 2 hours of waiting, Peter's examination by the doctor lasted merely 15 minutes. The final diagnosis was high stress and insufficient sleep, and he was prescribed medication for his headaches. Despite Peter's insistence that it was unnecessary, Aunt May and Uncle Ben insisted on purchasing a 2-month supply. Nonetheless, it was challenging to extinguish his genuine delight. Peter was so excited that he scarcely slept the entire night. This inevitably resulted in 2 dark circles under his eyes when he rose the following morning. Peter was not particularly fond of school, a sentiment rather peculiar for someone who consistently ranked among the top 3 in his grade. However, he was at a loss. He enjoyed learning, yet the classroom presented an entirely different dilemma. The teacher lectured on knowledge he had mastered over a year ago while bombarding him with an excessive number of exercises. This was utterly intolerable for Peter. Thus, his backpack was already stocked with several comic books and science magazines. With these items, he could easily manage to get through most of the school day, while the teachers had long turned a blind eye to his behavior, given that he had already proven his capabilities in exams. However, of greater significance were his social relationships. Throughout his entire freshman year, the number of individuals he could converse with in the school could be counted on one hand. He found it nearly impossible to identify any common ground with his peers. Even the most trivial of small talk would lead to silence within mere 10 minutes. And his moniker of bookworm had gained a measure of notoriety throughout the grade. Thompson's various provocations did nothing to ameliorate this situation. The animosity between Peter and Eugene Thompson had begun in elementary school. Despite Thompson being a year his senior, it did not deter their ongoing rivalry. One viewed the other as a brutish simpleton, while the other embodied the essence of a quintessential school bully. Over time, this friction had inevitably escalated. Peter had endured double-digit instances of being assaulted by Thompson, and his pocket money was frequently pilfered by him. On occasion, Peter contemplated retaliation, but upon glancing at his twig-like arms, he promptly dismissed the idea. The negative repercussions of Thompson's hostility became glaringly apparent as high school commenced. Virtually no one was willing to confront the most muscular and ill-tempered individual in the grade on behalf of a reclusive, bookish type. Fortunately, not everyone was like that. With merely a few minutes left before class, he sat in his seat, stifling a yawn and stowing his books back into his drawer, preparing to seize a moment of rest. "You're the first person I've seen who arrives half an hour early to school despite being sleep-deprived," remarked his deskmate as he entered the classroom, settling down after the bell rang. He retrieved a can of iced coffee from his jacket pocket. "I had planned to drink this at lunch, but I figured you might need it more than I do." "Forget it. Mr. Monton will blow up later. You know he's never been fond of me. Besides, coffee isn't good for us," Peter replied after a moment's contemplation, pushing the can back. "Take it," his deskmate insisted, shoving it into Peter's drawer. "Trust me, you'll need it. Did you stay up all night? I've never seen you look so exhausted in the morning. Don't even mention it." Harry Osborn, Peter's deskmate. Handsome, a scion of wealth, he was a person adorned with various accolades, and the only individual Peter could truly call friend within the entire classroom. In this regard, Peter's social situation appeared quite dismal. Harry, in stark contrast, had no such troubles. He turned to greet a girl seated behind him. "Laura, would you like to join me for lunch? Bring Amy along too?" After receiving an affirmative response, he turned back, visibly satisfied. "When did you start pursuing Laura?" Peter stifled another yawn and whispered, "I'm not pursuing her yet, am I?" Harry grinned mischievously. "The Real catches Amy. She's quite attractive and has a quiet demeanor. Even better, she's in need of tutoring. What do you say, oh scholarly one?" "Cut it out, my bookworm reputation has already circulated throughout the grade," Peter said dismissively. "I feel terrible today. Please don't create more trouble for me. Besides, your grades are no worse than mine." "Suit yourself," Harry shot him a glance, making a dismissive gesture. "You're just being coy, refusing to seize the opportunities presented to you." "Thanks, Your Highness Osborn." One must admit, Harry had a keen eye. When Peter caught sight of the girl walking alongside Laura, his heart skipped a beat. The girl with the adorable bob cut, though not entirely his type, earned an internal score of 8 out of 10 from Peter. After a moment's hesitation, he adjusted it to 7.5. However, before long, he noted the situation swiftly unfolding as he had anticipated. "Wow, Harry, you scored 6th in the entire grade for the chemistry final? My goodness, chemistry has always been my headache. I would be immensely grateful if you could help me," Amy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, though regrettably, it was directed at Harry. "Amy, you know Harry is quite busy." Laura seemed to regret bringing her friend along after all. Harry was currently pursuing her, and Amy was merely making things complicated. "Actually, Peter is our top scholar. He hasn't once placed outside the top 3 in any exam." Harry continued to promote his friend, although this merely diverted the girl's attention for a couple of minutes. Before long, their conversation would revert back to Harry. The awkward lunch did not last long. Peter quickly finished his chicken burger and excused himself from the group. The lunch period lasted a full hour, with over 40 minutes remaining. Peter did not enjoy sweating it out on the sports field like many of his peers. For him, perusing books in the serene library was far more appealing. Securing a science fiction novel he had previously started, Peter sought out a quiet corner with minimal foot traffic to read. Minutes into his reading, the chair beside him scraped as Harry plopped down. "Sorry, old buddy," Harry lowered his voice, "but you must admit I made an effort." "Regardless, thanks," Peter replied without looking up from his book. "That's not what I'm after. What I mean is I tried, and you didn't." Finally setting his book down, Peter rubbed his forehead. "What do you want me to do? I can't engage with others, let alone girls." "I just want you to give a shot," Harry said, slightly irritated. "And what's the outcome? In just a few minutes, you've been alone, and your total contributions to the conversation barely exceeded 3 sentences." "I can't help it," Peter shrugged. "That's just who I am. Moreover, they really are my type." "You too. Keep it down. This is a library," the librarian approached, having been disturbed by their voices. Both Peter and Harry fell silent, and Peter resumed reading. A few minutes later, Harry redirected the conversation. "Buddy, you need to think of yourself. 3 years of high school without any girls is just a waste of youth," he squeezed out through his teeth. "Besides, the current situation isn't in your control." Got it," Peter replied, his tone laced with resignation. However, it must be said that there were indeed girls Peter fancied. After school, Peter made another trip to the library to borrow a few books to take home. The school library had a little trick. If he borrowed books after school, he would gain an extra day on the return deadline, avoiding the need to return them the next day. Upon returning to his locker, most students had already departed, which was precisely what he desired. He despised jostling with the crowd to open his locker just to gain a few minutes head start on going home. As he opened his locker, a waft of floral fragrance enveloped him, and he caught a glimpse of a familiar shade of fiery red from the corner of his eye. "Hi, MJ," Peter said, turning around as he retrieved his backpack. "Is there cheerleading practice tonight?" Before him stood a captivating beauty with flowing crimson locks. Though her alluring figure was far beyond what one might expect from a 16-year-old, evoking envy even among models, her delicate features imbued her with a youthful grace. Mary Jane Watson, arguably the most beautiful girl in their entire grade, had caused quite a stir since her arrival at school. It was rumored that at least a dozen boys were ardent supporters of hers, with Thompson being one of them. Peter, who had been her neighbor since childhood, could be considered her childhood friend. They had enjoyed a close camaraderie in elementary school, but as they transitioned to middle school and attended different institutions, their connection had gradually faded. Now, They barely managed to maintain a semblance of friendship, exchanging casual pleasantries when they crossed paths. Yet, the intimacy of their childhood seemed a distant memory. At times, Peter found himself reflecting on how the once tearful boy, lacking friends, had transformed into the center of attention, while he remained unchanged throughout the years. The quintessential childhood companions had not enjoyed the fruits of their proximity. Peter's social ineptitude certainly wasn't anyone's fault but his own. Absolutely, she pouted. 6 hours of practice every Saturday, making us work harder than the athletes. Peter fell silent for a moment before managing to utter, "Then why not just quit?" The moment the words left his mouth, he wished he could slap himself. That dizzying sensation returned. As he expected, Mary's expression turned slightly awkward as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Getting into cheerleading is so difficult, a little hardship is worth it. Ha! Peter chuckled awkwardly, wishing he could find a rock to bang his head against, if only to gain a modicum of social skill or clarity. The atmosphere quickly grew tense, and Mary seemed to sense it too. She waved her hand dismissively. "Well, I need to meet up with my teammates." Peter, desperate to escape the awkwardness, merely huffed through his nostrils in acknowledgement. Watching her retreat, Peter pinched himself at the waist. He always found himself in such situations, struggling to converse with others, and his interaction with girls was particularly dismal. Opportunities like these, to be alone with the school's beauty, were coveted by every other boy in school. If he were to tell Harry, he would undoubtedly face a scolding, Peter thought gloomily. Yet, fate had other plans. Although the phrase "heaven does not take away, but rather gives back" held no meaning for Peter, its repercussions fell heavily upon him. Bookworm, stop right there. Chapter 2. The School Bully. "What do you want, Thompson?" The thought of his left shoulder flashed through Peter's mind, and in less than a second, a powerful grip landed on that very shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. "Show some respect, you nerd," Thompson's voice echoed from behind. Peter could almost feel the hot breath at the nape of his neck, making him shudder involuntarily. "What do you want?" Peter's tone softened instantly. It was hardly worth the effort to resist a muscle-bound oath in this situation, he reassured himself. In a swift motion, Thompson spun Peter around. Once Peter regained his bearings, he realized Thompson had a firm grip on his collar, with 2 of his lackeys standing a short distance behind, eagerly watching the scene unfold. "Stay away from Mary. She doesn't need a loser like you around. With you in the vicinity, everyone's mood will sour." "Is that a threat?" Peter retorted defiantly. "No, merely a statement of fact," Thompson replied, releasing his grip with a shove that sent Peter stumbling backward, struggling to regain his balance. "By the way, I heard you've got a job. Shouldn't you share some of your earnings with your classmates?" Thompson's lackeys exchanged confused glances. It seemed this wasn't part of their plan. "Thompson, isn't that a bit excessive?" Peter gasped, the familiar dizziness returning, making it difficult to breathe. "Excessive? You don't want to share it all? Should I teach you a lesson about decency? Are you not satisfied being a bully and now want to turn into a thug?" The dizziness intensified, yet paradoxically, his mind felt sharper. "A thug? You're exaggerating. I'm merely here to persuade you." Thompson spread his hands, a theatrical expression gracing his face. He glanced back at his lackeys, who hesitated before forcing smiles. 2 fools, Thompson mused. Demanding pocket money from this pitiful creature was a spuro-themit decision. The audacity of Peter to flirt with Mary left him feeling unsatisfied rather than beating him. He might as well extract some benefits. "What are you finally learning from your old man?" The playful smirk vanished from Thompson's face in an instant. He closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, and clenched his fists. "Kneel and apologize." He opened his eyes, his tone icy. "Go to hell," Peter shot back. Thompson swung a fist, and, simultaneously, the dizziness within Peter morphed into a sharp pain. He instinctively ducked, but that mere 3 centimeters allowed Thompson's punch to narrowly miss his nose. "Am alive?" Peter's face paled as he realized the gravity of his actions, fear coursing through him. How could he have dared to provoke this muscle-bound monster? He raised his hands, retreating slowly. "Listen, Thompson, we don't need to resort to violence." The sharp pain flared again in his mind, and he stepped swiftly to the left, narrowly evading another of Thompson's strikes, which only fueled Thompson's growing fury. "Do you find this amusing?" Thompson's eyes blazed with rage, nostrils flaring like an enraged bull. "No one insults me, let alone insults my father." "Listen, Thompson, I didn't mean to." Peter crouched suddenly, dodging another right hook from Thompson. At that moment, even he sensed something was amiss. "Are you quite adept at dodging, are you?" Thompson swung another punch. Yet, Peter once again evaded his attack with the agility of an eel. Even Peter himself could not fathom how he accomplished such feats. Each time danger loomed, a sudden thought would flicker in his mind, prompting his body to instinctively execute various movements, allowing him to narrowly escape every strike. As another punch hurtled toward Peter's face, he obeyed the thought that emerged in his mind, sidestepping the blow with precision. A surge of frustration welled up within him, and he finally unleashed his first punch in this farce. This blow connected squarely with Thompson's nose. Although Peter's frail arm lacked significant strength, the unexpected retaliation stunned Thompson. He staggered back 2 steps, gingerly touching his nose and wiping away the trickle of blood. "Enough, Thompson, enough," Peter gasped, the exertion of his recent actions leaving him breathless. This was his first experience of striking someone, and his voice trembled with palpable anxiety. "You act as though I do not exist, and I have no intention of provoking you. Surely, that should suffice?" Yet, Thompson seemed oblivious to Peter's words. He stared at the crimson stain on his finger, his expression swiftly contorting into a snarl. "Clark, Timo, come here. Let us impart a lesson upon this scoundrel that he shall remember for a lifetime." Thompson's 2 henchmen paused momentarily, exchanging glances before flexing their arms and charging forward. They had never witnessed their leader so humiliated, and failing to assist now would surely result in dire consequences later. Just a malnourished, scrawny monkey, emboldened by a stroke of luck to challenge the boss. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. As Thompson's 2 lackeys lunged at him like bears, it would be disingenuous to claim Peter felt no fear. However, having discovered this newfound ability within himself, he yearned for further opportunities to test its limits. "I, too, am now a master of martial arts," he mused with newfound confidence. He relaxed his body, relinquishing control to the flashes of insight in his mind. Peter retreated a couple of steps before decisively throwing a punch, landing squarely on Timo's shoulder, who had already exhausted his strength. A sharp pain pierced Peter's mind once more as a gust of wind rushed past him. Although his body reacted instinctively, it was slightly sluggish. Thompson's fist struck his chest, the disparity in their physical prowess becoming glaringly apparent. Peter's face drained of color, as if all the air had been forcefully expelled from his lungs, rendering each breath a monumental challenge. Peter staggered several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. A smile finally broke across Thompson's face, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, Peter abruptly surged to his feet, stepped forward, and landed another punch squarely on Thompson's face. "Go lick some dirt," Peter gasped, the ferocity of his previous strike leaving him concerned that his ribs might fracture. However, a greater trouble loomed ahead. This retaliatory blow had reignited the wrath of Thompson and his minions, and if fortune were not on his side, Peter might find more than just a bone or 2 broken. Once again entering that enigmatic state, Peter sidestepped into the gap between the 3 attackers, delivering 2 successive punches to Clark before ducking under a blow that came from behind. Strangely, since he resolved to counterattack, his body's automatic responses seemed to diminish in their emphasis on evasion, instead prioritizing a philosophy of mutual harm. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but the sensation in his mind appeared to grow increasingly volatile. This was not a favorable development for the frail Peter. Within a minute, he had been struck down repeatedly, each impact penetrating to the very marrow of his bones, and any exaggerated movement sent waves of pain coursing through him. Under normal circumstances, he would have collapsed, unable to rise again, yet now he stood, as if an unknown energy sustained him from within. Meanwhile, the trio of Thompson, too, was not faring well. They all gasped for breath, their faces marred with bruises. Although Peter's attacks were hardly devastating, the sheer number of blows they had endured left them looking disheveled. However, this physical discomfort paled in comparison to the tempestuous turmoil raging within their hearts. This scrawny monkey, whom they had always belittled, not only dared to strike back, but seemed to hold his own against their combined efforts. As onlookers began to gather, drawn by the commotion, Thompson clenched his jaw in frustration. Continuing the fight would only deepen his humiliation. He shot Peter a venomous glare, but Peter met it with unwavering resolve. What madness has possessed this boy? Has he consumed the courage of a lion? After a few tense seconds of stalemate, Thompson finally stomped his foot in exasperation and turned to leave. Yet, before departing, he issued one final threat. "Mark my words, you will pay for this. I'm ready whenever you are." Peter's reply was defiant, compelling Thompson to glance back at him once more. As the spectacle concluded, the crowd of onlookers dispersed, A few well-meaning souls approached Peter to inquire if he required assistance, but he declined their offers, eager to vacate the scene and comprehend the peculiar occurrences within himself. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and gasped at the sight of a bruise, roughly the size of his fist, that had already begun to spread across his shoulder. While it was satisfying to have dealt with Thompson and his crew, the impending conversation with Aunt May loomed ominously over him. The thought of the scolding he would soon receive made his head spin. Chapter 3. Mary Jane Watson. To be frank, that was the most foolish thing I have ever seen you do. A familiar voice spoke from behind Peter. He turned to see Mary, her expression a mixture of bemusement and concern. Thompson's disgrace was so profound this time, he would not easily forget this incident. I would reckon so, Peter replied with a grin. Aren't you supposed to be at cheerleading practice? It was cancelled. Mary adjusted her hair. Susan and Anya are both out sick, so there's no practice. How about we walk home together? Sure, that sounds fine. Peter hesitated briefly, unable to conjure any reason to decline. What? Are they bothering you because of me? Not really. Peter rubbed his nose, while Mary smiled. Forget it. Your talent for lying has always been rather abysmal. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Mary said with a hint of resignation. That Thompson fellow, while not inherently bad, certainly has gone too far this time. It's all right, Peter replied casually. For you, any trouble is worth it. Suddenly, Peter realized the weight of his words. His face flushed crimson, and Mary offered no response, leaving him to exhale in relief, yet feel a tinge of disappointment. Unbeknownst to him, Mary's face shifted from surprise to a subtle blush. They walked in silence for several minutes until Mary broke the stillness. By the way, it seemed she had suddenly recalled something exciting, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Are you free on the 17th of next month? After dinner, around 8 to 9. If I remember correctly, it should be a Saturday. I'm not quite sure. It's still a month and a half away, right? What is going on? Hee. Mary's emerald eyes brimmed with mischief and pride. My cousin S band has finally accepted me, and the 17th is my debut performance. I just got a job, and I might have a scheduling conflict, Peter said, feeling a bit awkward. This time, he genuinely wasn't trying to make excuses. I don't care. Mary pouted, a hint of displeasure evident. This is my first performance on stage. You must come, even if you have to take the day off. You know, joining a band has always been my dream. All right. Peter raised his hands in surrender. I'll do my best to make it happen. But honestly, my boss isn't the most agreeable person. I can't guarantee anything. However, Mary's face brightened once more, and Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't particularly fond of attending concerts, it didn't seem like such a burden to see one. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Mary seemed to be much kinder towards him today. Usually, their interactions consisted merely of exchanging a few casual remarks at most. Yet even so, their conversation soon fell into a lull on the remaining journey home, as they found their common ground rather limited. Allow Peter to engage in a discussion about rock music and makeup, while Mary deliberates on the torment of science fiction novels for both of them. The journey home is but a mere 15 minutes, yet Peter feels as if an entire century has elapsed. At last, they turn the final corner, with Uncle Ben and Aunt May's residence still requiring a few more steps, while Mary's home lies just before it. Before they could approach, both Peter and Mary were greeted by the cacophony emanating from within the house. After a brief interval, the uproar abruptly ceased. Two burly men emerged from the doorway, with Mary's father trailing behind them, his face adorned with an apologetic grin, yet marred by a black eye. Peter could clearly sense the tension in Mary's body, her complexion turning as pale as snow. Gentlemen, please rest assured, I shall settle the remaining balance by next month, Mary's father said, his smile juxtaposed with the black eye lending him an air of absurdity. However, the two men were evidently unimpressed. This is not merely a matter of money. One of the men grumbled, his voice low and menacing. You have evaded us for an entire week, then attempted to deceive our trust with such pitiful lies. If next month unfolds similarly, this will not be resolved with a mere punch. Mary's father nodded vigorously in agreement, while Peter and Mary lingered in the shadow of a street tree, not daring to approach until the two men had departed. Upon seeing Mary, her father's previously sorrowful expression morphed into a mask of ominous anger. Get inside now, he barked, spitting onto the ground as he uttered the words. Mary trembled slightly, lowering her head as she made her way towards the front door. Peter whispered his farewells, though he was uncertain if Mary heard him, for she did not glance back. Her father shot him a disdainful look, then seized her shoulder, hastily ushering her into the house. Before long, the quarrel erupted once more from within. As the door closed, Peter's earlier elation from having driven away the bullies dissipated, and by the time he reached the entrance, his mood had soured even further. My goodness, Aunt May exclaimed as she opened the door, enveloping Peter in a warm embrace and pulling him inside. Who is the scoundrel that did this to you? I shall confront their parents and reveal the true character of their child. No, Aunt May, Peter feebly fibbed, having nearly forgotten the excuse he had meticulously crafted. It was merely a minor incident during gym class. Aunt May immediately frowned. Young man, I do not recall teaching you the pernicious habit of lying while raising you. As Aunt May voiced her displeasure, no one in the household dared oppose her. In no time, Peter recounted the day's events in their entirety, though he discreetly omitted any mention of his peculiar feelings. The situation was far too strange, and it was best that fewer people were aware until he had unraveled it for himself. Before long, every bruise on Peter's body had been treated with ointment, confining him to the confines of his bed. His dinner was brought up by Aunt May, who sternly advised against any significant movement before a hospital examination. As she collected the dishes, her serious demeanor remained unfazed by Peter's protests. Any reckless movement could lead to genuine trouble. Although he could hardly see anything from his position in bed, Peter was not particularly concerned. As long as he had a book or the television, he was content. His primary worry was his physical condition, but since that altercation had concluded, the peculiar sensation he had experienced had not resurfaced. Yet, he still sensed its lingering presence within him, though he was uncertain how to channel it. Moreover, he was troubled by Mary's father. Following the divorce from her mother, he had succumbed to a severe reliance on alcohol, and it was rumored that he had become entangled with even graver issues. Based on the earlier encounter between the two individuals, it seemed he might also owe a significant sum to the mob. Peter sighed. He was likely the only one at school aware of the situation surrounding the school's belle. To outsiders, Mary always appeared impeccably polished, as if she had enjoyed a flawless existence since birth. However, to be honest, Mary's family affairs were not his concern. The front door downstairs opened again, indicating that Uncle Ben was likely returning from work. Shortly thereafter, Peter heard footsteps ascending the stairs, and his room door swung open to reveal a visibly fatigued Uncle Ben. Yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. I heard you got into a fight at school today? Yes, I did, Peter replied. Uncle Ben pulled out the chair beside the bed and sat down with a serious expression. Did you take on 3 people by yourself? Indeed. Peter lowered his head slightly. Although Uncle Ben was typically kind, he could become the most obstinate person Peter knew when serious. He had no desire to provoke him at that moment. Well, I never thought I'd see this day come, Uncle Ben said, a radiant smile breaking across his face, a sight Peter had never witnessed before. Huh. Peter was momentarily taken aback as Uncle Ben patted his shoulder firmly twice, bringing him back to reality. I trust you didn't instigate the fight? Peter shook his head, and Uncle Ben's smile grew ever brighter. Peter, you are intelligent and more mature than your peers. However, I have always worried about your character, fearing you might become too timid to defend yourself or those you value. Uncle Ben chuckled lightly. It seems one of the 2 flaws I was concerned about is no longer an issue. Uncle Ben, is that truly a good thing? Peter replied weakly, noticing Aunt May's brows furrowed in anger at the doorway, ready to unleash her frustration. Uncle Ben settled beside Peter, his face illuminated with a sense of satisfaction. What's wrong? Let me tell you, when it comes to bullies, you must resist. Only through resistance will they afford you the most basic respect. Otherwise, those scoundrels will continue to trample you. At that moment, Aunt May could no longer contain herself. She burst into the room, seizing Uncle Ben by the ear and dragging him toward the door, her complaints flowing incessantly. What kind of guidance are you providing, Peter? Violence. Why would you encourage such a negative trait? That child has grown. He must learn to protect himself. You are merely inciting him to fight. What if something unfortunate happens? He is so frail. He just managed to best 3 boys, older and larger than him, leaving them bruised and battered. I want him to harness his potential. Are you certain you believe in him? Perhaps this is merely a fabrication of that poor child. I must visit the school tomorrow. Hey, who is it that doubts him now? Throughout his life, has Peter ever lied to you about significant matters? The quarrel between Aunt May and Uncle Ben echoed from outside the door. Peter set aside his book and closed his eyes. Though it was still not yet 9 in the evening, he felt waves of fatigue wash over him, accompanied by a warm current coursing through his body. The pain in the areas it traversed seemed to diminish considerably. Gradually, Peter drifted into slumber. The following morning, as Peter arose to bathe, he was astonished to discover that the bruises on his body had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 4. The thief. 2 weeks slipped by in the blink of an eye, during which Peter had not ceased his exploration of the secrets within his own body. Yet, the more he uncovered, the more questions he found himself grappling with. Firstly, the most apparent and practical enigma was the peculiar state he experienced during his confrontation with Thompson. In that state, He seemed to possess an acute awareness of every move his opponent made, even sensing attacks from his blind spots. Secondly, his logical reasoning appeared to be significantly enhanced in that state, enabling him to devise optimal responses in the blink of an eye. However, this state was not one he could simply will himself into. After spending several days experimenting with various techniques, Peter was on the verge of abandoning his endeavors until Thursday afternoon. By chance or fate, one of Thompson's friends, while serving himself in the cafeteria, stumbled and sent a whole bowl of scalding cream of pumpkin soup cascading toward Peter's face. That strange sensation enveloped him once more. Peter swiftly raised his left hand, colliding with the unsteady tray, which altered the trajectory of the soup just enough to ensure not a single drop landed on him. However, the classmates nearby were not as fortunate. Several individuals were scalded by the descending creamy soup, crying out in distress. However, Peter completely disregarded the surrounding commotion, directing his focus entirely on the sensation he had just experienced. Fleeting yet profound, he began to form a hypothesis regarding its nature. This state appeared to manifest solely when one's safety was jeopardized. The second remarkable effect was the extraordinary healing capability. A single night's slumber rendered all bruises vanished, compressing over a week's recovery into just one night. Aunt May marveled at this phenomenon, yet she did not perceive anything excessively peculiar. "Your metabolism is remarkably swift," she remarked. From that point onward, Peter intentionally inflicted minor injuries upon himself to observe the efficacy of his healing speed. Naturally, he only dared to create slight bruises and small cuts, as he lacked the courage to sustain any significant wounds. It seemed that his accelerated healing had little effect while he was conscious. A wound inflicted early in the morning would scarcely improve by nightfall. However, after a night's rest, the bruises would typically vanish entirely, while cuts would leave behind nothing more than a faint red mark by the following day. Nevertheless, there were side effects after sustaining injuries. Peter appeared to require more sleep and displayed an increased appetite. He surmised that this healing effect drained some form of energy from within him, necessitating greater nourishment and rest for replenishment. Due to his reluctance to test the healing effects on severe injuries, his exploration of this ability had to be temporarily suspended. Yet, it was a commendable minor ability. At the very least, Peter would no longer suffer from headaches due to trivial injuries. While these extraordinary capabilities did not elevate him to the level of Captain America or other comic book superheroes, they were still quite impressive. Moreover, whether it was merely an illusion, he felt somewhat stronger than before, although this was likely just a psychological effect. After consuming the lunch he had brought to school, Peter hesitated briefly before procuring a hamburger from the cafeteria. As he passed through, the throng of students parted to create a path, whispering among themselves. The altercation with Thompson had not been without consequences. Nearly half the school was now aware that a newcomer had not only dared to challenge the school's top bully, but had also triumphed over Thompson and his two minions in a 1-against-3 confrontation. This narrative diverged from reality, yet inexplicably, Thompson and his entourage refrained from issuing any denial. However, one could easily discern their sinister gazes, suggesting they were undoubtedly concocting some scheme. Nevertheless, for the first time in his life, Peter experienced the sensation of being the center of attention. It must be acknowledged that despite the slight inconveniences, this feeling was rather delightful. Regrettably, this transformation did not result in the acquisition of any new friends. The impression people have of him has merely shifted from being a reclusive oddball to a somewhat perilous eccentric. Thus, Peter's sole companion for conversation at school remains Harry. "My goodness," Harry exclaimed with exaggerated expression, "how has your appetite doubled in just a week?" Peter took a substantial bite of the chicken leg burger in his hand, chewing for a moment before responding vaguely, "Is it really that exaggerated?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Let me count. 2 slices of toast, nearly half a box of pasta, the burger you are currently devouring, and those cookies you snuck during class. Don't forget about my banana." "Fine, let us add your banana as well." Harry smacked the table. "You couldn't even finish half of this before. Now you're stuffing your belly with it all, without so much as a burp. Honestly, old friend, I think you should see a doctor about your stomach." "No way, Harry, I'm just at that age when I'm growing." Peter stuffed the last bit of his chicken leg burger into his mouth and wiped his hands clean. "I've started exercising every day, so my increased appetite must be related to that." "Exercising every day?" Harry was utterly speechless. "Goodness, my friend has been possessed by a demon. The one truly possessed should be old Jimmy. No, it's more accurate to say that the demon is possessed by him. I was only supposed to be an assistant, yet he has me taking on client work without even a pay raise. Today, I'm also stuck on the night shift, not finishing until 10. Honestly, old buddy." Harry became a bit more serious. "You should negotiate terms with him. He is treating you like a donkey, and a cheap one at that." I've resigned myself to being a donkey. Peter stretched lazily. If he really fires me, I have no idea where to find a better job. Also, have you heard what Mr. Cree said? Do you have any leads on an internship for this summer? My job with old Jimmy doesn't seem to meet the standards. That shouldn't be a problem. A mysterious smile appeared on Harry's face. I'm all set. You needn't worry about this. If all goes well, I can help you secure that as well. Peter's new job with old Jimmy was hardly enjoyable. Whether it was merely his perception or not, he felt as though Jimmy was trying to push him out. Overtime and being called in during his off hours were minor inconveniences, but the tasks he was assigned were becoming increasingly burdensome. Initially, he and Jimmy had agreed that he would only assist the repair crew and occasionally greet customers at the front desk during busy times. However, after just 2 weeks and 4 days of work, his responsibilities had inexplicably doubled. Now, not only was he performing the same tasks as the other full-time repairmen, but he was also expected to promote various products to customers at the front desk. In times of labor shortage, he even had to moonlight as a mover. After his shift, he would linger for an additional half hour to assist old Jimmy in organizing the day's accounts, for which he received no extra compensation. The entire staff regarded Peter with sympathetic glances, presuming he had incurred old Jimmy's ire. Peter felt unjustly accused since his employment began. He believed he had been diligent and responsible, unable to fathom any wrongdoing. Yet, a lingering suspicion gnawed at him. After all, on the day of his interview, his mind had been in a fog, much like when he had gotten into a scuffle that very day. Upon finishing school, Peter hurried to his workplace. As he anticipated, Jimmy greeted him with a scowl, hastily scribbling a list of tasks for Peter before shooing him out of his office. The list was, of course, extensive. If Peter managed to remain focused and error-free over the next 6 hours, there was a slim chance he could complete it all. He dared not voice any complaints, resigning himself to begin a new day's work under the watchful, sympathetic eyes of his colleagues. The day swiftly passed, and while his co-workers concluded their shifts, Peter found himself grimly smiling at the remaining quarter of his list. After bidding farewell to his colleagues, he locked the shop's door and extinguished all the lights. Save for the office. Pouring himself a cup of coffee, he settled down to tackle the remaining tasks. Time flew as he worked, and when he finally completed the last item on his list, the clock approached 10:30. Jimmy's repair shop was approximately a 20-minute walk from his home. Yet in the crime-ridden Hell's Kitchen area, this journey remained perilous at such an hour. Though Uncle Ben offered to pick him up, Peter declined. Having anticipated his inability to finish on time and not wishing to keep Ben waiting unnecessarily, he had already arranged with Harry that if he couldn't leave on schedule, he would spend the night at Harry's apartment. Harry's father seemed to be quite a successful businessman, having purchased a townhouse in the bustling heart of Manhattan solely to facilitate Harry's schooling. Setting down his pen and organizing the remaining documents, Peter stretched and extracted his phone to send a message to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, assuring them of his safety. Just then, he heard a sound from the warehouse, as if something had shattered. Concurrently, a sense of foreboding surged within him once more. Chapter 5. The deadly struggle as a warehouse situated in a bustling area. It was not uncommon for old Jimmy's shop to be targeted by thieves. However, the guests arriving today were evidently more menacing. Of course, Peter was blissfully unaware of this. He extinguished the lights in his office and stealthily approached the entrance of the warehouse, pausing momentarily before opening the large door. He felt as though the dim outline before him resembled a gaping maw, poised to engulf and crush him. Yet, in the next instant, Peter shook his head, dispelling the fanciful thoughts that plagued his mind, and stepped through the doorway. Silence enveloped the warehouse. No footsteps echoed, no whispers floated through the air, and no sounds of shifting cargo disturbed the stillness. It was as if the noises Peter had perceived moments earlier were merely figments of his imagination. No, it was not an illusion. In that fleeting moment when Peter's focus sharpened, his senses seemed to amplify 1,000-fold. He heard the distant wail of police sirens outside, the cool air filtering in through an open window, and the faintest whisper of a breath. Though this heightened perception lasted less than a second, it was sufficient for Peter to comprehend a chilling truth. Someone was indeed concealed within the warehouse. He instinctively grasped a nearby wrench, weighing it in his hand. Its heft and the cold metallic surface provided him with a sense of reassurance. If his instincts were correct, the source of that breath was situated behind the second row of shelves. His heart raced like a hammer, the thudding so loud that he feared the hidden intruder could hear it as well. The rapid secretion of adrenaline catapulted him into a state of heightened excitement. His breath quickened, and sweat dampened his palms. A rush of wind swept past him, and Peter's pupils dilated in alarm. The enigmatic assailant had circled behind him, swinging the iron rod he had just picked up towards the back of Peter's head. The force of the blow, if it landed, would likely result in severe injury. if not death, sending Peter to the hospital for weeks. However, Peter, endowed with keen reflexes and a premonition of danger, would not be so easily dispatched. Bang! A resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. The rod was deflected, and Peter stumbled back, shaking his numbed right arm. The wrench had indeed proven useful. Yet it was clear that his physical prowess was lagging behind. Engaging in a direct confrontation under such circumstances would invariably lead to his disadvantage. This realization was precisely why he had recently embarked on a regimen of physical training. At that moment, Peter finally had the opportunity to scrutinize his assailant. A gaunt middle-aged man, appearing to be around 30, stood before him. He wore a shirt that looked as though it had not been washed in at least 2 weeks, accompanied by trousers so filthy that their original color was indiscernible. The man grinned at Peter, revealing a mouthful of rotting teeth. Any seasoned New York police officer, upon observing his current state and the madness flickering in his eyes, could accurately surmise the tumultuous life experiences that had shaped this individual. In a destitute household, marred by a childhood rife with violence and at most a high school education, he found himself adrift, perhaps due to a fractured family or the choice to flee his home. Subsequently, he became ensnared in the underbelly of society, resorting to petty theft or more violent acts to satiate his hunger. Each year, New York's Hell's Kitchen churns out hundreds of such societal misfits, who, after a few years of drifting aimlessly, often end up languishing in slums or behind the bars of a prison for the remainder of their lives. Of course, a fortunate few might catch the eye of someone influential, becoming entangled in New York's criminal syndicates. To expect these individuals to harbor even a modicum of compassion for a struggling teenager is, indeed, laughable. Upon encountering Peter, a glint of satisfaction sparkled in the middle-aged man's eyes. He seemed pleased with the opponent before him. Just a child. It appears my luck isn't so dire after all. Before the words left his lips, he lunged forward, taking 2 steps and swinging his club once again. From their earlier skirmish, he had already discerned that this young lad was significantly weaker in terms of strength. His years of street fighting had taught him to exploit every advantage he could muster. Yet, Peter possessed his own strengths. As if he had foreseen the trajectory of the impending blow, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. Immediately, he advanced, closing the distance to a mere 20 centimeters, shorter than an arm's length. At such proximity, even the mightiest opponent struggles to exert their full strength, let alone react adequately. Peter struck the man's abdomen with the wrench, then propelled himself forward, colliding squarely with the middle-aged man's chin. The chin is one of the human body's most vulnerable points. A powerful blow can induce a concussion severe enough to incapacitate even a robust adult. Although Peter's strength may not have been formidable, and his technique lacking, this strike was sufficient to send the man staggering backward, disoriented and reeling for a considerable moment. Yet his extensive street fighting experience did not leave him entirely defenseless. He flailed the iron rod in a haphazard manner, but in that moment, Peter found himself unable to press the attack again. "Kid, you've got some fight in you, don't you?" The middle-aged man sneered, preparing to retrieve something from his coat. A surge of acute danger flooded Peter's mind. He rushed forward, bringing the wrench down forcefully upon the man's hand. The man, caught off guard by Peter's sudden assault, winced in pain and dropped the object to the ground, a handgun. Upon glimpsing it, a wave of dread washed over Peter. He possessed no ability to evade bullets. Seemingly overtaken by a surge of fear, the man shrieked, swinging twice at Peter's head. One blow missed entirely, while Peter effortlessly blocked the other. Peter's counterattack proved to be far more effective. His wrench struck forcefully against the middle-aged man's left arm, as if shattering something within. Remarkably, the man did not emit even a grunt, and with another swing, he brought his weapon down once more. However, this time, his speed was noticeably diminished, granting Peter a fleeting opportunity. He deftly sidestepped the blow and hurled the wrench, which struck the man squarely in the chest. The sudden pain caused the man to stiffen momentarily, leaving his front vulnerable. Seizing the chance, Peter swiftly grasped a glass box from the ground and brought it crashing down upon the man's forehead, sending shards flying. The middle-aged man howled in agony, clutching his face as 2 deep gashes opened on his head, with pieces of glass embedded in the wounds. Though Peter felt a wave of nausea, he did not relent in this critical moment. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the man's neck and yanking him forward. The man, still regaining his balance, was abruptly pulled to the ground, his weapon slipping from his grasp. Peter quickly mounted his back, employing a chokehold he had learned from television. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the man would succumb to unconsciousness within mere seconds due to asphyxiation. Yet, in this dire situation, the middle-aged man unleashed an unimaginable strength. He seized Peter's arms, his nails digging into Peter's flesh. The sudden surge of pain caused Peter to momentarily loosen his grip, a potentially fatal error. With a furious roar, the man exerted his strength, wrenching Peter off and flinging him aside before delivering a punch to Peter's abdomen. A wave of nausea surged through Peter, as if he might regurgitate the meal he had consumed the night before. He retched twice, saliva and tears flowing uncontrollably. As the wind rushed back in, Peter's instincts flared. Yet he had no time to move. The middle-aged man kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. "Damn it, kid, you've made this difficult for me. I didn't intend for it to come to this." The sound of sliding metal froze Peter in place. The man had retrieved the handgun that had fallen earlier, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at himself. Peter's body ached terribly, nearly paralyzing him. The alarm bells in his mind grew increasingly intense, reaching a near-painful crescendo. In that moment, a surge of determination ignited within him, and Peter suddenly knew what he must do. He drew a breath and managed to speak with great difficulty. "Put the gun down." The man merely tightened his grip on the weapon, roaring back, "What are you saying, you bastard?" "I said," Peter's tone grew more resolute. "Put the gun down." This time, the middle-aged man uttered no reply. After a considerable amount of time, Peter finally sensed that the object pressing against the back of his head had been removed. "I had lowered the gun." The middle-aged man stared vacantly, murmuring inaudibly to himself. Peter opened his right hand, and the wrench that had previously fallen to the ground suddenly soared toward him as if drawn by a powerful magnet. He caught the wrench, momentarily dazed, and then turned swiftly to bring it crashing down onto the man's head. Like a lifeless fish, the man collapsed onto the ground, and Peter, feeling utterly drained, knelt down, discarding the wrench carelessly to the side. His entire body trembled as he took several deep breaths, gradually calming himself. After a while, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, dialing the police station with his trembling hands. Chapter 6. The police arrived swiftly, and for good reason. "Captain, it's confirmed. The robbery at the convenience store 2 hours ago was indeed perpetrated by this man," one officer exclaimed excitedly as he turned the unconscious middle-aged man over, prompting the other 2 officers to gather around. Meanwhile, the final officer present, who was taking Peter's statement, raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Wait a moment. Let me gather my thoughts. Are you telling me he drew his gun?" "Yes, he did." Peter sat down on a randomly found chair, his body still quivering from the ordeal. "And then he lowered his weapon, giving you the opportunity to strike him?" The officer's tone grew increasingly sharp. "Well, I told him not to shoot." Peter momentarily faltered, aware that he could not divulge his special abilities. However, his recent experience suddenly appeared to contain a significant flaw. "And then he moved the gun away?" "Yes, he moved the gun away." Peter could only grit his teeth and continue affirmatively. The officer regarded him with a penetrating gaze before jotting something down in his notebook, and the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. "All right, I'll refrain from further questioning. You are perhaps the luckiest, and possibly the most foolish, person I have encountered in recent years," he remarked, gesturing toward the middle-aged man who was just beginning to regain consciousness. "This man robbed a convenience store just 2 hours ago, and merely over $4,000. He shot the owner dead. Yet, at the last moment, he chose to hold back. Of course." The officer shook his notebook. "This is not solely a matter of luck, is it? Minor internal bleeding, 2 broken bones, and at least 10 stitches required for his face, while you seem to have fared relatively well. Given what you just recounted, you were ambushed. As a 16-year-old boy, doesn't this merit some explanation?" Peter lowered his head, remaining silent. The officer shook his head. "Never mind. I am not here to pursue anything with you. After all, it is that man lying on the ground who is the criminal. You were merely acting in self-defense. Simply remember, regardless of how formidable you believe yourself to be, it is unwise to take such perilous risks alone. Leave it to us, the professionals. You are still young. It is not worth risking your life over such trivial matters." The officer closed his notebook and stowed it away in his bag, indicating that the statement had finally concluded. He then produced a small booklet and handed it to Peter. "This is the victim's consultation manual, containing most of the information you will need, should you require psychological counseling. There are commendable suggestions within as well." Furthermore, the officer presented his business card, placing it in Peter's hand. "Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to call me. You have been of great help to us, and I shall not forget this favor." Peter nodded repeatedly, glancing at the postcard in his hand. "Captain George Stacy. It appears he is still a minor leader." He finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his anxiety was rekindled. The warehouse door swung open, and old Jimmy, still clad in his pajamas, rushed in. "It seems the owner has arrived, and one hopes that the establishment's insurance is comprehensive." Officer Stacy appeared unfazed. Peter surveyed his surroundings, shattered glass and scattered boxes. The most severe damage was from the overturned cabinet, beneath which lay the remains of several expensive appliances, making him acutely aware that his termination was now a foregone conclusion. As old Jimmy approached him, frowning deeply, Peter lamented his recent streak of misfortune. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Jimmy rushed over, inspecting Peter's body before turning to converse with the officers, seemingly devoid of any reproach. Perhaps he simply preferred not to lose his temper in front of outsiders, Peter pessimistically mused. The losses in the warehouse were at least $5,000, and Jimmy, notoriously frugal, was unlikely to let it go easily. However, Jimmy promptly sent Peter home without uttering a single word of reproach. In the following shifts, Peter sensed a distinct change. The burdensome tasks he had previously shouldered alone were no longer solely his responsibility, and the strain of work had diminished to a considerably reasonable level. Although Jimmy and Peter exchanged few words after that night, Peter could unmistakably feel a shift in Jimmy's attitude towards him. "Have I finally emerged from the shadows?" Peter thought cheerfully. Yet, the true revelation that night lay far beyond this. In that moment of life and death, his latent abilities erupted within him, unveiling a secret to Peter. Although he did not know the name of this ability, he had christened it himself, the Force. The reasoning was simple. It bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious energy wielded by the Jedi in Star Wars. This versatile ability was beneficial to its user in nearly every aspect. The ability to enhance one's cognitive and physical prowess, heal wounds, read the thoughts of others, and even manipulate their minds is indeed a remarkable feat. A sufficiently powerful Jedi can, with sheer mastery of the Force, reduce massive starships to mere debris and claim the lives of adversaries from great distances. Yet, the hallmark of the Force lies predominantly in its capacity for foresight. A Jedi can foresee the every move of their opponents, skillfully using a mere lightsaber to deflect a barrage of attacks from numerous foes. However, Peter's current capabilities fall short of achieving such extraordinary feats. He can only access the thoughts of the weak-willed, and to exert control over an enemy requires either their complete trust or their mental state to be in disarray. His healing abilities are limited to alleviating minor bruises, and he struggles even to levitate a simple piece of paper. Nonetheless, his remarkable precognitive skills have proven invaluable, particularly during his previous encounters. Presently, it seems Peter has transcended some mysterious barrier, allowing him to freely employ a modicum of Force abilities in his daily life, which has, at the very least, reduced the frequency of his tumbles each week. Additionally, the capacity to augment his physical form through the Force has rendered his workouts substantially more effective. With the Force's assistance, he can now complete a 5-kilometer run in half an hour and perform over 40 push-ups in succession, though he may not rival the athletic prowess of his peers at school. He certainly holds his own among contemporaries. Naturally, he refrains from sharing such developments widely. The prospect of such rapid progress in just 3.5 weeks might be rather daunting. As time swiftly passes, the day of his prior agreement with Mary approaches. Saturday arrives at last, and Peter manages to unearth a suitable outfit from his wardrobe, tucking the ticket Mary had given him into his pocket. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he notices the wrinkled state of his clothes and for the first time feels that the meager wages he earned from Jimmy may be insufficient. Today, he has taken leave from old Jimmy, who, following recent events, has become much more approachable, even offering Peter the option of utilizing his paid time off. Uncle Ben and Aunt May, upon learning of Mary's invitation, wholeheartedly endorsed the outing. Aunt May, in particular, is brimming with excitement. She has long desired to introduce neighbor Mary to Peter, conveniently overlooking the fact that they have attended the same school for the past 3.5 years. "Oh, is it that little Mary from next door? Wait, you can't go out looking so disheveled. Let me check my room for something formal that might fit you." In matters of attire, Aunt May is ever the most enthusiastic. With a wry smile, Peter attempts to convey how utterly absurd it would be to attend a rock concert clad in an outdated suit. Ultimately, he resorts to employing a subtle suggestion through the Force to resolve the matter. Although he had always felt that employing the power of suggestion on his own kin was somewhat unethical, he ultimately succumbed to temptation when faced with a situation he could not resolve. This ability was simply too advantageous to resist. The band's performance was scheduled for 7:30 in the evening at a modestly renowned local bar. Upon presenting his invitation, the security guard at the entrance scrutinized him with a skeptical expression, repeatedly emphasizing that he was prohibited from purchasing any alcoholic beverages within the establishment. He even made a point to relay this caution personally at the bar. As Peter stepped into the bar, the moment he opened the door, he was met with a cacophony of laughter and noise that momentarily threw him off balance. The interior was packed to the brim, leaving Peter somewhat astonished and slightly anxious. It felt as though every pair of eyes was upon him, all silently questioning. Who allowed this young boy entry? His legs felt a tad unsteady, yet he could not find a less crowded corner to retreat to. Just then, someone tapped him on the back. Turning around, he found it was Mary. Her electric guitar slung across her back. If memory served him correctly, this was indeed her 15th birthday gift. You arrived early, Mary exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped Peter's hand. The silky warmth of her touch sent a flutter through him, yet he could distinctly sense her nervousness from her clammy palm. It seemed the audience for the evening would be substantial. Of course, our band is quite well known around here. Mary gestured behind her. Peter looked over her shoulder and indeed spotted 3 individuals approaching from around the corner, each carrying their respective instruments. The crowd parted to make way for them, with some familiar faces stepping forward to exchange high-fives and share a few words. The leading girl turned to wave in their direction, and Peter noted her resemblance to Mary, with her fiery red hair, leather jacket, and black jeans. This androgynous attire only served to enhance her allure. It was as if he were gazing at an older version of Mary, he mused. That is my cousin, Mary called out, and her cousin waved back in acknowledgement. The performance is about to begin. I need to prepare backstage. Mary adjusted her guitar, and Peter offered an encouraging gesture. You'll do great. Chapter 7. Morady Peter watched as Mary's figure disappeared behind the wooden door, then began searching for a place to sit. After a short while, he finally found an available seat. He felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that the 2 heavily tattooed men beside him were casting him dubious glances. The wait was not long, however. Soon, the stage lights in the center of the bar illuminated, and Mary's band emerged from backstage, taking their positions at their instruments. Hello, everyone. The tall, slender young man leading the band was the first to speak. Thank you all for being here. We are the Ghost Pepper Band. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd in the bar, with a particularly exuberant young couple seated near the stage. The girl nearly climbed onto the table, while the man downed his drink in one go and promptly removed his shirt, revealing a furry chest that made Peter wince. Such enthusiasm. The long-haired youth continued after the applause subsided. To those who have seen our performance before, we appreciate your return. Another round of applause for you. The crowd responded with another wave of cheers. And to those joining us for the first time, welcome. We are a band formed by individuals who grew up listening to the fiery songs of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Of course, we boast more beautiful members than they do. I am the leader and vocalist, Henry. He gestured toward Mary's cousin, who began a brief bass solo before introducing herself with her raspy voice. Susan, the bassist. An exceptionally loud cheer erupted from behind Peter. Turning to look, he saw a young man in an exquisite suit sitting alone at the back of the bar, flanked by 2 burly bodyguards. For reasons he could not fathom, Peter felt an inexplicable surge of disdain at the mere sight of him. And next, let us introduce our beloved drummer, Robert. A slightly plump young man in the back raised both hands, deftly twirling his drumsticks in the air. Finally, let us welcome our newest band member, our new guitarist, Mary. Standing off to the side, Mary began her guitar solo, her head bowed as if to evade the audience's gaze, perhaps out of nervousness. As Mary concluded her solo, the long-haired youth once again drew the microphone close. All right, now for our first song, a cover of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. The drums kicked in, and the nimble bass and guitar joined in the next moment, creating a lively yet slightly mischievous prelude. Henry's voice soon followed. She was born in Mississippi. Dad was a cop, Mom a hippie. In Alabama, she bears her punishment. To be different always comes at a price. She knows nothing but poverty. What exactly are your friends misunderstanding? It must be said that Henry's somewhat low voice indeed lent a unique quality to the song. The originally lively and playful melody took on a sorrowful tone when sung by him. Coupled with the band intentionally slowing the tempo slightly, it perhaps aligned better with the true essence of the lyrics. Even Peter, who typically had little interest in music, found himself tapping along on his table, humming with the band. At that moment, he was not alone in his immersion. Many others in the bar were equally captivated by the song. Peter devoted the majority of his attention to Mary. The time it took for her to transition from initial nervousness to confidence and poise was barely a minute. This greatly impressed Peter. He mused that if he were to perform in front of such a large audience for the first time, he might very well faint from anxiety. As the climactic finale of the song concluded, the fervent drum beats gradually subsided, and the entire bar was immediately engulfed in applause. Mary and the other members of the band raised their instruments, their faces flushed with exhilaration. Thank you, everyone. Henry, having taken a few deep breaths, spoke again. I am thrilled that you all enjoyed the song. Our next piece is Exile, a new work from our band, and I hope you will like it as well. The sound of the guitar filled the air once more, and the bar fell into a hushed silence. If previously only 60% of the patrons were captivated by the performance, now they had garnered the attention of 90%. The band's prowess was commendable, Peter mused internally, as he focused intently on the forthcoming performance. An hour later, the band's act concluded to thunderous applause from the audience. Peter waited by the backstage exit for a few minutes until the Ghost Pepper Band finally emerged. You all were truly remarkable. Even someone like me, who knows little about music, was entranced, Peter began, his words flowing with sincerity. Observing Mary's proud expression, he knew his compliments were effective. Mary promptly enveloped Peter in a warm embrace, and as they parted, both their faces flushed a deeper shade of red. At that moment, a young man with long hair noticed Peter and approached him, extending his right hand for a firm handshake. I am Henry. Thank you for coming here to support us today. I presume you are Peter, the one Mary often mentions? Peter nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. Just then, the elegantly dressed young man from the back of the bar approached, patting Henry on the shoulder. How's it going? We are all set on our end. Shall we head out now? He turned to Peter, momentarily taken aback, but quickly recollected himself, a smile spreading across his face. You are Mary's friend, right? How about joining us for our post-performance party? Of course, Mary interjected eagerly before Peter could respond. It'll be super fun. Thus, Peter had no choice but to acquiesce. Upon exiting the bar, their group swiftly expanded to 11 individuals. In addition to the 4 band members, Peter and the young man, the couple he had noticed earlier joined their ranks. Henry also introduced a woman who appeared to be several years his senior as his girlfriend. 2 attractive young women, each scoring over 7 in looks, met them at the entrance after the show, seemingly familiar with the bassist. As they journeyed along, Mary held Peter's hand, trailing at the rear of the group, quietly introducing him to the others. There is the girl Robert is pursuing, along with her friend, though it seems she harbors far less interest in Robert than her companion. And that couple? Michael and Priscilla, longtime friends of Henry. As for Cassie, she has been dating Henry for 5 years, a girlfriend he met back in high school. What? Yes, Cassie is his senior, so what? However, when it came to the young man clad in a suit, Mary's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of envy. That fellow is Joe Moretti. Let me tell you, their family is extraordinarily wealthy. Really? They are the kind of rich who are swimming in money. Their assets amount to at least several million. He personally owns 2 sports cars and even a helicopter. It is said to be a birthday gift for his 21st. The extravagance of the wealthy is simply astounding. Mary gazed longingly. So, what brings such affluent individuals here to mingle with us? Of course, it's for cousin Susan. He has been ardently pursuing her for 4 months. By the way, the venue we are headed to is owned by his family. The party location was not far, merely a 5-minute walk away. Upon seeing a line of security at the entrance and the raucous sounds of laughter and slot machines emanating from within, even Peter understood where they were. The band had already reached the entrance. Joe exchanged a few words with the security, who promptly cleared a path for them. He turned and gestured to everyone, then flashed a smile at Susan. Once they crossed the threshold, Peter curiously observed his surroundings. The interior of the casino was quite expansive. With nearly 1,000 square meters on this floor alone, a staggering amount for the prime real estate of Manhattan, New York. The modern decor within was not opulent, but provided a remarkably comfortable atmosphere. The clientele varied widely, from middle-aged women and retired elders idly shaking their slot machines to university students seeking novelty, and not to mention businessmen willing to wager extravagantly at the card tables. Yet, the ultimate destination for Peter and his companions was not within the casino. The attendant led them to a quiet private room upstairs. As Joe entered, he cast aside his suit jacket and flopped onto the sofa. Damn it, I have told my dad at least 20 times. Yet he always sets the air conditioning too high in here. Shortly after, Susan entered and sat beside him. Joe stretched lazily, naturally draping his arm over Susan's shoulder. She seemed unbothered, retrieving a bottle of champagne from the refrigerator beside her. Well then, let the festivities commence. With a pop, the champagne cork flew out, signaling the start of tonight's revelry. Chapter 8, Disarray Drink. 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 Please do not misunderstand. This is neither the Shaolin Temple nor a slogan shouted during martial arts practice. As soon as the party was announced to commence, the enthusiasm surrounding Peter doubled instantly. Joe uncorked a bottle of vodka, pouring the entire contents into a small bucket filled with ice, then added an assortment of ingredients such as apple juice and honey. After sealing the bucket tightly and shaking it vigorously for several seconds, Joe poured a drink for everyone present, including Mary and Peter. The beverage presented itself quite elegantly. Under the light, it resembled a milky white crystal adorned with a slice of lemon. Peter caught a whiff of its fruity aroma. Before Peter could voice his concerns regarding the appropriateness of underage drinking, everyone in the room had already downed their drinks, staring at Peter and his still full glass. He took the drink in hand, sipped it cautiously, and immediately grimaced at the fiery sensation that coursed down his throat to his stomach, prompting a couple of coughs. Robert promptly took the glass from him, positioning it before Peter's lips. "Hurry up, open your mouth. 3, 2, 1. Reluctantly, Peter complied, and in the next moment, he felt a chilling fire blaze from his throat to his stomach, forcing a cough. Robert chuckled heartily, giving Peter a couple of gentle pats on the back. "Damn it. This is my concoction, named Russian Orchard, not some ice bucket drink." Joe protested from the side, but laughter erupted among the group, indicating that the name ice bucket drink would persist. Peter shook his head. Even a cocktail with an estimated 20-degree alcohol content had left him feeling slightly dizzy. The force within his mind began to stir restlessly, evidently displeased with his current state. However, when Mary poured him a glass of champagne and handed it to him, he downed it without hesitation. With a beautiful woman in front of him, he felt compelled to drink. Mary was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. It took Peter some time to realize that not all drinks are meant to be consumed in one gulp. With the alcohol beginning to take effect, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The two girls nearby giggled at him, whispering amongst themselves, leaving Peter uncertain if they continued to discuss him. He couldn't recall whether the girls were Nancy and Lily or Lucy and Emily, but that thought was soon interrupted. Henry approached him, clapping twice. "One shot. A real man. I believe Joe's ice bucket drink is working. Joe, another round. Let us switch it up." Before long, Joe appeared before Peter with another drink. This time, the liquid was a rose-red hue. Bloody Mary, with a personal twist, he declared proudly, thrusting the glass into Peter's hands. "Give it a try. I have confidence in my bartending skills." Meanwhile, Sophie relentlessly began to undermine him. "All of your mixology is merely what Nick has taught you, and you've distorted it beyond recognition. An artist must possess the gift of creation," Joe retorted, seemingly recalling something. He rummaged through his pockets, appearing to seek something. "Wait. I have a—" Susan smacked his hand, casting him a disapproving glance before pulling him away. Before long, they were engaged in hushed conversation at the far side of the room. "Just a child, but amusing," Mary remarked. Even with Peter's keen perception, he could only glean a few words. Yet, it seemed irrelevant to him, and he thought indifferently. After consuming a couple of drinks, he found his own tolerance inexplicably improved. He raised his glass and downed its contents in one go, prompting a chorus of cheers from those around him. To be honest, aside from a slight tang, he could not discern what had truly changed in this concoction. The same initial chill and bitterness followed by a burning sensation in his chest persisted. "Hey everyone." At some point, Henry had already ascended the sofa, guitar in hand. Although he wasn't swaying, his speech had taken on a slurred quality, evidently under the influence of alcohol. "Let me perform a song we haven't finished writing yet. Well, since it's unfinished, I can't sing it all the way, because it's incomplete." Once again, the crowd erupted in cheers, with Robert and Joe leading the applause, while Henry feigned formality with a bow, eliciting laughter from everyone. Henry settled down and began strumming his new tune. The style resembled most of the songs he had performed that day, but the lyrics remained unfinished. After a few lines, he would hum along, creating a cacophony of laughter. At such moments, the audience would burst into fits of giggles, particularly the girl Robert was pursuing, who collapsed in laughter, unable to rise for quite some time. After a while, Peter noticed something amiss. Mary seemed to have vanished. However, his concern was short-lived, for within minutes, Mary returned to the room with Cassie. "I just went to the restroom," Mary said, beaming and utterly unembarrassed. She plopped down beside Peter, leaning against him. The warmth of her presence stirred something within him, and he instinctively brushed his fingers through her fiery locks, only to retract his hand quickly. Observing Mary's current state and her bloodshot eyes, he felt a twinge of disappointment. "She must be like this because she's intoxicated," he mused. Peter grabbed a bottle of already opened chilled beer from the table and took a few swigs. Strangely enough, he found himself becoming more invigorated with each drink. Henry's guitar had ceased, replaced by thumping electronic rock music. The central table had been moved aside, creating a small dance floor. Most of the guests were now quite inebriated, treating the space as a dance floor, swaying with abandon. At Susan's urging, Mary stood up, wobbling slightly as she joined the revelry. It was nearly 10:30. Peter glanced at his watch. Although it was time for him to return home, he found himself at a loss for words on how to take his leave amidst the revelry of the party. At that moment, he noticed Mary approaching him, with Susan and Cassie looking on with curiosity and anticipation. She halted before him, silent. Before Peter could utter a word, Mary nestled into his embrace. After sipping from her drink, she kissed him, transferring the liquid from her mouth to his. Peter's eyes widened, and he nearly resisted, but at the last moment suppressed the instinctual reaction, though he found himself powerless against the other natural response of his body. After several seconds, they finally parted. Peter gasped for breath, feeling a wave of bitterness on his tongue that was quite unsettling. "Mary, what are you doing? I'll show you how to have fun. Just sitting there is no fun at all." Mary pouted, feigning disappointment. She pulled Peter to his feet, and as he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Something felt amiss. He was uncertain of what had just transpired. A dizziness far more potent than the effects of alcohol surged from the depths of his mind, making coherent thought almost unattainable. Yet, everything around him appeared strikingly clear, as if the dizziness were merely an illusion. In that instant, the primal force within Peter began to stir, coursing through his body uncontrollably. The sensation of sharp pain in his mind and body made him involuntarily emit a soft groan. "What's wrong?" Mary leaned closer, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" "It's fine." Peter gritted his teeth, but the momentary clarity vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. "I need to use the restroom," he said, pushing Mary aside. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Before Mary could finish her sentence, Peter fled, leaving her standing there. Her expression shifted from anxiety and delight to worry and a hint of regret, though he felt as if he might collapse at any moment. Peter encountered no further complications on his way to the restroom. Upon entering, he immediately opened one of the stalls and leaned over the toilet. His body, ravaged by the tempestuous force, had grown exceedingly fragile. Even slight movements brought waves of discomfort. However, the primary concern was not this. His body temperature had been rising steadily over the past few minutes, likely exceeding that of a typical fever. In a state of urgency, Peter disregarded all else, turning on the faucet and plunging his head beneath the rushing water to drink deeply. Before long, his stomach began to rumble, and he felt a cramping pain in his intestines. He hurried back to the stall, sitting abruptly on the toilet. Upon completing his business, he promptly flushed the toilet twice. The reason was simple. The stench of his previous excretion was overwhelmingly potent. At this moment, the energy within him finally settled, and his body temperature gradually returned to a normal level. Peter was astonished to discover that the alcohol in his system had vanished without a trace, and his mind had completely regained its clarity. Upon reflection, he began to recognize a series of troubling issues that had transpired at the party. What he had just expelled from his body was likely not merely alcohol. Chapter 9. The rift. Only after his strength had returned to his limbs did Peter rise to his feet. His mood was decidedly grim. To articulate it more precisely, he felt a profound sense of regret and disappointment. It was evident that this type of party was not a novel experience for Mary. As for the substances they had consumed, she was certainly no stranger to them. The memory of that passionate kiss made Peter's cheeks flush with heat. "Wait a moment. Clear your head, Peter." She had just coerced herself into drug use. Good heavens, she was only 16. Was her own descent into depravity not enough that she sought to drag him down with her? Wait. Peter seethed inwardly, attributing the blame to her dubious companions. It was they who had led Mary to this path. If he could only make her see the truth and distance herself from these so-called friends, everything could revert to how it once was. With determination, Peter pushed open the bathroom door. He needed to return immediately, to extricate her from this situation before she sank deeper into it. As he made his way back to the private room, he halted abruptly after just a few steps. His ears quivered slightly as his mind sharpened to an acute focus. After several tense seconds, he discerned the sound he had heard earlier. It was a scream. Although the corridor was well lit, a sudden chill crept over him as he regarded the lights. A scream? Here? In a formal casino bustling with thousands of patrons? Hold on. Let us gather the information he had previously noted. His family possessed a fortune in the millions, yet Peter, an avid reader of the Wall Street Journal, knew almost nothing of the Moretti name. Casinos, sports cars, and a multitude of bodyguards and thugs. Could it be that this Joe was a member of a New York crime family? Damn it, how could Mary be associated with such individuals? If he had not misheard, that scream had emanated from this direction. Should he investigate? And if he did, what could he possibly do? These questions weighed heavily on Peter's mind. Yet, in the end, curiosity prevailed, compelling him to resolve to investigate. With the abilities granted by his energy, he believed he could manage to extricate himself if trouble arose. Resolute, Peter waited until he was out of the server's line of sight before swiftly veering towards the source of the scream. After traversing 2 corridors, Peter once again heard a chilling scream, though this time it was notably weaker. He was quite close to his destination. After rounding the final corner, he spotted a door at the end of the hallway, guarded by 2 security personnel. If Peter was not mistaken, the scream originated from beyond that door. How could he manage to slip inside? In films, Characters often sneak through ventilation ducts to evade guards. Perhaps he could attempt a similar strategy. Peter quietly retreated, striving not to attract the attention of the two guards, and began to inspect the walls and ceiling nearby for any potential entry points. However, it was not long before an unsuspecting waiter caught sight of him. "Ah, you must be Mr. Joe's friend, right? This is not the direction to your private room. Please follow me." Many areas on the second floor are off-limits to non-staff. Encountering those guards could lead to significant trouble. The waiter exhibited no surprise or skepticism regarding Peter's presence in this part of the casino. Thus, Peter's exploration had come to an abrupt halt. He dared not entertain the thought of incapacitating the waiter and hiding away. Moreover, rescuing Mary from this predicament was of utmost importance. He cast a glance toward the door. "I will return," Peter silently vowed. Even before entering the room, he witnessed a ludicrous scene. Robert had pinned Nancy, the friend of the girl he was pursuing, against the wall, and they were passionately kissing, oblivious to Peter and the waiter's presence. The waiter, maintaining a professional demeanor, led the awkward Peter to the entrance of the private room and opened the door for him. A cacophony of heavy rock music erupted from within, causing Peter to experience a slight ringing in his ears. He couldn't help but marvel at the soundproofing of the room before stepping inside. "Peter, you're back." Mary, her face flushed and barely able to stand, rushed toward him and collapsed into his embrace. "You were gone for ages. I thought you had drowned in the restroom." She chuckled, nearly losing her breath from her own jest. Peter surveyed the private room. Joe and Susan were still at the center of the stage, engaged in their flirtatious dance. Henry was on the sofa, embracing Emily, the girl Robert was pursuing. They exchanged whispers, punctuated by laughter. The couple whose names Peter had yet to recall lay sprawled on the floor, and if not for their occasional murmurs and dreams, he might have thought them lifeless. Meanwhile, Cassie was nowhere to be seen. Noticing that no one was paying attention to them, Peter leaned closer to Mary and whispered, "Let us step outside for a moment." Outside, Mary, still draped over him, queried while playfully poking his nose with her finger. "Peter, you've turned wicked." Reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed in the corridor, Peter found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. He exerted a slight effort, guiding Mary towards the door as they made their way outside. Peter followed the route etched in his memory, descending the stairs. At this hour, the casino was still teeming with patrons. In fact, it seemed even more animated than before. Each gaming table was surrounded by throngs of people, nearly every slot machine was occupied, and the bar was overflowing with patrons. Peter tightened his grip on Mary as they navigated through the crowd. Passing by the doorman, Peter felt a twinge of anxiety, yet nothing untoward occurred. The cool breeze outside seemed to revive Mary, who had begun to feel somewhat dizzy. "Peter, where are we going?" she inquired. "I'm taking you home." "No, I want to keep playing. The night has just begun." Mary protested slightly, but Peter remained silent, continuing to support her as they moved forward. After a moment, however, Mary suddenly began to struggle fiercely, prompting Peter to release her hand. "Peter, are you out of your mind? Where are we headed now?" Mary appeared considerably more alert, managing to stand on her own, yet her reaction was not what Peter had anticipated. "I'm taking you home. You can't associate with people like this anymore. They will ruin you." Mary reacted vehemently to his words. "Damn it, what do you mean by people like this? They are my friends. They are not your friends. Nor should they be. Do you know what they're involved in?" Peter endeavored to emphasize his point dramatically. "What you're engaged in is illegal. Those activities will destroy your body and everything you hold dear. I genuinely don't want to see you. And what of it? This is my life, my choice. Don't you dare dictate my actions." Mary retorted defiantly. "We just want to have a little fun. What is wrong with that? Why do you always want to ruin the atmosphere?" "The atmosphere? Mary, I'm speaking of something far more critical. It's still early. You can still extricate yourself from this. I don't want you to continue down this path. I'm doing this for your own good." "For my own good? Do you even know me, Peter? On what grounds do you claim to act in my best interest?" Mary's agitation grew. "Just because you've been my neighbor for 7 years? Do you really know me? Do you know my interests? Do you know who my friends are? Do you know what I face every day?" "Peter, you don't know. I know you don't." Peter was momentarily speechless, shaking his head. He grasped Mary's hand again, attempting to pull her along. "You're not thinking clearly. Come, let me take you home. We can discuss this later." However, Mary broke free, stepping back a few paces and regarding Peter with an odd expression. "I see now, you look down on me, don't you?" Her tone shifted abruptly, imbued with a hint of coldness. "Listen to me, Mary, you're intoxicated. Let me take you home, and after a good night's sleep, everything will be better." Peter continued to strive to persuade her, but Mary merely shook her head. "How is it that, just because you excel academically and consider yourself intelligent, you believe yourself to be superior to all of us?" Mary swayed slightly, clenching her fists. Is it so that my fondness for revelry and my companionship with those you deem unworthy renders me contemptible? Speak up. Peter, do you truly regard me as inferior? No. Mary, listen to me. Peter stepped forward once more, attempting to grasp her shoulders, yet his hand was met with a sharp slap from Mary. Do not touch me. Anger was the only emotion etched upon her face. Hesitating, Peter found himself with no alternative but to summon the inner strength he possessed, hoping to persuade Mary to leave with him. However, as soon as his force touched the tempestuous emotions swirling within her mind, it was repelled. Peter's complexion paled, and he stumbled back uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Mary's gaze gradually dulled to a shade of gray. Leave me be, Peter Parker, she screamed, turning her back and retreating to the casino. Go back to your books and be the lofty bookworm you aspire to be. Peter could only watch her departing figure, lost and desolate, as he made his way home alone. Chapter 10. The disappearance. Throughout the ensuing weekend, Peter did not encounter Mary again. On Monday morning, he spotted her at the school gate. After a moment's hesitation, he approached her to greet. In stark contrast to their usual interactions, Mary merely cast a glance at him before walking away without uttering a word. This left Peter somewhat taken aback. Yet he simultaneously felt that such a development was entirely to be expected. After all, they were fundamentally different individuals, he mused with a hint of self-deprecation. In the days that followed, there was silence between Mary and Peter. Their encounters dwindled to almost none. Only on rare occasions did he catch a fleeting glimpse of her as he left for school. Even Harry sensed that something was amiss. What's wrong? Have you had a spat with my fiery lady? Something like that. She hasn't acknowledged me at all lately. Peter remained his usual self, resting his head on his desk during class while engrossed in his novel. It's just a minor disagreement. It's really no big deal. You cannot continue like this. Harry diligently took notes, focusing on the charts the teacher sketched on the board. As a gentleman, you ought to take the initiative to apologize. It's unbecoming to wallow in self-pity alone. I'm not wallowing in self-pity. Peter lifted his head, slightly irked. Besides, I need to find an opportunity to apologize. I have hardly seen her at all lately. Come now, it's evident to anyone with eyes that you are in a state of despair. Have you even gone to her class? How can you expect her to appear before you if you don't seek her out? After all, she's in a different class, and her classroom is on another floor altogether in the academic building. It's quite abnormal for her to be here so often. Harry shot Peter a disdainful glance. Peter huffed in response, a silent acknowledgement of Harry's words. He seemed to have suddenly grasped something. However, Peter hesitated for quite some time, still refraining from offering an apology. On one hand, he feared that his concession would hasten her descent into despair. On the other hand, it was his lingering pride that plagued him. I am right, and she is wrong. Why should I be the one to apologize? This was the thought that echoed in his mind. Peter closed his eyes, focused his energy, and raised his hand. An object the size of a fist immediately levitated into the air, hovering 5 meters above the ground. A faint smile crossed his lips as he gestured downward. With that motion, the stone shot forth with astonishing speed, crashing into a wall over 20 meters away, shattering into numerous fragments. Perhaps the argument that night had fulfilled some condition. Peter's innate power surged at an incredible rate. Although this only lasted a single night, he could feel that the strength within him had increased by at least 50%. Under Peter's diligent training, he quickly adapted to this newfound power. To be honest, if Peter were to reveal his abilities now, he would likely make headlines across the nation, and obtaining a substantial sum of money would be remarkably easy. Numerous research institutions in the United States would gladly pay millions for his talents. However, the fate of becoming a test subject was likely inescapable. Peter grew increasingly passionate about researching and honing his abilities, devoting nearly all of his free time to this pursuit. The awkward silence between him and Mary persisted due to his inaction. Thus, when he heard the news regarding Mary, he was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. What? Mary didn't come to class today? It was more than just that. She hadn't attended the previous day either, and the teacher had already called home. Her father was completely unaware of her whereabouts. Is it true? Damn, what on earth has happened? How did I not hear anything about this? I haven't even asked you yet, Harry replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. You are her friend and her neighbor. I heard this news even before you did. I really don't understand what kind of awkwardness you two are entangled in. Peter was rendered speechless. After the first class, Peter promptly headed to the office to request an early dismissal. Since it pertained to Mary, he felt compelled to intervene. The teacher quickly approved this minor request, as his status as a top student afforded him certain privileges. Upon exiting the school gates, Peter, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, felt somewhat disoriented. Yet he swiftly formulated a plan. With no leads in hand, he decided to start at Mary's home. Her father should still be there. Mary S. father had once been a security guard at a bar, but during an uncontrolled brawl, he had been shot 3 times. Fortunately, all 3 shots were non-fatal. But an unfortunate mishap during surgery left him permanently disabled, leading him to a life sustained by alcohol. Mary S. mother soon left the family. But she did not take Mary with her. Originally, the government's relief funds and the substantial compensation from the hospital could have sustained this beleaguered family. However, most of the money had been squandered on gambling and alcohol. Mary harbored deep resentment towards her father, a sentiment Peter was acutely aware of. As he stood before Mary's front door, he rapped 3 times. Noticing the absence of any response from within, he knocked again, this time with considerable force. After a lengthy pause, silence still enveloped the house. Furrowing his brow, Peter attempted the doorknob. To his surprise, it was unlocked, and he stepped into the somber abode. A nauseating odor of mildew wafted through the air, and the ceiling bore dark stains, suggesting the house had suffered from neglect for quite some time. He took a few steps inside. Just as he began to believe that Mary's father had left, he heard a muffled sound emanating from the kitchen. Following the noise, he found Mary's father sprawled on the floor, groaning. It was unclear whether he had fallen or had simply spent the night there. However, the overwhelming scent of alcohol surrounding him suggested both scenarios were plausible. Rubbing his eyes, he caught sight of Peter and immediately shouted, "Damn you filthy dogs. This is my house. You have no right to be here. You must be that kid from next door." Upon recognizing Peter, Mary's father sneezed, visibly relaxing. "What's the matter? Is there something you need?" "Uncle, Mary hasn't come to school for 2 days. Is something wrong with her?" Peter took a step back, striving to appear more amiable. He had never held much respect for this uncle, whose alcoholic stench was quite unbearable. "Mary? I'm not really sure," he replied, rubbing his head as he staggered to his feet. "Wait a moment. Would you like some coffee? I can brew you a cup." Peter quickly declined. He wouldn't dare drink from a cup in this house. "She hasn't shown up for school in 2 days. Isn't there's something wrong?" 2 days, you say?" Mary's father feigned realization, quickly transitioning to indifference. "I don't know. That damn girl is always out gallivanting. I can't keep track of her. She spends half the week away from home. Don't you worry at all." An ember of anger ignited within Peter. If it weren't for this man, Mary would not be in such a predicament. "Worry? Oh, I'm worried all right." Mary's father retrieved an apple from the refrigerator and began to munch on it. "I'll report her missing at the police station tomorrow. It's still a bit early. It hasn't been 72 hours yet. May I at least check Mary's room? Perhaps she left a note about where she was going." With no useful information to be gleaned from Mary's father, Peter shifted his focus. "Oh, fine, go ahead. But keep your hands to yourself. Should anything be discovered missing from the room, I shall hold your parents accountable." He waved his hand, then paused momentarily before suddenly standing up. "Wait a moment. How did you come into my house? Did you break a window? Goodness. If you shattered my glass, I shall have your skin." "No, Mr. Mary's father." Peter found himself both amused and exasperated. "Your front door was left unlocked." "Oh, then please lock it on your way out." He relaxed back into his seat. Ascending the stairs, Peter entered Mary's room, a place he had not visited in over 3 years. Back then, their relationship was far more amicable, akin to inseparable friends. However, at some point, an invisible chasm had formed between them. Peter sighed. The current Mary felt somewhat alien to him. The room's arrangement differed from his memories. One bookshelf had vanished, while a wardrobe had appeared, though it contained but a few garments. The floor was strewn with an assortment of books and papers, including sheet music, homework, and textbooks. Surprisingly, her desk was relatively tidy, showcasing merely a small stack of books and a few scattered trinkets. Fortunately, Peter knew precisely what he sought. Otherwise, rummaging through the room could have consumed hours. After thoroughly searching the desk and drawers to no avail, he began exploring other areas of the room and ultimately discovered what he was looking for beside Mary's pillow. It was a telephone directory, its purple cover appearing quite new. Flipping to the page with Henry and several other names, Peter finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 11. Tailgating. Stepping out of Mary's house, Peter retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed the first number he had noted. The line rang for an eternity before finally a voice emerged. Just as he prepared to speak, he realized he had dialed incorrectly. "Hello, this is Susan. I might be a bit busy right now, so I cannot take your call. Please leave a message after the beep, and I will get back to you as soon as possible." Just a voicemail. Peter hung up and redialed. After 2 attempts, he chose to give up and left a voice message. The next number belonging to Henry was also invalid. The automated voice informed him that the phone was either turned off or out of service. Feeling as though his luck had utterly deserted him, Peter dialed the next number. And this time, someone answered. "Hey, this is Robert." "Hello, I'm Peter, a classmate of Mary's." Do you remember me, Peter? The one who performed with us over 2 weeks ago? Of course, I remember you. But weren't you done with Mary? No matter. You must be calling regarding Mary and Susan, right? Mary and Susan? Peter was momentarily taken aback. Yes, why? Were you not calling about that? Robert sounded somewhat surprised. Peter quickly gathered his thoughts and continued the conversation in line with Robert's remarks. No, I am not well informed. Please ensure you tell me the entire situation. In truth, my knowledge is limited. Since yesterday, we have been unable to make contact, and I am unaware of what has transpired. Joe seems to be privy to something, yet he refuses to divulge any information. To be honest, if it weren't for Mary also being missing, I might have assumed the two had simply gone on a vacation together. Robert is venting his frustrations over the phone, while Peter's mobile device has drifted away from his ear. The name Joe Moretti echoes in Peter's mind, recalling the dreadful screams he had heard that night at the casino. A weight settles in his heart as a horrifying thought surfaces. When dealing with the mob, the likelihood of such occurrences inevitably escalates. After all, violence is their forte, and the law is merely an afterthought for them. Should this situation have been orchestrated by Joe, Peter would not be surprised, as such narratives have been portrayed in Hollywood for many years. Perhaps it was a quarrel, or perhaps they witnessed something they shouldn't have. Any trivial matter could ignite the fuse, and Mary may merely be an innocent victim ensnared in the chaos. Even if we were to consider that this incident is indeed unrelated to Joe and his family, Susan, as his girlfriend, would undoubtedly possess more information regarding the two of them than anyone else. With a heavy heart, Peter obtained Joe's contact information from Robert and made the call, but no one answered. Peter had begun to formulate a rough plan for this operation, with preparation being the foremost priority. Naturally, the first thing to prepare was a weapon. While Peter's fists were quite formidable among his peers, they would be but a mere nuisance to professional enforcers. He was also reluctant to procure a firearm. Firstly, he was not yet ready to take a life. Secondly, the noise of a gunshot is far too conspicuous and requires considerable practice. Peter had no desire to become one of those fools who accidentally shoots themselves in the foot. Instead, he contemplated acquiring a stun baton, which was not difficult to procure. During the afternoon, he discovered an advertisement online for a second-hand stun baton, and within an hour, he had the item in hand. After a little subterfuge, Peter spent $50 to acquire this modest 20-centimeter device. Do not underestimate this little gadget. Its electric discharge can easily incapacitate an adult. Next, Peter proceeded to purchase a theft-proof wallet, a small item equipped with a locator that enables the owner to track it down. Although its practicality is limited in various respects, this little gadget still cost Peter a hefty $120, nearly his entire allowance for the month, without that part-time job. Upon returning home, he retrieved his utility knife and carefully excavated the locator from within the wallet. With the preliminary preparations nearly complete, he donned a gray hoodie, which conveniently obscured his face. After a moment of contemplation, he rummaged through a drawer and unearthed a red mask. This was purchased by him 2 years ago during Halloween. It should resemble a robot from a certain Transformers series. However, due to his various past scribbles, its original form has become unrecognizable. After exchanging pleasantries with Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Peter stepped outside. Once again, he found himself resorting to suggestion techniques, yet after numerous attempts, the weight of his guilt seemed to have lessened somewhat. All he required now was a fortuitous opportunity. Starting from 6 in the evening, Peter sat across from the entrance of the casino, clutching a bottle of water, occasionally shifting his position to survey other areas. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on each exit of the casino. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, during which his body began to ache, he finally spotted his target, Joe Moretti. He emerged from the casino, his previously affable demeanor now tinged with anxiety and menace, flanked closely by 2 bodyguards. Once outside, they swiftly entered a black sedan. Following closely, Peter walked past the vehicle, tossing a locator device beside it. With a mere thought, the device levitated and adhered itself to the car's undercarriage. As the sedan finally drove away, he hastened to his feet, retrieving his bicycle from the corner alley and promptly pursuing them. From the outset, he had resolved not to investigate the casino. It was someone else's territory, rife with security personnel, staff, and surveillance, none of which Peter felt equipped to confront. The odds of escaping unscathed after such a hasty intrusion were alarmingly low. Furthermore, with the substantial influx of patrons, even a stroke of luck would not guarantee that he would leave no trace behind. His best strategy, naturally, lay in a mid-course ambush. Though the peak hours had passed, the streets of downtown New York remained in disarray, yet Peter's bicycle easily kept pace with them. After crossing the Brooklyn Bridge, the vehicle carrying Joe Moretti and his companions began to accelerate, vanishing from Peter's sight after just 2 more blocks. The locator device proved invaluable as Peter pedaled toward the indicated direction. Fortunately, they halted mere minutes later, suggesting they had reached their destination, which allowed Peter to breathe a sigh of relief. Had they ventured outside the city, he was uncertain whether his legs would carry him far enough. Before long, Peter located the car, parked on a sidewalk down a narrow path, with its owner not straying too far. He followed closely and finally witnessed them entering a rather dilapidated bar, the Lost Children's School of Sister Marguerite. Gazing at the tattered letters hanging above the bar's entrance, Peter couldn't help but read aloud. It was an odd name for both a bar and a school. Was Joe Moriarty here merely to seek solace in such a small tavern? This seemed rather unusual. Peter had always assumed he possessed a more refined taste. Peter edged a little closer, but quickly retreated. The imposing figures loitering at the entrance appeared far from benign, and as soon as Peter approached, their gazes fixated on him. Reluctantly, he feigned indifference and stepped out of their sight, left to await their departure. Time flowed slowly, and Peter could only exercise patience. The sky had darkened considerably, and the temperature had dropped significantly. Although it was still autumn, even clad in 2 layers of clothing, he found himself shivering intermittently. Just as he sensed the onset of a cold, Joe and his 2 subordinates emerged from the bar, seemingly unscathed by alcohol, appearing rather alert. Peter cast another glance at the 100 meters leading to the parking area where Joe and his companions were heading, cursing under his breath. Despite the late hour and the majority of shops having closed, a few pedestrians still wandered the streets. He realized that if he were to take action during this stretch, it would likely draw unwanted attention. After a few moments of contemplation, an ingenious idea struck him. He donned his mask, and even the youthful visage beneath it broke into a smile. Breathing in the crisp night air of New York, Joe's facade of ease belied a tumultuous inner turmoil. He had yet to devise a solution to the predicament of the evening that was not utterly disastrous. Although he had recently acquired a high-stakes trump card, he felt utterly uncertain about its significance and potential utility. Damn it, he even felt a fleeting urge to abandon the matter entirely. Yet, that thought was swiftly dismantled by his own resolve. The insidious threat did not solely target him. He was the representative of the younger generation of the Moretti family. If he mishandled this situation, his name, and that of the Moretti family, would become a source of ridicule throughout the streets of New York. They would say, "What do the Morettis have to fear? They cannot even manage their own women." After a moment of reflection, he retrieved his phone, yet found himself unable to dial the number. Just as he was about to return the device to his pocket, a figure suddenly dashed past him like a gust of wind, startling him. When he regained his composure, he discovered that his phone had vanished. His 2 bodyguards had already pursued the thief with great urgency. Damn it, a thief! He instinctively shouted, while an absurdity welled within him. How audacious was this thief to steal from him? Was it sheer boldness or unfathomable foolishness? Chapter 12. The onset of night leading the pursuers behind him. Peter veered into an empty alley after crossing 2 intersections. Fortune favored him, as his pursuers remained hot on his heels. Due to their physical disadvantage, they were now merely a few meters away from catching him. At that moment, a spark ignited in Peter's eyes. The counterattack commenced as the force surged forth. A frayed rope, once lying innocuously on the ground, writhed like a venomous serpent, ensnaring the calves of the 2 bodyguards before yanking them back with great force. Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, both men faltered. The one at the rear stumbled slightly, managing to regain his balance. Yet the one at the forefront was far less fortunate, crashing to the ground and meeting the unforgiving concrete with his face. "You damn thief!" roared the man behind, while the fallen one could only groan in agony. Turning around, Peter focused his mind to its utmost, channeling the force into his calves and the soles of his feet. And as he propelled himself forward with all his might, he erupted into action. Force, jump, one of the fundamental skills of a Jedi Knight. Peter soared towards the standing bodyguard with astonishing speed, converting that velocity into tangible power, delivering a devastating punch to the guard's chest. The force was so tremendous that it sent the unsteady bodyguard hurtling 2 meters away. A rustling sound emanated from behind, signaling the rise of another. Peter stepped back, placing a foot on the hand of the prostrate bodyguard, who immediately emitted a wretched cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Peter bent down to retrieve the fallen handgun, jabbing his stun baton into the guard's side. "Now, take a little nap," he said. Sparks flew as the bodyguard convulsed violently, unleashing a string of pained howls and curses. Moments later, he lay still. Having incapacitated one, Peter kicked the bodyguard's body aside, even in a state of unconsciousness. A groan escaped him, likely indicating a fresh bruise forming on his side. At that moment, the bodyguard who had been knocked away pulled out his handgun, just as he was getting back to his feet. "You damn fool. Do you understand who you are dealing with?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Peter hurled the handgun directly at him, following it up with another leap fueled by the force. The weapon, weighing over a kilogram, struck the bodyguard's nose with brutal force, causing an immediate flow of blood and a wave of dizziness. In the next instant, Peter was already before him. Newton's first law: an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by an external force. Peter, weighing over 90 pounds, collided with the black-clad bodyguard at high speed. Planting his hands on the guard's shoulders, Peter exerted his strength, slamming the larger man against the wall, the immense recoil impacting the guard's back. Peter seemed to hear a distinct crack as the man lost consciousness. "Now do you understand who you were provoking?" Peter cast down his cutting words, only to be met with the disheartening sight of his two sole spectators rendered unconscious, seemingly by his own hand. A sense of ennui began to wash over him. Perhaps a final blow was in order, he mused. Without hesitation, he delivered another punch to the bodyguard's face, creating a gaping wound. Stepping back, he observed the blood staining his knuckles, an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. This was the scene that greeted Joe as he arrived late, witnessing the aftermath of the altercation. Although much had transpired in those brief moments, from Peter's counterattack to the collapse of his adversaries, only a matter of seconds had elapsed. His two capable subordinates lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. Before him stood the enigmatic figure in the red mask, seemingly unscathed. A foe capable of dispatching such opponents without injury was plainly beyond his ability to confront. Joe instinctively took a step back, yet his expression twisted into one of grim determination as he summoned his courage, gripping the handgun at his waist. However, Peter was swifter. The bodyguard's firearm was now in his possession, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Joe. "I suggest you drop that piece at your side," Peter intoned in a low voice. Joe hesitated momentarily, but a sneer from Peter prompted him to act. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter squeezed the trigger. The gunshot reverberated through the alley. The recoil jolted Peter's right hand, a dull ache blossoming, yet he steeled himself to maintain his grip on the weapon. 5 meters away, Joe stood frozen in shock, entirely unprepared for Peter's gunfire. He could even smell the singed hair as the bullet whizzed past him. Damn it, damn it, damn it, this guy is a certified lunatic. Joe raged internally, his mind racing. Were these individuals part of the Russian mob? It didn't seem likely. Their confrontations were typically more brutish, often involving armed throngs attacking rivals directly, though their reckless tactics often escalated conflicts, complicating the aftermath and dealings with law enforcement. One could not deny their effectiveness. This must be the work of the Collin family, he reasoned. Rumor had it that the patient-aged henchmen were home to a cadre of specially trained assassins, always ready to be deployed in critical moments. The madman before him might very well be one of their own. "I must clarify, I am not insane," Peter spoke, his low voice startling Joe. "Rest assured, that shot was meticulously calculated. And you could certainly use a reminder, could you not?" He gestured toward Joe's right hand. Joe trembled, the gun slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Peter raised his head once more, and Joe, displaying a keen sense of awareness, kicked the handgun aside. "Now, we can engage in conversation," Peter declared, lowering the muzzle of his weapon and taking 2 steps forward. In that fleeting moment of respite for Joe, Peter suddenly accelerated, lunging towards him and delivering a punch to his abdomen. He then drew forth a stun baton, which had been dialed down in intensity, striking Joe upon the shoulder. However, to maintain the gravity of our discussion, I believe some preliminary preparations are necessary. Standing over the incapacitated Joe, Peter experienced a sudden surge of invincibility. "What is your opinion, sir? You wretched son of a dog. The Moretti family will not spare you," Joe gasped, regaining his breath and unleashing a torrent of curses. Peter retaliated by delivering a jolt with the stun baton to Joe's back, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably once more. After this episode, Joe ceased his futile tirade and focused solely on catching his breath. "Now that we can comprehend one another, matters become considerably simpler," Peter remarked, maneuvering behind Joe and positioning the stun baton against his neck, the trigger yet to be activated. "I shall pose a question, and I trust you will respond truthfully." Joe, trembling, attempted to part his lips to speak, but something lodged his words within his throat. Peter chuckled softly. "I shall take your silence as acquiescence." "Excellent. I am pleased we have reached this level of consensus. Now, I am in search of 2 women, and I have been informed you possess ample information regarding their whereabouts, Susan and Mary. Where are they now?" Joe's eyes widened in astonishment at the mention of the 2 women, and when Peter uttered Susan and Mary's names, he began to struggle. "Are you here for them? And yet you know nothing of this? Are you not one of those Russians? A hitman sent by the Collin family?" Joe shouted, indignation evident in his tone. He felt wronged, believing initially that he was being targeted by another of New York's dominant factions. Yet it appeared he too was embroiled in this matter. And judging by Peter's earlier words, he was almost entirely uninformed. Peter paused momentarily, stowing his stunned baton back at his waist, and stepping before Joe to deliver a forceful punch to his handsome face. Joe cried out, cradling the impact site with both hands, inhaling sharply. "I apologize, but I posed a question earlier, and your response seems to lack substance," Peter stated, his expression shifting beneath the mask as he turned to glance towards the entrance of the path. Clap, clap, clap. A figure emerged from the shadows, applauding and smiling, leaving Peter momentarily taken aback. The young man before him, strikingly handsome, appeared to be in his mid-20s, his features simultaneously imbued with a hint of softness and undeniable vigor. The speech was indeed exquisite, too perfect for words. The handsome man remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm, clapping his hands twice before wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. "My goodness, such classic lines. How many film quotes must one pilfer to achieve this?" "This is none of your business," Peter replied menacingly, gesturing toward the gun holstered at his waist. "But you see, this matter is indeed pertinent to me," the handsome man retorted, spreading his arms wide. "He is my employer and has offered me a price that is difficult to refuse. Therefore, as a person of integrity, I must ensure that the after-sales service is impeccable. Moreover, the money has yet to reach my hands." "Then you're courting death." A glint of menace flashed in Peter's eyes as he charged at the handsome man, his electric baton poised for action. At such a critical juncture, he could not afford to hold back. Yet, the handsome man was equally prepared. He deflected Peter's strike and drew a military knife concealed within his coat, thrusting it back. However, Peter swiftly evaded the attack, pivoting with remarkable speed to retaliate with a punch. In that initial exchange, a singular thought flickered in both their minds. This opponent is formidable. Peter clenched his fists, while the handsome man's mocking smile grew even more radiant. Chapter 13. A new target, kid. Your moves are quite creative. Who was your teacher? Kung Fu Panda. The handsome man mocked Peter amid their scuffle, while Peter remained silent, his expression darkening. Of course, the opponent had no way of discerning his mood behind the mask. "That mask of yours looks rather impressive. Whose is it?" "Judging by the paint, it wouldn't happen to be a character from your own novel, would it? To indulge in such shameful antics in public. You must indeed possess a thick skin." Back and forth they went, with Peter's electric baton being blocked and the handsome man's knife strike narrowly avoided. Although the handsome man appeared considerably more at ease than Peter, both understood that the contest remained evenly matched. Each blow was either parried or dodged. Yet the ferocity of their counterattacks intensified. While Peter's precognitive abilities granted him an advantage, the handsome man was no pushover. His overwhelming skill allowed him to respond to Peter's assaults with minimal yet efficient movements, exploiting the gaps in Peter's unstructured style. Even with Peter's foresight, each encounter was perilously close. After trading blows for several rounds without a decisive victor, the handsome man made a critical error. His strike was a fraction too slow, providing Peter with an opportunity. He launched a punch aimed at the handsome man's face, forcing him to defend. Peter's electric baton lashed out like a viper, targeting the handsome man's calf. The handsome man deftly employed a clever maneuver, deflecting the baton away. However, Peter's ultimate aim was not this. His body twisted strangely, and with a sudden pull of his left hand, he snatched the handsome man's military knife. The handsome man, taken aback, momentarily withdrew from the fray, attempting to draw his handgun. Yet, Peter relentlessly pursued him, denying him any opportunity to retaliate. After a fierce exchange of 3 or 4 blows, Peter ultimately gained the upper hand once more. He received a punch that left his arm tingling with soreness. A shallow cut appeared on his forehead, stinging fiercely, a consequence of a momentary lapse in reaction. Nevertheless, the adversary's condition was hardly better. Peter's electric baton had successfully struck the handsome man's right hand, leaving his strength in question. More crucially, the handgun had slipped from his grasp. The handsome man's expression shifted dramatically. Cursed be the moment. He should have used the gun immediately. His momentary show of bravado had led him into this embarrassing predicament. However, despite the tenacity of this young adversary, making a complete retreat should not pose much of a challenge. The ever-present smile on the handsome man's face vanished, replaced by a solemn seriousness. His strikes became noticeably fiercer, seemingly adopting a strategy of trading blows without regard for his own safety, his combat prowess undiminished by the loss of his weapon. Yet, it was Peter who faltered first under such an onslaught. In a short span, he was hit 3 times. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Peter, on the brink of exhaustion, feigned a move and withdrew from the battle. Both combatants were panting heavily, their gazes fixed on one another, awaiting the other's next blunder. Wait. Joe scrambled to his feet in disarray. Please, stop. I believe we have a significant misunderstanding. The two murderous gazes shifted towards him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. It was as if he were staring into the gaping maws of two demons amidst a sea of blood, poised to devour him at the slightest misstep. Without any weapon aimed at him, Joe raised his hands in surrender and spoke weakly. If I am not mistaken, our goals here are the same, to find Mary and Susan. The force surrounding Joe remained unresponsive. Joe was either an exceptionally talented liar capable of concealing his emotional turmoil, or he was speaking the truth. Peter observed the handsome man before him, his lips twitching. Were it not for this man's focus, his power would have long since breached Joe's psychological defenses, extracting the answers he sought. Continue. Peter urged in a low voice. The day before yesterday, Susan took Mary to the south of the city to meet a friend, and I had 3 people following them. Get to the point. Peter bellowed, his voice resonating with anger, causing Joe to instinctively take a step back and quicken his speech. The Russian mafia discovered my people. They were attacked. That pack of polar bears has taken them to their headquarters for confinement. I am to meet with Yusef at 2 o'clock tonight for negotiations. They are surely part of the bargaining chips. Peter fell silent, his expression shifting constantly, yet the mask he wore concealed all of it remarkably well. Joe merely observed as this enigmatic figure withdrew into silence, while the peculiar, yet formidable aura surrounding him intensified. Meanwhile, the handsome young man stood to the side, arms crossed, watching the unfolding drama with an amused demeanor. Please, continue your conversation. Do not mind me. I am merely an onlooker, he said with a playful grin. After a moment, Peter finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. I need to know where the Russian mob is holding them and how many guards are stationed there. Joe's eyes lit up. The conversation was finally veering in the direction he had hoped for, and a smile spread across his face. If you could possibly accompany me, not a chance. Peter interrupted decisively. Tell me where they are. Joe hesitated for a moment, a barely perceptible smirk flitting across his features. They are confined in a warehouse at the Russian faction's branch, at the docks. Naturally, the guards maintaining watch over the prisoners are quite stringent. There are at least 10 of them, each armed. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot breach that alone. The latent energy residing within Joe stirred, and Peter fell silent for a moment, savoring the information relayed by the force before speaking again. Are you attempting to provoke me? That tactic is futile. Furthermore, I believe your statement remains unfinished. Young man, foreplay is indeed a crucial process. You will thank me for this insight when you find a girlfriend in the future. The handsome young man interjected, though both chose to disregard his words. Although Joe was somewhat taken aback by the masked man's ability to discern his thoughts, he quickly regained his composure and continued. During today's negotiations, that muscle-bound brute, Yusef, will undoubtedly bring along a considerable entourage. Consequently, the defensive strength at the warehouse will be somewhat compromised. He spoke rapidly, and this time Peter refrained from interrupting. My associates will launch an assault once the meeting commences, and Mr. Wilson is willing to assist in this matter. He gestured toward the handsome young man. By the way, I am being compensated for this. The young man raised his hands in mock surrender. And could you refrain from calling me Mr. Wilson? Your accent makes me feel like a villain from the Matrix. Peter's tone bore an edge of incredulity. Joe affirmed confidently. Wade Wilson, who served 5 years in the elite special forces of America with 41 successful assassinations. One of the most formidable warriors money can procure in New York. Wade's expression soured. What do you mean by one of? Can't you omit a few words? Are you willing to sacrifice your integrity for verbosity? Peter's tone was laced with disbelief. Joe replied, appearing somewhat exasperated. While he may be verbose, there is no denying that he is indeed a formidable ally. I do not trust him, nor do I trust you, Peter stated bluntly after a moment of contemplation, laying the matter bare. Thus, I believe you understand that collaboration with you is an impossibility for me. However, how many partnerships in this world are built solely on trust? Joe replied with a sly grin. Our objectives are aligned. Is that not sufficient? Peter fell into silence once more, and when he finally spoke again, he had made up his mind. Your eloquence is commendable, yet it cannot alter the situation. Joe's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to its previous demeanor. I shall visit that warehouse tonight, but do not expect me to assist you in any way. I am merely attending to my own affairs. With those parting words, Peter turned and walked away. The impact from the earlier altercation had taken its toll, and now one side of his body was beginning to tingle. Remaining any longer would risk revealing a weakness. Although Wade had previously kept to the sidelines, he was ever ready to pounce. Truth be told, Peter did not consider himself a match for that individual. Wait, Joe called out a halt. Peter, you are not yet aware of the specifics of the operation. That warehouse is located at 16 Avenue 80, correct? The Russians have only a few locations. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence should deduce their whereabouts. Peter did not slow his pace, and soon his figure vanished into the darkness. Joe stood frozen, a mixture of confusion and uncertainty washing over him. My little boss, though unsuccessful, you did put in an effort, did you not? Come now, cheer up, give a round of applause. Wade approached Joe from behind, patting him on the shoulder. Joe flinched and stepped back a few paces. Such behavior is rather disheartening. Wade feigned sympathy, yet the tone in an adult's mouth only elicited a sense of revulsion. Boss, look at my excellent service. Be sure to give me a thumbs up. Rate me 5 stars. Joe nodded. Indeed, the Moretti family is not one to be stingy. We shall not forget any debts owed. You will receive a reward that meets your satisfaction. Watching Wade depart in high spirits, Joe cast a critical eye at his 2 still-dazed bodyguards, cursing them inwardly. 2 lunatics. Chapter 14, Assault in the Dead of Night. At 2 o'clock in the morning. Outside the Felicia meat roll shop, 3 vehicles were parked at the entrance, and a group of men in black emerged from within, striding into the shop. With Joe Moretti leading the way, the once closed meat roll establishment was still operating, the owner personally attending to the kitchen, casting anxious glances at the Russians who had long since settled inside. As Joe entered, a middle-aged man among the Russians rose. He appeared considerably friendlier than those surrounding him. Yet this group of Russians seemed to regard him as their nucleus. He stepped forward, arms outstretched, embracing Joe briefly, while the others remained motionless, observing the newcomer with an air of amusement. Joe Moretti, the last time I encountered you, you were still a student. And now you have matured into someone capable of standing on your own. 5 years have elapsed, and the cub of the Moretti family has grown remarkably. The middle-aged man remarked with a smile. However, Joe Moretti hesitated momentarily before responding. He cast a glance around the room before speaking. Anatony, I did not expect you to be here tonight. Where are Yusef and Vladimir? Yusef? I believe the events of this evening are not significant enough to warrant his personal attendance. Connor is also absent, is he not? As for my brother, he has more pressing matters to attend to this evening, Anatony replied with a knowing tone. He gestured toward the empty chair across from him, extending an invitation with his hand. Let us take a seat. We have much business to discuss. Joe Moretti nodded and sat down beside Anatony. Very well. Let us address the matter at hand. At the New York docks, in warehouse number 14, this structure has stood for nearly 80 years, a remnant from World War II, and was designated a high-risk building back in 2003. Since then, all commercial activities within the warehouse ceased, and it quietly changed ownership. 5 years later, this expansive warehouse of over 3,000 square meters remains intact, and the various activities occurring within have not ceased. Numerous abandoned shipping containers lay scattered outside the warehouse. Regarded as a resource by the Russians, a dozen dismantled containers, arranged with purpose, formed a rudimentary defensive structure. At the heart of this makeshift fortification, under the watchful eyes of armed Russian gangsters, stood a large container repurposed into a prison. Mary sat in a corner of this crude prison, her arms wrapped around her knees, with Susan beside her, already asleep. Further away, 2 unconscious bodyguards clad in black lay sprawled on the ground. Their treatment had evidently been far more brutal than that of the 2 women. Their faces were marred by swelling and bruises from beatings, and their bodies bore countless new scars. Mary stifled a sob, quickly halting her tears. She closed her eyes and began to pray to the deity she had long doubted. Whoever you are, please save us. 10 members of the Moretti family gathered 100 meters from the warehouse, preparing the equipment necessary for their impending operation: bulletproof vests, handguns, submachine guns, and even several grenades. Wade Wilson sat on a tree stump by the roadside, observing the assembled team. He had donned a new gray combat suit, over which he wore a seemingly heavy bulletproof vest. I must say, gentlemen, do you not find something amiss with your attire? He chattered incessantly, while the group of assassins visibly bristled, having endured this loquacious individual for far too long. Look, Wade pointed at one of the assassins. Black suit, sunglasses. Isn't this precisely the typical attire of a villain? Moreover, these are mere cannon fodder, the kind whose names hardly warrant mention. Attire determines destiny. One must take responsibility for their own life. That is a pair of infrared night vision goggles. The assassin, finally unable to contain himself, retorted. How many protagonists in films don such goggles throughout the entirety of their performance? Would a director, having expended a fortune to enlist several prominent stars, allow them to remain unseen for the duration of a scene? You are effectively extinguishing your hopes of becoming the main character. Look at me. Wade adjusted his hair, striking a pose he deemed quite handsome. With his striking looks and an air of mystery, he emerged amidst a fight scene. You lot should take a good lesson from this. John, why engage with that lunatic? The individual beside the loquacious assassin nudged his side. There is no need for excessive dialogue with him. He is merely here to assist us. Nonetheless, despite his words, a glimmer of fear lingered in his gaze as he regarded Wade. Look, this is the mark of a clever individual. This fellow has succeeded. He already has lines. And his name has been revealed. The author would need to exert considerable effort to eliminate you now. Wade applauded with laughter. Yet his expression soon morphed into one of mild distress. I wonder if that little fellow will appear again. Such an intriguing character. It would be a pity to encounter him only once. Meanwhile, atop the warehouse roof, Peter concealed himself in the shadows, seated in a meditative pose. He had long sensed the approach of the Moridi family members. He would not act recklessly until they launched their assault. Having conducted prior reconnaissance, he understood that such a heavily fortified stronghold was not one he could infiltrate easily. However, amidst the chaos of battle, his intentions would become significantly less constrained. The subtle injuries sustained in previous skirmishes had healed substantially under the nurturing of the Force. What he required now was to elevate his mental state to its zenith in preparation for the forthcoming conflict. His mental energy swirled in his mind, oscillating between two states, while the Force continued to grow ever more refined and potent. As Peter's mind approached its pinnacle, he opened his eyes, summoning an aura that nearly took on a tangible form. The assault commenced. The four of them stealthily circled to the back door. And once they had positioned themselves for an optimal attack, the six others led by Wade Wilson launched a full-scale offensive. The two Russian guards at the entrance were swiftly taken down by a hail of gunfire, allowing Wade and his team to successfully seize control of the warehouse entrance. Peter rose to his feet, but paused momentarily before resuming his seated position. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to sense something. No, the time is not yet ripe. The gunfire startled the Russians inside the warehouse. Yet, they exhibited not a trace of panic. Within 10 seconds, they retrieved their weapons, loaded ammunition, and took up defensive positions, aiming their firearms at the likely points of enemy emergence. As only 2 pulsating grenades entered their line of sight, a blinding light instantaneously filled the entire warehouse, snatching away their vision. In the very first moment of combat, nearly half of the Russians lost their fighting capability in an instant. Happy birthday. This is my gift to you. With a triumphant cheer, Wade raised the 2 handguns in his hands, unleashing a tempest of lethal bullets. The 6 Mauritians following closely behind him also brandished their weapons, taking aim before pulling the triggers. 2 Russians had their chests burst open in a shower of crimson, their fate sealed. Another Russian standing behind them was met with Wade's bullet to the head, splattering blood and brain matter across the ground. The remaining fortunate souls found cover just in time, preserving their lives amidst the carnage. They're in front. We need to help. The few Russians guarding the back door naturally heard the commotion from the front of the warehouse, shouting urgently for assistance. At that moment, the back door was suddenly kicked open. Fully armed Mauritian assassins stormed in, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the taken by surprise guards. Fall back! Fall back! A Russian engaged at the front yelled, raising his rifle to fire a volley, providing covering fire for his comrades. However, the Mauritian assassins, having gained the upper hand, did not overextend themselves. They quickly found cover before the Russians could retaliate, establishing a defensive position. The pressure on the Russians eased somewhat as they gradually retreated towards the central stronghold of the warehouse amidst the hail of gunfire. In this bloody withdrawal, casualties on both sides began to rise steadily. Meanwhile, the group of Russians at the back door also started to retreat. Grigory, there are more behind us. One injured man, bleeding profusely from a gunshot wound to his arm, weakly exclaimed. The commanding Russian could barely suppress his urge to slap him. Am I deaf? Am I blind? Can't you hear the gunfire behind us? Can't you see we've lost several men, and the rest are all wounded? Yet, Grigory could only momentarily stifle his anger. The garrison left in the warehouse had already suffered significant losses. Morale was low enough without him adding fuel to the fire. Grigory raised his rifle and fired a shot into the air, bellowing at the increasingly timid crowd around him. Hold the line against these dogs. We are surrounded. It's a matter of life and death, but we still have a glimmer of hope. If we can hold them off for a few more minutes, we will be saved. On the other side of the battlefield, Wade furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Everything was proceeding far too smoothly. At that moment, Peter, who had been patiently waiting atop the roof for the perfect moment to intervene, finally sprang into action. Chapter 15. The Yellow Sparrow in the rear. The Russians within the warehouse had been driven back, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Now, the number of those engaged in the fight against the Moridi assassins has dwindled to almost nothing. Only the burly man who had initially led the charge and a few of his companions remain, valiantly resisting. Peter vaulted over the railing of the corridor and landed directly atop a shipping container, concealed by his force abilities. Neither side, embroiled in the chaotic melee within the warehouse, noticed this unexpected intruder. It should be in this direction, in a corner of the warehouse. Away from the heart of the battlefield, a giant man crouched down, clutching his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was a deserter, known as Ivan. Until today, he had considered himself a rather courageous individual. However, amidst the harrowing trial of blood and fire, he chose to flee. At that moment, a devil adorned with a crimson mask appeared before him. His throat was seized by the stranger, forcing him to gaze into the deep, ocean-like eyes behind the mask. "Sleep," came a voice from beneath the mask, sounding much younger than he had anticipated. Then he lost consciousness. Inside Felicia's barbecue wrap shop, members from both factions occupied either side of the establishment, the atmosphere crackling with tension. In the midst of them, the leaders of both sides leisurely savored red wine, engaging in conversation. Since we share the same view regarding this matter in the Eastern District, let us discuss the next point. We must secure at least 4 establishments on 74th Street. Joe tapped on the table. This is non-negotiable. 2 establishments, Anton laughed lightly. However, you may place your goods in the other 2, but only those. What? Do you intend to claim 70% of the profits in one go? Joe's expression darkened, nearly dripping with discontent. Have you found alternative channels already? So soon, you wish to abandon us? No. Anton hurriedly waved his hand, though a smirk that Joe found irksome lingered at the corner of his mouth. Naturally, the city's supply will still revolve around your Moridi family. However, other aspects can be negotiated. What do you mean? Joe spat out the word stiffly, and Anton chuckled. You will still rely on you for the supply. But as for the individuals running errands, I believe my lads would be more than willing, wouldn't they? Anton gestured behind him, prompting a raucous cheer from the group of Russians. Bang! Joe's fist slammed onto the wooden table as he abruptly stood up. The burly men clad in black behind him instinctively placed their hands on their weapons, mirroring the actions of the Russians across the table. The entire shop felt like a powder keg, ready to ignite with the slightest spark. Yet, Joe refrained from any further action, slowly sitting back down. His face was ashen, and every word he uttered seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. Are you attempting to provoke a war? Who granted you such audacity? Upon hearing Joe's words, Anton merely laughed. War? Can the Moretti family still wage a war? As someone who has been through it, I can only impart this piece of wisdom. Circumstances outweigh individuals. Antonini tapped his temple. Moreover, you are aware that we possess more leverage, are you not? Joe immediately adopted a disdainful demeanor. Are you referring to that woman? Antonini, I had expected you to be more astute. A woman like her, I could acquire as many as I desire. Do you truly perceive me as nothing more than a lovesick child? Spare me, you underestimate me far too much. I certainly do not believe that the next heir of the Moretti family would be so superficial, Antonini remarked with a smile, a shadow of menace finally crossing his features. But what of the 10 elite assassins of the Moretti family? They are the Armée de la Armée, trained over many years at great expense by your grandfather. If they were to be entirely lost, do you truly believe your position as heir would remain secure? Joe's expression shifted abruptly. Outside the warehouse, sounds emanated from 2 abandoned containers. With a resounding crash, the main door was flung open, and a man bearing a resemblance to Antonini emerged first. He stretched lazily and then raised his rifle. It seems the newcomers have performed admirably. Now is the time for us to lend them a hand and bring this farce to a close, he shouted, and over 30 individuals, also emerging from the containers, echoed his sentiments, splitting into 2 teams and jogging towards the front and back entrances of the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the Russians were being pushed back, leaving a trail of corpses, while the Moretti assassins had only suffered the loss of 2 members thus far. Currently, the Russians were outnumbered, with only the large man who had initially emerged and a few others still attempting to fight back. The rest had either fled or hidden away. Their demise was merely a matter of time. Grigio had ground his teeth in frustration. He had come to seek refuge with the Russian mafia in New York, bringing over 20 of his former brothers, yet now more than half had perished. Where on earth had these new adversaries come from? When he accepted this assignment, Yusef had not mentioned a word about these individuals. In the next moment, his questions were largely answered. The doors at both ends of the warehouse were simultaneously blasted open, and the main force of the Russian mafia, grinning menacingly, joined the fray. The Moretti assassins, in that instant, were horrified to find themselves facing a reenactment of the earlier scene, with positions merely reversed. John, the closest to the entrance, was struck by 3 bullets and fell dead. Another individual beside him was hit twice, collapsing to the ground, uncertain of his fate. Only 7 remained. Damn it, I loathe when the author alters the outline. Wade fired 2 rounds from each of his pistols, taking down 3 of the newly arrived foes. As a volley of return fire erupted, Wade had already taken cover, muttering to himself while reloading. Be professional, Wade, be professional. Relax, think of adorable pictures of kittens, and puppies are welcome too. Damn it. Can you not keep that foul mouth of yours shut? The assassin, who had been hiding beside him, could no longer contain his outburst. I sincerely apologize, Wade said, raising his right hand and making a cute expression. This is my character setting. Bear with it a little longer, for you shan't endure me much longer. What do you mean? There will soon be a scene transition, after which the protagonist will appear to save the world. Get some rest, young man. Your part is over. Wade replied with utmost nonchalance. Anatony sat back in his chair, leisurely savoring a glass of red wine, a smile gracing his face as he observed the silent Joe across from him. Take it easy, young man. It is inevitable for plans to go awry. What we must do is minimize the losses. Are you attempting to threaten me with the lives of those 10 individuals? No, no, no. I believe you have misunderstood. Anatony's smile grew even brighter. I have no intention of allowing any of them to survive. My brother's men have received orders to spare not a single survivor. What do you mean by that? Joe, you graduated in economics. You understand far more than I do. I trust you are familiar with the concept of sunk costs. Anatony spoke slowly. In the past 2 months of conflict, the Moretti family has lost over 20 individuals. After today's news spreads, how many will be willing to serve the Moretti family? The Moretti family has established roots in this city. Times are changing, Joe. Anatony interrupted him. How many individuals can the Moretti family muster now? If the Russian mob truly goes all out against you, how long do you think you can hold out? The Collins family will not remain idle. The Collins family has decided to cease their neutrality. Anatony's tone was resolute. They have relinquished their interests in Hell's Kitchen, and we have paid a commensurate price for it. Of course, the Moretti family will not partake in such equitable dealings. However, should you persist, the losses will only escalate. The Moretti family will not compromise. Then the Moretti family shall face annihilation. Anatony regarded the young man before him, who was a decade his junior, with a look of pity. Once the trap was triggered, within less than a minute, the Moretti family suffered a devastating blow. 4 assassins fell, lifeless, into a pool of blood. Now, only 5 remained, including Wade. Despite their superior training and better equipment, they found themselves clinging to life in the face of such overwhelming odds. Damn it, Ivan, where have you been? In the heart of the battlefield, those defending saw reinforcements arrive, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Yet, only Grigo bit his teeth in quiet frustration. It was evidently clear that this guard mission was a trap, and he and his men had been lured as delectable bait. Before him, Ivan appeared somewhat dazed, prompting a nearly uncontrollable urge in him to deliver a sharp slap. Gregory had witnessed the earlier scene where this fellow had abandoned his comrades to flee alone, all the while boasting of his prowess by calling himself a grizzly bear. Yet, in that crucial moment, his performance was even more cowardly than that of a weakling. In the next instant, his attention was abruptly diverted. Good evening, gentlemen, Peter greeted as he stood atop a shipping container, nonchalantly casting aside an unconscious man. The brawl between the 2 factions momentarily ceased, both sides scrutinizing this enigmatic figure with hostile glares. Peter pressed a button in his hand, and not far behind Ivan, the generator supplying temporary power to the warehouse erupted with fierce sparks and electric light. In an instant, the entire warehouse was engulfed in utter darkness. Chapter 16. The struggle in darkness. Encountering a school of sharks in the sea may evoke terror, yet on land, the sharks are but helpless refuse awaiting demise. Napoleon's armies were undefeated across Europe, yet they succumbed upon the icy plains of Russia. At times, a shift in scenery can instantaneously alter the tide of battle. In this darkness, the numerical advantage of the Russian mob was swiftly neutralized, with only the dim light filtering through the warehouse windows and cracks. Their visibility barely extended 3 meters. For firearms, this distance equated to the effective combat range of their wielders. This dilemma, however, posed no hindrance to the Moretti family's assassins. After a brief moment of chaos following the onset of darkness, they activated the night vision functions of their goggles, immediately directing their blades towards the Russian men, who were as defenseless as lambs. Wade, akin to a 5-year-old child gazing longingly at a lollipop, observed a nearby Moretti assassin with an eager gaze. Despite his considerable experience in nocturnal combat, Wade found himself powerless without proper equipment. If only he had night vision goggles, he could instantly regain over 90% of his combat efficacy. Yet, the assassins paid him no heed. In contrast, Peter's combat capabilities remained undiminished by the limitations of sight. The moment darkness enveloped the space, he performed a backflip, In less than half a second, several rounds struck the spot where he had just stood. Through his heightened perception, he could vaguely sense the location of everyone within the warehouse. If an enemy was within 10 meters, he could clearly discern their every movement through most obstacles. Navigating silently, he stealthily approached a Russian from behind. Peter covered the man's mouth and activated his stun baton to its highest power, pressing it against his back. After a violent struggle, the commotion caused by the burly man gradually subsided. This faint sound was sufficient to attract the attention of other panicked Russians still reeling from the sudden darkness. Before the burly man in Peter's grasp could completely succumb to unconsciousness, Peter was compelled to roll away and seek refuge once more. The incapacitated man could only watch helplessly as his comrades turned him into a sieve. A drop of blood splattered onto Peter's hand. Feeling the warm, slick sensation, Peter was overcome with nausea, nearly on the verge of retching. He gazed at the Russian lying in a pool of blood, trembling uncontrollably. I did not wish to kill him. Just moments ago, he was alive. He died because of me. I have taken his life. After a brief moment of daze, reason jolted Peter back to the reality of his surroundings, forcibly suppressing the disgust and panic swelling within him. Yet, this fleeting hesitation plunged Peter into peril. 2 Russians, having followed the earlier commotion, had reached his previous position, now less than 2 meters away. Damn it, that's Misha. We just shot Misha, exclaimed the taller of the two, while the shorter one kicked him, his gaze scanning the darkness with heightened caution. Be careful. That guy should still be nearby. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from directly in front of them, and the two, already tense, instinctively pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the source of the noise. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind surged, and a figure sprang forth from behind them. The shorter one reacted swiftly, elbowing backward, while the taller one faltered, screaming as he turned to face the shadow, aiming his gun and firing again. The shadow convulsed as it was struck, less than a meter away, and it was then that they realized what it was. It was Misha's lifeless body. From behind the corpse, Peter leapt forward as the 2 men descended into panic. It's unwise for children to wield dangerous things. He effortlessly seized the taller man's rifle, and with a forceful tug, the man stumbled forward. Peter swiftly swung the rifle butt, striking him on the head. The tall man fell to the ground without a sound, like a sack of stones. It took Peter less than 3 seconds to deal with the tall man. But the shorter one had already aimed his gun at Peter. With a swift kick, Peter struck his knee. The shorter man, momentarily incapacitated by pain, lost his balance. His finger futilely squeezing the trigger twice, the bullets missing their mark entirely. Peter closed the distance, positioning the rifle against the back of the shorter man's head, pressing down. Simultaneously, Peter's left knee shot up rapidly, crashing into the shorter man's chin. A sound reminiscent of cracking bones echoed, as Peter unceremoniously cast aside the unconscious body of the diminutive figure. He had not forgotten the true purpose of his arrival, and the current chaos presented an opportune moment for him to exploit. The gunfire erupted in a series of rapid bursts, and one of Vladimir's men fell victim to a stray bullet, collapsing in an instant. Vladimir let out a low, furious roar before firing 2 shots in the direction of the gunfire. The battle had escalated beyond his control. The darkness rendered his men unable to leverage their numerical advantage, while the enemy methodically whittled down his forces. These were not the inexperienced ruffians under Greer's command, but brothers who had fought alongside him through countless life-and-death situations. Gather together, he bellowed, issuing commands to his disoriented comrades. Follow your captain. We shall purge these pests step by step. Upon hearing Vladimir's command, the Russian fighters quickly organized into 6 small groups, each comprising 3 to 5 men. Even Peter had to concede that this adversary was far superior to the ragtag bunch that had previously held this ground. The Moridi family soon realized that the tide of battle, which had previously favored them, was being forcefully turned against them. The enemy's squad spread out, advancing while the others provided cover. Any Moridi member who dared to fire would be met with overwhelming firepower in return. Before long, the next casualty among the Moridi family emerged, a killer near Wade. After firing, lingered too long and had half his head blown off by a bullet. Oh, what a brainless fool. Has he truly lost his wits? Wade mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he lunged toward the fallen assassin's body. Removing the infrared night vision goggles, he hastily wiped the blood and brain matter away before donning them, activating the night vision feature. Here comes Lord Wade. You wretches shall all kneel before me. In stark contrast to the other assassins who maintained their stealth, Wade let out a roar and charged toward his team, as if eager to embrace his fate. At long last, a target presented itself. The exhilarated Russians opened fire on the swiftly approaching Wade. However, his movement came to an abrupt halt, evading the bullets that whizzed past him before he executed a roll, disappearing from their line of sight. An ominous feeling flickered in Vladimir's mind. Wade, having circled back at remarkable speed, appeared like a specter behind a trio of enemies, aiming his gun at the nape of the last member's neck. Bang! Happy Halloween! The adversary's head exploded like a watermelon, showering the surroundings in a deluge of blood. Two other members were startled by the gunfire and quickly turned around. But Wade's gun was already aimed at them. Wade grinned slightly. Two shots rang out. Merry Christmas! The twin guns in his hands unleashed fiery tongues of flame. The bullets soaring through the air to strike the fatal points of the two men before him. They had not even raised their weapons before meeting their demise. Just a New Year celebration is still needed. Who shall come to join? Wade inhaled the scent of gunpowder in the air, beginning his search for the next target. Grigo hid behind cover, daring not to make a sound. The brothers around him mimicked his actions, though he could not discern the situation further afield. Perhaps they are all dead, he thought sadly. The events that had transpired in less than 20 minutes were overwhelming, leaving him somewhat bewildered about what exactly had occurred. Yet, he was clear about what he needed to do. The moment a brother he wished to assist was gunned down by the indistinguishable Russian mob in the darkness. He realized that hiding was indeed a prudent strategy amidst this chaotic melee. God bless me, let me survive this time, he silently prayed. If he could emerge alive, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from committing further misdeeds destined for retribution. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Ivan, hiding beside him, suddenly sprang up and knocked him unconscious with a punch. Peter then launched a surprise attack from behind, incapacitating another with his stun baton. The remaining few attempted to retaliate in a panic, but they were wholly outmatched by Peter and Ivan, who swiftly subdued them without any resistance and tossed them aside. You, go bind them, Peter commanded the puppet before him, channeling a surge of mental energy from his mind, which left him feeling increasingly fatigued. He pinched his palm to rally his strength and approached the container, holding Mary and Sophie. Taking a deep breath, Peter grasped the large door affixed to the side of the container. With a forceful pull, the rusted door creaked open. Chapter 17. Escape. As the door swung open, an iron chain swung towards Peter's face. He sighed and turned his head, effortlessly evading the feeble strike. Reaching out, he grasped the chain and gently pulled, allowing the frail Mary to tumble into his embrace. It had been 2 days since their last encounter, and she had noticeably lost weight. Her sallow complexion and cracked lips indicated she had gone without food or water for the past 2 days. Bruises marred her face, and a gash on her forehead bore testimony to a sharp object's cruelty. Though the situation was better than he had feared, a wave of seething anger surged from the depths of his heart. Be quiet. I am here to rescue you, Peter whispered. Wake your cousin. We must leave here swiftly. Mary broke free and stepped back 2 paces, her expression filled with wariness and suspicion. A gunshot rang out not far from them, prompting Mary to scream, though she swiftly covered her mouth, avoiding drawing too much attention. Despite the gunfire echoing through the container for over 10 minutes, this shot was notably louder. Hurry. We have little time left, Peter urged once more. After a moment's hesitation, Mary rushed back to attempt to rouse Susan, for reasons she could not fathom. The bloodied figure before her, adorned with a red mask, evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. Waking Susan took a bit longer. As someone closer to Joe, she had undoubtedly endured more torment. Her abdomen and back bore numerous scars and bruises. Her right eye was swollen from a punch, and most alarmingly, her entire left ear had been neatly severed, with only rudimentary bandaging at the wound site. Undoubtedly, her severed ear was enclosed within an envelope, sent to Joe as a threat. Years of a debased existence had rendered her body utterly feeble. Following a brutal beating that morning, she had succumbed to a state of alternating between a feverish stupor and fleeting consciousness, murmuring incoherently. Among this group of Russians, there were no doctors. Their profession was killing, and they were uncertain about how to treat captives. After uttering a dismissive remark about women being weak, Susan was tossed aside, the festering wound on her back unnoticed. Without formal treatment in the coming days, she would likely succumb to her injuries. Peter stepped forward, placing his palm against her forehead. Mary was poised to push him away, but reconsidered and refrained. The force, healing. Peter closed his eyes, striving to attain a state of relaxation and tranquility. The enigmatic force transformed under his mental influence, becoming gentle as it flowed through his palm into Susan's body. Like fresh water saturating parched soil, Peter's energy was quickly absorbed, revitalizing her nearly extinguished form. Susan opened her eyes, and the first thing she beheld was the blood-stained red mask. She gasped softly and instinctively recoiled, but Mary enveloped her in an embrace. Do not be afraid, dear cousin. He has come to rescue us, Mary whispered tenderly in her ear, as if soothing a child. After a while, the terror faded from Susan's face, and she began to survey her surroundings. Water, she murmured. Mary opened her mouth to respond, but Peter interjected directly. I'm sorry, we cannot afford to waste any more time here, he stated, glancing around. We must depart at once. Otherwise, none of us shall escape. Follow closely behind me. I shall signal you when it is safe to advance. What about the others? Mary glanced at the two individuals still lying in the rudimentary prison. I cannot bear the burden of two more. No sooner had she spoken than Peter seemed to hear something. He suddenly lunged into the darkness. Moments later, the sound of muffled grunts and scuffles echoed from a short distance away. After a brief interval, he returned, a fresh scratch marring the surface of his coat above his right breast. Hurry, we are running out of time. You support her while I clear the path. Mary nodded and helped Susan to her feet. I will reiterate, stay behind me. A downward thumb signifies to remain still, while an upward thumb indicates to hasten your pace. Do you understand? Peter patiently reiterated, aware that he could not afford any miscommunication that might cost the lives of the two before him. Mary nodded once more. A sudden explosion erupted nearby. Likely one of the Moretti family's assailants had deployed one of their scarce grenades. Such pure lethality is not easily acquired in a nation brimming with weaponry. Peter's instincts clearly indicated that yet another two lives had been extinguished in the conflict of the night. Perhaps due to numbness, he felt little this time. As long as he could escort the two behind him to safety, he would then retreat home for a soothing bath. Peter instructed Mary to stay put while he charged forward alone, delivering a powerful blow that incapacitated the Russian lurking around the corner. A premonition flickered in his mind. A Moretti killer had locked onto him through infrared night vision goggles. As Peter began to move swiftly in his direction, the assailant did not hesitate to pull the trigger. When Peter, endowed with precognitive abilities, found himself in an environment rich with obstacles, he could easily safeguard himself unless more than 10 adversaries fired upon him simultaneously. With a sudden burst of speed, Peter leaped, allowing the barrage of bullets to pass harmlessly behind him. In midair, he forcefully pushed against a nearby column, narrowly evading several projectiles and successfully slipping out of the killer's line of sight. These two abrupt maneuvers left the Moretti assassin with an empty magazine, and Peter was now less than 5 meters away from him. The Moretti assassin gritted his teeth, discarding his spent submachine gun and drawing a backup pistol from his coat. Alas, we are of the same faction. With a sigh, Peter surged forward like lightning, seizing the pistol from the assassin's grasp, and delivered a punch to his abdomen. Peter raised the handgun, aiming into the darkness ahead, firing a shot. A cry of pain echoed from that direction. Peter was not fond of using firearms, but the circumstances had rendered it a necessity. Had he not fired in that moment to interrupt the assailant's hand, the assassin before him would have been pierced through the heart by the man's bullet. The Russian mob also harbors shrewd individuals. They stripped the night vision equipment from the corpse of the now-deceased killer and utilized it to eliminate the companions of their former master. The brief advantage gained by the Moretti family was swiftly nullified once more. Including the one before him, only 4 remained. With that fellow, there were 5. Peter rested his hand beneath the chin of the man lying before him, compelling him to meet his gaze. A surge of mental energy swelled within his mind, an unending flow of power inundating the man's consciousness. At the moment of completion, Peter staggered back 2 steps, gasping for breath. In that fleeting instant, his dwindling mental strength had nearly been entirely expended. Shortly thereafter, the man who had fallen to the ground rose once more, his expression vacant. Hold this position. Retreat through the back door in 5 minutes. Peter commanded his new puppet. Understood. The man raised his weapon and returned to his previous position. A twinge of pity gripped Peter's heart. This individual would likely not survive the night. Hastening back to Mary, Peter signaled for them to proceed. Just then, another volley of gunfire erupted nearby, and Peter felt a sharp pain in his mind as the invisible link with the puppet was severed. Quietly, Peter lifted his mask and wiped away the blood that had trickled from his nose. The distance from their position to the back door was barely 15 meters, and the path lay clear before them. Peter gestured once more for Mary to hasten her pace, and she, recognizing the urgency of the situation, pushed herself to move faster. Yet her body was far too weak, and she slowed after just a few steps. Without hesitation, Peter lifted Susan from Mary's shoulder and bore her upon his own. For some reason, Mary felt a pang of loss in her heart, yet she quickened her pace to keep up. The grand door loomed ahead, but once again, the warning signals in Peter's mind blared furiously. A bullet was discharged from a firearm at the far end of the warehouse, slicing through the air with a shriek. Within less than half a second, it pierced through Susan's body, which lay against Peter's back, and buried itself in his own heart. Peter's mind raced furiously. If he simply crouched and darted to the right, he might evade it. Yet at that moment, the gunfire erupted. Peter's speed could not possibly match that of the bullet already in flight. All he could do was slightly shift Susan's vital area away. The bullet grazed beneath Susan's armpit, tearing away a strip of flesh before directly penetrating Peter's right shoulder. Well, perhaps it wasn't so dire after all. Peter felt a sudden, searing sensation on his shoulder. Yet it was not the excruciating pain he had anticipated. It seemed bearable. With a fierce determination, he flung open the rear door and forcefully pushed Mary outside. At that moment, the gunman once again pulled the trigger. Peter swiftly turned back, his left hand clawing like a hawk's talon, aiming at the figure shrouded in darkness. The last remnants of his energy were compressed to their utmost limit, shooting forth like a needle. The trajectory of the bullet within the chamber bizarrely paused for a brief second. In that fleeting moment, the pressure within the chamber surged beyond the so-called safety threshold, causing it to explode into a myriad of fragments. The gunman let out a wretched scream as a steel shard over an inch long became embedded in his face. With Susan on his back, Peter staggered through the rear door. Waves of fatigue, a consequence of depleting his mental strength, washed over him. Just then, the fiery sensation on his right shoulder abruptly vanished, replaced by a piercing pain that drilled deep into his bones. Peter let out a muffled groan and collapsed. Chapter 18. A conclusion. Mary shrieked in alarm, and Peter attempted to rise, but found himself utterly drained of strength. Without the aid of his power, his body felt achingly feeble. Mary first helped Susan, who had also fallen. After glancing at the incapacitated Peter, she hesitated before grasping his injured left arm, trying to pull him up. However, her strength was insufficient, especially as she still needed to tend to Susan. After several futile attempts, she found herself breathless. "Let go of me," Peter gasped. "You both should leave first." Mary appeared anxious. "But you—" "I can take care of myself," Peter insisted, pushing her away. Summoning his remaining strength, he managed to prop himself up from the ground. "As long as you reach 82nd Street, you'll be safe. There are patrolling officers there. You'll be fine." However, before Mary could voice her concerns, her expression changed, as if she had spotted something formidable behind Peter. Peter's reflexes kicked in, and he immediately swung a fist backward. A little indulgence is delightful, but too much can be detrimental. Why do young people not understand this? Look at your frail condition. It's time to give your little brother a few days of rest. A powerful hand effortlessly caught Peter's feeble strike. With a swift tug, Peter was lifted from the ground. The rough treatment caused his myriad wounds to flare with renewed agony. Yet, in this moment, Peter showed remarkable resilience, suppressing any cries of pain and merely furrowing his brow. Turning to face his assailant, he found Wade Wilson standing directly opposite him. Peter's pupils contracted, despite his earlier display of power. He had not sensed when Wade had approached from behind. Despite the considerable weakening of his original power, Wade's possession of such abilities still came as a surprise to him. Had he abandoned the fight? After catching his breath, Peter pointed towards the front of the warehouse, where the echoes of gunfire lingered. Yet, it was evident that the remaining members of the Moretti family were nearing their limit. Perhaps so, but my mission is to rescue those two lovely ladies, as entrusted by my client. With your prowess, perhaps you could eliminate that entire group single-handedly. Peter fell silent for a moment before speaking again. If you excel in something, never provide your services for free. Wade stated matter-of-factly. If my task were solely to save these two, I would not squander my efforts on anything else. That's a line from a Batman movie, Peter remarked, somewhat speechless. Yet it is indeed a fine quote, is it not? Peter paused again. The sounds of battle from within the warehouse behind him had gradually faded. Are you planning to take them to Joe? Indeed. Wade smiled. And I still want my 70,000 in commission. What? Do you intend to stop me? It's not that I look down on you. But your current physical condition may be worse than that of the Greek economy. Are you certain? Very well. Peter seemed to exhale deeply. Take them away and ensure their safety. As soon as he spoke, it felt as though the very essence sustaining him dissipated in that moment. Peter's head tilted, and he collapsed. Cries of alarm, gunfire, the sounds of struggle, and the roar of engines filled the air. In a certain sense, Peter had not completely lost consciousness. As his brain decided to shut down in order to protect his body, the original power within him, having somewhat recovered, took over his senses to perceive the world. Despite having utilized the force multiple times in previous battles to sense the location of enemies, observing the world solely through this internal energy, devoid of any sensory input, elicited an entirely different experience. There was no light, no patterns, no sense, and no sounds. What appeared within Peter's perception were mere existences, their activities, and the spaces they occupied. These existences seemed to fit together like pieces of a puzzle, forming this vast and intricately complex world. A leaf detached from a great tree, asserting its own existence. The vitality within the leaf swiftly diminished as it fell to the ground, beginning its journey to merge with the earth. Although devoid of any color, Peter found this entire scene profoundly beautiful, evoking within him a desire to abandon everything and immerse himself in it. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, until Peter finally awoke. He brushed away the hand reaching for his mask and sat up straight. Wade, seated before him, wore an expression of discontent. Hey, you little brat. I just saved your life. Showing me your face won't kill you. I don't want to make you feel inferior. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Peter retorted without mercy, only to realize he was seated in the back of a vehicle, with Mary and Susan sleeping beside him, utterly drained and exhausted. Wade, in the front passenger seat, was making a series of exaggerated faces at him, while the individual driving the car was a complete stranger to Peter. Who was he? The driver, I called. His name is James. Come meet him. The driver trembled slightly but remained silent, leaving Peter somewhat perplexed. Yes, you're unaware, aren't you? Wade shook his phone. It's a ride-hailing app. I tell you, it's far superior to calling a taxi. It arrives on time, and the fare is cheaper than a cab. Where are we headed? Peter interjected. Noticing Peter's lack of interest, Wade turned away, stretching lazily. The Moretti family's safe house. Susan and her cousin will be quite secure there. Peter pondered for a moment before patting the driver on the shoulder. Stop the car. I wish to disembark. The driver promptly slammed on the brakes, halting at the roadside. Peter opened the door and gingerly climbed out, careful not to disturb Mary. A fresh wave of pain coursed through him, though it was somewhat alleviated. The major gunshot wound had ceased bleeding under the nurturing power of the force, and the minor injuries were trivial. While returning might be taxing, it was certainly feasible. Wait a moment. Wade exited the vehicle as well, his expression unusually serious. Your injuries are quite severe. Delaying treatment could lead to complications. There's already a doctor waiting at the safe house. Let him examine you first. Can you manage? Peter chuckled lightly. I have this mask protecting me. If the Moretti family were to discover my identity, I would have no option left but to serve them. Wade was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter Peter's statement. All right. Peter waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. I am surely fine. So please do not worry. Wait. Wade called after him, rummaging through his pockets for some time. After pulling out an assortment of change, his credit card, and a unicorn keychain, he finally located what he sought. He produced a rather shabby black business card and handed it to Peter. What is this? Peter inquired, eyeing the card with curiosity. It's an entry pass to Hell House, that bar, the Lost Children's school run by Sister Marguerite, Wade explained with gestures, as if fearing Peter might not comprehend. It's a gathering place for mercenaries like myself, where one can receive numerous assignments. Most importantly, we do not discriminate against individuals who are too ugly to show their faces. Well, there might be a slight bias, but it's truly minimal. Wade patted Peter on the forehead. If you possess a skill, never offer your services for free. Having finished speaking, Wade re-entered the vehicle. After closing the door, he retrieved the gun from his pocket once more, aiming it at the driver, whose face remained pale with fear. The man appeared to lack enthusiasm, as he had chosen to head home without regard for us. Hurry up, we are running late. The car gradually accelerated towards their destination. Wade pulled out a chocolate bar and took a bite. Kidnapping a minor to serve as a child laborer, that weasel must be experiencing quite a headache. However, having now provoked those frenzied polar bears, he might need to escape New York for a while. He looked out the window. The boy was still standing in place. Watching the car depart, Peter carefully placed the business card into his pocket, as it might prove useful later. 2 hours later, within warehouse No. 14 at the New York docks. Are you telling me we lost 11 men, and only 5 of Grigo's lot survived? They fled with our goods? Anatoly nearly shouted in frustration, while his brother, growing impatient, responded. We were ambushed. Vladimir echoed, their losses far exceeding expectations. They knew we were coming and cut the power at the first opportunity. Are you implying they were already aware it was an ambush? Anatoly sometimes felt exasperated by his brother's sluggish thinking. Do you really believe they would come if they knew it was a trap? Even if they sent someone? Would they only dispatch 11 men? Yet, Vladimir felt a sense of injustice. Despite his deep respect for his brother, he believed he had been wronged this time. His men had faced misfortune since the onset. It had been a long time since he had fought a battle that left him this dissatisfied. Enough, Vladimir. Anatoly raised his right hand. The man in the red mask is not affiliated with the Moretti family, and he was the one who cut the power? That seems to be the case, Vladimir replied. Anatoly paced back and forth before finally making a decision. Place a bounty of 150,000 on the head of that red-masked individual. We will pay 5,000 for any information. This man is pivotal to the outcome of our plans tonight. At least we have achieved our objective. The Moridi family's elite has suffered significant losses, and Joseph will not be overly punitive towards us. Vladimir nodded in agreement. Clean this place up. I will deal with the police. Later, give Grigo a bullet. As long as he is alive, we cannot control his subordinates. Anatoly, expressionless, issued several commands before donning his coat. If necessary, we can have a word with that boss. Joseph is getting old. Chapter 19. Conclusion. As Peter walked along the path home, he couldn't help but shiver. The wounds upon my body, if inflicted upon an ordinary person, would likely confine them to a hospital bed for 10 days to a fortnight. The bullet wound in my shoulder continues to seep blood, yet here I am, somehow managing to press onward, without cash or credit cards, and with the bloodstains marking my attire. My plan to hail a taxi home has already been dashed before it could even commence. Fortunately, the journey from the dock area to my home is merely a little over half an hour, and I should be able to endure it. However, it is now approaching the early hours of the morning, and it is not the weekend. The streets are virtually devoid of pedestrians. In a bid to disguise my blood and injuries, I have taken the precaution of smudging some dirt upon myself. In a sprawling metropolis like New York, life persists even in the late hours. The windows of the buildings lining the streets still flicker with light, and the sounds of conversation, television, and occasional disputes drift from these illuminated spaces, creating an unconventional symphony. Each street boasts a handful of nightclubs, where countless men and women indulge in the absurdity of the night, fueled by alcohol. After a mere few minutes, I finally encounter fellow pedestrians, a middle-aged couple traversing the street opposite. The woman dons a simple dress, while the man sports a suit that appears to have seen better days. They seem to have just exited a bar, engaged in light-hearted banter, indicative of a pleasant evening. Yet, they soon notice me and begin to whisper amongst themselves. Though I do not eavesdrop intentionally, fragments of their conversation reach my ears. Do you see him? Poor thing, what do you think? Upon realizing they appear to be discussing me, I glance over, and they regard me with concerned expressions. A wave of self-consciousness washes over me, prompting me to quicken my pace. Excuse me, my friend, could you wait a moment? The middle-aged man calls out, jogging to catch up with me. Sensing no malice in his tone, I slow my stride, stepping into the shadows before turning to look at him with curiosity. He reaches me, slightly breathless, and upon catching sight of my youthful visage, his eyes widen in astonishment. Child, do you have a place to stay tonight? He inquires, striving to soften his tone. Confusion grips me, and I gesture toward the direction of my home, nodding. The man's brow furrows in deep concern, and the woman who arrives shortly thereafter whispers something in his ear, prompting him to nod in response. To my surprise, I catch the words, 68th Street, homeless shelter. A bemused smile creeps upon my face as I survey my disheveled appearance, my tattered coat and pants caked in grime. Truth be told, I bear a striking resemblance to a vagrant. The man hesitated for a moment, then retrieved his wallet from his pocket, extracting $200 bills. He subsequently produced a pen and paper, inscribing something before handing both the money and the note to Peter. Take this to buy something to eat, and then change into a fresh set of clothes. This is my phone number. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call. Peter hastily attempted to decline this kindness, but the man's demeanor was resolute. Minutes later, Peter could only manage a wry smile as he stuffed the money and the note into his pocket, watching the middle-aged couple depart. Though somewhat bewildered and amused, Peter felt an inexplicable warmth within his heart. After a lengthy journey, Peter finally arrived at his doorstep. The stun baton had been discarded somewhere in the final moments, and his bicycle remained parked a short distance from the warehouse. It seemed unlikely that he would retrieve either item. Yet, the outcome of his efforts was undoubtedly triumphant. Both Mary and Susan had been rescued. Although Peter was reluctant to entrust them to Joe, he had to acknowledge that Joe was indeed the individual capable of providing them with adequate protection at this juncture. Once the situation had cooled, they would likely be safe. It would not be too late to sever Mary's ties with Joe then. As he pushed open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped the weary Peter. A comforting sensation of home. Casting aside his mask, he collapsed onto the carpet, stretching languidly. Indeed, there was no place like home. A sense of happiness and exhilaration flooded Peter's mind. He had single-handedly turned the tide of battle that evening, standing resolute even against 3 fully armed adversaries. If only he could become even more formidable, he might become invincible. Footsteps echoed from upstairs, and a door creaked open. It seemed his earlier entrance had disturbed Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Moments later, Aunt May descended the stairs, her face etched with concern. Peter extended his left hand, channeling his power into Aunt May's mind. Her expression quickly softened into tranquility, and she wordlessly ascended back upstairs. After half a minute, Peter reluctantly rose from the floor. Damn it, there were bloodstains on the carpet. Upon noticing this small issue, Peter quickly dismissed it from his mind. With some difficulty, he picked up the mask from the floor and slowly made his way up the stairs. Before he had even reached the halfway point, the door above opened once more, revealing Uncle Ben. 3 seconds later, without uttering a word, Uncle Ben returned upstairs to sleep. Hypnosis was no easy task. It had drained the remnants of Peter's recently restored energy. Overcome with fatigue, he paused on the steps for a moment, catching his breath before continuing his ascent. Climbing merely 20 or so steps felt more arduous than scaling a mountain. Upon finally entering his room, Peter was nearly overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. He removed his tattered and blood-stained t-shirt and jacket, placing them along with the mask into a garbage bag. He planned to dispose of the bag at the landfill in a few days when he found the time. After a moment of hesitation, he retrieved the mask from the bag, keeping it as a memento. He rummaged through his cabinet for some bandages and antiseptic, then stood before the mirror to tend to his wounds. He decided not to worry about the various bruises on his body, knowing the healing powers of the Force would take care of them. However, he did have several shallow cuts on his forehead and arms, and a patch of skin the size of a coin had been scraped off his knee, though quite alarming in appearance. Peter couldn't recall when he had sustained these injuries. A bit of antiseptic would suffice for these minor wounds. Amidst his muffled groans of pain, he managed to treat them in a few minutes. Yet, the truly serious injury remained the gunshot wound on his right shoulder. Peter opened his laptop and began searching online for information on how to handle gunshot wounds. First, he needed to examine the wound. The bullet had been expelled, so that was a step he could skip. Were there any arterial or venous damages? Given the earlier blood loss, it seemed likely, though the bleeding had diminished significantly now. This should be manageable, he thought. As for fractures, he felt no indication of that. He decided to bypass this concern as well. Next, Peter took a roll of bandages and his utility scissors. It was time to apply the bandages. Using tweezers, he carefully removed the torn fabric surrounding the gunshot wound and applied some antiseptic around it. A sharp pain surged through him, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. He then cut 2 appropriately sized pieces of gauze and pressed them against the area around the wound. Maintaining even pressure, he wrapped a bandage around his shoulder twice, securing the gauze in place with a neat little bow. After inspecting the few minor injuries on his back, this rough and amateur treatment came to an end. Of course, looking at the bandage now stained red, Peter knew he was far from healed. He resolved to skip class the following day. He tucked the mask into a drawer, changed into his pajamas, and snuggled into his warm bed. As the thrill gradually subsided, fatigue washed over him like a tide, and he quickly drifted off to sleep. Only he knew the nature of his dreams. Little did he realize, this night would hold profound significance for certain individuals around the world. That evening, the 2 major gangs in New York engaged in a battle that could only be described as devastating, leaving both sides severely weakened. The illustrious history of the Moretti family in New York, spanning over a century, begins to dim at this moment. The once formidable momentum of the Russian mob appears to falter, further scattering their already tenuous cohesion. This turmoil presents an opportunity for ambitious individuals to insert their nefarious influences into the chaotic landscape of New York. For many, this marks the inaugural step in the legendary superhero career of the radiant hero, the Crimson Knight. Chapter 20. A hobby forced out. Aunt May and Uncle Ben have granted Peter a week's leave, which the teacher promptly approved. With midterm exams approaching next week, this week's classes are largely devoted to review and practice, so Peter hasn't missed much material. However, obtaining a doctor's note has left him both amused and exasperated. The gunshot wound on his shoulder must remain confidential. Thus, Peter resorts to utilizing his hypnotic abilities to concoct a plausible narrative, claiming that the reason for his absence is a severe muscle strain and a dislocated joint incurred during sports. When he finally emerges from the clinic with the doctor's note in hand, he feels utterly drained, as if his very essence has been depleted. Peter begins to comprehend the notion that one line necessitates a multitude of others to sustain it. The following day after school, Harry visits Peter, handing him his own notebook while also delivering the assignments from their teacher. Why can't the teacher find someone on the way to my house to pass this to me? Harry's residence is on the opposite side of the city. His parents do not reside in New York, but have rented him an apartment in the northern part of the city. Peter has visited a few times and has felt a pang of envy at Harry's affluent family. Harry need not fret about meals. This fortunate soul, with an abundance of pocket money, dines on takeout for nearly every meal: hamburgers, fries, fried rice. It is astounding that he remains fit despite such a greasy diet. For those struggling with weight, this physique is nothing short of maddening. While he can find the necessary items, it seems those individuals are unwilling to engage further. Harry taps Peter's head with the notebook, bewildered. I genuinely do not understand. Would it kill you to have a few words with others? Many have told me that befriending someone as reclusive as you is quite the challenge. Harry's disdain is effective, seemingly addicted to this light-hearted torment. Harry rolls up the notebook and gives Peter's head 2 more taps. I have a date with Jenny next Tuesday. She's bringing her friends along. We'll go shopping and then for coffee. No refusals. Just as he finishes speaking, Harry playfully taps Peter's head once more. Peter curls deeper into his blankets, his left hand darting out like lightning to snatch the notebook from Harry's grasp. Harry looks at his own hand in astonishment, then at the now cocooned Peter. Damn it. You little rascal, still pretending to be ill. How can I pretend to be sick when my right hand hurts with every movement? Peter grumbles, but swiftly shifts the topic. So it's Jenny now? What about Laura? It seems that you have been together for less than 2 months, to be precise, 1 month and 18 days. Harry, however, exhibited no signs of embarrassment. She is indeed a charming girl, yet, to be candid, she possesses a rather superficial disposition. Moreover, her body odor is something I genuinely cannot tolerate. Harry rubbed his nose thoughtfully. As for you, Peter, feeling at a loss for words. He found himself lacking in the qualifications to comment, given his almost non-existent experience in romantic endeavors. Nonetheless, he couldn't shake off the slight distaste he felt towards Harry's approach. Finding a girl who reciprocates one's feelings and nurturing that relationship, that was Peter's vision of love. Even after acquiring extraordinary abilities, his perspective on romance remained unchanged. By the way, is there any news from school? Peter casually inquired. Has Mary returned? Harry shot Peter a sidelong glance. I genuinely thought you had a heart of stone, only now asking about her. Peter paused, realizing that Harry was unaware of his knowledge regarding Mary's safety. Of course, his own legendary experience from that night was not something to be casually divulged. Mary's father had come to the school to arrange for her leave of absence. She wouldn't return to classes until the next semester. Harry's expression gradually turned serious. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. I'll share more once I learn further details. After a bit more idle chatter, Peter's door swung open. Aunt May entered, balancing a tray laden with blueberry tarts and 2 cups of milk tea, setting them down on the table. Don't be shy. Help yourselves. If you want more. There's still some in the oven, she said with a warm smile before turning to leave the room. Harry stared at the generous assortment of pastries, momentarily taken aback. Don't mind her. Aunt May's life goal is to fatten everyone she knows, Peter remarked, grabbing a blueberry tart and speaking with his mouth full. Clearly, her first step has failed. Harry cast a glance at Peter and picked up a tart for himself. After chatting for a little while longer, Harry rose to take his leave. His place was a bit distant from Peter's, and if he left now, he could return home before darkness fell completely. Aunt May's treats were indeed delightful, and given the appetites of growing boys like Peter and Harry, they managed to consume more than half of the entire tray. As Harry descended the stairs, he felt uncomfortably bloated, the taste of blueberry jam lingering in his mouth. Uncle Ben shook his head disapprovingly. You always do this. It's not good for a child to indulge in so many sweets. Meanwhile, Aunt May seemed oblivious, wrapping the remaining pastries in foil and placing them in the refrigerator, humming a cheerful tune throughout the process, clearly in high spirits. By the 4th day, Peter felt as though he were on the brink of madness. For the first time in his life, he discovered that lying in bed could be an agonizing experience. He was forbidden from using the computer, borrowing books from the library, or playing games on his phone. This perennial homebody, for once, yearned to venture outside. I want to go to school, he declared resolutely to Aunt May. No. I want to go to the library. No. I want to visit Mary. This time, Aunt May pondered for a considerable while, but ultimately shook her head firmly. You can go once you feel better. Later, Peter overheard Aunt May excitedly discussing this matter with Uncle Ben in the kitchen, praising him for finally having an epiphany. With her veto power at home, Aunt May began to abuse her privilege, curtailing all of Peter's activities and confining him to his bed. Lying there with nothing to do apart from reading, Peter found that his only source of amusement lay in honing his abilities. While he might now be able to levitate his backpack with the force, making a small pin dance lightly across the paper proved to be a formidable challenge. Since Peter could not make much noise while lying in bed, it was an opportune moment to refine his control over delicate movements. From initially puncturing the paper directly, to later managing to control a pen with the force to write somewhat legible letters. This progress required over 20 hours of practice and the sacrifice of countless sheets of paper and pencils. Now, Peter dared to manipulate the force to complete his homework. Watching his fountain pen hover above his notebook, inscribing line after line, He couldn't help but recall a scene from the Harry Potter films, chuckling to himself. However, it soon became apparent that no matter how fascinating a task may be, if a 16-year-old boy repeats it for a week, it quickly loses its allure. Uncle Ben, I want to take a leave of absence from old Jimmy's class tomorrow, all right? I really feel much better, and at the store, I just need to sit. There won't be any heavy lifting. Unable to sway Aunt May, Peter turned to another influential figure in the household. He even made a point to swing his right arm, feigning complete normalcy. Of course, even though Peter's recovery was remarkably swift, the gunshot wound would not heal so quickly, especially as he was still striving to conceal the true extent of his injuries. His entire arm remained weak, and the itchiness as the wound healed was unbearable, a sensation akin to thousands of ants crawling beneath his skin. The movement he had just performed was entirely aided by his force abilities. After several days of training, Peter could execute this challenging action simulating arm movement using only telekinesis. However, he still had a long way to go before mastering this skill. Just moments ago, he had exerted a bit too much force, causing a fresh wave of pain to shoot from the wound. Before becoming proficient, it is advisable to engage in such activities sparingly. Peter suppressed his pained groans, managing to present a cheerful facade as he regarded Uncle Ben, who had just returned home from work. Unfortunately, Uncle Ben was aligned with Aunt May on this matter. He retrieved a newspaper and took a seat at the dining table. Asking me will not help, Peter. The doctor has advised you not to move about recklessly for 10 days. Were it not for your midterm exams next week, I would have undoubtedly arranged for you to take a 2-week leave. By the way, I have already secured your time off from old Jimmy for next week. He had no objections, so you need not worry. Overwhelmed with frustration, Peter reclined back onto his bed. The thought that such a monotonous existence would persist for at least another 2 days stirred a sense of agitation within him. 3 erasers began to spin between Peter's fingers, morphing into 3 fiery orbs in the realm of his imagination, while he envisioned himself as an enigmatic sorcerer. As the incantation concluded, the fireballs transformed into a torrential downpour of flames, raining down upon the nefarious army. Uncertain of how long he had been lost in his daydream, Peter snapped back to reality, finding himself fixated on the red mask hanging on the wall. An exceedingly poor yet intriguingly amusing idea suddenly sprang to life in his mind. Chapter 21. Bar brawl. As the clock on the wall struck 1 in the morning, the majority of the city's inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. However, the window of the Parker residence on the 2nd floor creaked open from within, and moments later, a somewhat slender figure emerged from the window. Taking a deep breath, Peter leapt from the window. Just before hitting the ground, his body unnaturally paused about a meter above the earth, the abrupt deceleration causing a moment of breathlessness, prompting him to instinctively relinquish control over his powers. In the next instant, he lost his balance and plummeted towards the ground. Fortunately, he regained his equilibrium at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have landed face-first mere moments after departing. Grinning, Peter stood up and stretched his limbs. The long-awaited breeze rejuvenated him, dispelling the weariness that had lingered after 5 days of confinement in bed. The lights at Mary's house were already extinguished, making a visit at this hour seem ill-advised. Tonight, however, Peter had other intentions. He retrieved the black postcard that Wade had given him 5 days prior, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Wade's words had indeed held profound wisdom. After a half-hour, Peter arrived at the entrance of the bar. Donning his mask, he paid no heed to the glances from the burly men at the door, directly handing over the card. That flamboyant Wade invited you in? That fellow possesses quite discerning eyes, remarked the leader among the burly men, returning the card to Peter. I'm Pighair. Do you have a nickname yet? Not yet. Peter replied, his curiosity piqued. How did you come by the nickname Pighair? The burly man chuckled, revealing a grin filled with yellowed teeth. When I encounter those obstinate individuals again, I often indulge in allowing them to soak in a hot bath, aiding them in shedding their burdens. Peter shivered as he stepped into the bar. Pushing open the slightly moldy door, he was immediately met by the sight of a burly man rushing towards him. He hastily shut the door, only to have the man crash against it with a resounding thud, causing the entire structure to tremble. Cheers erupted from within, prompting Peter to reopen the door, revealing a lanky young man with disheveled hair kneeling beside the fallen figure, checking for breath and pulse. The buffalo is still alive, he exclaimed, as the jubilant shouts transformed into frustrated roars. 2 companions of the fallen man rushed over, moving him aside. The lanky youth finally acknowledged Peter with a greeting. Good evening. Welcome to Sister Marguerite's Lost Children's School, where we embrace all those who have strayed from their paths. You seem to be a new face? Well, I mean, if you still have a face at all. Wade sent me here. Peter handed him the card in his hand, and the young man whistled in response. You're the perverse individual Wade mentioned. Welcome to our cozy little abode. I'm Jack, but you can call me Weasel. He shook Peter's hand lightly, a mere formality. Feel free to take a seat at the bar. I'll tidy up the back and join you shortly. Peter, feeling somewhat awkward, chose a random spot to sit. A few minutes later, Weasel emerged from the storeroom. Every newcomer is entitled to a complimentary drink. What would you like? Vodka? Brandy? No, thank you. I don't drink, Peter declined, and Weasel smirked disdainfully, retrieving a cup and pouring a glass of milk before placing it before Peter. Here is your favorite beverage. Would you like me to warm it up? Where's Wade? Peter refrained from pursuing the topic further, sensing the prying eyes of several patrons regarding him with ill intent. He is off on a trip. After half a year of bustling business, he is probably on some island in Hawaii by now, Weasel replied casually, his tone rather flippant. So, my elusive little friend, care to share your purpose for being here? I wish to earn money. Beneath the guise of a mask. Peter discovered his confidence in conversation seemed to blossom somewhat. Wade informed me that my skills and abilities could yield appropriate rewards here. Well, you've certainly come to the right place, Weasel stated, taking a seat and producing 2 stacks of cards, one black, the other red. Though your situation might be a tad different, let me explain. All the commissions are listed on these cards. The red cards involve lives, and naturally, their price tag is not insignificant. More importantly, they tend to be quite direct and straightforward. Certainly, if you still consider yourself a coward, there exists a black card here. Pristine, of course, relatively speaking. Although the income may be slightly meager, it nonetheless allows for some pocket money. The Weasel ceased speaking and regarded Peter. After a moment of contemplation, Peter's first question swiftly emerged. When you say my situation is somewhat different, what do you mean? I am delighted you posed this question, as it spares me a great deal of explanation. At present, I am unable to assign you any tasks, the specific reason being this. The Weasel drew the top card from the stack of red cards and handed it to Peter. Objective: capture or eliminate the individual wearing the red mask, who has previously engaged in a conflict between the Moretti family and the Russian mafia. Name: unknown. Reward: a bounty of $150,000 for the successful termination or capture of this individual. A sum of $5,000 will be awarded for any credible information regarding this person. Simple and straightforward. It was only now that Peter realized just how valuable his own head was. The malicious glances from those surrounding him suddenly became far more explicable. Observing the Weasel's cunning gaze, Peter's body instinctively prepared for a potential confrontation. No. The Weasel quickly discerned Peter's thoughts. I will not intervene. As a middleman, I naturally adhere to my professional ethics. However, our associates here are a different matter, and this is by no means a trifling sum. Clearly, my presence here was not a wise decision then. No, certainly not wise. Had I offended the largest gang in New York, I might as well have booked a trip to Hawaii. Yet, the situation may not be as dire as you presume. I have known Wade for 5 years. I am certain that anyone he recommends possesses some significance. Therefore, I placed a wager on your behalf. The Weasel snapped his fingers, and from a corner of the bar, a figure emerged. Rather than a mere man, it would be more fitting to describe him as a mountain of muscle. This individual stood over 6 feet tall. His physique nearly entirely comprised of muscle. One of his arms likely surpassed Peter's waist in girth. The gorilla would replace everyone in this bar to engage in a confrontation with you. Should you emerge victorious, we will abandon this contract, and you shall become one of us. Should you lose, you will swiftly receive a thorough beating and be delivered to Joseph. Trust me, you would not relish the events that follow. It seems I have little choice in the matter. Peter once more stretched his limbs and advanced toward the giant. The patrons cleared an area approximately 3 to 4 meters in diameter with astonishing efficiency and speed. It appeared they had engaged in such activities more than once or twice. The Weasel lazily strolled between the two, commencing the explanation of the rules. No firearms, no knives. The contest concludes when one party loses consciousness. Bets are now open. Wager on the diminutive fellow for a payout of 2 to 1, or on the gorilla for a payout of 3 to 1. Place your bets swiftly. Ignoring the raucous chatter of those around him, the gorilla sneered, appearing almost like an authentic gorilla, albeit one that was a punch larger and possessed a greater abundance of dark fur. I shall rip your head off, Peter declared in a thoroughly irritating tone, placing his right hand behind him. Given that his right arm was currently incapacitated, he thought it prudent to put on a show. This action evidently enraged the surrounding crowd, who began to shout in unison, "Take him down, gorilla! Teach this little punk a lesson." This seemed to further infuriate the man, who resembled a beast more than a human. He bellowed and charged at Peter with a mass nearly 3 times his size. With a deft motion, Peter's left hand hooked onto the gorilla's right shoulder, employing a burst of psychic energy from his feet to propel himself like a butterfly to the creature's back. He delivered a swift kick to its lower back, causing the gorilla to lose its balance and crash violently into a table, shattering it to pieces. "That's going to cost you," the weasel shouted from the sidelines, visibly distressed. The gorilla rose again, roaring as it swung a fist towards Peter. Yet, being shorter had its advantages. Peter ducked beneath the punch and retreated a couple of steps. "I hear they're planning to shoot another King Kong movie. Honestly, you wouldn't even need special effects to make it to the big screen." Peter continued to taunt his opponent, further inciting the gorilla's fury as it hurled 2 punches at Peter's face, both of which were easily evaded. After the gorilla's blows missed their mark, a significant opening presented itself. Peter's eyes gleamed with opportunity as he slipped inside, landing a hook to the gorilla's face. "Time for a nap, big guy," he quipped. "Uffed, that mosquito-like punch thinks it can take down a gorilla? Is this kid foolish?" scoffed a voice from the back of the audience, with others nodding in agreement. However, what transpired next left the crowd in disbelief. After receiving that seemingly light punch, the gorilla paused, bewildered. He scanned the surroundings as if inebriated, staggered back 2 steps, and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 22. The First Mission, Part 1. The entire bar fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping would have been distinctly audible. After a considerable pause, the crowd began to react, and those who had previously bet against Peter erupted in cheers, while the weasel stood with a face ashen as death. "Damn it! Everyone, quiet down," he shouted. "I'll settle your accounts later. Wake that gorilla up. He still owes me for a chair." Those who had won were elated, while the losers wore expressions of discontent, some even shouting accusations that Peter had resorted to underhanded tactics. Yet, in a sense, they were not entirely wrong. Peter had indeed employed some less than honorable methods. The creature resembling an orangutan, whose muscles seemed to have encroached upon his very intellect, would likely withstand an entire day's assault from Peter without succumbing. Yet, with a subtle nudge from the Force, this formidable foe fell into a deep slumber of his own accord. At present, Peter's mental dominion had not yet matured to the point of directly subduing an adversary. Should his opponent harbor even a trace of hostility or possess unwavering resolve, Peter's psychic prowess would struggle to assert control. However, during their previous confrontation, Peter unearthed an alternative application of his abilities. In moments of fear and anger, when emotions run rampant, he could gradually infiltrate the adversary's mind. Once he penetrated to a sufficient depth, he could exert a certain influence over their psyche. When the orangutan was thoroughly provoked, his defeat was all but assured. Observing the dwindling entertainment, the onlookers grumbled as they returned to their seats. Before long, a new commotion erupted. "Damn it, that was my drink. You've drained it dry? Curse your lineage. That bottle was on my table, and you dare claim it as yours? Do you wish to brawl? Come on. I've been itching for a scrap with you." The 2 men, embroiled in a heated exchange, soon resumed their brawl, echoing the earlier scene. "Is this a common occurrence?" Peter inquired, as he and the weasel returned to the bar, observing the fray through the crowd. "Not too often, actually. The lads have been quite subdued lately. Only 4 or 5 scuffles a day," the weasel replied, grabbing 2 glasses to rinse. "Aren't you going to place any bets this time? If Norton can best the ivory, I'll gift you this tavern," the weasel scoffed, disdain evident as he placed the cleaned glasses on the rack. The sight of the yellow and black-streaked cloth made Peter feel a wave of nausea. However, it soon became clear that the weasel's assessment was accurate. The mercenary known as Norton was quickly felled by a couple of blows, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. "Well, it appears today will not bring much activity. How about it? All matters seem resolved now. Interested in a card?" The weasel once again waved his 2 stacks of cards before Peter. "Let me see the contents of the black card." How utterly dull. Nevertheless, the weasel tossed the stack of cards onto the counter. Peter, unfazed, began to sift through them one by one. As he anticipated, even with his choice of non-lethal black cards, the assignments were often of a morally reprehensible nature. Kidnapping a business rival's child? No, I'll pass on that. Retrieving gambling debts, demanding the return of a finger? Also a no-go. A bodyguard? That one merits a look. Wait, a week-long commitment with a background check? Forget it. Peter continued to peruse, noting that the tasks were largely similar, differing only in the names of the clients and targets. After flipping through approximately 2/3 of the stack of cards, Peter suddenly stumbled upon a task that piqued his interest. This one. He extracted the black card and declared, "I'll take on this task." Indeed, it seemed to align with the character of that fellow. Wait. The weasel scrutinized the card, glanced at it, and then began to tinker with his laptop. The remuneration was $900, from which we would take a 10% cut. Theoretically, you were required to pay a 12% deposit up front, but I can cover that for you initially. The weasel adjusted his glasses and continued. The employer has only prepaid 50% of the commission, so you'll need to collect the remaining portion directly from them. The weasel worked at a remarkable pace, soon printing out a contract that appeared somewhat formal, placing it before Peter. All right, sign with your alias. Oh, right, it seems you don't have one yet. Would you prefer to come up with one yourself, or shall we assist you? Peter pondered for a moment, surveying his surroundings before slowly responding. It appears I am the only one wearing a mask around here, so I shall be dubbed the Mask. The weasel regarded him, then tapped the table. It's settled then. Your alias shall be Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood? Why that name? Wasn't I allowed to choose? Peter protested. Protests were in vain. A mischievous grin appeared on the weasel's face. I was just teasing you. I assign all the aliases here. Speak less and work more. And soon our pockets will be filled with cash. Go to hell. Look, you're adapting quickly, aren't you? Give it a few weeks, and you'll fit right in. From the back of the bar, the sounds of a scuffle erupted. Peter felt he would never wish to assimilate into this place. 2 days later, Peter finally received permission to go out. With midterm exams commencing tomorrow, he planned to visit the library to compare answers with classmates. His excuse was quite conventional, leaving no room for suspicion. After some debate, Aunt May reluctantly allowed him to leave. However, upon stepping outside, Peter did not head toward the library. Instead, he boarded a bus. After 4 stops, he disembarked in an unfamiliar district. This must be the right place. Peter checked the map in his hand to confirm his location and the direction of his objective. Not all the information regarding a task could possibly fit on a small card. After Peter signed a contract, the weasel presented him with additional relevant materials. Is it really acceptable to sign a pseudonym on this contract? Of course, it's no issue. This is merely a formality, devoid of any legal effect. I'm no lawyer. And what purpose does this serve? Peter inquired, slightly puzzled. The problem is that many fools here believe this is legitimate. Peter instantly comprehended. Time has returned to the present, and Peter has followed the address indicated in the documents to stand before a rather dilapidated apartment building. This 6-story edifice, typical of New York, is a relic from the 1960s and 70s, hastily erected to accommodate the burgeoning population with substandard construction. The paint on the walls has largely flaked away, and the concrete shows signs of erosion from rain. While it cannot be classified strictly as a dangerous structure, it would be difficult to argue against labeling it a tenement. Despite its decrepit state, the building's relatively favorable location has rendered it a sought-after rental option. A multitude of young individuals and families of modest means are eager to reside in these less-than-ideal environments, drawn by the prime location and affordable rent. Naturally, such properties have caught the eye of real estate developers, who envision immense profits by acquiring the land and erecting new high-rises. This reality implies a considerable number of residents within the building, complicating Peter's efforts to conceal his identity. At this moment, a group of elderly individuals is seated at the entrance of the apartment complex, basking in the sun and engaged in conversation, making it challenging for Peter to slip past unnoticed. With the main entrance not being the most prudent choice, he sought alternative methods. After circling the building twice, he discovered a promising route for entry. He navigated through a narrow alley behind the apartment, enduring the foul odor as he climbed atop a dumpster. With a powerful leap, he seized an exposed pipe on the building's exterior. Bracing himself with both hands, he propelled upwards, grasping the ledge of an open window on the 3rd floor. After a brief wait to ensure the other side was clear, Peter inhaled deeply, channeling his strength and agility as he effortlessly maneuvered through the window. Of course, Peter possessed more straightforward methods for entry. This was merely a part of his daily training regimen. Moreover, traversing the building's walls with such ease provided a unique thrill. Chapter 23. The first mission. The room was unoccupied. Peter adjusted his attire before rising to his feet. Opening the door, he stepped into the corridor of the apartment building, securely locking the door behind him as he began his search for the target. Room 317 should be located on this floor. As he traversed the hallway, an individual approached, and Peter initiated a greeting. The person regarded him with curiosity, offering a polite smile as they passed each other. Once the individual descended the staircase, Peter made his way to the end of the corridor, finally arriving at his intended destination. The door to room 317 bore only the remaining number 7, and faint sounds of a television could be heard seeping through the crack. Taking a deep breath, Peter donned his mask and placed his hand on the doorknob. A gentle twist confirmed that the door was locked. This was entirely anticipated. Mary's father was merely an exception on that occasion. Peter closed his eyes and began to sense the other side of the door through the force. After a few seconds, a button on the doorknob was pressed by some mysterious force. With a soft metallic sliding sound, the lock on the door was disengaged. As he pushed open the grand entrance, Peter was met with the sight of a disheveled two-bedroom apartment in utter chaos. Clothes, undergarments, and dishes that had not been washed for at least several days lay strewn about like refuse. A pungent odor invaded Peter's nostrils, causing him to grimace. Footsteps echoed from the living room, and without hesitation, Peter seized the broom hanging by the door, striking the head of the approaching man, who collapsed instantly to the ground. He swiftly shut and locked the door, stepping over the writhing figure of the man, and retrieved the remote control from the sofa, raising the volume of the television. The man, finally attempting to rise, found his efforts thwarted as Peter planted a foot firmly on his knee. "Ah, you son of a whore. Who are you?" he cried out in agony, launching into a torrent of curses. "If I were you, I would suggest you remain prostrate on the floor," Peter replied, offering a few sheets of tissue from a nearby table to the man. "You're bleeding from your forehead. You should wipe it." The man, in a flustered panic, accepted the tissue and began dabbing at his forehead, though no blood appeared. Confused, he lifted his gaze to Peter. "Oh, it seems I was mistaken. Your forehead is indeed unblemished," Peter remarked nonchalantly, seizing a teacup from the table and smashing it against the man's forehead. This time, blood flowed freely. The shattered cup leaving the man's head a gruesome sight, with a gash over 2 inches long. "You see, I pride myself on my integrity. I dislike deceit. Naturally, I expect the same from others," Peter said slowly. "Thus, I have several questions I wish for you to answer honestly." The man, clutching his head, nodded repeatedly. "Your name?" "Bob. My name is Bob," the man stammered. Peter nodded in satisfaction. "Good, I appreciate honesty. We now have a promising start. Now, on to the next question. When was the last time you saw Stephanie?" Bob immediately became agitated. "Which wretched person sent you? Who are you to her?" he sputtered. But his words were cut short by Peter, who swung the broom and struck him in the abdomen. The man crumpled into a shrimp-like posture, his cries tinged with desperation. "I recall mentioning that I would be the one asking the questions. It is not your turn to speak yet. I shall ask again. When did you last see Stephanie?" "It was last week. Bob blurted out in haste. "The last time I visited her home, my sole desire was to see my daughter. Damn it, I have the right to see my daughter." Peter sighed and bent down. A stun baton materialized in his hand, pressing the button to set it to the lowest level. He allowed Bob a taste of electrical therapy. Bob screamed once more, his entire body lifting half a foot off the ground. "Mr. Bob, while your answer is indeed correct, it seems your memory may be somewhat flawed. If I am not mistaken, you have neglected to pay your daughter's child support for nearly a year. You have repeatedly made personal threats against her, compelling her to obtain a restraining order from the court. Yet, it appears you have not learned your lesson, having vandalized their shed last week. Am I mistaken, scoundrel?" Peter delivered another punch to Bob's face, and this time Bob seemed to sense the anger in Peter's tone, managing to stifle his cry. "You are a clever man. Hence, during your last window-smashing escapade, you left no evidence behind. Otherwise, I should have already seen you in prison, should I not? Therefore, I hope you will heed my forthcoming advice. Stephanie is willing to forego the child support you owe from the past year, which holds little significance for her, and this should be considered good news for you. However, what you must do is maintain a respectable distance from her. I do not want you at her doorstep, nor do I wish for you to call her. You are to sever all ties with her. Even if you encounter her in the supermarket, I expect you to leave immediately. Can you manage this?" "I can do it," Bob mumbled, though a flicker of resentment lingered in his eyes. "Excellent," Peter replied, and Bob's expression appeared somewhat more relaxed. At that moment, however, Peter abruptly struck, seizing Bob by the throat. He yanked Bob into a half-sitting position and forcefully pinned him against the wall. Bob struggled fiercely, attempting to push Peter away. But every blow seemed to land on something soft, and his strength waned with the ebbing air, the world around him gradually fading to darkness. In the final moment, Peter released his grip, and Bob crumpled to the ground. His consciousness was clouded, driven only by his body's automatic mechanisms to draw fresh air into his lungs. Peter grasped his hair, pulling him close. Their eyes locked, and Bob was instantly captivated by the gaze behind the mask. The figure before him expanded in his mind, becoming increasingly inhuman. When Peter's image finally morphed into a colossal demon composed of flames, Bob succumbed to unconsciousness. Peter exhaled, lowering Bob to the ground. His mark of the Force had finally been implanted in Bob's mind. The Force mark is a more advanced application of the mental aspect of the Force. The imprints left behind can, under specific circumstances, be employed to cast a somewhat weakened form of hypnosis upon the recipient of the spell. Planting a primordial mark within an individual is no simple feat. However, its duration is remarkably prolonged. Given Peter's current situation, The primordial imprint residing in Bob's mind is likely to endure for at least 6 to 7 months before it dissipates. For an extended period, should Bob entertain any thoughts of harassing Stephanie again, he will be ensnared by an inexplicable sense of dread. It is believed that it will not be long before this individual permanently relinquishes his habit of harassment. Even if there were to be a failure, it would pose no significant issue. Having afforded the employer over 6 months, he has demonstrated considerable professionalism. At worst, he could offer a discount the next time he accepts her commission. Of course, if such a scenario were to arise again, Peter's approach may need to be more severe. As Peter pushed open the balcony door and inhaled the fresh air, he felt an immediate uplift in his spirits. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was around, he vaulted over the balcony railing and leaped into the air. The chances of an ordinary person meeting their demise from a third-floor jump are slim, though sustaining a fracture is often unavoidable. Yet Peter harbored no such concerns. His descent slowed considerably as he neared the ground, and upon landing, he did not even need to bend his knees to absorb the impact. Concealing the mask back within his garments, Peter arrived at the bus station, quietly awaiting the next vehicle. The individuals surrounding him, also waiting for transport, could scarcely fathom that this seemingly innocuous child had forcefully invaded a residence less than 20 minutes prior, leaving the homeowner severely injured and carrying a bounty of $150,000 on his head. Peter observed those around him, perpetually feeling as though he could never reintegrate into the mundane life he once knew. However, to speak frankly, he had no desire to return to that former existence. An hour later, having donned the mask once more, Peter reappeared before Weasel, returning the black card he had previously received. "Is the task complete?" Weasel inquired, to which Peter nodded affirmatively. "Beating up a drunkard is naturally no challenge for you." Weasel discarded the black card into a nearby trash bin. "Of course, we cannot simply take your word for the task's completion, especially since you are still a coward unwilling to show your face." Peter remained unfazed by Weasel's insults, patiently waiting for him to continue. "Confirmation of the task's completion should take about 2 days. Since you, Mr. Little Red Riding Hood, did not provide a bank card, the earnings from this task will be directly deposited into your account. The funds in your account can be used to acquire certain exclusive items that cannot be purchased with cash. Should you wish to withdraw it in cash, there will be an additional 3 service fee. Items that cannot be bought with money. Do you have a list or something to show me?" Peter's interest was piqued at once, and Weasel's face broke into a satisfied grin at the prospect of business. "Of course, please follow me this way." Chapter 24. Fitness. When Peter laid eyes upon the list, he was indeed taken aback. High-grade bulletproof vests, combat knives, handguns, automatic rifles, grenade launchers, and an array of ammunition that seemed almost unimaginable. The weapons listed could nearly fill a small armory. Additionally, there was a variety of auxiliary equipment, including satellite phones, locators, and even modified vehicles for sale. Naturally, the prices of these items were not modest. Peter realized that with his meager reward of over 800, he could afford none of the extravagant offerings. A single grenade launcher commanded a staggering $35,000, while each grenade cost $2,000, leaving Peter momentarily speechless. Did anyone actually purchase these items? Even after 20 missions, one might not accumulate enough to acquire even one. Unable to restrain himself, Peter inquired, "Are these items even for sale? If you aspire to play with the big leagues, your salary will soon enable you to procure some of those toys," came the reply. "Are these items stored here?" "I see no signs of a warehouse," Peter remarked, curiosity piqued as he glanced around. The Weasel, supporting his forehead, appeared to be nearing his limit with Peter's inquiries. "Do your family members know how dim-witted you are? This is a bar." "A bar? What if this place gets raided?" Peter cast a glance at the brawling crowd and the nearly ubiquitous firearms, as well as the few individuals slumped unconscious in the bar's corner. "I believe that even if you didn't store anything here, this place would still be shut down. That is irrelevant. I'm merely an intermediary. I deal with the channels, not the goods themselves. I'm just here to facilitate your orders, to be a pleasant and secure middleman." The Weasel seemed to have an epiphany and handed Peter another list. "Speaking of channels, this is another list of items you can redeem. Although I suspect you won't find much of use here, I'm not your mother. Take a look, you might discover something of interest." This new list was noticeably shorter, detailing various drugs and illicit goods. As Peter examined the list in his hands, his brow furrowed beneath the mask. After a moment's deliberation, he resolutely thrust the list back into the Weasel's hands. "I had anticipated as much," the Weasel shrugged. "However, the prices are indeed appealing. The Moretti family is responsible for the supply. It's reliable. If you possess your own sales channels, you could at least double your profits." "I'm afraid I'm not interested in earning that kind of money," Peter replied. Truth be told, The money you're earning now isn't exactly clean either. The weasel scoffed. So how about it? With your first mission concluded, shall we celebrate with a drink? You merely wish to see what lies beneath my mask. Peter expressed his disdain vehemently. In the ensuing week, Peter refrained from accepting any further assignments due to his school examinations. After missing an entire week of classes and preparing for the exam in a disorganized manner, even with Peter's usual academic prowess, he found himself struggling significantly. Damn it. What was your answer to question 15? After the examination concluded, nearly all the students rushed out of the classroom, yet Peter detained Harry, insisting he stay to compare answers. Which question are you referring to? The one about calculating the area of a triangle. Peter replied with a disgruntled expression. I arrived at 168. It simply cannot be right. Harry gazed at him with sympathy. The answer is 56. You missed the final step in your calculations. He packed his stationery into his bag and tugged at Peter, who was raking his hair in frustration. All right. The papers have been submitted. Worrying here is futile. Let's grab something to eat. There's another biology exam this afternoon. However, during the afternoon biology exam, his performance plummeted. He barely managed to write the opening few words for the last question when the bell rang, forcing him to helplessly set down his pen. He was certain he would not earn a single point on that final question worth 9 points. And several earlier questions would undoubtedly cost him marks as well. He had lost all hope for a decent score in this exam. I feel as though I am straying further down the path of mediocrity, Peter lamented, appearing utterly dejected throughout the afternoon. Harry patted him on the back and tossed him a bottle of juice. If the others in class heard you, at least a third would be in tears. Harry took a generous sip of juice, the refreshing scent of watermelon invigorating him. Others would be grateful for a score of 70, yet you, with an 80, are here lamenting. Fortunately, you're confiding in me. Otherwise, others might think you're boasting. Peter seemed poised to speak, but merely sighed, saying nothing. He peeled open the juice carton and took a sip. For a moment, silence enveloped them. After a while, Peter spoke melancholically. You bought me watermelon juice again. You'll get used to it. Just get used to it, Harry replied with a radiant smile. Once the final exam was completed, all the students erupted in cheers. They would enjoy a glorious 4-day break to unwind. Remarkably, Peter joined in the jubilation, albeit reluctantly. Despite his last-minute cramming before each test, he felt his performance had been subpar. There's no way I'll make it into the top 10 this time, Peter thought somewhat dejectedly. I wonder if Uncle Ben and Aunt May will be upset. Oh well, let bygones be bygones, he mused. Peter opened his pencil case, and several pens instantly floated up from the desk, swiftly and orderly diving into the case. He tossed the pen case into his backpack. Despite the poor angle of his throw, it gracefully curved slightly mid-air and landed inside his bag. Peter snapped his fingers, and the zipper of his backpack was swiftly secured by an unseen force, resting neatly on the table. He was quite passionate about applying the force to every minor detail of his life. This practice allowed him to continually refine his control over his abilities while sparing him from engaging in many mundane tasks he typically deemed tedious. Strictly speaking, the force permeates every aspect of this universe. Peter was merely a user of it, and harnessing the force required a depletion of both mental and a small amount of physical energy. His mental fortitude, however, remained the most significant barrier to his growth. Yet, he seemed to have yet to discover any methods that would facilitate rapid enhancement of his mental capacity. Following an explosive surge in the initial month, the pace of growth gradually slowed to an almost tortoise-like crawl. At his current rate of advancement, Peter estimated that it would take him at least 10 months to double his mental reserves, assuming that his rate of growth did not diminish further. Nevertheless, Peter had alternative means to augment his strength. After class, he donned a set of athletic attire and made his way to the school gymnasium. This facility had been constructed a few years prior after the school won the district championship for baseball, courtesy of the principal's generous allocation of funds. However, due to subsequent budget overruns, the school could only procure a selection of worn-out second-hand equipment, which led to its lack of popularity. After changing into the school's sportswear and grabbing a towel, Peter commenced his training session. Upon entering the gymnasium, he noticed 2 upperclassmen already perspiring profusely on various machines. Peter selected a treadmill, adjusted the settings, and began his run. 15 minutes later, feeling as though smoke were rising from his head and breathless, he pressed the stop button, took a few steps to cool down, and then hopped off the treadmill to wipe away the sweat. Peter, could you come to the office for a moment? The coach of the athletic team appeared at the entrance of the gym, calling out to him. A wave of unease washed over Peter. This gym was primarily intended for members of the school's sports teams, and typically, only those individuals were permitted to use it. As more team members opted for off-campus training, The rules had become increasingly lax, allowing Peter to blend in. Of course, if the coach sought to confront him over this, it would be entirely justifiable. However, the coach's intention in summoning Peter was for an entirely different reason. Peter, a very important question. Do you have a fixed training regimen? No, Peter answered candidly. Over the past few weeks, he had simply used whichever apparatus caught his eye. Aside from his routine 15 minutes on the treadmill, he had never thought to establish a dedicated training plan. Consequently, he was completely unfamiliar with some of the equipment in the gym, and he was reluctant to inquire with the intimidating upperclassmen. Peter, I have observed you over the past few weeks. Although you exhibit commendable diligence, your foundational skills are lacking. More intensive training regimens may not suit you. However, it is not too late to catch up. The coach, who enjoys considerable popularity within the school, possesses a remarkably amiable demeanor. Given your limited training time, we must devise a rational schedule. Furthermore, the hours during which the school's gymnasium is accessible are constrained, necessitating a program that can be executed at home without reliance on any equipment. The coach procured a blank sheet of paper and began to methodically inscribe the training regimen. Firstly, I recommend that you undertake 3 sets of exercises on the available apparatus. This will suffice as your workout in the gym. Yet, there exists another regimen to be performed at home, which is, in some respects, of greater significance. The coach's expression turned gravely serious. Each day, you must complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and then run 10 kilometers. This must be adhered to daily. Moreover, to achieve optimal results, refrain from using air conditioning or heating, regardless of the season. Should you steadfastly commit to this for 3 years, what could be the outcome? Peter felt a surge of excitement. You would not be inferior to the senior members of the athletic teams. The coach, with utmost seriousness and a gleaming bald head, asserted this. I understand that this may prove challenging at first, but a healthy body is the cornerstone of a successful and fulfilling life. How can one who cannot change oneself aspire to change the world? The ancient Greek philosopher Socrates once remarked that one of a person's greatest regrets is never witnessing their body at its most powerful and perfect state throughout their life. At that moment, the expression on the coach's face was undeniably sacred. From that day forth, Peter seemed to be imbued with an infectious zeal, missing not a single day of training. Chapter 25. The Red Mask. The following afternoon, Peter encountered Mary. The midterm examinations had just concluded, and the students were reveling in their vacation. Peter had returned to school merely to make use of the gym once more. Yesterday, the coach had bestowed upon him a gym card, granting him access to the equipment even when the facility was closed, an honor typically reserved for the star athletes. As he opened the gym's grand doors, Peter caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure through the second-floor window of the faculty building. Mary? He murmured to himself. He had visited Mary's home several times last week, yet was met with silence. Whether due to her absence or her father's inebriation, no one answered the door. Peter had even ventured inside to investigate, but the expansive house lay deserted. Every item within had seemingly vanished, leaving only the most basic furnishings behind. Perplexed, Peter eventually gleaned some information through an indirect inquiry with Uncle Ben. Mary's house had been listed on a real estate website, as they intended to sell the property. Philip had resided in that house for over a decade, and its sudden sale was indeed lamentable. Uncle Ben took a sip of his coffee and resumed his perusal of the newspaper. Aunt May, who was taking dinner out of the oven, also joined the conversation. I heard they are asking for $800,000. That is quite a sum. She placed the dish in front of Uncle Ben and arranged the cutlery for him. A house that has been neglected for so many years can sell for such a price. Our house might fetch $90,000, perhaps even $96,000. Louise has already called me twice. My dear, we have lived in this house for 26 years. No matter how much they offer, I have no intention of selling my home. Of course, I'm merely speaking hypothetically. Aunt May smiled and kissed Uncle Ben on the forehead. This was the first time in over 2 weeks that Peter saw Mary again. After securing the gymnasium door, Peter hurried upstairs to the second floor of the faculty building. Outside the vice principal's office, Mary was sitting on a long bench. Upon hearing Peter's footsteps, she turned to look in his direction. Her face first registered surprise, which quickly transformed into a smile. How are you? Peter panted as he approached her. It's been a while, Peter, she replied, standing up to give him a big hug. After releasing him, Peter felt a bit flustered. It's so good to see you safe. I mean, you went missing. But now you're okay. I was quite worried. He stumbled over his words. His thoughts jumbled as they escaped his throat. Mary laughed. I understand what you mean. It's all right. I'm fine now. She brushed back her hair, which had fallen over her shoulders. To be honest, I still haven't fully grasped what happened. It feels as though I've been in a dream. What on earth transpired? Peter attempted to feign ignorance, but Mary shook her head with a smile. It's a long story, and you probably wouldn't believe it. I'll tell you later. Peter was uncertain whether to press further. An awkward silence ensued, and Mary focused on her hands. Suddenly, Peter thought of a question. Why are you at school today? It's a holiday. My mother is helping me with some paperwork. I'm about to transfer schools. She lifted her head, and Peter was momentarily taken aback. You're transferring? Where to? He asked, repeating the question. To Boston, she replied, raising her gaze. I'll be staying with my mother for a while. We'll be moving back to New York early next year. Will you come back then? Of course, she assured him. I was planning to come by your house tomorrow to say goodbye. You startled me. I thought you might not return. Peter patted his chest, while Mary found herself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the door to the vice principal's office swung open, revealing the vice principal accompanied by a middle-aged woman who bore some resemblance to Mary, a stark contrast to Mary's father's disheveled appearance. The middle-aged woman before him, though somewhat advanced in years, radiated an air of elegance and vitality in her neutral-toned suit. Hello, Peter. I never anticipated encountering you at school today. The vice principal adjusted his glasses, instantly recognizing the student who had caused quite a few teachers considerable distress. Peter awkwardly waved his hand, rendered speechless. The middle-aged woman grasped Peter's hand warmly. Peter Parker, the last time I saw you, you were just a little squirt, Mary's mother remarked with a smile. It's been over 3 years since we last met. Thank you for always looking out for Mary. No. It's actually Mary who has been taking care of me, Peter replied, feeling his cheeks flush unexpectedly. She is a wonderful person. Your words are sweeter than they used to be, Mary's mother chuckled, taking Mary's hand. All right, Mary, we must be off. There are numerous matters to attend to this afternoon. After bidding farewell to the vice principal, she turned to leave. Mary broke free from her grasp and embraced Peter once more. See you in half a year, she whispered in his ear. See you in half a year, he echoed. Watching Mary's figure fade into the distance of the corridor, Peter felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him. After a moment of reflection, he followed suit down the stairs. He had yet to complete his exercise for the day. The fleeting 4-day holiday passed, and Peter once again visited the Lost Children's Academy, only to find that the weasel had no suitable tasks for him this time. You see, there aren't many truly clean jobs in this line of work. If you wish to sustain yourself, it's much easier to get your hands dirty, the weasel advised. Speaking from experience, yet Peter paid him no heed. By the way, how much do I have left for my last task? The weasel pulled out his ledger and began to flip through it. Well, you earn $900 in commission. After deducting 10% for the agency fee and adding your milk money from the last 2 times, you have $796 remaining. I didn't even consume that milk, Peter protested. I can't drink that milk. Moreover, what on earth is with your milk? Why is it so exorbitantly priced? If you wish to converse with me, you must first purchase a drink, the weasel stated matter-of-factly. The extra is naturally my service fee. My services are hardly inferior to those of 5-star hotels, and they charge even more than I do. All right, let us change the subject, Peter interjected, halting the conversation from veering further off course. Let us discuss my account. I wish to exchange something. Exchange something? With that amount of money? The weasel regarded Peter with a skeptical gaze. It seems you don't have enough to exchange for anything worthwhile. Yet, Peter smiled beneath his mask, prompting the weasel to quickly interrupt him. Don't laugh. Your regular speech is tolerable, but your smile paired with that mask is rather eerie. Back to the point. Back to the point. If I recall correctly, the funds in my account should suffice to purchase this item, Peter stated, as the weasel presented a form before him. After a brief search, relying on his memory, Peter swiftly located the item he sought, a device specifically designed to decode police radio frequencies, accompanied by a compact radio, totaling $670. I'm somewhat surprised, remarked Weasel. Are you planning something significant? A word of caution, should you find yourself apprehended. Attempting to betray anyone here will only lead to a more dire fate for you. Aren't you merely an intermediary? Peter's lips curled beneath his mask. What I choose to do with it seems entirely irrelevant to you. All right. Weasel raised his hands in surrender. Indeed, I was meddling. 2 days later, at 2 in the morning, outside a closed supermarket in Manhattan, New York, 2 thieves emerged through a shattered window, their pockets stuffed with cash and several boxes of mobile phones cradled in their arms. They had inadvertently triggered the alarm in the office, compelling them to cease their looting and flee before the police arrived. Dressed in a black and red hooded sweatshirt, Peter stepped from the shadows, blocking their escape. If you leave everything you've stolen behind now, I might go easy on you, he declared, stretching his limbs leisurely. The 2 thieves exchanged a glance, a glint of malice in their eyes. They relinquished the phones and drew butterfly knives from their pockets, charging at Peter. The ensuing one-sided brutality requires little elaboration. Within merely 2 minutes, Both assailants lay defeated on the ground. By the time the police arrived, the unfortunate thieves were stripped to their underwear, bound to a lamppost. George Stacy tore a card affixed to one of the robbers' backs. It was a square card, with a line of small print on the reverse. "Your good companion, Red Mask." This truly felt like a prank. George shook his head, placing the card into an evidence bag, tossing it to an intern officer in the team. Chapter 26. The end of the semester, a month later, in Peter's classroom. Snoring echoed. The math teacher's forehead throbbed with a prominent vein. "Peter Parker, please pay attention to your surroundings. You are in class, not in your bed." She could no longer tolerate it, striding forward to confront Peter, slapping the textbook before him. Still in a daze, Peter rubbed his eyes, glanced at the teacher, and after a moment, feigned a look of realization. I apologize, Miss Klaus. I assure you I will not let it happen again." Before he could finish, he began to doze off once more. "This marks the second time I've had to awaken you during this lesson. If you truly find my class so tedious, then perhaps you should stand in the hallway." The mathematics teacher, having reached her limit, promptly expelled Peter from her classroom. Ironically, this was precisely what Peter was eager to witness. Shedding his coat, he draped it over himself and squatted at the classroom door, swiftly slipping back into slumber. By the time of the next class, Peter had regained some semblance of vitality, appearing no longer like a zombie. "You dozed off in her class again today?" Harry whispered, his voice barely above a murmur as he engaged with Peter. Peter merely grunted in response, his head still resting on his arms, his eyes half closed in a state of drowsiness. "You're bringing this upon yourself. Is the departure of Miss Firebrand truly such a blow to you? You seemed indifferent to her before. Must one only cherish what is lost?" "This had nothing to do with her sincerity," Peter lazily replied. "I've simply been lacking in sleep lately. Do you need some medication to assist you? You spend the first period of each day in a slumber. While your grades are commendable, the teachers cannot allow you to continue this way indefinitely, can they?" "We'll see about that," Peter responded with an air of optimism. Yet Harry couldn't help but question the extent of Peter's remarkable luck. The grade supervisor had already spoken to him about his classroom napping on 2 occasions, and after both discussions, Peter continued to sleep undeterred. While the supervisor seemed to tolerate this behavior, suddenly recalling something, Harry shifted the conversation to a different topic. "Have you heard about the Red Mask?" "The Red Mask?" Peter appeared intrigued. "What is that? A new Academy oddity? You haven't heard?" "It's the hottest news in New York right now," Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "The latest folk hero of New York has single-handedly thwarted 4 crimes. Realizing that such individuals truly exist in reality was undeniably thrilling." Peter scoffed, recalling the robbery he had interrupted 2 days prior, which had yet to make the headlines. That scoundrel had stabbed an elderly woman twice, while Peter had incapacitated him by breaking his limbs and 2 ribs. To Peter, this seemed a rather equitable outcome. Harry, noticing Peter's disdainful expression, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Come on, a folk hero? That is something you only find in comic books. When was the last time something like this happened?" Harry attempted to elevate his tone, finding it rather peculiar that Peter, once enamored with such tales, now appeared so lethargic. "The last occurrence was 4 years ago, with that chap in the green plastic suit who called himself the King of Beatdowns, right? He was quite the household name back then. The video of his debut had millions of views, and he was indeed active for a time. However, his fate was far from fortunate. Indeed, both his hands were severed, and he bore no less than 16 gunshot wounds. I recall seeing the images online and being unable to eat for 2 days afterward," Harry lamented. "Indeed. It seems that this individual is merely a fleeting presence." Peter's tone was somewhat peculiar. "In a few months, he would likely fade away. A phenomenon not uncommon in New York." Harry, feeling somewhat indignant, raised his voice slightly. "Peter, this person is different from those imposters. I can sense it." Peter silently hoped that this was indeed the case, then succumbed to drowsiness once more. For the first time in his life, Peter felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Almost every moment of his leisure time was meticulously scheduled. Rising at 6 in the morning, he embarked on a 10-kilometer morning run, followed by a hot shower before heading to school. An hour after classes was invariably dedicated to the gym, after which he would return home to complete school assignments and review his studies. By around 9 o'clock, he would ensure he was in bed on time. Around 1 in the morning, Peter would stealthily rise from his slumber, don his disguise, and escape through his window, not returning until approximately 5 o'clock. Much of his time was spent honing his mental acuity and control over his powers on a serene rooftop he had discovered. Whenever his decoder detected a nearby emergency call, he would hasten to the scene, eager to see if there was any way he could assist. Coupled with his occasional visits to the Weasel, Peter found himself perpetually pressed for time. With such a demanding schedule, the only time he could catch up on sleep was during classes. This had begun to adversely affect his academic performance, as he slipped from consistently ranking in the top 3 of his class to merely floating within the top 15. The teachers had already contacted Aunt May, yet this had not prompted any change in Peter's behavior. He was acutely aware of what he desired and recognized that such aspirations could not be fulfilled within the confines of the classroom. Even though Peter prided himself on his determination, the pressures of this lifestyle were becoming nearly unbearable. Recently, he had struggled to achieve a meditative state during his sessions. This was not a favorable sign. The silver lining was that following the final exams in 2 weeks, along with the Christmas and New Year festivities, they would enjoy nearly 5 weeks of winter break. During that time, Peter would have ample opportunity, perhaps even to revisit some long-forgotten computer games. Lately, his computer was only activated for assignments and research, and a plethora of movies, television shows, and games had remained untouched for quite some time. Each morning, he would glance at the calendar on his desk, counting down the days until the arrival of winter break. Let us not forget, we have an internship during the winter break, Harry reminded Peter. We should expedite our holiday assignments during Christmas, as we may become quite busy afterward. For reasons unknown, Harry seemed particularly invested in the winter internship. I know, Peter muttered, somewhat disgruntled. Once again, my sweet dreams were interrupted, and with this demeanor. I sincerely hope you do not falter during the final examinations, Harry expressed with deep concern. Your mental state has been rather poor of late. Should you fail a subject, your uncle and aunt would undoubtedly give you a stern talking to. Do not worry, I have grown up without them ever laying a finger on me, Peter reassured, confident in his abilities. Besides, failing is out of the question, you need not fret. Every situation has its first time, Harry cautioned, leaving behind a warning. Although he spoke lightly, Peter did not let his guard down. Throughout the ensuing week of reviews, apart from the mandatory daily exercises, Peter devoted every spare moment to studying, significantly reducing his late-night escapades. Within 5 days, he completed a remarkable 12 mock examinations, a fervor that astonished both Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Peter, relentless studying is not the solution. One must balance work and rest, Aunt May advised, placing a bowl of pumpkin soup beside him. Peter, somewhat exasperated, replied, We just had lunch 2 hours ago, yet his hand continued to scribble on the exam paper without pause. You are in a growth phase. And considering how tired you are each day, you must nourish yourself adequately. Aunt May arranged the napkin for him. You should understand that we are not upset about your previous midterm results. Your academic performance is already commendable. There is no need to worry excessively. I am not worried, Peter replied casually, flipping open a new exam paper. Aunt May could only sigh, closing the door as she exited. Nevertheless, Peter's intensive preparation bore remarkable fruit. He navigated the week of examinations with ease, and when his report card was released, his classmates gasped in astonishment. Out of 7 subjects, Peter achieved perfect scores in 6, with only a symbolic deduction of 2 points in his English essay. His final exam results secured him the top position in his grade, leaving the second-place student trailing by a staggering 17 points. However, when the announcement of his accomplishments was made, Peter remained blissfully asleep at his desk, seemingly indifferent to the accolades. This scene left his less academically inclined peers in tears. The realm of academic excellence indeed feels impossibly distant for us. Chapter 27. The Osborne Group. The Osborne Building, a striking edifice of 108 stories, stands at the heart of Manhattan, less than a kilometer from the newly constructed Stark Tower. Its design is peculiar, resembling a rolled-up book or a sword sheath piercing the clouds. It epitomizes the formidable strength of the Osborne Group and serves as the very heart of the organization. Not only is it the headquarters of the Osborne Group, but it also fulfills the role of a research facility. Over 50% of the group's biological laboratories and product development areas are housed within this structure. On the opposite side of the road, just outside the entrance of this grand building, 2 young men dressed in suits stood waiting. Peter's gaze flitted back and forth between the Osborne Tower and Harry's face, ultimately culminating in an involuntary gasp. Osborne, that Osborne, he murmured, lost in thought as he beheld the edifice before him, while Harry stood beside him, exuding a palpable sense of pride. Indeed, the Osborne Group. You are the Osborne, are you not? Peter turned to Harry, his mind swirling with countless inquiries, yet only this seemingly incongruous question escaped his lips. Harry Osborne, the primary heir of the Osborne Group, at your service, Harry declared, slightly bowing in a mock gesture of deference, which soon elicited laughter from him. This laughter jolted Peter back to reality from his stunned state. He scrutinized Harry from head to toe, concluding, yes, he is still the same Harry. To be frank, I believe you are the only one in our grade who remains oblivious to this fact, Harry remarked, slightly exasperated. Wealthy family, Osborne's surname. Most people piece together this simple puzzle within a month. Honestly, I knew of the Osborne group, but good heavens, I never imagined my desk mate was a billionaire. Peter was still grappling with the revelation. Damn, if your family is so affluent, why are you still attending our rundown school? That's a pertinent question, Harry replied. In truth, I have never attended middle or elementary school. I've always been homeschooled by a private tutor. A year ago, I expressed my dissent to my father regarding this arrangement. And then what? Peter inquired, as Harry wore a mix of amusement and irritation. Can't you deduce the answer yourself? We are now classmates. So what do you suppose happened next? Peter shrank slightly, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Did your father acquiesce so easily? Did he raise any objections? Not at all. My father has always respected my opinions, Harry said, adjusting his tie and hair with a hint of pride. After we discussed it, he supported my decision, withdrawing all the bodyguards and drivers to allow me to experience a normal high school life. Living alone in a villa starting at $1 million is hardly the lifestyle of a typical high school student. That's quite the critique, Peter quipped. By the way, since you're so wealthy, why not lend a hand to us less fortunate souls? Charity isn't your prerogative, Harry scoffed. You have your own job, and your pocket money is considerable in our class. Besides, your family owns a house, while many in our class reside in rentals. Hey, I was merely testing the waters, Peter said unapologetically, patting Harry on the shoulder. Good things are meant to be shared. Since you have more money slipping through your fingers than I could earn in a lifetime, why not? That's my father's money, not mine, Harry responded, but midway through, he broke into a cunning smile. When the time comes, you can work for me. Rest assured, I will provide you with a salary sufficient to keep you well fed. Amidst their playful banter, the pedestrian signal finally turned green, prompting Harry and Peter to hastily gather their belongings before following suit. By the way, I neglected to mention that this position was procured for you through my request to the Human Resources Manager. My father remains oblivious to this. Please refrain from boasting about having gained entry through connections, as it would undoubtedly land me in trouble with him, Harry cautioned Peter with a somewhat grave tone. Peter nodded in acknowledgement, then a thought struck him. By the way, what do you typically eat at home? Is it true that your sausages are crafted from Kobe beef? Do your pasta dishes always feature truffles? Do you spread foie gras and caviar on toast? Peter bombarded Harry with questions, his curiosity evident. Initially, Harry chose to ignore him. But within half a minute, he could no longer contain himself. Get lost, he exclaimed, forcing a disdainful expression, yet ultimately succumbing to laughter. Upon entering the Osborne building, Harry and Peter quickly parted ways. As the future heir to Osborne Enterprises, Harry certainly wouldn't squander time on this internship. He expressed his intention to be rigorously trained by his father for a month, a statement that carried a hint of frustration, though it was unclear whether it was feigned. Shortly after entering, Peter was subjected to a security check. The guards here were exceptionally stringent. After a thorough body search, they meticulously rifled through Peter's backpack and even demanded he take a sip from his water bottle before allowing him to pass. Despite arriving relatively early, Peter noticed several other peers present, likely fellow interns. Each year, Osborne Group offers internship opportunities to college and high school students, a highly coveted chance for many. With only 40 slots available, countless students vie for these positions, leading to fierce competition. Ultimately, those who succeed are undoubtedly among the top echelon of scholars, including prodigies who have published papers in scientific journals while still in high school. If Peter's academic performance were lacking, Harry would not have so easily facilitated his entry. After waiting at the front desk for a few minutes, Peter presented his internship invitation letter and promptly received his intern badge, adorned with a rather foolish photo of himself smiling. Each glance at the badge sparked an impulse to remove it. Welcome to the Osborne building. Please ensure that you wear this badge at all times while within the premises. Our security personnel are not particularly amiable towards those lacking identification. The receptionist cheerfully informed him and the other two interns, though Peter could sense the mechanical nature behind her smile. It seems that today is not the first time she has uttered these words. Each group within the internship program has its own distinct schedule, so I implore everyone to pay close attention to their respective timetables, lest they become confused. Numerous areas within this building are accessible solely to authorized personnel. Trespassing can lead to severe consequences. During the internship, it is imperative that individuals refrain from straying from their groups. Should assistance be required, please seek help from the nearest staff member. As her lengthy discourse finally drew to a close, Peter let out a sigh of relief. He retrieved the materials he had just acquired and, while making his way towards the elevator, began to peruse them. I am in Group 3. We are to assemble in front of Laboratory 13 on the 14th floor in 25 minutes. It seems a bit premature to head there now. Should I merely wait idly until then? Peter muttered to himself while glancing at his schedule, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. As he rounded a corner, an individual unexpectedly emerged from the opposite direction and collided forcefully with him. One foot stumbled backward, and as a thought flickered in Peter's mind, a gentle force suddenly appeared behind him, steadying him. Instinctively, Peter grasped the other person's hand and pulled them towards him. Perhaps Peter's pull was too vigorous, for the individual was surprisingly light. Instead of regaining their balance, they were inadvertently drawn in Peter's direction, crashing into him before he had time to react. Having nullified the force that had supported him, Peter was unable to withstand the impact. Amidst startled cries and a flurry of papers, the unbalanced Peter was toppled to the ground, with the other person landing atop him, their head inadvertently striking his chest. A wave of discomfort surged through Peter, nearly stealing his breath away. An unexpectedly pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Lowering his gaze, he found himself staring into a pair of misty blue eyes. Their gazes locked for a brief moment. After half a second, a sharp scream pierced the air. "She is rather charming," was Peter's first thought as he regained his composure. Chapter 28. The internship commences. The girl hastily scrambled off Peter, retreating a couple of steps. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. Are you all right?" At that moment, Peter clearly discerned the girl's features. She possessed a mane of striking light golden hair, which, when tied into a ponytail, appeared remarkably sleek, accentuated further by her attire. She wore a deep blue short top paired with a pristine white long skirt, bestowing upon this somewhat youthful-looking girl an air of professional elegance. While she appeared slightly slender, one could hardly describe her as possessing a devilishly alluring figure. Her features were exquisitely refined. In terms of appearance, Peter would give her an 8 out of 10. Compared to Mary, she was slightly inferior in both appearance and figure, lacking the innate charm that Mary effortlessly exuded. However, she possessed a uniquely ethereal quality, complemented by the subtle aura of confidence that emerged with her every movement, which held an unusual allure for Peter. He too rose, beginning to gather the scattered papers around him. After picking up a few sheets, he stumbled upon something intriguing, eliciting a quiet chuckle. He returned her portion of the documents to her. "Thank you," she said, accepting the papers and casually organizing them before placing them into her bag. "I was a bit embarrassed earlier. Are you all right?" "Quite fine, no problem at all. Most of the fault rests with me. I wasn't watching where I was going," Peter replied with a smile, extending his right hand. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be one of the interns as well. I'm Peter Parker. A pleasure to meet you." Even Peter was taken aback by his own assertiveness. The girl graciously shook his hand. "Gwen Stacy, though I trust you already know that," she laughed, pointing to her badge, where the girl in the photo was grinning broadly at Peter. "To make amends, how about a cup of coffee?" Peter blurted out, momentarily at a loss for words, and instantly regretted it as the words left his lips. He nervously gauged Gwen's reaction. "Sorry, but..." As Peter had anticipated, she declined, though her demeanor did not suggest displeasure. "I'm beginning to wonder if that was intentional." Quite a charming pickup line, she teased lightly. "However, our internship starts in just over 20 minutes, so it seems a bit late for coffee now." "Then it must wait for another time," Peter said, attempting to feign nonchalance. Uttering the only words he could conjure, he clenched his hands, feeling the sweat pooling in his palms. "Next time, you might want to try a different approach." Gwen winked playfully. Peter felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. "See you later," he said, slightly puzzled, but Gwen quickly responded, "See you soon, Peter." After exchanging farewells, she walked toward the front desk with her belongings. Watching her retreating figure, Peter found himself momentarily entranced. It took him a few seconds to realize that staring at a girl's back might be impolite, prompting him to turn and retrace his steps. "Heh, luck seems to be on my side," Peter mused, rubbing the sore spot on his back, recalling the 2 soft impressions that had pressed against his abdomen. And he couldn't help but smile foolishly. That fall had truly been worth it, he thought joyfully. With some time left before the gathering, he decided to explore the exhibition hall on the 2nd floor. When they encountered each other again, Gwen appeared somewhat taken aback. "You're in group 3 as well?" "At that moment, I had already informed you that we would meet later," Peter remarked, a hint of mischief in his tone. He took a seat beside her, hesitating briefly before shifting slightly away, creating a bit of distance. "As long as you are not an obsessive stalker, I shall feel at ease. I already have enough issues to contend with." Do you encounter many stalkers?" Peter blurted out without a moment's thought. The atmosphere instantly froze, and Gwen awkwardly opened her mouth, struggling to conjure an appropriate response. Perhaps Peter's silent prayer was finally heard by some passing deity. With 5 minutes remaining before the gathering time, the laboratory door before them swung open. A young man clad in a long-sleeved white lab coat emerged. drawing Peter and Gwen's attention towards him. He glanced at the interns waiting outside, counted them with a nod, confirming that all were present. Hello everyone. My name is Chris Hanley, a bioengineer from the 4th Experimental Division and also the assistant to Dr. Connors. I will be one of your guides for the next 3 weeks. First and foremost, let me reiterate, welcome to the Osborne Group. 8 years ago, I stood in your position, arriving here as an intern. It turned out that participating in this internship was one of the best decisions of my life. Those 3 weeks were also the most unforgettable of my existence. I hope you will have a similar experience. In the upcoming 3 weeks, you will engage with some of the leading scientists in their respective fields. You will witness the most advanced biotechnologies in the world and even have the opportunity to directly partake in the development of new technologies. You will learn how to scientifically and rationally deduce brilliant ideas and, subsequently, how to bring them to fruition. However, we only have 3 weeks, and every minute is precious. So I shall not prolong your time any further. Please proceed to the entrance to don your safe laboratory attire and safety goggles. After that, I will give you a tour of the laboratory. The 8 members of Group 3 followed Chris into the laboratory. They first placed their backpacks into lockers, taking only 2 pens and a notebook. Peter exerted considerable effort to find a lab coat that fit him well. He usually wore loose-fitting t-shirts and had not realized that his clothes had become rather snug. It seemed that the series of exercises he had undertaken were indeed effective, as his physique had grown considerably more muscular. Once he donned his safety goggles, Peter felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Gwen standing there, her cheeks slightly flushed, pursing her lips and gesturing towards her hair. Peter glanced and couldn't help but chuckle. A strand of her hair was caught in her safety goggles. Upon noticing her slightly tear-filled eyes, it was evident that she was in considerable pain. Peter cautiously approached and gingerly untangled her hair. Despite his utmost care, he inadvertently tugged at her hair, eliciting a small gasp of discomfort from Gwen. I am truly sorry, Peter quickly apologized, chiding himself for his clumsiness. He thought to himself that perhaps he should have resorted to the force for assistance in such a simple task. It's all right, Gwen replied, finally securing her safety goggles and regarding Peter with an oddly scrutinizing gaze. After a brief moment of hesitation, she shyly remarked, "Mind your pants. Make sure to zip up." With that, she turned away, heading towards Instructor Hanley. Peter glanced down and confirmed that his zipper was indeed wide open. His face flushed with embarrassment. He hurriedly turned to zip up and checked himself before joining the other members of the group. Everyone, this is Dr. Kurt Connors, my mentor and one of the most authoritative figures in the field of herpetology, Chris introduced. Following the introduction, Dr. Connors stepped forward. He appeared rather disheveled, his hair unkempt as if it had not been washed in days, and his lab coat was wrinkled. However, his eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Yet, the most striking feature about him was his right arm, or rather, the absence of it. Below his right elbow, where one would typically find a forearm, there was only a bare elbow. Unperturbed by the gazes of the interns, he raised his amputated arm. I consider myself quite an optimistic individual. As you can see, I am left-handed, though that is a learned trait. A few interns chuckled softly, only to quickly stifle their laughter, realizing it might be impolite. In fact, I have discovered that losing an arm has its advantages. People tend to offer me their seats on public transport, and I occasionally receive complimentary upgrades to first class when flying. More importantly, it has instilled in me a sense of purpose. Dr. Connors paused momentarily, casting his gaze across the faces of all the students, lingering slightly longer on Peter's. Knowledge is power, and I believe I possess ample knowledge and sufficient strength. Unlike many patients who passively accept their fate, I prefer to seize my destiny with my remaining hand and rewrite it. I am confident that with my strength, I can mend any imperfection in others. He gestured broadly to the entire laboratory. I believe I am quite close to achieving my goals, and you will witness the progress I have made over the past 12 years. Of course, that is the role of Instructor Hanley. He smiled and waved goodbye to the interns as he turned to enter his private laboratory, while Instructor Hanley took over the conversation. All right, everyone, please follow my lead. And be sure not to wander off or lag behind. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention this way. Yes, right here. Yesterday, a group was formed. Yet in the end, only one individual joined, which may suggest that the author has perhaps overestimated their appeal. Originally, I intended to pose a question regarding the trajectory of the storyline. However, it seems there is no harm in sharing it here. In the forthcoming segment of the narrative, a character from the Marvel Universe will make an appearance. Their role will be somewhat significant, yet not overly so, perhaps slightly more than the current screen time of Deadpool. Presently, there are 2 options, Daredevil or a modified version of Lady Deadpool as envisioned by the author. Regardless of which character is chosen, The overall direction of the story will remain largely unaffected. Please leave your preferences in the comments section. Chapter 29. Norman Osborn. The group of individuals swiftly explored the majority of this laboratory. The sheer size of the facility astounded Peter, who was accustomed to the confines of the small laboratory at school. This laboratory occupies half of 3 floors, teeming with hundreds of technicians clad in white coats diligently working at various instruments, while security personnel patrol the premises. Based on Peter's observations, the caliber of these security guards far surpassed that of the petty thugs he had previously encountered. The entire laboratory is divided into numerous zones, both large and small, including a visitor-friendly exhibition area, a designated office space, and a biocontainment zone for hazardous experiments. Among these, Peter found himself most intrigued by the sample storage area. This modest warehouse, spanning over 600 square meters, housed thousands of various species of flora and fauna, predominantly reptiles. A few of the girls in the group turned pale at the sight of the lizards, while Peter and several of the boys eagerly approached to examine them. After introducing a few particularly unique species, Henry allowed them a brief period to explore before guiding them to the next section of the laboratory. It was only after they had completed their tour that Peter realized the entire morning had slipped away. It is now lunchtime. Please follow me to the employee cafeteria on the 26th floor, where we have prepared a meal for you. You will have 2 hours of free time, and we shall reconvene at the entrance of this laboratory at 1:30, Henry announced, and the interns, having walked for the entirety of the morning, eagerly anticipated this respite. Upon arriving at the 26th floor via the elevator, the students stepped out into an expansive dining area reminiscent of a grand European restaurant, capable of accommodating 500 to 600 patrons without feeling crowded. Welcome to our employee cafeteria. The Osborn building also houses additional cafeterias on the 25th and 35th floors, which we will visit in the coming weeks. As for the more upscale managerial dining room, that is not for us to access at this time, Henry explained to the students under his guidance. This establishment primarily offers American, French, and Italian cuisine, each boasting a plethora of delectable dishes for our selection. However, the complimentary lunch provided to everyone does not afford such freedom, as patrons must choose from a fixed menu of 5 set meals. If something else piques your interest, you may order it, albeit at an additional cost. Personally, I highly recommend the mango pudding and seafood chowder. Their flavors are undeniably exquisite. The other groups of interns gradually arrived at similar intervals, while the additional staff at the Osborn building began to fill the previously vacant seats. To collect their meals, they first had to retrieve their meal vouchers from a makeshift table in the corner of the dining area, leading to a frenzy among the interns eager to be first. Peter, who had patiently remained at the back of the line without cutting in, finally obtained his voucher after a wait of over 2 minutes, only to find that his group members had long since vanished, including Gwen. With a sigh, Peter proceeded to the serving area to claim his meal. 1 chicken wrap combo, please. Oh, and make that a mango pudding as well. Remembering his bank account had reached 4 figures, Peter decided to indulge himself for once. After receiving his meal, Peter scanned the room but found no familiar faces, which left him feeling somewhat despondent. After a moment's hesitation, he settled at an empty table in the corner. Not long after, while Peter was voraciously devouring his food, someone took a seat opposite him. Looking up, he was surprised to see Harry. What's the matter? Don't you have to have lunch with your father? Peter mumbled through a mouthful of food. And weren't you trying to keep it a secret that I got in because of you? Harry frowned at the unappealing sight before him. Bad luck? He already knows. Harry sighed. I did get scolded for a bit, but it wasn't as bad as I had imagined. That's good to hear. I feel a bit guilty for causing you trouble, Peter admitted, feeling an inexplicable sense of remorse. After all, if Harry hadn't facilitated his entry, he wouldn't have endured that reprimand. It's nothing, just a minor inconvenience, Harry replied, seemingly preoccupied as he picked at the hamburger on his tray. By the way, be prepared. Dad wants to invite you for afternoon tea. Peter almost choked on his food at the thought. Meet him? Why would your father want to see me? Goodness. What am I supposed to say? He's a person of immense wealth. Panic set in for Peter. However, witnessing Peter's reaction seemed to lighten Harry's mood. At this rate, one might think my dad is a velociraptor, Harry said, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just think of him as my father, not the president of Osborn Group. It will be much easier. Yet, this advice had no effect on Peter. But he is indeed the president of the Osborn Group, Peter protested. As he followed Harry into Norman Osborn's office, his hands trembled slightly and his mind was clouded. However, upon seeing the man seated within the office, he could not help but gasp. At that moment, Harry looked at Peter with a bittersweet smile. The Norman Osborn before him bore little resemblance to the charismatic middle-aged figure he had seen on television and in magazines. Although his features bore a striking resemblance to those in the publications, his skin was an unhealthy pallor, marred by splotches of a grayish hue. It did not appear to be the skin of a man in his prime, but rather that of a 90-year-old. Yet, despite this unsettling appearance, Norman's mere presence elicited a sense of suffocation in Peter. Years of maintaining a position of power had bestowed upon him an intangible aura that required no grand gestures. I sincerely apologize for revealing this side of myself. When I need not appear before the public eye, I generally find little motivation to summon a makeup artist. Sitting before a mirror for an hour and a half is hardly enjoyable, Norman Osborn remarked, his voice sounding markedly older than his years. Please, take a seat. Harry frequently speaks of you. Peter patted his suit to smooth out the wrinkles before sitting down. Old suits have a tendency to exhibit such flaws. An assistant entered, placing a cup of red tea and a small cake before Norman, Harry, and Peter before departing. Lancashire red tea. I have been drinking this ever since my doctor advised me to increase my tea consumption. Norman lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. To be honest, once you become accustomed to it, the taste is rather pleasant. Although he knew it was quite impolite, Peter could not help but occasionally scrutinize Norman's pallid complexion. His gaze did not escape Norman's notice. A rather rare hereditary ailment within the Osborn family, he stated, his smile fading slightly. The capillaries in my body rapidly weaken and become obstructed. It is not a comfortable condition. With little warning, 1 in every 20 individuals in the Osborn lineage succumbs to this cursed affliction. At least I consider myself fortunate to have avoided its onset in my youth. Life has granted me ample time. My apologies, Mr. Osborn, Peter stammered, momentarily taken aback by this significant revelation, but Norman merely waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence, he replied. Let us first satisfy your curiosity, so we may converse normally. Peter, allow me to begin by expressing my gratitude for everything you have done for Harry. To be frank, I have harbored considerable concern regarding whether, given Harry's circumstances, he could enjoy a normal high school life and find a true friend who genuinely cares for him. Norman's words left Peter feeling anxious. He lowered his head, unable to meet Norman's eagle-like gaze. However, my invitation to you this time stems not solely from the fact that you are my son's friend, but also because you are the son of my friend. Norman rose and slowly approached his summer reading, retrieving a book and placing it before Peter. The Puzzle of Life, authored by Richard Parker. Observing the astonishment in Peter's eyes, Norman couldn't help but chuckle softly. Peter, to what extent do you truly know your father? Norman's inquiry seemed to carry a deeper significance. The author's concluding remarks reminded me that not everyone frequents the book review section. Few would notice the group number posted there. The group number is 850-14121. Simply remove the dash in the middle. As for the decision regarding the Night Devil and the She-Devil, I shall defer it until tomorrow. This segment of the narrative has additional matters. Thank you once again for your support. Chapter 30. The Art of Conversation. Upon hearing this question, Peter momentarily drifted into thought. His father's memory felt distant. Ever since the plane crash when he was 5, he had been taken in by Uncle Ben and Aunt May, who mutually resolved to refrain from mentioning this event in Peter's presence, silently shouldering the responsibilities of his parents. The young Peter, having lost his parents at such a tender age, never felt abandoned. In time, Uncle Ben and Aunt May became the true parents in his heart. But what kind of man was his father? Cheerful, intelligent, resolute? All of these traits had faded from Peter's recollection. The only memory he held of his father was a scene in a small park. He could not recall when he forgot, nor how he arrived there. Even the name and appearance of that little park eluded him. He merely remembered swinging, his father pushing him from behind, while his mother captured the moment with her camera. He recalled the joy of that moment, simply because it had been a long time since his father had played with him in such a manner. Peter was uncertain of what his parents looked like. He had only seen them in photographs, and their likenesses gradually supplanted the vague images in his memory. Yet, Norman unveiled another facet of his father before Peter's eyes. Richard was the most brilliant person I have ever known. Perhaps he was a bit stubborn, perhaps excessively perfectionistic. However, there is no doubt that fate bestowed upon him a remarkable intellect. Norman caressed the cuff of his suit, clearly moved. At only 32, if fate could grant him another 20 years, he undoubtedly could have transformed the world. In the realm of biological sciences, he perceived possibilities far beyond the rest of us. Perpetually 2 steps ahead. While we were merely inventing the wheel, he had already created the first steam locomotive. Norman lost himself in his memories, a smile gracing his lips. Without him, there would likely be no Osborn Industries as we know it today. Regrettably, the divergence in ideals ultimately led him to abandon everything he had created. I was entirely unaware of these matters. Peter was somewhat taken aback, his mind still grappling with this newfound information. He had never shared this with me. nor had Aunt May or Uncle Ben ever mentioned it. I felt no surprise. A knowing smile played upon Norman Osborn's face. Though Richard had always harbored the grandest of ideals, he still preferred to shield himself with secrets. As Peter exited Norman's office, he felt as though the world had transformed since his entry, while Harry, nearby, scrutinized him with an unsettling gaze. Your dad was actually friends with my dad? Harry, who had scarcely uttered a word in the office, finally expressed his astonishment. I can't believe that a friend I casually made at school has such deep connections to my family. Hey, what do you mean by casually made friends? Peter feigned displeasure, while Harry, with a cheeky persistence, leaned against Peter's back. We are truly fated to be partners. What should our nickname be? Parker Ben or OSK? The latter suggestion seemed a bit odd, and before he could finish, Peter, growing impatient, pushed him away. Get lost. What fate? I'm not gay, Peter exclaimed, his expression one of disdain. This encounter with Norman lasted considerably longer than he had anticipated. When Peter bid farewell to Harry, he realized that his lunch break was nearly over. Upon arriving at the meeting point, he found that the other members of his group had already gathered and appeared to have been there for some time. Gwen seemed to have made a new friend, engaged in lively conversation with an Asian girl. Peter, feeling a bit shy, waved at Gwen, but she did not notice him at all. A bit disheartened, Peter recognized that he had returned to his usual state of solitude. The others seemed to have found their respective companions, leaving him without anyone to converse with. He quietly retreated to a corner, retrieving the materials he had received that morning to begin reading. At precisely 1 o'clock, the laboratory door swung open, and all the interns filed in orderly. This afternoon's agenda included an extraction and separation experiment. The principles and practical steps of the experiment were not particularly challenging. An instructor Hanley quickly elucidated the entire process. Well, the fundamental principles and steps of this experiment have been explained. Do you have any questions? Hanley surveyed the 8 interns before him. Noting the lack of responses, he nodded. You will pair up for the upcoming separation experiment. Let me announce your groupings. Autumn Zhang and Oliver Wood, you will use Station 1. Simon Petty and Ava Delavie, you will be at Station 2. John Reese, you and Sarah Connor will be at Station 3. Finally, Peter Parker, accompanied by Gwen Stacy, decided to utilize the 4th experimental station. Gwen gazed at the boy before her, whose foolish grin evoked a complicated mix of emotions, and sighed. Though she harbored no animosity towards him, the incessant coincidences between them stirred an odd sensation within her. Very well, let us not squander any more time. This experiment, utilizing traditional methods, would ordinarily require over 10 hours to complete. However, our instruments can expedite this process to under 2 hours, so we must work diligently. As each in turn approached their respective workstations, Hendry clapped his hands and swiftly reiterated the experimental procedure. Once his final instructions concluded, the various groups busied themselves at their tables. Isn't it a bit of a coincidence? Peter, feeling slightly anxious, clumsily attempted to initiate conversation, while Gwen found herself inexplicably amused. Indeed, it seems quite fated. After a brief silence, Peter, filled with renewed hope, ventured. How about we grab a cup of coffee together after the internship this afternoon? Surely, one should lay some groundwork and exhibit a touch of creativity when asking a girl out. Where did you learn such a cliché approach? Gwen deftly sidestepped the direct answer, countering with a question of her own. It seemed this tactic worked well in films. Immediately after uttering those words, Peter began to second-guess himself, attempting to laugh off the awkwardness that had just transpired. Yet, Gwen appeared to take delight in teasing Peter, unwilling to release him from her playful grasp. Let me ask you a question. What benefits do I gain from accompanying you for coffee? Momentarily taken aback, Peter's mind raced. Yet he could not conjure a compelling response. I'll cover the coffee, he ventured hesitantly. Ah, right. Peter seemed to recall something, a flicker of excitement gracing his features. There's a CAF nearby renowned for its exquisite cheesecake. Honestly, you won't regret it. Gwen regarded the boy before her, whose emotional intelligence appeared to have matured 2 or 3 years later than his peers, and found herself at a loss for words. Amusement bubbled within her, accompanied by an urge to tease him further. Then why not tell me the name of this CAF, and I can go enjoy it alone? Peter fell silent for a moment, then, with a hint of dejection, replied, then I wouldn't get to enjoy it. After a brief pause, Gwen erupted into laughter, her hands rhythmically striking the experimental table, nearly gasping for breath. Within moments, Hendry approached her, visibly displeased. Miss Stacy, perhaps you do not value this internship opportunity, which is inconsequential to us. However, I implore you to show some respect for others. Gwen, stifling her laughter, repeatedly apologized, assuring him that she would not err again, prompting Hendry to leave with a satisfied expression. Standing to the side, Peter felt a twinge of embarrassment as he watched Gwen being reprimanded. I'm sorry, he murmured apologetically. To which Gwen waved dismissively, her mood visibly brightening. It's all right. I haven't laughed like this in ages. Consider it even. Afterward, as they shared a coffee, Peter felt a glimmer of hope and tentatively ventured, how about? No. Gwen interjected firmly, though her expression betrayed no anger. A lady cannot casually agree to such things. Especially since we just met today. Undeterred, Peter persisted, well, what about next week? That, of course, is a matter for another time. Gwen replied with a playful smile before turning her attention back to preparing the experimental procedures. Stop dawdling and come help me. I do not wish to be reprimanded by Instructor Hanley again. All right, Peter replied, stepping forward, yet he felt a sense of disappointment, convinced he had once again blundered the conversation. Harry, you were right. I need to practice more in this regard. Chapter 31. The commission the following half-day passed without incident. Once the experiment concluded, they were free to leave, planning to return the next day to collect the results. After packing his bag, Peter noticed that Gwen had already departed. He stopped by a convenience store to grab a sandwich before making his way home alone. After his recent workouts, he had noticed a significant increase in his appetite. The amount he used to consume was no longer sufficient. Now, he often prepared extra food to stave off hunger. His physique had also undergone noticeable changes. His previously gaunt body now bore a layer of subtle, yet firm muscle. Upon returning home, Peter completed his daily exercise routine before diving into his winter vacation assignments. Having finished most of the work except for a few essays, he anticipated completion by next Thursday or Friday. As the clock struck 9, he settled into bed, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. Tonight promised further adventures. At 2 in the morning, at Sister Margaret's Lost Children's School, the security guard stepped aside for the masked Peter, regarding him with a peculiar gaze. Upon entering the Weasel's bar, he was met with a chorus of cheers, accompanied by an almost equal number of jeers directed at him. Peter ignored them, plopping down in front of the Weasel. It's been a while. Do you have any tasks for me? He casually grabbed a glass of water, slipping a $5 bill into the Weasel's tip jar. Yet, the Weasel reacted with a resigned expression. The last time I saw you was a week and a half ago. We thought you wouldn't return. Little Red Riding Hood, what you did last week has put me in quite a bind. David is, after all, one of our own. First and foremost, I must clarify that I was unaware of his allegiance at the outset. Secondly, that scoundrel violated the daughter of his target. Merely striking one of his most sensitive areas can be considered a display of restraint on my part. Peter seemed somewhat indifferent. Moreover, I recall that the only safe haven is this bar, correct? Given the personal vendettas that have transpired outside, the instances of lethal confrontations are not few. I have not observed you intervening excessively. The crux of the matter is that there exists no personal grudge between you two. Simply because his actions do not align with your preferences, you have rendered him less of a man. Few individuals within these walls are entirely blameless, and they naturally harbor unease. Yet, upon my recent entrance, the cheers I heard seemed to resonate more fervently. Peter remarked nonchalantly. That is because Avid is nothing short of a scoundrel. Weasel chuckled. He has few allies in this place. Moreover, if you had a superhero as a colleague, you would undoubtedly feel a thrill, would you not? It certainly lends an air of prestige when boasting to others. Peter shrugged, and Weasel continued. I merely wish to remind you that the dichotomy of right and wrong is not so stark in this world. Should you be unable to tolerate the shades of gray, you will find yourself with an abundance of adversaries. Weasel chuckled lightly. I suppose I count among them. Rest assured, I know my limits, Peter replied calmly. Given your tone, it seems there are no new opportunities suitable for me. If no acceptable tasks present themselves, he would soon take his leave. He frequents Weasel's establishment once or twice a week, often returning empty-handed. Over the past 2 months, only 5 suitable tasks had been identified, and the compensation was far from substantial, amounting to just over $4,000. This also implied that Weasel's commission was rather meager, yet he remained unconcerned about it. Eventually, when you experience genuine rewards, you will discard those superfluous notions of decorum. In this world, money is the true power, Weasel had once said, and he firmly believed that Peter would progress in the direction he anticipated. However, Weasel's response this time was somewhat different. There are no genuine tasks available. Entirely clean jobs are rarely posted here, as you well know. Nevertheless, I do have certain matters that require your assistance. You may regard this as a private commission. Rest assured, the remuneration will be substantial. A private commission? What do you need me for? What is the payment? And why entrust this to me? Peter pondered for a moment, posing 3 questions in rapid succession. Although he considered himself a relatively inexperienced novice, he had already gained considerable insight into many aspects of this line of work. Weasel's solemnity in bestowing this private commission upon him suggested that there was more than met the eye. I must concede that completing this task necessitates a certain aptitude. Regrettably, my old companions, despite their commendable performance in their daily endeavors, lack the capability to accomplish this particular task. The weasel let out a faint sigh, casting a glance toward the far end of the bar, where a gorilla, having just knocked out his opponent with a single punch, stood triumphantly atop a table, thumping his chest like a true beast. Perhaps in his exuberance, he lost his balance, sending the entire table crashing to the ground, with drinks spilling everywhere. The unfortunate gorilla then collided headfirst into a nearby pillar, rendering him unconscious. "Damn it, you rascals. Those items must be compensated," the weasel shouted in a symbolic manner, waving his hand before skillfully deducting the compensation amount from the accounts of those involved in the brawl. Yet, Peter remained undistracted, his gaze fixed intently on the weasel. "Talent? What talent? You still haven't answered my question. What is the specific nature of this task?" The weasel finally adopted a serious demeanor. He scanned the bar, ensuring that no one was paying attention to them, before lowering his voice to explain to Peter. "I must begin from the very start. Perhaps I am merely overthinking, but it is undoubtedly prudent to ascertain such matters in advance." "Get to the point," Peter interjected, though now he felt a flicker of curiosity about the situation. "This all began 5 months ago," the weasel continued, undeterred by the interruption. 5 individuals arrived, all unfamiliar faces. They ordered a batch of high-quality weaponry and ammunition, assault rifles, light sniper rifles, submachine guns, essentially military-grade equipment. The quantity was not substantial, but both the deposit and the final payment were made in cash up front. Although it seemed peculiar at the time, I did not dwell on it. However, a month and a half later, they placed another order for arms, this time including some explosives. Being more vigilant, I inquired among other colleagues in New York, and similarly, a group of unfamiliar faces had also procured military-grade weaponry from them, all paid for in cash. I am not a fool. It was evident that these individuals were part of the same organization. Spare me the pretense. It's merely a routine transaction. I refuse to believe that after spending over a decade here, you've never dealt in arms of this magnitude." Peter scoffed from beneath his mask. "Moreover, intermediaries shouldn't possess too much knowledge. Isn't that your mantra?" The weasel conceded that he had indeed handled numerous transactions over the years, some far exceeding these in scale. However, few organizations possess the requisite power to purchase such a significant quantity of weaponry without drawing attention. Typically, these entities are among the most prominent forces in New York. This instance is different. The buyers were complete strangers, and their methodical, dispersed purchases clearly indicated a desire to avoid scrutiny. What troubled me further was that these weapons had yet to be deployed. They procured over 100 firearms, an abundance of auxiliary equipment, and sufficient ammunition to wage a small-scale war. 5 months have elapsed, yet they have not discharged a single bullet. Surely, they cannot have purchased such an extensive arsenal at a premium in New York, only to risk detection by transporting it elsewhere for sale. This group exhibits remarkable patience and undoubtedly harbors a plan. Curiosity beckons one to unveil the nature of this scheme. Peter took over the conversation from Weasel, who nodded in affirmation, while Peter fell into contemplation. He rhythmically tapped his fingers against the table, pondering for a considerable while before speaking anew. "Thus far, I see no avenue for my involvement in this affair unless you can furnish me with more pertinent information regarding them. However, judging by your current demeanor, it appears you possess little substantial intelligence." Weasel nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of this statement. "Indeed, my knowledge about them is lamentably scant. It was only after our last transaction that I began to take notice of them. Their numbers, identities, and capabilities remain shrouded in mystery. Therefore, should you decline this commission, I would fully comprehend your position." At this juncture, Weasel cast a glance at Peter, yet the mask obscured any probing insight he might have offered. "Nevertheless, we currently possess an opportunity to glean insights into their activities. They placed another order with Martin the day before yesterday, slated for pickup next Monday evening. With your abilities, tracking them and acquiring some intelligence should pose little challenge, I presume." Peter once again succumbed to contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. It was then that Weasel dropped a significant proposition. "Should you choose to accept this task, I can provide an advance of $10,000, with an additional $25,000 upon successful completion. If the information you procure proves sufficiently vital, I might even consider offering a bonus." Upon hearing this, Peter's eyes, concealed beneath the mask, sparkled with intrigue. $35,000? That sum represents half a year's salary for me, a veritable fortune. It is worth noting that many high-stakes red label missions yield rewards roughly within this range. An advance of $12,000, followed by $30,000 post-task completion. I find this price fair. Peter quickly repressed his excitement, embarking on a negotiation. However, to his surprise, Weasel, usually as stingy as a miser, displayed remarkable generosity. "It's a deal." He readily accepted Peter's offer, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Chapter 32, Fire. Good morning. "Oh, you seem a bit weary today," Gwen greeted him, noticing the dark circles under Peter's eyes. "I didn't sleep well," Peter replied candidly. Last night, aside from the initial 3.5 hours of slumber, he had scarcely managed to close his eyes again. Although he had now mastered the art of entering deep sleep, allowing him to rejuvenate in shorter spans. Even that amount of rest felt insufficient to him, considering the mental exertion expended during the subsequent force training. Peter felt that merely remaining upright and not succumbing to slumber was a feat worthy of commendation. He drained his coffee with fervor, carelessly tossing the paper cup, which landed precisely in a trash bin situated 6 or 7 meters away. A shiver coursed through him as an unnatural exhilaration surged from the depths of his mind, dissipating some of his weariness. "I now truly comprehend why Harry is so enamored with coffee," Peter mused. "Harry, your friend?" Gwen inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Indeed. My closest companion," he replied. The laboratory door swung open once more, revealing Instructor Hanley waiting for them inside. Peter stretched lazily, summoning his energy to step into the lab. A new day of internship had commenced. Damn, if only internships allowed for naps like in class, he lamented. On second thought, he might need to curtail his nocturnal escapades. The sensation of sleep deprivation was utterly dreadful. The morning's activity involved a visit to the second research institute on the 30th floor. Since Hanley was not a member of that institute, they were accompanied by another instructor throughout the visit. Unlike the laboratory they toured the previous day, this one focused primarily on artificial organs and chip implantation. While the human body is undoubtedly one of the most extraordinary entities in existence, we must also acknowledge its limitations. Our objective is to mend its flaws, enabling it to surpass its inherent boundaries. The instructor, whose name Peter had long forgotten, was delivering a lengthy discourse. While Peter found himself drifting into a reverie, scarcely absorbing a word. Reflecting on it, he realized that he had indeed acted hastily in agreeing to the Weasel's proposal. However, the thought of the already promised $10,000 ignited a warmth within him. It was merely a matter of trailing a group of individuals, not engaging in any physical confrontation. Surely, he could manage to extricate himself unscathed from such a trivial task. Peter held a considerable degree of confidence in his capabilities. A loud cough snapped him back to reality, and he noticed Hanley glaring at him with disapproval. It then dawned on Peter that the group was preparing to move to the next location, while he remained rooted in place, lost in thought. He hurriedly followed suit, discreetly pinching himself to regain focus. "Are you really all right?" Gwen whispered, her concern evident, yet her worry was directed elsewhere. "With your current state, will you be able to complete the experiment this afternoon? We're still in the same group, and if anything goes awry, I will share in the misfortune." Peter rolled his eyes. "Rest assured, I'll manage." It proved to be a close call, as he struggled to maintain his composure throughout the morning. Hanley had already issued him a warning for his occasional daydreaming. However, upon learning of Peter's sleeplessness, he exhibited a degree of understanding. "I comprehend your excitement regarding this internship," Hanley began, as if a realization had dawned upon him. Yet, a mentally fatigued individual cannot absorb knowledge effectively and may leave a negative impression on others. "Do take care in the future." At the hour of lunch, Peter could not even finish his complimentary meal. He casually sought out a relatively quiet corner, set an alarm on his phone, and then rested his head on the table, slipping into a deep slumber. He was abruptly awakened by the blaring of an alarm. As he opened his bleary eyes, the first thing he saw was the flashing fire alarm on the ceiling. Summoning all his strength, he stood up, only to find the scene around him in utter chaos. Unlike the usual fire drills, when untrained and unprepared individuals are confronted with real danger, any semblance of order is quickly cast aside. Without a doubt, this disarray significantly prolonged the evacuation process. From the kitchen, he caught sight of flames flickering ominously. The fire was substantial, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke. The sprinklers within the vicinity of the kitchen had been activated. Yet the water they dispensed did little to quell the raging fire. Instead, it seemed to fuel its ferocity. At that moment, a loud explosion resonated from within, and a plume of flame over a meter high erupted from the window, sending a wave of heat towards Peter, who stood over 20 meters away. Cries of alarm erupted from the crowd, intensifying the chaos. Peter took a couple of steps forward, still somewhat dazed. Suddenly, a figure hunched over, seemingly a chef, burst forth from the inferno of the kitchen, scrambling and gasping for breath. Upon seeing the ferocious blaze that had engulfed the kitchen, terror flashed in his eyes. "Lisa is still inside," he shouted frantically. "She hasn't come out." Yet, His words fell on deaf ears, as those around him were too preoccupied with their own survival to consider risking their lives to rescue anyone from the searing flames. At that moment, a second explosion reverberated from the kitchen, sending scalding debris flying. Another wave of terrified screams filled the air, and the chef, realizing he was not yet safe, scrambled to his feet and fled, seemingly leaving behind those still trapped within the kitchen. Suddenly, a hand grasped Peter's arm, pulling him away. He turned to see Gwen, who yanked at him desperately, but found him immovable. "What are you doing just standing there?" she shouted in a panic. "Hurry up. My goodness. How can you be so foolish?" Finally regaining his senses, Peter's gaze sharpened as he pushed Gwen's hand away. "You go on ahead. I'll catch up in a moment," he replied calmly. In the next instant, Gwen watched in disbelief as this boy, who usually appeared somewhat awkward, pressed a damp tissue to his mouth and nose before plunging headlong into the roaring flames. As he stepped into the kitchen, the thick smoke assaulted Peter's eyes, forcing him to squint. The damp tissue offered him a temporary reprieve, allowing him to breathe amidst the suffocating smoke, but he knew it would not last long. The marble floor beneath him was searing hot, and Peter could even smell the charred scent of his shoes upon contact. In that brief moment of forced perception, he had discerned the general location of the remaining occupant in the kitchen. This undoubtedly saved him precious time, as visibility was severely compromised in the smoke-filled environment. In such circumstances, every second was invaluable. Damn, this kitchen was indeed vast. Peter cursed silently. It was hardly surprising that a kitchen designed to serve hundreds simultaneously was so expansive. Including the adjacent freezer storage, its area surpassed that of many restaurants. Having entered for just over a minute, Peter felt his skin cracking from the heat, while each breath sent sharp pain through his lungs. Although he could still sense the life force of the person, Peter was acutely aware that his time was running out. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, prompting him to halt abruptly and take a step back. A section of the ceiling nearby collapsed, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Had he pressed forward, it would have surely resulted in a grievous injury. Wasting no more time, Peter continued onward, taking 2 detours to avoid the most intense flames. He had no idea what awaited him inside. The oppressive heat made it impossible to approach. This must be the original site of the fire. He circled around through a side door, and after a tense few seconds, he finally arrived outside the room where the individual was located. A toppled shelving unit obstructed the doorway, blocking his path. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter charged towards the burning structure. Just before impact, his mental focus surged to its peak. A burst of force erupted, creating a powerful gust that unexpectedly subdued the flames on the shelf. He grasped the unburned section of the unit, a piercing pain radiating through his hand. Peter grimaced but refused to relinquish his grip. With a mighty shout, he exerted all his strength and pushed the nearly 2-meter-high shelf aside. "Clear the way." With a thunderous crash, the shelf hit the ground, sending sparks flying. Peter had to retreat a couple of steps, and as the dust settled, he finally beheld the interior scene. It was considerably better than he had anticipated. The room contained few flammable materials, and the fire had not yet fully spread. Through the smoke, he could barely make out a figure at the far end of the room, motionless. Peter leaped over the rekindled shelf and approached. A girl, approximately in her 20s and clad in a server's uniform, was crouched behind an iron cabinet. She had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet her chest still displayed faint rises and falls. It appeared she had been trapped by the collapsed shelf when the fire ignited, ultimately losing consciousness due to oxygen deprivation. Peter placed her hand around his neck and embraced her waist. He lifted her up, glancing around in search of the quickest escape route. Feeling the heavy weight in his arms, he silently expressed gratitude for his regular training. Had it been 6 months prior, his physical condition would have rendered him incapable of fleeing with an unconscious person. After a few moments, Peter identified the safest path to safety, tightening his grip on the girl in his arms before dashing out. Chapter 33. The date minutes later, Peter finally burst through the flames, supporting the fainted girl. A burn the size of a coin marred his face, and his clothing bore numerous tears. Carrying another person significantly impaired his agility and responsiveness, forcing him to confront various dangers head-on. Having escaped to safety, Peter relaxed momentarily, the exhaustion that had been suppressed now washing over him. The building's automatic fire suppression system had contained the flames to the dining level, while alarms blared from below. Over a third of the 108 floors of the Osborne building housed high-risk biochemical laboratories, with security and containment systems of the highest caliber. A minor fire would hardly stir significant trouble. Exhausted, Peter half-dragged, half-carried the unconscious girl to a secure area. Meanwhile, Gwen, who had been anxiously observing from a distance, finally exhaled in relief. She needed medical assistance, yet Peter remained oblivious to her presence. After placing the girl against a wall, he frantically called for help. She had inhaled too much smoke. Urgent medical attention was imperative. Calm down, young man. At least 1/5 of the people here hold medical licenses. An elderly man in a white coat approached Peter, crouching to examine the girl. Fortune favors you. She has minor burns on her back and arms. The cause of her unconsciousness is hypoxia, yet she is still breathing. After a brief examination, the elder concluded she should be fine. Medical personnel will arrive shortly. For now, we must ensure she sits upright to maintain airflow. Peter finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall as the elderly man began assessing his injuries. You should wait for the medical team. Though your burns are not severe, they could easily become infected if left untreated. The elder stood up. You were brave, but also rather reckless. If luck had not been on your side, he shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, however, Peter had already drifted into slumber, oblivious to the world around him. According to the firefighters' investigation, the fire was determined to be man-made, triggered by an explosive device in the kitchen's grease storage area. Although the identity of the perpetrator remains unknown, it is evident that several competitors of the Osborne Group are entangled in this matter. The afternoon activities for the interns have been entirely canceled, granting them an unexpected day of respite. Peter lingered a bit longer in the medical room, allowing the doctor to tend to his wounds before departing. As he exited the infirmary, Harry rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. You truly frightened me. Risking your life is not your style, he exclaimed. Upon seeing Peter unharmed, Harry's anxious heart finally eased, and he playfully delivered a light punch to Peter's arm. You mustn't act this way again. Prioritize your safety first. I cannot stand idly by. That girl might not survive, Peter insisted, firmly believing in the righteousness of his actions. I never realized you had the makings of a hero. Harry jested before his tone turned slightly more serious. Peter, just do what lies within your capabilities. There is no need to jeopardize yourself for the sake of a heroic title. But this truly falls within my capabilities, a fleeting thought crossed Peter's mind. Yet he refrained from voicing it. He outwardly accepted Harry's counsel. Understood, Harry, thank you. At least the outcome this time was rather favorable, wasn't it? Indeed. This is the best possible outcome, Harry nodded, though his expression soon soured. If I discover which scoundrel orchestrated this attack, I shall flay him alive. I'll lend a hand when the time comes, Peter cheerfully volunteered as Harry's humorous demeanor suddenly took on a more mischievous air. Hey, Harry poked Peter twice. Now you have the clout to boast. Let me tell you, the girls are quite fond of this kind of story. Damn, you needn't even embellish. Simply recount what transpired today, and you'll have a throng of girls vying for your attention. Faced with the absurdity of his friend transforming from a privileged heir to a street hustler in an instant, Peter helplessly covered his forehead. After exchanging a few more words, Harry hurriedly took his leave, as he had other matters to attend to. Given the magnitude of the events unfolding within the company, Harry, as the primary heir of the Osborne Group, needed to be involved in the resolution of the situation. It was already commendable that he had found time to check on Peter. Meanwhile, Peter took the elevator back to the area where their internship group stored their bags. Most of the others had likely departed half an hour earlier when the disbandment was announced. However, to his surprise, someone remained waiting for him. Outside the storage room, Gwen sat quietly on a chair, engrossed in a scientific magazine. Hearing Peter's footsteps, she looked up. Hello, why are you still here so late? Peter greeted her, feeling a touch awkward as he noticed the large bandage on his face and the charred holes in his pants, making him appear rather disheveled. Having lingered to pose a few inquiries, I inadvertently delayed the passage of time. Upon uttering this, Gawain's cheeks flushed slightly, though Peter remained blissfully unaware. Approaching his locker, he deftly unlocked it with his badge and retrieved his backpack. You truly are an eager learner, Peter remarked casually while organizing his belongings. Prior to my arrival here, I believe my academic performance was commendable. However, in comparison to your efforts, I find myself woefully lacking. Gawain fell silent, and Peter paid little heed to her quietude. His foremost desire was to return home at the swiftest pace, change into comfortable attire, and indulge in a soothing, warm bath. He was thoroughly exhausted by the dust that clung to him and the uncomfortable draft from his tattered pants. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, Peter bid farewell and prepared to depart. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he was called back. Wait. Peter turned in surprise. Gawain's blush deepened, and after a moment's hesitation, she summoned enough courage to speak. The CAF you mentioned yesterday, the one with the exquisite cheesecake, I would like to go there. Peter was momentarily taken aback. Oh, the address of that CAF? I forgot to mention it yesterday. It's located at. However, he was swiftly interrupted by Gawain. What I mean is, won't you accompany me? Her face was as crimson as a persimmon, and her words became somewhat jumbled. Let us go have afternoon tea together, now. Finally grasping the situation, Peter's face illuminated with what he deemed his brightest smile, and he nodded. Yet, glancing at his shabby coat, his expression soured once more. But my attire? Peter hesitated, surveying himself before casting a glance at Gwen. Undeterred, she stepped forward and took his hand. What is the problem? I don't mind at all. Why should you feel embarrassed? Ah. Gwen erupted into laughter, nearly spilling her coffee. France is about cured meats. Ha. Later, I sought out my physics teacher, with whom I had a rather amicable rapport. Peter chuckled wryly, sipping his coffee as he continued. I asked him to elaborate on the phrase knowledge is power, and he patiently explained it for quite some time. For instance, our strength derives from the utilization of resources around us. I understood all of that. However, he failed to clarify the most crucial part. At that moment, Gwen leaned on the table, desperately stifling her laughter. Her body trembled, and her abdominal muscles ached from mirth. Once he had finished, I tentatively inquired, is France about cured meats? He simply regarded me, nodded, and affirmed it was so. You can scarcely imagine the bewilderment I felt at that moment. Gwen wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes, and, after several deep breaths, asked, and how did you come to realize this? Peter shrugged his shoulders. It was when our family acquired our first computer. I directly searched for this question on the search engine. When I finally grasped the answer, I spent the entire afternoon banging my head against the wall. At that moment, the CAF attendant approached their table. I apologize, sir and miss, but our establishment will be closing in 15 minutes. If you wish to order any additional beverages or snacks, now is your final opportunity. Is it really closing so soon? Peter exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the clock on the wall, only to realize that it was nearly 6 o'clock. Damn. The first to rise was Gwen. She hurriedly threw on her coat, anxious about returning home late. Her father would surely not take it lightly. Peter stood up as well, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize 3.5 hours had slipped by so quickly. I should have been more mindful. Gwen offered him a radiant smile in return. It's all right. This afternoon was quite enjoyable, wasn't it? At least I had a wonderful time. I had a great time too, Peter stammered, unexpectedly faltering after being so eloquent moments ago. I suppose I'll see you tomorrow during the internship. He hoped he had left a favorable impression on this charming girl during their conversation, yet he felt a distinct lack of confidence. See you tomorrow, Gwen replied. By the way, thank you for treating me today. Are you free after the internship tomorrow afternoon? I know a restaurant that serves rather delightful pizza. Shall we go try it together? Of course, this time it's my treat. Absolutely. No problem at all. Peter responded enthusiastically, his conviction surprising Gwen a little. Chapter 34. Battle attire. In the following days, Peter spent his lunch breaks in Gwen's company. They always sat together after receiving their meals, effortlessly finding an endless array of topics to discuss. Peter found himself utterly captivated by Gwen. She was intelligent, beautiful, and most importantly, shared an almost identical sense of humor with him. His clumsy jokes, which often drew groans from others, could send her into fits of laughter, and her occasional retorts never failed to tickle his funny bone. Peter thought this might be what they call love at first sight in novels. If he could have a girlfriend like Gwen, he felt his life would be truly worthwhile. However, he remained uncertain about Gwen's feelings towards him. While it was certain she did not dislike him, he sensed that her affection was still quite distant from genuine fondness. He grappled with whether to muster the courage to pursue her more directly, yet, as a novice in romance, he was utterly clueless about how to embark on such a journey. Moreover, whenever these thoughts crossed his mind, Mary's face would inevitably surface in his memory. Damn it! What am I thinking? Peter would often rub his face vigorously, trying to banish her from his thoughts. She was merely a friend. She does not harbor any affection for me. She merely derives amusement from teasing me. She is simply a mischievous girl. Peter has finally experienced the tumultuous emotions brought about by a girl for the first time, with an incessant stream of chaotic thoughts flooding his mind throughout the day. Although it has not reached the point of robbing him of sleep at night, the manifestation of his control over the force has become markedly evident. When he finds himself ensnared in such turmoil, the force he wields seems to possess an intrinsic difference. It becomes more volatile and significantly harder to refine. Yet, correspondingly, its power appears to intensify. Harry quickly discerned the situation between Peter and his object of affection. As the steadfast companion of this bookworm, he felt compelled to fulfill his duty as a friend. On Monday morning, Harry arrived early at Peter's usual path, purchased a cup of coffee with him, and they set off together for their internship. You usually maintain an air of aloofness at school, but when you make a move, it's nothing short of remarkable. Harry chuckled as he began to gossip with Peter. A true romantic you are. We are merely good friends, Peter replied. noticing that the frequency of his resigned sighs increased as Harry delved into gossip mode. Yes, yes, you are my latest friend who is poised to take my place. Harry quipped, his expression nearly plastered with disbelief. Come clean, what level have you reached with her? Holding hands, kissing, or perhaps more? Nothing of the sort. But we did discuss our favorite brands of chips. Does that count? Peter replied earnestly, causing Harry to sigh in exasperation. By the way, Harry suddenly recalled something. What will you do about the fiery-haired lady now that you are involved with this new girl? The fiery-haired lady? Peter feigned ignorance, but Harry ruthlessly pierced through his facade. Keep pretending, Harry scoffed. I've called her that more than once. Speak up. What are your intentions when Mary Jane returns? She has always had an interest in you. Hasn't she? Interested in me? Peter burst into laughter. You must be mistaken. She merely finds me amusing. Those antics are just her games. Harry scoffed. Just a game? Have you seen her exhibit the same demeanor towards others? Peter fell silent. In front of the Osborne building, he spotted Gwen waiting at the entrance. A peculiar smile crept across Harry's face as he patted Peter on the back and slipped away without uttering a word. Good morning, she greeted him with a smile. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the internship concluded. In an unusual turn, Peter declined Gwen's invitation to go shopping. She looked somewhat taken aback, but chose not to press the matter. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, Peter had more pressing matters to attend to that evening. The thought of the $30,000 that had yet to be secured ignited a fervor within him. The time for the mysterious group to collect their goods approached the midnight hour. The cloak of darkness facilitated their clandestine activities, yet it also allowed Peter to more easily conceal his presence. The transaction was set to take place outside a private garage nestled within the Hell's Kitchen district of New York. This locale belonged to the Hellhounds, one of the few legitimate establishments under their control. The Hellhounds represented an entrenched force within the criminal underbelly of Hell's Kitchen, a rather peculiar organization in every regard. Comprised of motorcycle enthusiasts, their primary pursuits included brawling, robbery, and a myriad of violent exploits, alongside their proficiency in smuggling various contraband items. In essence, they were a formidable yet relatively minor faction, managing to endure through New York's tumultuous changes over the past 2 decades. After all, few individuals or entities were inclined to challenge such a prickly adversary. Peter returned home to don a new set of gear and slipped out as dusk approached. The Weasel had informed him beforehand to meet him prior to the operation. He had some matters to discuss. Upon encountering the items prepared by the Weasel, Peter found himself in a state of bemusement. A black and red bodysuit awaited him, accompanied by a red helmet adorned with a pair of goggles obscuring much of his face, featuring a cartoonish skull design. What on earth is this? Peter inquired, stifling a laugh. A superhero must embody the essence of a superhero. Even ragged attire must be donned with a certain flair. The Weasel retorted with conviction. As the emblematic superhero of our bar, you cannot tarnish our reputation. And you provide me with this bodysuit? By the way, how did you ascertain my size? Peter picked up the outfit, weighing it before setting it back down. The suit was considerably heavier than he had anticipated. This is no ordinary bodysuit. The Weasel protested. I had a master craftsman create it. Although the fellow can be quite dim-witted, his craftsmanship is unparalleled. This ensemble is crafted from top-tier ballistic materials, capable of withstanding small-caliber bullets from a considerable distance. Its protective qualities against blades are equally commendable. The Weasel, channeling the enthusiasm of a salesman, extolled the virtues of the suit, ultimately tossing it into Peter's hands. Moreover, it is far lighter and more agile than conventional bulletproof vests, allowing for unhindered movement. This suit's value exceeds $6,000, and it is a rarity to find. The Weasel concluded his lengthy discourse, regarding Peter with an expression akin to that of a provincial observing a city dweller. All right, I shall accept it, Peter conceded. But you still haven't answered my other question. How did you know my size? The Weasel's expression shifted to one of subtle intrigue. You know Purple Eyes, right? He whispered. Yes, of course, Peter nodded. Zai is one of the few female mercenaries within the bar, and undoubtedly the most skilled among them. Her age is relatively young, barely in her 20s, only slightly older than Peter. A terrifying scar stretches from her forehead down to the lower left of her chin, irrevocably marring what could have been a strikingly beautiful visage. Her origins are shrouded in mystery, and she seldom engages with others in the bar. Occasionally, some reckless newcomers might try to approach her, but they often find themselves on the receiving end of a swift and brutal reprimand, being thrown out with broken limbs. Peter could not fathom why the Weasel suddenly mentioned her. Their interactions have been virtually non-existent. At that moment, the Weasel chuckled mischievously, remarking that she had clearly noticed Peter's physique and might have taken a liking to this young gentleman. The outfit was funded by her, with the sole stipulation being that he must exchange his phone number with her. Peter was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Upon inspecting the tight-fitting attire, he indeed discovered a note with a string of numbers affixed to the rear. "Kid, your romantic encounter awaits," the weasel teased. Despite Zai's fearsome countenance, her physique, in the weasel's estimation, is undoubtedly first-rate. So far, no one has managed to tame this fierce tigress, which is a significant honor. Peter could only awkwardly tuck away the note containing her number, crumpling it before shoving it into his pocket. He resolved internally to dispose of this incendiary piece of paper as soon as he returned home. Chapter 35. Pursuit and Doubt. After exiting the bar, Peter took a deep breath. After wandering for a while, he arrived at the rooftop he frequently used for training 20 minutes later. He retrieved his new gear, but did not hasten to don it, leaving his mask in place. Spending about half an hour, Peter meticulously examined the tight-fitting suit, ensuring there were no hidden listening devices or miniature cameras. Once he was satisfied that it was free of such surveillance, a sense of relief washed over him. Although the weasel had begun to address him as a brother, maintaining a modicum of caution was still prudent. With that concern set aside, Peter began to explore his new toy. Although the suit was heavier than ordinary clothing, its black and red hues were composed of two distinct materials. The red material dominated the suit's surface, thick and robust, measuring approximately 3 to 4 millimeters in thickness. It appeared quite sturdy and resistant to bending. It still retained some fabric-like qualities. In contrast, the black material at the joints was remarkably soft and breathable. Peter tested its resilience with a firm tug, discovering its durability far surpassed that of regular fabrics. After some time, Peter changed into the top and trousers, finding the fit of the suit surprisingly snug and comfortable. He executed a series of intricate maneuvers without encountering any impediments, finding it significantly easier than when adorned in his usual attire. "Damn it, how does that woman know my measurements so well?" Peter muttered under his breath, a shiver coursing through his body. He donned the final pair of gloves and shoes, then secured his helmet. According to the weasel's words, this helmet constituted the priciest component of the entire ensemble. It was capable of withstanding close-range attacks from small-caliber firearms, and it offered commendable defense against larger calibers as well. More importantly, it was not only practical but also remarkably stylish. Its aerodynamic design, a splendid fusion of crimson and black, made the helmet appear as though it had been plucked directly from a film or anime, perfectly complementing the rest of his attire. Once fully dressed, Peter indeed bore a striking resemblance to a superhero. If only he had a cape, he thought with a hint of regret. After capturing a few selfies with his phone, Peter cheerfully stowed it away alongside the clothes he had changed out of. It was time to test the performance of this equipment. At 11:30 on a moonless night, at the rear entrance of the Hellhound garage, the establishment served as the principal gathering place for the Hellhound gang. By day, they engaged in various illicit automobile and motorcycle modifications, while nighttime transformed the venue into a site of revelry. Intoxication and drug use often spiraled into chaos, with nightly shenanigans that would lead to trouble. Yet, the members of Hellhound took pride in it, believing it to be a testament to their ferocity. A cold breeze swept through, causing the two guards at the entrance to shiver, cursing the wretched weather. "Damn it, where are they?" one of them complained, while the other nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the business of the night, they would have already been thoroughly inebriated with their comrades. At that moment, a light emerged from the end of the dimly lit alley. A large van slowly approached them, its horn sounding softly before it came to a halt before them. The doors swung open, and 4 men descended, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, all clad in trench coats. Their eyes bore an unsettling sharpness that sent a shiver down the spines of the two guards. The bulging pockets on their chests hinted at the presence of concealed items. The guards' gazes lingered momentarily before quickly averting. As important customers, they were afforded such privileges. After all, these 4 posed no significant threat. The leader among them held a briefcase that appeared somewhat weighty. After a brief exchange, the 4 were granted entry, and the guards wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Truly, a sight to behold. After a short interval, the 4 men in trench coats re-emerged. The leader among them no longer possessed the briefcase, and a subtle expression of relief appeared on the faces of the 4. Venturing directly into the territory of an uncertain allegiance was hardly a pleasant experience for them. Should the other party turn hostile, it was likely that all 4 would meet their end there. Fortunately, luck was on their side as the transaction proved remarkably successful. All goods were accounted for, and the other party wisely refrained from asking excessive questions. With the assistance of the 2 burly men, they managed to load 3 large boxes into the rear of the van. The 2 parties exchanged friendly handshakes before the 4 of them climbed into the van, while the 2 men returned through the back door of the repair shop, locking the door behind them. The headlights illuminated, and the engine roared to life. The van navigated through the narrow street, and after making 2 sharp turns, it vanished into the night, carrying a cargo of considerable value. However, the 4 individuals inside were oblivious to the fact that a tracker had been affixed beneath the vehicle, rendering their attempts to conceal their whereabouts futile. Peter toyed with the tracking device in his hand. This little gadget had cost him over $300, purchased from the Weasel. Though somewhat pricey, it proved to be exceptionally effective. Not only was the tracker compact and difficult to detect, but it also emitted a signal that was comparatively challenging to intercept. While being easily receivable, for a task of such lucrative potential, Peter had no qualms about investing in superior equipment, casually cycling a few hundred meters behind. The frequent directional changes of the van made it easier for Peter to keep pace. After several minutes, the van finally halted in front of the garage door of a 3-story building. "Hey, Weasel, check out what's at the corner of 132nd Street and Brook Lane for me," Peter inquired through the communicator attached to his waist. Before long, the Weasel's voice came through clearly from the other end of the earpiece. "Is it the Little John Moving Service? A moving company. What's its connection to your mission?" The occupants of the van had disembarked and begun unloading the cargo. The garage door opened from within, revealing several individuals who assisted the 4 in transporting the goods. The van stopped right at the entrance of this moving company. "So I believe the connection is quite significant," Peter whispered, deliberately maintaining a distance to ensure his voice remained unheard. A series of keystrokes echoed through the earpiece. After some time, the Weasel's voice, tinged with uncertainty, came through again. "This company was founded in 2001 as a family business. It was acquired last year, and its historical record is remarkably clean. How could it possibly be linked to arms dealing?" "Find out who acquired it," Peter responded calmly. The sound of keystrokes resumed, and this time the Weasel's reply came much quicker. "The acquirer is United Construction Company, a burgeoning company, bolstered by substantial financial backing, is currently engaged in several significant development projects in Hell's Kitchen with a remarkably clean background. However, it may not be as pristine as it appears." After a moment of silence, Peter articulated his unease, harboring an ominous premonition. "Is there any connection between them and the underworld of New York? This remains uncertain." The Weasel appeared somewhat hesitant. "I could investigate further. Perhaps they have vested interests with certain parties. Nevertheless, these dealings are, after all, of a clandestine nature. Delving too deeply could potentially create a multitude of adversaries in New York. It's your call. After all, you seek this information, and I remain indifferent." The Weasel was momentarily taken aback by Peter's tone. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, Peter anticipated his thoughts. "Rest assured, I understand that this information is not worth your asking price. I am aware that your earnings are hard-won. I intend to probe further now. I shall see you later." Without waiting for the Weasel's response, Peter unceremoniously terminated the communication. Left in the bar, the Weasel offered a wry smile that soon turned serious. The depths of this situation may be far more intricate than he had envisioned. Chapter 36. The hideout. Infiltrating a facility fortified with guards and comprehensive security measures poses a considerable challenge for most individuals. Skills such as lock-picking, stealth, evasion of sentinels, and handling sudden encounters require years of training. However, for Peter, who possesses the extraordinary ability of force manipulation, these challenges are nearly trivial. Peter swiftly identified an entry point, a window on the 2nd floor, which, based on his observations, appeared to be operable. That sufficed for him. Taking a deep breath, Peter retreated a couple of steps before sprinting toward the wall. Just as he was about to collide with it, he leaped, driving one foot forcefully against the wall, using the rebound to gain an additional meter in height. Yet, he was still nearly a meter away from the window. In a sudden burst of energy, Peter executed another kick in midair, the force generated by his ability erupting beneath his foot. With this momentum, he soared upward once more, effortlessly grasping the window ledge. Achievement unlocked. Triple jump complete. With a powerful push, Peter hoisted his entire body onto the ledge. He activated the flashlight on his phone and began examining the window. It didn't take long for him to locate the handle on the other side. With the assistance of his telekinetic prowess, the window soon opened wide enough for him to slip through. Peter entered the building, employing a subtle technique to ensure his descent was utterly silent. After closing the window behind him, he commenced his exploration. He found himself at the end of a corridor on the 2nd floor. Despite the building boasting 3 stories, each level was relatively compact, spanning only about 300 to 400 square meters, and this floor contained 4 rooms. Quickly scanning his surroundings, Peter discovered that this floor was utterly devoid of any human presence, while several life signs were detectable below, where individuals were engaged in the handling of recently arrived goods. Their commotion was considerable, even through the floor, Peter could overhear their conversations. "Wow, what have I just seen? Those young fellows might go absolutely wild over this," exclaimed a coarse voice. "You're mistaken, Carl," replied a noticeably gentler voice. "These items are intended for those two brothers. Our men will likely have to continue using their current equipment, at least for the time being." "Those two lunatics? Why should we give such fine goods to those traitors?" "Damn it, I need to speak with Wesley. We cannot simply hand over these valuable items to outsiders. Do not hastily question the boss's decisions. This is merely part of a previous transaction, and they can now be considered one of us," the softer voice asserted with a hint of authority. "One of us?" Peter heard a spitting sound. "I will not cooperate with those weaklings who pretend to be brothers. If it weren't for our shortage of personnel." Although the coarse voice expressed discontent, he obediently fell silent. Having searched 3 rooms with little to show for it, Peter found that 2 appeared to be simple storage spaces filled with cleaning supplies and various tools. The third was an office, but it was cluttered with an overwhelming number of documents. After rummaging through them for a while, Peter managed to find only a stack of insurance claims due to furniture damage. It seemed that the company's legitimate business was not thriving. Just as he prepared to enter the final room, the gentler voice spoke up again. "All items are accounted for. Makati, you and Robert take our goods to the storage room. Callie, place this document in the office folder. Once you finish, you can head home for the night. Michael, Carl, and I will deliver the items Antony requested. After tomorrow, we shall no longer have to engage in such work." Cheers erupted from downstairs, followed by the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Peter quickly slipped back into the storage room beside the office, hiding behind a rack of tools. He held his breath, striving to make no sound. The first sounds he heard outside were the chaotic footsteps and the dragging of heavy objects across the floor. If he was not mistaken, they were heading toward the staircase leading to the attic above. After a while, another set of footsteps ascended, entering the office next to Peter's hiding spot. The sound of a file cabinet being rather roughly pulled open followed, accompanied by the rustling of papers. The individuals seemed unable to locate what they were searching for and began muttering irritably to themselves. Purple folder. Where on earth is the purple folder? Everything here is green. Ah, found it." The sounds from the adjacent office quieted momentarily, only for footsteps to resume shortly thereafter. The office door swung open, coinciding with the return of the 2 individuals who had just ascended to the attic. "Is it done?" inquired the voice from within the office. "Yes, indeed. Damn it. Why did we place the items on the 3rd floor? This wretched place lacks an elevator," replied another voice. For some reason, Peter found the accent of this individual rather peculiar. "Today is, after all, the last time. How about we go out for a drink together? I think I'll pass. I have duty tomorrow. I hope being half an hour late won't be an issue." "Boring. Well, Robert and I are heading to the usual spot. If you change your mind in the next hour and a half, we should still be there." As the 3 conversed, they descended the stairs, diligently switching off all the power sources along the way. After several minutes, Peter heard the sound of the door closing and locking. He waited a few moments longer to ensure they had truly departed before emerging from his hiding place. In the tranquil darkness, Peter felt an exhilarating sense of opportunity. He was utterly alone in the entire building. He hastened upstairs, eager to uncover what they had transported. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor, he was momentarily bewildered. The entire 3rd level was less than half the area of the 2nd, containing only 2 rooms filled with old furniture, all covered in dust. Aside from this clutter, there was nothing of value to be found. Peter circled the floor twice, failing to locate the items they had previously carried up. Suppressing his growing agitation, he closed his eyes and reflected on the sounds made by the 2 men as they ascended the stairs. Suddenly, a realization struck him. They must have been carrying their cargo up the stairs, but on the same level, it seemed they dragged it. If this was a habitual practice, perhaps Peter could discover some clues. He meticulously searched once more and finally noticed conspicuous were marks on the floor of one room. After investigating the vicinity, Peter discerned that the iron rack against the wall appeared somewhat unusual. Grasping the rack, he pressed a protruding button and pulled it aside with relative ease, revealing a small door concealed behind it. Peter squeezed through and switched on his flashlight. The space was rather diminutive, possibly less than 10 square meters. Yet it housed 6 large boxes, neatly arranged. The boxes were unlatched. Perhaps they deemed this hidden chamber secure enough. Peter lifted the lid of the first box and gasped in astonishment. Inside lay 2 submachine guns and 4 handguns, all meticulously arranged alongside their corresponding ammunition. Peter's hand brushed across one of the pistols, its mirror-like black metal casing and sleek silhouette imparting an aesthetically pleasing allure. He lifted it, playfully handling it for a moment before placing it back down. Peter meticulously examined the remaining boxes. 3 of them contained an array of firearms along with their corresponding ammunition. The arsenal here was sufficient to arm over 20 individuals. Yet, in comparison to the contents of the last two boxes, these were somewhat insignificant. The first box held an object resembling a long tube, exceeding a meter in length, adorned merely with a pair of sights and two handles. Peter had encountered this item on the Weasel's exchange list, a grenade launcher. Below it, 4 grenades were neatly secured to the base of the box. The final box, however, differed slightly in size, being considerably smaller. Faintly inscribed on its surface was a line of text that had been obscured. After some effort, Peter deciphered its contents. January 14th, Covendro Manor. January 14th. Wasn't he that just the day after tomorrow? A flicker of confusion crossed Peter's mind as he lifted the box's lid. Inside, he found 2 iron boxes, each roughly the size of a radio, their surfaces interwoven with numerous electrical wires. He picked one up, surprised by its unexpected weight, nearly losing his grip. A line of text on the box caught his attention. After weighing it in his hands, he positioned it under the beam of his flashlight for a closer inspection. The inscription was simple: "This side faces the enemy." Startled, Peter nearly dropped the object, but quickly suppressed the urge. If he was not mistaken, this was an anti-personnel mine, and he could not guarantee that any sudden movement wouldn't trigger it. Should it detonate at this proximity, even if he survived, he would certainly be gravely injured. Taking several deep breaths, Peter retrieved his communicator and tapped into the Weasel's secret channel. "Hey, I might have discovered something," he stated, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "From your description, it appears to be in 181 wide blade mine. Although the weight seems a bit off," the Weasel promptly responded after hearing Peter's report. "It must have been modified, perhaps with some additional components. Don't worry, it's quite safe. As long as you don't activate it, there shouldn't be any issues." "That provides little comfort," Peter replied with a wry smile. "Without a manual, how am I to know if I might accidentally trigger it? Rest assured, the procedure is somewhat intricate. If you do happen to activate it by mistake, consider yourself incredibly fortunate. By the way, check if there's a wire connecting the top and the lower right corner of the back of the iron box to something resembling a chip." Peter quickly examined it again and confirmed the connection. The Weasel chuckled with satisfaction. "Indeed, as I anticipated, they have replaced the trigger detonation with a remote activation. It appears they have yet to succumb entirely to madness, but their intentions are undoubtedly formidable." Listening to the Weasel's words, Peter scoffed slightly. "This is evident without your prompting. I am no fool. However, the crux of the matter lies in their specific plans." "Ha ha ha." The Weasel let out a sly chuckle before gradually responding. "This is precisely the task for which I compensated you. Yet, the information you possess seems insufficient, given your capabilities. Subduing an individual to extract information should not pose a challenge, correct?" "I have yet to encounter the opportunity," Peter replied solemnly. "Faced with so many armed individuals, I cannot afford to be reckless." Hey, we invested in such a flamboyant outfit for you, and now you tell me you're not even a superhero. We may be familiar, but if you deceive me, I shall pursue legal action for fraud. Did you invest? How much did you contribute?" Peter was momentarily at a loss for words, while the Weasel chose to disregard his inquiry. TSK, I have always said you are rather pretentious. If you were willing to wield a firearm, everything would be considerably simpler." The Weasel resumed his well-worn lecture. "Your attempt to feign innocence feels akin to a courtesan seeking to uphold a facade. It strikes a peculiar chord. I believe you ought to return to school and learn the art of metaphor. Oh, by the way, do you know the location of the Covendro estate?" Peter suddenly recalled this matter. "Covendro? That name sounds somewhat familiar, but I shall need to conduct further research. Is that the sole designation? No specific address or details?" "None. The box bore that name and also indicated the date 2 days hence. Perhaps this is the ultimate destination for the box, or it may signify the site of their impending attack. I need to investigate this further. With only a name, the difficulty escalates significantly. Why is it that I pay you, yet I find myself doing the work?" Before he could finish, the Weasel realized that the other party had already terminated the call. Beep, beep, beep. On the other end, Peter felt no remorse for so abruptly severing the conversation. The Weasel's incessant chatter occasionally irked him, especially when he was engaged in serious matters. More importantly, every time he recalled the Weasel's expression, a mix of frustration and constipation, after he hung up, a sense of satisfaction welled within him. Moreover, although the Weasel was indeed his employer and he needed to collect his payment, Peter was not solely motivated by monetary gain this time. An organization amassing such a plethora of weaponry was indisputably not pursuing peace. Closing the secret door of the dark chamber, Peter descended the stairs, returning to the second floor. He had yet to formulate a plan regarding the handling of these arms. Furthermore, he had another task to attend to. Back in the office on the second floor, his objective was the list that the man had stored here earlier. Intuition whispered to Peter that he would uncover a wealth of information within that file. To sift through the 11 cabinets was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, based on the ramblings of the man he had just encountered, Peter was able to significantly narrow his search. The documents were housed within a purple folder, amidst a plethora of green folders that filled the cabinet. Peter methodically opened each drawer, discarding those that did not meet his criteria. It wasn't long before he pinpointed his target. Apart from 2 drawers, the remaining cabinets predominantly contained folders of varying colors. After a thorough exploration, Peter extracted all the purple folders from the 2 drawers and began to examine them one by one. This one contains receipts. This one is a purchase order from last year. As he opened the 4th folder, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Peter's eyes. The top sheet bore distinct creases, indicating it had not been flattened. He swiftly seized the document and read it carefully. However, it merely contained a series of numbers and addresses, devoid of any annotations, rendering it incomprehensible to Peter. He rifled through the remaining contents of the folder, uncovering a few more sheets with similar inscrutable information. This discovery was far less fruitful than he had hoped. Gritting his teeth, Peter activated his communicator once more. Before the weasel could commence with his usual sarcastic banter, Peter relayed his findings in one breath. "All right, snap a few photos of that document and send them to me," the weasel replied, sounding less disappointed than anticipated. "I'll see if I can unearth any clues from here. By the way, do you remember the license plate number of the vehicle you were tracking?" "It starts with a 3, but I can't recall the rest," Peter admitted, slightly embarrassed. "Wait, I took a photo of it earlier. I'll get that to you shortly." "Fine," the weasel conceded, though with a hint of reluctance. "Continue your search, and report back if you find anything else. You better put in some serious work. I've invested heavily in this." Suddenly, Peter recalled a few names that had been mentioned in their earlier conversation. "They seem to have referenced several names. Let me relay them to you. It might prove useful." The weasel acknowledged, and after a moment of careful recollection, Peter listed the names he had heard. The weasel fell silent for a moment before hesitantly responding, "I'm not familiar with most of the others. But the name Makati rings a bell. If it's the same individual, he should still be incarcerated for manslaughter and resisting arrest. If memory serves, he has about 6 or 7 years left on his sentence." Regardless, this provided a valuable lead. Peter seized upon this thread of conversation. "All right then, let us touch base later." After nearly an hour of wandering through the entire building, Peter found himself no closer to answers. It seemed that aside from the hidden chamber in the attic and the suspicious activities that transpired at night, this place was merely an ordinary moving company. Yet, this revelation raised even more questions. How could a mundane moving company be entangled with these apparent outlaws? Were the employees aware of the nighttime events? For now, Peter was left without answers. However, the smoothness of tonight's operation was sufficient for him to exhale in relief. No fights, no bloodshed, everything unfolded with ease. After meticulously erasing his traces, he once again slipped out through the second-floor window. Tonight's mission had reached a conclusion. Initially, Peter had contemplated reporting to the police under his guise of the Red Mask, hoping they would confiscate everything. Yet, under the weasel's counsel, he abandoned this notion. "I know you wish to be a hero, but heroes do not indulge in side quests as you do." The weasel imparted his worldview to Peter. For them, this was merely a minor loss. Such actions would only alert the enemy, leading to genuine trouble. Firearms and explosives serve but one purpose: to kill. Peter articulated his perspective. If these items are not in their possession, the death toll would undoubtedly be lower. The weasel scoffed dismissively. Those items could be replaced with a mere $100,000. The damned will die regardless. Besides, how much better do you think your life would be with a shadowy organization like this watching over you? Even if he did not fully agree with the weasel's outlook, Peter had to concede that there was some merit to his words. Yet, after deciding to temporarily disregard the matter, he felt a peculiar sense of loss within himself. Chapter 38, Undercurrents, Part 1. Meanwhile, at a certain outpost of the Russian mafia, Anatoly bid farewell to a few individuals as they exited, exchanging a few parting words before they climbed into their vehicle. Anatoly stood at the door, watching them drive away. Had Peter been present, he might have recognized the familiar tones of their voices. Once they were out of sight, the smile faded from Anatoly's face, revealing the grim expression of his brother behind him. Are we truly going to acquiesce to their demands? Vladimir spat each word through clenched teeth. After all these years of arduous struggle, are we to remain mere pawns for others? What do we become now? Anatoly whispered fiercely. And what does that make us to Yusef? He slammed his fist against the wall and turned to face his brother. Are we not also Yusef's pawns? But at least we still have our dignity. That old man is aging and has no heirs. Everything will soon belong to us. Vladimir was utterly perplexed by his brother's intentions. Why should we be the architects of our own destruction? Do you genuinely believe this? Anatoly remarked with a mocking tone. Do you truly think that old miser would relinquish all he possesses simply because of this? Do you believe that the things we desire can be acquired merely through patience? But why should we conspire with that man? Vladimir stepped forward defiantly. At least Yusef is formidable. His subordinates, no, our subordinates, are the most formidable fighters in all of New York. What does that man possess? His followers may not even match the numbers we command. Why should we bow to him? My brother, you must understand. Anatoly said with a resigned shake of his head as he turned to re-enter the room. In New York, wealth is perpetually more significant than brute force, especially when one possesses wealth in such abundance. Even if the Russian mafia were to double its strength, should that man genuinely wish to confront us, we could endure at most 2 months. Yet without us, how could his plans unfold? Why should we not demand greater power? We are entirely justified in wanting more. However, before Vladimir could finish his thought, Anatoly abruptly turned around. Enough, he shouted, his eyes bloodshot with intensity. Vladimir took a step back. He had never witnessed his typically gentle brother in such a state of agitation. After taking a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure, Anatoly spoke again. Do you truly believe our position is irreplaceable? Vladimir, use your intellect. Anatoly's expression was one of exasperation, yet his tone still conveyed a sense of affection for his brother. If he so desired, he could triple the number of people under his control within a week. Not to mention, at least a quarter of New York's police officers are paid by him. Vladimir shook his head, as if wishing to say more, but Anatoly interrupted him. Do not be obstinate. If he were to abandon us, he would still succeed, albeit at the cost of time and resources. By then, our fate would be far from favorable. We will take what we can obtain. The rest, we shall gradually pursue. The rest? Vladimir inquired, puzzled. Once this is settled, what else do we, the opportunists, have left to contest? As long as he does not burn bridges, we should count ourselves fortunate. Where then lies the opportunity for further advancement? Anatoly pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. That man desires something different from us. He cannot afford to become too entangled with the underworld. However, he requires sufficient control over it. If we can prove our worth, perhaps we can arrive at a mutually beneficial arrangement. Anatoly's tone took on a deeper significance. When we departed from Russia, we vowed to live like kings. I have not forgotten the vow we once made. Vladimir finally broke into a smile. It was evident that his elder brother had not changed, like himself. The fervor within him remained ablaze. Only such a person is worthy of his allegiance. So, when shall we act? Vladimir grinned. Since Anatoly had already devised a plan, all that remained was its execution, a step he relished most. Tonight, he declared, the manpower is prepared, we shall strike at dawn. Anatoly revealed the plan he had long since established. However, Vladimir was taken aback. Anatoly typically favored a conservative and cautious approach, preferring to secure lesser gains while minimizing risks. Such a hasty action was evidently inconsistent with his usual demeanor. Are we to act so swiftly? He questioned, a hint of uncertainty creeping in. In that moment, Vladimir transformed into the more prudent of the brothers. Many of their comrades had yet to don the new gear. Their preparations were not entirely sufficient, and the plan harbored numerous aspects needing refinement. Moreover, would it not be wiser to await a resolution from the Moretti family first? Do not forget, the longer we wait, the greater the risks become, Anatoly replied, his expression grave as he meticulously explained his rationale to his brother. In these treacherous times, he required someone to assist in overseeing the broader picture. That fellow Yusef was no fool. Although his grip on the gang had waned recently, it was merely a matter of time before he discovered their movements. Anatoly withdrew a cigar from his pocket, clipped the end, and took a deep drag after lighting it. Regardless, this matter serves as our declaration of loyalty. Vladimir finally grasped the significance. Indeed, such acts of fealty must be executed with greater urgency than those of the opposing side. If they delayed until the affairs on that end were settled, it would be too late for them. Anatoly took another puff of his cigar and patted his brother's shoulder. Enough pondering, let us proceed with what must be done. Understood. Vladimir replied with a sinister grin, nodding. I shall gather the men at once. At 5 a.m, within a mansion in Brooklyn, New York, a room remained illuminated. To call it a mansion was somewhat exaggerated. This 3-story building spanned merely over 400 square meters, lacking the serene gardens and expansive lawns typical of multi-million-dollar estates, as well as the ubiquitous swimming pools found in most luxurious homes. Yusef was not one to prioritize opulence or indulgence, a fact evident in his choice of spouse. She had once been a mere aspiring singer, attracted to Yusef for his wealth and power. Her looks were hardly exceptional, and her temperament left much to be desired. Yet, he chose her as his wife solely because she was obedient. At this moment, the individual who could be described as a formidable force within New York's underworld, a figure whose mere sneeze could shake the heavens, remained awake, lost in profound contemplation. Joseph was nearing 60, and an all-nighter had become a considerable burden for his aging body. Yet, there were few matters worthy of such sleepless nights. However, in recent evenings, the tumultuous thoughts and anxieties that plagued his mind rendered sleep elusive. The recent activities of the Russian mob had been remarkably successful. The Collin family had relinquished most of their interests in downtown New York, opting for a passive avoidance of conflict. Although the Moretti family had inexplicably secured a victory months prior, they suffered significant losses in subsequent confrontations. The Russian mob, unafraid to exchange blows, was undeterred by any adversary. Yet, internal discord was escalating. Years ago, taking in those two Russian brothers had proven to be a shrewd decision. Their followers remained among the most formidable in all of New York, and their inclusion had lent the previously modest Russian mob the audacity to negotiate with larger powers. Without them, the Russian mob would have required at least another decade of struggle to reach its current stature. However, this success came at a cost. With each victory, the influence of the two brothers within the gang had grown, to the point where they could threaten his authority. A small faction within the gang had begun to disregard his presence, heeding only their commands. This was intolerable to him. Yet, it was now somewhat too late to eliminate the brothers. Their influence had permeated every corner of the gang, and a forceful removal could very well lead to the collapse of the Russian mob overnight amid civil strife. It was time to devise a more astute plan, Joseph mused. He reached for a glass on the table and took a swig of vodka. This had become his long-standing habit. Whenever he encountered a mental impasse, he would sip on strong liquor to invigorate himself, continuing until he resolved the issue or succumbed to inebriation. Bang, bang, bang. A forceful knocking echoed from the door below. Chapter 39, Undercurrents, Part 2. Joseph furrowed his brow. Few would dare to knock at his door at this hour, and he could not fathom the reason behind any of their visits. As one of the most powerful figures in New York's underworld, the number of individuals wishing him harm was certainly in the hundreds, and Joseph would never take his safety lightly. Every member of his security detail was handpicked by him, comprising 23 individuals who were unparalleled in both loyalty and capability. Although they fell short of the elite assassins of the Moretti family in terms of combat prowess, such skill had been cultivated over more than 40 years. For 24 hours a day, at least 8 individuals vigilantly observe each passerby outside his residence. Should any display of hostility arise, these assassins would not hesitate to deliver a bullet to the adversary's head. A moment later, Yusef's wife called from the kitchen and hurriedly donned a coat over her attire before descending the stairs. Her slumber was even more elusive than Yusef's, often rising before 5 to peruse magazines and newspapers on the sofa or to prepare an elaborate breakfast for him. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to welcoming guests in his stead, a notion not originally his, but one he never contested. Here they come. Her enthusiastic voice echoed from downstairs. And mere moments later, the front door swung open. Bang! Yusef's entire body stiffened at the familiar sound, a sound he had come to know all too well after over 3 decades in the underworld. He quickly rose and approached the window of his room. But the footsteps climbing the stairs grew increasingly closer, sounding as if more than one individual was approaching. There was no time to escape through the window, and it was likely that others were stationed outside. He bit his lip, retrieving his backup handgun from the drawer of his desk, a fleeting expression of determination and despair crossing his face. The door to his study was suddenly thrust open, and without hesitation, Yusef fired. The leading assailant let out a scream as he fell, only for Yusef to realize that the wounded man was one of his own bodyguards, a young man named Moni. If his memory served him correctly, the individual behind Moni pushed his body aside and aimed 2 shots at Yusef. The first bullet pierced Yusef's knee, causing him to collapse, while the second shattered 2 fingers on his right hand, sending his gun flying. Vladimir Yusef, he gritted through clenched teeth. You and your brother, ungrateful wretches. I am equally delighted to see you, Yusef, Vladimir replied, stepping closer and looking down at his former boss with derision. It seems you have completely forgotten your manners after just 2 days. Yusef gasped, struggling to speak. Hillel and Brad. Who among them is yours? He had deduced that there was a traitor within his own bodyguard team. Without such a spy, his external guards could not have been dispatched so silently. Both, Vladimir sneered. Alex and Molotov as well. We invested a substantial sum to win them over. You dog. Yusef struggled to rise, but Vladimir merely chuckled contemptuously. He placed his boot upon Yusef's bleeding right hand, grinding it down with force. Yusef let out a piercing scream, yet Vladimir remained utterly unfazed. He lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick to Yusef's left cheek. Crumpled on the ground, Yusef rolled twice, emitting soft groans of pain. At that moment, a familiar sound of a metallic component sliding echoed above him. Wiping the blood obscuring his vision, he beheld the dark muzzle of a gun aimed squarely at his face. I would be delighted to continue our conversation, truly, Vladimir said, a near-manic grin spreading across his face as he pressed his handgun against Yusef's temple. I am genuinely curious about what a man like you would utter in the final moments of his life. Would you weep and plead for mercy? Or would you curse us to hell with gritted teeth? If memory serves, you are quite the devout Catholic, aren't you? How ironic. Yusef weakly parted his lips, attempting to speak, but before he could utter a sound, Vladimir seized his chin and thrust the gun into his mouth. Regrettably, neither my brother nor our new employer harbors any intention of allowing you to live. Vladimir shook his head. Yusef's eyes widened in terror, and he began to struggle violently, a cacophony of desperate sounds escaping his throat. Without a flicker of hesitation, Vladimir pulled the trigger. A dull roar reverberated through the room, causing those who had been silently witnessing the scene to tremble, their gazes toward Vladimir tinged with a newfound fear. Vladimir withdrew his handgun, nonchalantly wiping the blood onto Yusef's clothing. He rose to his feet, surveying the other occupants of the room. All heads bowed, none daring to meet his gaze. Well, that settles it. Far easier than we initially imagined, he remarked, casually returning the gun to his waist. What are you all lingering for? Get to work. Little Luo's dogs will be feasting tonight. The surrounding individuals shivered at his words and promptly began to attend to their tasks, as if Yusef's mangled corpse were somehow more comforting than Vladimir himself. Satisfied, Vladimir exchanged brief nods with the others before exiting the room. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. This is Wesley. Hello, a polite, refined voice with an air of authority answered almost instantly. Vladimir hesitated for a moment, while the other party patiently awaited his response. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I am Vladimir. The task has been completed. Excellent. After hanging up, Wesley took out his notebook, organized the information, highlighted several key points, and then dialed his boss's number. It's me, Wesley, he interjected before the other party could speak. A moment of silence ensued before a voice responded. Good morning, any updates? The voice of the individual was hoarse, laced with a hint of sharpness. Coupled with their peculiar accent, it evoked the unsettling impression of a distressed infant, instilling an extreme discomfort. Indeed, the Russian brethren had fulfilled their mission. The Russian mafia was now a relic of the past. Wesley maintained a stoic expression and, after articulating this sentiment, struck through the first line of his notebook. They possessed more courage than we had anticipated. The person hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Wesley, however, completed the thought for him. Courage, is it? Yes. They exhibit more bravery than we imagined. The individual exhaled, appearing considerably relieved. Based on their history, I presumed persuading them would prove more challenging. Naturally, this implies a certain misjudgment in our assessment of them. As long as they fulfill their intended role, that suffices. Conversely, convincing Farage is a far more daunting task. To this day, he has yet to provide us with a definitive response. Wesley crossed out the second line in his notebook. Farage is merely a minor player. If the Russian mafia were to ally with the Moretti family, we might harbor some trepidation. However, at present, he is merely digging his own grave. Wesley pondered for a moment, swiftly adding a few more words to his notebook before striking them out once more. Should we initiate Plan B? It might prove more cost-effective. Wesley suggested tentatively. Although he had followed this individual for the better part of his life, he could intuit their thoughts without them being articulated. Nevertheless, for such a significant decision, Wesley felt he could not presume to make the choice on their behalf. Let us commence preparations. The individual swiftly reached a conclusion. We will grant Farage 12 hours. After that, the matter will be out of his hands. Understood, sir, Wesley affirmed. He was on the verge of speaking, but found himself momentarily at a loss, staring at the final line written in his notebook. Is there something else? Sensing Wesley's hesitation, the voice on the other end inquired. Wesley twirled his pen between his fingers, finally formulating his response. Indeed, there is one last matter, and it pertains to the mercenary organization we discussed previously. Are you referring to the branch of Hell House? The individual's tone carried a note of surprise. Had we not resolved to avoid contact with them? Once the task is completed, they would hardly concern themselves with who provided it. In fact, they have approached us. Wesley replied, casually flipping open a file on the desk. The branch leader, Jack Hammer, known as Weasel, has recently enlisted the notorious Red Mask to investigate us. I am not entirely certain of the particulars, but we must prepare for the worst. They may already be privy to a portion of our plans. Just a rodent's survival tactic, the individual scoffed dismissively. They shall not obstruct our path. That wretched little scoundrel expelled by Hammer Industries lacks the audacity to defy us. However, the words of that crimson-masked figure, to be candid, have left me somewhat disillusioned. You see, my aspiration has always been to transform this city. There was a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. While I continue to pursue this dream, I have pondered the possibility of alternative methods. This individual, I once perceived as my opportunity, an opportunity to discern whether the path I tread is indeed the correct one. Yet, in the end, he proved to be nothing more than a jester who could be swayed by wealth. Ultimately, he expressed a certain melancholy. Are you implying? Wesley inquired cautiously. Since he can be bought, let us use money to procure his loyalty. As long as he remains compliant, I shall demonstrate my generosity. Naturally, if he proves to be foolish, then let his body sink beneath the harbor's depths. Understood. And what of the weasel? After a moment of contemplation, he reached a decision. Give me his number. We must have a conversation. Chapter 40. Officer George Stacy felt he might have chosen the wrong profession 2 decades prior. Although the badge upon his chest still commands respect in nearly every circumstance, a recent series of events has rendered him unworthy of such esteem. He is somewhat aware of the upheavals that have transpired within the precinct over the past few months. Despite his clear stance in rebuffing numerous individuals who sought to test him, he has turned a blind eye to the actions of others. The young men in this line of work have wagered their lives. What harm is there in seeking a few extra avenues for profit? Though the intentions of these individuals remain ambiguous, they are at least prominent businessmen, unlikely to engage in excessively reckless behavior. Nevertheless, some perceive him as obstructing others' financial pursuits, while others deem him ungrateful. He can distinctly feel several colleagues beginning to ostracize him, and even his superior subtly leans toward them. This realization has left him somewhat despondent, prompting him to request a patrol assignment. This way, he can avoid the petty grievances of the office, and they are equally content to see this meddlesome individual distanced from their midst. Contemplating this, he glanced out the window. His partner was approaching their vehicle, carrying their snacks. Here you go, boss, your strawberry milkshake and your Mexican burrito. His partner plopped into the passenger seat, thrusting a warm bag of food into his hands. I had them add extra avocado and chili, just as you like. George expressed his gratitude and began to indulge heartily. Such junk food would never be permitted by Helen at home, so he relished the opportunity to enjoy it while out. However, whenever he left food uneaten on his plate, Helen would gaze at him with a lingering, mournful look that sent shivers down his spine. George swiftly devoured a substantial portion of his meal. Casting a glance at his partner, who was leisurely savoring each bite, he furrowed his brows, urging, "Hurry up. We have 15 minutes left before we need to head to the 4th District for our shift." Understood, understood, his partner replied verbally, yet still failed to hasten his pace. I mean, is it truly necessary for us to arrive precisely on time? It seems we are the only team adhering to this regulation. Just because other teams do not follow the rules does not grant us the liberty to disregard them, George responded calmly, while his partner, Anthony, grumbled quietly and fell silent. Anthony was his partner's name. It was said that he had studied graphic design in college and had even earned a degree. However, after a year post-graduation, he inexplicably returned to the police academy for another year, ultimately earning the badge that adorned his chest. Initially, upon learning he would be partnered with George, he was disheartened for several days, approaching work with considerable caution, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. George's stern demeanor and meticulous approach to work had become well known within the precinct. Yet, once Anthony discovered that George was, in fact, quite amiable, his true nature began to emerge unabashedly. With a sigh, George discarded his trash into a bag in the vehicle and retrieved the car keys, igniting the engine. Chief, Anthony suddenly exclaimed. Isn't that your daughter over there? George raised an eyebrow and followed Anthony's pointing finger. Sure enough, she was dressed in the same outfit she had worn that morning, though Helen had undone the ponytail she had styled for her. George was confident he could recognize his daughter amidst any crowd. However, conversing with her was a boy who seemed somewhat familiar. Anthony nudged George's shoulder. The chief's daughter has grown up. Soon, she'll be whisked away by some handsome young man. Though George thought, in truth, the lad was hardly handsome. George's eyelid twitched. Half an hour earlier, at the entrance of the Osborne building, 40 interns were gradually emerging through the main doors. Although there remained an hour until the official employees finished their shifts, this marked the beginning of freedom for the interns. Following the nocturnal reconnaissance that evening, the Weasel had expressed dissatisfaction upon receiving the gathered materials. indicating that Peter needed to complete more tasks to earn the remaining $30,000 and insisted that Peter retain the communicator. However, following that night, the Weasel had not contacted him again. He had also refrained from visiting the bar for several days. For now, he would set that matter aside. As was customary, after the conclusion of his internship, Peter would accompany Gwen to a delightful dessert shop, or CAF, where they would engage in conversation for over 2 hours. He pondered when this ritual had become an integral part of his daily life, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment. Was this considered a date? Gwen, walking ahead of him, remained blissfully unaware of his internal musings, animatedly recounting her thoughts. Although today's dessert shop was somewhat distant, she assured him it was undoubtedly worth the trek. Inside, an entire 3 bookshelves were filled with comics, allowing patrons to immerse themselves in reading as long as they ordered a drink or dessert. She reminisced about how much she used to adore visiting this place, lamenting that her father had never been keen on accompanying her. Really? Is it because he disapproves of your comic reading? Peter scratched his head, acknowledging that parents often prefer their children not to be engrossed in such pursuits. Not at all. Gwen protested loudly, pulling a playful face. My dad is quite open-minded. He supports whatever I enjoy. The reason he doesn't take me is that he finds it dreadfully boring. He would sit alone in the dessert shop, watching me giggle. And he lacks the patience for that. Your father seems quite fond of you, Peter remarked, curiosity piqued, as Gwen had not previously mentioned her father, nor had he inquired. Well, how shall I put it? He is somewhat of a workaholic. He is incredibly dedicated to his job, often leaving early and returning late, even spending weekends working. However, when he does take a break, he dotes on me, although such moments are regrettably rare. As Gwen slowly recounted her experiences, Peter envisioned a white-collar worker wholly devoted to his profession, perhaps akin to his own father in the past. Suddenly, a blaring horn jolted Peter back to reality. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed a police car parked in front of him and Gwen. The window rolled down to reveal a rather handsome middle-aged officer, appearing to be in his 40s, who regarded him with a disapproving glare. For some inexplicable reason, Peter found the officer somewhat familiar. Behind him stood another, younger officer, slightly portly, who waved amiably at Peter and Gwen. They discovered my identity. Peter instinctively took a step back, his mind racing with the worst possible scenarios. Yet, Gwen waved cheerfully. Dad, she called out to the middle-aged officer, whose previously stern expression softened slightly. Aren't you supposed to have finished your internship? Why are you still out and about? The officer inquired, prompting a moment of awkwardness from Gwen. Well, yes, I've indeed finished. I'm just about to enjoy some dessert with a friend. By the way, I haven't introduced you. Peter, this is my dad. Dad, this is Peter Parker, one of the brightest students at Midtown High. Gwen brought Peter to the forefront and made introductions for both parties, acknowledging him as one of the most capable individuals present. George, Stacy, we have met before. The middle-aged officer shook Peter's hand through the window, and at that moment, Peter suddenly recalled the officer's identity. If his memory served him correctly, this was the very officer who had conversed with him at Old Jimmy's. Peter couldn't help but marvel at how small the world seemed. Come inside the car. You must be heading to that dessert shop with the comics, right? It's on my way, so let me give you a ride, George suggested. Peter hesitated for a moment, but Gwen had already hopped in, leaving him no choice but to follow suit. He had never imagined he would find himself seated in a police car, feeling somewhat awkward. He rested his hands on his thighs and kept his gaze fixed on the floor, reminiscent of a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing. Meanwhile, George drove quietly, and the atmosphere inside the vehicle was eerily silent. Gwen curiously glanced back and forth between the two, seemingly intrigued by how they were acquainted. It was then that Anthony broke the silence. Would you like some donuts? He produced 2 chocolate-flavored donuts from his paper bag and handed one to Gwen and Peter. Peter softly expressed his gratitude and began nibbling on it. At that moment, George spoke up. You remember that young man who single-handedly took down a robber about 5 months ago? That was him. No way, Peter, Gwen exclaimed, a hint of disbelief in her voice as she squeezed Peter's arm. Wow, you really are muscular. You never told me. Peter could only manage a wry smile, while George's expression darkened upon witnessing his daughter's reaction in the rearview mirror. You need to get home early tonight. You can only stay at the dessert shop until 5:30 at the latest, he said with a serious demeanor, and Gwen's face reflected discontent. Why? She protested in a whiny tone. It's already nearly 5. Why can we only stay there for a little over half an hour? It's a bit unsafe tonight. George replied gravely. We've received some intel about a potential gang brawl. The specifics are unclear, but the entirety of Manhattan is likely to be unsafe. You two should return home early. The farther you are from this, the better. Gwen was taken aback by this information, and her expression shifted to one of concern. Aren't you supposed to be on night duty? Are you joining some operation tonight? I shouldn't be, but I won't be in charge here anymore. So, in a way, your father is free of obligations. George smiled self-deprecatingly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. However, I will undoubtedly be late tonight, likely after 11. Please let your mother know not to wait for dinner. Mother is about to lose her temper again, and Gu Wang wears an expression of discontent, beginning to mutter softly. Meanwhile, Peter, upon hearing the words gang fight, suddenly becomes intrigued. A fight? Here? He feigns an exaggerated demeanor. This is New York, not Detroit. Could a large-scale gang conflict possibly occur here? New York possesses its own share of violence and bloodshed. Just over 3 months ago, there was a significant brawl at the docks, resulting in the deaths of over 20 individuals. The New York Times reported it, albeit with minimal coverage, George casually replied. Anthony seamlessly continued from where George left off. Indeed, I wasn't among the first to arrive at the scene, but I did get there. It was truly terrifying. The entire warehouse was practically a river of blood. Anthony clicked his tongue and shook his head. Perhaps the gangs in New York are not as chaotic as those in Detroit, yet those scoundrels can be ruthless when necessary. Will tonight be as severe? Peter continued to inquire, and Anthony seemed quite willing to provide answers. To be frank, we don't really know. This is supposedly orchestrated by insiders. The specifics are uncertain, but there is indeed potential for escalation. Holding a family meeting at this time, those fellows at the Covendro residence are in for trouble. Covendro? The words he had seen on that crate the day before flashed in Peter's mind, prompting him to hastily ask for more information from Anthony. It's a stronghold of the Italian mob. One wonders what has driven those Italian lunatics to hold a family meeting at such a time. If our intelligence is accurate, the Russian brats might also be looking to take advantage of the situation. At this point, Anthony seemed eager to elaborate, but George interjected. Enough, this is classified. Classified. My foot. Gu Wang scoffed from the back seat, muttering this phrase, likely still irked that George would be delayed returning home tonight. However, Peter did not catch this remark. He was lost in contemplation. January 14th, today, Covendro residence family meeting. Even a fool could discern the connections and roughly surmise the implications of it all. Realizing this sent a chill down Peter's spine, leaving him with a singular question. If this information is something even a regular officer could casually mention, why does the well-informed intermediary, the weasel, appear to be oblivious to it all? Chapter 41. The meeting, young master, we have arrived. The driver's voice jolted George from his reverie. Looking out the window, he saw the car slowly coming to a stop in front of the grand entrance. The Covendro residence had arrived. This mansion, standing 4 stories tall with 11 bedrooms, a private kitchen, and a small cinema, is valued at a staggering $70 million. Even within the illustrious Moriarty family, this estate is deemed a remarkably valuable asset. However, it does not belong to any current authority figure within the household. The previous patriarch of the Moriarty lineage would spend his twilight years here alongside the retired elders of the family, while the younger generation would visit to seek counsel and share moments with the elderly. In light of the recent series of setbacks faced by the Moriarty family, several individuals proposed convening this year's family meeting at this location. Though such a suggestion does not contravene family traditions, Joe was nonetheless astonished by the number of supporters for this proposal. Historically, such occurrences had transpired only twice, each time under rather extraordinary circumstances. After exchanging a few words with the driver, Joe emerged from the vehicle. 2 attendants clad in black suits approached, smiling as they took the briefcase from his hands, silently positioning themselves on either side of him. Joe crossed through the grand entrance, skillfully navigating the labyrinthine corridors. As the heir to the family, he had resided here for a year at the tender age of 12, enduring daily training under the watchful eyes of the seemingly idle elders. Although that period had been undeniably tedious and arduous, in retrospect, it seemed far less convoluted than the current atmosphere of intrigue and rivalry. Upon entering the conference hall, Joe noted that, due to the prior traffic congestion, most attendees had already arrived, engaging in casual conversations with those seated beside them, resembling a familial gathering. Joe smirked cynically. He suspected that it would not be long before these individuals would turn upon one another like ravenous dogs over trivial gains. At the opposite end of the table, his father gestured for him to come over. Joe navigated around the table, greeting those on either side before taking a seat beside his father. How are the negotiations with the Yakuza progressing? His father inquired. Joe's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This was a question posed by the current patriarch of the Moriarty family, and it demanded his utmost attention. Following a previous misstep, the responsibility for managing conflicts with the Russian mafia had been entrusted to the more seasoned elders. Joe's domain had since been relegated to the logistics of the family business, which, while undoubtedly safer, offered little opportunity for him to achieve noteworthy accomplishments. The Yakuza has accepted our opening offer. 14 crates of standard goods. They are willing to pay an additional 10% to secure priority on their pickup, Joe replied with deference. And your response? I declined their proposal but assured them that their goods would not be delayed. Furthermore, I have conveyed the essential details of this shipment to Lady Gao. Joe's expression remained grave, though a flicker of pride danced in his eyes. At that moment, his father's face broke into a satisfied smile as he patted Joe's shoulder. Well done. While the Yakuza have yet to establish a solid foothold here, we must not allow them to flourish too easily. You have performed admirably. Henceforth, you shall be solely responsible for dealings with those Eastern merchants. At your command, Joe replied, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Since the last blunder, he indeed requires some achievements to solidify his position. Recently, there has been a surge of whispers within the family, although the higher-ups comprehend that these are mere rumors. Silencing those voices would be a welcome relief. At that moment, the final individual entered the grand hall, settled into his seat, and the family meeting officially commenced. Under the cloak of night, Peter, now donned in his combat attire, stood atop the adjacent building. The frigid night breeze swept past him, causing him to shiver with exhilaration. The residential building where he resided stood approximately a meter higher than the Covendro estate's roof, yet the chasm between the two structures exceeded 6 meters. Even an adept parkour practitioner might hesitate to attempt such a leap at this height. Peter inhaled deeply and took 2 steps back. After a brief run-up, he leapt forward. At the moment his ascent began to wane, Peter forcefully propelled himself again, soaring several meters ahead. His landing was far from graceful. His knees jolted with a numbing ache, and he was propelled forward by inertia for a few steps. This commotion drew the attention of a guard patrolling the rooftop. The guard flicked on his flashlight, raised his firearm, and cautiously approached the source of the noise. As he advanced a few steps to the location of the sound, he found it eerily vacant. Frowning, he pressed the intercom button, preparing to report his findings. Just then, Peter suddenly leaped from the shadow behind him. He delivered a swift punch to the back of the guard's head, then brandished his stun baton, delivering a jolt to the guard's waist. In that instant, Peter seized the guard's limp body, ensuring to silence the intercom on his ear before he collapsed. Peter retrieved a length of rope and bound the now unconscious guard's limbs tightly, then used his own tie to gag him. After attending to these matters, Peter finally exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow, and began contemplating his next course of action. Immediately following his date with Gwen, he hastened to this location. Though he was uncertain of the Weasel's intentions, the cache of arms was undoubtedly linked to the Moretti family, who conveniently held a family meeting at this very moment, suggesting some underlying intrigue. While invading the enemy's stronghold during such heightened vigilance may seem imprudent, Peter's confidence had soared after several successful endeavors. Furthermore, he felt a sense of moral obligation. Should his negligence lead to a tragic outcome in the future, he knew he would be burdened by guilt. However, he remained oblivious to the fundamental error in his current undertaking. Why not simply sell the 4 establishments in Hell's Kitchen to them? If money could resolve the issue, why exert such effort? Moreover, the prices they proposed are not entirely unacceptable. The one who spoke with conviction at the table was Carlos, Joe's uncle. He is the most influential voice among the family's pacifist faction. To legitimize the family's enterprises, he has devoted the greater part of his life. However, there are many within the family who oppose his ideology. Are you suggesting that the Moretti family should capitulate without a fight? To be intimidated by a gang that has risen to power in less than 5 years? Do you comprehend the damage this would inflict on our reputation? If those rabid dogs seek war, then let us engage in battle. The Moretti family has established itself in New York for over a century, its roots embedded throughout the city, impervious to the whims of these newly affluent upstarts. The one who rose to counter was Leor, a peripheral member of the family. Yet his fervor for the family's honor surpasses that of many core members. His stance has garnered a considerable following, elevating his status within the family to rival that of some primary power holders. Utterly foolish. Carlos smirked. Are you willing to shed the blood of our kin in this senseless conflict merely for your fragile pride? And what of you? Leor retorted defiantly. Have you been a coward for too long? Do you wish for the entire Moretti family to cower like a dog with its tail between its legs? Leor's words undoubtedly ignited a tempest around the table. The long-standing discord between the Hawks and Doves erupted into a cacophony of insults. Joe's countenance darkened, while his father observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. I need to use the restroom, Joe whispered to his father before exiting the hall. Amidst the uproar, not a single person noticed his departure. A bunch of imbeciles, Joe cursed inwardly, though they presently donned their most ostentatious FA aids. Their underlying motive was singular, to evade responsibility. The Moretti family has suffered immensely in recent conflicts, and the branches are struggling to maintain command. If a truce could be brokered with the Russian mob, surely everyone would be amenable. Yet, they all understood that at this juncture, halting the war would exact a price far beyond mere physical injuries. Joe sighed. Their best course of action was still to ally with the Collin family against the enemy. However, for reasons unknown, no matter what conditions the Moretti family proposed, the other party seemed unyielding, seemingly resolved to remain an observer. As he contemplated this, Joe suddenly sensed something amiss around him. For such a significant family meeting, they had ensured sufficient personnel for defense, with at least 20 waitstaff stationed around the building, poised for action. Yet, traversing 2 corridors, he had yet to encounter a single soul. A thunderous rumble echoed. At that moment, a thunderous sound akin to a mountain's collapse erupted from behind Joe. The reverberation of that sound momentarily staggered him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. His vision momentarily obscured. After a considerable pause, Joe regained his composure, wiping away the blood that had inexplicably streamed from his nostrils, enduring the excruciating ringing in his ears. He hastened towards the conference hall. Chapter 42, Slaughter and Escape. At this juncture, the conference room had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. 2 large explosive devices detonated at either end of the hall, and the resulting shockwave violently hurled several individuals nearby into the air. The most devastating blow followed in the next instant, as 1,400 steel pellets erupted at speeds exceeding 3 times the speed of sound, shredding everything within the confines of the relatively small conference hall into mere fragments. The already shattered doors burst open before Joe, revealing a scene of unspeakable carnage. The walls of the conference room were drenched in blood and entrails, and the floor was strewn with mangled corpses and severed limbs. Most of the attendees had perished instantly in the initial explosion, yet a few fortunate souls remained alive, writhing in agonizing despair. Due to the nature of the family meeting, nearly all the senior members of the Moriarty family were present. Regardless of the circumstances, the Moriarty family was undeniably doomed. Joe's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, a wave of nausea churning violently in his stomach. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. The commotion had likely alarmed the entire neighborhood, and the bodyguards stationed below could not have remained oblivious. They had drawn their weapons before ascending the staircase, their vigilance at its peak. However, just as they reached the final step, a painting on the wall behind them inexplicably detonated, unleashing a rain of steel upon the unsuspecting bodyguards, reminiscent of the earlier onslaught in the conference room. Those standing at the rear were reduced to mere riddled corpses, while 2 or 3 unfortunate souls at the forefront were struck in critical areas. Although many survived the trap, they sustained injuries severe enough to incapacitate them. The combat effectiveness of the entire bodyguard team was drastically diminished, and wounded individuals began to wail in agony. Damn it, who the hell is responsible for this? The head of the bodyguards finally cursed, sensing the gravity of the situation. To orchestrate such a trap within the heavily fortified Covendro estate, there had to be an insider, and this traitor must hold significant sway. The earlier explosion had originated from the direction of the conference room, instilling a foreboding sense of dread within him. At that moment, the doors lining the corridor swung open unexpectedly, and 6 waitstaff emerged, wielding submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the remaining standing bodyguards. The ferocity of the submachine gun in this assault showcased its formidable power. Those bodyguards who had yet to react were instantly engulfed by the hail of gunfire. Apart from a few quick-thinking individuals who managed to drop to the ground, the rest met with no mercy. The captain of the bodyguards found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Despite his quick reflexes, he was struck by 2 bullets, one in his chest and another in his abdomen. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he crouched low and, with great effort, drew his handgun, swiftly dispatching one of the assailants with a single shot to the head. His marksmanship was unparalleled among the bodyguards, capable of hitting a coin from 40 meters away. However, this skill merely afforded him a fleeting moment of reprieve before a bullet pierced through his skull. The surviving bodyguards rallied to counterattack, forcing the remaining 5 assassin-clad waiters to take cover, inadvertently creating a brief opening in their suppressive fire. Seizing the opportunity, the bodyguards ducked behind available cover. "Who are these scoundrels?" One of the bodyguards shouted in near madness, his brother having been silenced by a steel pellet mere moments earlier. "I recognize one of them. He mixed me a drink just yesterday. God knows." Another bodyguard bellowed beside him. He swiftly reloaded his handgun, taking advantage of a lull in the enemy's fire to shoot back twice before retreating. Within half a second, a barrage of bullets struck the wall behind them. The last remaining bodyguard finally spoke up. "Staying here is tantamount to seeking death. We need to distance ourselves and head to the conference room. Are you out of your mind? The bodyguard who had just attempted to retaliate exclaimed incredulously. You want to go there now? Isn't survival our utmost priority? Damn it. Perhaps we could surrender. That is your choice, the other replied, attempting to wipe the blood from his face, only to find himself smearing it further. If I die, my family will at least receive compensation. But if we surrender, do you think your fate will be any better? The Moretti family will not let this go easily. Upon hearing this, the other two hesitated. Little did they know that very few core members of the Moretti family remained alive, and that number was dwindling rapidly. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the floor, Joe had swiftly vacated the conference room. Upon hearing the explosion of the landmine followed by gunfire, he realized that the assault was far from over. His escape was remarkably timed. Less than a minute later, two assassins disguised as chefs entered the now chaotic conference room, executing a bullet into the head of every remaining breath in the room. Targets, primary and secondary, have all been confirmed dead. One of them produced a walkie-talkie, beginning to relay information back to their base. The target has fled the scene and is currently being pursued. At that moment, Joe had reached the stairway of the fire escape. A bitter taste filled his mouth, and his mind was clouded with confusion. Who were they? How could there be so many insiders within the Moretti family? Could the Russian mafia orchestrate such an extensive operation? He perceived all of this as profoundly surreal. His life had been utterly transformed in mere minutes, while he felt as though he lagged behind, still ensnared in the world of moments past, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Father, uncle, cousin, they were all gone. A tear escaped from the corner of Joe's eye, yet he remained entirely unaware of it. After a brief dash down the stairs, Joe flung open the door at the bottom of the fire escape, only to find a woman dressed as a maid standing before him, staring at him in disbelief. A flash of menace flickered in her eyes as she reached for a compact handgun from her waist. But Joe acted faster. He lunged at the maid, pinning her against the wall and wresting the gun from her grasp. The woman, undeterred, bit at Joe's neck with fierce determination, without a trace of gentleness. Joe landed a punch squarely on her face, seizing her throat. The sound of a safety being disengaged echoed behind him. Joe swiftly turned, using the woman's body as a shield while aiming the gun at her temple. Before him stood a man clad as a bodyguard, a figure that seemed vaguely familiar. Perhaps a newcomer associated with his uncle. Lower your weapon, or I will shoot her, Joe bellowed, retreating a step with the woman in tow. The bodyguard merely smirked, pulling the trigger without hesitation. At the last moment, Joe shifted, and the bullet pierced the maid's chest before embedding itself in Joe's left shoulder. He gasped in pain, yet his resolve did not waver. Before the bodyguard could fire again, Joe unleashed two shots, striking the man in the right arm and chest. A cry of agony escaped Joe as searing pain radiated from his shoulder. Quickly, he rifled through the woman's belongings and retrieved a magazine before making his escape. He could hear footsteps approaching, drawn by the commotion, and he could no longer discern how many were allies and how many foes. The back door was not far, though Joe had yet to contemplate his next move after fleeing. As he rounded a corner in the hallway, he encountered two individuals coming directly toward him. They paused momentarily. Then, faces alight with surprise, raised their weapons to fire. Joe reacted swiftly, crashing into a nearby room. It took him a couple of seconds to realize he had entered an employee locker room, which conveniently had a door leading to the kitchen. A surge of hope filled him. Reaching the kitchen would bring him closer to the back door. He fired two shots toward the door, and the two men responded in kind, momentarily hesitant to advance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Joe bolted. However, he stumbled over something on the ground. Looking down, he saw a lifeless body. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings and discovered several lifeless bodies in the kitchen, all victims of gunshot wounds. It appeared these were individuals who had not been bribed by the adversary. A wave of dread washed over Joe. If they could mercilessly eliminate those uninvolved, he could not afford to entertain any illusions of safety. The sound of approaching footsteps intensified, and Joe estimated there were at least 7 or 8 individuals. Time was of the essence. He took a deep breath and darted towards the back door. The enemy's manpower was likely limited, and within mere seconds, he arrived at the rear entrance, typically used for deliveries and employee access. To enter from the outside, one must swipe a magnetic card, while exiting requires pressing a button beside the door. However, before Joe could reach for the button, two figures emerged behind him, their guns aimed directly at his head. Joe froze, slowly raising his hands in surrender. The last direct descendant of the Moretti family, one of them intoned, showing no intention of sparing him. What a pity. Just then, a flash of red burst forth from the shadows behind them. Peter landed a punch squarely on the temple of the man on the left, who collapsed without a sound. The man on the right turned to face Peter, only to be met with a powerful elbow to the chest. As the saying goes, better to take 10 punches than one elbow. The impact produced a sickening sound, and at least 2 ribs cracked under Peter's force. With another swift punch, he knocked the man down completely. When he turned to face Joe, he found Joe's gun trained on him, yet there was no indication that Joe intended to fire. "It's been a while," Joe greeted with his hoarse voice. "Are you here to kill me too?" Chapter 43. The Way Out, Part 1. Peter hesitated for a moment, opening his mouth to speak, but Joe had already lowered his weapon. "If you wanted me dead, you could have acted earlier." A bittersweet smile crossed Joe's face as he tucked his gun back into his waistband. "It's been a long time. It seems you've changed your attire." Peter stepped forward, and just as Joe anticipated he would speak, Peter suddenly lunged at him, seizing his shoulders. Joe was taken aback, and the grip on his shoulders tightened with force. He found himself spinning, and as realization dawned, he could only watch in horror as the ground approached his face. Was he mistaken? Did this enigmatic figure in the helmet truly intend to kill him? His mind spiraled into a vortex of despair. Yet, in the next moment, he felt his descent slow slightly, preventing a disastrous impact as he neared the ground. Simultaneously, the back door burst open, and a muscular man alongside a tall, slender middle-aged man rushed in. Their eyes had yet to fully acclimate to the brightness of the interior, yet the submachine guns in their hands discharged with alarming haste. However, the bullets merely whizzed through the air. In that fleeting moment, Peter and Joe had both collapsed to the ground, the projectiles soaring past their heads. Had they lingered for but half a second longer, their fates would have been irrevocably altered. At that instant, Peter seized Joe's right arm and forcefully propelled himself off the adjacent wall with his legs. Utilizing this momentum, Peter and Joe tumbled through the door from which Joe had just emerged, returning to the safety of the kitchen. Before he could rise, Peter kicked the door shut. With a flick of his telekinetic power, a component in his grasp twisted and secured the door's lock. Moments later, the two assailants reached the doorway, twisting the doorknob in vain, unable to breach their refuge. Joe, panting heavily, barely had time to relish their narrow escape when a dull thud reverberated from the door, startling him. Mere seconds later, a second impact resounded. This time, the door was struck with such force that a small hole appeared, the surrounding area visibly contorted. The entire door emitted a disconcerting creak of splintering wood. Peter gestured for Joe to take cover in the shadows of the kitchen corner while he rose to his feet. As the third impact came, the door shuddered violently, the size of the hole expanding exponentially, while the hinges above threatened to give way. This fragile barrier could scarcely withstand another blow. Grasping a stainless steel ladle over a foot in length, Peter positioned himself beside the door. In the moment preceding the next impact, he swiftly disengaged the lock and extended his right foot outward. The muscular assailant, caught off guard, lunged forward, only to be tripped by Peter's foot. He adhered to the laws of physics, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before crashing face-first to the ground, blood erupting from his nose, which would require surgical intervention to mend. His tall, lean companion reacted with remarkable speed, raising his submachine gun and pulling the trigger at Peter. Yet, Peter's ladle struck first, crashing against the man's hand and diverting the gun's muzzle, causing a hail of bullets to ricochet harmlessly off the wall. Peter's left hook landed squarely in the lean man's abdomen, while the ladle followed swiftly, striking him on the temple. Dazed, yet fueled by a primal fury, the assailant mindlessly swung his empty weapon at Peter. Confronted with such reckless aggression, Peter was forced to retreat momentarily. However, he did not squander that brief opportunity. He forcefully kicked the back of the muscular man, who was attempting to rise behind him. The unexpected strike sent him reeling once more, his already battered face once again meeting the unforgiving ground. With a powerful push, Peter lunged towards the now-revived thin man. He ducked to evade a reflexive punch, landing 2 swift blows to the man's chest. Then, with a sudden upward motion, he brought his sturdy helmet crashing against the man's chin. Overwhelmed by such a flurry of strikes in such a brief span, the thin man finally buckled, collapsing to the ground. Only his companion remained, rising with a furious roar. The man charged at Peter, yet his reckless assault was effortlessly sidestepped. Seizing the opportunity, Peter grasped the man's right arm, utilizing his momentum to leap behind him, drawing out his stun baton and jabbing it into the man's neck. Despite the man's formidable physique, he succumbed to the 600,000 volts of electricity. Losing consciousness within 3 or 4 seconds, Peter released his grip, casting the body aside. Turning, he noticed Joe still half-seated on the ground. Frowning, Peter strode forward, grasped Joe by the collar, and yanked him upright. "Stop dawdling," Peter intoned gravely. "They already know our location. We must hasten our actions." Joe nodded, regaining his composure and preparing to dash towards the back door. However, he was once again restrained by Peter. Turning back, he wore a look of confusion. Do you think they won't be waiting outside? There are at least 4 men lying in ambush back there. The moment you reach that alley, you'll be riddled with bullets. Peter explained coldly. What then? What is your plan? Joe queried, nodding in understanding. It was evident to him that this enigmatic figure possessed far more knowledge than he did. Both exits to the outside were now sealed. Whether attempting to break through the front or escape through a window, their chances of survival were slim. Peter candidly assessed their predicament. What should we do? Joe asked, his anxiety rising. If you're looking for a hiding place, you might want to rethink that. The police won't come. They have ample time to search for us. The Covendro mansion is indeed spacious, with plenty of excellent hiding spots. However, if they send a dozen men to scour the place, it wouldn't take long for them to find us. I am aware of that, Peter nodded. Half an hour ago, the police in this vicinity withdrew simultaneously. They clearly knew something in advance. The image of Gwen's father flickered through his mind. Are they letting us kill each other off, only to come in later to clean up? Joe spat on the ground. All right, what is your plan? Speak up. Just follow me. I will explain shortly. We no longer have the luxury of time, Peter said. Joe nodded. The individual before him, albeit somewhat peculiar, might be his sole hope for survival. He soon discovered, to his astonishment, that this person exhibited an extraordinary familiarity with the structure of the house. They navigated a turn within the kitchen, passing through 2 doors in succession, and emerged into a more secluded corridor. Peter opened the second door from the end of the corridor, leading them into what appeared to be a dressing room. Upon traversing this space, Joe realized they were not far from the staircase at the opposite end of the floor. The entire situation struck Joe as absurd. This individual seemed to possess a greater acquaintance with the surroundings than he, who had resided there for a considerable time. Had he followed his usual route, it would likely have taken an additional 20 seconds. As they approached the staircase, they abruptly halted. The sound of footsteps descending from above reached their ears. It seemed there were quite a few, certainly more than Peter and Joe could manage at present. Peter swiftly yanked open a nearby storage cabinet, shoved Joe inside, and then followed suit, closing the cabinet door behind them. Joe held his breath in anxious anticipation, glancing at the helmeted man beside him, bewildered by his calm demeanor. In truth, however, Peter's forehead was also slick with cold sweat beneath the helmet. He closed his eyes, striving to heighten his concentration to sense the situation outside the cabinet. Fortune, it seemed, had not entirely abandoned them. The hurried footsteps outside continued without pause, heading in the direction from which they had come. Once they were assured of their departure, Peter and Joe exhaled in relief and emerged from the storage unit. Wasting no time, they descended the stairs to the basement level. Peter pushed open the door, but at that moment, Joe, who had been following closely behind, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Peter reacted swiftly, turning to catch him. He supported Joe, allowing him to lean against the wall as he sat down. Joe struggled to rise, but his frail state compelled Peter to gently press him back down. With a grave expression, Peter tore open the fabric near Joe's left shoulder wound to assess the damage. Chapter 44. The Escape, Part 2. Joe's condition was far from optimistic. Though the gunshot wound on his left shoulder was not particularly deep, it had likely damaged a major blood vessel. Due to the urgency of their situation, they had only managed the most basic of bandaging, and the predicament had grown increasingly precarious. In the past few minutes, the wound had been continuously bleeding, saturating Joe's shirt with crimson. A human body contains approximately 5 liters of blood. When one loses more than 15 of their blood, symptoms such as dizziness, pallor, and weakness in the limbs manifest. If blood loss exceeds 30, more severe symptoms may arise, potentially leading to life-threatening consequences. Without a doubt, Joe had entered a perilous zone. If this situation was not addressed promptly, it was likely that he would succumb to excessive blood loss before long. Peter removed Joe's suit, tearing it into strips, and began to re-bandage the gunshot wound on his shoulder. This would somewhat mitigate the speed of blood loss, yet it was evidently insufficient. Peter was not a trained medical professional, and sweat poured from him in a moment of urgency, though his helmet concealed any expression of distress. The bullet remained lodged in the wound, a matter he could not address at that moment. You must hold on for now. There is a secret passage in this basement that leads outside. Once we reach a crowded area, we will be safe. Ah, that old passage. How do you know about this? Joe initially appeared bewildered, then curiosity flickered in his eyes, though the frailty in his voice became increasingly pronounced. Were you once a member of the Moretti family? Regrettably, I have no ties to your family. I interrogated several individuals here, and this intriguing piece of information emerged. Peter replied as he continued to bandage the wound, striving to maintain a calm demeanor despite the rising impatience within him. Although the mysterious assailants had yet to locate them, it was merely a matter of time before they did. Joe had become nearly a burden in terms of mobility. For a fleeting moment, Peter even entertained the thought of abandoning him. Yet Joe voiced this notion aloud. "Leave me behind. You go on," Joe sighed, closing his eyes. "To be honest, even if you managed to rescue me, I doubt I could offer you any substantial reward." "I am not saving you for money," Peter replied in a flat tone, tearing another strip of cloth to wrap around Joe's bandaging. "Oh," Joe seemed slightly taken aback. "Your heroism extends to rescuing someone like me without compensation? Bear in mind, the number of individuals who have met their end at my hands is likely not fewer than those who will perish tonight. If you seek to be a grand hero, I should hardly be your adversary, should I? You are not my friend. Once I get you out, you will be handed over to the police." "The police?" Joe nearly laughed. "You might as well shoot me outright. It would be less complicated. Did you not witness the chaos tonight? An explosion of this magnitude in downtown New York, yet there has been no siren in sight. To be in their hands is to face certain death. I will take you to the New York Police Department. There are many people there, and the other side cannot bribe them all. You can apply for witness protection. As a high-ranking member of the Moretti family, if you are willing to divulge what you know, I believe you could secure the highest level of protection." Peter tightened the cloth strip in his hands, tying a small bow, thus completing the bandaging. Peter closed his eyes and pressed his hand against Joe's wound. The mental energy within his mind began to deplete rapidly as the force was transformed into its gentlest form, gradually entering Joe's injury from the palm of his hand, converting into Joe's own vitality. After enduring for 7 or 8 seconds, Peter severed the link, stepping back 2 paces, breathing heavily. Utilizing the force to heal oneself is not particularly arduous, yet applying it to another is considerably more complex. Not only is the efficacy diminished during transmission, but maintaining such a delicate operation also consumes significantly more mental energy. In that brief interval, nearly half of Peter's mental strength had been exhausted, leaving him feeling fatigued. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase, causing both of their hearts to skip a beat. Peter gestured for the still recovering Joe to remain in place while he stood up. Fortunately, there were only 2 individuals. Grasping the stainless steel spoon he had not discarded, Peter launched a surprise attack the moment they entered the basement. His spoon struck the first man's head with a resounding impact. To ensure a swift resolution, Peter had deliberately enhanced his arm with the force for this strike. The result was unmistakable. The man was rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground. The second individual, now alerted, raised his firearm. It seemed they had not anticipated their target hiding in this basement. With a swift motion, Peter knocked the gun from the man's grasp, his left hand seizing the man's throat. Applying a slight pressure, the force forcibly obstructed the man's breath, prompting him to flail desperately in an attempt to escape. Yet, within moments, he succumbed to asphyxiation and lost consciousness. "Let us move." After dispatching the 2 adversaries, Peter quickly pulled Joe to his feet. Color had returned to Joe's face, and his mobility had improved considerably. After a brief search, they discovered the so-called secret passageway. Contrary to Peter's cinematic expectations of an extravagant escape route typical of villains, upon opening the door, they were met with nothing more than a dirt tunnel approximately 1.5 meters in height. The interior was devoid of light, enveloped in complete darkness. In such an environment, Peter could barely navigate using his force sensitivity, while Joe was left as a sightless guide. Peter retrieved his flashlight and handed it to Joe. This passage had once served as a maintenance route, leading to an abandoned subway track. Joe walked ahead, explaining to Peter as they proceeded. "This was discovered during the renovation of the Covendro estate over 40 years ago. We spent a bit of money to extend this passage all the way to the basement. Look, we have arrived." Suddenly, the surroundings opened up, presenting a more spacious environment that finally resembled an artificial underground corridor. When Peter glanced back, he realized that the tunnel they had descended was merely a large hole carved into the wall. Joe was evidently far more familiar with the surroundings than Peter. After a brief glance around, he confidently determined their next course of action. Recalling his childhood days of mischief in this realm, he quipped, "Back then, I often found myself on the receiving end of a beating. I suppose we never truly anticipated that we would find ourselves here, did we?" Not long after, a door materialized before them. Peter approached and, after a moment of exploration, successfully opened it. Beyond this door, safety awaited them. He could even hear the distant rumble of a train traversing the tracks. Both of them felt a collective sigh of relief wash over them. However, their pursuers discovered their escape route merely 2 minutes later. Gazing at the dark, unilluminated cavern, the leader's face turned ashen. He kicked one of the 2 still lying on the ground, who had yet to regain consciousness. We deployed a substantial number of personnel tonight, and we've already lost 4 brothers. Are you telling me that our second most critical target has managed to elude us? He enunciated each word with deliberate precision, while those surrounding him bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Observing the silence of those around him, he expressed his dissatisfaction with a huff before turning away. Form 2 squads to continue the pursuit. The rest of you, clean up this mess. I need to make a call to the boss. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of downtown Manhattan, in a presidential suite of a hotel, Wesley, dressed impeccably in formal attire, hung up the phone and turned to report to his superior. We have lost target number 2. He has escaped our initial perimeter. Wesley spoke in a remarkably flat tone, devoid of any attempt to sugarcoat the grim news. It is now evident that our acquaintance, the one fond of the red mask, is assisting target number 2. It appears he has adopted a new guise this time. Are you suggesting that the weasel has breached our agreement? Unlikely. Wesley adjusted his glasses. This time, he is likely acting independently. He doesn't even know who we are. Is it feasible to negotiate through the weasel? I have no desire to unwittingly create more enemies. Wesley nodded. That should pose no problem. I will arrange it at once. But if I may be so bold to inquire, what if they refuse our terms? Then after concluding this call, you will need to make another, his superior replied. Inform those in the second perimeter. Having received such substantial compensation, they must fulfill their obligations. Wesley nodded in agreement. Chapter 45, Sniper. After spending several minutes traversing the quiet, dark railway, they finally stumbled upon a passage leading to the surface, just when they thought they might never see an exit again. This door bore some resemblance to the one through which they had entered the abandoned tunnel. However, it was locked, requiring a key for access. Peter's telekinesis proved ineffective in this instance. However, after conducting some research, both Peter and Joe were pleasantly surprised to discover that the door was not particularly sturdy. After several rounds of forceful collisions, they finally managed to break it open. As the door fell with a mournful creak, Peter wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating whether he should seek alternative methods for breaching doors. It seemed his abilities were ill-suited for such tasks. Ascending a few flights of stairs and passing through yet another door, Peter and Joe found themselves in a rather spacious parking lot. Under the dim lighting, the entire expanse exuded an eerie ambience, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, where danger seemed to lurk within the shadows. Do you recognize this place? Peter inquired, casting a glance around. Surprisingly, despite being in the heart of New York City, this parking lot appeared quite desolate, with only a smattering of vehicles scattered about. An anomaly indeed. I'm not sure, Joe replied hesitantly, equally uncertain of their whereabouts. Yet, upon spotting the cars, a spark of hope ignited within him. There are quite a few vehicles here. Let us borrow one. This way, we can swiftly evade those guys. Peter rolled his eyes beneath his helmet. On this matter, there are 2 concerns, he said slowly. Firstly, wouldn't our actions be classified as theft? At this, Joe wore an expression of mild annoyance, mumbling, I knew you would say that. But we are in a life-or-death situation. Surely, you can accept that? That is indeed true. Peter nodded in agreement. However, the next question is even more pressing. Are you capable of stealing a car? Joe paused momentarily, then shook his head vigorously. While his subordinates were certainly adept at such activities, and some were even experts in the field, he, as a wealthy heir, was completely ignorant in this regard. Well, that settles it. I can't either, Peter shrugged, raising his hands in resignation. Joe hesitated before cautiously responding. I suppose that means we need to devise another plan. I'm covered in blood, and your attire is rather conspicuous. We won't blend into a crowd like this. It won't be long before they come searching for us. Well, Peter scratched the back of his neck, then produced a mobile phone. Have you heard of this app? In that moment, Joe stood frozen, his gaze darting between Peter and the phone, desperately wishing this was all a jest. When he finally comprehended that Peter was serious, his outward expression remained unchanged, yet internally, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. How ridiculous is this? Without wasting any more time, Peter activated the phone, enabling the GPS to ascertain their current location. This mobile phone is certainly not the one he typically uses, but rather one he procured from the Weasel. Its functionalities are rather limited, and in this regard, it pales in comparison to the device Peter regularly employs. However, it possesses 2 unparalleled features. The first is its ability to receive signals in the most remote locations. The second allows for seamless switching among over 20 anonymous phone numbers. Naturally, the Weasel extorted a considerable sum from Peter for these capabilities. They found themselves at Runda Mall, approximately 2.5 blocks from the Cavendish residence. Peter quickly identified their current location, and Joe nodded, revealing an expression of understanding. This had once been a small shopping center, but in 2 months, A Walmart would open nearby, leading many small shops to close, leaving only a few restaurants on the 4th and 5th floors still operational. Joe explained that they too would likely close soon. Then, the foot traffic here is quite sparse. Peter inquired, and upon receiving a confirming nod from Joe, he continued. We need to find a place where we won't be disturbed. We can wait for our vehicle there. Do you have any suggestions? At the intersection of Wood Street and White River Street would be ideal. It's mainly a loading area for large vehicles, with few pedestrians and minimal traffic. Joe pondered after a moment. After a brief silence, noticing Peter's lack of response, Joe finally voiced his concern. What if the driver we summon refuses to take us? Given our appearance, I doubt many would be keen to give us a ride. I have my methods. There's no need for you to worry too much, Peter replied leisurely. Indeed, Joe wisely refrained from pressing further, letting out a resigned smile. Next, you're likely to escort me to the police station, aren't you? He remarked. What's wrong with that? Peter countered. After all, the charges that could be laid against you are likely minimal. You should be able to negotiate favorable terms. Escaping all this would at least preserve your life. Isn't that a good thing? You know I cannot abandon everything. Joe sighed, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. As the last direct descendant of my family, I bear the responsibility of avenging my kin, and then wreak havoc in New York once more. This form of vengeance will only wound more innocents. Moreover, the adversary's strength is formidable. Your chances are slim. At the very least, one must try, right? I refuse to live my life as a coward, tail between my legs. Joe chuckled, while Peter remained silent for a long moment before responding. If that day truly comes, I may find myself opposing you. If memory serves, just a few months ago, you gave me quite a beating. Joe shot Peter a disdainful glance, shifting the topic. The two fell into a brief silence. They did not squander too much time. Although they had distanced themselves from their pursuers, given enough time, those relentless hounds would surely close in like mad dogs. Peter estimated they had approximately 15 minutes. The damaged door of the mall's basement served as a rather conspicuous clue for their enemies. Before long, they emerged outside the mall. A not overly cold evening breeze greeted them. Peter greedily inhaled the long-awaited fresh air, while Joe beside him mirrored the action. And the acrid scent of blood that had accumulated within them throughout the night seemed to dissipate somewhat. Their destination was not far, just a few steps away. Joe was right. It was indeed remarkably quiet, with not a single passerby in sight on the surrounding streets. He retrieved his phone and opened a ride-hailing app. Meanwhile, Joe stood in the shadow of a wall, his gaze flickering. He was now safe, though his adversaries possessed formidable power and remained shrouded in darkness. Joe believed that in a city of over 15 million people like New York, locating someone who deliberately concealed themselves would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, particularly someone who could still wield the remnants of the Moretti family's influence. To Peter, Joe was no longer a savior capable of rescuing him from his predicament. Peter had made it abundantly clear that he intended to surrender himself to the authorities. After that, whether he sought to reclaim his freedom or exact revenge would prove exceedingly difficult. Not to mention, once in their clutches, the information stored within his mind would undoubtedly be extracted without a trace. At that point, Joe, who had likely offended every faction in New York, would find it nearly impossible to maintain a foothold here. A drowning person may cling desperately to a straw, but once the threat of drowning has passed, would he still keep that straw nearby? Especially when that very straw would bind him tightly, utterly stripping away his freedom. He quietly stepped back 2 paces. Yet Peter had already sensed his subtle movements and turned to look at him, just as Joe was grappling with whether to bolt. Peter's attention was suddenly captured by something else. The dormant instinct surged forth like a volcano at that moment. Peter was horrified to discover that no matter what action he took in the next second, he could not entirely evade the source of this ominous premonition. In the next instant, a bullet, fired from over 300 meters away, whistled past, piercing through Peter's right chest. Chapter 46. The Mouse and the Cat. Time rewound to 120 seconds prior. The target and accompanying personnel had appeared at coordinates 57:16. A new message crackled through the walkie-talkie. McCarty took a deep breath of the night air. He discarded the cigarette from his hand, extinguishing it beneath his foot, and began to adjust his telescope. The target lay nearly 800 meters away from his position, which, to be precise, exceeded his designated range of 200 meters by a considerable margin. Yet, perhaps fortune smiled upon him. There were no obstructions along the direct line from his vantage point to the target, an ideal scenario for a sniper. Through the communication channel, 3 snipers had already confirmed that the target was within their operational scope, but for various reasons, they lacked the confidence to take the shot. McCarty, lacking the patience to chastise these novice marksmen, contemplated the reality that true sniping talent is not easily cultivated. He adjusted his sniper rifle, differing from many of his peers. Makati found no pleasure in the gruesome chaos of violence. He detested the visceral brutality, the anguished cries of those facing death, and the sight of lifeless bodies growing cold and rigid. He firmly believed in the aesthetic distance that mitigated the moral weight of taking a life. 500 meters was sufficient to erase any sense of guilt. In such circumstances, the target was merely a part of his profession. Calculating the wind direction, gravity, and time delay, he would pull the trigger. If he could solve this mathematical equation swiftly, his task would be complete. It was as simple as that. After a brief interlude of several seconds, the target finally came into view. Upon sighting the individual, Makati's mind faltered for a moment, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed the prior reports had not been exaggerated. Such a conspicuous red outfit on a genuine battlefield was akin to a living target attracting fire. Was their operation this evening compromised by this individual? How absurd. The target halted at the street corner, conveniently positioned, while another individual remained obscured from view due to the angle. At that moment, Makati completely disregarded the fact that the person still shrouded in shadow was the primary target, focusing solely on this discomforting figure. The formula he had memorized thousands of times flickered through his mind as he prepared to take action. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he squeezed the trigger. In a mere 1.4 seconds, the man's head would likely explode like a shattered watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering the ground. He mused silently. Makati averted his gaze from the telescope, disliking the anticipated scene. Peter, struck by the bullet, twitched briefly before collapsing to the ground. In that fleeting half-second of reaction time, Peter managed to accomplish two things. First, he evaded the bullet's lethal trajectory, and second, he employed his willpower to shield his remaining internal organs, preventing the bullet from wreaking further havoc within his body. However, despite his utmost efforts, the bullet inflicted a grievous penetrating wound to his lung. A copious amount of blood surged forth, while air rushed into his body through the two wounds on his chest and back, beginning to compress his already beleaguered lungs, rendering his breathing increasingly arduous. Another bullet whizzed past Peter's head, striking the concrete pavement less than 2 meters away, sending up a cloud of dust and shards of concrete. This time, the bullet came from a different direction. Peter hastily endeavored to rise from the ground. Remaining stationary would undoubtedly result in his demise. Yet, he felt his body weighed down, and his limbs rendered utterly powerless. Simple movements that were once effortless now seemed insurmountable, and after propping up his upper body, he collapsed once more, only to be caught by a pair of hands. Joe grasped his shoulders, lifting him up and, after embracing his abdomen, desperately pulled him towards cover. Ahead of them, the concrete path was struck again by a bullet, creating a crater. Joe shuddered and ran with renewed fervor. At last, he brought Peter to the wall, where he propped him up and began to pant heavily. Carrying a burden of 60 kilograms was no trivial matter for him. Peter coughed, spitting out a small amount of blood. Damn. Joe hurriedly rushed over to tend to Peter's wounds. Initially flustered, he soon regained his composure, exhibiting a remarkable proficiency that suggested prior experience in such matters. After a while, as the wound on Peter's back was finally staunched, the pressure in his lung normalized, allowing him to gasp for breath. He lifted his head and struggled to raise his right hand. "Help me up," he weakly implored, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Joe hesitated for a moment before grasping his hand. Finally standing, Peter was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, his balance wavering precariously. Gritting his teeth, a fleeting clarity returned to his mind, and he steadied himself against the nearby wall to prevent a fall. Joe promptly supported him, though his expression was grim. "I'm sorry. I should have listened to you." Hailing a cab was indeed unreliable. Peter forced a strained smile, though Joe was not in the mood for levity. The damned. Joe, on the brink of collapse, had bloodshot eyes filled with desperation. The path to salvation that had seemed within reach shattered before him. After enduring 2 assaults in a single night, he was nearing his breaking point. We can't escape. Peter extended his right hand, gently resting it on Joe's head. He closed his eyes, using the force of will to soothe the turbulent spirit within Joe's mind. After a few seconds, clarity gradually returned to Joe's eyes. "Where do we go now?" Joe exhaled, turning to inquire of Peter, who stood beside him. Peter pointed upwards, then downwards, before weakly uttering a few words. After struggling to say just 3 words about going upstairs, he found it somewhat laborious, suppressing the urge to cough. He paused momentarily before continuing. "There are enemies below." "There are enemies below?" Joe inquired, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Peter nodded slightly, then took a few breaths. "There are pursuers." Meanwhile, in the basement below, the door that Peter and Joe had forcibly opened was kicked open once more, and over 20 fully armed assassins surged into the nearly abandoned mall. Michael reported that the assault team had entered the target building. The leader spoke into his walkie-talkie. Shortly thereafter, a response crackled through the device. The assault team has begun searching the target premises. The additional target has lost mobility. Please prioritize capture without jeopardizing your safety. The target remains in motion. The control team will be responsible for confining the target's movement within this structure. You have 50 minutes. The leader assassin, named Michael, glanced back at his comrades before pressing the talk button on his walkie-talkie. The search area is too extensive, under the condition of ensuring the target's life. We may not be able to fulfill the mission. There was a brief silence on the other end before a hesitant denial was issued. Request denied. We can only guarantee the police will arrive in 50. At that moment, the voice on the other end was abruptly cut off. As the assassins exchanged glances, a steady, familiar voice spoke up. I am Wesley. Your request has been granted. You now have 80 minutes. Do not disappoint me or the adults. Understood, Michael declared, pounding his chest. A sinister smile creeping across his face. He turned to his companions and gestured. Split into teams of 4, Ross and Corbin, you two follow me. Let us flush out those two sneaky little pests. With a unified response, the assassins swiftly and orderly divided into 6 teams and commenced their search. Outside an office on the 3rd floor, Peter used telekinesis to open the door, with Joe supporting him as they both sank onto the sofa. Damn, what bad luck, Joe exclaimed, closing his eyes. I say, if you have any useful tricks left, now would be the opportune time to unveil them. The soundproofing of the office was quite effective, at least keeping the usual commotion of the mall at bay. They could speak a bit louder without excessive concern. Peter opened his eyes, sensing through his telekinesis that the newcomers downstairs had begun a meticulous and cautious search. Clearly, these individuals harbored some trepidation regarding Peter's previously displayed combat prowess. This afforded Peter and Joe additional breathing room and time to recalibrate their plans. Yet it undeniably reduced the number of exploitable gaps available to them. We should still have some time, Peter mused. They will take at least another 20 to 30 minutes to find us, Peter said slowly. His lung injury, protected and nurtured by the Force, had not worsened during the recent ordeal. Rather, signs of healing had begun to emerge. At the very least, the bleeding and air leakage had started to be controlled. I truly have no idea how you came by this information, Joe sighed, a hint of curiosity in his tone. At this juncture, you wouldn't mind revealing your true identity, would you? I'm afraid not, Peter replied succinctly. However, if we survive the night, I might consider it then. Perhaps by that time, I shall have lost the inclination to inquire. Joe smiled wryly, and Peter shook his head, both suddenly falling into a silence as if they were disinclined to speak further. Just then, Peter's phone in his pocket began to ring, its monotonous tone strikingly odd in the midst of the stillness. Chapter 47. King and pawn, both of their bodies stiffened momentarily before Peter picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. He glanced at Joe and switched the call to speaker mode. The familiar voice of the weasel immediately resonated through the speaker. Little Red Riding Hood, you've stirred quite a bit of trouble tonight. At that moment, the weasel's voice sounded notably anxious, even bordering on frantic. For some inexplicable reason, Peter sensed a tinge of guilt from him. It seems you are already aware of my current predicament, Peter replied, his tone tinged with hostility. So tell me, are you now my ally or my adversary? If I were truly your enemy, I wouldn't be calling you right now, the weasel replied hurriedly. Now, let us expedite matters and resolve this before it becomes too late. You are about to speak with someone, and for the sake of your life, I advise you to comply with all of their demands. Before Peter could extract more information from the weasel, the call was abruptly terminated. In the next moment, the phone was answered again, and a strange voice spoke. Red Mask, allow me to use this appellation, for the name Little Red Riding Hood carries a hint of insult. The voice was sharp and hoarse, infused with an unsettling childishness. Despite the politeness of each word spoken, the peculiar accent and tone imbued his speech with an eerie quality. Let me guess, you are the mastermind behind tonight's events. Peter did not heed the weasel's advice, his tone laced with animosity. Surprisingly, the other party did not express anger in response. You could say that, though I must correct you, it is not merely tonight. 30 hours ago, the Russian mob fell under my control as well. The unexpected honesty of the speaker took Peter aback. My name is Wilson Fisk. Certainly. There are those who prefer to address me by another name. Kingpin. Peter snorted disdainfully. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this ostentatious moniker, a wave of revulsion surged within him. Mr. Fisk, I have a question. Why would someone like you seek a conversation with me? Because I believe we share a common objective, Fisk replied, his voice rasping like the sound of metal scraping against stone. I am confident that we could become excellent collaborators. Collaborators? You mean to suggest that I Alongside a man who has murdered dozens, share a common goal? Peter cleared his throat, a dull pain radiating from the wound in his chest. He clenched his teeth, suppressing any sound of discomfort. Indeed, I wonder if you have forgotten the identity of the person you are currently protecting, Fisk continued, and at this, Joe involuntarily shuddered. The Moridi family is the largest drug supplier and loan shark in all of New York City. Over nearly a century, countless families have been shattered due to their actions. This malignant entity has existed within New York for far too long. I am merely performing the surgery that this city so desperately requires. Peter fell silent. While on the other end of the line, Fisk seemed quite pleased with the direction of the conversation. After a brief pause, allowing Peter a moment to ponder, he resumed speaking. All the members of the Moridi family who perished tonight bore an abundance of sins. They must pay for their misdeeds. And I have merely assumed the role of a judge in this matter. Joe felt a twinge of anxiety. The man on the phone appeared reluctant to confront the red-hooded figure before him. Should this individual choose to remain neutral or even become an adversary? The last flicker of hope for Joe would be extinguished. However, Peter's subsequent reply provided him with a slight sense of relief. Really? Peter scoffed. Are you truly certain that those who died tonight deserve their fate? The bodyguards you slaughtered were merely performing their duties. Setting them aside, what of the 5 waitstaff and chefs you killed? What sins did they commit? Did they forget to add salt while boiling pasta? A hint of hesitation and agitation crept into Fisk's tone, as if he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a lengthy silence, he gradually regained his composure and offered a response. Though they were not participants in the wrongdoing, their hands are not entirely clean. As those privy to the truth, they turned a blind eye to the evil unfolding around them, willfully deaf to the cries of the innocent, while comfortably pocketing blood-stained money. Is their ignorance sufficient reason for them to deserve the death penalty? Peter pressed on relentlessly, while Fisk merely chuckled softly in response. Red-faced hero, I am uncertain how this world appears to you. However, with the advancement of society, we are inevitably compelled to make certain sacrifices, Fisk said leisurely. Let us observe the final outcome. The 2 most formidable criminal factions in this city have been obliterated, and the number of those implicated has been minimized. You now have the opportunity to ensure that this achievement remains unblemished. Submit Jamori to me, and do not afford the Mori family any chance of resurgence. You need to pause for a moment. You have consistently proclaimed that you have eradicated the 2 gangs in New York, yet your motivations merely stem from a desire to eliminate your competitors. To boast about it as a personal triumph is nothing short of audacity. What distinguishes you from them? Peter retorted mercilessly, feeling a surge of disdain for the other's self-aggrandizing behavior. I am certainly different from them, Fisk replied with unwavering confidence. Perhaps our methods may currently appear somewhat similar, but they are merely dogs driven mad by their own desires. I have my own ambitions. I aspire to restore greatness to this city, to purge every corner of its filth. For this goal, I am willing to undertake actions I would otherwise shun. Having a noble cause does not grant one the license to employ any means necessary. Moreover, your eloquent rhetoric is grand. Yet who can fathom the true nature of your intentions? I am prepared to prove my sincerity over time, Fisk responded succinctly. Certainly. The events unfolding now may not align with your moral compass, but reality is what it is. I do not require much from you. Depart as a neutral observer. As long as you do not obstruct my path, I shall demonstrate my tolerance and generosity towards you. Peter fell silent, glancing at the phone in his hand, and then at Joe seated nearby, his inner conflict beginning to brew. There was merit to the words spoken. It was not his place to intervene. More crucially, the developments of the evening had spiraled beyond his control. Should he reject this man's proposal, his fate could be dire. Fisk, content with the silence, chuckled softly before continuing. Rest assured, you have ample time to contemplate your decision. My men have received orders. They will not strike unless you initiate aggression or obstruct their mission. All you need to do now is withdraw. At that moment, Peter's brow twitched as he abruptly ended the call, opening the office drawer and stashing the phone inside. After taking a deep breath, he rose and pulled Joe up from the sofa as well. Damn it, they were using that phone to track our location. Peter's expression darkened. This man is merely stalling for time. The pursuers have already reached the 3rd floor. Michael ascended to the 3rd floor, raising his firearm as he advanced slowly toward Peter and Joe. 2 teammates trailed closely behind him, providing cover. At that moment, new orders crackled through their earpieces. They had already heightened their vigilance and were instructed to breach immediately, leaving no time for the adversaries to escape. Chapter 48. The Intruders 2 minutes later. Michael and his subordinates forcefully kicked open the door previously occupied by Peter and Joe. The room lay empty, and Michael's face twitched in frustration as he brutally kicked a nearby sofa. Spread out and find them, he bellowed. prompting his companions to nod silently and divide into smaller groups. One team was tasked with guarding the stairway to prevent any possible escape, while the others dispersed, commencing a thorough sweep of the mall's many corners. As a derelict shopping center, finding refuge here was undoubtedly arduous. Although long rows of towering shelves, over 2 meters high, partitioned much of the floor, they provided numerous hiding spots. Yet, standing at the end of these aisles allowed for a clear view of the entire row. In other words, while there were ample places to conceal oneself, none offered a significantly safer refuge. To evade detection for an extended period, Peter and Joe would need to continuously adjust their hiding spots in response to the enemy's movements. In this regard, they executed their evasion with remarkable precision. Guided by their instincts, the duo skillfully navigated around the searching teams, quietly avoiding the 2 groups stationed at the forefront. However, as they attempted to circumvent the 3rd group, they encountered a minor complication. The proximity between the 4 groups was too close, and their operational space too limited. The risk of slipping past them again was exceedingly high. With the situation reaching this critical juncture, Joe and Peter resolved to exploit their advantage and launch an assault. The 3rd group was the first to suffer an attack. The last 2 members of this group paused upon hearing a faint sound of collision from behind. They exchanged bewildered glances before turning to investigate, while their 2 companions remained oblivious, continuing their advance. In that fleeting moment, the distance between the 2 pairs widened to over 4 meters. Like a diving hawk, Peter leaped down from the top of the shelf above them, landing on the back of the nearest individual and sending him stumbling forward. Utilizing the momentum, Peter tackled the other person to the ground, pressing a stun baton against his neck, the intense current swiftly rendering him unconscious. The previously displaced man attempted to raise his weapon, but Peter was quicker. He sprinted forward, closing the gap before producing a canister of pepper spray from his pocket, directing a fierce spray into the assailant's eyes. The acrid gas swiftly seared the skin and eyes of the unfortunate individual, causing him to collapse to the ground. One hand clutched at his eyes, which felt as though they were ablaze, while the other flailed wildly, brandishing his weapon in a chaotic display. The 2 remaining members of Team 3 finally discerned the situation, yet they hesitated to advance, fearing a misfire from their frenzied comrade. They could only witness as Peter, having dispatched their 2 companions, vanished once more into the shadows. He headed northwest. One of them took cover to report the situation to the other teams, while the radio crackled with confirmations from various squads. The man, driven to madness by the irritation to his eyes, had exhausted the ammunition in his firearm. Yet he continued to swing his weapon as if invisible adversaries surrounded him. The other member stealthily approached from behind, delivering a swift blow that incapacitated him. It was best for this irrational ally to rest. Meanwhile, Peter had rendezvoused with Joe, seizing the opportunity presented by the momentary disarray in their formation. However, their movements were slightly too conspicuous, alerting the 2 adversaries. Without hesitation, they turned and unleashed a volley of bullets in their direction. Most were deflected by the iron shelving between them, while the remaining projectiles harmlessly struck the floor and walls. Nevertheless, Peter and Joe's plans were disrupted, forcing them to retreat a couple of steps and take cover. As the gunfire subsided, the fleeting chance they had created had dissipated, and the remaining assailants had closed in, encircling them. Fall back. Peter grasped Joe's shoulder, pulling him towards the rear. Joe, after firing twice, finally followed suit. What is the plan now? Joe gasped. Having narrowly avoided a stray bullet, Peter remained silent, merely gesturing for Joe to follow him. With each successive movement, the injury to Peter's chest worsened, making each breath increasingly labored. The pain accompanied every rise and fall of his chest, and due to insufficient oxygen to his brain, his vision intermittently blurred into darkness. He worried that if he spoke, he might not be able to move again. After passing through 2 doors, they arrived at the storage room on this floor. With their pursuers hot on their heels, Peter locked the door behind them and took a moment to rest, allowing his breathing to normalize before speaking. We need to find an escape route. An escape route? Here? Joe questioned incredulously. The room was rather spacious, yet being trapped within it was an exceedingly dire predicament. As long as the adversary occupied the entrance, they were mere targets in such a confined space. Suddenly, a violent banging at the door echoed from behind them. Peter tugged at Joe, gesturing towards the ceiling. Hurry, I require your assistance. The door's sturdiness far exceeded their expectations. After a dozen forceful blows, there was still no indication of it yielding. Step aside. Michael seized the collar of the fool continuing to batter the door, yanking him aside. He stepped forward, drew his handgun, and fired 4 shots at the lock. With a powerful kick, he effortlessly forced the door open. Use your brain. Michael glared fiercely at the individual who had been banging on the door, causing the man to lower his gaze in fear, unable to meet his eyes. However, at that moment, Michael's attention had already shifted away from him. Under his command, the six cautiously entered the shadowy room, encountering no resistance. They dispersed to search. Yet there was no sign of anyone within the storage area. "Where are they?" Michael shouted, his frustration mounting after 2 fruitless attempts. He scanned the room now illuminated by flashlights, but found no viable hiding spots. Just then, he heard a sound from above. Raising his head, he directed his flashlight upward, revealing only a dusty ceiling devoid of anything unusual. Suddenly struck by an idea, he instructed his men to shine their flashlights on the ceiling. Before long, he spotted what he had been seeking. A section of the ceiling in the corner had been removed, exposing the entrance to the ventilation duct. Michael let out a roar, snatching a rifle from a nearby comrade and unleashing a hail of bullets in the general direction of the sound. A muffled grunt seemed to emanate from the duct, and a sinister smile spread across Michael's face. "Second team," he commanded, "you will also crawl into the ventilation duct and follow them." The 4 nodded in agreement, stowing their weapons and taking only handguns as they sequentially entered the duct. "The rest of you follow." Michael waved his hand. "Let us corner those wretched slippery eels." Meanwhile, less than 200 meters away, atop a residential building, a sniper was meticulously observing the movements within the Rundum Mall through the scope of his rifle. Reports of the activities inside crackling through his earpiece. Damn, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Tonight's task was proving far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Despite the assurances given at the outset that there would be minimal issues, perhaps this would be the last time he undertook such a venture. The man silently contemplated that although the money was tempting, acquiring it was not as simple as it seemed. Just then, a gust of wind swept from behind him. At the last moment, he barely managed to evade the attack, but his shoulder was still struck by the assailant's hand. He rose to his feet, only to find that one side of his body was numb and aching, rendering him almost immobile. He looked up in horror and discovered a masked man in dark clothing standing before him, silently observing him. "Who are you?" he barked, his voice laced with bravado. "Do you have any idea who you are dealing with? Are you tired of living? Who I am is of little consequence, and whom I have provoked is equally unimportant." The masked man replied coldly. The sniper gritted his teeth and instinctively reached for the military knife at his waist. However, the masked man moved in that very instant. With an almost superhuman speed, he transformed into a shadow in the darkness, appearing right in front of the sniper and delivering a powerful punch to his head. The sniper let out a grunt and collapsed to the ground. The masked man first approached the sniper's rifle, which lay on the ground, and crushed it underfoot before carelessly discarding it aside. He then produced a length of rope and securely bound the limbs of the unconscious sniper. "The police in New York have truly fallen to such depths," he scoffed, tossing the sniper into a dimly lit corner. He stood up and gazed towards the direction of the mall, as if he could perceive every movement of the people inside. "There are still 2 of you. You must hold on," he silently urged himself. He suddenly sprinted forward, leaping onto the railing of the rooftop and jumping out. Chapter 49. Ventilation ducts. The ventilation duct of the Rundum Mall was remarkably spacious, nearly 1.5 meters wide. As long as one did not stand up, it could barely accommodate 2 people crawling side by side. Peter and Joe effortlessly squeezed in and began to crawl forward. The duct was completely devoid of light. Joe could barely discern the faint outline of Peter, who was less than half a meter ahead of him, which naturally filled him with a sense of dread. However, seeing Peter navigate so easily allowed Joe to temporarily quell his anxiety. Yet, barely 20 seconds after they entered the duct, for loud gunshots echoed below, followed by the sound of the storage room door being kicked open. A flurry of footsteps ensued. The number of individuals entering the storage room did not sound substantial, indicating their caution. The intruders began to disperse, meticulously searching the room. However, they had yet to uncover the secret concealed in the ceiling. At that moment, Peter and Joe had crawled more than 10 meters within the ventilation duct. However, as they turned a corner, a steel grate obstructed their path. Through this grate, Peter could faintly glimpse a glimmer of light ahead. The subsequent passage narrowed considerably. Although it could still accommodate an adult, the available space for movement was undeniably diminished. "Wait a moment," Peter said, placing his hand upon the grate, closing his eyes as he began to carefully summon the mental energy within him. After a thorough examination, the screws securing the metal grate began to rotate rapidly under Peter's precise, telekinetic control. Within moments, the unsupported steel grate was effortlessly pried loose by him. However, due to prolonged disuse, a layer of rust remained at the junction between the grate and the ventilation duct, producing a loud and grating screech as it was pulled. Peter's form momentarily stiffened, his heart sinking. Such a cacophony could not have gone unheard. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily urged Joe to go first, following closely behind while retrieving the metal grate he had set aside. At that precise moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted from below. Before they could react, a dozen bullets pierced through the ceiling beneath them, ricocheting within the ventilation duct. Fortunately, the enemy's aim was slightly off, sparing Peter from injury. Yet, a stray bullet grazed just above his right shoulder, striking Joe's right leg, who let out a muffled groan, his face paling as he collapsed. Damn it, Peter cursed internally. His precognitive ability seemed only effective when concerning his own circumstances. In this unfortunate turn of events, Joe had effectively lost his mobility. Although he could still crawl forward using his left leg and arm, further movement would undoubtedly prove challenging. The enemy's response posed a significant dilemma. Second squad, enter the ventilation duct and follow them. A voice from the room below barked, its tone exceedingly irritable, causing Peter's heart to race. The rest of you follow. Let us corner these damned eels. This was dire. Should they be caught in the ventilation duct, a few bullets could easily dispatch them in this confined space. I know you must be in excruciating pain, but if you're still alive, crawl forward quickly. Peter hissed under his breath, his tone fierce. Joe understood their precarious situation, gritting his teeth and painfully pushing himself to continue crawling ahead. At that moment, the very ventilation duct they had traversed moments ago emitted a significant noise. The assassins had entered. Peter waved his hand, summoning several screws that had fallen to the ground back into his grasp. He lowered his head slightly, then pulled with all his might, raising the steel grate back into position. However, his exertion was excessive, and a sharp pain pierced through his chest, causing his breathing to grow labored within mere seconds. Peter pressed his hand against the wound on his chest, feeling a slight dampness between his fingers. Yet, his focus remained unwavering. The screws slowly levitated from his palm, and under the influence of his telekinesis, the steel railing was reattached with precision. At that moment, the first assassin emerged around the corner, the flashlight clenched in his mouth, illuminating Peter's helmet. The man hesitated, evidently surprised to have located his target so swiftly. However, Peter did not fall into the same trap. Having confirmed that the railing was securely fixed, he immediately turned and began to crawl forward. The assassin quickly regained his composure, drawing his handgun and firing several shots in Peter's direction. Yet, they were effortlessly deflected by the steel barrier. The assassin scrambled a few steps forward, grasping the railing, shaking it vigorously, only to discover it steadfast and immovable, as if it were locked in place. Bewildered, he could hardly comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, he had witnessed that individual attempting to install the barrier without the use of any apparent special means. Now, he could only watch helplessly as his target vanished into the shadows of the corridor. Second team reporting. The enemy's trap has halted our pursuit. Based on the route taken, the destination appears to be a storage room on the 4th floor. One man declared with reluctance, but suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. The image of Michael blasting open the door with his weapon flashed in his mind. After a brief hesitation, he aimed his gun at the corner of the steel railing and pulled the trigger. Ah! The assassin screamed, clutching his head. The bullet shattered upon impact with the iron frame, exploding into countless fragments. One of these shards grazed his eyelid, tearing away a significant portion of flesh before embedding itself deeply into his eye. Meanwhile, a figure was leaping between the rooftops of the buildings 100 meters to the northwest. After a brief run-up, the masked man leaped from the top of a 10-story building. With a swift motion of his right hand, he released a grappling hook that shot forth like an arrow, catching onto the railing of a balcony on the opposite building. The rope tightened, and the masked man's body arced through the air, grasping a bare water pipe protruding from the wall. He inhaled deeply, exerting force with his right hand, propelling himself upward by 4 or 5 feet. He adeptly pushed off the wall twice, reaching for the edge of the balcony on the floor above. Without a moment's pause, he shot the grappling hook again, securing it to the edge of a window on the next level. His climbing movements were so graceful, resembling the effortless gait of an ordinary person walking on flat ground. Even with the assistance of the Force, Peter found accomplishing such feats to be exceedingly challenging. The individual before him, relying solely on the strength of his own physique, effortlessly demonstrated a remarkable ability reminiscent of the ethereal powers described in ancient Chinese tales. Within mere breaths, he ascended to the rooftop of the edifice. If his ears had not betrayed him, his second target was surely present in this very location. However, the circumstances had shifted. Someone had arrived before him. On the far side of the expansive clearing lay the lifeless body of a marksman, sprawled in a pool of blood. His throat had been slit, and a long blade pierced through his chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Beside the corpse stood a striking young woman, her hair dyed a brilliant shade of violet. She was stunning, her form accentuated by a tight black ensemble that accentuated her alluring physique. Yet, a twisted scar ran from her brow down to the left side of her chin. The enigmatic mercenary known as Violet Eyes, a figure of intrigue from the bar, kicked the body aside and effortlessly drew the long blade from its resting place. With a delicate flick, she removed the blood from the blade before aiming its edge at the masked man, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Chapter 50. Battle on the Rooftop. Who are you? The masked man inquired warily, instinct honed through years of training, sensing an undercurrent of threat from the woman before him. The absurdity of the situation struck him. He stepped forward, his movements seemingly casual, yet his body was primed for action, ready to respond at a moment's notice. That question should rightly be posed by me, Violet Eyes retorted, maintaining her focus on the masked man with her blade. Her voice was as frigid as unmelting ice. The pieces have long been set for tonight, and each player has taken their position. What business does an outsider have intruding upon this affair? Pieces? Players? The masked man felt a flicker of confusion before contemplation morphed into indignation. 36 lives have already been extinguished tonight. And you dare to suggest this is merely a game for you? A game? Indeed, in a certain sense, it is merely a game, Violet Eyes replied, her form subtly shifting toward the left front. With one more step, she would reach the optimal distance and position to strike. Simultaneously, the masked man's body inclined slightly, drawing her closer into his range of attack. She instinctively froze, halting her advance. In that instant, her offensive maneuver was rendered futile. Had she moved forward, she would have faced a tempestuous onslaught. What swiftness in movement and reaction! Observing her failed probe, Violet Eyes bit her lip, a flicker of apprehension igniting in her gaze. I care not for your plans, the masked man declared in a low tone. But no more lives should be lost tonight. Do not obstruct my path. I have much yet to accomplish. Such grandiloquent words. The initially composed expression of the one with violet eyes swiftly darkened, as though the masked man had uttered something displeasing. I have no desire to engage you in combat. I lack the confidence to defeat you and possess no motive to end your life. Moreover, judging by your demeanor, it is apparent that a confrontation is not your wish either. So speak. What is your objective? What is it that you truly desire? Nothing of significance, the masked man replied, spreading his hands. I merely wish to enter, rescue that insufferably naive young one, and subsequently hand over the remaining individuals to the authorities. 30 lives hang in the balance. Ultimately, someone must bear the responsibility. Just you unarmed? Violet Eyes could not suppress her derisive laughter. Indeed, the masked man nodded, his audacious claim sounding utterly reasonable from his lips. Just I unarmed. Therefore, I must hasten my efforts. Then there is nothing left to discuss, Violet Eyes acknowledged. And before her words faded, she charged at the masked man, her blade lunging towards his chest like a rapier. Yet, despite being the ambusher, it was he who struck first. With a deft maneuver, he evaded her thrust and countered with a punch aimed at her face. Violet Eyes sidestepped, her right leg shooting out like lightning, only to be effortlessly blocked by the masked man's arm. To her astonishment, her leg, capable of shattering the insides of an adult, felt as though it had struck solid rock. His strength was evidently far superior. She swiftly attempted to use the recoil to leap away, but the masked man was quicker still. He seized her ankle and with a powerful yank, hurled her towards the ground. Reacting with remarkable speed, Violet Eyes struck the ground with her palm before impact, allowing her body to spin, her legs whipping towards the masked man's face like a whirlwind. He was forced to release his grip and step back momentarily. However, before she could touch down, 2 shurikens appeared in her hand as if conjured by magic, flying towards his throat and visage, one after the other. The first narrowly missed him, while he caught the second with deft precision. Yet, as he dealt with the second, Violet Eyes launched her third assault, bending low and dashing forward, her long blade aimed at his calf. Both combatants comprehended the extraordinary prowess of their opponent, each compelled to exert their utmost strength. However, for their own reasons, both refrained from inflicting grave injuries upon each other. After exchanging 4 or 5 moves, Violet Eyes made her retreat from the fray. She sensed that his strength subtly surpassed her own, and his unnaturally swift reflexes rendered nearly all her lethal strikes easily countered. She was acutely aware that he had yet to harbor any intent to kill her. This could not continue. She feared she might genuinely succumb to this peculiar adversary. Perhaps, the individual before me may be more suitable than that young lad. This somewhat insane thought suddenly emerged in her mind. In a storage room on the 4th floor of the Run to Shopping Mall, a section of the ceiling's grid was removed. Peter was the first to descend, landing with a painful thud to his chest. He took a couple of breaths, repositioning a shelf beneath the opening. He climbed up carefully and retrieved the severely injured Joe. Alas, in the process of landing, Peter inadvertently struck his injured leg against a nearby shelf, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Peter did not respond. After laying Joe down, he began to assess his injuries. His brow furrowed. Joe's condition was dire. A bullet had struck his right leg, with a wound near the knee that was bleeding profusely, having evidently damaged a vital blood vessel. Each exertion on that leg sent waves of sharp pain coursing through him. A fracture was certainly present, though the severity remained uncertain. Even with Peter's renewed application of the force for healing, Joe's state merely stabilized, preventing further deterioration. Had Peter been at his peak and afforded a good 15 minutes to expend, perhaps Joe's condition could have shown some improvement. However, Peter's mental energy was nearly depleted. Forcing further use could risk draining his own vitality. Joe had already lost nearly all combat capability and mobility. Given Peter's current state, he could barely manage self-preservation, let alone muster the strength to protect Joe. If matters continued as such, Joe would struggle to survive the impending onslaught. If Peter's instincts were accurate, the assassins had already reached this level. Whatever their intentions, time was of the essence. Peter hoisted Joe onto his back, employing his telekinetic abilities to open a maintenance room in the corridor, placing Joe inside and shoving the handgun that had fallen to the ground into his hands. "You've finally made a somewhat wiser choice," Joe remarked weakly, glancing at Peter's helmet with a faint smile. "For someone who has already half died, this seems rather unworthy. However, before you leave, let me see who you are, if only for a moment. After you survive tonight, I shall consider it," Peter replied hastily, acutely aware of the dwindling time. "Stay here and do your utmost not to be discovered." "Are you jesting, my friend?" A wave of fatigue washed over him. Joe's blood loss had surpassed a perilous threshold, and his body began to involuntarily shut down various functions. Meanwhile, the healing force that Peter had left within him continued to sustain his life, albeit precariously. "They will likely find me in less than 10 minutes. Are you unwilling to grant me even this dying wish?" Joe urged. "Rest assured, I will not divulge your identity to my enemies. Indulge my curiosity, won't you?" "Rest assured, I shall not abandon you here," Peter murmured, lowering his voice. The nearest squad was merely 2 turns away. "Stay here. I will create a distraction to divert their attention. If fortune favors me, I might lure them to the rooftop while you make your escape through the passage in the basement. Avoid the main road. Their snipers are stationed around here. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to expect a cripple to traverse such a distance?" Joe remarked with a resigned smile, to which Peter responded with a dismissive snort, seemingly oblivious to his dark humor. "I too have been shot in the lung, yet you don't see me complaining," Peter retorted, patting Joe on the head. "If you wish, we could switch roles. I could lie here while you entertain them. Then we would likely meet a grim fate." Joe sighed, glancing at Peter. "Should I wish you luck now?" "Indeed, do extend my blessings," Peter nodded. "Though I am not one for superstitions, I feel an urgent need for a stroke of luck." Chapter 51. The Struggle of a Cornered Beast, Part 1. The assassins who had just ascended to the 4th floor were pleasantly surprised to find that their adversaries had no intention of continuing the game of hide and seek, thus saving them considerable time. However, they were horrified to discover that their opponent's combat prowess far exceeded their expectations. As they began to disperse for a search, one of the squads was swiftly ambushed. Peter emerged from the shadows, seizing the last member of the group and forcefully slamming his head against the wall opposite the corridor. Before the man's comrades could react, Peter had vanished once more into the darkness. They fired their weapons wildly into the gloom, hastily rushing to ascertain the status of their fallen companion. Yet, such carelessness would exact a price. Peter had not strayed far. He silently appeared behind another, securing his throat before dragging him backward. The remaining 2, realizing the peril, pursued, but all they encountered was the unconscious form of their ally. The second attack occurred in less than 4 minutes. The 6th squad, searching the southeast, fell victim to Peter's onslaught within a storage room. Mere seconds after they entered, Peter descended from his concealment in the ceiling, using a steel rod to incapacitate the unfortunate soul beneath him. The few remaining members had already heightened their vigilance after witnessing the earlier ambush, responding with remarkable speed. Within less than a second, the location where Peter had been was overwhelmed by a hail of gunfire, and he had already vanished. Unfortunately for the man he had felled, he lay exposed, struck by 2 bullets in the rear. In this pitch-black darkness, Peter maximized the advantage of his perceptive abilities. His figure flickered between darkness and light, as if he were a phantom capable of manifesting in multiple places simultaneously. Each appearance seemed to defy any discernible pattern, leaving his adversaries, who endeavored to predict his whereabouts, grasping at shadows, while the whistling bullets found their mark only in the air. Amidst their frenzied counterattack, Peter seized an opportunity, materializing like a specter beside one individual. In the next instant, his assault erupted with the ferocity of a tempest. Headbutt, right hook, elbow strike, left hook, knee thrust, knife hand, culminating in a trio of jabs to the opponent's face. By the time Peter's combination reached its midpoint, his adversary had already succumbed to unconsciousness. As Peter's final punch sent him sprawling, the man collapsed like a sack of potatoes, at least 3 bones surely fractured, and his face likely in dire need of comprehensive reconstructive surgery. Before Peter could execute further maneuvers, he suddenly retreated a few paces. In the next moment, the lights illuminated the entire room. The remaining personnel, alerted by their distress signals, surged into the storage room from both entrances, a dozen flashlights casting daylight upon the space. Yet, within this confined area, there was no sign of the assailant. Peter had vanished once more. The window. He escaped through the window. After a brief search of over 10 seconds, one of the operatives pointed toward the adjacent window. Indeed, he was correct. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that what appeared to be a securely locked window was merely ajar, and a small patch of dust on the windowsill had been disturbed. Undoubtedly, that was the point of egress. 2 members of the team instinctively darted toward the corridor connected to the window. Their ingrained instinct to strike first had been honed throughout their lengthy careers. "Get back here!" Michael bellowed furiously at their retreating figures, but it was already too late. They had crossed the threshold. Simultaneously, 2 jarring collisions echoed from just a few meters away from the entrance. What transpired next evolved into chaos, a cacophony of screams intertwined with gunfire. When Michael burst from the storage room, he found only one individual remaining in the corridor. Seated on the floor, clutching an empty handgun, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The other person had vanished without a trace. What happened? Michael crouched before the seated figure, struggling to suppress his anger as he inquired methodically. The man trembled slightly, but could not articulate a coherent response. Michael rubbed his forehead in frustration and, in a fit of exasperation, delivered a sharp slap to the man's face. Finally, the man regained his composure, his gaze meeting the thunderous expression of Michael, and cold sweat began to bead on his brow. He emerged from behind us, like a ghost. Hid was seized by him, and despite my repeated gunfire, I failed to hit him. That fellow is quite peculiar. The man's words began to tumble into incoherence once more, clearly still shaken by the earlier encounter. Michael fell silent for a few seconds, then delivered a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. It was fortunate that such a morale-destroying individual had not been shot dead. For reasons unknown, Michael found himself nostalgically reminiscing about his days as a mercenary. Although the adversary's strength appeared to exceed his initial expectations, Michael believed they still held the upper hand in this cat-and-mouse game. Their target seemed cornered, engaging in a final desperate struggle, but all of it would ultimately be futile. They possessed a nearly decisive advantage. Inexplicably, the enemy appeared reluctant to kill. Though their strikes were severe, likely causing significant concussions, the helmeted man had inflicted no fatal injuries. Among the 7 downed opponents, 3 had already regained consciousness, restoring some measure of combat capability, while the awakening of the other 2 was merely a matter of time. Such misplaced mercy on the battlefield was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. As Michael glanced at the others, he noted, "You see, the enemy is not to be trifled with." The group was now divided into 4 teams of 5. Each member was to prioritize their safety and avoid acting alone. "All right, let's move out." Several corridors away, Peter crouched atop a cabinet, gasping for breath. His injured lungs were nearing their breaking point. Any deep inhalation would cause blood to bubble in his lungs, exacerbating his injuries. Yet, the shallow breaths he could manage were insufficient for his body to function properly. His vision was now clouded with dark spots, a consequence of oxygen deprivation. He sat down, channeling his remaining strength into healing his wounds. As his energy waned, a profound fatigue surged from the depths of his being, overwhelming his mind, akin to having gone without sleep for 2 days and nights. At this moment, he could hardly rely on his precognitive abilities. Even his body's reaction time had diminished by nearly half, significantly impairing his combat effectiveness. Nonetheless, this was a necessary endeavor. After roughly mending his lungs, he briefly restored his physical mobility. His force perception expanded once more, enveloping a large portion of the floor. However, this time, the sensations were indistinct, akin to a person with normal vision donning high-intensity glasses. A sudden headache struck, compelling Peter to withdraw from the state of perception after only a moment. He rubbed his throbbing temples. The previous 2 assaults had proven remarkably effective, drawing the enemy's forces to this side of the floor. If Joe could seize this opportunity, he might indeed succeed in escaping. A throbbing pain began to intensify in Peter's head as he sorrowfully rubbed the back of his skull, inexplicably reminded of a familiar sensation. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended something. Akin to a lazy donkey rolling over, he lunged towards the ground. 3 bullet holes appeared on the cabinet where Peter had just been crouching. With a sudden burst of energy, he rolled aside several times, narrowly avoiding a hail of bullets. Meanwhile, Michael, positioned at the other end of the corridor, let out a disdainful chuckle and unleashed another 3-round burst. I was right. You haven't run far at all. Michael mercilessly emptied his magazine. Peter's precognitive abilities had substantially waned due to the depletion of his mental strength. Yet within the dimly lit environment, filled with numerous obstacles, Michael's accuracy was not particularly high. In the next instant, Peter retaliated, his dodging form morphed oddly, slipping out of the beam of his flashlight. In a mere breath, Peter reappeared before Michael, delivering a punch aimed at his face. Though his technique was rather poor, the timing of the strike was impeccable. Michael silently critiqued this and quickly formulated the best response. Abandoning the futile notion of shooting a foe already in his face with his rifle, he instead used the weapon's body to block Peter's punch, then swung the rifle down like a club towards Peter's head. Peter, having lost most of his precognitive abilities, struggled to adapt to this combat style, narrowly evading the blow. However, Michael's assault was far from over. He first hurled the now cumbersome rifle at Peter with all his might before swiftly drawing his backup handgun. The moment Peter caught the rifle, Michael fired 4 shots in rapid succession. The first bullet grazed Peter's throat, striking empty air, but the subsequent 3 found their mark. The first 2 bullets struck his arm, inflicting 2 new wounds, while the final round penetrated the visor of his helmet. Peter staggered back, crying out in pain. Chapter 52. A Cornered Beast Struggle, Part 2. Under normal circumstances, these 3 shots would likely claim nearly anyone's life, yet fortunate Peter emerged with merely superficial injuries. The protective gear provided by the Weasel proved remarkably robust, capable of offering substantial defense even against such large-caliber handgun bullets. The impact of the 3 rounds was largely mitigated. The bullet that struck his helmet shattered upon breaching the visor made of ballistic material, scattering fragments that left Peter's left cheek bloodied and mangled, with a deep gash appearing at the corner of his eye. Had the wound been positioned slightly differently, Peter's vision might have been irreparably harmed. As for the 2 bullets that struck his right arm, the projectiles merely embedded themselves a little over half an inch into the muscle, causing no significant damage to the muscle, nerves, or blood vessels. Although such an injury is undeniably alarming in daily life, it hardly qualifies as a grievous bodily harm. However, at this moment, Peter remained oblivious to this fact, having succumbed entirely to fear. From his perspective, his left arm had nearly lost all sensation, while his left cheek burned with an intense heat. His vision was obscured by the blood, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Everything around him was a blur. What terrified him further was the disruption of the last vestige of calm within him, severing his connection to the Force. I am blind. This was the singular thought that occupied his mind. In the absence of the Force's guidance, Peter experienced a sense of vulnerability for the first time in a long while. He was no longer the audacious Red Mask who dared to take on over 20 heavily armed assassins. He was merely a child who, after being struck by a peer, lacked the courage to retaliate. He hurled the steel pipe in his hand towards Michael and chose to flee. Rolling onto the ground, he braced himself and hid behind the shattered cabinet. Michael, having caught the pipe, fired 2 shots towards Peter's hiding spot, yet neither found their mark. In the next instant, Peter burst forth from his concealment, desperately attempting to distance himself from Michael. Michael raised his handgun, took aim, and squeezed the trigger twice, but the weapon failed to discharge. It only produced 2 sounds of jamming. In those fleeting moments, he had expended all the ammunition. Damn it! Watching Peter's silhouette vanish around the corner of the corridor, Michael cursed under his breath. He tucked the handgun back into his waistband and retrieved the rifle that had fallen to the ground before pursuing him. Although it had become inoperable during the recent skirmish, it was imperative to reclaim it. If the personnel tasked with cleaning the scene overlooked this weapon, it would lead to significant complications. As for the fleeing individual, he felt little concern. His subordinates had already gathered. Despite the adversary's evident strength in the earlier confrontation, it was clear that he had sustained considerable injuries, likely inflicted by Michael himself in the ventilation shaft. Regardless, he should be unable to endure for much longer. With thoughts turning to the primary objective of this operation, Michael began to contemplate. The target had not appeared throughout the recent altercation. Perhaps he was too fearful to engage. Or perhaps he was incapacitated by his injuries. Yet, one could not dismiss other possibilities. Michael intercepted two individuals passing by and discreetly whispered instructions to them. After listening, they nodded and departed in the opposite direction of the main group. At that moment, a series of gunshots echoed from a distance. If all goes according to plan, the fugitive should have encountered his subordinates. Indeed, Michael's intuition proved correct. After Peter had sprinted a mere 2 corridors, he found himself at an intersection where a team was hastening towards him. Both parties reacted simultaneously. At that moment, Peter had no intention of confronting them and swiftly fled down a side corridor. Almost concurrently, the guns held by the 6 assassins erupted in thunderous gunfire. Dozens of bullets whizzed past the spot where Peter had stood just moments before, yet one stray round struck his left flank. Although the bullet was halted by his fitted attire, the sudden jolt of pain caused him to falter momentarily. Peter staggered a few steps, but quickly regained his balance and continued his flight. Suddenly, as he rounded a corner, Peter collided violently with an individual who burst forth unexpectedly, sending both of them crashing to the ground. The other person struggled fiercely, managing to shove Peter off him. He drew a dagger and, in a swift motion, lunged towards Peter's throat. Peter instinctively seized the assailant's wrist and pushed with all his might, but he could not dislodge him. The man's grip intensified, leveraging his weight and strength to inexorably press the blade closer to Peter's throat. Peter summoned every ounce of his strength, yet waves of fatigue and weakness coursed through his limbs. After 2 futile attempts to push the man away, a surge of despair welled up within Peter. The blade was now less than a centimeter from his skin, and he felt his hand weakening. At that critical juncture, gunfire erupted from behind them. The team they had encountered earlier finally caught up, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the 2 dark figures grappling on the ground. Utterly unaware that one was their own comrade, 2 crimson holes suddenly appeared in the chest of the man pinning Peter down. The wicked grin on his face swiftly morphed into confusion and then terror. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, but only a cough of blood escaped, splattering Peter's face. The metallic scent of blood filled Peter's nostrils, triggering a wave of nausea. The assailant's limbs quickly grew limp, and Peter exerted himself to shove the body aside, scrambling to his feet in a disheveled manner. Using the corpse as cover, he bent low and fled towards the fire escape amidst the hail of bullets, with his pursuers hot on his heels. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Peter quickened his pace and forcefully burst through the door leading to the stairwell. Leaning against the railing, he took several deep breaths, waiting for the dizziness in his head to subside before turning to close the door behind him. He retrieved his depleted stun baton and wedged it across the doorknob, effectively locking it. Of course, Peter was acutely aware that this fragile plastic rod would not hold back the burly men for long. Just then, footsteps echoed from below, ascending the stairs. Though the number may seem modest, Peter, already a startled bird, was seized by a sudden jolt of fear and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Before he could take more than a few steps, a resounding crash echoed from the door behind him. After racing down 2 or 3 dozen steps, the door was finally breached, and the electric baton that had accompanied Peter for months shattered into fragments. At that moment, he found himself at the threshold of the stairway leading to the rooftop. As he pushed the door open, a frigid evening breeze rushed toward him, causing the sweat-drenched man to shiver involuntarily. Surveying the vast, open space around him and the scant hiding spots available, a pang of regret welled up within him. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air from a distance. In the next instant, a small crater, 3 to 4 centimeters in diameter, appeared in the concrete wall beside him, and the splintering debris rained down upon his helmet. A piece even penetrated the bullet hole in his visor, striking his face with a dull throb. Meanwhile, 800 meters away, Magadi revealed a smirk. With the loss of rooftop cover, Peter had once again entered the sniper's line of fire. The target has reached the rooftop. I repeat, the target has reached the rooftop. Acknowledged. Team 3, hold the 4th floor. The rest, ascend with me. Michael's new orders crackled through the earpiece. Yet the 2 individuals who had separated from the main group on the 4th floor paid no heed. They were meticulously searching the previously overlooked corners, burdened with a more pressing mission, to locate Joe. Their target was merely a few steps away, hiding within the cabinet. Joe listened intently to the approaching footsteps and shut his eyes. The footsteps halted at the cabinet door. In the next moment, the door was yanked open with force, leaving the 2 men momentarily stunned, unprepared for the discovery of a living person concealed within, especially one whose gun was now aimed directly at their heads. They swiftly raised their own weapons, but it was too late. 2 shots rang out, and the men collapsed, bloody holes appearing in their foreheads. The cost of that fleeting moment of negligence was their lives. Joe wiped the cold sweat from his brow and discarded the empty handgun. Grasping the edge of the cabinet door, he managed to pull himself up with great effort. In the process of rising, he inadvertently pressed against his wound, eliciting a muffled groan. He bent down to search the bodies, collecting their weapons and ammunition. "Those bastards thought they could take me down," he muttered under his breath. After spitting on their corpses, he turned and, leaning against the wall, limped away. Chapter 53. Retreat. Peter's situation was exceedingly dire. Although the number of snipers appeared to have diminished significantly in this expansive area with scant cover, stepping out from his hiding place would render him an easy target for the remaining marksmen. Currently, he is concealed behind a water tank, earnestly striving to re-establish his connection with the Force. Lacking a profound understanding of his own abilities, Peter can only rely on his instincts, which proves to be a lamentably inefficient endeavor. His intentions are remarkably straightforward. If he can merely delay until his powers are restored, he will leap from this rooftop to escape, leaving his pursuers behind. Even if they have further plans, the current circumstances leave them little time to execute them. This containment has persisted long enough. No matter how formidable the opposition, it is implausible for them to suppress this indefinitely. Nevertheless, Peter harbors some trepidation regarding the feasibility of his plan. His practice of falling from great heights has been limited. He has only dared to attempt a drop of 14 meters, which is still a full floor below his current position. Although he maintains a degree of confidence that he will not meet his demise, he cannot shake the anxiety that a slight miscalculation could yield dire consequences. The notion of concealing his abilities from others has long since slipped from his mind. At this moment, he yearns only to return home, bury his head beneath the covers, and forget everything that has transpired here. Yet, even this simple desire proves elusive, as the first step to connecting with the Force must always begin with inner tranquility. Something as hard is far from possessing amidst the tumult. Without achieving the most fundamental state of calm, the Force eludes its wielder like sand slipping through fingers. With a stroke of luck, perhaps a few grains may remain in his grasp. However, it is far more likely that they will all escape him entirely. After several unsuccessful attempts, Peter's agitation intensifies, creating a vicious cycle of frustration he has yet to recognize. The loss of his prophetic abilities has rendered him somewhat irritable, prompting him to strike the water tank behind him. The noise he generates swiftly attracts the attention of the nearby assassin searching the vicinity. Not far away, another fierce battle rages on a nearby rooftop. The violet-eyed fighter retreats 2 steps, drawing her blade to counter the masked man charging at her. He effortlessly dodges, his left hand tracing an intricate arc in the air, using a clever maneuver to deflect her strike, while his right hand delivers a rapid punch aimed at her face. In a somewhat precarious manner, she raises her arm to block the blow, but the impact begins to render the struck area numb. "Damn, who is this guy?" she curses inwardly. Having undergone the most rigorous training since the age of 6, she considers herself a master of close combat. Under normal circumstances, she could easily triumph over a dozen burly adversaries. Yet in today's confrontation, she feels a profound sense of powerlessness. Physically, she is at a disadvantage. The opponent possesses greater strength, and thus far, she has not dared to engage him in a direct confrontation. In a realm where she possessed a slight advantage in agility, she found herself utterly subdued by the masked man's seemingly sixth sense-like reaction capabilities. Regardless of her speed, he always managed to keep pace with her rhythm. However, what astonished her even more was his combat prowess. His fighting style was extraordinarily peculiar. Within it, she discerned traces of boxing, judo, Wing Chun, and even a hint of ninjutsu. The technique he employed was undeniably reminiscent of the acupoint striking skills often depicted in martial arts films. This unconventional combat approach, under his command, manifested an incredible potency. Each shift in his technique was elusive, and the myriad of distinctly different styles he wielded coalesced into lethal strikes, increasingly overwhelming her defenses. Yet, what terrified her most was the realization that he seemed to be holding back some of his true strength. For reasons unknown, despite his penchant for reckless, injury-for-injury tactics, he still retained a measure of restraint, a fact that did not escape her notice. Nevertheless, she was not without her opportunities. After delivering 3 consecutive strikes, the masked man was compelled to retreat a step. Her violet eyes sparkled with the realization that this was the finest opportunity since the battle commenced. Drawing a deep breath, she slightly bent forward, gripping the hilt of her blade tightly. In the next moment, her weapon transformed into a streak of lightning, aimed horizontally at the masked man's neck. The masked man, momentarily perplexed, perceived the apparent sharpness of the attack, but found the telltale signs of her intent far too conspicuous, rendering it almost harmless. Could it be that this woman, after fighting for so long, had become disoriented? Despite his doubts, he instinctively ducked to evade the strike. Yet, This was merely the prelude to her counterattack. The mist-long blade suddenly accelerated, tracing a half-circle in the air and emitting a piercing whistle as it descended towards the masked man's head. A jolt of surprise surged through him. How swift! A thought flickered in the masked man's mind. The speed of this strike was likely over 20% faster than the last, and for warriors who had honed their bodies to such extremes. Even a 1% increase was revolutionary, let alone a full 20. However, this blow bore the same fatal flaw as its predecessor. The signs of its execution were glaringly obvious. For someone like him, who could predict an adversary's attacks before they materialized, evading this strike was not overly challenging. Yet, as if by sorcery, the third strike was executed almost simultaneously with the second. As she swung the long blade, it slipped from her grasp. In the next instant, as if conjuring magic, a 2-foot-long short sword appeared in her hand, thrusting towards the masked man's abdomen. This time, he was unable to completely evade the attack. The short sword grazed his right flank, leaving a deep gash in its wake. The man merely grunted, placing his palm directly upon the blade of the short sword held by the violet-eyed woman. She felt a tremendous force coursing through her hand, nearly causing her to lose grip on the weapon. Tightening her hold slightly, she heard a sharp crack. The exquisite blade, crafted by the finest blacksmith, shattered before her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the masked man lunged at her, initiating a hand-to-hand combat with the now unarmed violet-eyed woman. Her performance, previously unimpressive even with a weapon, deteriorated further, as she was struck in the abdomen and right leg after only a few exchanges. In those impacted areas, she was horrified to feel the familiar sensation of numbness and tingling re-emerging, spreading ominously throughout her body. "Surely, you won't perish if you remain quiet," the masked figure remarked coldly. "With my internal energy now coursing through you, your physical strength is likely diminished to a mere 30%. The more you exert yourself, the more intense the pain will become. Surrender now, it will save us both time." "Surrender?" A subtle smile graced the lips of the violet-eyed woman, who knelt on one knee. "You seem to be mistaken. I have already achieved my objective for this evening, while you still seem to have considerable exertion ahead of you." Two spheres, roughly the size of ping-pong balls and as dark as coal, rolled from her sleeve, landing just over a meter away. Swiftly, she turned her head to cover her ears. In the next instant, the two orbs detonated, emitting a blinding light akin to the emergence of miniature suns. The masked man was caught off guard. However, his reaction was far from ordinary. He did not instinctively shield his eyes, nor did he emit a cry from the searing brilliance. Instead, he appeared momentarily stunned by the explosion's sound, his steps faltering and his balance wavering as if he were intoxicated. When he regained his composure, the troublesome woman had vanished. It was indeed a wise choice to flee, yet he believed her escape would be limited, as he had sealed the meridians in her right leg. Closing his eyes, he quickly relied on his senses to discern the direction of her retreat. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to let her go, recognizing that he had more pressing matters to attend to. Rubbing his nose, he grimaced as he tended to the wound at his waist, simultaneously organizing the small tools he had brought along. Adolescents in their rebellious phase are truly unappealing, he mused, shaking his head, oblivious to the fact that he was not much older than his opponent. Chapter 54, Eruption. For the moment, it was safe. Peter took a deep breath, sitting with his knees drawn to his chest in the corner of the wall. This is a newly discovered hiding spot for him. Over the past few minutes, he has evaded the gaze of his pursuers like a stray dog, incessantly searching for the next suitable refuge. Given his current state, he would likely find it challenging to confront even a single adversary, and now the number of people scouring the rooftop has exceeded 10, while the enemy remains quite cautious. Temporarily eluding their search is not exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, Peter still cannot discern a path to his escape. He remains unable to harness even a modicum of his original power, nor does he possess any feasible alternatives. After such an extended period, a terrifying thought arose from the depths of his mind. What if he simply vanished? A wave of fear gripped Peter's heart. Could he truly accept the loss of this marvelous ability, the very power that had once paved his way to greatness, lifting him from mediocrity? After losing his abilities, could he readily reconcile with the reality of being merely Peter Parker, an exceedingly ordinary high school student? The notion of this filled him with a sense of unwillingness. Having tasted power, Peter found it utterly unfathomable to imagine what life would be like without it. However, as time passed and his efforts yielded no response from his abilities, despair began to loom over him. At that moment, a shout resonated from 30 or 40 meters behind him. The familiar voice carried a hint of joy. "Hiding is futile, Red Mask. I must admit, you seem quite gifted in this regard," Michael called out, a triumphant expression evident on his face. In his view, This evening's farce was drawing to a close. Far more troublesome than anyone had anticipated. We were never meant to be enemies, were we? Peter remained unmoved, still ensconced in his hiding place, striving to meditate once more. He would not be swayed by mere words from his foe. If you had accepted the boss's kindness earlier, things wouldn't have escalated to this point, would they? Michael chuckled, continuing his monologue. He did not expect these few words to coax Peter out of hiding. However, the situation was not entirely dire. Fortunately, you are rational and have not resorted to violence. This gives us an opportunity to mend our relationship. Of course, given how things have progressed, we can no longer negotiate under previous terms. Regrettably, the option of remaining uninvolved has vanished. Nevertheless, you still have two choices. The first option is that we continue this game. Michael spread his arms, his tone swiftly turning ominous. Perhaps you can defeat 2 of my men, or 3, or even 4. You have demonstrated your capabilities. Yet, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. We shall find you and deliver a bullet to your head. Alternatively, you may graciously accept our offer and become one of us. With your extraordinary abilities, you would naturally attain considerable wealth and status under our boss's guidance. Should you agree, I can immediately write you a check for $300,000. Following that, the rewards you could obtain would only multiply. Peter remained silent. Yet his heart skipped a beat. $300,000. What does that signify? Uncle Ben and Aunt May could effortlessly pay off their mortgage, and the remaining funds would enable them to prepare for retirement a decade hence. If Peter selfishly chose to keep that sum for himself, he would find himself wealthier than most of his peers' parents. This amount would suffice for him to live comfortably for the next 10 years without the need for employment, let alone the additional benefits he would receive upon joining them. In contemporary society, is not wealth and status the most effective measure of a person's success? A person of affluence and power can reside in finer homes, indulge in superior wines, drive luxurious cars, and find it easier to be perceived as a virtuous individual. A poor yet noble person may expend every effort to assist others, receiving little more than a few words of gratitude in return, whereas a wealthy individual, by merely dropping a fraction of their wealth, can garner praise from countless admirers for their charitable deeds. Is it not entirely reasonable to exchange one's abilities for such rewards? Peter's resolve began to waver, yet another voice within him cautioned that this was an absurdly erroneous choice. The scenario painted by those extending an olive branch to him was undeniably enticing, yet their hands were stained with irrevocable blood. If wealth and status required him to engage in such deeds, Peter could never reconcile that with his conscience. His gaze gradually firmed, though a flicker of inner turmoil remained. Michael stood waiting, yet still received no response. His expression darkened as he prepared to issue further search orders. Just then, one of his subordinates approached, whispering a few words in his ear. His demeanor swiftly brightened. The rooftop door swung open, and Joe limped in, escorted by an entire squad. His eyes were bloodshot, his complexion pale, and a new bullet hole marred his right arm. His hair disheveled, and his once expensive suit now lay in tatters. He resembled a beggar more than the refined young gentleman Peter had once encountered. "Welcome, welcome, heir of the Moretti family." Michael chuckled heartily, stepping forward to greet Joe, nodding towards the 2 men supporting him. Suddenly, they released him, and Joe collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Peter cautiously emerged from his hiding place. Observing the unfolding scene, Joe, who had fallen to the ground, wiped the dust from his face, striving to rise. Michael, positioned before him, crouched down, grasped his hair, and yanked his head upward. The awkwardness of the situation was palpable. Michael mockingly patted Joe's face. Joe shot him a fierce glare, his lips moving without uttering a sound. Michael smirked, seemingly bored by Joe's lack of reaction. "Well, your time is up. Toying with you has lost its allure. When you cross over, kindly extend my regards to your family," he taunted, drawing his handgun and aiming it at Joe's forehead. "Joe Moretti, do you have any final words?" Wait. The words did not come from Joe. Peter had stepped out from his concealment, vocally halting Michael. The onlookers immediately raised their weapons, directing them at Peter. However, Michael waved his hand, signaling them to lower their guns. "I have accepted your invitation and your terms. Let him go. The Moretti family poses no further threat to you, does it?" Peter clenched his teeth, though his tone bore a hint of sincerity. "Isn't this a mutually beneficial arrangement?" "This is not your game to dictate," Michael replied, shaking his head after a moment of silence. He retrieved his handgun from an accomplice and tossed it onto the ground a few meters in front of Joe. "I have a new proposal." A sinister grin spread across his face. "In our line of work, we have a saying about loyalty. Pick up that gun. Eliminate this doomed fool, and you shall be one of us." Peter froze momentarily, unsure of how to proceed. His gaze shifted from the gun on the ground back to Joe's face, caught in indecision. After a few seconds of this eerie silence, Michael finally spoke again. You've had ample time to choose. So what will it be? Wait, let us talk this over. Peter interjected hastily, but Michael shook his head, seemingly uninterested in hearing the rest. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Joe's head exploded, brain matter and crimson blood splattering onto the concrete, his lifeless body collapsing. You all witnessed that, he remarked to his subordinates behind him. I truly made an effort. Be sure to mention this when you report back to the boss. Michael then turned, preparing to eliminate this audacious individual before him as well. But just then, he felt a cold, firm hand grasping his throat, tightening with increasing pressure. A sense of helpless suffocation coursed through his mind, and he instinctively struggled, attempting to pry the hand away. However, when his fingers brushed against his own neck, he discovered that there was nothing there. Not far away, Peter's right hand, grotesquely poised like a claw, was aimed directly at his throat. Yet, he remained at a considerable distance, a fleeting thought flashing through Michael's mind. In the next moment, Peter's palm abruptly clenched into a fist, and Michael's neck emitted a chilling sound of cracking and twisting. His throat convulsed several times, expelling a mouthful of blood mixed with strands of flesh and fragments of bone. Succumbing to death before his body collapsed, his head struck the ground, his eyes aligning with Joe's bloodied visage. Chapter 55. Ruthlessness. The remaining assassins swiftly reacted, raising their weapons. Before they could fire, Peter lifted both hands and pressed down. An invisible shockwave erupted outward from his center with sudden ferocity. The nearest individual was violently hurled away, while those slightly further retreated into chaos. Most were knocked to the ground, and the few who maintained their balance found their weapons trembling in their grasp, rendering them incapable of firing. Peter inhaled sharply, raising his hands, somewhat astonished as he observed them. Just moments ago, as rage and fear peaked within his mind, he sensed the presence of the Force once more. This time, for reasons unknown, the serene yet vibrant essence of the Force had transformed entirely. Though he could still perceive its exquisite existence, another facet of the Force was now laid bare before him. This aspect was tempestuous and volatile, akin to flames that consumed all they touched, reducing everything to chaotic energy. Yet, curiously, amidst this fiery ocean of the Force, Peter felt no warmth. Despite his lack of understanding regarding the shift within him, Peter unmistakably sensed an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his being. The Force, which had previously required immense effort to wield, could now be summoned effortlessly at the mere thought. With a flick of his finger, he could claim the lives of others. And indeed, he acted upon this newfound capability. Upon re-encountering the Force, in his fury, he instinctively directed his assault towards the one who had taken Joe's life. Unbeknownst to him, he opted for an attack method he had never before employed, only realizing the gravity of his actions once he had struck. He had finally extinguished the life of a fellow human being, yet inexplicably, he felt neither disgust nor remorse in that moment. This was not so bad. A wicked smile crept across Peter's face as he propelled himself forward, racing towards the assassins still ensnared in chaos. The first to be dealt with would be those who remained combat-ready. Peter charged towards a killer, concentrating his telekinetic energy into his fist and sending the assailant flying 3 to 4 meters with a single punch. Wasting no time, Peter swiftly turned and executed a spinning kick to the chest of another man who had just risen, knocking him back to the ground. With an outstretched right hand, a handgun lying at his feet soared into the air, as if drawn by an unseen magnet, and landed firmly in his grasp. Without so much as a blink, Peter aimed at a man lunging toward him and squeezed the trigger twice. 2 bloodied holes appeared, one in the assailant's right chest and the other in his throat, his eyes still wide with disbelief as he succumbed to his wounds. Just moments prior, their leader had confidently asserted that this individual would never resort to killing. Peter shook his slightly numb arm. Even with the aid of his predictive abilities, his accuracy was commendable. However, perhaps due to his grip on the firearm, the recoil was far greater than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, most of those present were beginning to regain their footing, with a few quicker ones already advancing towards Peter. Drawing upon the Force once more, he leaped atop a water tank towering over 3 meters high. With another burst of telekinetic energy, he descended from the tank and vanished into the shadows once again. The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss as to their next course of action. Michael's earlier assertion that their adversary would not kill had been decisively disproven. His own lifeless body sprawled on the concrete, leaving no doubt of his demise. With their sole leader now deceased, none would willingly step forward to probe the way ahead. Yet, there was no need for them to search. For Peter initiated his retribution autonomously. Silently emerging from the darkness, he seized a brick and struck down mercilessly upon a killer's head. The assailant let out a muffled groan before collapsing, blood trickling from the wound. Peter ensnared the unconscious man's neck, using him as a shield against the initial onslaught of gunfire from the remaining killers. The unfortunate soul was riddled with bullets, flecks of blood splattering onto Peter's visor. Yet he remained unfazed. Activating his telekinetic powers, he deftly pulled the pin from a grenade attached to the unconscious assailant's waist. Simultaneously, Peter surged forward, hurling the lifeless body into the throng of adversaries, and as he relinquished his shield, he executed a swift roll to evade the imminent danger. The thrown corpse collided with one individual, sending him crashing to the ground, while another killer reached out in an attempt to assist his fallen comrade. However, in the next heartbeat, the grenade detonated, obliterating both the body and the unfortunate killer beneath it, showering the area in a macabre rain of blood. As the explosion erupted, the individual who sought to assist was violently thrown back, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. His entire left forearm was obliterated, and half of his right hand mysteriously vanished. His face and chest were left a gruesome tapestry of blood and flesh, studded with countless shards of metal. "I shall take vengeance upon your mother," shouted one of the more distant assassins, finally succumbing to the mounting pressure, raising his rifle to unleash a barrage towards Peter. Yet, Peter merely waved his hand, and an immense force collided with the assassin's body. Instantly, the assassin lost his balance and staggered several steps backward. Tragically, he found himself at the edge of the rooftop, devoid of any safety railing. With one misstep, he plummeted from the roof. After a prolonged scream, a sound akin to something being crushed echoed from below. One assassin attempted to flee, but Peter did not even glance his way. Inexplicably, he stumbled and fell right where he stood. His face slammed violently against the ground, breaking his nose and causing blood to pour forth. Before he could rise, Peter had already planted a foot upon his back. "Good sir, would you care for a back massage?" Peter remarked with a grin, sending chills down the spines of those who heard him. He pressed down hard, and the man's spine emitted a dull crack. He let out a cry, after which silence enveloped him. Only 5 assassins remained standing, yet their spirits had been utterly crushed, their bodies trembling in fear. 2 of them, in a pitiful display, cast down their weapons and knelt in surrender. "Surrender, you say?" Peter strolled toward them, murmuring softly, "I'm afraid it is rather too late for such considerations." One of them finally could no longer restrain himself and fired a shot, which Peter effortlessly evaded with a sidestep. Their gazes locked, and suddenly, a fierce light ignited in Peter's eyes. The assassin froze momentarily, blood trickling from his nostrils. Struggling, he lifted his pistol to his chin and pulled the trigger. "Dark sorcery!" The other exclaimed in terror, yet his trembling hand hesitated to raise the weapon, fearful that his fate would mirror that of his companion. "Dark sorcery? One might indeed describe it that way," Peter said, stepping closer, his blood-stained attire and shattered helmet casting an eerie aura under the moonlight. The remaining 2 assassins trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground. "Extend your hands so that I may see them, then lie flat on the ground," Peter's icy voice commanded, and one by one, they complied. Under normal circumstances, these men, seasoned by bloodshed, would never obey so readily. Yet in this moment, they felt an overwhelming chill, as if their inner fears had been magnified 1,000-fold. "Oh," Peter smiled. He raised his weapon, aiming at the head of the foremost individual, his eyes filled with indifference. "However, it seems I never uttered a word that could grant you mercy." "Enough!" A commanding voice echoed from the corner of the rooftop, scarcely 20 meters away. A man clad in a black night suit and wearing a mask emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled. His sleeves and trousers were caked with dust, and his attire bore several gashes inflicted by sharp objects. With a swift motion of his right hand, a rope slithered forth like a venomous serpent from his sleeve, aimed directly at Peter's right wrist. Peter furrowed his brow and instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand to evade the impending grasp. In that fleeting moment of evasion, the rope veered slightly, ensnaring the gun that Peter had been holding. The masked man yanked his hand, disarming Peter with ease. Chapter 56. The finale. A cold sweat broke out on Peter's back as a fleeting clarity momentarily pierced through his brain, which was otherwise clouded by vengeful desires. In that brief skirmish, despite having anticipated his opponent's movements, the masked man had outmatched him with swifter reflexes and actions, rendering Peter's weapon nullified. By this measure alone, this man was undeniably the strongest adversary Peter had encountered thus far, surpassing even Wade. "Stand down," the masked man intoned gravely. "Do you truly wish to strike against those who pose no resistance? Mind your own business. It would be prudent for you to distance yourself from this matter." Peter retorted disdainfully, casting a glance at him before turning toward the 4 who remained too fearful to rise. In an instant, the masked figure had materialized before Peter once more. Listen to me, your vengeance has been fulfilled. These individuals may deserve their fate, but it should not be you who delivers their punishment, the masked man asserted solemnly. At these words, an inexplicable fury ignited within Peter, and in the next moment, he struck out fiercely. Don't meddle. His right hand clenched into a fist. He unleashed a powerful blow toward the masked man. Yet, the latter effortlessly intercepted the attack, grasping Peter's fist with ease. Just as Peter believed he had seized control of the situation, a surge of kinetic energy erupted from his fist, forcing the masked man's hand away. Simultaneously, Peter's left hook surged toward his opponent's face. The masked man appeared slightly taken aback by Peter's previous strike, yet his response was unfaltering. With a graceful arc of his left hand, he applied a deft maneuver at the moment of contact with Peter's fist. Peter immediately sensed his strength waver. The blow diverted just enough to strike only air. At this juncture, having failed twice in his assault, Peter found himself wide open. Seizing the opportunity, the masked man sidestepped and collided his shoulder against Peter's chest. The force of this impact was minimal, even described as rather gentle. Peter's chest registered little to no pain, feeling as though he had merely bumped against a soft pillow. However, with such a gentle strike, Peter felt as though he had been struck by a wave, his body uncontrollably staggering backwards several steps before he finally regained his balance. Cease your actions and sit down to reflect. The masked man did not take the opportunity to pursue him further, but instead continued to attempt to awaken Peter's reason. You are not yourself. Reflect upon who you are, what you have done this evening, and what you were about to do. This is not your character. Peter, somewhat dazed, gazed at his own hands, but in the next moment, his expression twisted into a snarl, a glint of menace appearing in his eyes. Do you think you know me, you bastard? With the aid of the Force, Peter charged toward the masked man with astonishing speed. Just before they were to collide, the masked man clasped his arms together to block Peter's assault. Yet, Peter wore a peculiar smile. A wave of force emanated from the masked man, briefly disrupting his own control and causing him to lean forward. Seizing the moment, Peter aimed a kick at his calf. But the masked man swiftly lifted his leg to evade the strike, then forcefully brought his foot down, targeting Peter's leg that had yet to retract. In this critical moment, a telekinetic force was again directed at Peter's calf, transforming his already weakened strike into a sweeping motion aimed at the masked man's other leg. Should the opponent leap to evade, Peter was confident he could deliver a fatal blow to an enemy unable to leverage their strength midair. However, the masked man's response was entirely unexpected. Instead of evading, he redirected his descending foot to lightly tap Peter's knee, while his other leg pressed against Peter's right shoulder. Through this series of movements, the masked man executed a graceful backflip in midair, retreating several meters. Peter, too, was pushed back a step by the force of the kick. Before the masked man could alight, Peter roared, extending his right hand toward him, fingers curling into a claw-like shape. Force choke. This technique, which had claimed a life mere moments prior, was unleashed once more by Peter. The masked man immediately felt as though an unseen force was constricting his throat, a wave of suffocation washing over him. A fierce gleam appeared in Peter's eyes as his fingers gradually closed together, causing the masked man to experience excruciating pain in his neck. A dark tendril shot forth from the masked man's sleeve, slicing through the air toward Peter. In the midst of channeling all his energy into the force, Peter found himself unable to evade, his calf ensnared by the tendril. With a swift pull, the masked man yanked Peter to the ground. As Peter's concentration faltered, the invisible grip around his throat loosened. Finally liberated, the masked man collapsed to the ground, hands pressed against it as he desperately gasped for breath. Just moments ago, he was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, marked by several dark bruises on his neck. I am not your enemy, he gasped, yet Peter paid no heed to his words. Rising to his feet, Peter unleashed a feral roar. The surrendering assassins were left behind as his focus shifted entirely to the unknown man before him. This was becoming far from amusing. Observing Peter's complete loss of reason, the masked man sighed. His gaze solidified with determination as he took a couple of deep breaths, adjusting his body to its optimal state. At this moment, it seemed impossible for him to withdraw. In the next instant, Peter charged at him once more, and they engaged in combat anew. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the young man in the tight-fitting suit appeared to have gained an increase in speed and strength, nearly matching Peter's prowess. Peter's onslaught came like a tempest, each punch and kick delivered with utmost force, yet the repercussions of his actions were nullified by the masked man's extraordinary abilities. The masked man clenched his teeth. Regardless of the variations in his techniques or his defensive lapses, The opponent's telekinetic powers effortlessly corrected any shortcomings. It seemed this adversary possessed an uncanny ability to anticipate his moves, undermining many of his advantages. To make matters worse, since the onset of the fight, his concentration had been persistently disrupted by a mysterious external force within his mind, requiring him to devote at least half of his attention to maintaining clarity. Nevertheless, despite the grim circumstances, the masked man had consistently maintained the upper hand throughout the conflict. No matter how fierce Peter's assault, the masked man stood resilient, absorbing every attack like an unyielding boulder. When the enemy committed fully to offense, perhaps defense became the most effective counter. Soon enough, the heavily injured Peter began to falter, his speed diminishing slightly, and the masked man seized this opportunity. After deflecting 2 of Peter's punches, he struck an elbow into Peter's left chest. The injury worsened, causing Peter to spit blood, yet the flames of rage in his eyes flared back to life. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, Peter unleashed a surge of telekinetic energy beneath the masked man's left foot, propelling him to the right. However, the masked man abruptly halted midair. Using his right leg as a pivot, he harnessed the explosive force of the telekinesis to spin his entire body 270 degrees, delivering a roundhouse kick with his left leg that sent Peter flying over 2 meters, stirring up a cloud of debris and dust. Lying on the ground, Peter felt every bone in his body ache, as though his chest were ablaze, each breath searing his throat and lungs. He spat out a mouthful of blood and extended his right hand once more. Under the influence of the force, the handgun that had previously fallen to the ground soared swiftly towards his hand. Yet, before it could reach him, the masked man delivered a swift kick, sending the weapon flying once more. Peter struggled to rise from the ground, but in the next moment, he felt a dull pain in his lower back, causing him to lose consciousness. The masked assailant, who had rendered Peter unconscious with a precise strike, caught his body and lifted it. He glanced at the remaining assassins, noting that 2 had already vanished, presumably escaping during their recent skirmish. The masked man contemplated the feasibility of pursuing them all, but upon hearing the sirens blaring from below, he quickly dismissed the notion. He hoisted Peter onto his shoulder and secured the rope in his hand to the railing at the edge of the rooftop. After taking a few deep breaths, he charged forward, leaping from the rooftop. Chapter 57. Awakening. Peter felt as though he had slipped into a splendid dream. In this reverie, all of his desires were fulfilled and every fantasy realized, without any cost to him. All he needed to do was yearn for more, and he could revel in it all. In this dream, he lived as a sovereign, indulging in boundless riches, the most luxurious sports cars, immense power, and the admiration and envy of others. One scene even stirred a flush of embarrassment within him, recalling both his childhood friend and a girl he had only recently met, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of shame. However, as he sank deeper into this delightful illusion, a thunderous sound erupted. Peter was horrified to discover countless fissures appearing in his dreamscape, with fragments of the dream beginning to disintegrate, transforming into an unsettling dark mist that seeped into his being. Frustrated, Peter lay on the ground, clutching the earth as though it would prevent his reality from crumbling away. Yet, all was in vain. Soon, another thunderous noise struck, and Peter convulsed in agony. He felt the joys that had once filled him being relentlessly extracted from his body, and he could no longer suppress a cry of despair. Suddenly, Peter opened his eyes to find himself gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling. He glanced around and realized he was lying on a sofa in a dimly lit room. He struggled to rise, but soon succumbed to exhaustion. An indescribable discomfort surged from his mind, prompting a muffled groan. He felt a throbbing pain at his temples, pulsating in sync with his heartbeat, while a chilling sensation coursed through his body, making him shiver uncontrollably. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him, nearly causing tears to spill forth, only to vanish without a trace in the next moment. What tormented him most was a profound sense of emptiness. It felt as though something had been forcibly excavated from within his chest, leaving him with an overwhelming void, as if the joy and beautiful emotions that once resided within him were being relentlessly drawn into an ever-expanding black hole. For reasons unknown, Peter suddenly felt a surge of nausea. He endured the discomfort coursing through his body and made a feeble attempt to rise. Yet, a pair of large hands swiftly pressed down on his shoulders, gently forcing him back down. Awake now? TSK, at least you've settled down. Return to your rest. Your current state is quite dire. A voice, tinged with familiarity, resonated from behind Peter. Turning to look, he encountered a young man with dark hair. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, marked by a hint of valor between his brows, yet his refined demeanor effectively masked it. A sense of oddity washed over Peter upon seeing him, though he could not articulate what was amiss. The young man appeared to be only a few years older than Peter, perhaps in his early 20s. Peter thought he looked somewhat familiar, but the memory eluded him. The recollections of the previous night were muddled in his mind, with only fragmented images surfacing. Rest for a moment. You are not fit for activity just yet. Even after lying still for over 4 hours, your heart rate still exceeds 110 beats per minute. The young man set a glass of water beside Peter. All you need to do now is drink water and rest. Peter glanced at his face, took a sip from the glass, then returned his gaze to the ceiling, his chaotic mind unable to engage in much contemplation. Noticing Peter's silence, the young man continued speaking. I was genuinely startled when I examined your wounds. I thought I would have to carry a corpse out of here. He shrugged, lifting his own cup to sip coffee. However, your resilience is truly enviable. The injuries you sustained could have claimed the life of most, yet you have managed to surpass the perilous phase solely on the strength of your recovery abilities. Quite remarkable. Indeed. At that moment, Peter noticed a bruise on the young man's neck. Nonetheless, everything you did last night was rather unwise. You were untrained and unprepared. All you accomplished was hastening your demise. Peter's consciousness sharpened as he focused on the young man's face, the memories of the previous night gradually returning to him. You are the masked figure who intervened? Peter inquired, to which the young man nodded. It was then that Peter noticed the vacant expression in the other's eyes and the disarray of his focus. Suddenly, he comprehended the source of his earlier perplexity. Can you not see? Peter immediately regretted posing the question, yet the young man displayed no sign of concern, nodding with a certain nonchalance. Damn it, I nearly made a grave mistake. Peter closed his eyes, and as memories resurfaced, a throbbing pain intensified within his mind. I almost struck a blind man. As soon as the words left his lips, Peter found himself chuckling at his own absurdity. The young man, however, remained silent, offering no laughter or response, merely gazing at Peter with quiet intensity. After a prolonged silence, Peter's laughter finally subsided. He raised his hand to cover his eyes and forehead. The young man sighed, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet ultimately remained silent. How many have I killed? Peter's voice trembled slightly. He was reluctant to hear the answer. In the next moment, the young man answered his question with disarming clarity. 7. One succumbed to his injuries before the ambulance arrived. The others sustained non-fatal wounds and should survive. Upon hearing this, Peter exhaled deeply. His hand remained over his eyes, and not a word escaped his lips. The room instantly fell into a heavy silence. The young man, observing Peter's demeanor, said nothing, slowly sipping his coffee as if unperturbed by the stillness. After several minutes, Peter finally broke the silence. Where am I? Who are you? Why have you brought me here? He posed these 3 questions in quick succession, and after a moment's contemplation, the young man began to respond at a leisurely pace. My name is Matt. You may consider me a friend. As for this place, it is merely a temporarily unoccupied apartment. We are just borrowing it for a while, so please do not make a mess. We will need to tidy up later. And what of the original owner? I would prefer not to encounter them and subsequently find ourselves reported to the authorities. They should be away on a trip. This place has been uninhabited for over 2 weeks, Matt replied with a casual shrug. The likelihood of them returning today is quite minimal. However, should that scenario arise, I can ensure your safe exit. My initial plan was not this, but given your condition at the time, I had to find a nearby refuge. It seems you possess a considerable amount of knowledge. Peter coughed slightly, a wave of dizziness spreading through his mind, compelling him to pause for a moment. But you still haven't answered my final question. Matt fell silent for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts, before he slowly began to speak. What is your purpose in doing this? Purpose? What do you mean? Peter was momentarily perplexed. I mean to inquire why a miner such as yourself would don such attire at night, risking your life for individuals you do not even know? Matt asked, his voice steady, though the slight tremor in his hands betrayed his underlying emotions. What do you stand to gain from this endeavor if there is no personal benefit to be found? Your question is rather challenging, Peter replied. Peter smiled briefly, closing his eyes to ponder for a moment before arriving at an answer. In truth, it was nothing significant. Ever since I acquired this remarkable ability, I have felt a lingering sense of shame. Such a formidable gift has fallen into the hands of someone like me, and it feels as though it is being squandered. However, now that I possess this power, is it not only natural to use it to aid those who require it far more than I do? A commendable thought. Yet you have mismanaged it, Matt remarked meaningfully. In your attempt to save one criminal, you have taken the lives of many more. At this, Peter fell silent, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, I have made a mess of it. Matt nodded, contemplating for a moment before smiling at Peter and speaking. Well, at least in this regard. You surpass me, he said with a smile. I have a question, or rather, a request. You currently lack training, practical experience, and need to learn numerous fundamental skills and abilities. I am willing to impart all that I know to you. Do you wish to learn? Chapter 58. Summary: The explosion that occurred last night at the historically rich Covendro residence has been confirmed to be caused by a gas explosion. This tragedy, resulting in the loss of 17 lives, is regarded as one of the largest incidents in New York City's history. Director Paddington has stated that the incident is unrelated to terrorism. However, due to the background of the building's owner, they cannot completely dismiss the potential connection between this explosion and the mass shooting that took place on the same night. This shooting, which resulted in 5 deaths and 2 injuries, occurred less than a mile away at the Runda Mall. Wesley pressed a button on the television remote, causing the somewhat attractive news anchor on the screen to disappear. The room fell into silence. He turned to Fisk, who was watching intently. The bald, muscular man, now weighing 200 kilograms, rested his hands on his chin. Though silent, he emanated an inexplicable aura of intimidation. Even the morning news has reported this. Half of New York is already aware of the situation. Is this what we call a discreet operation? Wilson Fisk spoke slowly. The cleanup crew had too little time. They had to withdraw when their progress had barely reached 3/4. Yet, achieving this much is commendable. We will present a few scapegoats, spend some money to placate the politicians. Within 6 months at most, the people of New York will forget all about this. Wesley endeavored to report everything in a relaxed tone. Despite knowing that last night's operation had been a dismal failure, in the grand scheme of things, this is merely a trivial inconvenience. The police arrived over 20 minutes earlier than scheduled. They took my money yet breached our agreement. From his words, it was evident that he was concerned about another matter. According to our internal intelligence, the inspectors are not from our jurisdiction. Wesley replied softly. They belong to a different precinct, if I am not mistaken. His name is George Stacy. He is, after all, an official captain, although there was no formal transfer order. Our personnel could not refuse his request to pass through the protective perimeter. Fisk unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table before executing this plan. We had devoted considerable resources to ensure the police would turn a blind eye. Those who needed to be bribed had already been dealt with. Had we never truly noticed this individual? Our informant within the police had already made contact with him multiple times. Wesley answered respectfully. Each probing attempt had been neutralized before it even began. He seemed to have sensed our influence within the police force. Officer Stacy, although unwilling to join us, had shown no signs of obstructing our plans prior to last night. He remained indifferent to our activities within the police, even voluntarily relinquishing his previous position to avoid us. Based on earlier assessments, he was merely a clever individual wishing to preserve his own safety, even if he could not be swayed. There was no need to expend further effort to suppress him. Yet, this very man, intent on self-preservation, nearly sabotaged last night's operation. Fisk suddenly roared in anger, his hands slamming onto the table before him. The exquisite piece of art, carved from a single block of marble and valued at nearly $5,000, was marred by a spiderweb-like crack from his furious strike. Wesley wisely remained silent, allowing Fisk's wrath to gradually subside. He was well acquainted with the temperament and character of his boss and longtime friend. A twinge of lament arose within Wesley. Were it not for this flaw, Fisk's accomplishments would likely surpass their current standing. Indeed, God is fair. Having bestowed upon him a perfect physique and a brilliant mind, he also granted him this burden. Fisk took several deep breaths, massaging his forehead and temples, striving to calm his emotions. I cannot allow such behavior to manifest again, Wesley. That is only natural, Wesley replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Strengthening our control over the police was, after all, the most crucial element of our next phase. We must elevate the total resources directed towards winning over the police by 14%. We cannot allow it to disrupt other facets of our operation. Yes, the operation of other facets. Having regained his composure, Fisk swiftly made his decision. We need more loyal adherents, not mere opportunists who provide us convenience for profit. The pace of our strategy regarding the remaining senior personnel must also be accelerated. We need them to become our weapons, our lackeys. Only then will our investments begin to yield returns. Understood. I will promptly convey the new plan. Wesley nodded, then hesitated slightly. And what of Officer Stacy, who disrupted our performance? Should I find someone to resolve him once and for all? An accident, a mishap. He is merely one man, and we can handle it cleanly. Fisk fell silent for a moment, wrestling with conflicting thoughts before arriving at a decision. No, we cannot proceed just yet. Oh, Wesley appeared somewhat astonished. But Fisk swiftly provided his rationale. Our recent undertakings have already left behind far too many corpses. We can exert our utmost efforts, yet in the end, there will inevitably be individuals who uncover the connections. Fisk replied coolly, embodying a stark contrast to his earlier fury. At this moment, we must endeavor to conceal ourselves, allowing those with ulterior motives to forget about us. Only then can we more conveniently execute our forthcoming plans. A sardonic smile crept across Fisk's lips. There are many clever minds within the police force. If Officer Stacy were to meet an untimely demise following such an incident, it would undoubtedly be pinned on us. Associations do not require evidence, Wesley. It is not worth inciting their resistance over such a minor character. Understood. So we shall temporarily disregard him? No. Necessary actions must still be taken. Fisk shook his head. Should this clever individual commit another folly, I fear I might be compelled to sever his head myself. We must find an opportunity to ensure he is completely extricated from this circle, rendering him incapable of meddling in our affairs. Now, let us deliberate upon our new acquaintance. You mean the Red Mask? Precisely, Fisk nodded. Compared to Officer Stacy, he is the true architect behind last night's near debacle. How much do we currently know about this individual? Not much. Wesley adjusted his glasses. The information we procured from Mr. Hammer is scant. Despite the Red Mask being a frequent patron of their operations, he is exceedingly cautious, perhaps excessively so, when it comes to self-preservation. What information do we possess thus far? Very limited. He is relatively short and slender. Based on his voice, he is likely under 25 years of age. Prior to this, he had some connection with the young Moridi he assisted, even intervening on his behalf once. You should recall the events that transpired at Warehouse 14 a few months ago. Correct? That was his doing, which explains his involvement this time. Fisk's eyes widened in realization, and he nodded before furrowing his brow. But is this all the worthless information we have? By this description, one could easily find thousands on the streets of New York who fit the bill. There is more. Wesley revealed with a subtle expression. He is undoubtedly a superpowered individual, according to those who participated in last night's conflict. He effortlessly snapped Michael's neck from a distance of 5 meters with a mere gesture. He also has an unidentified accomplice. Our designated snipers were all neutralized by him. The information is increasing, yet few are of value. Fisk sighed, unconsciously beginning to caress the cracks on the table. The question arises, are these individuals with extraordinary abilities mutants or inhumans? The information we have remains ambiguous. However, if they are indeed mutants, there is little cause for concern. After a moment of contemplation, Wesley gradually articulated his perspective. Should they be inhumans, we must then consider which faction they belong to. In light of this, we too require powers of equivalent stature. You shall take charge of this matter, ensuring that the channels to the Weasel are established promptly. To secure New York City, we will undoubtedly need their assistance. Understood. Wesley nodded and began to report on the next phase of their operations. Aside from other concluding tasks, the preliminary plan has been fully realized. The assets and enterprises of the Moretti family within Hell's Kitchen have been entirely acquired by us. After expenses are accounted for, our overall gains remain quite substantial, though it will take some time to assimilate these resources. Excellent. I have faith in your judgment regarding this matter. If there are no other issues. Fisk nodded, preparing to dismiss Wesley. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the desk he had inadvertently damaged, he hesitated momentarily. Wesley, it appears that this brawny man capable of shattering stone with his bare hands is feeling somewhat bashful, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I may require a new desk. What was the name of that one you recommended? Wesley paused briefly, quickly recalling the details. You are referring to the Wong Wally table handcrafted by Master Ollivander, correct? The 7-foot-4-inch antique long table, inspired by the style of 15th century France, is indeed a masterpiece. However, to be frank, it does not quite complement the rest of your furnishings. Wesley effortlessly recounted the intricate details of what he had seen over 4 months ago and offered his recommendations. Fisk nodded in agreement. Then let us replace the rest as well. I am keen to refresh my surroundings to uplift my spirits. Your taste in these matters far surpasses my own. I entrust this to you. Wesley nodded once more and exited the room, while Fisk continued to fixate on the cracks he had inflicted upon the desk. Momentarily lost in thought. Character card, Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Attributes, Strength, 15. Daredevil possesses superhuman strength, allowing him to rival world-class athletes. He can lift adults of similar weight with one hand and bend steel bars using only his bare hands. Stamina, 16. Inheriting his father's resilience. Daredevil's seemingly slender physique harbors remarkable endurance and damage tolerance. He can maintain considerable agility and combat effectiveness even after sustaining multiple gunshot wounds. However, with only ordinary recuperative abilities, he requires an extended period of rest to fully recover from severe injuries. Agility, 18. The pinnacle of human physical potential. Daredevil can almost perfectly control his body, with a reflex speed akin to lightning. He possesses the remarkable ability to evade bullets from small-caliber firearms, as well as the majority of ranged weapons. Intelligence, 14, blessed with intellect surpassing that of the average individual. Matt's exceptional logical reasoning empowers him to excel as a distinguished lawyer. When donning the identity of Daredevil, he adeptly discerns the traps and weaknesses of most adversaries, formulating the most effective course of action. Insight, 21. The radioactive substance that robbed him of his sight has significantly heightened Daredevil's remaining senses. Through years of rigorous training, his senses have been augmented to a superhuman level. Merely by perceiving the physiological reactions of others, he can ascertain whether someone is lying. He can even hear heartbeats from dozens of meters away in a bustling crowd. Charisma, 14. Despite his blindness, Matt continues to charm a diverse array of beautiful women with his handsome visage and witty conversation. Character skills, close combat 6, proficiency in melee weapons 5, blind fighting 8. Ninjutsu 3, martial arts 2. Character background. Matt was born into a rather ordinary, yet somewhat unconventional family in Hell's Kitchen. His mother departed during his childhood to become a nun, while his father was a locally renowned underground boxer. At the tender age of 10, Matt permanently lost his vision while heroically attempting to save a man from being struck by a truck. Perhaps as divine compensation, his other senses, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, were significantly enhanced to near superhuman levels. Matt's father, Jack Murdoch, was compelled to return to the underground boxing scene to support the family. Tragically, during a match, Jack refused to throw a fight for the sake of his son watching from the audience, leading to his murder by vengeful mobsters. Left orphaned, Matt became the apprentice of Stick, the enigmatic leader of a mysterious organization. Under Stick's tutelage, Matt mastered various combat styles, evolving into an exceptional warrior. However, due to ideological differences, Matt ultimately parted ways with his mentor. Currently, Matt Murdoch is pursuing a law degree at Columbia University, aspiring to protect the vulnerable and combat crime through legal means. Character card, Captain America, Steve Rogers, attributes, strength, 19, exceeding human limits. Captain America can lift objects weighing over half a ton overhead and can punch through concrete walls half a meter thick. Endurance, 19, possessing an almost supernatural vitality. Captain America is impervious to ordinary ailments and most toxins, with injuries that would be fatal to an average person merely inflicting minor wounds upon him. Even when on the brink of death, given sufficient time, he can recover solely through his life force. Agility, 18, reaching the theoretical pinnacle of human physical capability. Captain America possesses the remarkable ability to evade small-caliber bullets solely through his extraordinary reflexes. His execution of complex maneuvers in combat would leave even the most accomplished national gymnastics champions in awe. Intellect, 14, though he may not be an academic prodigy. The super soldier serum has endowed Captain America with formidable logical reasoning skills. He can swiftly analyze the weaknesses in his adversary's combat techniques and adeptly command a combat unit during large-scale operations with remarkable efficiency. Insight, 15, with an insight that transcends the ordinary. Captain America can detect subtle clues that elude most individuals. Perhaps a career as a detective after retirement would be a fitting choice for him. Charisma, 19, as the quintessential icon of American liberalism. Captain America boasts a loyal following of nearly 10 million fans. With just a single phrase, he can sway the undecided to his cause. Even those who are more powerful than he often find themselves willing to heed his command. Of course, his near-perfect features and physique add to his allure. Character skills, melee combat, 6 firearm proficiency, 2 military command, 3 injury regeneration, 0 vibranium shield. Captain America's iconic equipment is crafted from the rarest metal on Earth, a vibranium alloy. This star-emblazoned shield is nearly indestructible and virtually impossible to replicate. The unique properties of vibranium allow it to absorb all kinetic energy, enabling Captain America to withstand attacks from opponents far more formidable than himself. Years of shared combat have honed his control over this weapon to an astonishing level, allowing the shield to deliver maximum effectiveness in both defense and offense. Biography. Stephen Rogers was born in 1920 in the Brooklyn neighborhood of New York City. During his childhood, he forged a profound friendship with his lifelong companion, Bucky Barnes. When World War II erupted, despite numerous attempts to enlist, Stephen was repeatedly rejected due to his frail physique. However, his persistence and noble character led him to be chosen by Dr. Erskine for the super soldier serum experiment, making him the world's first true superhero. He was notably active during World War II, organizing the Howling Commandos to combat the advanced technology and intelligence operations of Nazi Germany, ultimately becoming a folk hero in America. In a climactic battle, he sacrificed himself to thwart Hydra's plan to use a super rocket to bombard major cities worldwide, resulting in his fall into the Arctic ice along with the Tesseract, where he remained frozen for nearly 70 years. Character card: Peter Parker, Volume 2, Attributes, Normal State Force Enhanced State Strength, 12-15. Peter is a robust young man, possessing strength that stands out among his peers, and even compares favorably to adults. He is capable of performing 5 consecutive bench presses with a weight of 70 kilograms, and with the enhancement of the Force, this number could nearly double. Physique: 1,315. In terms of physicality, Peter possesses considerable advantages compared to others. Under the prolonged enhancement of the Force, his physique is significantly stronger than that of the vast majority of ordinary individuals. He can maintain a substantial portion of his combat capability even after sustaining considerable injuries. And with the Force's augmentation, his self-recovery abilities are remarkably enhanced. Agility: 12-17. Although Peter's mastery over his own movements is far from perfect, and his neural reaction speed can only be considered above average, the precognitive abilities bestowed by the Force compensate for these shortcomings. He can foresee and evade or block most attacks, though he often finds himself struck due to his movements lagging behind his thoughts. Consequently, he possesses almost no ability to dodge bullets that have already been fired. Intellect: 19. If Peter possesses an innate superpower, it is undoubtedly his intelligence. Perfectly inheriting his father's talents, Peter has demonstrated exceptional learning capabilities from a young age, showcasing remarkable aptitude in logical reasoning and innovative thinking. Given sufficient time and determination, he can seamlessly assimilate all human knowledge and apply it practically. Insight: 15-20. Exceptional insight is crucial for a future scientist, and Peter excels in this regard. Enhanced by the Force, he has nearly transformed into a human radar, able to detect all life forms within 100 meters, disregarding obstacles within a 20-meter radius. His detection abilities reach their zenith, with even the slightest movements failing to escape his perception. Charisma: 9. Despite possessing a relatively pleasing appearance, Peter's reclusive and taciturn nature makes it challenging for him to engage and communicate with others. His presence in a crowd is exceedingly minimal, with many classmates and teachers often forgetting his name. Character skills: mental strength, 3 melee combat, 1 tactical anticipation, 4 telepathy, 2 mind control, 1 telekinesis, 1 physical enhancement, 1 injury regeneration, 1 prophecy, 0 the Force. Peter unexpectedly acquired this ability without understanding its origins. Named for its striking similarity to the Force in Star Wars, a Force-sensitive individual does not possess the Force itself, but merely gains the right to wield it. When utilizing the Force, the user must expend their mental and physical energy, with the amount consumed determined by the user's control ability and affinity with the Force. In return, they gain extraordinary power. As one of the fundamental forces in the universe, the Force can manifest in nearly all conceivable ways, such as telekinesis, telepathy, energy creation, and more, rendering it a truly versatile ability. Depending on the method of harnessing the Force, users are categorized into 2 distinct types. The Jedi wield the Force through the precise control of their mental faculties, while the Sith harness the tumultuous fluctuations of their emotions to provoke a response from the Force. Character profile: Wilson Fisk, Kingpin. Attributes: Strength, 18. The pinnacle of human physical capability. Kingpin's weight exceeds 200 kilograms, yet his body fat percentage is less than 4. This monstrous musculature enables him to perform astonishing feats. He can effortlessly toss an adult male over 10 meters and lift objects exceeding 300 kilograms with ease. When he sprints with all his might, the force of his body can overturn a small car. Constitution: 17. Who says there are no advantages to being large? While he may not be classified as overweight, Kingpin's substantial physique allows him to withstand far more damage than an average person. Many small-caliber firearms struggle to penetrate his muscular layers. His robust health means he is rarely afflicted by illness and possesses a degree of resistance to most toxins. However, he remains a mere mortal. Severe injuries can still be fatal. Most toxins and viruses can affect him, but the required dosage is significantly higher. Agility: 16. Remarkably nimble for a man weighing over 200 kilograms, Kingpin exhibits an unexpectedly agile combat style, reminiscent of those who prioritize dexterity. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, this makes him a nearly invulnerable and exceedingly dangerous adversary. Intelligence: 16. A strategic thinker. Kingpin is proficient in 6 languages and has self-studied to attain a master's degree in political science and management. Without his exceptional planning and managerial skills, he likely would not have survived the treacherous intrigues of the past years, let alone risen to become a crime lord with influence spanning the entire East Coast of the United States. He is also acutely aware of his shortcomings and actively recruits talent to compensate for them. Insight 12. While Kingpin does not exhibit exceptional perceptual or insightful abilities, his combat skills and business acumen suggest he is not lacking in this regard. Charisma -714. Regrettably, Kingpin possesses a visage that could frighten his own mother. Combined with his infantile voice and monstrous stature, his ability to attract the opposite sex is decidedly negative. In dealings with his subordinates, his lack of eloquence often hinders communication. However, as the saying goes, money can make the world go round. Under the influence of his wealth, he commands the loyalty of thousands willing to serve him. Character skills: melee combat, 5 resilience, 1 iron will, 1 background. Wilson Fisk endured a tumultuous childhood. He was bullied by his classmates at school due to his physique, and at home, he endured both physical and psychological abuse from his father. Unable to bear it any longer, young Wilson committed his first crime, patricide. In the ensuing nearly 3 decades, the man who would gradually be known as Kingpin found his experiences shrouded in mystery. Some claim he began working for a New York mob boss, Don Ruggiero, and eventually usurped his position. Others suggest that after receiving training from esteemed mentors, he employed his remarkable strength to forcibly recruit street thugs into his burgeoning empire. One thing is certain: by the late 1990s, the name Kingpin had gained considerable weight within the East Coast underworld. When Kingpin returned to New York, the timing was ripe. After assimilating the Russian mafia and annihilating the Moretti family, the most dazzling jewel of the East Coast finally fell into his hands. All that remained was for him to patiently digest his spoils. Character card: Thor, God of Thunder. Attributes: possessing Mjolnir, strength, 33, a power that exists only in myth within the human realm. It is often said to be capable of moving mountains and altering the seas. Thor can obliterate nearly all matter with his sheer strength. Even the most robust alloys on Earth feel like mere paper in his grasp. He can wield tanks weighing over 60 tons as if they were toys, with each finger capable of lifting over 10 tons. The aftershocks of his might can even reach the intensity of a magnitude 4 earthquake. Constitution 30, an almost immortal physique. The density of Asgardians' bodies is naturally over 3 times that of humans, with a resilience akin to steel. This makes them remarkably resistant to conventional human weaponry. And for Thor, this is even more pronounced. Even when struck directly by a tank's main cannon, he would only sustain superficial abrasions. Agility 24. In contrast to his formidable strength, agility is notably a shortcoming for Thor. The additional power bestowed by Odin is not easily managed. Nevertheless, this shortcoming still surpasses the strengths of most others. It remains effortless for him to catch bullets barehanded due to his reflexes, and he can effortlessly achieve several times the speed of sound within the atmosphere. Intelligence 12. Regrettably, Thor does not exhibit remarkable traits in this regard. His logical reasoning and innovative capabilities are not significantly different from those of an ordinary person. However, millennia of life have endowed him with vast knowledge. Of course, he typically resolves nearly all issues with his fists. Insight 9. Exceptional insight is not a quality Thor possesses, despite possessing godlike powers. If he were to misplace the television remote in his own room, he would likely find himself compelled to purchase a replacement. Charm 17. Thor is endowed with striking good looks and eloquent speech, which afford him considerable allure among the opposite sex. His noble character, coupled with an infectious optimism and unparalleled martial prowess, has rendered him an idol in the hearts of countless Asgardians. Under his command, thousands of fervent Asgardians would willingly shed their blood in his honor. Character skills: melee combat, 7 flight, for weather manipulation, 8 energy manipulation, 7 resilience, for injury regeneration, 2 Mjolnir, the most formidable weapon in Asgard. Forged by King Odin within a dying star eons ago, imbued with a portion of his essence. After years of wielding this mighty hammer, Odin passed Mjolnir to Thor upon his ascension as heir. Crafted from Uru metal, a magical substance unique to Asgard, Mjolnir possesses immense mystical power. Subjected to the tremendous pressure of a star's transformation into a white dwarf, thousands of tons of precious Uru were compressed to an astonishing density, forming the hammer's core. Infused with Odin's might, this weapon has reached near indestructibility, impervious even to the forces capable of obliterating stars. Through Mjolnir and the hidden power of Odin within, Thor's divine strength is magnified to unimaginable levels. Upon mastering Mjolnir, Thor experiences a significant enhancement in both power and physical prowess, gaining the ability to manipulate weather and most forms of energy. When Thor unleashes Mjolnir to its fullest potential, each bolt of lightning he summons rivals the power of a miniature nuclear bomb. Perhaps most astonishingly, under Odin's blessing, this hammer possesses the ability to discern worthiness. Only those deemed worthy by Mjolnir may wield it, while those unrecognized by it, regardless of their might, are unable to move it even an inch. Some have even speculated that Mjolnir is a sentient being. Character biography. My son, on the day of your birth, all of Asgard whispered your name, Thor Odinson. Child, I take pride in watching you grow into a weapon of justice. I have governed this realm with strength and wisdom, and I trust you will wield your formidable powers with caution. If an opera or film chronicling Thor's life were to be produced, and the director were unafraid of copyright infringement, this somewhat controversial line might well grace the opening scene. From the moment of his birth, as the son of the All-Father and future ruler of Asgard, Thor has been bestowed with boundless honor. This privileged upbringing, combined with the aura of a life well lived, naturally incited envy and resentment in his half-brother Loki, but that is a tale for another time. Thor has not faltered under the weight of the myriad expectations that surround him. He has become the most formidable being among his peers, and indeed throughout all of Asgard. He stands as the most steadfast advocate and finest exemplar of Asgard's ancient traditions. Generous, upright, and powerful, he esteems honor above all else, making him an idol to countless Asgardians. However, as Thor's ideals began to grow increasingly extreme, other flaws within him gradually started to surface. Character card: Hulk, Bruce Banner. Attributes: normal Hulk form, strength 102935. Upon transforming into the Hulk, Bruce acquires unimaginable strength, effortlessly demolishing the toughest alloys. There appears to be nothing he cannot lift. The Hulk's power can amplify almost limitlessly in accordance with his rage. Theoretically, if given sufficient time, a Hulk in a perpetual state of fury could even rend a planet asunder with his bare hands. Constitution 112935. In his Hulk form, the gamma rays coursing through Dr. Banner's body defy nearly all physical laws, augmenting his physique to a terrifying degree. Such formidable strength necessitates an equally robust body to sustain it. And as the Hulk's power escalates, so too does his physical resilience. Most conventional weaponry is incapable of inflicting any significant harm upon his resilient form. Provided he does not sustain fatal injuries, his regenerative abilities allow him to return to full strength in mere minutes. Agility 916 for the Hulk. Agility has always been one of his greatest shortcomings. He struggles to exert perfect control over his strength and lacks the rapid reflexes needed to catch foes who may surpass his speed. Nevertheless, his astonishing explosive power enables him to move and strike with remarkable swiftness. Intelligence 196. Dr. Banner is one of the foremost authorities in the realms of gamma radiation and nuclear energy. Few in the world can rival his intellect. However, in the Hulk's form, Banner's brilliant mind and reasoning are suppressed by the overwhelming force within him. Insight 138. Dr. Banner possesses exceptional observational skills, effortlessly discerning patterns amid chaos and identifying key points to overcome most challenges. Yet, in Hulk form, his insight likely resembles that of an enraged bull. Charisma 107. Does this truly require further explanation? In his ordinary state, Dr. Banner is an unkempt middle-aged man. In his Hulk form, only those with a particularly unique aesthetic would find appeal in this raging beast. Character skills: melee combat 1 berserk, 9 resilience, 5 injury regeneration, 6 character background. Bruce Banner is one of the most distinguished scientists within the U.S. military's biochemical weapons division. His former girlfriend is Betty Ross, the daughter of General Ross. Dr. Banner's once smooth journey came to an abrupt halt in 2005. At that time, he joined the biotechnology human enhancement program overseen by General Ross, with a singular aim: to recreate and amplify the super soldier serum that once forged Captain America. Faced with the impossibility of replicating the life-altering radiation, Dr. Banner made a bold decision: to substitute it with gamma radiation. In a surge of unbridled confidence, he resolved to become the first subject of his own experiment. However, the outcome proved far from his expectations. The excessive gamma radiation altered the essence of the super soldier serum, transforming him into a mindless human weapon. His initial transformation resulted in the tragic demise of 2 colleagues and the obliteration of the entire experimental facility. Now Dr. Banner has fled the United States in pursuit of freedom, hiding in a secluded corner of the world. His sole hope lies in discovering a cure for the Hulk, enabling him to return home as a free man. Character card: Luke Cage, Power Man. Attributes: Strength. 22. The unsuccessful super soldier serum experiment endowed Luke Cage with extraordinary strength. He can effortlessly lift objects exceeding 3 tons and tear car doors apart with ease. Durability: 24. As a result of the super soldier serum experiment, Luke possesses skin with a toughness comparable to titanium. Conventional firearms pose little threat to him, and even the most powerful anti-material sniper rifles cannot penetrate his skin. However, other parts of his body are only slightly stronger than average, allowing some attacks to inflict damage to his internal organs and nerves. Agility: 11. Luke's agility is merely above average among ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, this is not a significant issue for him, as his combat style leans towards overpowering his enemies with brute strength. While he may struggle to strike agile foes, their attacks are unlikely to harm him due to his protective skin. Intelligence: 10. Luke does not exhibit exceptional intellect. Perhaps if he devoted his energy to academics, he might barely gain admission to a mediocre university. Insight: 10. Luke does not demonstrate notable perceptual acuity. His vision is normal, but his hearing has suffered somewhat from years of heavy rock music. If he were to drop something in his room, it could take him half an hour to locate it. Charisma: 12. With decent looks, a six-pack, and the physique of a quintessential muscle man, Luke is undoubtedly the ideal partner for many women. Character skills: Melee combat. 3. Iron skin. During the super soldier serum experiment, Luke was exposed to energy radiation far beyond normal levels. This process caused his outer skin to undergo a transformation, rendering it extraordinarily resilient. His skin can effortlessly withstand the assaults of sharp instruments, as well as the close-range fire of large-caliber firearms. However, its defensive capabilities are not without limits. A laser scalpel can slice through his skin, and a handful of unconventional weapons can pierce it. Numerous attacks can also penetrate his skin, directly targeting Luke's internal organs. Biography: Carl Lucas was born into a family that was both fortunate and unfortunate. His father, a prominent preacher in Harlem, provided him with a life free from want. Yet, throughout his upbringing, his father offered little affection, engaging in affairs with several women. From his teenage years, Carl fell in with the other street delinquents of Harlem, participating in petty crimes. It was during this time that he met Willis Strike, forging a friendship unbeknownst to him, as Willis was his half-brother. Merely months later, Carl and Willis were apprehended for a car theft. Their father leveraged his influence to secure a lighter sentence for Luke, while intentionally neglecting his other son, Willis. In Hyman Prison, Carl became embroiled in an underground fighting ring organized by Warden Rackham. Carl attempted to expose Rackham's illicit activities to the authorities, but after leaking information, he faced Rackham's merciless retribution. On the brink of death, Dr. Bustan sought to employ an experimental treatment to heal him. The experiment was sabotaged by Rackham, yet the excessive radiation did not kill him. Instead, it bestowed upon him extraordinary powers and skin as resilient as steel. Harnessing his newfound strength, Carl escaped from prison and adopted the name Luke Cage. Years later, he would uncover a series of injustices surrounding his experiences in prison. For many years, Dr. Bustan had conducted numerous illegal human experiments at Hyman Prison, attempting to recreate the super soldier serum that produced Captain America. Luke Cage was the perfect specimen he had targeted from the outset, representing the pinnacle of his life's work. Character: Purple Man, Zebediah Kilgrave. Attributes: Strength. 12. Kilgrave's physique allows him to maintain a commendable condition without training, yet devoid of any natural talent or training. He is merely an adult who has taken good care of his body. Certainly, the greatest danger posed by Purple Man does not stem from his physical form. Durability. 15. A series of experiments undergone in his childhood completely transformed Kilgrave's body. The vitality contained within him is unexpectedly robust, granting him a degree of regenerative ability, enabling survival from injuries that would be fatal to an ordinary person. Agility. 10. Kilgrave does not possess any remarkable agility. In the midst of battle, he finds it exceedingly difficult to capture the movements of most adversaries, and his physique often struggles to keep pace with his own reflexes. Intelligence. 15. Kilgrave possesses a considerable degree of cunning. His analytical and strategic abilities are commendable, yet they are substantially undermined by his arrogance and avarice. Bolstered by a formidable mental fortitude, his computational prowess far exceeds that of the average person. Insight. 13. He exhibits a commendable level of insight compared to ordinary individuals. Enhanced by his mental strength, Kilgrave is unlikely to overlook even the minutest details and can effortlessly discern truth from falsehood. After years of honing his abilities, he adeptly identifies the most vulnerable psychological flaws in others, enabling him to exert prolonged control and influence over their thoughts. Charisma, 24, an extraordinary level of charm. Kilgrave's presence emits a distinctive pheromone that engenders a sense of affinity among those within his vicinity, compelling them to unconditionally heed his words and physical cues. His mind control diverges from that of most psychics, manifesting as an almost entirely physical encroachment. This allows him to circumvent certain mental defenses, though it also renders him impotent against beings whose nature starkly contrasts with that of humanity. Character skills: mental strength 2, mind suggestion, false, 7, mind control, false, 7. Injury, regeneration 1. Biography: Zebediah Kilgrave, born Kevin Thompson, was afflicted from birth with a rare hereditary illness that caused his brain to progressively atrophy and deteriorate. In a desperate bid to save his life, his parents, Albert and Louise Thompson, endeavored to discover a remedy for their son. These two accomplished scientists conducted numerous experiments on Kevin, including excruciating chemical injections and brain tissue excisions, which inevitably resulted in permanent psychological trauma for him. Eventually, Kevin's symptoms were brought under control, and through this series of experiments and chemical influences, he acquired the ability to manipulate others. Albert and Louise were the initial victims of Kevin's newfound powers. In his youth, Kevin coerced his parents into complying with his every demand, and when his mother resisted his whims, he commanded her to scald her own face with an iron. Following this harrowing incident, his parents could no longer endure his tyranny and abandoned him. Renaming himself Zebediah Kilgrave, he began to wield his abilities without moral constraints to obtain whatever he desired. He compelled women he desired into his bed and forced others to furnish him with wealth for his indulgence, fostering a delusion of innate superiority while fervently seeking to locate others akin to himself. Character card: Kilgrave, Mindy McCready, attributes: strength, 14, approaching the level of a professional athlete. Despite appearing to be an ordinary girl, Mindy possesses remarkable strength. Having undergone rigorous training since childhood, a weightlifter of 90 kilograms would likely find it challenging to compete with her in an arm wrestling match, and she can effortlessly lift objects exceeding 1.5 times her own weight. Physicality: 13. After years of relentless training, Mindy's physique is significantly healthier than that of the average person, with a metabolism that operates at an accelerated pace. She seldom falls ill, and most toxins and drugs require a heightened dosage to affect her. Agility: 18. Mindy's body embodies the pinnacle of human potential, being both supple and explosively powerful, enabling her to execute astonishing maneuvers in combat. Her reaction speed allows her to wield 2 handguns simultaneously, suppressing the firepower of over 10 professional assassins while remaining unharmed. Intellect: 12. While Mindy is certainly not lacking in intelligence, she has not demonstrated exceptional achievements in this realm. Her unique experiences have endowed her with considerable aptitude in certain areas, yet she appears rather dull and bewildered in others. Insight: 13. Mindy's perceptive abilities are above average, predominantly related to combat. She can discern the location and movements of her enemies through her acute hearing and identify patterns and weaknesses in their techniques. However, in everyday life, she often struggles to meet even the standards of a typical individual. Charisma: 10. Once an adored young girl, Mindy has surpassed her 18th birthday, and her once notable beauty has been marred by a significant scar, diminishing her appeal among her peers. Her tumultuous childhood has also rendered her personality eccentric, resulting in a profound lack of genuine friendships. Character skills: close quarters combat, 6, proficiency with melee weapons, 6, firearm operation, 6, gunfu. For character background, Mindy McCready lost her mother at a tender age, the victim of a gang retaliation. Her father, Damon McCready, became consumed by vengeance, training his daughter as an assassin from her early years. Her childhood was devoid of dolls, animal books, or games. Instead, each day was spent handling firearms and weapons, learning to take lives. Mindy exhibited astonishing talent, easily defeating trained adults by the age of 10. By 12, her combat skills had reached or surpassed her father's level, formally introducing her as his partner, Hit Girl. In just over a year, the number of lives claimed by Mindy's blade and gun exceeded 30, all before she celebrated her 14th birthday. It was during this time that she met another street hero, Kick-Ass, and they forged a friendship. Both parties harbor a mutual affection for one another and have engaged in numerous endeavors together. However, the blissful period was short-lived, as their activities eventually garnered the attention of a wider audience. The formidable Damon fell under the control of Kilgrave, while the valiant Dave met a brutal demise. Mindy managed to escape, Yet her relentless quest to rescue her father remained unyielding. With limited resources at her disposal, Mindy's investigation appeared to reach an insurmountable impasse. At this juncture, an innocent, guileless young hero emerged before her. Character profile: Old Stickman attributes: ordinary inner strength, enhancement strength, 1417, in ordinary circumstances. Old Stickman possesses strength that surpasses that of an average individual, despite having crossed the threshold of 70. The enigmatic and potent energy of Chi has preserved his physique in its prime state. Yet, when he fully mobilizes his inner strength, his power can be amplified to astonishing levels. Under his meticulous control, he can effortlessly reduce a massive boulder to mere grains of sand with a single strike. Constitution: 1518, nurtured by inner power. Any ailments or injuries sustained by Old Stickman heal at an extraordinary rate, keeping him in optimal condition. When he actively channels his inner energy, this recovery and regeneration speed is significantly enhanced, allowing him to recover from severe wounds in a remarkably brief period. Agility: 1819. What transpires when Eastern martial arts encounter firearms? Allow Old Stickman to demonstrate. His agility and speed have reached the pinnacle of what is theoretically achievable by ordinary humans. He can deftly evade the gunfire of 3 to 5 mediocre marksmen with ease, and with the aid of lightness skills. His movements can astonish even world-class gymnasts. Intelligence: 16. Without exceptional talent, Old Stickman would not have ascended to the status of a martial arts master as a naturally blind youth. He grasps the essence of martial arts manuals that elude the understanding of ordinary individuals who toil for years. Through decades of study and practice, he has not only acquired extensive martial knowledge, but has also begun to delve into the realms of magic and the mysterious. Insight: 1921. Though born blind, Old Stickman has been bestowed with gifts in other realms. His remaining senses have been honed to an extraordinary degree through years of training. His hearing and touch can substitute for all functions of vision, and when he channels his inner power, he can further enhance this ability, surpassing even the prowess of Daredevil. Charisma: 9. With a proud demeanor and an eccentric temperament, there is a reason Old Stickman remains an 80-year-old bachelor. Even as the leader of the True Purity Society, he has garnered considerable discontent, and both of his disciples harbor resentment towards him. Character skills: melee combat, 6 melee weapon proficiency, 6 blind fighting, 7 ninjutsu, 2 internal energy, 5 chi manipulation, 7 chi. An ancient practice originating from the East, was originally intended for enhancing physical vitality and prolonging life, rather than for violent confrontation. Through centuries of exploration, these masters gradually mastered the manipulation of fundamental life energy, enabling them to perform feats that modern individuals might deem extraordinary. They harness the life energy that permeates the air, integrating it into their being. Those who reach the pinnacle of cultivation can live for centuries, exhibiting abilities and strengths that rival those of superhumans. However, as the Earth's environment deteriorates, the life energy in the atmosphere has become tainted, making cultivation increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, a handful of true masters of Chi remain on Earth, with the Stickmaster being one of them. Life story: the origins of the Stickmaster are shrouded in mystery, even within the True Purity Association. Few are privy to his true name, referring to him solely by his title. Yet, the members of the association likely do not concern themselves with such trivialities. Their creed is to abandon all that is unrelated to their essence, with curiosity being among them. Born in the early 20th century in an obscure region of Asia, the Stickmaster, after years of wandering, became a disciple of a master and officially joined the True Purity Association. The enigma of how an infant, abandoned by parents due to congenital blindness, survived and thrived in a war-torn world is a mystery known only to the Stickmaster himself. Years later, under his guidance, the True Purity Association began to stray into darkness, transforming into a tool for vengeance against rival organizations, specifically the Hand Association. The Stickmaster uncovered the hidden demon within his mentor and chose to expel him from the Hand Association, subsequently becoming the leader of the True Purity Association amidst the admiration of many. After years of warfare with the Hand Association, the Stickmaster made a pivotal decision. He temporarily departed from the Hand Association in search of a worthy successor to inherit his legacy. Character card: Erica attributes: Strength, 14. Her remarkable talent and extensive training enable Erica's strength to rival that of a professional weightlifter. She can effortlessly lift over 100 kilograms and adeptly wield nearly all weapons designed for human use. However, despite her impressive capabilities, she has yet to reach the level of superhuman strength. Constitution, 14. She possesses an exceptionally robust physique compared to the average individual. Erica's health is remarkable. Her immune system able to withstand numerous ailments, and most poisons have diminished effects on her. The strength of her muscles and bones allows her to employ extreme force techniques in combat without concern, and her stamina far exceeds that of ordinary people, enabling her to engage in prolonged battles. Agility, 18. She embodies the pinnacle of human physical potential. Like her junior disciple, Erica's agility in combat has reached an extraordinary level. Her movements during battles create afterimages, and even a barrage of 5 small-caliber handguns poses little threat to her. Intelligence, 14. In terms of conventional knowledge, Erica does not exhibit remarkable talent. However, she is undeniably a prodigy in martial arts. After merely 3 years of formal training, she has mastered multiple combat styles and can competently utilize hundreds of fighting techniques. Insight, 17. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to invincibility. While it may be challenging for Erica to maintain a broad perspective, her almost superhuman senses during combat enable her to glean all pertinent information about her opponent, allowing her to anticipate their next moves and intentions. Charisma, 17. Erica possesses an almost supernatural charm, though her physical appearance may only rank her as above average. Even failing to reach the pinnacle of beauty, her innate aura of mental power draws many ordinary individuals toward her, engendering inexplicable affection. If she could consciously harness this power, her captivating abilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Character skills, melee combat, 6. Mastery of melee weapons, 6. Mental power, 1. Ninjutsu, 4. Telepathy, 0. Mind control, 0. Biography. From the age of 8, Erica became the disciple of the staff master. She only recalls that he rescued her from a place of profound darkness, with earlier memories having faded into obscurity. As the chief disciple of the True Purity Society's leader, Erica displayed astonishing talent from the very beginning. After a year of training, no peers could match her, and by the age of 10, she could effortlessly fend off the combined assaults of 3 trained adults. Given the trajectory of her development, it seemed merely a matter of time before she would become a core member of the True Purity Society. However, at this juncture, another side of Erica, long hidden within, began to awaken. Her innate mental prowess surfaced, and her emotions grew unstable and volatile. After nearly causing the death of a fellow disciple, the staff master, in deep regret, decided to cease her training. To ensure her future well-being, burdened by guilt, he arranged for a wealthy Greek couple residing in New York to adopt Erica. This couple, unable to conceive, treated her as their own daughter, lavishing upon her all their affection and care. Yet, it was destined that Erica would not lead an ordinary life. She grew weary of the incessant transactions of interests within the lives of her foster parents. Feeling utterly indifferent towards the young and handsome talents who yearned for her beauty and status, she longed nostalgically for the life she once led under the tutelage of her mentor, a life filled with training, empowerment, and combat. It was this yearning for exhilaration that serendipitously led her to encounter and fall in love with her junior apprentice, Matt Murdock. Character card, Wolverine, James Logan Howlett. Attributes, Berserker state strength, 21. Wolverine possesses strength that approaches the pinnacle of human capability. Through a series of experiments and rigorous training, he has unlocked the innate limitations of his brain, allowing him to exert his muscles to their utmost potential. Any injuries sustained in this endeavor are effortlessly healed by his regenerative abilities. Even with the burden of adamantium within his body, he can still lift approximately 2 tons. Durability, 29. With unparalleled regenerative capabilities, Wolverine is virtually immortal. Almost any injury he sustains vanishes within seconds. His skin, muscles, and organs have been significantly enhanced, enabling him to endure greater harm. His skeleton, composed of secondary adamantium, is nearly indestructible. Agility, 16. Wolverine exhibits exceptional explosive power, and his near-perfect control over his physique allows him to perform feats beyond the capability of most. However, his substantial weight becomes his greatest limitation, as nearly 200 kilograms make it challenging for him to keep pace with speedsters. Intelligence, 6. In Berserker mode, Wolverine is unable to engage in complex thought. Most of his actions are driven purely by instinct. Insight, 19. Wolverine's senses are extraordinarily heightened. He can track the trajectory of bullets mid-air and easily discern the text on a sign from a kilometer away. His sense of smell rivals that of the finest hunting dogs, allowing him to identify desired scents even amidst a bustling crowd. Charisma, 8. Though he possesses a commendable appearance, and as a middle-aged man, his physique could evoke admiration from many women, in his berserker state. He is perceived solely as a frenzied killer. Character skills: melee combat, 5 melee weapon mastery, for injury regeneration, 7 animal communication, 1 rapid regeneration. Wolverine's mutant ability lies in his capacity to heal rapidly from nearly all wounds. This regenerative power ensures that his body remains impervious to decay over time. In truth, the man who appears to be in his middle age is over a century old. Initially, his regenerative abilities were not as pronounced. Even simple knife wounds would require several minutes for him to fully heal. As time progressed, his abilities grew increasingly formidable. And following the enhancements from the weapon program, his regenerative capacity reached an almost exaggerated level. Even after losing over 90% of his physical form, he could fully restore himself in a mere 10 seconds. The mutant incident from 30 years ago slightly diminished his regenerative powers. However, his wound healing speed remained several thousand times that of an ordinary human. For him, common injuries would heal within mere seconds, while the complete regeneration of a destroyed limb or organ would only require approximately 20 to 30 seconds. This implies that his body possesses virtually no fatal vulnerabilities. Even if his brain were damaged, he could still regenerate it before any other part of his body succumbed to death. Adamantium, the metal skeleton, and Captain America's shield represent a beautiful error. By an intriguing twist of fate, scientists created an alloy of sound-absorbing steel. This extraordinary metal can absorb all kinetic energy and is inherently more durable than any known metal, impervious to all known means of destruction. Yet, despite over 70 years of research, no one has been able to recreate this metal, and adamantium is one of the byproducts discovered during this extensive study. The density of adamantium is several times that of ordinary steel, and its strength is remarkably close to that of Captain America's shield. Hooks made from it can withstand hundreds of tons of weight without deformation. However, it is not without its weaknesses. It cannot absorb kinetic energy like sound-absorbing steel and can be compromised by high temperatures. Following the modifications from the weapon program, Wolverine's skeletal structure was entirely replaced by this substance, rendering his skeleton nearly indestructible. Moreover, hidden within his forearms are a pair of steel claws forged from adamantium. These claws are extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through anything not composed of adamantium or sound-absorbing steel. Notably, after coexisting with his adamantium skeleton for many years, it seems to have become an integral part of Wolverine's being. Even if his skeleton were to sustain damage for any reason, he could still utilize his regenerative abilities to repair it, raising questions about the very essence of his regenerative power. After all, following the mutant incident, he remains the only mutant to retain the majority of his abilities. Biography: James Howlett. Born in the late 20th century, James Logan Howlett is the son of a Canadian farmer. After witnessing his father's murder, the young Logan awoke his powers and used his bone claws to slay the perpetrator. Subsequently, he embarked on a life of wandering. He worked as a miner, a farmer, and even spent some time as one of the oddities in a circus. His life is profoundly tragic. Those close to him either betrayed him or departed from his side, and the woman he cherished tragically perished at his own hands. Following the outbreak of World War II, he enlisted as a mercenary in the conflict and even crossed paths with the then Captain America on several occasions. Upon his return after the war, Logan was hailed as a hero. However, this seemingly tranquil existence was merely the calm before the storm. Possessing regenerative abilities, he was conscripted by the Canadian government as a test subject for the inaugural weapon program. Within the dark confines of that laboratory, he endured unimaginable inhumane treatment. Due to his regenerative powers, the scientists conducted a series of grotesque experiments on his body without a shred of remorse. To equip him with an adamantium skeleton, every bone in his body was shattered and extracted, only to be replaced with liquid adamantium heated to thousands of degrees. After being subjected to brainwashing, he ultimately transformed into the military's most flawless secret weapon. Yet, when dispatched to assassinate a professor endowed with formidable mental abilities, the professor restored Logan's memories, granting him freedom once more. Alas, this freedom was fleeting. Amidst the chaos of his own survival, Logan's litany of tragic experiences was only just beginning. Character card: Viper, Ophelia Sarkissian. Attributes: Strength, 14. Years of training have granted Viper a strength that rivals that of elite professional athletes. Though she may not compare to those who have transcended humanity, her slender physique is still capable of performing feats that astonish ordinary individuals. Stamina, 23. To most conventional weapons and attacks, Viper approaches immortality. The majority of injuries inflicted upon her body heal within mere minutes, and even when vital areas sustain damage, she does not succumb to death. Furthermore, under the influence of her pact with the Ancient Ones, She is impervious to toxins and diseases, and her body and soul remain untouched by the passage of time. Agility. 13. Years of training have endowed Viper with exceptional reflexes and commendable flexibility. She can effortlessly execute movements that ordinary individuals would find challenging and can respond effectively to her adversaries' actions in combat. Intelligence. 18. Intrigue and deception are Viper's greatest passions. Relying solely on her intellect, she ascended to become one of the leaders of the world's most formidable terrorist organizations. Though misfortune and failure subsequently stripped her of much of her power, this still attests to her prowess. Insight. 20. Upon forming a pact with the Ancient Ones, Viper became capable of sensing the mysterious energies within the world without any prior training in magic, thereby granting her a modicum of arcane abilities. Charm. 19. Were she to inhabit the ancient world, her beauty and allure would be sufficient to place her alongside such legendary figures as Helen of Troy and Daji of the Shang dynasty. Women whose irresistible charm led to the downfall of nations. Character skills. Melee combat. 3 firearms proficiency, 5 poison mastery, 6 mental fortitude, 3 reality distortion, 4 spell mastery, 3 charm, 5 injury regeneration, 2 character biography. Ophelia was born in a certain Eastern European nation during the tumultuous 1920s. Her childhood was marked by tragedy, as her parents fell victim to the ruthless violence of a civil conflict when she was merely a teenager. Bereft of family, Ophelia traversed the war-torn landscapes of Europe, enduring hardships that are too numerous to recount. With few options left, she ultimately joined the burgeoning terrorist organization Hydra, becoming one of its rare female members. During this period, she met and fell in love with Wolverine, yet differing ideologies forced her to relinquish this relationship. Just a few years later, Hydra was obliterated under the coordinated efforts of various nations, and their leader, Red Skull, met his demise at the hands of Captain America. In the ensuing decade, she emerged as an accomplished mercenary, offering her services to any nation or faction that could afford her fee. During a fortunate encounter with an ancient malevolent deity, she became one of its contract holders, regaining the visage of her youth while halting the passage of time upon her body. Armed with this newfound power, she rejoined the reconstituting Hydra under the guise of Viper, ultimately securing the position of leader through her iron-fisted tactics. It was during this phase that she earned the title of Madame Hydra, becoming one of the most influential women in the world. However, the tides of time are ever-changing. Following several unfavorable confrontations with S.H.I.E.L.D., her authority swiftly came under scrutiny. Her standing within Hydra plummeted overnight, and the title of Madame Hydra gradually faded from discourse. Curiously, Ophelia herself appeared indifferent to these developments. Character card. Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Attributes. Strength. 1724 under the influence of a replica of the Super Soldier Serum. The Winter Soldier possesses strength that approaches the limits of human capability. He can hurl an adult several meters with one hand and kick through reinforced security doors with ease. The power of his mechanical prosthetic is even more formidable, capable of unleashing over 10 tons of force in a short burst, sufficient to tear the barrel from a tank. To withstand such immense power, most of Winter Soldier's bones have been replaced with metallic prosthetics. Constitution. 19. The Super Soldier Serum has bestowed upon Winter Soldier a resilience that surpasses the theoretical limits of human endurance. Toxins and ailments have a negligible effect on him, and non-fatal injuries scarcely diminish his combat prowess. Years of brainwashing have inflicted severe trauma on his neural pathways, rendering him almost impervious to pain. Once he enters a state of battle, only the most formidable lethal wound can halt this relentless killing machine. Agility. 17. The Winter Soldier possesses an extraordinary neurological reaction ability, allowing him to perceive the trajectory of a bullet as it leaves the chamber and respond with remarkable swiftness. However, his modified physique proves cumbersome, hindering him from fully realizing his speed. Nevertheless, he can still best nearly all martial arts masters in skill. Intelligence. 12. The extensive brainwashing has severely impaired the Winter Soldier's mental faculties, resulting in a loss of various cognitive functions. He is devoid of emotional sensations and lacks any semblance of artistic or innovative capability. Nonetheless, his combat abilities remain unaffected. Insight. 19. By concentrating his cognitive processing power on select aspects, the Winter Soldier exhibits astonishing perceptive abilities. His sensory perception vastly surpasses that of an ordinary individual, enabling him to execute long-range sniping without any instruments and detect blood droplets from dozens of meters away through sheer olfactory acuity. Charisma. 11. He possesses an attractive appearance and a commendable physique. However, If the Winter Soldier were to enter your line of sight, thoughts of such trivialities would likely vanish. Character skills: melee combat, 6 firearm proficiency, 7 tracking, 3 concealment and camouflage, 3 instrument operation. For mechanical arm, the pinnacle of Hydra's technological prowess, this mechanical prosthetic, constructed with a small amount of sound-absorbing steel alloy, boasts unimaginable strength, speed, and precision. Even the initial Iron Man suit created by Tony Stark pales in comparison to this mechanical limb, which can be considered an antique. In terms of durability, the prosthetic, fortified with sound-absorbing steel, achieves an exaggerated resilience, able to retain most of its functions even after enduring a direct tank shell strike. However, the fate of its user remains uncertain. Biography: Bucky grew up as a close friend of the future Captain America, Steve Rogers. During the times when the frail Steve faced bullying, Bucky always stood as his unwavering shield. When World War II erupted, Bucky enlisted to combat Nazi Germany. During this period, he was captured by the Nazi research organization known as Hydra and became a test subject for their super soldier serum. It was then that Steve, whom he had always protected, came to his rescue. Hydra's experiment proved successful. Over time, Bucky's body underwent continuous enhancement, nearly reaching a level that rivaled Captain America. However, this formidable power inflicted significant losses upon Hydra. Under the leadership of Captain America, Bucky and the other members of the Howling Commandos have obliterated countless Hydra strongholds. However, in Bucky's case, it seems that Hydra is the one who ultimately triumphs. During one mission, the severely injured Bucky is once again captured by Hydra, reclaiming their precious specimen. Hydra repairs the arm of the dismembered Bucky and brainwashes him into becoming their obedient tool. Subsequently, the war hero Bucky Barnes perishes, replaced by Hydra's ace assassin, the Winter Soldier. For the ensuing decades, he remains preserved in a cryogenic state, roused only when a mission beckons him to hunt down Hydra's targets. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rings. And almost simultaneously, a delicate arm, as smooth as cream, emerges from the bed covers. Its slender fingers, fine as willow shoots, bear the marks of calluses in the palms. After a few moments of fumbling, the hand silences the alarm. Moments later, soft snoring drifts from beneath the covers once more. After several more minutes, the phone resting on the pillow illuminates, buzzing with vibrations. The hand reappears from the cocoon of blankets, pressing the speakerphone button. "Mindy, you lazy cat. Hurry up and get out of bed." A vibrant voice bursts forth from the other end of the line. "Get ready quickly. The movie starts at 2 o'clock. And you mustn't be late." "Ah, it's Jasmine. Good morning." The blonde girl nestled in the bed turns over, bringing the phone to her ear, stifling a yawn. Her original beauty is marred by a scar that almost bisects her face. "Well, it's not even noon yet. There is still plenty of time." "Exactly. Which is why I'm waking you up now," the girl on the phone asserts with confidence. "If I wait any longer, you might decide it's too much trouble to go out." "Why do I feel slightly struck by your words?" Mindy brushes her hair aside and responds lazily, her tone revealing no hint of frustration. All right, I'll be on time probably." "Don't give me a probably." Jasmine remains authoritative. "You must arrive punctually. And tidy up the house before you leave. You never know when you might bring a handsome guy home." "A handsome guy, huh? Speaking of which, what excuse are you using this time?" Mindy clamps the phone between her shoulder and ear, stretching lazily as she finally sits up. A sudden wave of soreness engulfs her body, igniting a desire to retreat back to bed. She winces momentarily, rubbing the bruises on her body. Damn it. That guy has no sense of delicacy. Her thoughts drift to the masked figure she encountered the previous night. This time I had him help me fix my computer. I preloaded a virus on my backup computer. Jasmine's voice brims with pride, and a vividly colored scene flashes through Mindy's mind. Jasmine donned the long robe of a witch, brandishing her wand to herd a flock of little sheep into her lair. I trust this time she hasn't crafted an overly complex virus? The last one had me occupied for over 4 hours, nearly in tears. As she threw off her blanket, Mindy summoned her strength in her legs and left arm, executing a flawless 360-degree spin in midair before landing gracefully on her feet, her phone never leaving her ear. This acrobatic feat, reminiscent of a professional gymnast, seemed merely a casual gesture for her. Surely, this task should be relatively simple, but honestly, Mindy, you must be prepared. I've even invited along a handsome friend of his. How about that for some roommate perks? Oh please. You merely wish to avoid me being a third wheel. Mindy drew back the curtains of her room. The glaring sunlight momentarily blinded her, prompting her to shut the curtains once more. Meanwhile, a voice of agreement echoed from the other end of the line, affirming Mindy's intuition. Slipping into her slippers, Mindy glanced at the time and decided to conclude the call. Having not eaten since yesterday afternoon, her stomach growled with hunger. Before heading out, she yearned to whip up a quick pasta dish to satiate her appetite. All right, no more chatter. Let us meet at the mall entrance at 1:50, shall we? Sounds good, came Jasmine's reply. Upon hanging up, Mindy's foremost priority was to address her hunger. As she gathered the necessary ingredients, she ignited the stove, placing a pot of salted water atop it. While waiting for it to boil, Mindy resolved to tidy her room. First, she picked up the purple wig and tight-fitting attire she had yet to organize since returning home the previous night. Frowning, she surveyed the clutter of clothes strewn across the floor. Folding each one to return to the wardrobe seemed an insurmountable task. Just as she pondered where to place her current burdens, a roll of garbage bags came into her line of sight. Her eyes lit up. 10 minutes later, she had shoved 3 bulging trash bags beneath her bed. After some contemplation, she also wrapped her 2 clean knives in old newspapers and discarded them beneath the bed as well. Observing her now empty room, which no longer resembled a landfill, a hint of relief graced Mindy's features. However, the memory of Jasmine's perpetually tidy room sparked a wave of frustration within her. The pot of water had long since reached a rolling boil, prompting Mindy to dash back to the kitchen to add more water. She had already ruined 2 pots before, and she certainly did not wish to endure Jasmine's scolding once more. After dropping the pasta into the boiling water, she fished it out a few minutes later. Adding 3 spoonfuls of tomato sauce and a sprinkle of cheese, she had prepared the quintessential student meal. Unfazed by the heat, Mindy devoured several mouthfuls, her face contorting into an expression of despair. Indeed, my culinary skills leave much to be desired, as I forgot to add salt and pepper. Preparations for leaving were nearly complete, and Mindy donned her favorite long-sleeved sweater. Her affection for this garment stemmed not from its aesthetic appeal, but from its unparalleled comfort, which adeptly concealed the myriad scars that adorned her skin. As she grasped her keys, a momentary pause ensued, prompting her to inexplicably approach the bathroom mirror and retrieve her cosmetics from the cabinet. Though Mindy would not be classified as a makeup virtuoso, years of practice had rendered her proficient in concealing her scars. She first applied a delicate layer of foundation to her face, then, using a sponge, meticulously layered foundation on her scars. With a brush, she deftly swept away any excess powder, completing this phase of her routine. The once grotesque scars now appeared as mere faint marks, resembling an unusual birthmark rather than disfigurements. Rather than detracting from her overall appearance, they imbued her with an alluring charm. As Mindy hesitated, contemplating whether to apply eyeshadow as well, a distinct ringtone echoed from her room, disrupting her thoughts. Her expression shifted instantly. Retrieving the buzzing satellite phone from atop her wardrobe, she held it to her ear and pressed the answer button. In that moment, her aura transformed, exuding a sharpness akin to the edge of a blade. "Weasel, is there truly nothing that can wait until our meeting tomorrow? Today is my day off," she remarked, her previously lively tone now replaced by a cold and unfamiliar demeanor, which the person on the other end could evidently perceive. "I certainly would not disturb you without cause. I have no desire to gain anything from your Iron Maiden," came the weasel's characteristic flippant voice from the other end. "I have 2 pieces of news, one good, one bad. Which would you prefer to hear?" "Let us start with the bad news," Mindy replied, resuming her seat at her writing desk and retrieving pen and paper. The weasel would not seek her out without purpose. His information was undoubtedly of significance. "The bad news is that your actions last night were discovered. I've placed the blame solely on you. You are now officially severed from the Hell House. Until they forget you, I advise against direct contact with me." "Damn it." Mindy exhaled, closing her eyes. "How did they find out?" "A sniper witnessed your activities on the rooftop." Purple eyes. "While I do not comprehend your motives for involving yourself in this matter, you have certainly attracted significant trouble. Our new boss has numerous questions for you, though whether you will survive the inquiry remains a pressing concern. It seems that the time has come for me to disappear. Can I still utilize those concealed trading points from before?" The sound of paper rustling emanated from the other end of the phone. After a brief pause, Mindy patiently awaited the weasel's response. "Numbers 2 through 6 have been sealed, and 8 and 10 have been cleverly discarded to obfuscate matters. I would advise against using them. The remaining ones, you should assess based on your situation. In truth, if it comes to the worst, you could emulate Wade and take a trip somewhere for a few months before returning. Unfortunately, I do not possess such leisure time. I appreciate your assistance, but I must decline the weasel's proposal. This unfortunate news is indeed quite grim. So what is the good news?" "Well, I'm not quite sure if this counts as good news." The weasel sighed before continuing. "The individual you are searching for has surfaced. Our new boss, upon taking office, has proactively reached out to him. Although we are unaware of his current circumstances and whereabouts, he is expected to make an appearance in a few days." The phone slipped from her hand as Mindy's attention was wholly captivated by this new information. A wave of fear washed over her face, quickly transforming into elation. Dad, David, we have finally taken the first step towards our revenge. Chapter 1. The First Training, Part 1. As dusk approached, a solitary figure walked the streets of Hell's Kitchen, and Peter felt a slight chill in the air. At least two groups had cast suspicious glances his way, seemingly perplexed by the sight of a child wandering the streets of Hell's Kitchen at such an hour. While Hell's Kitchen is technically part of Manhattan, it starkly contrasts with the overall splendor of Manhattan's steel jungle. The buildings here predominantly date back to the 1960s and 1970s, and the residents consist largely of impoverished workers and the unemployed. Compared to the soaring real estate prices in other areas of Manhattan, the housing prices and rents in Hell's Kitchen have risen at a sluggish pace, which, given its prime location, is indeed a peculiar phenomenon. All of this is inextricably linked to its history. During the Prohibition era of the 1920s in America, the illicit distillation and sale of alcohol became one of the most lucrative industries. Despite the government's vigorous crackdown, countless individuals took the risk in pursuit of profit, leading to the rise of numerous organized crime syndicates surrounding this trade. In New York, Hell's Kitchen, with its abundance of warehouses, became a stronghold for these gangs, while the large population of unemployed residents provided ample opportunity for their expansion. Following a wave of redevelopment in the 1970s, many middle-class families moved into Hell's Kitchen, allowing this formerly impoverished area of New York to somewhat reshape its image. However, the influx of capital also created a breeding ground for crime, as various gangs firmly seized control of what should be one of New York's most thriving areas, continually siphoning off its vitality and essence. Peter, who was now face-to-face with what could possibly be New York's most formidable criminal faction, felt no trepidation towards the ruffians meandering about the streets. Following the clues inscribed on the note, he arrived at the entrance of an antiquated gym. The structure, reminiscent of a dilapidated building in a slum, exhibited peeling paint, revealing cracks in the exposed concrete beneath. Beside the weathered red door, a rather well-maintained sign proclaimed, "Fogwell Gym, this must be the place." Peter pushed the door open. Although it was past operating hours, the entrance was unlatched. Inside, darkness enveloped him, the lights having yet to be activated. But from the depths of the gym emanated the dull thuds of fists striking heavy bags. As he stepped inside, his footsteps barely audible, the sounds of boxing abruptly ceased, revealing his presence to those within. A somewhat familiar voice emerged from the shadows. "Apologies, but this gym is closed." "It's me, Peter," he replied, stepping further into the gym and gently closing the door behind him. Despite the dim light obscuring his vision, he navigated with the aid of his instincts. "Oh, you've arrived a few minutes early," Matt remarked, detaching his bag from its stand and wiping the sweat from his brow before tossing it into a corner piled high with other bags. "The light switch is about 2 meters to your left at the wall. You should change into your workout attire in the locker room." After a brief search in the darkness, Peter finally located the light switch. In an instant, the entire gym was illuminated. He cast a curious glance around, noting that it vastly differed from the school gymnasiums he was accustomed to. While the equipment was functional, an air of disrepair permeated the atmosphere. This aging gym, spanning approximately 300 square meters, felt surprisingly cramped despite its vastness. Apart from the locker rooms and showers, the space was broadly divided into 2 sections. One side housed all the gym apparatus, including a complete set of weights, several treadmills, 2 rowing machines, and an ample array of heavy bags. On the opposite side stood a boxing ring, surrounded by scattered spectator chairs, suggesting that the venue served purposes beyond mere practice. Quickly changing into the gym attire from home, Peter felt a flush of embarrassment. The outfit was 2 sizes larger than his usual fit, appearing loose and ill-fitted. He had faced ridicule for this very ensemble on multiple occasions, making him feel somewhat self-conscious donning it in front of a stranger. Yet, Matt said nothing. Upon noticing the vacant expression in his eyes, Peter realized the other man's blindness. He exhaled softly, feeling a slight relief, only to be met with a twinge of guilt for his momentary lapse in consideration. "All right," he concluded. Matt nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent to Peter's psychological turmoil. The training could commence. First on the agenda was the physical fitness test, an ordeal that Peter loathed above all else. Throughout his elementary and middle school years, he endured this dreaded test annually. Each time, he emerged utterly exhausted, often achieving the lowest scores in his class, despite his solemn vows to train diligently and avoid last place in the following year. He invariably found himself languishing at the bottom of the rankings when the next assessment arrived. Even now, under the stringent condition of refraining from using any force abilities, Peter found this test to be exceedingly arduous. 37. Matt's voice resonated from above Peter, who inhaled deeply, exerting his arms to lift his body. A flicker of the force surged through his already aching limbs, alleviating some of his discomfort. Yet, in the next moment, Matt retracted his stopwatch, stood up, and announced the conclusion of the test. "Did you use your abilities again?" he inquired. His tone was gentle, yet Peter felt a twinge of shame and averted his gaze. This was the final test, requiring Peter to sustain a push-up position at a pace of 2 seconds per repetition for as long as possible. Although this was a marked improvement from the previous year, when he could barely manage a few before collapsing, Peter remained dissatisfied. That Thompson fellow could effortlessly sustain over 60, while Peter struggled to persevere beyond 30. Driven by the desire for a better performance, Peter resorted to the force once more in a moment of desperation, a clear violation of the rules. This had occurred twice in previous tests, each time detected by Matt. "How did you notice?" Peter finally asked after catching his breath. The use of the force, in theory, should have been silent, particularly since he had only employed a modicum of it. "When you utilize your abilities, your breathing and heart rate slow down, resembling a state of sleep," Matt replied. "Although the duration is brief, it is easily perceptible." "Your ability is astonishing," Peter remarked, slightly exasperated. "How can anyone discern such nuances just by listening?" "To clarify, it is not solely based on hearing," Matt responded earnestly. "It is a blend of various sensory perceptions. If I am not mistaken, you should have encountered this phenomenon as well." "Well, to some extent," Peter nodded. "But I cannot achieve your level of acuity." He chose not to divulge the entirety of his powers to Matt, concealing significant aspects. After all, they had only known each other for 2 days, and it was prudent to keep some cards close to his chest. Furthermore, Peter was still grappling with a complete understanding of his own abilities. Despite his belief that his abilities closely resemble the force depicted in the Star Wars series, he remained uncertain whether this was indeed the origin of his powers. Acquiring skills akin to those portrayed in films? Even if superhumans existed in reality, that notion seemed rather far-fetched. "You need training," Matt encouraged Peter. "You already possess a natural talent. It merely requires more effort to refine it. In fact, I was likely less capable than you at the beginning." Matt extended his hand, helping Peter rise from the ground. "Well, the basic assessment is complete. I have a clearer understanding of your current level. Compared to your peers, your performance is commendable, but without your abilities, what you accomplished in the past few months would have amounted to nothing more than self-destruction." "Indeed," Peter nodded. "Without the force, he would be merely a failure. What you need to do is learn to control it. Considering what transpired the night before last, your abilities must bear some side effects, correct?" Matt inquired, voicing a question that had occupied Peter's thoughts in recent days, to which Peter nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it does influence my emotions to some extent." After awakening that night, the force he sensed returned to its original state, calm, serene, and radiating a powerful vitality. Yet, the connection to the darker side of the force remained unbroken, that abyss-like ocean of energy occasionally brushing against Peter's psyche, exuding a deadly allure. It was difficult for Peter to articulate the nature of their relationship. They were fundamentally aligned, yet exhibited contrasting qualities. The former resembled a craftsman rowing a small boat across a tranquil sea, while the latter felt akin to a tiny vessel adrift in tumultuous waters. This was the only metaphor Peter could conjure. The former may require more effort and progress at a slower pace, yet the latter had completely lost control and direction. "In other respects, I may not be of much assistance." Matt's words roused Peter from his contemplation. "What I can teach you will be limited to combat techniques and how to harness your perceptual abilities. However, I am confident you will learn a great deal." Peter nodded in agreement, and Matt smiled in satisfaction before turning towards the boxing ring, grasping the ropes to climb up. "Now, it's time to test your combat skills," he announced, wrapping his fists in cloth for the upcoming training session. Chapter 2. The First Training, Part 2. Peter initially sat quietly to rest for a moment, waiting until his muscles felt less sore. Once he had regained his composure, he climbed onto the platform, standing opposite Matt. Gazing at Matt, who stood like a rock before him, Peter felt a twinge of anxiety. "Do not worry," Matt reassured, sensing Peter's accelerated heartbeat. "This is merely a practice session to gauge your capabilities in combat. We will both hold back." Peter nodded slightly, raising his clenched fists before his chest. He paced back and forth for a couple of steps, still too hesitant to launch an attack. He sensed a certain enigmatic quality in Matt's stance, yet his limited experience prevented him from articulating any definitive reasoning. Observing Peter's indecisive demeanor, Matt initially furrowed his brow before it transformed into a subtle smile. "If you are reluctant to strike first, then allow me the opportunity," he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than Matt surged forward, delivering a straight punch aimed at Peter's chin. This blow, seemingly ordinary, was executed with astonishing speed, even producing a faint sound as it sliced through the air. Regardless of its velocity, it could not escape Peter's perceptive awareness. Channeling all his focus onto Matt, Peter sidestepped, gently pushing against Matt's already extended right arm with his left hand, while his right elbow swung toward Matt's chest. Matt effortlessly intercepted the blow with his free left hand, causing Peter to feel a peculiar force emanating from his right elbow. Withdrawing was no longer an option. He was compelled to step sideways under the influence of this unexpected power. Meanwhile, Matt executed a full 360-degree turn, transforming his right hand into a knife-like strike that, propelled by the force of inertia, descended rapidly toward Peter's nape. There was no time to evade. Peter instinctively shut his eyes. Just as the knife hand was about to make contact, it halted abruptly, mere inches from his neck. Peter could even perceive the rush of air stirred by the impending strike, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Stepping back, Matt allowed Peter a moment to regain his composure, observing him with a newfound contemplation. While you possess a certain ability to anticipate your opponent's movements, you must not disregard this advantage. Always leave yourself space for defense and counterattack, Matt remarked quietly. Now, let us continue. This time, Peter chose to initiate the attack. Bolstered by the force, he dashed toward Matt with remarkable speed, throwing a punch aimed at his opponent's face. Matt, akin to a seasoned boxer, raised his hands to shield himself, deftly deflecting Peter's punch with one hand while launching a rapid straight punch toward Peter with the other. Peter successfully blocked this strike, but Matt followed up with another direct blow, which was again thwarted by Peter. However, having grasped the rhythm of the exchange, Matt's relentless barrage of punches from various angles soon rendered Peter's defense nearly untenable. After a series of desperate blocks, Peter was forced to retreat 2 steps. Yet, Matt refrained from pressing the advantage and resumed his instruction. Before each attack, consider what outcome you wish to achieve. While defending, contemplate how to disrupt your opponent's rhythm and identify opportunities for a counterstrike. Gasping for breath, Peter charged forward once more. This time, his offensive strategy was markedly more cautious. The first 2 attacks were primarily exploratory, as he focused most of his energy on countering Matt's onslaught. Employing this tactic allowed him to sustain himself a bit longer, engaging Matt in a semblance of a fair exchange. Ultimately, however, Matt seized his arm and brought him crashing to the ground. Although it appeared that he had made some progress, Peter was acutely aware that the reality was far different. He had scarcely launched any significant attacks. And even with this retreating, turtle-like strategy, he was still easily subdued by Matt. A relentless defense might prolong the inevitable, yet it diminished his chances of victory. From above, Matt's presence was as calm as ever, devoid of any signs of accelerated breathing. Peter felt a twinge of frustration as he rose once more. Stretching his now somewhat stiff limbs, Matt stood quietly nearby, waiting for Peter to prepare before speaking again. Ready to continue? Of course. A spark of determination flickered in Peter's eyes. Matt's presence reignited his hope of becoming stronger. Setting aside the overwhelming perceptive abilities of his opponent, Matt was able to exert a comprehensive dominance over him with nothing more than an ordinary human physique. The thought of achieving such prowess excited Peter. The soreness in his body transformed into a fiery sensation, giving him the illusion that the strength within him was inexhaustible. Good. It seems you have finally found your rhythm, Matt remarked with a nod. Peter smiled and charged at Matt once more. He swiftly unleashed 2 consecutive jabs, both of which Matt effortlessly deflected. Just as Matt prepared to counterattack, a surge of telekinetic energy erupted from his left shoulder, causing his strike to veer slightly off course. A smirk emerged on Peter's lips as he took advantage of this momentary lapse, launching his most ferocious assault. A punch aimed at Matt's head was blocked by his left hand. A second punch toward Matt's chin was deftly deflected by his right. Peter then raised his knee, driving it toward Matt's abdomen, but once again, Matt's left hand pressed down just in time to thwart the blow. Undeterred, Peter pressed the attack, using his shorter stature to deliver a headbutt aimed at Matt's chin. Matt leaned back, attempting to evade the strike, but Peter subtly gestured with his left hand, unleashing another burst of telekinetic force from behind his head, propelling Matt's face toward Peter's relentless assault. A spark of intensity ignited in Matt's eyes as he altered his footing, pivoting his left arm outward and slightly shifting his body to the side, preparing to crash forcefully into Peter. The 8 Extremes Iron Mountain technique, a hallmark of Chinese bagwazang, was unleashed by Matt with formidable force. His shoulders and body collided with Peter like an impenetrable iron wall, propelling him back several paces before he regained his balance. In that moment, Peter, clearly infuriated, executed a forceful leap, launching a flying kick towards Matt. Such a reckless maneuver, of course, invited retribution. Matt seized Peter's foot and spun him through the air like a flail, before hurling him downwards. Just as Peter was about to meet the ground, his form momentarily paused. Aided by telekinesis, he thrust his hands against the ground with vigor, propelling his legs towards Matt's midsection, forcing Matt to retreat a step in surprise. Enough! Matt's stern command halted Peter in his tracks as he prepared to press the attack. You've slipped back into that state from that night. Matt's calm voice echoed. And it was only then that Peter realized the disquieting state he was in. In the heat of battle, his connection to the dark ocean of primal energy had intensified. And by the final exchange, he had unwittingly begun to draw from its depths. Strangely, however, he felt an inexplicable sense of euphoria while tapping into this dark power, which sent a chill down his spine. He had been striving to forget the events of that fateful night. After succumbing to the dark energy, he felt as if he had become a different person. It wasn't that his character had entirely transformed, but rather that the negative emotions within him had been magnified to an unbearable extent. Hatred, jealousy, and greed, those shadowy feelings that usually lurked in the corners of his mind, had surfaced, overwhelming his thoughts. In such a state, he had taken lives, 7, to be exact. The act of extinguishing another's life brought him no joy. He had often tried to convince himself that those he killed were heinous criminals, that retribution was a natural consequence. Yet deep down, he understood that he should not have been the one to render such judgment, regardless of their sins. As the negativity within him swelled, guilt and fear were not spared from the amplification. Sitting in the boxing ring, Peter curled up, trembling. Matt sighed and sat beside him, gently patting his back. After a considerable pause, the bond between Peter and the dark energy gradually weakened under his resistance, yet it remained nestled deep within his mind, ready to be reactivated by a mere thought. All right, let us conclude the practical assessment here, Matt remarked, sensing Peter's return to a semblance of calm. You can no longer continue, and I have gleaned what I needed. Peter remained seated, knees drawn up, and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Before discovering a method to control your abilities, it would be prudent to refrain from utilizing them excessively. With that said, he patted Peter's shoulder and rose to his feet. Let us first seek breakthroughs in your combat skills and physical prowess, for to speak candidly, you are rather lacking in both areas. Chapter 3, Confession, Part 1. In the deep of night, a series of dull thuds echoed through the Forgwell gym. Thud, thud, thud. Peter once again drove his fist into the heavy bag, his full force causing the 20-kilogram bag to rise slightly. Before it could settle, his next punch struck with ferocity. 71, 72. The soreness in Peter's arms had undeniably transformed into a sharp pain, the muscles stretched to their limits with each punch inflicting damage upon his muscle fibers. A discerning observer would have noted that the boxing gloves Peter wore were quite unusual, each affixed with a 5-pound lead weight. The average person would struggle to maintain their arms in a horizontal position while wearing such gloves for even a few minutes, let alone deliver dozens of powerful strikes as Peter did. The intensity of this training was beyond what a novice like Peter should attempt. Even professional athletes would not risk injury by performing such an excessive number of repetitions in one go. 98, 99, 100. At last, he completed his 100th punch and took 2 steps back, collapsing onto the ground. His arms were now so numb that he could barely feel them. Even moving a pinky finger felt sore and weak, and deep within his muscles, a sharp pain surged. It was evident that he had strained himself considerably. With great effort, Peter removed the gloves and positioned his arms in a more comfortable and relaxed manner before closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Gentle streams of energy flowed into his arms, gradually nurturing and repairing the damage inflicted upon his muscles. The tingling sensation began to rise within his arms. His body temperature increased, and his skin felt feverishly warm to the touch. In less than 20 minutes, the soreness had diminished substantially, and his arms regained their strength. Peter squeezed his arms. Aside from a lingering weakness, there appeared to be no significant issue. The words spoken by Matt that evening flashed once more in Peter's mind. Taekwondo, karate, Bajikwan, Muay Thai, judo, and countless other fighting techniques exist in this world, all sharing a singular purpose: to deliver the maximum damage to an adversary using the strength of one's own body. Ultimately, to enhance one's overall capabilities, one must focus on 2 aspects: physical fitness and combat skills. The latter can only be honed through persistent practice and real combat experience, while the former presents a shortcut you may pursue. Your remarkable capacity for recovery allows you to train without the fear of injury from excessive muscle strain, enabling simultaneous repair of your muscles while you train. This empowers you to engage in workouts that surpass your usual limits, thereby achieving results far superior to others. However, despite the ease with which your muscle injuries can mend, the fatigue and pain experienced during training remain unabated. During the initial 2 days, the grueling regimen nearly overwhelmed Peter, leading him to contemplate retreating to his previous routine. Yet, for reasons unknown, each time he gazed into Matt's vacant eyes, he hesitated to voice his intentions. If his body could endure, surely his will could too. Peter rose once more, donned the weighted gloves, and approached the punching bag. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his training, the resounding thuds echoing throughout the gym. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Peter awoke to the punctual chime of his alarm. Emerging from the warmth of his bed, glancing out at the overcast sky, his spirits dipped slightly. Please don't rain, he muttered while changing clothes. Though the weather forecast on his phone contradicted his hopes, predicting a high of 7 degrees with afternoon showers and potential thunderstorms after 10 o'clock. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, he deemed it utterly dreadful. No matter, I should be indoors by then. It won't have much impact, he reassured himself, which provided a modicum of comfort. Once dressed in his athletic wear, it was time for his unwavering morning run. Despite having engaged in weighted training for over 2 hours the previous night at the Fogwell gym, he could not neglect this essential aerobic exercise. Following Matt's suggestion, Peter had modified his previous habit of jogging, significantly increasing his pace. After 6 months of intense training, his physique had become quite impressive among his peers. While he could not yet rival Matt, who had sculpted his body to its peak condition, completing a 10-kilometer run at a brisk pace was well within his capabilities. The streets were nearly deserted in the early morning. The shops and stalls of New York would not open this early, with only the 24-hour convenience stores welcoming customers. Even though the frigid air hovered just above freezing, Peter's body temperature quickly rose during his exercise, flushing his cheeks with a healthy glow. Due to the increased speed, his breathing began to falter after covering roughly 2/3 of the distance. Nevertheless, with the assistance of sheer will, his pace remained unwavering. Each breath expelled a plume of white mist, extending 2 feet into the air, creating an amusing sight from a distance. In no time, Peter completed the loop of just over 10 kilometers. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, Peter glanced at his watch, and his spirits lifted considerably. He had finally managed to complete the 10 kilometers in under 45 minutes. Upon opening the door, he greeted Aunt May and Uncle Ben, who had just risen, before hastily retreating to the bathroom. After refreshing himself, Peter stood before the mirror for a moment longer, ensuring his attire was neat and devoid of any lingering smudges. After a good 10 minutes in front of the mirror, he descended the stairs to join Uncle Ben and Aunt May for breakfast. As he retrieved the golden brown toast from the toaster, he added some sautéed bacon and mushrooms to his plate, which already held a perfectly cooked poached egg. After topping his toast with a spoonful of baked beans adorned with tomato sauce, Peter placed his plate on the dining table and sat down to indulge heartily. "Would you like some milk?" Aunt May inquired from beside the refrigerator. With his mouth full, Peter merely nodded in response. Uncle Ben, who had been engrossed in the newspaper, set it aside and began to enjoy his own breakfast. Noticing the mountain of food piled on Peter's plate, Uncle Ben shot him a curious glance. "Is it really wise to eat so much in the morning?" he asked, slicing his poached egg onto his toast and spreading the still runny yolk before taking a large bite. After swallowing, he continued, "I've noticed your appetite has grown quite substantial lately. Be cautious. Consuming so much at once may lead to indigestion." "It's quite all right. I'm just growing," Peter replied, flexing the new muscles on his arms. His table manners left much to be desired, as he spoke with his mouth full, words coming out in a muddled jumble. At that moment, Aunt May took a seat at the table, placing a glass of milk in front of Peter and a cup of coffee before herself and Uncle Ben. Displeased by Peter's unseemly behavior, she lightly slapped his hand. "Do not speak with your mouth full. Food bits will fly everywhere." Peter swallowed hastily and apologized, while Uncle Ben regarded him with a rather amusing expression. "Come on, spill it. Which girl has caught your eye?" Peter nearly sputtered his milk upon hearing this. He coughed 3 times before managing to respond. "What do you mean?" "Oh, you cannot fool me, my boy." A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Uncle Ben's eyes, and a knowing smile graced his lips. "You've been putting considerable effort into your appearance and working hard to build those muscles. Confess, which young lady has captured your interest?" Hey. Aunt May, intrigued by the topic, leaned in. "Which girl do you fancy, Peter? Is it Mary? But didn't she move away?" Enough with the teasing. Peter felt a slight flush creep up his cheeks, but Aunt May pressed on relentlessly. Uncle Ben, however, waved his hand dismissively, as if losing interest in the matter altogether. "Forget it, May. If this kid has made up his mind, There's nothing you can extract from him. He resumed his breakfast, teasing Peter with the tone of an experienced individual. Of course, Peter, you must eventually bring your girlfriend home. At the very least, allow us to vet her. Peter continued to focus on his meal, offering no response. Although Uncle Ben and Aunt May's reasoning was flawed, their conclusion inadvertently hit the mark. In recent weeks, a particular girl had indeed occupied his thoughts, and today he finally mustered the courage to make a decision. Today, Peter Parker would confess his feelings to Gwen Stacy. Chapter 4. The Confession, Part 2. As a well-rounded and soon-to-be 17-year-old adolescent, Peter, like his peers, was influenced by the surging testosterone coursing through his veins. If his prior hesitance to pursue Mary Jane stemmed from certain reservations, Gwen presented no such complications. She was intelligent, beautiful, and possessed an impeccable character, a perfect girl in every regard. More importantly, she likely held some affection for him as well. As this internship drew to a close, he realized that Gwen attended a different high school. If he took no action, he might watch this exceptional girl fade from his life, gradually forgetting him. Peter was unwilling to let that happen. Despite his social ineptitude, he harbored ambition. If his confession was successful, he could revel in a sense of superiority among the nearly two-thirds of single individuals at school. 2 days prior, he had arranged to meet Gwen for afternoon tea at the Jasmine CAF after their internship. The CAF was serene and elegant, an ideal setting for a confession. He had even prepared his lines, carrying 4 cue cards in his pocket, just in case he needed them. Before stepping out, Peter glanced at the overcast sky and suddenly had an idea. He quickly swapped the umbrella in his backpack for a larger one. If it did rain heavily, they could share it. The thought of walking in the rain under a single umbrella with her struck him as incredibly romantic. At that moment, he even found himself hoping for rain. Gathering his resolve, Peter stepped out of his home. After getting off the bus, he turned down a street and arrived in front of the Osborne Tower, where Gwen was waiting for him as usual at the entrance. "Good morning," Peter waved, and Gwen smiled, nodding in response. "Good morning," she replied. They entered the building through the revolving glass door and joined the queue for security checks. It was peak commuting time, and nearly 1,000 employees were arriving at the company. Even with 6 lines open, the security checkpoint was overwhelmed, causing the line to grow longer and longer. However, the security personnel did not compromise their thoroughness in order to expedite the process. The Osborne building is the very heart of the Osborne Group, and there is no room for risk when it comes to safety. The two joined what appeared to be the shortest queue, yet still found themselves behind over 20 individuals. Peter glanced at his watch. "You arrived earlier than I did. There are still 24 minutes until the assembly time. What time do you usually leave home?" "This isn't particularly early, is it? Once we pass through security, we will have very little time left. Besides, if we delay any further, the security line will only grow longer. I really do not wish to be late at such a moment." Gwen responded to Peter's remarks. At that moment, a newcomer joined the line behind them and greeted Gwen, who politely returned the morning salutation. Witnessing this, Peter felt a twinge of envy. Currently, he had not engaged in much conversation with other interns, while Gwen seemed to have already familiarized herself with formal employees of the Osborne Group. "Do you know that person?" Peter inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Dr. Clot. He was present during the fusion experiment we conducted last Tuesday. I asked him a few questions afterward, so he might remember me," Gwen replied, cheerfully greeting a few other interns in a different queue. "Ah, I see. That's wonderful. Aside from you, I haven't found anyone else to converse with," Peter remarked. "Well, of course, if you don't take the initiative to engage with others, they won't make a special effort to befriend you. No wonder you've remained single until now." For some reason, this teasing remark caused Peter's face to flush crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. Gwen shot him a puzzled glance before averting her gaze. She had grown somewhat accustomed to her companion's occasional bouts of silence. Minutes later, it was finally their turn for security screening. Peter placed his backpack into the luggage scanner, obediently allowing the security personnel to scan him with various instruments. Once this stage concluded, he quickly retrieved his belongings and hurried to catch up with Gwen. "It seems it might rain this afternoon. Shall we still go for afternoon tea?" Peter asked, a hint of shyness tinging his voice, laced with a note of tentative inquiry. "Of course. Wasn't he that already agreed upon?" Gwen replied with ease. Upon hearing her response, Peter felt a surge of warmth in his heart, invigorating his stride. It didn't take long for Gwen to notice Peter's unusual demeanor. "What is wrong with you today? You seem overly energized," she observed. A look of curiosity etched on her face. "Is something good happening?" It's nothing," Peter stammered, momentarily taken aback, while Gwen's gaze grew more skeptical. "I don't believe you." With a quick turn of thought, Peter fabricated an excuse. "Actually, it's about my long-distance running. This morning, I finally surpassed my goal of completing a 10-kilometer run in under 45 minutes, a feat I initially believed would require an additional 2 or 3 months of training. However, sports and fitness are topics that Gwen tends to avoid as much as possible. She quickly lost her desire to continue the conversation. Yet she occasionally regarded Peter with a skeptical gaze, as if sensing he was concealing something from her. "I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something," she muttered under her breath. Moments later, Peter and Gwen descended the crowded elevator. Navigating the corridors with ease, they turned a few corners before entering the conference room. As the final week of their internship at the Osborne building commenced, Peter felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. Throughout this period, he had indeed acquired a wealth of knowledge. The daily challenges posed by the complexities of the financial world had proven to be both daunting and stimulating for him. For the first time in his life, Peter recognized the limitations of his understanding, which sparked a newfound curiosity in this field. They settled into the second-to-last row of the conference room. As per tradition, every Monday the interns would be reassigned to new groups. The rationale behind this practice at Osborne Group was clear. They aimed to incorporate the brightest students from New York, the future geniuses, into their ranks. This approach allowed them to evaluate each student's capabilities across various dimensions, including interpersonal skills. Regrettably, Peter was not particularly adept in this area. The group assignments were soon announced, and when the first 3 groups were revealed without either Peter or Gwen's names, both perked up with interest. Then came the 4th group: Frank Waits, James Sue, Peter Parker, Melissa Watkins, and Gwen Stacy. At this, Gwen and Peter exchanged glances. Peter offered an awkward smile, while Gwen displayed a rather peculiar expression. Although the teams were randomized each week, theoretically pairing them with entirely different individuals, it was curious that for the entirety of their 4-week internship, Gwen and Peter had consistently been placed in the same group. "What a coincidence," Peter remarked, scratching the back of his head, while Gwen's lips twitched slightly. She glanced at the instructor who had just announced the list, and then at Peter beside her. Her expression laced with intrigue. This is odd. Once or twice could be dismissed as mere coincidence, but to have been grouped together 4 times feels rather suspicious. Gwen's suspicions escalated, while Peter nervously wiped the sweat from his brow. There must be nothing amiss. After all, they claimed that the group assignments are random. "Perhaps I am simply fortunate," he hastily explained, though a sense of unease gnawed at him. After the conclusion of the second week's group activities, Peter, who was still reveling in the delight of being paired with Gwen, was summoned over by Harry, who teased him with knowing glances and smirks. At that moment, Peter had already discerned that Harry was certainly the puppet master behind this situation, yet he feigned ignorance and acquiesced to Harry's antics. Indeed, the clandestine machinations were rather exhilarating. Having a wealthy friend was undeniably a stroke of good fortune for Peter, who secretly took pride in having latched onto the affluent's coattails. Chapter 5, Confession, Part 2. Achoo. Harry sneezed again. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his now crimson nose. For some inexplicable reason, his nose had been particularly itchy during the past few minutes, leading to a series of sneezes. "Are you all right, young Master Harry?" inquired a figure beside him who appeared to be a butler. "You've sneezed quite a lot. Are you catching a cold?" "I'm fine, Connolly. Thank you for your concern." Despite the tears nearly spilling from his eyes, Harry maintained impeccable decorum. "It's merely a slight itch. I must have inhaled some dust inadvertently." After a day filled with busyness, the interns finally welcomed their moment of freedom. Just then, the sky, which had been shrouded by clouds for much of the morning, began to release a gentle rain, which progressively intensified. As they organized their backpacks and passed through the security checkpoint once more, the light drizzle had transformed into a torrential downpour, with raindrops the size of soybeans pattering against the glass windows, producing a cacophony of sounds. A few interns who had forgotten their umbrellas emitted sounds of despair, while Peter stifled a laugh. I was fully prepared," he thought, triumphantly producing a large umbrella from his backpack. He smiled at Gwen, signaling her not to worry about getting wet. However, Gwen failed to notice his gesture. She lowered her head and opened her bag, retrieving a small floral umbrella. Peter was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, she brought an umbrella too. How could she have brought one? Wait, shouldn't it be unusual if she didn't tea? The weather forecast explicitly mentioned rain. Why did I assume she hadn't tea-checked before leaving? The first element of his ideal plan had failed to materialize, leaving Peter feeling slightly disheartened. Nevertheless, he did not allow this disappointment to surface on his face. The two of them unfurled their umbrellas and stepped into the rain. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing Gwen to shriek. She nearly lost hold of her umbrella, which threatened to be whisked away. Quick-witted and agile, Peter seized the umbrella's handle, providing Gwen with the opportunity to regain her grip. Once she steadied the umbrella, she lowered her head, glancing despondently at her skirt, which had already absorbed a considerable amount of rain. "This is my favorite skirt," she murmured, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Peter, unsure of how to console her, could only pat her shoulder. "Don't worry, just toss it in the dryer for a few minutes when we get back," Peter clumsily spoke, and Gwen merely shot him a glance, remaining silent. Their destination, the Jasmine CAF, was not far from the Osborne building. This establishment was frequently patronized by employees of the Osborne Group, drawn by its somewhat renowned bagels. Peter and Gwen had visited a couple of times before and held a generally favorable impression of the place. However, amidst the downpour, the less than 3-block journey felt remarkably prolonged. At this moment, pedestrians hurried their steps, eager to reach their destinations, while Gwen and Peter strolled leisurely. Observant onlookers would discern that both bore unspoken concerns etched on their faces. "By the way," Gwen suddenly broke the silence, "this is the final week of our internship, isn't it? School starts next week." "Yes, next week marks the return to school," Peter nodded. He was uncertain why Gwen had brought this up and wisely chose not to elaborate. "At that point, we shall likely be quite busy. I doubt we will have the time or opportunity to enjoy moments like this together," Gwen remarked, a hint of sadness creeping into her tone. "After all, we are not at the same school," she added. "Indeed," Peter replied, feeling a touch of melancholy himself. "You are at Grandview Girls' School, while I am at Midtown High. The distance between our schools spans more than half of Manhattan." "Peter, you truly lack the ability to comfort a girl," Gwen rolled her eyes at him again. "Your words only serve to deepen my gloom. With so many new friends made during this internship, I wonder how many we can maintain afterward. Well, as long as I stay in touch with you, that suffices for me." "You are the only new friend I have," Peter admitted honestly, prompting Gwen to chuckle and make a face at him. "Should I feel honored, Mr. Parker? I believe pity might be a more fitting sentiment, Miss Stacy." Noticing the melancholy on Gwen's face dissipate slightly, Peter indulged in self-deprecation. As a reclusive young man who had long been without friends, he realized he needed to open his heart a bit more to endure. At the very least, he found joy in his own misfortunes, entertaining himself. They exchanged playful banter until they arrived at the entrance of the Jasmine CAF. Peter folded his umbrella beneath the awning and reached for the doorknob, only to find it locked. "Peter, look at this," Gwen gestured towards a piece of paper affixed to the glass door. He hurried over to read it. But as he absorbed the words, a sense of despair washed over him. "Due to equipment malfunction, we are closed today," he murmured, somewhat dazed, while Gwen furrowed her brow at the intensifying rain above. "Let us forget about today. We can come back tomorrow," she suggested. "The rain is simply too heavy, and the other decent CAFs are a bit far. Let us head home for now. I'm already going mad thinking about changing out of these wet clothes." She tugged at the already soaked corner of her dress. The damp sensation was utterly unbearable, clinging to her skin and made worse by the biting cold wind. At this thought, she involuntarily shivered. Realizing that his plans had crumbled entirely, Peter, somewhat dazed, nodded heavily. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He removed his coat and draped it over Gwen's shoulders. Initially taken aback, she instinctively wanted to refuse, but before she could voice her objection, Peter silenced her with a gentle smile. "It's all right," he said reassuringly, appearing somewhat fragile in only his shirt amidst the raging storm. "I'm not the type to feel cold. I can withstand this temperature." After a moment of hesitation, Gwen accepted his kindness, encouraged by Peter's warm smile. Following a brief farewell, they departed in opposite directions, Peter hurrying to catch his bus, while Gwen's home was merely a 10-minute walk away. After taking a few steps, Peter felt a heavy weight in his heart, as though the cheerful mood of the morning had plummeted to the depths of despair. He could only console himself. "Tomorrow, yes. I promise to return tomorrow. It won't be too late to confess then." Yet, despite these thoughts, an inexplicable sense of unwillingness lingered within him. He clenched his teeth, halting his steps as if he had made a decision. "Wait." He suddenly turned and ran back towards Gwen. "Hold on a moment." Upon hearing his call, Gwen stopped and turned, tilting her head in confusion. "What's wrong?" I like you, Gwen," Peter stammered, his mind blank as he blurted out the second-to-last line from his rehearsed speech. Gwen appeared not to comprehend his words, her expression growing even more puzzled. Peter. I like you." Peter pinched his thigh, taking a deep breath. He awkwardly rubbed his intertwined hands, feeling as if his lips were parched and on the verge of cracking. "We've known each other for quite some time now, haven't we?" The words tumbled out of Peter's mouth without coherence, reminiscent of a line from his notes, but the sequence and logic had become utterly disordered in his mind. The notes. Yes, he needed the notes. It's been a month," Gwen replied instinctively, still processing the situation. Meanwhile, Peter's hand delved into his pants pocket, desperately searching for the contents within. "You're really kind." You know, everyone dislikes me. Well, not exactly dislikes. At that moment, Peter finally grasped the card in his pocket and pulled it out with urgency. It's just that it's hard to communicate with everyone, right? Just a glance. Just one glance would suffice, he silently prayed, feeling as if his confession had devolved into a farce, yet he still hoped for a chance to redeem it. However, his fingers inadvertently loosened their grip, and the card slipped from his grasp, scattering across the ground. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, he exclaimed in a flurry, his gaze averted, unable to meet Gwen's eyes. He immediately knelt down, attempting to gather the scattered cards. However, all his efforts proved futile once he retrieved them. The ink had been rendered illegible by the water. He blinked fervently, striving to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. It was all ruined by his own foolishness. Peter thought despondently. At that moment, the only thing he longed for was to crash his head against a pillar as a means to escape it all. After a while, he awkwardly rose to his feet, mustering a semblance of courage to gaze at Gwen's face. To his surprise, he found no trace of disgust or mockery there. Instead, she regarded him with an oddly peculiar expression. Was that your confession? She inquired. Peter's cheeks flushed crimson, and he nodded vigorously. Yet, she chuckled incredulously. Haven't we already been dating? Chapter 6. The end of the internship. As the realization dawned upon him, a wave of profound happiness surged from Peter's heart, igniting an impulse to sing aloud. However, before he could celebrate, another dilemma loomed. You jerk. Just a few days ago, I kissed you. Gwen exclaimed in a voice tinged with exasperation, nearly tempted to slap the foolish grin off this idiot's face. I just thought. Peter stammered, attempting to explain. But his inadequate eloquence failed him miserably. Gwen felt her anger intensifying. What do you think? That I am such a frivolous girl? She retorted. Do you think I would be so indiscriminately close with just any boy? Of course not. I'm so sorry, Peter blurted, realizing he had no idea how to articulate his feelings and could only offer profuse apologies. Yet, his insincere attempts bore no weight with Gwen. All right, let us rephrase this. After all our dates, why did you only confess now? Her questions grew increasingly pointed. When we were out together, what were you thinking? Did you see me as a foolish girl who could be easily toyed with? No. Gwen, please let me explain, Peter pleaded, noticing that Gwen hadn't calmed down. He hastily began to defend himself, but once his mouth opened, he found himself at a loss for words. A smile crept onto Gwen's face, accompanied by a fierce gaze fixed upon Peter. Well, go on, I'm listening. Peter opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He spread his hands and glanced around. Could we perhaps find a place to shield us from the rain? Peter's clothes, still kneeling on the ground, were completely soaked through, and his trousers were caked in mud. Another gust of cold wind swept by, causing him to shudder involuntarily and sneeze. Observing his disheveled state, Gwen shook her head, and a significant portion of her earlier anger dissipated. It seemed hardly worth it to be angry at such a foolish boy. She nodded, and Peter, having received a reprieve, hastily retrieved the umbrella he had carelessly tossed aside, clumsily rising to his feet. Peter Parker, you truly are a rogue, Gwen remarked, a blend of exasperation and amusement in her gaze. Upon returning home, Peter predictably faced another reprimand from Aunt May due to his drenched appearance. In the following days, he endured numerous disapproving glances from Gwen, who remained somewhat troubled by his blundering confession from that day. Each time she regarded him with a look tinged with disdain. His cheeks would flush crimson. Even during their coffee date the next day, she did not bestow upon him much warmth. Typically loquacious, she remained largely silent throughout their afternoon tea, while the usually reticent Peter made earnest attempts to elicit her laughter, this being his fourth endeavor. A glass half filled with water, a pessimist might declare, it's only half full. An optimist would counter, there is still half left. A chemist would assert, this glass is full, half liquid and half gas. An engineer would remark, this container only needs to be half the size. After delivering this quip, Peter approached with a goofy grin, keenly observing Gwen's reaction. When he detected no sign of amusement from her, he sheepishly retreated, taking a sip of coffee to mask his embarrassment. Peter, where do you source these jokes? Gwen, now somewhat desensitized by his series of cold quips, inquired with a hint of resignation. Peter retracted his neck slightly. What if I said I penned them myself? Would you believe me? He replied with an awkward chuckle. Not a chance. All right. I confess, I browse joke forums daily, he admitted earnestly, prompting Gwen to close her eyes and press her hand to her forehead. And you select only this kind of humor? A trace of disdain flickered across her face, though Peter remained oblivious. Isn't it utterly hilarious? He exclaimed with enthusiasm, convinced he finally found someone who appreciated his sense of humor. I have another one. Oxygen and potassium went. Gwen swiftly interrupted him, her previously icy demeanor completely dissolving. With a mixture of laughter and exasperation, she implored the bewildered Peter, "Please, no more. Can't I just laugh?" Overall, the date was deemed a success. Gwen's attitude towards Peter improved somewhat, although it would be several days before she would again offer him a smile. Regardless, Peter felt immense joy at having such a wonderful girlfriend in his life. I am indeed a winner in this game of life. For an extended period, this sense of happiness filled his heart, rendering him nearly impervious to worry or frustration. Even when he gazed upon his internship report card, he felt no inkling of distress, despite the large, glaring grade inscribed upon it. At this moment, the report card lay in Harry's hands. Mr. Parker exhibited remarkable learning capabilities and an impressive breadth of knowledge throughout his internship. However, he struggled with collaboration, often leading to misunderstandings due to ineffective communication with his teammates. Furthermore, Mr. Parker's punctuality requires significant improvement, having been absent for 3 days and late on 2 occasions during the mere 4 weeks of his internship. In each instance, he failed to provide compelling justifications. Punctuality and reliability are among the paramount traits esteemed by the Osborne Group. Should Mr. Parker aspire to further his career within the organization, he must make considerable strides in these areas. Harry read aloud the report card, waving it like a flag towards Peter. They had just received their internship completion reports and were about to attend a meeting and presentation, marking the formal conclusion of their internship. Dr. Hanley is quite dissatisfied with your performance. Your report card is the second worst I have seen among 40 interns, Harry teased Peter. Honestly, I thought you would take more interest in this internship. I'm not uninterested. I genuinely enjoyed the experience, Peter replied, somewhat defensively. It's just that there were quite a few chaotic matters at home during that time. He had been recuperating quietly at home during his absences, rendering him unable to attend the internship. It's just plain bad luck. Good. I was worried that the opportunity one worked hard to secure for you would not be appreciated, Harry said, appearing much more relaxed as he returned the report card to Peter. Don't worry about this silly report. I'm the boss. My word is final. When you graduate, you must come work with me. Of course, but let us agree beforehand that my salary cannot be too low, Peter said with a mischievous grin, to which Harry rolled his eyes. By the way, do you want me to help you revise this report card? He gestured toward the glaring comments on the paper. It wouldn't look good to bring home such poor assessments. You might even hesitate to include this on your resume. Yes, Peter quickly nodded, shoving the report card back into Harry's hands. He clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and bowed slightly towards Harry. I leave it to you, Great One. Just don't exaggerate. A little embellishment will suffice. Understood. I will ensure it meets your satisfaction, Harry replied, pocketing the report. I'll give it to you when classes resume on Monday. I doubt I'll see you over the weekend. Peter nodded, preparing to speak when Gwen's voice suddenly called out behind him. Peter. He turned to see Gwen joyfully running towards him from across the hall. She leaped into his arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Harry cast a glance at Peter that suggested he would refrain from being a third wheel and stealthily withdrew, discreetly giving Peter a thumbs up. After a moment, Gwen finally released her grip, and Peter reluctantly let his arms drop. At that moment, Gwen recalled that Peter had seemingly been conversing with someone. Who was that person? She pondered as she watched Harry's retreating figure and inquired of Peter. Oh, that's Harry, a friend of mine, Peter chuckled. And the visibly excited Gwen did not press further. Good news, exceptionally good news. She began to bounce on the spot like a little rabbit, her face alight with joy. I have been officially accepted as an apprentice by Dr. Connors. What? Peter momentarily failed to grasp the significance, and Gwen misinterpreted his reaction. Indeed. It's incredibly hard to believe, I assented. Gwen unconsciously grasped Peter's arms, shaking him in delight. He expressed great interest in my perspectives on genetics, and has decided to take me on as his student. There will be internship opportunities at the Osborne Group every holiday. My goodness, how did such fortune fall upon me? Congratulations, Gwen, you truly deserve this, Peter sincerely remarked. Gwen's performance during the internship had indeed been impeccable. Not only did she execute every task flawlessly, but she also frequently engaged with the instructors during breaks, seeking guidance on her queries. If one were to rank the performance of the interns, Gwen would undoubtedly claim the top position. Her efforts had, without a doubt, been rewarded. Observing her exuberance, Peter felt a pang of nostalgia. After a while, Gwen's excitement subsided, and she returned to her usual composed and graceful demeanor. She appraised Peter from head to toe and posed a question that nearly made him want to flee. Peter, what were your grades on your report? Chapter 7. Wilson Fisk. Having savored the last bite of seafood vermicelli, Wilson Fisk set down his knife and fork. A nearby waiter promptly approached to inquire if he required any additional services or dessert. He hesitated slightly. To be frank, He was merely fond of the flavor of the seafood chowder here. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a time typically reserved for lunch, yet the restaurant, which could accommodate 150 patrons, was nearly empty. Only Fisk and his 4 bodyguards occupied the space. 2 of them stood a few meters away at his table, while the other 2 were stationed at the entrance to ensure security, to indulge in his favorite dish. Fisk had reserved the entire restaurant for 3 hours. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to have the waiter bring him a glass of the recommended red wine. However, upon tasting it, he grimaced. Too acidic, too astringent. He truly did not appreciate such flavors. He summoned the waiter and requested that he convey his gratitude to the chef on his behalf. Under the vigilant watch of his bodyguards, he exited the restaurant and entered his elongated limousine. One of the bodyguards accompanied him in the front passenger seat, while several others took their places in the vehicle behind him, en route to the training ground. Fisk, he commanded in his gravelly voice. The driver nodded silently and started the engine. At that moment, Fisk felt a vibration emanating from his suit pocket. He retrieved his phone, which displayed a familiar caller ID. "Wesley, I trust you bring me good news." "Regrettably, sir, the majority of it is unfavorable." Wesley's calm voice came through the line. His tone bore no hint of panic, as though the ill tidings had already been managed. "Bad news is merely relative." "Do share," Fisk replied, betraying no emotion. The situation was already settled. Few remained in New York capable of posing a threat to him or his interests. No matter how dire the news, it could not be catastrophic. "First, we can confirm that the assailants were indeed the Red Mask. The speculation regarding their grievous injuries leading to their demise is thus rendered moot," Wesley stated. Upon hearing this initial report, Fisk exhaled in relief. "That is hardly significant," Fisk responded slowly. "Regardless of their state, they are merely a small cabal of 3 or 4 individuals. They pose little impact on the grand scheme. We shall first dismantle his public persona, then proceed to cultivate our influence from there. Then I trust the second piece of news will not trouble you excessively," Wesley continued, his focus now evidently heightened. "Oh," Fisk raised an eyebrow. "He declined to attend our meeting? It appears our offer lacked sufficient allure." "No, he did not refuse." Wesley's voice displayed a hint of confusion for the first time. "He sent a messenger, expressing interest in our invitation. Yet he is presently engaged in a matter of considerable importance." "An important matter?" "If memory serves. He has scarcely done anything but indulge in hedonism over the past 24 months, Fisk remarked, somewhat astonished. "What could possibly occupy his time?" "We have yet to ascertain the specifics, only that it seems to involve an individual named Cage," Wesley soon provided. "I fear further probing might provoke his displeasure." "Cage, let us investigate this individual," Fisk commanded. "As for Kirov, you have acted wisely. We possess all the necessary information. It would indeed be unwise to provoke him at this juncture. With all due respect, sir, do we truly need to engage with Kirov?" Wesley presented a differing opinion. "This individual is exceedingly perilous. The resources required to contain him are undoubtedly of greater value than the weapon he represents." "No, Wesley, you may be mistaken. My request to meet him is not merely to confront the Red Mask." Fisk articulated his thoughts, recognizing the necessity of communication with his most trusted aide. "Kurloff, as either a subordinate or ally, presents more disadvantages than advantages. However, he must not become our adversary. You may consider the resources expended to gain his favor as a form of insurance." "Understood, sir. There is one final matter to report. Mr. Bullseye has decided to intervene in this operation. He will arrive in New York tomorrow afternoon, and I have assigned a team specifically for his reception. The Blake brothers are also preparing the necessary equipment for him." "Lester is coming as well?" Fisk raised an eyebrow. "It has indeed been a long time. Let us arrange a lunch together. The day after tomorrow for lunch will suffice." "That sounds like a splendid idea. Shall we go to the Dempsey's Steakhouse?" "Very well. That works. You know I always value your opinions in this regard." Fisk chuckled lightly, though the smile that graced his face bore an unsettling edge. "There are many clandestine matters I need to discuss with Lester, as you understand." "Yes, sir. I will ensure that no one else is present." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fisk ended the call and closed his eyes to rest. A few minutes later, the limousine halted before an unassuming building. It was a modest 4-story structure that, at first glance, resembled those rented out as offices for small companies. Fisk stepped out of the vehicle and entered this establishment, which appeared to be incongruous with his status. However, upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by an entirely different realm. Crystal chandeliers cast dazzling light across the opulently decorated hall. The crimson carpet was crafted from the finest wool, and every painting adorning the walls was a work of art worth thousands of dollars. Wilson Fisk was never one to skimp on his indulgences. Guided by 2 attendants, Fisk proceeded to a nearby dressing room. He removed his suit, revealing his exceptionally robust physique. One of the attendants made a provocative gesture towards him, which he dismissed with a wave of his hand. Moments later, he emerged clad in loose, comfortable combat attire. Standing before the door of a spacious training room on the second floor, Fisk pushed open the door, revealing 5 imposing figures already awaiting him within. His gaze swept over their faces, marked by respect and tension, stirring a sense of reflection within him. These men were formidable martial artists sourced from his team across various regions. Each held a modest reputation in the martial arts community, with 2 having once been champions in New York's underground boxing circuit. Their life stories could likely fill an entire volume, yet now, they served merely as his sparring partners. Fisk nodded and bent down to bow to the 6 individuals, executing the gesture with remarkable grace. The 6, not daring to be remiss, promptly returned the bow. Once everyone was prepared, Fisk spoke. "Well then, let us commence," he stated with a calm demeanor. In the next instant, the 6 figures surged forth, unleashing their most formidable attacks upon Fisk. The murderous intent etched upon their faces and the ferocity of their movements revealed that they held nothing back against their employer. Yet, this was precisely what Fisk desired. Only in this manner could he fully unleash the pent-up aggression that had accumulated over the days. He let out a hearty laugh, and, instead of retreating from the onslaught of the 5 skilled fighters, he boldly advanced to meet them head-on, seemingly intent on confronting all 5 single-handedly. However, the combined assault of the 5 was as fragile as parchment in Fisk's grip. He seized the arm of the foremost attacker and, with a fierce tug, elicited a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Grasping the man by his collar, Fisk wielded him like a weapon, swinging him to knock down 2 others with a single motion. The ensuing battle was almost a one-sided massacre. These so-called masters found themselves unable to withstand even a few exchanges against Fisk, and within a mere 10 minutes, the door to the training room swung open once more. Several attendants rushed in, lifting the moaning martial artists onto stretchers to transport them to the medical facility upstairs. This occurrence, which transpired at least 2 or 3 times each week, had become a routine they managed with remarkable proficiency. Before long, only Fisk and another individual who resembled a steward remained in the training room. "Please convey my apologies to the one whose leg I fractured. I may have been a tad excessive today," Fisk said as he accepted a towel from the steward, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Let him rest for 2 weeks and ensure he receives ample medical compensation." "As you wish, sir," the steward responded, bowing his head. "Shall we commence the second round now?" Fisk nodded, stretching his limbs. "Very well, the warm-up is complete. Let us elevate the challenge to 7 opponents." The steward nodded in acknowledgement and turned to exit. A few minutes later, the door was pushed open once again, and 7 burly men entered in succession. Fisk bowed to them once more, and as he raised his head, his eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and ruthlessness. "Well then, let us begin." Chapter 8. The beginning of school today marked the first day of school, and Peter, rising promptly at 5:30 in the morning, couldn't help but reflect on the swift passage of time. After completing his customary morning jog, he ambled to the dining table, freshly washed and ready. Everything proceeded as usual. Aunt May was preparing the lunch Peter would take to school, while Uncle Ben perused the freshly delivered newspaper. "Good morning. Did you go for your morning exercise again?" Uncle Ben lowered the newspaper slightly to greet Peter. "Yes, just finished my run," Peter replied. "Good morning." Peter settled into the chair opposite Uncle Ben. At that moment, the newspaper in Uncle Ben's hands suddenly captured his attention. The man behind the red mask, is he a hero? The bold headlines of today's New York Daily News piqued Peter's interest. Patiently waiting until 7:30, Uncle Ben set the newspaper aside and turned on the television. After a few moments of anticipation, Peter swiftly reached for it, eager to read for himself. "I've never seen you so engrossed in a newspaper," Uncle Ben muttered, continuing to sip his coffee while watching the sports news that had just begun. Peter remained silent, engrossed in the articles before him. Over the past few months, a figure donning a red mask had waged war against crime on the streets of New York City. With his assistance, the police had seized over 60 kilograms of narcotics and brought at least 12 individuals to justice. Perhaps some believed this man had no relevance to their lives, yet they could not deny they had heard his name. With each of his actions, the alias Red Mask had gained a modicum of notoriety among the citizens of New York. Upon finishing the first section, a smile involuntarily crept across Peter's lips. The feeling of being validated for his actions was undeniably gratifying. However, his expression shifted slightly as he read the next passage. "But does this individual, hidden behind a mask, truly deserve our praise? Can an unknown figure, unaccountable to anyone, wield such authority to judge others?" The article revealed that at least 2/3 of those he had confronted bore permanent injuries due to his interventions. According to police reports, The red mask might even be linked to the recent shooting incident at the Runda Mall. If this were true, blood might indeed stain the hands of the red mask. Chief Paddington stated that the actions of the red mask had breached multiple laws, and the police department was likely to issue a warrant for his arrest shortly. The tone of the article had unmistakably shifted, beginning to critique the various actions of the red mask. The subsequent content echoed a similar sentiment. The red mask's actions were illegal, and he posed a significant threat. Peter's expression darkened momentarily, though he soon relaxed again. The assertions made in the newspaper struck a chord deep within him. Peter had already taken lives. He now found himself uncertain whether he was a hero protecting the vulnerable or a madman fulfilling his own desires through his power. "I must admit, you do have a point," Peter murmured. He rolled up the newspaper and placed it on the dining table. "But what does your opinion matter to me?" On the first day back from vacation, most students remained in a state of limbo. The school, considerate of their transition, refrained from overwhelming them with a deluge of academic demands right away. The content of the class primarily revolved around revision, with assignments merely serving to encourage students to preview the textbook material. Yet, amidst this, Peter found himself engulfed in turmoil, for he was beset by the pangs of adolescence. Since the commencement of the new term, the distance between him and Gwen had been starkly widened. Their busy schedules rendered the prospect of frequent meetings increasingly bleak. The previous cadence of 3 to 4 encounters per week had become a distant dream. Presently, they aimed to ensure at least one meeting each week. Although Gwen expressed that this too might prove challenging. On Fridays and Saturdays, she was committed to an internship with Dr. Connors, leaving her with scant free time. They exchanged phone numbers, allowing for the possibility of texting during their rare moments of availability. Under the influence of the hormones surging during adolescence, Peter found himself yearning intensely to escape the monotony of the classroom and engage in some rather timid escapades with Gwen. Thus far, their relationship had only progressed to the stage of kissing. Despite Peter's fervent desire to delve into the world of adulthood, it seemed Gwen had yet to decide whether to elevate their relationship to that level. Lost in such thoughts, Peter couldn't help but emit a silly chuckle. Although he remained physically confined within the classroom, his spirit seemed to have soared far beyond. "Peter, you appear rather quiet today. Why don't you solve this example problem?" The mathematics teacher quickly discerned the distracted student in her class and, after presenting a challenging problem on the board, summoned him to the front. Typically, a student who had not been attentive would struggle to solve the problem within a short span, providing the teacher ample opportunity to lecture the embarrassed pupil. However, this tactic bore no fruit with Peter. A mere glance at the problem and a brief calculation revealed the answer in his mind. Seizing the chalk, he swiftly inscribed a textbook-perfect solution on the board. Within a minute, he returned to his seat after handing the chalk back to the teacher. "Bookworm," muttered someone from a corner of the classroom, but Peter merely lowered his head in silence, unfazed. Harry shot a glare in the direction of the voice, but upon realizing Peter's indifference, he dismissed the matter entirely. After navigating through the morning of the first day, the first class following lunch was physical education. Unsurprisingly, the teacher announced the day's primary focus, a fitness test. Upon hearing this, at least a third of the students let out groans of despair. Peter was not alone in his disdain for fitness tests. "Quiet down, everyone. If you cooperate and swiftly complete this test, we might just squeeze in a game of dodgeball before the class ends." The physical education teacher bellowed, and the chaos among the students subsided considerably. A game of dodgeball held considerable appeal for these high schoolers. What a bunch of easily swayed fools. Peter muttered softly as he retrieved his sportswear from his backpack and entered the boys' locker room. A hint of smugness crept onto his face as he began to anticipate the reactions and expressions of those around him. After all his rigorous training, Harry would surely be taken aback by his own performance. Merely stating that Harry would be startled seemed an understatement. "You actually made it to the 13th round." Harry, observing Peter as he readied himself for the next round, felt on the verge of a breakdown. Just when he was basking in the glory of his score of 96, he noticed Peter still running in the arena, appearing rather at ease. While the athletic stars of the class began to falter and drop out, Peter remarkably held his ground, remaining steadfast in the race. By the time he finally ceased his efforts, Peter had outperformed Harry by a full 3.5 rounds, firmly securing second place in the class. "How did you manage that?" Harry grasped Peter's arm, looking at him with skepticism. "To be honest, are you on something?" "Not at all." Peter calmly withdrew his arm, secretly elated. "I've just been working out every day. If you put in some effort, you could achieve this too." "Wow!" Harry exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, beginning to poke at Peter's arm. "Goodness, you've turned into a muscle man. Didn't we agree to remain frail boys for life?" A shiver ran down Peter's spine, and he quickly pushed Harry away. "No. If you're gay?" For the sake of our friendship, spare me the advances. I already have a girlfriend. TCH, Harry retreated a couple of steps, wiping his hands on his pants. What a fickle friend. I didn't flaunt my affection when I had a girlfriend. Didn't you just reconcile with Amy? Peter asked in surprise, while Harry awkwardly rubbed his nose. Well, after 2 weeks with her, I remembered why I broke up with her in the first place. Looking at his silly friend and recalling Peter's notorious playboy tendencies, he shook his head in resignation. At this rate, you're bound to face divine retribution. Chapter 9. Sparring Bang, Bang, Bang. In the arena of the Fogwell gym, Peter and Matt's training had commenced. This was their most frequent exercise, defensive training. The essence of this exercise was for Peter to block Matt's attacks in the quickest and most efficient manner possible. This was not akin to the scripted sparring scene in videos. Both had rehearsed their moves multiple times beforehand. Matt showed no mercy in this regard. His speed and frequency of strikes were no slower than in actual combat. In the beginning, Peter had to endure dozens of punches each day. Although Matt had considerably lessened his force, it was still quite painful. As per usual, during the first few exchanges, Matt moderated his speed. But once Peter began to adapt to the rhythm, Matt gradually increased his pace. With the swiftness of lightning, Matt unleashed a series of 3 consecutive jabs, yet Peter, undeterred, effortlessly deflected the onslaught. He merely shifted his arms slightly, effortlessly blocking the majority of frontal attacks. Indeed, that was the key. Relaxing oneself ensured that the body could respond adeptly to any assault. After several ineffective strikes, Matt altered his rhythm. After feigning an attack, he swiftly sidestepped, maneuvering to Peter's flank, and aimed a knife-hand strike at the nape of his neck. Anticipating this, Peter extended his left arm, tracing a semicircle in the air to deflect Matt's hand. In the next moment, Peter's fist surged forward with intent. This was clearly beyond the realm of mere defensive training. Excellent, splendid. Instead of being startled, Matt erupted into laughter. He seized Peter's punch in his grasp, but before he could act, Peter stepped forward, attempting to hook and trip him. Matt's response was simple. He released Peter's hand and stepped back, allowing Peter's strike to miss its mark. This brief gap in his movements provided Peter with an opportunity to unleash 2 rapid punches, both of which Matt successfully blocked. Rather than pursuing the advantage, Peter withdrew a couple of steps, raising his arms once more in front of him. Well done. Let us conclude today's training here. Matt nodded in approval. And upon hearing this, Peter exhaled in relief, lowering his raised fists. Although it was merely a sparring session, it was evident that neither Peter nor Matt had held back during their exchanges. Each attack generated a fierce rush of wind, and even a single punch landing could inflict considerable injury. The intensity of such a battle resulted in significant physical exertion, yet the mental toll was even greater. Observing every subtle movement of the opponent before they struck and deciding in a split second how to respond was no easy feat. A true master develops instinctive reflexes through prolonged training. However, Peter possessed an extraordinary gift that allowed him to bypass this phase. Yet, despite Peter's passive precognitive ability granting him a substantial advantage, Matt still managed to exert control over him, leaving Peter somewhat chagrined. The disparity between them could be illustrated by a single example. Matt's confidence in delivering full force stemmed from his belief that he could retract most of his power at the moment of impact. Conversely, Peter's willingness to strike with full strength was rooted in the simple understanding that he was unlikely to land a hit on Matt. Nevertheless, compared to a month ago, Peter's progress was remarkable. Back then, he had strength in abundance but lacked the knowledge to channel it effectively. It is akin to a child wielding a handgun. While he may indeed pose a certain level of danger and threat to ordinary individuals, his bravado is rendered utterly hollow in the presence of true masters. Currently, under Matt's tutelage, Peter has begun to grasp the fundamental techniques of combat. He understands how to exert force when striking, the appropriate methods for blocking and evading various attacks. Peter has assimilated the foundational theories. What he now requires is merely more practice. Once this stage is accomplished, he will be poised to delve into more advanced theories and techniques. Relying solely on his passive connection to the Force and his burgeoning combat skills, Peter is now able to withstand several encounters under Matt's guidance without issue. Should he harness the active abilities of the Force, he could potentially match Matt in combat and even gain the upper hand in a short span of time. However, Peter has grown increasingly reluctant to actively employ the Force. Each time he immerses himself in its vast ocean, its darker facets encroach upon his psyche, attempting to infiltrate his mind. He comprehends that utilizing it comes at the expense of his sanity, yet it perpetually emanates a lethal allure, the intensity of which amplifies with the extent of his usage. Even the passive precognitive and healing abilities he possesses bear the residual taint of the dark side, rendering him more susceptible to emotional upheaval. The sole means of expelling this influence would be to sever his connection to the Force entirely. Yet, Peter has never dared to attempt such a feat. He is cautious against experimenting recklessly with his abilities. Should anything go awry, it is unlikely that anyone could assist him. At present, Peter remains in a phase of exploration. Until he accumulates sufficient experience, he must tread carefully, step by step. "Did you intervene again last week?" Matt inquired, having seen the report in the news. He sat beside Peter, who was still lost in thought, having just wiped the sweat from his brow. Peter nodded silently, though Matt appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the response. "We had an agreement, did we not? You are not to engage in combat until you can fully control your abilities." Matt's tone bore a weight of gravity. "Your current stability is far too low. You risk losing control easily. If you fall into that volatile state, the likelihood of chaos increases exponentially." I know, Peter replied, forcing a smile that betrayed his despondency. He felt a nagging frustration at being capable yet restrained. "Your involvement unnecessarily escalates the risks. At this point, you are merely an unstable weapon and not a certified enforcer. Should events spiral out of control, the damage you inflict would far outweigh any contributions you make. Setting aside the potential collateral damage, a criminal's life is still a life. Taking it remains a grave error. If one could ensure that these wrongdoers would no longer commit evil, would that not serve as a form of protection for those they might harm in the future?" Peter countered with a question, his thoughts spilling forth unbidden. Matt hesitated for a moment before offering his response. "Yet you have also deprived them of the opportunity to do good in the future. You do not possess the authority to make such a decision on his behalf. Remember, your purpose is to protect the virtuous, not to serve as an arbiter of punishment for the wicked. The distinction between the two is significant, and you must comprehend it. You ought to place greater trust in our judicial system and law enforcement." Peter couldn't help but recall the police's delayed arrival that night, a full hour late. And he sighed. "The issue is, given their performance, it is somewhat challenging for me to place my trust in them." At the headquarters of the police department in Manhattan, George Stacy clenched his fists. As he listened to Chief Paddington's lengthy discourse, a surge of anger welled up within him. "So this is your answer? After 20 years of service, you wish to reassign me to the airport as a mere patrol officer?" George ground out through clenched teeth, while Paddington shifted awkwardly in his chair, clearly at a loss for how to address the challenge. "Stacy, that's not quite what I meant," the chief began, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment as he attempted to lighten the mood. "Your salary and position remain unchanged, correct? Although this reassignment may seem rather distant. We must comply with the directives from above, mustn't we? Besides, isn't it preferable to have a quieter job? You have a family and have worked here for many years. There's no need to risk your life. But I am willing to take that risk," George retorted defiantly, leaving Paddington momentarily speechless. In truth, George had already come to terms with the reality of the situation. The orders from above were not something he could alter with a mere display of frustration. The fact that Paddington was willing to sit down and discuss the matter with him was, in itself, a concession. "George, you must understand," Paddington finally revealed. "Your previous actions have placed you in a rather precarious position. You may not realize it yet, but overall, you may have inadvertently assisted us. This reassignment is ultimately for your own good." "Understood, I understand," George replied despondently, gazing down at the desk before lifting his head once more. Looking at this colleague with whom he had worked for many years, he found himself at a loss for words amidst a whirlwind of complex emotions. Suddenly, he stood up, gathering his belongings. Paddington also rose and approached George. They shared a firm embrace, Paddington patting George on the back twice. "Take care, and keep your head down," Paddington said with a meaningful tone, while George felt a wave of nostalgia. "Good luck, John," was all he could muster as he bid farewell to his old friend. Chapter 10. Shopping time flew by unnoticed. It was only when Peter finally found himself with a modicum of leisure that he was astonished to realize that the school year had commenced a full 3 weeks prior. Within the confines of the school, Peter's circumstances have remained largely unchanged. He continues to excel academically, firmly holding the prestigious position at the top of his class, yet socially, he remains a solitary figure, with only Harry as his confidant. Surprisingly, Peter finds himself untroubled by this situation, while the prospect of leaving singlehood is one reason. The more significant factor is that Peter no longer has the luxury of time to fret over such trivial matters. Over the past 3 weeks, his schedule has become incredibly congested, encompassing studies, training, part-time work, occasional nighttime activities, and nurturing his relationship with Gwen. Peter realizes that managing his life and time is becoming increasingly arduous. Fortunately, he is no ordinary individual. Such intense pressure would likely drive most people to madness. Perhaps due to an enhancement in his mental fortitude, he finds that merely 5 or 6 hours of sleep suffices to awaken him in a state of vigor each day. Additionally, the academic workload remains relatively manageable, allowing him to devote less time to his studies. This series of advantageous circumstances enables Peter to endure, albeit he is uncertain how much longer he can sustain this pace. He feels himself sinking deeper into a quagmire, reaching a point where breathing becomes a struggle. He wishes he could stretch every second into 2, yet still feels time slipping through his fingers. Peter has started contemplating whether to resign from his job with old Jimmy. But the thought of parting with the small savings he has painstakingly accumulated gives him pause. Finding another job with such a lucrative salary would be no easy feat. On the front of his personal growth, Peter has made significant strides. Following a sparring session with Matt, it was officially announced that Peter has graduated from the fundamental blocking exercises and is now eligible to learn more advanced techniques. However, he remains unclear about what exactly he is to learn. For the past couple of weeks, Peter has been focused solely on his training, while Matt has been conspicuously absent, claiming to be preparing for the next round of training. At this moment, Peter's mind is blissfully free of these mundane thoughts, having been captivated by a different concern that arose 7 hours ago. Initially, Peter encountered a dilemma that would incite envy in many. After extensive training, his physique has transformed significantly, rendering many of his clothes from last year unwearable. At first, he brushed off this issue. But when he inadvertently experienced a true wardrobe malfunction in class, he realized it was time to address the situation. Incidentally, when he revealed his physique, several girls in the class gazed at him with admiration. Later, Harry approached Peter, chiding him for not sharing such an impressive way to show off. After Peter, in a mix of embarrassment and laughter, repeatedly apologized, several garments, a size smaller than his own, mysteriously appeared in Harry's wardrobe. Peter required an ample supply of clothing, and a significant shopping spree was unavoidable, while Gwen also desired to add a new dress to her collection. When Peter jokingly mentioned this to her, Gwen suggested they embark on a shopping excursion to the commercial street during their next date. He readily agreed, for he had become increasingly mindful of his attire compared to his previous casualness. Gwen placed considerable emphasis on her appearance, and Peter felt it would be inappropriate to appear disheveled beside her. She had already expressed her discontent with his wardrobe on multiple occasions. Peter held Gwen's fashion sense in high regard. After work, Peter hurriedly arrived at their designated meeting point, keeping an eye on the time. He naturally took her hand, leading her towards the commercial street. Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly. She was still adjusting to the notion of displaying such affectionate gestures in public. Peter, however, seemed unconcerned by her reservations. Since their relationship had been confirmed, he often engaged in actions that left her feeling flustered. Each date, his clumsy behavior occasionally put her in awkward situations. Yet, for reasons unknown, she did not entirely reject these sensations. How does this look? Gwen emerged from the fitting room in a deep blue dress, twirling before Peter. This complements your hairstyle beautifully, and the waistline accentuates your figure splendidly. Lacking any real understanding of fashion, Peter began to fabricate compliments. After Gwen saw through his initial insincerity, he attempted to employ a more technical approach to disguise his ignorance. This tactic proved evidently successful, as Gwen beamed with delight and turned back to the mirror for another look. I was worried it might make me look heavier. Perfect. I'll take this one. With that, Gwen dashed back into the fitting room, while Peter wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved he hadn't misspoken. Minutes later, Peter found himself carrying yet another shopping bag. The adage that a man and woman working together is not burdensome clearly did not apply in every situation. As the proud porter, he now held no fewer than 10 shopping bags. Initially claiming she only needed one dress, Gwen had ended up with not only 2 new dresses, but also 2 pairs of jeans, a blouse, and a pair of high heels. Peter had already completed his own shopping an hour prior. Well, it seems I may have gone overboard, Gwen admitted sheepishly, sticking out her tongue as she reached for a few shopping bags. However, Peter momentarily embraced a rare display of masculinity, flexing his arm muscles. He indicated that he was perfectly capable of managing the load. With their shopping concluded, they noticed the sun had set without their realization. As dinner time approached, having accomplished their initial goal, the two set off on their journey home beneath the glow of the twilight. They laughed and chatted merrily. And just as Gowen mentioned feeling a bit tempted, a dessert shop suddenly came into view. Wait a moment, let me fetch you a cold drink. What flavor would you like? Gowen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she inquired of Peter. Although Peter had numerous quibbles about drinking cold beverages in the winter, he nodded in agreement. After wandering the streets for over 3 hours, he indeed felt a bit parched. I'll have a pineapple flavor, please. After a moment of internal deliberation, Peter finally made his choice. Gowen nodded and suggested he take a seat on a nearby bench to rest. Within a few minutes, she returned with 2 generously filled cups of milk tea. She plopped down beside Peter and handed him his drink. Peter took a deep sip, and the icy sweetness coursed down his throat, refreshing his chest. He closed his eyes in contentment, allowing his body to relax. Despite being able to run over 10 kilometers with a heavy load, he found himself unexpectedly exhausted from the relatively light activity of shopping. Gowen also savored her drink, and Peter's hand wandered over to grasp hers. For a moment, they both remained silent, enveloped in a warm sense of tranquility. Gowen was the first to break the silence. "Peter, do you have any free time next week in the afternoon?" After counting on his fingers, Peter replied, "Thursday should work. I'll be free after school until around 8 or 9 in the evening. Would you like to come to my house? My father would like to see you again." Upon uttering these words, a rosy blush crept up Gowen's neck. Peter, realizing the implication, nearly spat out his milk tea, coughing several times as he pounded his chest in response. Chapter 11. The fan. Despite Peter's various hesitations, time continued to tick away. Now, a full day and night had passed, and he remained uncertain about what he should do or prepare for his visit to Gowen's home. Having met George and Stacy only twice, they had left a rather profound impression on Peter, though not a favorable one. Peter had already convinced himself that George harbored a dislike for him, and he could not conceive of anything that might alter that perception. He imagined George would want to break his legs, as often depicted in films where a doting father exacts revenge on the scoundrel who has deceived his daughter. Perhaps even more insidious methods awaited him. Moreover, George was a police officer. It was conceivable that a mere disagreement could lead to him drawing his weapon and shooting Peter. Ultimately, it would likely be Gowen who would be put in a difficult position. Peter's thoughts were decidedly pessimistic, and his expression bore the weight of his despondency. "What's the matter with you, kid?" Harry remarked, giving Peter's head a light tap to express his concern. Peter merely took a long breath and remained silent. This personal matter is something he prefers not to share with Harry for the time being. Despite persistent questioning, Harry could extract no information from Peter, which only deepened his confusion and curiosity. Typically, under Harry's relentless pursuit, it was challenging for Peter to keep his little secrets hidden. Yet now, Peter remained resolutely silent, indicating that this secret must be significant. With a shrug, Harry decided to attempt again at a later time. "Incidentally, I only learned last night that the incident on Sunday involved the Red Mask's intervention." Harry had embraced his role as an informant and began to explain to Peter, who scarcely read the newspapers, about the truck overload accident in the west of the city, where the Red Mask had saved 2 individuals, including previous incidents. He had saved at least 6 lives. But what of it? Perhaps he had taken more lives than he had saved, Peter casually remarked. Since the media had ramped up negative coverage regarding his second identity, he had adopted a rather nonchalant approach. Yet those individuals were deserving of their fates. Harry defended the Red Mask. Isn't punishing evil a duty of a hero? A month prior, Peter might have felt a flicker of joy at such a statement, but now he was indifferent. Yes, indeed, the Red Mask is a great hero, certainly not a hypocritical murderer. Peter's dismissive attitude was so apparent that even a blind person could perceive it, and Harry was no exception. "Have you consumed something strange? You seem rather off lately." Harry scrutinized Peter with a peculiar gaze. "What? Are you one of those brainwashed by the newspapers, believing the Red Mask to be a criminal?" "No way. How could I dare?" Peter continued his feigned indifference, and Harry lost interest in continuing the conversation. Eventually, Peter, feeling lonely, returned to a state of panic and anxiety. However, a few hours later, he would come to realize, with some regret, that his earlier words might have offended certain individuals. As the school bell rang, Peter first headed to the gym to unwind. Immersing himself in exercise allowed him to relax somewhat. The few individuals in the gym had become somewhat familiar with Peter, greeting the junior warmly. After completing his routine workout and taking a shower, Peter headed towards his locker, carrying his change of clothes. With a heavy heart, he opened his locker door, but before he could retrieve his backpack, a shout erupted from behind him. "You little brat, take this." Quickly dropping the items in his hands, Peter turned around to find Thompson lurking less than 5 meters away. With a menacing grin, Thompson took 2 steps toward Peter and threw a punch aimed at his face. However, the speed, power, and technique of that punch were utterly inadequate against Peter at this moment. He instinctively grasped Thompson's fist, and with a pull and a tug, Thompson immediately lost his balance, nearly toppling to the ground. Although Thompson posed no threat to Peter anymore, Peter still found it somewhat peculiar. Since their last altercation, Thompson had adopted a notably low profile, cleverly avoiding any further trouble with Peter. Now, after nearly 9 months, he inexplicably sought Peter out once more. Peter couldn't help but wonder if the other had mistaken him for someone else. Hey, has your mind gone awry? I don't recall having provoked your fragile nerves recently. Have you experienced those days of the month yet? Peter instinctively uttered this somewhat hurtful remark. The moment the words left his lips, he regretted it, realizing he had transformed a simple inquiry into a provocation. As expected, Thompson's eyes turned a blood-red hue. Though he regretted his choice of words, Peter felt an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. Thompson swung twice, but Peter effortlessly deflected each blow. He stepped forward, aligning his shoulder, arm, and body into a perfect line, crashing into Thompson's chest like an immovable wall. The Iron Mountain technique that Matt had demonstrated re-emerged in Peter's hands. Thompson was propelled backward several steps, his back colliding with the corridor wall. Come on, show me that previous bravado of yours. It's rather pitiful for an ambusher to be dispatched so easily. As Peter continued to taunt, he discovered a surprising enjoyment in this sensation. Thompson's emotions, however, were far from Peter's consideration. You bastard! Thompson charged at Peter again, which caught him slightly off guard. He had anticipated that Thompson would flee in despair upon realizing he had no hope of victory, much like last time. Perhaps he was even more foolish than Peter had imagined. Unfazed, Peter thought. He easily seized Thompson's swinging arm, yanking it while deftly tripping him with his leg. With minimal exertion, this towering figure, over 6 feet tall and weighing more than 180 pounds, was sent crashing to the ground. Peter bent down, pressing his knee against Thompson, who was still attempting to rise. If the women in your family have recently lost their virtue, I assure you, I am not the culprit. Even in this moment, Peter continued to mock Thompson. Looking at you now, I have no interest in them whatsoever. Enraged, Thompson struggled desperately, only to realize, to his dismay, that Peter's strength seemed to surpass his own. No matter how hard he tried, Peter remained as immovable as a boulder. After several futile attempts, he ultimately chose to surrender in humiliation. Well, now you appear somewhat calmer. Could you enlighten me as to what drove you mad? Peter patted Thompson's head and once again posed the same question. After a few seconds of silence, Thompson, who had been quiet until then, finally erupted. You insulted him. You claim that the Red Mask is merely a hypocritical murderer. He shouted vehemently, his body beginning to tremble with agitation. You scoundrel, he saved my grandmother's life. He is not the scum you described. He is a hero. Peter momentarily paused, releasing Thompson. He glanced at his own hands and then at Thompson, who was still on the ground, nearly in tears. Suddenly, everything before him felt absurd. His former greatest adversary had now transformed into a fervent supporter of another version of himself. Peter couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar sense of humor that the world possessed. Looking down at Thompson, he lost interest in continuing to trample him. Peter stood up, and in that moment of disquiet, he failed to notice his surroundings. A slender hand rested upon his shoulder, and in the next instant, Peter realized he had lost control of his body. After a dizzying sensation of weightlessness, his back slammed against the cold ground, landing beside Thompson. Chapter 12. Extraordinary Strength, What Immense Power. After extensive training, Peter's body instinctively reacted at that moment. His legs propelled him upward with sudden force. Akin to a flying fish leaping from the water, and without an ounce of hesitation, he aimed a kick at the girl's face. It was only then that he realized he had acted too late to withdraw. Though her reaction was slightly delayed, her speed was astonishing. Her right hand quickly raised to shield herself, and she stepped back. Clearly lacking any combat training, her retreat failed to take her out of Peter's striking range, and his full-force kick was not easily deflected. Now, his leg could send a 30-kilogram sandbag soaring at a 45-degree angle. Striking a normal person would undoubtedly break a couple of bones. Yet, suspended in midair, Peter could not rein in his strength under the force of his blow. The girl's fingers and cheekbones seemed destined for destruction. To his astonishment, she managed to block his strike with merely 3 fingers. His kick seemed only to cause a slight bend in her fingers, leaving Peter utterly bewildered. Am I dreaming? This was the only rational explanation he could muster. However, the searing pain radiating from his foot was undeniably real. His toe bones might have been fractured. It felt as though he had kicked solid steel. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he used the recoil from his kick to perform a backward somersault, creating some distance. Peter's eyes reflected a mix of confusion and uncertainty, while the expression on the dark-haired girl's face appeared more frantic than his own. After glancing at Peter, she took a few steps back before turning to flee. Wait! Peter called out urgently, but her footsteps did not falter. In a moment of inner turmoil, he discreetly gestured, and telekinetic energy suddenly erupted. In the next instant, the girl lost her balance and fell to the ground. Peter gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he rushed forward a few steps, ready to help her up. However, a fierce glint flashed through the dark-haired girl's eyes as she raised her hand, striking towards Peter. He hastily raised his arm to block the blow. Yet, at the moment their skin made contact, the force emanating from her hand amplified several-fold, instantly overwhelming Peter's own strength. His eyes widened in shock as he lost control of his body once more, becoming a flying figure in the air. With a sickening crash, Peter's back collided violently with the corridor wall, sending a shower of plastered dust cascading down. His internal organs jolted, and a wave of nauseating metallic taste surged in his throat, which he forcefully swallowed back. When he finally managed to rise from the ground, the girl had vanished without a trace, presumably having fled far away. Gazing at the wall behind him, now marred by numerous cracks, Peter's expression turned grave. The force he had just encountered was several times greater than that of Matt, who was already at the pinnacle of human physicality. Yet this power belonged to a seemingly frail high school girl. Who was she? Why had he never seen her before? How did she acquire such strength? Was she targeting him? A barrage of questions flooded Peter's mind, and his speculations grew increasingly grim, instilling a chilling sense of dread within him. Suddenly, a noise came from behind, and Peter turned to find Thompson, who had just risen from the ground. Undoubtedly, Thompson had witnessed everything that transpired. To safeguard his secret, perhaps he should seize the opportunity to silence this individual before the truth escaped his lips. The very thought startled Peter. He quickly slapped his cheeks, attempting to dispel the violent desires that had entwined themselves around his psyche. Once he regained his composure, he resolved to act decisively. "Get out of my sight." Peter feigned a look of humiliation, shouting as he advanced toward Thompson step by step. Thompson, visibly alarmed, instinctively retreated 2 steps. A smirk tugged at Peter's lips as a silent force permeated Thompson's mental realm. "If you dare to spread word of my defeat at the hands of a girl, I will hunt you down and personally reduce you to fragments. Do you understand?" At that moment, Thompson dared not utter a word of protest. He hastily nodded, trembling in fear. When Peter signaled that he could leave, Thompson bolted away, not daring to look back. Observing his ghostly demeanor, Peter couldn't help but chuckle. At least he had resolved this troublesome issue. Thompson should no longer be a bother to him. Who was that woman? This marks the 6th or perhaps the 7th time Peter has posed this question to himself. He remains uncertain. Ever since their encounter, Peter has been endeavoring to uncover the identity of this enigmatic girl. He is convinced that, like himself, she possesses extraordinary abilities. The prospect of having a companion with such talents fills him with considerable excitement. He has come to realize that he is not a singular anomaly in this world. Encountering another individual with superhuman capabilities at his high school suggests that there may be many others like him. If one in every 100,000 individuals possesses such powers, then New York City alone could harbor hundreds of extraordinary beings. Extending this thought globally, the figures could soar into the tens of thousands. Each time he contemplates this, a tumultuous blend of fear and exhilaration surges within him. Presently, Peter has cast aside thoughts of his meeting with Gwen's father. However, despite his vigorous attempts to ascertain the identity of this classmate, he has made little progress. He possesses no name, no class number. His sole lead is her appearance. As time passes, this memory begins to fade, becoming increasingly elusive. With only this scant information, searching for someone among the nearly 1,000 students at Midtown High is not exactly akin to finding a needle in a haystack, but the challenge proves unexpectedly formidable. For the first time, Peter feels overwhelmed by the sheer number of students at his school. It is time to consult a professional information broker. A tall girl with black hair, a sharply defined chin. Harry, perplexed, casts a glance at his friend as he observes Peter's noticeably improved mood. Sensing a shift in Peter's demeanor, Harry suddenly grows wary. "How would I know? By the way, have you found a new love interest? What about Gwen?" "Peter, let me tell you, romance should be approached with sincerity. One cannot act impulsively based on fleeting attraction." Peter gazes at his friend, feeling an unexpected sense of resignation. At some point, his image in Harry's eyes has transformed into that of a playboy. While it is true that Peter has recently enjoyed a streak of romantic fortune, hearing such words from Harry feels oddly discordant. It is worth noting that Peter used to be the one advising Harry on such matters. To be frank, Peter does not wish to entangle Harry in this situation. Last night, Peter, for once, refrained from going out and instead sifted through the school newspapers from the past 2 years. Regrettably, he found no photograph of the girl. This morning and during lunch, Peter scoured the entire school, but he still could not find any trace of her. With no other options, Peter decides to inquire if Harry, the mobile information broker, might know something. However, given the scant information Peter possesses, Harry is also at a loss. Nonetheless, Peter refuses to abandon hope. If conventional methods prove ineffective, he must resort to more extreme measures. In the stillness of the night, Peter stealthily slipped out of his room once more. Uncharacteristically, he had chosen to forego training with Matt, and instead made his way toward the school. With the aid of the Force, he effortlessly bypassed the locks and infiltrated the teacher's office. Having thoroughly familiarized himself with the school's internal network, he swiftly logged into the server using the educational director's credentials, courtesy of his homemade password-cracking software. Soon, he accessed the folder containing yearbook photographs, meticulously searching through each image. Before long, the answer he sought materialized before him. Senior class. Jessica Jones, Peter murmured, reading the name displayed on the screen. Chapter 13. A bitter parting. Armed with her name, the subsequent investigative endeavors became markedly simpler. After navigating through several pages, Peter found himself within Jessica's profile. Her contact information and home address were prominently listed, alongside other intriguing details. He discovered that she had taken a 10-month hiatus from school due to a car accident that claimed her parents' lives, after which she was adopted by the Walker family. It appeared that this upperclassman harbored quite a narrative of her own. For reasons unknown, Jessica's story evoked memories of Matt's experiences. At the tender age of 10, a tragic accident had robbed him of his sight, and his mother, unable to cope with the pressures of life, had departed from their family. Consequently, Matt's father resorted to increasingly desperate measures to secure enough funds to sustain their household and cover Matt's medical expenses. Ultimately, his actions led to calamity, as he crossed paths with a gang whose interests he inadvertently jeopardized, resulting in his father's demise at their hands. The parallels between their stories were striking. Both possessed extraordinary abilities and had suffered the loss of their families due to a tragic incident. If Jessica, too, had acquired her powers during that fateful accident, the coincidence would be nothing short of remarkable. Matt appeared to be around 21 or 22 years old and remained a single man. Perhaps, with Jessica joining their ranks, he could play matchmaker for the two of them? Peter's imagination flourished, brimming with ideas that invigorated him. Indeed, he was eager to recruit this formidable young woman into his team. Her extraordinary strength was a remarkable asset, rivaling his own prowess with the Force, and it was evident from their earlier skirmish that she had not undergone any formal combat training. This reminded him of himself from a few months prior. With proper training from Matt, she would undoubtedly emerge as an exceptionally powerful combatant. If he could persuade Matt to join in their endeavors, the gangs of New York would find themselves utterly overwhelmed. It seemed that assembling a team of superheroes was indeed the way forward. After indulging in visions of a promising future, Peter swiftly grounded himself back in reality. After regaining his composure, he commenced the evening's cleanup. He meticulously returned everything he had touched to its rightful place, then obscured any traces of his actions from the server. With all matters resolved, Peter stealthily slipped out of the school under the cover of night. It was now time to devise a plan. The following day, when the school bell rang, Jessica Jones, as customary, clutched her backpack and set off on her journey home. To be frank, she was reluctant to return. Her stepmother, Dorothy Walker, rendered her life quite unpleasant. This notably successful woman was preoccupied with her public image, perpetually displaying a facade of politeness that had garnered her a commendable reputation. However, upon returning home, she seemed to transform into an entirely different person. She was harsh, demanding, and never lacking in a variety of punitive measures, epitomizing the archetype of a cruel stepmother often found in fairy tales. Yet, unlike those stories, she exhibited the same demeanor towards her biological daughter. In a certain sense, one could argue she was fair in this regard. In stark contrast to her mother, Trish was a kind-hearted and incredibly optimistic girl. Even amidst such a challenging family environment, she found joy in the minutiae of life, filling her days with laughter. This infectious spirit undoubtedly influenced Jessica. As long as Trish was by her side, Jessica could endure her stepmother's myriad insults and abuses. Yet at times, another thought would creep into her mind, the notion of using her newfound powers to sever her stepmother's head. Upon realizing this, Jessica shuddered and quickly banished the dangerous thought from her mind. Just then, her phone rang from her pocket. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Jessica hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button, and a youthful voice came through the line. "Is this Jessica Jones? If you're free at the moment, would you be able to meet and discuss something?" Jessica furrowed her brow. The voice was unfamiliar, yet inexplicably, it felt somewhat familiar. "Who are you?" she inquired cautiously. "My name is Peter Parker. We have crossed paths a couple of days ago." The voice on the other end was remarkably forthright. "I hope to discuss matters regarding your abilities." Peter had deliberated for quite some time on how to approach Jessica, ultimately deciding to present himself as a fellow student. So far, it appeared she had not revealed her powers to anyone else. Approaching her under the guise of the Red Knight could potentially expose his secret identity. In summary, the risks associated with such an approach were far too significant. The identity of the Red Mask must remain concealed from those unworthy of trust. His strength was still insufficiently formidable. Should Peter inadvertently entangle his affairs with Uncle Ben and Aunt May, he feared he would never forgive himself. Thus, he orchestrated a modest gathering in a mall not far from Jessica's residence. Less than 20 minutes after hanging up the phone, Peter caught sight of Jessica's figure. At last, he could observe this kindred spirit closely. She appeared considerably more mature than her actual age. Her complexion was remarkably pale, and her physique was quite slender, exuding a perpetual air of fragility. However, this was not to suggest that she was unattractive. Judging solely by her appearance, Peter would rate her at least a 7, albeit her type was entirely not to his taste. He greeted her warmly. Yet, the other participant in this conversation seemed to be in a rather foul mood. "It's you?" Jessica's countenance darkened upon seeing Peter, her tone unmistakably laced with hostility. "What do you want? How did you obtain my number? You're invading my privacy. I sincerely apologize." Peter said earnestly, "I've been searching for you these past few days. You must understand, you are the first person I've encountered with extraordinary abilities. I am truly sorry for any inconvenience I may have caused." Nevertheless, Jessica remained unconvinced. Though her expression softened slightly, the undercurrent of hostility lingered. "First of all, I don't know what you're talking about. Extraordinary abilities? Have you been watching too many novels and movies? If you have such concerns, I suggest you consult a psychologist." Jessica outright denied Peter's claims. "Secondly, regardless of the game you wish to play, it would be best if you do not involve me. I do not know you, nor do I wish to. No extraordinary abilities? I'm sorry, but merely waving a hand to send a 60-kilogram person flying 4 meters constitutes a form of extraordinary power. I believe that's just adrenaline. Many people have accomplished feats more remarkable than that." Jessica continued to refute him, sizing Peter up with a derisive tone. "And besides, do you even weigh 60 kilograms? It wouldn't be too difficult to send your scrawny frame flying with just a gust of wind." "I weigh 61 kilograms. Peter maintained his politeness. "I'm sorry, but adrenaline cannot account for what you are capable of. Simply using a finger to block my kick is certainly beyond what an ordinary person can achieve. And you need not worry. I am fully aware of this." He stepped forward, extending his palm. "For I am just like you." 3 coins in his hand suddenly levitated, spinning rapidly, commencing a joyful dance. Jessica gazed incredulously at the coins, then back at Peter's face, taking a step back. A smile crept onto Peter's lips. Everything was unfolding according to his design. "I harbor no ill intent. I am merely intrigued by your capabilities. After all, I have yet to encounter anyone akin to you." Peter, brimming with enthusiasm, commenced his well-prepared discourse, oblivious to the increasingly frigid expression on Jessica's face. "Your power is astonishingly formidable. I am confident that after training, you will—" "Wait a moment." She interrupted Peter. "Training? What do you mean by training?" "Naturally, it is to become stronger." Unaware of the underlying tension, Peter eagerly began to elucidate. "Your strength is not currently being utilized to its full potential. With systematic training and mastery of fundamental techniques, your combat prowess will undergo a transformative metamorphosis." "Stronger?" Jessica scoffed, her irritation towards the young boy intensifying. At that moment, the oblivious Peter sensed something amiss. "Why do I need to become stronger?" Peter was momentarily taken aback, having never contemplated this question and unable to conjure a response. "You see, you don't even know." Jessica sneered. "You are merely a child who stumbled upon superpowers. Feeling superior? Wanting to toy with your newfound abilities? No, that is not it. Don't you think that now that we possess these powers, we ought to utilize them meaningfully?" Peter stammered in his defense, yet this statement only served to incite Jessica's ire further. "I would rather be without this power," she exclaimed loudly, attracting the attention of several passers-by. "This power has brought me nothing but harm. I don't know what you think or what your past entails, but don't presume to understand me." Nevertheless, Peter persisted in his final attempt. "Shouldn't we use these abilities to assist others? With great power comes great responsibility. Isn't that self-evident? Assist others?" Jessica had completely lost her desire to continue the conversation. She scoffed once more and turned to leave. "I can't even help those around me. Do you expect me to help others?" Chapter 14. Meeting the Parents, Part 1. Thus, this encounter with Jessica ended in utter failure. Not only did Peter fail to recruit this superpowered individual into his ranks, but he also managed to plummet his likability to a negative value in her eyes. From the perspective of his empathic abilities, had he foolishly pursued her further at that moment, she might have retaliated with a punch. Peter had no desire to engage in another bout with that remarkably strong girl. The memory of being flung against the wall like a rag doll was still fresh in his mind. Now, feeling somewhat disheartened, Peter struggled to articulate his thoughts after being bombarded by her barrage of words. Although, upon reflection, he could indeed identify several counterarguments to her assertions. Alas, it seemed futile. He was not there merely for a debate. Since she showed no inclination to engage, he would have to accept the situation as it stood for the time being. However, Peter did not entirely relinquish hope. Jessica's combat prowess, at least for the time being, far surpassed his own, rendering her an invaluable ally he was eager to court. He resolved to bide his time, waiting for her temper to subside somewhat before making another attempt. Although his initial optimism had waned, he still felt compelled to give it a try. Yet, prior to that, he faced a rather pressing dilemma, a visit to Gwen's home. Peter had devoted the past 2 days entirely to Jessica, and if it hadn't been for a message from Gwen that morning, he might have completely forgotten about this engagement. The thought of disappointing Gwen sent a shiver down his spine. The repercussions of standing her up could be dire. Her subtle yet piercing methods of reprimand made even Peter, a young superhero, feel a chill of dread. Over the brief span of just over a month, Gwen had ensnared him completely. Now, Peter found himself once more in a state of disarray. The speech he had intended to draft and practice had yet to see a single word penned. Moreover, he had neglected to take his suit to the dry cleaners, and it now languished in the closet, gathering dust. As someone who required a draft even for a simple self-introduction in class, Peter felt an immense weight of pressure. Aunt May and Uncle Ben were of little assistance in this regard. Ever since Peter inadvertently revealed that he had a girlfriend, Aunt May had been in a state of extreme excitement, a fervor that Peter found somewhat overwhelming. He dared not disclose to her that he was about to meet his future father-in-law. When he sought Uncle Ben's opinion, he merely grunted in response, advising him to simply be himself. If he needed a suit, he could choose one from Ben's wardrobe, which contained several outfits that might fit him. Peter felt defeated. Being himself was hardly an option, as he had scarcely any friends at school. Donning Uncle Ben's attire, which was decidedly outdated and more suited for middle-aged men, seemed a dreadful idea. While it might suffice for work or an internship, it would feel utterly out of place in this context. Deciding that formal attire was not feasible, he opted for something more expressive. Under the immense pressure, Peter threw caution to the wind and hastily packed a Pokemon t-shirt and matching pants into his backpack. It was only upon arriving at school that he began to regret this decision. "You're digging your own grave," Harry remarked, offering no further commentary. After the day's training, Peter wearily changed into his Pokemon ensemble, and his reflection in the mirror appeared utterly ridiculous. He contemplated reverting to his school uniform, but the stench of sweat emanating from it was unbearable, let alone suitable for a visit to Gwen's house. Now, he found himself devoid of options, compelled to stubbornly continue down a misguided path. Gwen resided in an apartment building in Brooklyn, where George, having nearly lost everything in his divorce from Gwen's mother, secured a bank loan to purchase this dwelling, moving in with Gwen. At that time, Brooklyn had shed much of its notorious reputation, yet it still fell short of being the ideal residential area. Nevertheless, George seemed unconcerned. Perhaps fortune favored him, or perhaps his foresight was indeed commendable. After several urban planning initiatives, Gwen and George suddenly realized they had become residents of an affluent neighborhood, with the value of their once affordable apartment soaring at least threefold over the past 7 years. Now, the property prices had escalated to a level that would require George years of savings to afford. Following the address he had written down, Peter finally arrived at Gwen's residence. The apartment building's interior appeared to have been recently renovated, starkly contrasting with the more antiquated exterior. With a heart full of trepidation, he knocked on her door. Gwen, startled by his presence, regarded him with a peculiar gaze, though she did not react with the anger Peter had anticipated. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Peter shifted his weight, and Gwen, at that moment, spoke softly. "All right, you win," Gwen murmured, pinching Peter's side, causing him to gasp. "I thought you would at least put in a bit more effort. You typically dress far better for our dates." "One must reserve the finest for our moments together," Peter replied, unusually nimble with his words. After a moment of silence, Gwen shot him another glare, yet a hint of a smile escaped her lips. She opened the door wide, welcoming him into her apartment. At first glance, Peter noticed George sitting on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in a television drama. It seemed he had only just acknowledged Peter's presence. He reached for 2 milk candies from the coffee table, popping one into his mouth. "Milk candy, would you like one?" "Oh, sure." Peter instinctively responded as George tossed a candy toward him from nearly 10 feet away. Peter blinked, effortlessly catching the confection, unwrapping it before savoring the taste. "Nicely caught," George remarked, a trace of surprise on his face, evidently not expecting Peter to catch it so easily. After turning off the television, he stood, stretched lazily, and approached Peter. This is our third meeting, yet we haven't properly introduced ourselves. I am George, Gwen's father. I am Peter Parker, Gwen's friend. Thank you, Officer Stacy. Just as Peter spoke, an unexpected flush crept across his cheeks. Ah, I meant the candy, he hastily clarified, leaving the other two in the room somewhat baffled, unable to comprehend his words. Just call me George, he replied. Officer Stacy sounded rather stiff, evoking a sense that I was still at work. Actively disregarding the previous awkwardness, George forced a smile and shook Peter's hand firmly. Would you like something to drink? I have juice and cola. Cola will suffice. Thank you, Mr. George. Oh, don't call me Mr., just George is fine. George appeared slightly exasperated, while Peter nodded eagerly to indicate his understanding. George retrieved drinks from the refrigerator, pouring a glass for each of them. By the way, your t-shirt is quite nice. Thank you. Ghoststone is also my favorite Pokemon. Peter suddenly perked up, visibly excited. However, George, who had merely intended to tease Peter, was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Gwen helplessly covered her face with her hand. The two took their seats at the dining table, deliberately maintaining a slight distance. Upon returning with the drinks, George glanced around before completely ignoring the empty chair across the table, opting instead to squeeze himself between Gwen and Peter. So, Peter, I hear you're performing well at school? George's question blurted out, startling Peter with his enthusiasm. Peter's grades are indeed commendable, Gwen interjected, coming to Peter's aid. He was selected for the Osborne Group's internship team, and there are only 40 spots for all of New York City. Ah, my apologies, George chuckled awkwardly. After all, Gwen was directly taken under the wing of the chief scientist. Peter, it seems you haven't received any accolades, have you? What were the results of your internship? What kind of feedback did you get? I'm afraid I'm not as impressive as Gwen, Peter admitted, his face slightly reddening. Feeling a bit embarrassed to reveal the true outcome of his internship, he scratched the back of his head before reluctantly sharing the fabricated score that Harry had given him. It was just an overall rating, but I lost points for missing 2 days. Nonetheless, Gwen is indeed much more capable than I am. Being chosen as the lead intern is well-deserved. Well, I must commend your honesty, George acknowledged, momentarily pausing his teasing as he noticed Peter extolling the virtues of his beloved daughter. Observing Peter's almost wooden demeanor, coupled with his rather distinctive attire, George suddenly felt at a loss for how to proceed. The potential for humor was abundant, yet he found himself questioning why every possible jab felt like a personal failure. He cast a resigned glance at his silent daughter, sighing inwardly. She is so intelligent and beautiful. Why would she choose a boyfriend like this? Chapter 15. Meeting the Parents, Part 2. This awkward atmosphere persisted, and after exchanging a few trivial remarks, both Peter and George found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Gwen silently observed them, seemingly finding the situation quite amusing. To change the topic, George swiftly announced the commencement of dinner. Peter did not voice any objections. Although this was slightly earlier than his usual dining time, it posed no significant issue. Observing Gwen and George, the father-daughter duo, busying themselves in the kitchen, Peter rose from his seat and inquired if there was anything he could assist with. You would only complicate matters. Please sit at the dining table and wait patiently. Today, your father has prepared his signature dish. Gwen arranged several plates on the kitchen table, while George opened the oven. A peculiar aroma of roasted meat instantly filled the room, and George chuckled with pride as he donned oven mitts and retrieved a roasting pan from within. I hope you are not a vegetarian, for you would certainly find my creation unpalatable. A hint of satisfaction was evident in George's demeanor. His tone towards Peter markedly softened from its initial brusqueness. This is my original lasagna of meats, affectionately dubbed the heart attack, for consuming it alone would likely precipitate a cardiac episode. Peter gazed in astonishment as George sliced into a substantial piece of meat that appeared somewhat charred. Juices flowed from the cut, intensifying the savory aroma within the room. The marinated turkey, pork, lamb, and chicken were coated in a layer of Mexican spice, meticulously stacked together with eggs serving as the adhesive. Finally, everything was enveloped in smoked bacon strips and baked at a low temperature for 2.5 hours. The outer bacon had crisped beautifully, while the inner meats retained their succulent juices, achieving peak tenderness. George seemed to radiate an inexplicable fervor, his demeanor a stark contrast to that of the stern police officer and acerbic father he had been moments before. Behold my magnum opus, George proclaimed, only to be met with Gwen, who covered her face and playfully tapped his forehead with a spoon. The buoyant George was abruptly brought back to earth by this gesture, cradling his head and casting a pitiful glance at his daughter. Dad, that's enough. She expressed her clear dissatisfaction. You clearly derived this from that video you watched last month. You've been consuming this dish incessantly, and the doctor has warned you about your elevated cholesterol levels. But there are no buts. This is the last time. You must not prepare this again. Gwen finally shed her previous quiet demeanor, while George, who had appeared rather imposing moments earlier, seemed to shrink back, hesitant to retort against his daughter. At this moment, as he observed Gwen's authoritative presence, Peter comprehended who truly held the reins in this household. Casting a sympathetic glance at George, Peter silently mourned for them both, foreseeing his own potential future. Indeed, everyone has their struggles, and dinner could not consist solely of George's prideful lasagna. It is certain that Gwen is not pleased with this, and Peter likely cannot consume much of such greasy fare. To mitigate the richness, Gwen has thoughtfully prepared an ample portion of Greek salad and has generously added roasted pumpkin and mashed potatoes to each plate, topped with a dollop of yogurt. Although Peter has never encountered such an unusual dinner before, he finds it surprisingly delightful. The natural sweetness of the pumpkin harmonizes exquisitely with the yogurt, creating a balanced flavor that is both tangy and sweet, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of pumpkin. While George's so-called layered meat may sound utterly absurd and laughable, Peter cannot deny that it actually tastes quite good. Once again, the theory that anything can be delicious if sufficiently adorned with bacon holds true. At the dining table, George has moderated his demeanor, engaging in casual conversation with Peter, occasionally including Gwen in their discourse. Each time this occurs, Gwen casts a sharp glare at the two, prompting them to fall silent in unison. Perhaps due to a mutual understanding, both seem to find favor in one another's company. George begins to share amusing anecdotes from his work, including the ridiculous incident of a certain fool attempting to mail 2 kilograms of narcotics from Boston to New York, which was seized before it even left the vehicle. However, the names provided were all fictitious, leaving them unable to identify the individual involved. Their only recourse was to trace the credit card used for the postage. As you know, our department is notoriously slow. It took nearly 2 weeks before they could make any progress, leaving the case at a standstill. Then what happened? Peter pops a piece of roasted pumpkin into his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on George, who is animatedly recounting the tale. Peter remains quite intrigued by such matters, as he is now deeply entwined in this world and wishes to observe how these lawful enforcers resolve their dilemmas. Ultimately, their efforts proved futile. Within a week, the individual appeared at our precinct demanding the return of his package, asserting that we had no right to open or tamper with it, insisting that it be returned immediately. He was promptly arrested and sentenced to 9 years, still serving his time behind bars. Before George could conclude his story, Peter and Gwen erupted into laughter, visibly pleased by the exchange. Just then, George's phone erupted with a sudden ring. He withdrew it from his pocket, and upon seeing the caller ID, his expression altered. "Darling, I must take this call. Please hold on." With that, he swiftly retreated to his room. Peter and Gwen quietly savored their meal, listening to George's animated conversation from within. "Damn it. I specifically took the day off today. Haven't you already reassigned me from this district? What? You say there are how many people? 4? All right, fine, no problem." This phone conversation concluded swiftly, and George emerged from his room, his countenance decidedly grim. "I apologize, my dear. I have an urgent matter to attend to and must report to the bureau immediately." He embraced Gwen and planted a kiss on her cheek. Turning to Peter, he noticed Peter instinctively rise under his gaze. George hesitated for a moment. "It is a pleasure to meet you today, Peter. You are quite a fine young man. Regrettably, even though I am technically on leave, those criminals do not take time off." George shook Peter's hand. Peter hesitated briefly, his curiosity spilling forth. "May I inquire what urgent case you are handling at present?" "An urgent case? One could say so." George offered a wry smile as he donned his coat and stepped out of the apartment. "You will likely see it on the news shortly." As the door closed, only Peter and Gwen remained in the apartment. Normally, Peter might have entertained peculiar notions influenced by his hormones, yet today he eagerly switched on the television. The afternoon news had barely begun when, before long, the awaited story finally illuminated the screen. Breaking news. The St. John Bank in Queens has been robbed by criminals. Due to the activation of the bank's security measures, these robbers are temporarily trapped inside. Unfortunately, there are also other victims confined within the bank. Ron, who is on site, will continue to report for us. Before the news concluded, Peter had already risen to gather his belongings, while Gwen looked at him in confusion. "What is it, Peter? We haven't finished dinner yet." She began to feel a bit flustered, her usually calm demeanor tinged with unease. "Is the salad I made not to your liking? Did my father's earlier remarks seem excessive?" "Do not worry. He tends to act this way and is not specifically targeting you." Her anxious chatter was interrupted by Peter's embrace. She widened her eyes in surprise before her expression softened. "It's nothing. I am just a bit concerned about uncle and aunt, as this is rather close to home. I need to check on them. Peter patted Gawain on the shoulder before letting her go. I apologize. It seems I have somewhat ruined our meeting. Gawain's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze and shook her head. Not at all. My father actually quite likes you. That is most reassuring. Peter replied with a smile. He picked up his backpack and exited through the door. Let's keep in touch via text. If you are free this weekend, perhaps we could meet up? All right, sounds good. Gawain nodded, a hint of worry flashing across her smiling face. Be careful and take care of your safety. Chapter 16. The Bank, Part 1. The atmosphere within St. John Bank had reached a precarious tipping point. The air in the hall was thick with the scent of gunpowder, as if any spark could ignite the tension. The various counters within the bank now lay devoid of any personnel, as the staff had long since evacuated. At the moment the robbery transpired, the internal security measures were promptly activated. A series of titanium alloy gates descended in the blink of an eye, effectively severing the robbers from the bank employees, enabling the latter to escape safely. This precaution, however, proved disastrous for those still inside, although the majority managed to flee swiftly. A small portion was caught off guard. In their moment of despair, they discovered that the main entrance had been securely locked, while the robbers cast malevolent glances in their direction. Perhaps influenced by the countless films he had watched, one young man, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, immediately reached for his waist, attempting to mount a counterattack. Yet, before he could draw his weapon, the masked assailants opened fire without hesitation. His body was instantly riddled with bullets, blood spilling across the floor. The remaining individuals, witnessing this horror, cried out in terror, kneeling in supplication. As if rehearsed, two masked men stepped forward, aiming their firearms at the hostages' heads, demanding they crawl to the center of the hall. Another approached swiftly, binding them securely with ropes, a process that took only a few minutes. Not all within their ranks maintained composure. Upon realizing that the iron gates and the locked main door would not yield anytime soon, a diminutive masked man grew visibly anxious. He dashed to a window, peering outside at the increasing number of police cars gathering beyond the barred entrance. What do we do, boss? If this continues, we're finished. There are too many cops. We can't possibly break out. There's no need to break out, the man referred to as boss replied with remarkable calmness. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with arms thicker than most individuals' thighs, he rose and methodically loaded 2 handguns, securing them into his tactical vest. He then retrieved a submachine gun from his back, calmly affixing a fresh magazine. We have hostages. They likely won't take any drastic actions. We simply need to buy enough time. Isn't that what we agreed upon from the start? What agreement? The small masked man appeared thoroughly perplexed, his expression shifting to one of alarm and anger in an instant. Clearly, those he had considered allies had not disclosed the entirety of their plans. Another masked individual in the hall shared a similar reaction, surveying those around him before expressing his dissatisfaction vocally. Wasn't it stated that this bank's security measures were lax? Wasn't it promised that this would be a straightforward grab of $120,000? What in the world is happening? Alexei, I'll have you know, I'm not someone easily deceived. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, don't blame me for dragging you down with me. Oh, how could I have almost forgotten? The burly man let out a sinister chuckle. Swiftly, he drew the pistol from his waist and fired a shot into the forehead of each of the 2 individuals. Despite their extensive training, they instinctively reached for their own weapons, yet their reflexes proved to be a moment too slow. Before their hands could grasp the grips of their guns, a crimson hole appeared in their foreheads. You 2 are not part of the plan. Apologies, but we only require 5 individuals, and you wretches are undeserving of a slice of this pie. Upon hearing the gunshots, several hostages in the center of the hall screamed, trembling in fear. Among them, a white-collar worker behaved most pathetically, a dark stain appearing in the crotch of his trousers, as an unpleasant odor swiftly permeated the air. The other hostages dared not move, hoping earnestly for this nightmare to conclude swiftly. All right, brothers. You all understand the task at hand, so do not botch it. The burly man ripped off his mask, revealing a face that was a grotesque sight to behold. His features were sharply chiseled, as if carved by a knife, marred by a multitude of scars of varying sizes. Within his normally deep blue eyes flickered a hint of crimson madness. We have 4 hostages and need to hold this position for 3 hours. After enduring a bit of hardship, we shall relish in the fruits of our labor, he exclaimed, laughing heartily as he scanned his companions. They responded with boisterous shouts, clearly understanding the unspoken camaraderie. Stanley, Ivan, keep watch at the side door. If anyone enters within 40 meters, open fire immediately. Kinney, regarding your hostages, should they dare to make a move, sever a piece of their flesh, wherever you see fit. Howard, you will accompany me at the front door. We need to teach those lawmen a lesson. The burly man cackled madly, brandishing his submachine gun. What is the situation? George, who had not ceased moving since leaving the premises, finally arrived at the scene, though he was not the first on the scene. Over 30 police officers had already established a perimeter 200 meters from the bank that had been taken hostage. Some officers monitored the situation inside the bank, while others dealt with the reporters who swarmed like sharks sensing blood. One officer operating the computer was evidently a recent police academy graduate, his anxious demeanor betraying that such a large-scale incident was a first for him. There are no changes. The perpetrators still have 4 hostages. We have identified 2 of them. We are still searching for the other 2. They should all be customers of the bank. Once the bank employees activated the security measures, they were locked in with the criminals. He provided the information quickly, showing no hesitation in his response. A bunch of incompetent fools, George muttered under his breath. Have we discerned the origins of this group of individuals? Currently, there is only one person whose profile aligns closely with our findings. The young officer, after a couple of erroneous attempts, finally accessed the correct file. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, a photograph emerged on the screen. Anyone who had been inside the bank during the recent hostage situation would immediately recognize the individual depicted in the image. The imposing figure of the ringleader grinned menacingly at the camera while brandishing a sign. Alexei Sisyfovich, a former member of the Russian mafia, was expelled from the organization for killing a fellow associate over a roasted chicken. George quietly read the text on the screen, his expression darkening progressively. He had operated as a freelance mercenary for a time, but was apprehended during a shooting incident in 2004. Last year, he was paroled for good behavior. Damn it. This man was sentenced to 25 years. He should still be in prison, picking up soap. Why was he released in less than 4 years? Good behavior? Does this look like good behavior to you? Finally, unable to contain the anger simmering within him, George erupted in a tirade, causing the young officer to instinctively distance himself from George's wrath. Once George's fury subsided somewhat, the officer cautiously approached once more. What should we do, sir? Should we wait for the negotiation specialists to arrive? Of course. They have hostages. What do you expect? Should we send in a team with guns blazing, provoking them to kill all the hostages in a desperate frenzy? George glared fiercely at the young officer, who instinctively recoiled. At that moment, a thought struck George, causing his brow to furrow. Wait a moment. Am I the first captain on the scene? What about the others? Where are Captains Granger and Kingsley? You are the first here, Commander Stacy, the young officer stammered nervously. You may also be the only one. There's another case in Manhattan, and several captains are tied up. For some inexplicable reason, a chill crept into George's heart upon hearing this. He shivered briefly, shaking off the sensation. Perhaps this was merely a coincidence. Lives were at stake, and he needed to focus his energy on the task at hand. Chapter 17. The Bank, Part 2. The negotiation specialists arrived on-site promptly, traveling in a dedicated vehicle. The man, appearing to be in his 40s and dressed quite neutrally, adeptly donned a bulletproof vest. His ease with the procedure indicated that he had engaged in such endeavors multiple times before. Accompanied by 2 police officers, he stepped across the caution tape. Mr. Alexei, my name is Blake Whitney. Do you have a few moments to speak with me? With a signature megaphone in hand, Blake prepared for a moment before delivering his first proclamation to the bank. As soon as his words left his lips, he instinctively glanced at his watch. After 15 seconds of silence from within the bank, Blake raised the microphone once more. Since you have refrained from providing any response, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. Shortly, we will make a call to one of the stranded bystanders' mobile phones. At that moment, we can continue our discussion, shall we? A few seconds later, a phone nestled in the pocket of one of the hostages began to ring. Alexei signaled to Howard beside him with a glance, prompting him to retrieve the phone. After a moment's hesitation, Alexei let out a cold laugh and answered the call. What nonsense is this? Alexei replied with his unusually deep voice, his tone decidedly impolite. Hello, I am Blake. I trust you overheard my earlier remarks, Blake continued, seemingly oblivious to Alexei's rudeness, maintaining an overly polite yet gentle tone. Talk about what? Alexei spat disdainfully onto the ground. What have you accomplished? Do you think I would be swayed by your sweet words? Spare me your efforts. No, Mr. Alexei, we indeed have much to discuss. For instance, what is it that you truly desire? To speak plainly, prior to today's events, you were remarkably fortunate. A 25-year sentence with the prospect of parole in just 4 years grants you a wealth of opportunities. You could secure a respectable job, establish a happy family, and completely cast aside your past. Mr. Alexei, you are not a man devoid of hope or options. You chose to abandon your prospects in pursuit of this endeavor. Thus, you must possess something you wish to attain. Might you share that with us for a fruitful conversation? Blake's words were calm yet tinged with warmth, resonating with reason, causing Alexei to momentarily lapse into silence, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, Alexei finally spoke. $250,000. 100,000 in cash. The remainder in equivalent gold. I also require a van filled with fuel, unaltered in any way. At that point, I will release 2 hostages. And once I reach a secure location, I shall release the others. Should any step in this process be compromised or manipulated, I will immediately execute one of them. Alexei's voice echoed through the bank's hall, unrestrained by any consideration for the hostages present. His bloody declaration sent tremors through the unfortunate individuals, some of whom could be heard stifling sobs. Bang! Alexei fired a shot into the ceiling, eliciting another round of terrified screams from the group. Silence. Anyone who continues to chatter will find my patience wearing thin. Instantly, the hostages fell silent, not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Blake on the other end of the line staggered slightly, nearly dropping the phone from his trembling hand. He hastily tightened his grip on the phone and spoke swiftly. Alexei, please remain calm. Harming those hostages serves no benefit for either of us. Of course, I am aware of that. The deep voice resounded once more. Rest assured. The gunshot earlier was aimed solely at the ceiling. Yet, next time, it could very well be directed at someone's head. So what are the terms? Such a trivial exchange for 4 lives and to maintain your illustrious facade. Even you, the hypocritical misers, must be willing to part with something substantial at this juncture, no? You cannot impose unreasonable demands. We can agree to the previous terms you mentioned. Those pose no issue for us. Furthermore, a series of additional matters can be discussed thereafter. However, you must release the hostages immediately. This is the most fundamental gesture of goodwill in our collaboration. Goodwill? You speak of goodwill to me. You ought to demonstrate your own goodwill first. Alexei spat disdainfully onto the ground. If I comply with your words, in a matter of minutes, our vehicle will be reduced to scrap metal by your helicopters. Is it too much to ask for a safeguard? Blake quickly grasped this notion. A safeguard, indeed. You require but one. Let us both take a step back. You allow us to make a report, and we shall provide you with a sense of security. 3 hostages. Upon the completion of the transaction, you may release an additional hostage. Is this arrangement acceptable to you? Alexei fell silent once more, and Blake could only feign calm while awaiting the other's response. Alexei gestured subtly to Kenny, who stood by the window, and the latter swiftly understood his intent. Kenny approached the hostages and seized a middle-aged woman by the arm. She immediately erupted into a wretched wail, while the remaining 3 hostages quivered in fear, too intimidated to even glance at the woman being dragged away. You are quite right. I indeed require but a single safeguard, Alexei stated coldly. He kicked the middle-aged woman in the back, causing her already unsteady form to stagger perilously close to the ground. However, after a few forceful blows from the rifle butt of the man behind her, she was compelled to scramble back to her feet, following the instructions given to her. Standing motionless before the bank's glass doors with her hands clasped behind her head, a stir arose among the police. The hostages had come into view, yet they remained unaware of the robbers' intentions. Now the conditions have changed. 1 hostage is not of significant consequence to me, Alexei sneered. It remains the same. Under the same conditions, I will release 2 once I receive the goods. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory response within the next minute, you will witness firsthand what a shattered skull looks like. Now, negotiator, I suggest you find someone credible to converse with me. Wait a moment, Mr. Sivich. Please, exercise some rationality. Why must we be driven into such a dire situation with no avenue for retreat? I have long since exhausted my options, and you have but 50 seconds remaining. Please, be patient. Things here do not operate at the speed you presume. Grant me 6 minutes. No, just 5 will suffice. I assure you, I will facilitate a conversation between you and my superior. Blake is already growing anxious. Though he has faced failed negotiations before, he has never encountered someone so utterly unreasonable. He is convinced that he has extended ample goodwill. Even if he cannot sway the leader, surely the others would be somewhat moved. Yet, the other bandits within the bank appear utterly indifferent, leaving all decisions to their commander. What a remarkable cohesion among this band of thieves. This is outrageous. However, Blake's words bore no fruit. Only 30 seconds remain. If you do not seize this moment, it may well be your final opportunity. Alexei remained unmoved, his gun steadfastly aimed at the hostage's nape, while the middle-aged woman wept profusely, yet dared not utter a sound. At that moment, without warning, a window in the western part of the bank shattered explosively, drawing the attention of everyone inside, and the bandits tightened their grips on their weapons. In less than a second, a fist-sized, dark object was hurled through the window. In the instant that the bandits were momentarily stunned, the object erupted with a blinding flash of light, accompanied by a wave of sound that struck them head-on, inducing a ringing in their ears and a nauseating dizziness that overwhelmed their minds. When their vision cleared, they found a crimson figure before them, accompanied by a light-hearted yet mischievous voice that reached their ears. With a thunderous crack, the red mask made a grand entrance, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha ha." Chapter 18. The chaos of combat. Teams 4 and 5 immediately advanced, prioritizing the safety of the hostages. As the explosion resonated, George, still beyond the perimeter, swiftly ordered the assault. The armed police, on standby, surged toward both entrances of the bank upon receiving the news. "That scoundrel! What does he think he is? Superman?" George muttered a curse under his breath as he set down his radio. Although he had never held the red mask in high regard, a flicker of anger ignited within him. In a situation where lives were at stake, this reckless vigilante chose to charge in without forethought. What had initially been a stable situation spiraled out of control, leaving the hostages still trapped within the building. Should this operation take a turn for the worse, George vowed to see this reckless individual, who displayed such blatant disregard for human life, brought to justice. However, he significantly misjudged Peter's strength and intentions. His choice to intervene at this moment was not made without contemplation. Upon entering the hall, Peter swiftly surveyed the entire situation, and a plan rapidly formed in his mind. 3 aluminum cans, wrapped in tinfoil, were deftly released from his grasp, landing around the hostages in the center of the hall. The gangsters, still recovering from the effects of the earlier flashbang, instinctively closed their eyes and covered their ears at the sight of Peter's next move. Yet, the anticipated deafening explosion did not occur. Instead, the homemade grenades, upon hitting the ground, exhaled a plume of gray mist from their openings. Within mere seconds, the hostages were enveloped in a thick smoke screen, drastically reducing visibility within the room. It was only in such a visually obstructed battleground that one's advantages could be maximized. A truth Peter, having endured multiple battles, well understood. Unfortunately for Kenny, who stood guard by the hostages, misfortune struck. In that instant when the smoke bomb detonated, he unwittingly inhaled a substantial amount of the noxious vapor produced during Peter's spare time in old Jimmy's warehouse, which was far from harmless. Kenny soon felt a searing sensation in his lungs, as if flames engulfed him, with thousands of ants gnawing at his flesh. He began to cough violently. Yet the discomfort in his lungs remained unabated. Even more unfortunate, in the midst of gasping for air, he inadvertently inhaled another breath of smoke. A metallic taste of blood tinged his mouth, accompanied by a sharp pain in his lungs. Strangely, this pain brought him a fleeting sense of relief. At that moment, he yearned to dig his own lungs out with his bare hands to escape this torment. Smoking is harmful to health. One should heed the doctor's advice. Yet, Peter preemptively resolved this dilemma. Gliding through the mist like a specter, he appeared behind Kenny and struck him on the nape, rendering him unconscious. Peter caught his falling body by the collar and, after a quick search, produced a handgun. He first aimed toward the entrance and pulled the trigger 4 times in rapid succession. The 4 bullets struck the locked door, shattering both the upper and lower locks. A middle-aged woman, leaning against the glass door, let out a startled cry and stumbled outside. Realizing her escape, she was filled with elation, scrambling away from the perilous scene. The killers, momentarily distracted, failed to notice the hostages' flight. Peter swiftly approached the 3 hostages, and with a flick of his knife, severed the ropes binding them. The 3 individuals suddenly beheld Peter materializing beside them, poised to scream, yet Peter silenced them with a mere suggestion of the force. At that very moment, several bullets pierced through the thick fog, striking the ground not far from their position. Although no one was harmed, it was evident that the assailants had begun to disregard the lives of their hostages. Peter raised his handgun and fired 2 shots toward the source of the gunfire. The first bullet found only emptiness, while the second elicited a cry of anguish. Howard, who had been indiscriminately spraying bullets with his submachine gun, dropped his weapon in pain, having lost 2 fingers from his right hand to that bullet. "Keep your heads down and make your way to the column in the hall," Peter instructed the 3 hostages in a hushed tone. "To the right of the column, there's a row of cabinets that can serve as your cover. Remain there until the gunfire ceases." Under the influence of his forced suggestion, they offered no dissent, displaying no further panic as they swiftly fled in the direction he indicated. In the next instant, Peter's expression shifted dramatically as he lunged to his right, narrowly avoiding a barrage of bullets that struck the ground where he had just been. The smoke had begun to dissipate, and his earlier shots had completely betrayed his location. After several agile rolls, the assailants once again lost sight of him amidst the fog. "Damn it," Stanley exclaimed, blindly firing 2 shots into the mist, his nerves fraying under the mounting tension and fear. "Boss, what should we do now?" Do not worry. Everything is proceeding according to plan, Alexei replied, maintaining a semblance of calm, though his gritted teeth revealed his agitation. Plans, but this guy wasn't in the plan. Stanley shouted in terror, only to be knocked to the ground by Kenny's body, which came hurtling toward him. In his panic, he failed to discern what had transpired and emptied his gun into the lifeless form in his arms. Once he regained his composure, the identity of the body became shockingly clear. Good heavens, you killed Kenny, you bastard. Ivan gasped in horror, just as a red figure burst forth from the fog. Colliding violently with him, Peter struck 2 powerful blows to his opponent's face, causing him to stagger back in bewilderment. Howard, wincing in pain, managed to crawl to retrieve his fallen weapon. However, Peter swiftly delivered a kick to his cheek, sending him reeling. Reviving from his daze, Ivan let out a furious roar and charged at Peter, but Peter deftly evaded his attack, closing the distance to deliver a punishing blow to Ivan's abdomen. The sheer intensity of the pain contorted Ivan's body into a shrimp-like position, as the acidic contents of his stomach surged back up his esophagus, spilling from his mouth. Behind his mask, Peter raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Dear sir, please refrain from consuming excessive amounts of food prior to engaging in vigorous exercise. Thank you for your cooperation. No sooner had the playful words left his lips than the sound of gunfire erupted. Peter ducked and rolled, narrowly evading a barrage of close-range shots, and dove beneath a chair adjacent to the hall. Before Alexei could take aim again, Peter summoned all his strength and hurled the chair above him toward Alexei. With a disdainful grunt, Alexei effortlessly swatted the flying chair aside, but in the following instant, his pupils dilated in alarm. Peter, trailing closely behind the chair, seized the opportunity presented by Alexei's momentary vulnerability and charged at him. A searing pain, penetrating to his very soul, coursed through Alexei's right arm, causing muscle spasms that sent his submachine gun spiraling from his grasp. Peter grasped the collar of Alexei's bulletproof vest, leveraging his smaller stature to slip beneath Alexei's armpit and behind him. With a sudden surge of strength, Peter yanked, causing Alexei to lurch backward. Seizing this chance, Peter pressed his electric baton against Alexei's neck and activated the current. The intense agony elicited a primal scream from Alexei. However, unlike the adversaries Peter had previously encountered, Alexei did not succumb to unconsciousness. With a fierce roar, he seized Peter's right hand, which clutched the electric baton. Panic surged through Peter's mind. This was a grave mistake. In the blink of an eye, a force far more powerful than his own erupted from Alexei's arm, sending Peter hurtling uncontrollably through the air. Alexei executed a powerful over-the-shoulder throw, propelling Peter toward the wall beside him. If Peter collided with it, the outcome would be dire. Yet, mid-flight, a telekinetic force enveloped Peter's body, momentarily halting his trajectory. This fleeting moment allowed him to regain control, and with a slight adjustment, he propelled himself off the wall he was meant to crash into, executing a somersault to land on his feet, cautiously eyeing the imposing figure before him. He had narrowly escaped the costly mistake. In the next moment, the true law enforcement officers made their entrance. 2 squads of police burst through the front and rear doors of the bank, brandishing their firearms and aiming them at the 2 adversaries still locked in confrontation within the hall. Don't move. Place your hands behind your head and lie down on the ground, commanded the lead officers, their voices resounding with authority. After a brief hesitation, Alexei complied without protest. Meanwhile, Peter disregarded their warnings. He rolled backward, taking cover behind a pillar, and crashed through the glass window to make his escape. One of the officers, in a state of nervousness, fired 2 shots, but another officer restrained his hand, halting his fire. George Stacy pushed through the crowd, approaching Alexei, who was now lying on the ground. Cuff this man. Observing the burly figure sprawled on the ground before him, George spoke coldly. Yet inwardly he could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Thus far, everything had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Unbeknownst to anyone, Alexei on the ground stealthily pressed a button on a miniature remote control in his hand. 2 detectives immediately produced handcuffs and advanced a couple of steps forward. Simultaneously, a second wave of police officers entering the bank discovered 3 hostages trembling behind a row of counters. Habitually, they approached to offer comfort to these innocent victims still shivering in fear. At that moment, one officer's keen eyes caught sight of a small pendant hanging from one of the hostages' waist, its flashing red light emanating a glaring brilliance. Wait a moment. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, the pendant erupted violently, obliterating the hostage's body in an instant, blood and entrails splattering everywhere, staining the surroundings crimson. The nearby officers and other hostages were also knocked to the ground by the force of the blast, blood seeping from several mouths and noses. The police, stunned, turned to look, while the quicker reacting George charged directly towards Alexei, seeking to prevent him from exploiting the ensuing chaos. George aimed his firearm at Alexei's head and pressed his leg against the man's lower back. With his other hand, he twisted Alexei's arm, rendering the towering figure incapable of exerting any strength. "Don't move." George's left hand suddenly exerted force, dislocating Alexei's right shoulder joint. "You are under arrest for terrorism. You have the right to remain silent. However, anything you say will be recorded and may be used as evidence against you." "Rest assured, officer," Alexei grunted, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "I'm not going anywhere, and I have plenty to say." Without mercy, George dislocated Alexei's other arm, prompting a pained scream from the man, who towered over him by a head. He surveyed the surrounding scene, his face paling. The recent explosion, though not particularly large, was considerably smaller than a conventional grenade. He clung to a sliver of hope that no one had been injured or killed in the blast. But as cries of alarm echoed from the far side of the hall, despair settled heavily in his heart. "Handcuff these men and call for more ambulances," he instructed his subordinate in a hushed tone, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, this is going to be a hassle." Meanwhile, Peter, who had fled to the rooftop of a small building across the street, witnessed the unfolding chaos. A chill began to rise from his heart, spreading throughout his body. In his instinctive perception, he sensed the disappearance of two life forces in that direction. Although the specific events remain shrouded in uncertainty, one undeniable truth prevails: he has failed. However, he can no longer assist in any way and must return home alone, burdened by a sense of dread. Just as he prepares to leap from the rooftop, a sudden jolt grips his heart, as if something has seized it. He vividly recalls the last occasion when he experienced such a sensation within his body. A sniper. His gaze instantaneously fixates on a 14-story office building nearly 100 meters away, and in that fleeting moment, his trajectory shifts. A sniper's bullet whizzes past his shoulder almost simultaneously, igniting a searing pain in Peter's right shoulder. Despite his swift evasive maneuver, the bullet has nonetheless grazed his skin. Had his reaction been even a moment slower, the consequences would have been dire. Yet Peter is no longer the naive individual he once was. He no longer finds himself paralyzed by confusion in such scenarios. A fierce glint flashes in his eyes as he resolves to counterattack. He sprints to the side for 2 strides, then executes a roll on the ground, narrowly evading another bullet that comes hurtling toward him. The sniper, a mere 100 meters away, can hardly believe his eyes. It has been 4 years since his last missed shot, and now someone has eluded his aim twice in succession? Such an occurrence is unprecedented for him. Feeling his honor tarnished, his eyes cloud with a crimson rage, and an insatiable thirst for vengeance wells up within him. Gritting his teeth, he adjusts his weapon, removing the scope, for the adversary has encroached to within 120 meters. At this distance, the scope becomes a hindrance. Peter leaps from his previous rooftop, firing his grappling gun toward the upper right eave of the adjacent building. The moment it secures its grip on the concrete surface, he activates the recoil mechanism, propelling himself like a great bird toward the eave. This cherished equipment of Mad-S, acquired through Peter's relentless pursuit, now proves invaluable in his inaugural use. As Peter clutches the eave, yet another bullet hurtles toward him. A surge of telekinetic energy erupts from the direction of his lower body, lifting him inexplicably into the air, where he performs a roll before landing atop the roof. Upon touching down, Peter does not pause for an instant. He continues his sprint toward the sniper's position. His movements atop this steel forest are swift and fluid, rendering the terrain's obstacles utterly inconsequential to him. In less than 2 seconds, the enigmatic sniper unleashes his 4th bullet, and the distance between them has dwindled to less than 80 meters. Despite the seemingly dire circumstances for the sniper, a smug smile crept across his face. At this distance, no matter how quick the opponent might be, evading his bullet was utterly impossible. However, before he could fire his 5th shot, Peter was 1 step ahead. Drawing from his waist his last flashbang, Peter hurled it forward before the adversary could pull the trigger, promptly shutting his eyes. A shockwave erupted before him, and even with the protection of the courtyard, his eardrums suffered some degree of deafness. Yet, Peter's feet did not falter for a moment. If he failed to close the distance before his opponent regained composure, it was he who would meet his demise. The sniper, however, acted with a decisiveness that surpassed Peter's expectations. The enemy had encroached upon his safe distance, and the sound from moments ago was less than 300 meters away from the beleaguered police still struggling at the bank. Undoubtedly, the now enraged officers would seal off the area within 5 minutes. At that point, his peril would be imminent. Swiftly stowing away his sniper rifle and slinging it over his shoulder, the sniper headed towards the escape route he had prepared. To his surprise, His target had already materialized before him, obstructing his path. How fast? In a mere 10 seconds, the opponent had traversed over 50 meters, standing directly in front of him. It seems we must engage, do we not? The sniper's expression grew grave, his tone tinged with an ominous edge. Let us resolve this quickly. If we prolong it, neither of us will escape unscathed. While he found this sentiment agreeable, Peter maintained an air of nonchalance. He scrutinized the sniper's attire, clicking his tongue in bemusement. I shall refrain from critiquing your outfit. Mine is hardly better. But what are those circular objects on your helmet? Mosquito coils? In a certain light, the sniper's attire did appear somewhat ludicrous. Clad in a nearly all-black bodysuit, the neck, hands, and feet glimmered in a bright silver. From a practical standpoint, this gear was utterly inadequate. Even in dim surroundings, the figure could still be easily discerned. More perplexing, however, was the sniper's helmet, which bore a design of 3 concentric circles of varying sizes, with a vivid red dot at their center. Upon hearing Peter's words, the sniper seemed on the verge of an explosive rage, yet at the last moment, he managed to restrain his fury. His lips twitched momentarily, but instead of anger, a smile broke forth. What a repugnant mouth! It nearly succeeded in riling me up. Very well, when I tear it off later, I shall derive even greater satisfaction. Listen well, I am known as the bullseye, and this emblem upon my helmet serves as my mark. While you may not grasp the significance of this emblem, there is but one thing you must comprehend. It would be a privilege for a fool like you to perish at my hands. Chapter 20. Bullseye Peter seized the initiative, launching his assault with fervor. After a brief moment of gathering psychic energy beneath his feet, he erupted forth like a bullet from a chamber, hurtling toward Bullseye. Hey, isn't this a bit ominous? He quipped as he approached Bullseye, whose astonished gaze met him. With a swift punch, Peter struck. The self-proclaimed Bullseye exhibited reflexes that were nearly as impressive as Matt's, deftly blocking Peter's blow. However, Peter had the advantage of surprise, using the force of the block. He pivoted and delivered a spinning kick to Bullseye's abdomen, sending him stumbling back several paces. Though I understand you find this display rather impressive, placing a bullseye on your forehead is rather foolish, wouldn't you agree? Are you not inviting others to take aim at you? What if someone mistakes your head for a target while walking down the street? As he jested, Peter lunged forward once more. The brief exchange had already afforded him valuable insights. Bullseye's agility was indeed remarkable, and his reaction times were swift. Yet, in terms of close combat, his skills seemed only marginally superior to Peter's, and his strength paled in comparison to Peter's augmented power. With his precognitive abilities at play, the battle unfolded in their favor. After a round of mutual attacks, both combatants had countered each other's techniques. A fierce glint flashed across Bullseye's face as he unsheathed a combat knife, aiming it at Peter. This, however, was a grave error. The reckless act of drawing a weapon created an opening in his defense, which Peter seized to deliver 2 powerful punches to Bullseye's chest. Peter's fists were not easily met. Despite Bullseye's immediate retreat, attempting to mitigate the force of the blows, a wave of discomfort surged through him. Realizing he could no longer conceal his ultimate weapon, Bullseye deftly summoned 2 darts that seemingly appeared out of thin air. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the darts spiraling toward Peter along 2 distinct trajectories, their speed cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Each movement was executed with such swiftness and grace that it was completed in less than half a second. Peter's expression turned grave. He evaded the first dart by tilting his head, yet the second dart was too swift to avoid and was on a collision course with his shoulder. A glint of determination flashed in Peter's eyes as he unleashed his power, accelerating his hand just enough to swat the dart aside. However, Bullseye's next assault was already silently upon him. In that fleeting moment, Bullseye hurled the combat knife with unerring precision, targeting Peter's forehead directly. Under his deliberate control, the throwing knife emitted no sound, a feat that would have ensnared any ordinary person before they could even react. However, Peter was no ordinary individual. The strike from Bullseye did not escape his keen perception, although his body was too late to evade. A mere tap of his heel against the ground sent the knife ricocheting away as if it had struck an invisible brick wall. Telekinesis? Fisk's rare honesty has proven to be true. Initially taken aback, Bullseye quickly broke into a wicked grin. Indeed, this ability does counter mine. But do you believe this will secure your victory over me? Peter's heart raced. During the recent evasion, he had been forced to retreat a half step, consequently increasing the distance between himself and Bullseye. Having witnessed Bullseye's throwing prowess, Peter understood one crucial truth. He must not allow his opponent to create space. Yet, it was slightly too late. Bullseye, 5 paces away, wore a maniacal grin as 4 darts materialized in his hands, glinting with lethal intent. You should feel honored. I have only used this technique twice before. 8 darts were launched simultaneously, their unpredictable trajectories weaving a stunning and sharp lotus in the air. Before their assault could reach him, Bullseye waved his right hand, releasing 3 more darts. In just over a second, he had hurled 11 darts, a speed rivaling that of a machine gun. Each dart possessed enough force to inflict fatal injuries, and their trajectories seamlessly converged, completely sealing off any escape routes for Peter. It was likely that even Matt would struggle to evade all these darts, and naturally, Peter lacked such an ability. Gritting his teeth, he once again summoned the force. The telekinetic energy converged before him, then erupted at his command. Bullseye was correct. From a certain perspective, telekinesis was indeed his nemesis. Peter did not need to expend excessive energy to intercept the hidden weapons mid-air. However, facing such a multitude of rapid attacks, he was compelled to employ his most exhausting wide-area technique. After using it twice in succession, a wave of fatigue began to rise from his mind. Nevertheless, this strike did not neutralize all the darts. 2 elusive projectiles found their mark. One embedded firmly in his left arm, while another grazed his throat, leaving a 1-inch gash. Had that strike deviated just slightly to the right, the outcome of this battle would have been irrevocably decided. A peculiar numbness rapidly spread around Peter's wounds. It was evident that these weapons had been laced with some form of anesthetic or even poison. Although the small dosage was not particularly effective against someone like Peter, who could utilize the force to mend his wounds, he was currently embroiled in combat. Regardless, he needed to defeat his opponent before the effects of the drug took hold. There was no choice. Even if it meant drinking poison to quench his thirst, he had to resort to that power. As the next 3 darts launched towards the target, they had already been released at the moment of impact. At this juncture, he was utterly oblivious to the subtle shift in Peter's gaze beneath the mask, where an ominous aura had begun to envelop him, as if devoid of any sensation. Peter effortlessly extracted the dart lodged in his left arm and retaliated by hurling it back, successfully knocking down one of the 3 darts that had been aimed at him. The target was taken aback, instinctively stepping back, leading to a temporary cessation of the subsequent attack. It seemed Peter could read the thoughts swirling in his mind, and derision slipped from his lips once more. Circle-eyed uncle, if this is enough to astonish you, perhaps you should venture outside and broaden your horizons. As Peter spoke, he exhibited no hesitation, deftly deflecting the remaining 2 darts with the knife he had just withdrawn. With a flourish, his injured left hand opened, and one of the darts, as if drawn by a magnet, abruptly altered its trajectory and returned to Peter's grasp. A glimmer of determination ignited in Peter's eyes, and propelled by telekinetic force, the dart hurtled towards the target with astonishing velocity. By the way, indiscriminately discarding objects is rather poor etiquette. What if it inadvertently strikes someone? Whether by Peter's design or mere coincidence, the dart mockingly struck the red dot within the concentric circles on the target's helmet. The helmet's protective capabilities were commendable. The dart merely grazed the oil-slicked skin on his forehead after penetrating the surface. However, the psychological blow was far more devastating than any physical harm he had endured. In disbelief, he removed the dart from his helmet, and the pent-up fury within him erupted uncontrollably. 3 darts were launched towards Peter, yet these attacks, marred by his tumultuous mindset, were easily evaded. The target drew his handgun, while Peter extended his right hand. Before the target could raise his weapon, it exploded in his grasp, mangling his hand gruesomely. At that moment, Peter had surged forward, and recognizing the futility of his situation, the target initiated a desperate counterattack. He merely hoped to delay Peter long enough for the arriving police to capture them both. With his connections, he could escape unscathed. But the exposed identity of the Red Mask was an entirely different matter. Yet, with one hand rendered useless, he was no match for Peter. Within mere seconds, he had absorbed 2 punches and a kick from Peter, the pain from the earlier blows having significantly hampered his speed. After barely withstanding a few exchanges, Peter unleashed a powerful punch to his chin. Struck by this blow, the target suddenly let his hands drop, his body swaying as if losing its balance. Peter, with a cold smirk, stepped closer, gripping his neck with his right hand. I've heard it said that if you were to be thrown from this height, the sound I should hear would be followed by a thud. Let us put this theory to the test, shall we? A glint of ferocity flickered in Peter's eyes as he hurled the target's eye from the rooftop of the 11th floor. Chapter 21. The Man in Purple Robes. In that final moment, clarity briefly returned to Peter's mind. Realizing the gravity of his actions, he forcefully summoned his powers once more. The target's body, plummeting rapidly, momentarily halted in midair. As it resumed its descent, the intended landing spot transformed from the unforgiving concrete to a garbage bin nestled against the wall. Had it been the former, the the target would likely have been reduced to a mere pulp. However, in the latter scenario, survival seemed considerably more plausible. With this crisis averted and the specter of murder at bay, Peter finally exhaled and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Each escape from the clutches of the dark force left him with a disconcerting weakness, as though any further exertion might induce him to vomit. Yet, this was not the time for respite. The police had already discovered the target's fall from the rooftop, and they were far from foolish. Soon, 2 teams were dispatched to investigate. Fortunately, the weapon had merely been coated with a potent anesthetic, the effects of which Peter had managed to curtail. However, such control could not be sustained indefinitely, as it required ongoing expenditure of his mental fortitude. Thus, Peter's paramount objective was to reach a secure location. Hearing the faint sound of footsteps ascending the staircase, he sprang into action. After a swift run, he leaped from the rooftop, vanishing into the night. Are you implying that, due to the interference of a street thug, you chose to take a risk by sending your police team into a situation where the safety of the hostages could not be guaranteed? Inside the Manhattan Police Department, Chief Paddington was furiously confronting George, who sat across from him. The situation had been too chaotic to ascertain the circumstances within, and they could not have known that explosives were attached to the hostages. All the hostages remained under the control of the criminals, and there was a substantial risk they could be harmed or killed during any confrontation. The decision to act was the best I could make with the limited information available, George replied, his expression inscrutable yet tinged with defiance. I understand that my decision may have led to unnecessary casualties, and I am willing to accept full responsibility for that. Responsibility? Can you truly bear it? Chief Paddington nearly slammed his fist onto the wooden desk, but recalled the painful incident of fracturing his finger and reluctantly withdrew his hand. 2 hostages were dead, and 3 officers severely injured. Is this a burden you can shoulder? I mean no offense, sir, but if you were in my position, what would you have done? Seemingly fed up with Paddington's tirade, George's tone carried a hint of indignation. Would you have simply stood by and done nothing? I shall proceed step by step, adhering to the correct protocol. Director Paddington articulated this phrase with deliberate precision. Would this lead to a more favorable outcome? George scoffed, once again weary of their exchange. To continue negotiations while the chaos ensues within? Are you jesting? Even if that band of miscreants were to reach an agreement, they would still detonate that bomb. Their intent was never to rob the bank. They placed a damned bomb on the hostages from the outset, never intending for those individuals to survive. However, this burden shall not fall upon us. The media would merely report that ruthless criminals killed their own hostages, rather than the current narrative. Paddington impatiently tapped his fingers against the table. I have received unequivocal information, reckless and unstrategic. The New York police's hasty intervention resulted in the deaths of 2 hostages, will be tomorrow's headline in the New York Daily. The relationship between the police and the public is at its historical nadir. We cannot endure another blow of this magnitude. As officers of the law, our duty is to protect the populace, not ourselves. Moreover, is our tarnished reputation truly a result of my actions, rather than the systemic rot within? What do you mean by that? Paddington's face turned crimson upon hearing this. His trembling finger pointed at George, his mouth quivering as well. Given your reaction, you must comprehend my meaning. George raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. To be frank, I am too indifferent to concern myself with your affairs. Speak plainly. What is your stance regarding my decision? Are you preparing to place the entirety of this burden upon my shoulders? I have no objections to that. Paddington scrutinized George's untroubled visage, then shook his head and sighed. No, if I were to proceed in such a manner, the morale within the department would indeed crumble. Naturally, your name has already been exposed, and I cannot feign indifference. Your position will be demoted to squad leader, accompanied by a 6-month paid leave. You may return once this tempest has subsided. This is the best concession I can secure for you. Is it not what you desire? Utilize this time to reconnect with your daughter and find solace. Did you not lament missing her birthday celebrations twice in succession? It appears I have little choice left. George offered a bitter smile and lowered his gaze. I understand you must possess more insights, yet I shall refrain from inquiring further. I simply wish to know who those damned individuals are. They have taken 3 lives, and the remaining few will languish in prison until they rot. Their actions surely serve some ulterior motive. The individual found in the trash bin remains in a coma, unable to speak. Thus far, no connection has been established between him and the robbers. As for the assailants, their preliminary testimonies have emerged, and they have confessed rather readily. Director Paddington spoke slowly, exhibiting a remarkable caution in his choice of words. The man at the forefront admitted that he had been hired by a certain extremist religious organization from the Middle East to orchestrate a terrorist attack. The testimonies of the others aligned with his. Nonsense. Such absurdities were met with George's unvarnished skepticism. Would these religious fanatics truly employ a mercenary, motivated solely by monetary gain, to mastermind such a grand scheme? If they possessed that kind of capability, the frequency of terror attacks here would have surely doubled. Do you actually believe in such drivel? No, of course not. Paddington shook his head, a hint of resignation crossing his face. However, what recourse do we have if we do not believe it? In Harlem, New York, a district renowned as a prominent African-American enclave, most white residents had vacated the area in the 1950s, seeking refuge from a growing sense of insecurity. By the 1960s, the crime rate in Harlem reached unprecedented heights, with over half of New York's drug-related incidents occurring within this area, which comprised less than 1/10 of the city's population. The crime rate soared above the citywide average by over 50%. Even after redevelopment and planning efforts in the 1990s, Harlem's reputation remained tarnished. The persistently high crime rate compelled many affluent African Americans to relocate to safer neighborhoods within New York. Amidst this backdrop, a middle-aged man clad in a purple suit strolled the streets of Harlem on a night when even local residents hurried their pace, eager to return to the safety of their homes. Yet, this man's stride remained remarkably steady, his expression devoid of panic, as if he were entirely oblivious to the district's notorious reputation and the hostile gazes directed his way. As he walked, two young African-American men in their 20s appeared ahead, a smirk playing on their lips as they approached him. To them, this middle-aged man seemed nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. They brandished small knives from their pockets, already calculating the worth of the possessions he might carry. However, the purple-clad man did not slow his pace. It was as if he hadn't noticed their presence at all. Just as the two young men prepared to intimidate him, he spoke first. "Perform upon each other what you intend for me. Then take your own lives," he said in an untroubled tone. No sooner had the words left his lips than he casually slipped between the two. The young men stood frozen, as if under a spell, their movements stiff as they turned their weapons upon one another. Without pausing to witness the ensuing chaos behind him, the man in purple continued to walk forward with composure and purpose. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a bar that had recently closed for the night. He smiled slightly and knocked on the door. "Apologies, sir, but the bar is already closed," came the reply. A melodious female voice emanated from behind the door. The figure clad in purple exhibited no signs of displeasure on his visage as he opened his mouth once more. "Open the door." At the command of his seemingly enchanted voice, the bar's entrance gradually swung open, revealing a tall black woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, standing before him. Without sparing her a glance, the man in purple brusquely pushed her aside and stepped into the bar, closed the door, and remained still. The woman immediately complied with his directive, though the palpable terror in her eyes betrayed that her obedience was not born of volition. Heavy footsteps echoed from the rear of the establishment, and the door leading to the storeroom behind the bar swung open, revealing a towering bald black man. Standing over 6 feet tall, his thin t-shirt could scarcely contain the bulging muscles beneath. Distracted from his inventory count by the commotion, he emerged to witness this bizarre tableau. Furrowing his brow, he resolved to ascertain the situation before deciding whether to intervene. Having recently acquired his abilities, he feared that a reckless action could lead to dire consequences. Before he could voice his inquiries, the man in purple had already spoken. "Luke Cage, is it? My name is Kilgrave, and I have been searching for you for quite some time." Chapter 22. A lengthy discussion. The sensation of failure is disheartening, and the repercussions of this particular failure were undeniably grave. Reclining on the sofa, Peter incessantly switched television channels, as reports of the previous night's events flickered across the screen. The St. George Bank heist, a deeper conspiracy. From the outset, this bank robbery was rife with anomalies. The robbers had not prepared escape vehicles or routes, and the detonated explosives seemed ill-suited for mere thieves targeting a minor bank branch. According to credible internal police sources, the masterminds behind this assault were likely affiliated with certain extremist factions from the Middle East. Although this information had yet to be conclusively verified, mounting evidence pointed toward this increasingly plausible theory. This reckless rescue operation was doomed to failure from the very beginning. The police launched a full-scale assault without a comprehensive understanding of the situation and without a guarantee of controlling the scene before the adversaries could react. Was the outcome, 2 dead and 3 injured, truly mere coincidence? This compels us to question whether the New York police genuinely prioritized the safety of its citizens. The Red Mask once again wrought unnecessary casualties during his endeavors. While the vigilante, who purportedly acts in the interest of public safety, may have noble intentions, can such intentions absolve him of the consequences he has wrought? Undoubtedly, a violent individual operating without oversight, unbound by any legal or regulatory constraints. presents a threat to all who traverse the streets of New York. This was a despicable and malicious assault. Those terrorists, indoctrinated by extreme fanaticism, may believe that their recent attack has triumphed, thinking they have struck at the very spirit of America and instilled fear within us. However, we must convey to them that their actions have merely provoked a mighty lion. We must make them understand that every deed they have committed will be met with retribution 1,000-fold. They must learn what true fear is. Only then can we rest assured that no more innocent Americans will fall victim to the onslaught of these madmen. The congressman, resembling a swine with golden locks, fervently shouted from the podium, eliciting a wave of applause from the audience. Observing this politician, who likely was unaware of the attack until this morning, exploiting the situation for political gain, Peter turned off the television in disinterest and rose from the sofa. As a direct participant in the incident, he was acutely aware of the exaggerations being spun, although he had known from the outset that much of what the media reported was sheer nonsense. Some of their words nonetheless struck a nerve. Had he been more vigilant, perhaps he would have detected that bomb. If he had not attempted to escape immediately after the police arrived, he might have thwarted those individuals from detonating it. Because he did not act, innocent lives were lost. Perhaps his involvement mitigated casualties. Perhaps, without him, those two hostages would have met a grim fate. Despite the considerable likelihood of this, a thought lingered in Peter's mind. Would everything have been better had he not been there? Yet now, Peter had little time to dwell on his regrets and melancholy. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Although the injuries he sustained that night were not severe, recovery still consumed over a day of his time. It appeared that the substance applied to the weapon wielded by the self-proclaimed marksman was more than merely an anesthetic. The healing of his wounds was suppressed to a rate akin to that of an ordinary person, an effect that lingered for a full day before dissipating. In some respects, this was rather peculiar. While it is common for hidden weapons to be poisoned, anesthetics are less frequently encountered. The dual-purpose agent that serves both as a sedative and inhibits wound regeneration was something Peter could not yet fathom its intended use. Of course, without grievous injuries. His daily training continued unabated. His regimen remained intact, and during this period, he visited Matt, recounting the events of his previous encounter. Although Matt expressed considerable dissatisfaction regarding Peter's unilateral action, he was surprisingly accepting of the hostages' deaths. One must understand this. While our mission is to assist and save as many lives as possible, it does not imply that we can rescue everyone. Some are beyond our capacity to save, and others do not merit our efforts. If you were to completely abandon your endeavors due to a single failure, it merely signifies that many more individuals have been forsaken by you. Even if countless lives are lost because of me, Matt did not directly respond to Peter's words. After a moment of contemplation, he averted his gaze and began to speak. It is a fragile boundary. To others, we may merely appear as thugs on the streets. And to a select few, we might seem no different from the malevolence we combat. However, what matters most is your own intent. If you are utterly convinced that your actions are just and worthy of striving for, then regardless of the consequences, you possess the right to act without remorse. Yet, to act solely based on one's own beliefs while impacting others, doesn't that seem rather reckless and perilous? Peter pressed on, uncertainty lacing his tone. Perilous? Indeed it is. Matt chuckled. We are inherently dangerous. Peter, you must grasp this. If we cannot indulge ourselves a little, we risk becoming mere instruments controlled by others. Perhaps our personal views are somewhat myopic, but if we allow others to manipulate us, how can you ensure they are nobler or more selfless than you? Peter nodded, somewhat reluctantly accepting Matt's answer. After pondering for a moment, he posed another question to Matt, this time concerning the individual who called himself Bullseye. A master of throwing weapons? Can such weaponry truly harm you? Matt furrowed his brow. In confronting such a slow-moving adversary, reliant more on skill and peculiar projectiles, Peter's superior precognitive ability far surpassed his own, not to mention his telekinesis. This meant that if it were to come to a confrontation, his chances of failure would not be insignificant. After a brief period of reflection, a thought suddenly struck Matt's mind. What about the protective suit you wore that day? Huh? The protective suit? What do you mean? Peter was momentarily taken aback. The one you donned on the night we first formally met, Matt patiently clarified. If I am not mistaken, it should have withstood gunfire, right? Such protection should suffice against most throwing weapons. Peter's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a wry smile. But that suit is ruined. Indeed, the protective garment gifted by Purple Man had deteriorated to an extent unfit for wear. After the battle in the Runda Mall that night, the bodysuit bore over a dozen bullet holes and 2 gashes exceeding 3 inches, while the accompanying helmet was in tatters. Each time Peter beheld the extent of the suit's damage, he couldn't help but feel grateful for his survival that night. Alas, this suit is no longer wearable. The wounds have compromised not only its appearance, but also the integrity of its structural materials. Most parts of the armor are now rendered incapable of providing bulletproof protection, and the shattered windshield, along with the helmet riddled with cracks, poses a significant danger to its wearer. Due to the unique materials of the armor, Peter has been unable to repair it himself, nor does he know anyone who possesses the expertise to do so. The Weasel is certainly aware of this, but due to Fisk's intervention, the relationship between him and the Weasel has publicly transformed into one of hostility. The Weasel clearly stated that he would contact Peter once the storm had passed. Peter is uncertain whether the storm has indeed subsided, but at least from the vantage point of the target, it appears that Fisk has not forgotten about him. However, just as Peter was grappling with the decision to reach out to the Weasel, the latter made the first move by calling him. Chapter 23. Before the storm, Peter received the call the following afternoon, shortly after concluding a date with Gwen. She still harbored some displeasure regarding his abrupt departure during their last encounter, and today she had expressed a bit of her annoyance. Yet, through his usual persistence and playful banter, her mood had noticeably improved compared to their meeting 3 hours prior. After seeing Gwen onto her bus home, Peter's backpack emitted a buzzing ring. He instinctively reached for his phone, only to realize that there were no incoming call notifications on the screen. It dawned on him that he had retrieved another phone from his bag, one that had gone unused for over a month. This phone had been purchased shortly after acquiring his abilities, serving as a disguise for his second identity. Since obtaining the encrypted phone from the Weasel, he had not used this device, and the number of people who knew this phone number could be counted on one hand. After his heart raced a few beats, he swiftly glanced around, ensuring no onlookers were present, before stepping into a secluded corner. Once he confirmed that no one was eavesdropping, he pressed the answer button. "Who is this?" Peter inquired cautiously, refraining from disclosing any personal information. As he anticipated, the voice on the other end belonged to the Weasel. However, the familiar tone lacked its usual humor and levity, instead sounding somewhat constrained and anxious. "It's me, the Weasel. I thought you would have sold this number by now," he said. Peter's voice revealed little enthusiasm. Although he indeed had matters requiring the Weasel's assistance, their last conversation had not been particularly pleasant. "The options you provided me were rather limited, and I have my own responsibilities to consider," he replied. "But rest assured, I won't betray your information, especially given what I know about your abilities." The Weasel's tone conveyed a sense of resignation, before he suddenly shifted to a serious note. "Red Mask, I need you to come by in the next few days. There are some matters I need to entrust to you." Peter's heart skipped a beat. It was rare for the Weasel to sound this earnest, and he even refrained from using the nickname Little Red Riding Hood. It appears that the matter he requires assistance with is indeed quite significant. "It has been a considerable time since our last meeting, and now the very first call you make is to request my help. This seems rather inconsiderate, given that I have ascertained there is no hostility from the other party." Peter found it difficult to maintain a serious demeanor. This was purely a matter of habit. In their previous conversations, it was likely that 7 or 8 out of 10 remarks exchanged between the Weasel and him were along the lines of, "If I did not genuinely need your assistance, I would not resort to this. Rest assured, as long as there are no issues on your end, I can assure you of safety." The Weasel said with a bitter smile. "Do not worry. I will ensure appropriate compensation for your efforts," he continued. Peter paused momentarily, and when he spoke again, his tone had shifted to one of warmth. The topic of repairing the protective suit, which he had been prepared to broach, was momentarily shelved. "Do not say that. If you are truly facing a formidable challenge, it is far more important to assist you in resolving the trouble first. As for compensation, we can discuss that later. After all, having been partners for so long, I trust you will not take advantage of me in this regard." Peter's unexpectedly agreeable response left the Weasel momentarily taken aback. "Thank you. I knew I could rely on you for this," the Weasel exclaimed, his excitement causing his speech to quicken. "How about we meet at the bar this afternoon after dinner?" "After dinner?" Peter replied, his tone reflecting uncertainty. "I may not be able to make it tonight. I have other plans. When will you be available?" The Weasel sounded somewhat anxious, prompting Peter to interject. "Hold on. You need to clarify what this is about first. Just to be clear, you know my rules. Do not worry. It is not anything that violates your rules. However, it does pertain to another client," he explained. "The details could not be conveyed over the phone, and there was a risk of a leak. I will explain everything when we meet." After a moment's hesitation, Peter finally acquiesced. "All right, tomorrow night at 8:30, we shall not miss each other." "Agreed. 8:30 at the bar, we will not miss each other." After placing the phone back into his bag, Peter's expression had darkened considerably, his face clouded with a brooding demeanor. He paced back and forth, displaying signs of agitation. After a few minutes, it seemed he finally reached a realization and exhaled deeply. Peter retrieved his everyday mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Matt's number. "Hello, this is Matt Murdock. Who is this?" Matt's greeting was almost always the same. It appeared he had not activated the voice feature for incoming contacts and was likely not at home. However, since Matt could not see, the contact feature seemed of little use to him. He had to memorize each of his friends' numbers to dial out. No wonder he has never taken the initiative to call his own number. Perhaps he has not even memorized it. Peter's thoughts suddenly soared far away. And it was only when Matt inquired again from the other end of the line that he returned to reality. As he contemplated what he was about to say, his expression darkened once more. "Matt, you may refuse this request, and I shall harbor no objections. However, I am in need of your assistance at this moment." The weasel hung up the phone, his gaze blankly fixed on the man standing before him. Kilgrave was observing him intently, a peculiar smile gracing his features. The weasel's eyes darted nervously, and beads of sweat, resembling yellow beans, trickled down the nape of his neck. "So has he agreed?" Kilgrave spoke slowly. And the weasel's mouth twitched involuntarily, opening without the command of his mind. "He has indeed consented to come, tomorrow night at 8:30. "Excellent. Then I shall require a place to stay for the night. Of course, my companions too." Kilgrave gestured behind him, where the silent Luke Cage stood like a titan hewn from stone, his presence shielding Kilgrave from any potential threats. In a corner of the bar, a shadow nodded in understanding. "Understood. There are 2 rooms upstairs where you may rest." The weasel nodded, responding with a voice as rigid as his demeanor. Kilgrave furrowed his brow and surveyed the bar. It was filled with patrons as usual, yet they exhibited an unsettling silence, quietly sipping their drinks. "Evict all these people. The bar shall remain closed while I am present." "Understood," the weasel nodded. "Furthermore, I expect my room to be immaculate before I retire at 10 tonight. It must be infused with the scent of violet incense, and the floor should be adorned with a scarlet woolen carpet." Kilgrave continued to articulate his seemingly unreasonable demands. It is worth noting that the rooms upstairs in the weasel's bar were likely in worse condition than those of a $30 a night motel, with damp air and filthy, damaged floors and walls requiring thousands of dollars for cleaning and repairs. Completing such work in a single afternoon would likely inflate the cost several-fold. Nevertheless, the weasel promptly acquiesced without a hint of hesitation. "Very well, then you may attend to your matters." Kilgrave waved dismissively, and the weasel obediently withdrew. He turned once more to the bar, gesturing to the 30-odd patrons, who set down their drinks and stood up in unison, orderly departing through the entrance. Throughout this entire process, not a single word was uttered, only the unerringly synchronized sound of footsteps echoed within the bar. "Now then, let us prepare a welcome feast for our new friend." Kilgrave clapped his hands, and a radiant smile spread across his face. Chapter 24. The Feast at Hongmen. The phone call from the weasel was exceedingly peculiar. Even Peter easily discerned the oddities within it. The strange requests, the abrupt tone, and Peter's subtle probes were met with disregard. Under such circumstances, if Peter still perceived this as merely a gathering of old friends or an ordinary task assignment, he would undoubtedly be the greatest fool in existence. There was no doubt that this was a bait, with him as the target. Peter harbored no illusions. On the other side of this bait lay a massive trap awaiting him. However, in a certain light, Peter could not entirely disregard the weasel, for it was evident that he had not betrayed him. Had he truly allied himself completely with the adversary, he would not have employed a manner of speaking so easily decipherable by Peter. Instead, the weasel had provided numerous subtle hints, suggesting he too was ensnared in a situation beyond his control. As a significant intermediary within the New York underground, the weasel's predicament was largely attributable to Peter. Although the reasons behind the weasel's choice to side with him remained unclear, Peter could not simply overlook this act of loyalty. After all, despite Peter's prior caution in concealing his identity, should the weasel recklessly divulge all of his information, Peter might soon find himself contemplating a hasty escape. Especially given the resources at the opponent's disposal, it appeared that he was already paying a price for this. Since the weasel's plight was a consequence of Peter's actions, he could not abandon him. Thus, even if it meant venturing into perilous territory, Peter steeled himself for the challenge. Following several recent battles, his confidence surged once more. Having bested someone as skilled as the Bullseye, he was convinced that Fisk would struggle to assemble a formidable lineup capable of capturing him again. He had cast aside thoughts of other superpowered beings, and he had selectively forgotten the devastating defeat from less than 2 months prior. However, this time he had Matt's support, and he was no longer the same man he had been 2 months ago. In a sense, adversaries of that previous caliber posed little threat to him now. As Peter, Clad in a gray hoodie and donning his iconic red mask, approached the bar. He sensed something was amiss. The guards, typically found at the entrance shooing away lost souls, were conspicuously absent, and the interior of the bar was devoid of any raucous noise. While the building's soundproofing was indeed commendable, it could not possibly account for such profound silence. Ordinarily, Peter could hear the clamor from across the street. Yet today, there was only tranquility. Upon pushing open the door, a melodious violin serenade emanated from the speakers above him. Peter raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Such music might be commonplace in a formal hotel, but in this bar, known as the Weasel, it was unlikely that the group of half-mad mercenaries would tolerate it for more than 5 minutes before seizing the Weasel by the collar and demanding a more upbeat tune. A group of heavily tattooed men were brawling to the haunting strains of Schubert's violin music, creating a dissonant scene that could almost bring one to tears. Upon entering the unusually dim bar, Peter found it utterly empty, save for the Weasel, who was methodically wiping down the counter. His movements were so vigorous. It seemed as though he sought to polish the alcohol-soaked wood into an exquisite pattern. Peter's vigilance reached its peak. His instincts were on high alert, and his hand rested upon the flashbang at his waist. At the slightest hint of trouble, he would be ready to act. The Weasel finally noticed his presence and lifted his head, offering Peter a weary smile. Peter nearly took a step back. He had never seen the Weasel appear so fatigued. The gauntness of his face suggested a degree of malnutrition, accentuated by the pronounced dark circles under his eyes, indicating poor sleep quality of late. "You've arrived," he said calmly, devoid of his usual flippant tone. "The bar doesn't seem to be doing well today," Peter remarked cautiously, glancing around. "What? Are you unable to secure any jobs?" "No. Rather, the jobs I've received are far too significant," the Weasel replied, his voice tinged with weakness. "Thus, I've asked all the irrelevant personnel to leave. I rarely hear you refer to those fellows in such a manner. Don't you usually call them your children? But today is indeed different. Their presence would only complicate matters further. Let us not waste time. Our client awaits us upstairs." "Client? Wilson Fisk?" Peter scoffed. "Weasel, although I am uncertain of the schemes you are concocting, I am not so easily deceived. I understand you may be in some trouble, but as long as you do not stab me in the back, I am confident I can assist you. Let us first meet with the client upstairs. We should not keep him waiting too long," the Weasel said monotonously, and Peter sensed something amiss with his mental state. Just as he was about to speak, the bar's telephone rang. The Weasel answered and handed the receiver to Peter. "This client wishes to speak with you, Mr. Red Mask." A gentle yet emotionless voice emanated from the receiver. "Please come upstairs for a discussion. After all, there are numerous aspects of the downstairs environment that require improvement." Peter suddenly felt a moment of disorientation, and by the time he regained his composure, much of his earlier apprehension had dissipated. He nodded in agreement. Sister Marguerite's Lost Children's School is a bar that embodies the very essence of disrepair. To illustrate the extent of its decline, one need only consider a single instance. On more than one occasion, Peter found himself concerned that in closing the door, he might inadvertently exert too much force and cause this seemingly dilapidated structure to crumble. However, upon ascending the staircase to the second floor, the atmosphere transformed entirely. The crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling illuminated the meticulously decorated corridor, its buttery yellow walls lending the space an air of homeliness akin to that of an upscale inn. Breathing in the lingering scent of paint that had yet to fully dry, Peter turned to the Weasel walking beside him, and a question slipped from his lips. "What is the matter? Are you planning to switch careers and run a hotel now? Abandoning this no-risk venture? Such choices are often unavoidable. We can only fulfill the demands of our clients. And what has become of the spirited resolve you previously exhibited towards the clients? Has it been devoured by the hounds? At times, we must make certain adjustments." The Weasel appeared notably passive in response to Peter's inquiries. While Peter's attention was entirely consumed by the mysterious client they were about to encounter, prompting him to casually remark, "Yet your transformation is indeed peculiar." No sooner had the words left his mouth than they arrived at their destination. Peter pushed open the door and stepped inside, while the Weasel remained outside, quietly closing the door behind him. Inside the room were two individuals. In the center, a middle-aged man clad in a purple tailcoat and tie sat beside a table adorned with a glass of red wine and several exquisitely presented dishes. Looming in the shadows of the corner behind him stood a middle-aged man, considerably taller than Peter, who remained motionless, observing Peter as he entered the room. "Mr. Red Mask, welcome, welcome. It is an honor to dine with a hero of the people who combats crime in New York City." The man in purple chuckled heartily, warmly inviting Peter to join him. For reasons unknown, Peter felt an undercurrent of empty indifference beneath the cigar's warmth. Nevertheless, he found himself drawn forward, taking a seat across from the man in purple. "My name is Zebediah Kilgrave. Before we delve into today's discussion, might you consider removing that absurd mask to engage in a candid conversation?" Chapter 25. A discrepancy in words. Upon hearing this, Peter momentarily faltered, a peculiar sense of inevitability washing over him. His hands trembled slightly as they moved toward his mask. Yet, at the moment his fingers brushed against its surface, his motion ceased. In that instant, clarity fully returned to his eyes. "So is this your trump card? Is this your objective?" Peter's indifferent voice emerged from beneath the mask, laced with a touch of sarcasm. "Mind control. I trust one am not mistaken. It is rather unfortunate that I possess a modicum of that ability as well, and it appears you are not sufficiently formidable to exert control over me." Kilgrave was momentarily taken aback, his previously composed and confident smile frozen upon his face. After a brief pause, a flicker of annoyance crossed his features. He seemed utterly unprepared for the possibility that his power could falter, momentarily at a loss for words. "You manipulated the weasel to lead me here. Then, you attempted to control me, ultimately intending to hand me over to Fisk in exchange for a considerable bounty. Is that your scheme? Fisk, that self-proclaimed kingpin of the East Coast?" Upon hearing Peter's inquiry, Kilgrave erupted into laughter, shaking his head. "No, no, no. While his influence among mortals is indeed substantial, he is merely one of those insignificant beings. You and I, we are not of the same ilk. Mortal? Are you suggesting that you perceive yourself as distinct from others?" Peter astutely seized upon Kilgrave's choice of words. "Indeed I am." Kilgrave spread his arms wide, suddenly invigorated. "Do you genuinely believe that those ants, who would obey with a mere utterance, are akin to us? Are they worthy? Or do you find amusement in toying with such wretches?" "You are a madman," Peter remarked, furrowing his brow. "Madman? No, I merely possess a clearer vision than you. I am confident that, given sufficient time, you will inevitably come to share my perspective. Though it is true that Fisk is pulling the strings, my target from the outset has always been you. He is of no consequence." "My target is you?" A chill ran down Peter's spine. "Let me clarify. I am male, with a preference for females. While I understand that discrimination against homosexuals is no longer in vogue, I must assert, keep your distance, you wretched sod." Yet Kilgrave showed no sign of irritation, as if Peter's words had gone unheard. He continued unabated. "I, too, once reveled in games with those mortals. Damon could be considered a prize from such games." He gestured toward the middle-aged man standing in the corner, who nodded in acknowledgement. "I must admit, in certain respects, that time was indeed quite enjoyable, and Damon proved to be a diligent servant. However, when one accumulates too many collectibles, one realizes that only the truly meaningful few possess real value. And now, I have discovered what could be deemed the finest collectible." Kilgrave turned his gaze upon Peter, a sincere smile gracing his face, the most genuine expression of the encounter. "That would be you, Red Mask." In the next moment, Peter launched into action. He pressed a button on a remote control concealed within his pocket, simultaneously sweeping the table that stood between him and Kilgrave aside, propelling it directly towards Damon, who lingered in the corner, while his own figure surged toward Kilgrave, who was less than 2 meters away. Capture the king before the thieves. Kilgrave was evidently the master of this domain, and the adversary's mind control abilities held little sway over him. In stark contrast, Damon, who had remained shrouded in shadows, had uttered not a single word throughout, yet the palpable aura of danger emanating from him was formidable, rivaling the intensity Peter had felt upon first encountering Matt. If he could momentarily impede Damon and seize Kilgrave first, he would gain the upper hand. However, a sudden chill coursed through his mind, halting his movement mid-action. His outstretched right hand instinctively recoiled just in time to evade a bullet that whizzed past his fingers. Time rewound 2 seconds, and Damon, who had moved in synchrony with Peter, completely disregarded the heavy table hurtling towards him. With an impassive expression, he raised his handgun and fired a shot at the table. This seemingly futile bullet, after piercing the thin wooden surface, intercepted Peter's advance. This slight delay afforded Kilgrave the opportunity to react. Still seated, he erupted into laughter, propelling himself backward with a powerful push of his legs. The chair he occupied scraped harshly against the floor, creating distance between himself and Peter. Having lost the prime opportunity for an offensive, Peter was compelled to abandon the enticing notion of further attack and instead hurled a smoke bomb to the side. Damon, now brandishing his submachine gun, began to spray bullets in Peter's general direction. Wood splintered under the barrage. The exquisite furniture and decor recently acquired by the weasel were reduced to shattered debris. The cover Peter had hastily found offered scant protection, disintegrating into a sieve within mere seconds. Cursed be it, Something about that man's weapon must be amiss. How could an ordinary submachine gun possess such remarkable penetrating power? Peter clenched his teeth, rolling out just before the cabinet he had used as a shield succumbed to the relentless fire. Damon reacted with remarkable speed, adjusting his aim. But Peter was quicker, tossing a flashbang grenade into the fray. Both Damon and Kilgrave were caught off guard, instantly losing their sight. Yet, Damon's firepower did not relent. Just as the magazine of his first submachine gun neared depletion, he retrieved another from behind him, continuing to unleash a torrential storm of bullets in Peter's direction. Even as his vision remained severely impaired, what filled Peter with a sense of dread was that, even under such circumstances, Damon's accuracy remained alarmingly high. If it were not for Peter's own precognitive abilities, he would likely have been struck and severely injured by a stray bullet. "Stop this foolishness." Kilgrave's exasperated voice echoed from the far corner of the room. "I want him alive, do you understand? I do not mind if you break his limbs or shoot him in the backside a few times. But if he dies, you will have no better fate." Damon paused momentarily, and in that brief moment of vulnerability, a small gap appeared amidst the relentless gunfire. Seizing the opportunity, Peter charged forward. During the chaos caused by the flashbang, he had already closed the distance between them. Grabbing a shattered tabletop and using it as a shield, he lunged forcefully towards Damon. Damon redirected his firearm, preparing to teach this young intruder just how feeble his makeshift shield was against his bullets. At that moment, however, the window beside him suddenly shattered, sending shards of glass swirling through the air and momentarily distracting him. Peter collided with Damon, sending him crashing against the wall. In the next instant, Matt burst through the window, his rope shooting out like a serpent, ensnaring Damon's right hand. With a swift tug, Damon's submachine gun flew from his grasp. Reinforcements had finally arrived for Peter. Matt, who had been waiting outside the tavern, sprang into action upon receiving Peter's signal, disarming Damon at a critical moment. Peter swiftly turned and hurled the tabletop like a frisbee, striking Kilgrave squarely in the chest and knocking him to the ground. "I'll handle that guy. He must not be allowed to speak," Peter whispered urgently to Matt. Although Matt was still trying to comprehend the situation, he nodded, choosing to place his trust entirely in Peter. Before they could make any further moves, a deafening crash erupted from their left. The walls separating the tavern's upper rooms collapsed, sending clouds of dust and splintered wood into the air. A bald, muscular African-American man stepped through the massive opening, positioning himself before Kilgrave. Chapter 26. Invulnerable. That brute is certainly not on our side, is he? Matt's tone was grave, and Peter's expression mirrored his concern. "It seems we should not have come here." In that fleeting moment of distraction, Damon had managed to cut the rope, entangling his hand with his knife, and lunged at Matt with a swift strike aimed at his face. Simultaneously, the imposing figure charged towards them. Although his initial speed was lackluster, each footfall reverberated through the structure, causing the very foundation to tremble. Peter swallowed hard, feeling the dryness in his throat intensify. However, beside him, Matt had already been ensnared by Damon, leaving him no choice but to confront the imposing figure of the giant. Having witnessed the brute's strength firsthand, he wisely opted against a direct confrontation. With a sudden burst of speed, just moments before their inevitable collision, he executed a backward lean, deliberately relinquishing his physical equilibrium. In the instant he fell, he harnessed the momentum to deliver a swift kick, aiming a sliding strike at the brute's ankle. When one finds their own strength insufficient to contend with an adversary, one must resort to utilizing the opponent's own force against them. Yet, this strike bore no fruit. The giant remained unperturbed, while Peter's calf was jolted with a numbing sensation. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a punch that struck the brute squarely in the groin. However, this so-called devastating blow met with equal futility, as the giant didn't even flinch, leaving Peter to stifle a grunt of pain. A sharp sting radiated from the back of his hand, likely a result of his excessive force. A sense of impending danger surged through his mind, prompting Peter to execute a backward roll just as the giant's foot crashed down on the spot he had occupied moments before. With an alarming crack, the floorboards buckled beneath the weight, creating a small crater. A cold sweat trickled down Peter's back. Yet he had no time for trepidation as the giant hurled another punch in his direction. With quick reflexes, Peter sidestepped and seized the arm that was striking toward him. Utilizing the giant's own momentum, he maneuvered behind him and delivered a precise strike to the back of his neck. This powerful blow could have easily shattered the neck of an average adult, yet upon connecting with the giant, it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Grabbing a nearby chair, Peter swung it with all his might, shattering it against the brute's form, yet the giant stood there, unyielding, without even a reflexive defense. Watching as the chair splintered into pieces. "You may attempt this several times, "But you shall achieve nothing," echoed the chilling voice of Kilgrave from across the room. "Luke, the newest member of our team, possesses skin harder than steel. Conventional means of harm are utterly ineffective against him. Sir, we greatly appreciate your insights. Kindly elaborate on the strengths and weaknesses of your teammates so we may adequately prepare ourselves," Peter remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm amidst the fierce battle. This momentary distraction nearly cost him as Luke's fist narrowly missed him, sending a chill of fear down his spine. In the span of those two exchanged sentences, Peter had dodged yet another attack and retaliated twice, yet none of his efforts seemed to inflict any visible damage. Faced with this man, as unyielding as iron, he found himself at a loss, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Meanwhile, Matt, aware of Peter's predicament, found himself unable to extricate himself from his own entanglement. Damon, engaged in combat, displayed close-quarters combat skills that rivaled his exceptional marksmanship. The military knife in his grasp executed maneuvers so intricate that even Matt could scarcely fathom them. The keen edge of the blade rarely strayed from Matt's vital points, as if each strike was poised to deliver a fatal blow. Initially unaccustomed to such a perilous, life-or-death confrontation, Matt found himself momentarily subdued. However, upon regaining his composure, he gradually turned the tide in his favor. In terms of speed and technique, Matt still possessed a notable advantage. At this juncture, he unsheathed his weapon, transforming a pair of short sticks into a flurry of strikes aimed at Damon, landing 4 consecutive hits within mere seconds. Although Damon's armor mitigated the damage he sustained, it was evident that he could not endure this onslaught for long. Meanwhile, Peter was also nearing his limit. Having expended considerable energy, he was compelled to block one of Luke's attacks. Despite employing techniques to dissipate over 70% of the force behind the blow, the remaining impact still propelled him backward uncontrollably, ultimately pinning him against the wall. Luke, with a derisive snort, advanced once more, unleashing a punch. At the last moment, Peter managed to evade the blow, which shattered the wall beside him. A chilling gust of wind swept through the newly created opening, causing Peter to shiver. His left arm was left numb and aching from the earlier encounter, and mustering even 50% of his strength now felt like a considerable achievement. He hurled his last smoke bomb, hoping to buy himself a fleeting moment of respite. The adversary was able to disregard all of his attacks entirely, while any strike from them could annihilate him in an instant. The disparity in their capabilities was not something that a mere speed advantage could bridge, and his foresight abilities were rendered futile in the absence of any means to inflict harm. Telekinesis proved equally ineffective, and he had experimented with mental suggestions multiple times, resulting only in a depletion of his mental energy without any tangible results. Kilgrave's control over Luke was significantly more potent than Peter's own abilities. Just then, Damon, who had been on the defensive, unleashed his ultimate technique. At the cost of relinquishing his weapon, he momentarily forced Matt back, seizing the fleeting opportunity to draw 2 large-caliber handguns, unleashing a metallic storm of death upon Matt. Caught off guard, Matt was on the verge of being torn to shreds by the barrage of bullets. However, Peter, with his foresight, swiftly intervened, throwing a half of a chair between Matt and Damon, granting Matt a precious half-second to react. Simultaneously, Luke emerged from the smoke, launching another punch at Peter. A rope shot forth from the haze behind him, ensnaring his neck tightly. On the opposite side of the rope, Matt yanked with great force, causing Luke Cage to be momentarily stirred for the first time in this battle. The dark hue of his skin flushed slightly due to a sudden lack of oxygen. He seized the rope that wrapped around his neck and, with a fierce roar, managed to sever the cord capable of supporting half a ton of weight. In the next moment, Matt charged forward, delivering powerful strikes to 2 pressure points on Luke's back with his dual batons. Luke immediately felt a numbing sensation in one side of his body, making even the slightest movement a challenge, and he was unable to summon his formidable strength. This sensation slowly dissipated after 2 or 3 seconds. "Shall we switch?" Matt observed Luke, his expression grave. "Switch." Peter quickly nodded and rushed toward Damon, who had just emptied his gun and was in the process of reloading. It was evident that Matt's earlier assault had been effective, marking the first piece of good news in this skirmish. The barrage of gunfire that had troubled Matt was swiftly resolved by Peter in an instant. Although Peter's raw power, as a purely offensive tool, could not yet match the force of his fists, firearms, after all, are intricate instruments. Once all the bullets in the magazine were detonated, the 2 lethal weapons were instantaneously reduced to countless shards of scrap metal, leaving Damon's hands bloodied and mangled. "Though I have already allowed you one hand, to forfeit both is rather dismissive of me," Peter remarked with a teasing tone. Damon's icy countenance betrayed no change. Yet he was undeniably being thoroughly subdued in his confrontation with Peter. The unfortunate soul, who had been jointly attacked by Peter and Matt from the outset, had accumulated significant injuries throughout this conflict, managing to exert no more than 60% of his strength. Even with merely 60% of his power, Matt could at most achieve a stalemate against Peter, who was not employing his full array of abilities. Faced with Peter's unabated onslaught, Damon could only struggle to withstand the assault. In a matter of mere seconds, Peter executed a graceful series of 3 uppercuts, while Damon's defending hands were held in place by Peter's telekinesis, allowing the punches to land squarely on his face. Damon staggered, momentarily dazed, before collapsing to the ground like a lifeless puppet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Matt and Luke Cage were engaged in a vibrant exchange. Although Matt could not inflict significant damage upon Luke's resilient skin, his precise strikes to Luke's meridians and the infiltration of his hidden energy rendered Luke incapable of utilizing even 30% of his strength. Just as Peter believed victory was within his grasp, the situation took a sudden turn. The overlooked Kilgrave finally made his move. No, perhaps it would be more apt to say he merely spoke. Stop. Those 3 simple words caused Matt, caught in the throes of battle, to freeze abruptly. In the next instant, Luke's fist, as large as a cauldron, came crashing down upon his chest, sending him hurtling through the air like a mere insect. Matt's body collided forcefully with the already dilapidated wall, yet this did not halt his momentum. His body crashed against the wall, creating a large hole, disappearing into the darkness of another room. Chapter 27. The Final Struggle. Matt. In a moment of desperation, Peter inadvertently called out Matt's name, prompting a contemplative expression from Kilgrave nearby. Unaware of his blunder, Peter hurriedly ran towards the direction where Matt had been sent flying. If Matt had perished from that blow, Peter feared he would never forgive himself. This reckless encounter was entirely his fault. Even after recognizing it was a trap, he willingly plunged into it. Upon discovering that his opponent also possessed superpowers, Peter stubbornly chose not to retreat safely, but instead confidently opted for a head-on confrontation. This series of erroneous decisions had led to the current predicament. Matt's fate was uncertain, and it seemed Peter was destined to follow suit. Having scarcely taken a few steps, Peter was compelled to halt and take a step back, narrowly avoiding a chair that came hurtling toward him. This brief moment of obstruction afforded Luke sufficient time to reposition himself, blocking Peter's path. Get out of my way. Peter's eyes blazed crimson. His right hand shot out, and the serene force erupted from him in a violent surge, freezing Luke Cage in place. A mysterious power constricted around Luke's throat, tightening relentlessly. Luke grasped at his neck, his face turning crimson from momentary asphyxiation. Yet Peter, too, had reached the limits of his abilities. Blood vessels had burst in his eyes, and his mental energy surged like a tsunami. Despite this, the invisible hand of force gripping Luke's neck could not exert any more pressure. Although he could summon vast amounts of power driven by his emotional turmoil, the sheer force of telekinesis could not surpass the strength of his opponent's physical form. No matter how intently he focused, he could not breach Luke Cage's most formidable defense, his skin. This brief confinement lasted less than 5 seconds. Under Luke's furious roar, the force prison Peter had conjured began to shatter under the sheer might of his opponent, ultimately being torn apart by Luke's sudden surge of strength. Peter emitted a muffled groan and stumbled back 2 steps, a dark crimson blood trickling from his nostrils. The backlash from forcibly wielding the force had inflicted significant harm on him, awakening him to the reality of his impulsive actions. As he witnessed Luke regaining his mobility and charging toward him, Peter could not help but reveal a wry smile. Yet he still had one last plan. Gathering all his strength in his relatively intact right hand, Peter unleashed a powerful punch just as Luke was about to charge towards him. The combined force of his physical and mental might erupted through his fist, striking the ground beneath him. This impact was akin to that of a car colliding at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, a force far beyond what the nearly decayed wooden floor of the hotel could withstand. The floor within a 2-meter radius around Peter collapsed, sending shattered fragments of wood plummeting downwards alongside him. Luke, having lost his footing, was not spared from this fate either. His divine power proved useless in midair, leaving him to watch helplessly as he descended closer to the ground. However, Peter, who fell slightly ahead, threw a rope that ensnared a piece of exposed wood from the broken floor. With a sudden tug, he tightened the rope, utilizing the recoil to propel himself upwards. Luke extended his right hand, attempting to grasp Peter, who was now less than a meter away. Yet, another surge of telekinetic energy erupted between them, momentarily pushing them apart, causing Luke to watch in vain as his fingers swiped futilely just inches from Peter's chest. In a flash of inspiration, Peter planted a foot on Luke's bald head, leveraging the telekinetic force to return to the second floor, as if everything was unfolding according to his plan. Damon had already lost consciousness, and Luke was trapped below. It would take at least 20 seconds for reinforcements to arrive, a duration ample enough for Peter to accomplish several objectives, such as eliminating Kilgrave and liberating Damon and Luke from this chaotic control. His expression remained impassive, his full attention fixated on Kilgrave, who appeared momentarily bewildered by the sudden upheaval. When Kilgrave finally comprehended the situation, a cold smirk graced his lips. The reason was clear. Peter's condition was dire. His right hand had been nearly incapacitated by the recent blow, fine cracks spiderwebbed across the bones of his arm, and his muscles had swollen from the tearing, with ruptured capillaries giving his skin a bizarre crimson hue. Gritting his teeth, Peter ignored the excruciating pain coursing through his right arm, raising his left hand towards Damon's fallen form. Guided by the Force, the submachine gun that had previously dropped to the ground soared into Peter's grasp. At this moment, Peter's mind, influenced by the dark side of the Force, brimmed with murderous intent. He swiftly redirected the gun and unleashed the remaining bullets from the magazine towards Kilgrave. Despite having never wielded a firearm before, the recoil was far greater than he had anticipated, yet under the guidance of the Force, his aim proved surprisingly accurate. 3 out of 5 bullets struck Kilgrave. Yet, none of those shots could quell the murderous intent surging within Peter's heart. He charged toward Kilgrave, delivering a swift slash across the man's throat. However, his left arm had grown too weak. A blow that would normally have been fatal merely caused Kilgrave to clutch his throat in agony. Just as Peter prepared to deliver a finishing strike, the floor beneath him suddenly erupted, and a powerful hand seized his left foot. "I've got you," came Luke's indifferent voice from below, and in the next instant, Peter felt an irresistible force pulling him downward. The floor cracked with a mournful groan as he was yanked down, crashing hard onto the ground. The impact jolted his insides, sending a wave of dull pain through him. Peter felt a tickle in his throat, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. It seemed as though a flame was raging within his chest, and his head throbbed with an intensity that threatened to explode. He attempted to lift himself, but even the slightest movement of his arms sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Peter's mind began to blur, and after an indeterminate amount of time, movement finally stirred beside him. A massive hand grasped the collar of his neck, yanking him upright. He opened his eyes to find Kilgrave's face before him. The handsome visage he once knew was now utterly distorted. The bullet he had fired had torn away a chunk of flesh from the lower half of Kilgrave's left cheek, and combined with his grotesque expression, he resembled a malevolent specter. "You've caused me a great deal of unnecessary trouble, little one." The fury in Kilgrave's voice was barely concealed. "Were it not for my desire to keep you alive, you would have been nothing but a puddle of flesh the moment Luke entered. I had hope for you, yet you seem intent on extinguishing it yourself. Brother, your manner of speaking is truly repugnant." Peter managed a weak smile, suddenly raising his voice. "My friend, if you don't show yourself now, I will surely perish." In the next moment, Peter detonated 2 remaining flashbangs tightly secured to his body with the Force. The resulting explosion seared his skin, nearly charring it. Both Luke and Kilgrave were simultaneously blinded and deafened by the sudden brilliance and thunderous sound. This was his final gambit. If that mysterious figure did not act during this opportune moment, Peter feared he would indeed meet his end. It seemed that fate had finally heeded his plea, for the figure finally moved. From the shadows behind Kilgrave, a syringe hurtled forth, piercing Kilgrave's shoulder. Chapter 28. The most dismal conclusion. A wave of numbness immediately spread from the site where the syringe struck Kilgrave's shoulder. In the next moment, Luke's body began to tremble. His gaze oscillated between fury and clarity, while his hands clutched his head as if he were enduring immense agony. Gritting his teeth, Luke articulated his rage, expelling each word with deliberate intensity. "Leave my mind." Kilgrave's control over him was gradually waning, a realization not lost on Kilgrave himself. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how this enigmatic adversary had discerned his singular vulnerability. Swiftly, he yanked the syringe embedded in his body and cast it aside, drawing forth a small knife. With a clenched jaw, he sliced the blade across his forearm, allowing the crimson liquid to spill forth, drenching Luke in his own blood. A violet specter surged forth from the darkness, her long blade gleaming with lethal intent as it arced towards Kilgrave's head. However, Luke intercepted the blow with his arm. Though his mind began to regain lucidity, his body remained steadfastly obedient to the critical task assigned by Kilgrave. The blade, honed to perfection, was capable of severing a wooden post with a diameter exceeding 30 centimeters, yet it merely left a white mark on Luke's arm. His retaliatory punch was deftly evaded by her, who countered with another strike against Luke, again yielding no tangible effect. The challenges previously faced by Peter and Matt resurfaced. She possessed no means to inflict genuine harm upon Luke. She swiftly retreated 2 paces, and a beam of light streaming through the window illuminated her figure. At that moment, Peter beheld the intruder's visage. Violet eyes. The woman who had once gifted Peter an exquisite combat suit now stood before him. Unlike her usual attire, a form-fitting purple skirt that accentuated her figure, today she donned a skin-tight suit, her face obscured by a gas mask. Observing her appearance, Peter felt a sudden understanding wash over him. Just then, Luke seemed to be provoked by some unseen stimulus. Instead of pursuing the retreating intruder, he began to wreak havoc upon his surroundings. His fists pounded the ground, creating a nearly foot-wide crater, while splintered wood and concrete debris rained down upon the other 3 present. Even Kilgrave was compelled to retreat, fearing the repercussions of Luke's rampage. Struggling to rise from where Luke had cast him aside, he was swiftly sent flying by a kick from Violet Eyes. The force of the blow, surprisingly gentle, inflicted no further harm upon him, yet it was sufficient to propel him to a safe distance of 4 meters away from the rampaging Luke. "Leave this place," Violet Eyes commanded coldly, not even glancing at Peter. However, my friend Peter harbored a sense of resentment. He had long been a savior. Yet now he found himself among those in need of salvation. Were they not all struggling for their own survival? "I implore you, could you lend a hand to my friend? I apologize, but that is your own predicament. Please resolve it yourself." Of course, given your current state, such a task seems rather daunting. Observing Peter, who appeared almost as a shadow of his former self, the voice of the violet-eyed one carried a hint of disdain. "I have granted you an opportunity. You should focus on escaping." Peter clenched his teeth, nodded, and turned to flee toward the bar's entrance. However, his weakened state caused him to stumble on his first step, nearly collapsing to the ground. The violet-eyed one was correct. At this moment, he was merely a burden. With this thought, Peter's mind went blank. By the time he regained his senses, he had already burst through the doors of the tavern. Fortunately, Kilgrave and Luke were too preoccupied to notice him. Their attention had shifted to this new adversary. "Did you think I could be subdued so easily?" Kilgrave had shed his previous air of gentility. The significant loss of blood had rendered his complexion pale, yet madness flickered in his eyes. "You have miscalculated. Although the anesthetic can diminish my pheromone production, as long as my blood remains in the air, my control remains effective." Luke's reaction confirmed his words. His rapid breathing gradually calmed, his expression returning to its previous state of tranquility and emptiness. Kilgrave took 2 steps back, placing himself behind Luke. "So, do you still wish to kill me?" Kilgrave let out a hearty laugh, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with pride. "Biochemical isolation suits and anesthetics. You have conducted quite a bit of research on me, haven't you? Yet, despite all your preparations, you still cannot kill me." After a moment of silence, the violet-eyed one chuckled softly before responding. "To be frank, my goal from the outset was never to kill you." She smiled, revealing 2 military grenades in her hands. "However, I must say, you have presented me with an excellent opportunity." A deafening explosion erupted from the bar behind Peter. He turned in astonishment, witnessing the beleaguered structure finally succumbing to its burdens, collapsing in a tremendous explosion. The force was so great that even at a distance of over 30 meters, Peter felt the scorching wave of heat wash over him. Matt is still inside. He yearned to turn back, to investigate further, yet he found himself rooted in place. Within his senses, he perceived 5 human presences within the burning edifice. 2 of those life signs from the 2nd floor ascended to the rooftop in the next moment, departing with astonishing speed. Among the remaining 3 individuals, the life signs of 2 have significantly weakened. If Peter recalls correctly, the approximate location of one of these life signs corresponds to the place where Matt was hurled. "He is still alive," Peter murmured to himself. He attempted to clench his fists, only to discover that even this simple action eluded him. One side of his body felt as though it were being consumed by flames, with countless pain receptors transmitting messages of agony to his brain every second. What could he possibly achieve in this state? Even if he possessed the strength of his prime, what could he truly accomplish? Yet, he bore the weight of responsibility for Matt's current predicament. Even if it cost him his life, he was determined to rescue him. But would risking his life truly enable him to save him? Would charging recklessly back into danger not be akin to walking into a trap? Conflicting thoughts waged war within Peter's mind, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The more rational choice seemed evident. But is the more rational, more logical choice necessarily the correct one? Peter felt a sense of confusion. Unbeknownst to him, he had taken 2 steps toward the still-burning tavern, seemingly having made his choice. Yet, in the next moment, he halted, a bitter smile gracing his lips. New York police, raise your hands and kneel on the ground. A somewhat familiar voice rang out from behind Peter. His body stiffened momentarily, and in the next instant, the unmistakable sound of a bullet being chambered echoed from less than a meter away. I advise you to comply. Your name is already on the list of potential terrorists. If I were to shoot you right now, I might even secure a salary increase. George Stacy's tone was likely colder than the Arctic glaciers. Peter offered a wry smile. Officer, raising my hands might prove a bit challenging for me. However, Peter's response was evidently not the correct one. George kicked the already weakened Peter to the ground and aimed his handgun at Peter's head. Now, let us see who you truly are, Mr. Red Mask. Chapter 29. Two conditions, believe me. Officer, you do not wish to know. In these final moments, Peter continued to struggle futilely, his anxiety and despair intensifying. Yet George remained impervious to his plight, delivering another kick. As a law-defying criminal, you should have anticipated this day since you donned that mask. George produced handcuffs, binding Peter's hands behind his back. Peter's right arm, already battered and bruised, could hardly endure such rough treatment, prompting a muffled groan of pain. Ow! George noted the irregularity in his arm. He rolled up Peter's sleeve, revealing the entire limb, which had begun to turn a deep shade of purple before his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately chose to secure Peter's hands with the handcuffs. Once he confirmed that the man beneath him posed no threat, he stepped in front of Peter. His hands trembled slightly before he resolutely removed the mask. At that very instant, George's pupils dilated in astonishment. He was so taken aback that he almost dropped the gun in his hand, letting it clatter to the ground. Perhaps it was Peter's imagination, but in that fleeting moment, George appeared to age several years. Meanwhile, the three vital presences in the bar had already departed. Matt had been taken away by them. In a sense, George had made a choice for him. Peter? But why? It's you? How could it possibly be you? He began to stutter, his questions spilling forth without the filter of reason, rendering his speech somewhat incoherent. How did you manage this? You're not even 17. Damn it, what about Gwen? Have you considered what to do? Do you understand the magnitude of the disaster you've caused? I apologize, Mr. Stacy, Peter said weakly, managing a bitter smile. I did tell you that you wouldn't want to know. Damn it, what kind of joke is this at a time like this? Your arm needs treatment. I've seen injuries like this, and without immediate professional medical care, you might lose the entire limb. In that moment, George seemed to revert to the kind-hearted uncle who would be bullied by his daughter. Peter felt a momentary relief, but the next instant, as he gazed at the bar engulfed in flames not far away, George's expression soured once more. You should be in prison. You are far too dangerous to others and to society. After a brief silence, George spoke again, his tone rife with struggle and hesitation. Your actions have already harmed too many people, and from the looks of you now, it seems more will suffer because of you. I am merely doing what is right. Peter replied in a subdued manner. Reflecting on Matt and the two hostages who had perished before, this statement, which could have been assertive, now bore a hint of guilt and uncertainty. A similar thought flickered in George's mind. The right thing you did has directly or indirectly led to the deaths of 11 individuals. And at least double that number have been left with lifelong disabilities because of you. Peter Parker, you are a murderer. George nearly roared this proclamation. And now, you wish to take my daughter from me. What right do you have to do so? Mr. Stacy, I harbor no intention of harming Gwen. Peter replied with a bitter laugh, fully aware of how feeble his explanation sounded under the circumstances. Every person I have harmed deserved their fate, please believe that. Everything I have done has solely been to protect more people. Tell that to the families of the two hostages who lost their lives. I am sure they would be eager to hear your words. George let out a cold chuckle, yet Peter's response was unexpectedly resolute. If given another chance, I would act again. Although my actions may lead to failure, it does not imply that the endeavor itself is flawed. Even in this moment, Peter remained unyielding. Success and failure are but two sides of the same coin. To act and not to act are entirely different matters. I am willing to bear the consequences of my failures, but that does not mean I can stand idly by while innocent people suffer and criminals evade justice without repercussions. George fell silent once more. After a pause, he approached Peter from behind, grasping his collar and lifting him up. I will not take you to the police station, nor will I reveal your identity. George's expression was remarkably calm, as if the previous tumult of emotions had merely been an illusion. Thank you, Peter replied softly. Do not thank me. I am not on duty at the moment. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. George unclipped Peter's handcuffs, causing a sharp pain to shoot through Peter's arm. I will take you to the hospital, at least to report this injury to your arm. No, please don't. Peter struggled. If my identity is discovered, they will. Now they comprehend the peril of their actions? George chuckled derisively. Rest assured, I will cover for you. That should not concern you. However, in exchange, you must agree to 2 conditions. Although Peter's tone was inquisitive, he already understood what George desired. He sighed resignedly, listening as George continued. First, you must leave Gwen. Although this will break her heart, it is far better than allowing her to be with a man whose hands are stained with blood. George's first demand mirrored Peter's expectations precisely. He was about to voice his objections, but George interrupted before he could utter a word. If you still care for Gwen, if you possess even a shred of conscience, keep your distance from her. A surge of anger once again washed over George's face. Even setting aside the casualties you have caused that could land you in the electric chair, have you considered the consequences if your identity is uncovered? The mere mention of Gwen reignited George's fervor. Have you contemplated what would happen if those lawless individuals were to capture Gwen and use her to coerce you? What if they seized your uncle and aunt to threaten you? Regardless of your intentions, you have no right to drag Gwen into your troubles. George's barrage of questions left Peter speechless. After a moment of struggle, Peter nodded. In that instant, he felt as though something within him had shattered. The days spent with Gwen felt like a dream. Peter had never imagined that such an intelligent, kind, beautiful, and courageous girl could harbor feelings for him. Though this beautiful dream was delightful, the moment of awakening was inevitable. Peter thought sadly, indeed, such a flawless girl is beyond my humble companionship. Secondly, whether it be assaulting thieves, thwarting robberies, or combating gangs, I implore you to cease all current activities. George stated his second condition with resolute firmness. I am indifferent to the motivations behind your decision to engage in such acts of street heroism. One thing is clear to me. All your actions are an affront and a mockery of the law. Peter lowered his head in silence. Should you continue these endeavors, should the figure of the red mask once again grace the streets of New York at night, I shall expose your identity. At that moment, I shall be unconcerned with the repercussions you may face. I will personally ensure your confinement and present you before the court to face legal retribution. Chapter 30. The captive in a luxurious private villa in Brooklyn, New York. When Luke knocked on the grand door of the residence, the owner nearly gasped in shock. A towering African-American man, bearing a seemingly unconscious figure clad like a thief on his shoulder and supporting a middle-aged man covered in blood, who appeared to have just emerged from a murder scene. For most rational individuals, the wisest course of action would be to slam the door and call the authorities. However, the mere utterance of a single sentence from Kilgrave, whom Luke supported, swiftly altered the owner's decision, welcoming them into his home. I require clear water, bandages, and antiseptic. Kilgrave's pallor was as deathly as a corpse, his demeanor exuding extreme weariness. Yet, even in such a state, his words carried an inexplicable authority. Understood, sir. But my medical cabinet is devoid of bandages, and I have yet to replenish it. The homeowner appeared somewhat alarmed, while Kilgrave frowned, a hint of discontent creeping into his tone. Then go replenish it at once. Inquire with the neighbors. If they lack supplies, there should still be a few emergency pharmacies open in the city. Regardless of the means, I require those items. Kilgrave seemed oblivious to the inconvenience posed by the situation, and as he prepared to close his eyes once more, a thought struck him. By the way, what is your blood type? Blood type, sir. The young homeowner replied respectfully and honestly, utterly unaware that this answer had spared him from peril. That is somewhat unfortunate. Very well, just procure me some high-sugar food. Kilgrave furrowed his brow momentarily, but it soon relaxed. With proper care, he surmised, the injuries should heal within a couple of days. And what of our captive? Luke Cage inquired. The unconscious Matt had been unceremoniously tossed onto the sofa in the hall. A peculiar dent marred his chest, and with each rise and fall of his breathing, a pained expression flickered across his face. He closed his eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, turned his gaze toward the homeowner standing nearby. Before you depart, could you fetch us that length of iron chain? It must be sufficiently sturdy. And also, do hand me the keys to your garage. A bucket of icy water was splashed onto Matt's head, jolting him from his stupor. He coughed violently twice, expelling a mouthful of blood-stained phlegm. Upon regaining consciousness, Matt immediately began to struggle, but his weakened limbs were utterly ineffective against the chains that bound him. I advise you to refrain from moving about too much. A hand rested firmly on his shoulder, pressing him back down into his seat. The voice was strikingly familiar. If memory served, it belonged to the man of immense strength and impervious skin. TSK, TSK, TSK. Given your performance against Luke, I never anticipated you to be blind. Kilgrave, seated on a chair before him, spoke with a tone laced with half mockery and half astonishment. He regarded Matt's vacant eyes with interest, nodding slightly. Were it not for such a grievous flaw, you might have qualified to join us. Though he did not fully comprehend the implications of Kilgrave's words, It was apparent that he had been captured. The man, now unmasked, revealed no signs of surprise or fear at his predicament, a fact that bored Kilgrave slightly. Indeed, that is the case. And what of my companions? Kilgrave's face twisted into a peculiar smile. Your companions are also in our custody. Matt, that is your name, is it not? Your companions divulged quite a bit about you under interrogation. After a brief silence, Matt resolutely replied, You lie. Oh, Kilgrave's eyebrows arched, suddenly finding the man before him intriguing. What leads you to that conclusion? Naturally, it is because your heartbeat accelerated by 2 beats as you spoke just now. And throughout this entire building, I have not detected the presence of a third person. Matt refrained from voicing this astonishing deduction, maintaining his silence. After a few moments, noticing Matt's lack of inclination to speak, Kilgrave's patience began to wane. Speak. Reveal your identity, and that of your companions, he commanded in a firm tone, then reclined against the back of his chair. All that remained was for the man before him to divulge everything swirling in his mind. My identity is Peter's identity. A peculiar sensation welled up within Matt's heart. For some inexplicable reason, he found the man before him to be oddly endearing. Thus, there seemed to be no harm in listening to his words. To reveal everything about oneself to him, and to disclose all of Peter's secrets, must surely be the correct choice. Matt's expression contorted in anguish, oscillating between calm and a ghastly grimace. His reason incessantly battled against the primal instincts surging within his body. Yet for the first time, he felt his willpower to be utterly impotent. After several agonizing seconds, his mouth parted slightly, as if he yearned to utter something. Kilgrave chuckled. And just as he believed that Matt had succumbed to his will, like others before him, Matt's icy retort shattered that presumption. I refuse. Though it required immense effort, Matt enunciated those 3 words with deliberate clarity. Once he had spoken that brief sentence, he exhaled deeply, his demeanor transforming into one of relief. Kilgrave's countenance darkened immediately. His features contorted into a grotesque mask of rage tinged with a hint of fear. He raised his hand and struck Matt's face with a resounding slap, causing his right cheek to swell instantly. Yet, Matt merely smiled faintly, unfazed by anger or fear. You are afraid. Coughing up a bit of blood once more, Matt chuckled, addressing Kilgrave with an air of undeniable certainty. You fear that you will continue to fail. What? Is your power ineffective against my companions? Ineffective? Kilgrave rose abruptly, as if insulted. However, the significant loss of blood rendered him dizzy from such a sudden movement. His visage twisted in fury as he struck Matt again. How dare you suggest my abilities are ineffective? Very well, you have successfully provoked me. He seized a cup from the nearby table, filling it with water. Gritting his teeth, he tore open a scab on his arm, allowing a couple of drops of blood to fall into the water. Luke, make him drink this, he commanded coldly to Luke Cage, who complied without hesitation. With brute force, he pried open Matt's mouth and poured the blood-tainted water down his throat. Matt sputtered and coughed, yet he managed to swallow most of the liquid. Kilgrave beamed with satisfaction, tending to the freshly opened wound on his arm. You are remarkably resilient. Most ordinary individuals succumb to my Fairmont virus within mere seconds, while those purportedly strong-willed rarely endure beyond a minute. You must know Damon, you've crossed paths before. He resisted my control for a full 10 hours, yet after drinking water laced with my blood, he lasted less than half an hour. Matt clenched his teeth, that peculiar sense of comfort resurfacing within him, and this time, its intensity seemed magnified manifold. Chapter 31. Discharge after lying in the hospital for a day and a night. Peter, consumed by anxiety, requested to be discharged. Matt remained in a critical condition, weakened and in dire need of his assistance. This desire was not the result of any analytical reasoning on Peter's part, but rather an inexplicable feeling that lingered within him. Ever since establishing a connection with the Force, he had experienced vague premonitions regarding certain matters that occupied his mind. This inexplicable sense of foresight was often indistinct and imprecise, proving nearly useless in everyday life, typically manifesting only after events had transpired, leaving him with a sense of revelation akin to, so this is what I sensed before. This time, however, Peter sincerely hoped his intuition would prove accurate. Naturally, his request for discharge was promptly denied by the hospital. After Peter exhibited a resolute demeanor, his attending physician stepped forward, earnestly attempting to dissuade him. Mr. Parker, trust me, nothing is more crucial than your injuries. Although the doctor's expression bore a grave seriousness, his gaze upon Peter suggested he regarded him as somewhat foolish. Few would demand to leave the hospital just a day after suffering a muscle strain and a comminuted fracture of the arm. It was worth noting that the swelling upon his admission had been quite severe, and he had yet to receive a cast. Your injuries are quite serious. Even under optimal circumstances, you may face permanent damage. Without medical care, should your arm deteriorate, amputation could become necessary, a prospect no one wishes to encounter. As the doctor continued his lengthy admonition, Peter swiftly silenced him with a display of evidence. He raised his right hand in greeting and poured a cup of coffee from the teacup beside his bed. The doctor stared at Peter's arm, now demonstrating considerable mobility, for a considerable time before resuming his scrutiny of the medical report in hand. After meticulously reviewing the documents from both sides, he approached Peter, grasping his right arm for a thorough examination. "Dr. Lockhart, what are you doing?" Peter inquired helplessly, but the doctor promptly interrupted him. "Move your wrist," he instructed with utmost seriousness, and Peter had no choice but to comply. "Clench your fist, and then open your hand." "All right," Peter replied, continuing to follow the doctor's orders. "Now, move your ring finger and index finger." "No problem, but how long will this take?" Peter asked, noting the doctor's unwavering focus. The doctor shot him a sharp glance. "Until I am satisfied." Once this series of examinations concluded, 2 additional doctors entered Peter's room. They regarded Peter and the report in his hand with eyes as if they were observing an extraterrestrial being. At that moment, Peter sensed that the situation had escalated. "It must be a misdiagnosis," one of the doctors blurted out instinctively, only to be met with a sharp glare from another, compelling him to immediately silence himself. Admitting to a misdiagnosis in front of a patient is a precarious matter. Should the patient decide to raise a ruckus, it would be exceedingly difficult to manage. "So, I can be discharged now, can I?" Peter thought, wishing to avoid further complications. Subtly employing mental suggestion, he observed as the specialists nodded in agreement, seemingly oblivious. Eager to expedite his departure, Peter efficiently completed his discharge procedures, securing permission to exit the hospital's doors in less than half an hour. "I still think we should conduct another examination," Dr. Lockhart muttered, with several doctors beside him nodding in concurrence. As Peter stepped outside the hospital, his facade of ease crumbled, and a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. An intense, throbbing pain surged through his right arm, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Despite the passive regeneration afforded by his powers, such severe and intricate injuries could not be mended overnight. His muscle damage had perhaps recovered only 50 to 60%. While the healing of the fractures in his bones had only just begun, complete recovery would require at least 2 or 3 days of rest. However, Matt could not afford to wait that long. Once outside the hospital, Peter found himself engulfed in confusion, with New York City sprawling before him. The challenge of locating Matt seemed insurmountable. He had no idea where to commence his search. He instinctively reached for his phone, which had been powered off for a day. To his surprise, he discovered 12 missed calls and 5 unread messages, all from Gwen. Peter sighed. At George's insistence, he had sent Gwen a text message proposing their breakup, after which he turned off his phone. The last missed call was from several hours prior. She had likely given up by now. Just as he contemplated shutting his phone off again to avoid further distress, an inexplicable urge compelled him to open the message inbox. "What is going on? Peter, are you joking? It's not April Fool's Day. Call me immediately. Why aren't you answering? What is wrong with you? Please, Peter, pick up the phone. I'm begging you. Peter, it's Gwen. I don't know what is going on with you or why you're not answering my calls. Regardless of the reason, please don't end everything between us with just a text. Call me. I'll be waiting for you." After a moment's hesitation, Peter refrained from selecting the option to call back and instead deleted each message one by one, for reasons he could not fathom. The vivid red of the delete button felt like the blood seeping from his heart. Though Peter felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and reluctance in his heart, he nonetheless recognized that this was the correct decision. The number of enemies wishing for his demise was simply too great. If his true identity were to be revealed one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. George was indeed right. Gwen should not be entangled in his troubles. At that moment, Peter caught sight of George Stacy, his expression decidedly unfriendly, striding directly towards him. Peter's instinctive reaction was to evade, especially considering the rather unpleasant conversation they had the previous night. After he had presented his 2 conditions, George had remained silent throughout the entire journey to the hospital. He had delivered Peter to the emergency room, engaged in a brief discussion with the doctor, and then departed, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with tension. Their only exchange had occurred when Peter implored George not to inform Uncle Ben and Aunt May. "Regretting your choices now?" George had inquired, his tone decidedly harsh, prompting a surprised glance from the nurse present. After all, it was typically friends or family who brought patients to the hospital. A display of such temper was rare, though not entirely absent. Returning to the present, Peter instinctively turned aside, attempting to avoid a direct encounter with George. However, the latter had already noticed him and waved a hand in his direction. It appeared that George was in a particularly foul mood, causing Peter's heart to race. Did he perhaps regret his decision from yesterday and now wish to imprison him? Anxiety began to creep in, but Peter realized that he could not simply flee. He had to obediently approach George. "You're being discharged already? Didn't the doctor say you needed to stay for at least 4 or 5 days? George initially expressed confusion. Then his expression shifted to something more peculiar. "How did you escape? What are you planning?" "Truly, there is nothing amiss, Mr. Stacy," Peter replied. Knowing that George held leverage over him and feeling somewhat guilty, thus striving to maintain politeness. Meanwhile, he began to contemplate how to resolve this looming threat. It had become increasingly difficult to control his mind since George had developed animosity towards him, and even if he succeeded, the effect would be fleeting. The most straightforward option of eliminating George had been dismissed from the outset. Peter had not yet descended into such madness. Perhaps he should seek to uncover George's vulnerabilities instead? This way, both parties could exert some degree of restraint over one another. No, that path was fraught with peril. He was unaware of whether George possessed any incriminating evidence. Should he indeed find something and threaten George with it, it would irrevocably shatter their facade of civility. If George decided to retaliate, the outcome could be catastrophic. Seemingly sensing the hidden thoughts beneath Peter's seemingly docile exterior, George furrowed his brow. "Do you think I would be so easily deceived? Speak the truth." Peter fell silent. And at that moment, a familiar figure emerged from behind George. "Indeed, I seek the truth." Gwen gazed at him, her expression serene, as she spoke. "We need to have a serious conversation." Chapter 32. The minor disputes of the stasis. Unbeknownst to Peter, Gwen had already engaged in a conversation with George. Rewind to 8 o'clock in the morning, when Peter's phone call remained unanswered and the silence from her sent messages began to fray her nerves. Frustrated, Gwen hurled her phone to the ground. In the next moment, she realized the gravity of her actions and hurriedly retrieved the device, inspecting it under the light for any damage. Luck was not on her side. A crack marred the upper right corner of the screen. A pang of sorrow struck her heart, for this was the Valentine's gift Peter had lovingly bought with his hard-earned savings. Her old Motorola had been showing signs of battery trouble, and she had casually mentioned her desire for a new phone a few times. Merely 2 weeks later, Peter had thoughtfully presented her with this gift. If only she had opted for that protective phone case her classmates had recommended. This thought further darkened her mood. Staring at the crack, Gwen blinked rapidly, attempting to suppress the tears threatening to spill over. Was this a portent of the demise of their relationship? Just as fragile as the gift itself, their love, which had once been so sweet and beautiful, now seemed susceptible to irreparable fractures with the slightest collision. She took a few deep breaths, reached for several napkins from her desk, and stood before the mirror. Her eyelids, heavy with burdens, and the dark circles from a sleepless night intensified her feelings of despair. Though their relationship had barely reached 3 months, Peter was undeniably the most endearing boy she had ever encountered. In terms of intellect and erudition, he was the first to earn her admiration. Beneath his extraordinary wisdom, he was remarkably innocent and kind, treating her as his everything. Apart from Peter, only her father had ever lavished such affection upon her. In addition to his intelligence and kindness, he had exhibited astonishing bravery in critical moments. Gwen would never forget the way he fearlessly rushed into the flames to save others. Yet, it was this very person who chose to sever their bond through a text message, offering no explanation or reason, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. However, Gwen could not afford to dwell in sorrow all day. It was Saturday, and she needed to prepare breakfast for herself and her father before heading to the Osborne Tower. As Dr. Connor's latest apprentice, tardiness was an unacceptable habit. Yet, when she placed the sandwiches and milk on the table, she noticed that her father, too, appeared distracted today. However, in recent days, he has been in this state, and the inexplicable mandatory leave imposed by the police department has significantly affected him. George is a workaholic. Suddenly being unoccupied has left him utterly unadaptable. Even without any pressing matters, he has been aimlessly wandering about. Gwen has been urging him to cultivate a new hobby, suggesting that fishing or golf would be excellent choices. Alternatively, he could embark on writing. As George has long expressed his desire to pen a book about his years of service as a police officer after retirement. Now that he finds himself with spare time, perhaps it is the perfect opportunity. "Good morning, Dad," she said sullenly, adding several pieces of chocolate to her plate before preparing to retreat to her room to eat. "What's the matter, my sweet darling?" George's inquiry seemed somewhat deliberate. This stubborn man rarely combined the terms sweet and darling. Distracted by her gloom, Gwen did not notice this nuance. She kicked her chair in frustration and piled a heap of snacks onto her plate. "Your daughter has suffered a heartbreak," she declared with dissatisfaction, "and she was dumped." "Oh, my dear daughter, don't be so disheartened," George said, approaching Gwen from behind, gently patting her shoulder and offering a sturdy embrace until she gently pushed him away. Not sad. She wiped away the tears that had begun to fall from her eyes, her throat tightening as her speech turned slightly halting. He just sent me a text. He didn't even provide a reason. Don't let that kind of guy sadden you, sweetheart, George softly consoled Gwen. It's not worth it to be upset over such a jerk. I believe my Gwen can find a much better boyfriend. He.S. not a jerk. Even amidst her sobs, Gwen instinctively defended Peter. However, she could not articulate the remaining words. Peter had genuinely broken her heart. What is so good about that little rascal that you're still defending him? Continuing with him would be a disaster. George expressed his dissatisfaction with Gwen's reaction. Don't be misled by his appearance. He is quite scheming and cunning. Scheming? Gwen wiped her tears away, slightly perplexed. Weren't you quite satisfied with Peter last time? Scheming and cunning? Where did you draw this conclusion from? George found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He realized he might have said too much. I've had this feeling after observing him for a while. Consider it a middle-aged intuition. Dad? Gwen looked at George with a dubious expression, the pieces of her earlier suspicions coming together like a jigsaw puzzle. What exactly did you say to Peter? Me and Peter? I don't understand what you mean, George insisted, still trying to feign ignorance, though his subtle reactions betrayed him. While lying was not uncommon for him, he was unaccustomed to doing so with his daughter. Father, if I hear another lie escape your lips, you shall never again savor the heartfelt breakfast I prepare for you. Gwen's threat seemed to finally strike a nerve within George, who promptly tore away his fade and began to shout. What difference does it make if I ask him to leave? If he truly cared for you, would he act in such a manner? I fail to comprehend what it is you find appealing about him. He is truly not a good person. He is intelligent, kind, brave, possesses an attractive physique, and has six-pack abs. Gwen asserted confidently. Six-pack abs? George paused momentarily, then fury surged within him. Just how far have you two progressed? Aside from the final base, we have done everything. Gwen retorted defiantly. We have been dating for 3 months. What do you think our progress is? This is no longer the 1980s. In a fit of rage, George nearly struck Gwen across the face. However, he took a few deep breaths, turned away, and poured himself a glass of water, attempting to regain his composure. George had never struck Gwen and would not make an exception today. The cold water gradually quelled his fiery temper. He rubbed his temples, his tone filled with resignation. Truly, Gwen, he is not as commendable as you imagine. You are merely blinded by infatuation. Being with him will only lead to greater troubles. Trust me, such words would be better for everyone involved. Blinded by infatuation? You underestimate your daughter. Gwen shook her head. Pray tell, why do you oppose our relationship so vehemently? I recall that just yesterday you were quite pleased with him. I have merely discerned his duplicity. Presently, George wished only to conclude this conversation. Gwen's tongue was far sharper than his own, and he feared that the more he spoke, the more he would err. He truly is not as kind or admirable as you envision. Gwen regarded George thoughtfully, but withheld her thoughts. Clearly, father had uncovered some secret regarding Peter, and she needed to extract more information from him to ascertain what that secret entailed. Father, I believe my ability to judge character is quite astute. I am well aware of what sort of person Peter is. Do you truly? George scoffed, recalling those whom Peter had sent to the hospital. That lad is remarkably ruthless. At least a third of them have suffered irreparable brain injuries, while the rest have at least broken several bones. Can that be deemed kindness? I do not understand your current perspective, but do you remember the initial events? A person who would rush into a burning kitchen to save others. Do you genuinely believe him to be irredeemably wicked? Gwen tentatively posed this question, her greatest concern being what unforgivable actions Peter may have committed, which father had uncovered through his connections in the police force. To speak candidly, Jevin harbored a genuine belief in the possibility of this scenario. I never claimed he was irredeemably flawed, George huffed. He possesses a modicum of courage and a hint of personal heroism, yet given his temperament, he is bound to attract further complications. Complications? Father, have you ever shied away from trouble? Jevin chuckled softly. You have frequently courted trouble due to your own sense of heroism. This is not an isolated incident. Are you certain you possess the standing to critique others? Do not compare me to him. George appeared somewhat displeased by Jevin's words. At the very least, I still adhere to some semblance of rules, whereas that young man acts without a thought for the consequences. Wait a moment, what has he done? Has something occurred? George's displeasure intensified, and the anger he had previously suppressed began to resurface. Why concern ourselves with him? He is no longer connected to us in any way, and that is undoubtedly a boon for us. Jevin, there are countless admirable young men in the world. Why must we fixate on a reckless fool? Jevin fell silent, lost in contemplation. Memories of her time with Peter surfaced vividly in her mind, and a peculiar hypothesis suddenly emerged. Though this conjecture seemed utterly far-fetched, if it were indeed true, then the peculiarities surrounding Peter and her father's odd behavior today would acquire a reasonable explanation. When did you discover that Peter is the Red Mask? She quietly posed the question. Returning to the present, Peter, Jevin, and George sat face to face in a quiet corner of a CAF, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Thus, after hearing the entire story, Peter wearily supported his forehead. Jevin managed to extract everything in under 10 minutes? George and Jevin exchanged glances, as if rehearsed, and spoke in unison. She is too cunning. He is too foolish. Chapter 33. A heart-to-heart conversation. So, the reason for your discharge from the hospital is that a person with mind control abilities manipulated your friend. And you wish to find him? George struggled to suppress his laughter. Have you been watching too many movies and reading too many comics? Peter, I understand you may have some psychological issues, but I believe it would be wise for you to seek the counsel of a psychologist. Not just him. Peter's expression remained exceedingly serious. He has a companion who possesses enhanced strength and skin capable of deflecting bullets. However, I do not believe he willingly follows Kilgrave. He is likely a victim of his abilities as well. At this moment, a hint of peculiarity flickered in Jevin's gaze, and she began to harbor doubts about his words. Faced with the skepticism of the two before him, Peter felt equally exasperated. He closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and then turned to face George. Give me a coin. What? George thought he misheard. You want a coin? Indeed, Peter nodded. You can no longer thrive as a bandit. So have you chosen to transform into a beggar beneath the bridge, soliciting spare change? No sooner had the words left his mouth than George felt a sharp pain in his side. Turning his head, he was met with his daughter's unsettlingly eerie smile. His daughter had grown, her heart now inclined towards outsiders. Tears welled silently in George's heart as he retrieved his wallet. He extracted a quarter and extended it toward Peter. However, Peter did not reach out to accept it. He merely nodded, and the coin inexplicably levitated, slowly drifting into his hand. With a slight flicker of his fingers, the coin began to spin at an astonishing velocity. This is my ability, Peter stated quietly. George swore vehemently, instinctively rising to his feet and taking a step back. His hand instinctively rested upon his sidearm, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. An electromagnetic cannon? Your ability is electromagnetic manipulation? She exclaimed, slapping the table enthusiastically. Can you wield an electromagnetic cannon? The kind that shoots out with a flick of the finger? The commotion created by the father and daughter duo drew the attention of other patrons in the CAF. Peter quickly pocketed the coin, and George sat back down. His expression still tinged with gravity. Mutants? What are they? Gwen was the first to voice their shared curiosity. Observing their eager gazes, George hesitated before responding. It's understandable that you don't know of them. Their prime activity spanned from the 1960s to the 1980s. Even during that period, few were aware of their existence. George explained slowly. Peter and Gwen leaned in attentively, captivated by the revelations of this hidden lore. I don't know much about them either. But what I do know is somewhat classified. It is said that mutants possess extraordinarily powerful super abilities, which stem from some form of mutation within their bodies. They seem to harbor a significant hostility towards ordinary people like us. Fortunately, their numbers are few. Even in the 1980s, there were merely thousands across the entire United States. After the 1990s, however, there has been no news of them. What happened? Peter and Gwen inquired in unison. As I said, my knowledge is limited, George replied, extending his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Perhaps a great catastrophe, or maybe some disease. But after the 1990s, there has been virtually no information regarding mutant activities. Personally, I lean towards the latter possibility, as no new mutants have emerged since then. So, if Peter is a mutant, he might be the first one in nearly 20 years? Gwen posed the question, to which George nodded in affirmation. No, I should not be a mutant, Peter reflected after a moment of contemplation. My abilities do not stem from within. Rather, I feel as though I have been chosen by a certain force, granted the privilege to wield it. You are all familiar with the Force, I presume? To his astonishment, both Gwen and George shook their heads in response. The Force? Star Wars? Peter regarded the two with incredulity, and upon confirming their unfamiliarity with the concept, he despondently relinquished the subject. Well, though it is an older film, I would have expected you to at least have heard of it. In essence, the Force resembles an immense web that permeates all things in this world, and through it, I can accomplish feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. For instance, the telekinesis demonstrated moments ago. Peter twirled his finger once more, causing the coin to levitate anew. The ability to swiftly heal my wounds. He gestured towards his right arm, and George nodded thoughtfully. And a certain level of psychic ability. This notion surged directly into Gwen and George's minds, startling both of them. Gwen trembled violently, her golden hair standing on end like a frenzied cat, while George inadvertently spilled his coffee onto the floor, shattering the cup into pieces. After apologizing to the approaching waiter, George's expression grew pensive. I need to rescue my friend. That is my bottom line, Peter stated candidly, acknowledging that since his secret had been unveiled, he no longer felt the need to conceal much. You asked me to cease my usual actions, and I will strive to do so. However, I must first save my friend. I alone should bear the consequences of my mistakes, not my friend. Your friend sounds merely like a dangerous criminal who disregards the law, George retorted bluntly. Frankly, I harbor doubts about the truth of what you have shared. Then I find myself at an impasse, Peter replied with a hint of resignation. The resources at my disposal are limited. Yet, I cannot entirely dismiss your claims as fabrications. I must conduct further investigation. After all, if you speak the truth, a person capable of manipulating others' minds without any moral compass is indeed exceedingly perilous. However, prior to that, our agreement remains in effect. Should you act against me, I will reveal your identity. Casting a glance at the now disheartened Gwen, he added coolly, no one can intercede on your behalf. George departed shortly after, intent on reviewing some documents. The concern etched on his face indicated that Peter's words had resonated with him. The remaining two fell into a heavy silence. Following such an incident, an awkwardness had emerged between them, once so intimate, and neither knew how to initiate conversation. Peter, you are insufferable, Gwen finally broke the silence, her expression growing icy the moment George left. Peter, sipping his milkshake, found himself at a loss for words, merely continuing to draw from his drink. You have been lying to me from the very beginning, and then you went and did this, she continued in a flat tone. Yet Peter understood all too well that Gwen only spoke this way when she was genuinely angry. I'm sorry, but I never intended to deceive you. Are you certain? Peter Parker? Gwen shook her head. When I asked what you were doing over the weekend, you said you were working late. When I inquired about those wounds on your body, you claimed they were from an accident during training. In retrospect, your fabrications are rather numerous. I just wanted to protect you, Peter replied, his voice noticeably subdued, avoiding Gwen's gaze. Protect me from what? From seeing your true self? I like you, I trust you. But you have shattered that trust. Everything you have done has broken my heart. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Peter appeared profoundly dejected, tugging at his hair and fidgeting with it in his hands. I just don't know if you can accept me as I am. 10 servings of tiramisu, she said suddenly. Huh. Peter was momentarily bewildered by Gwen's words, raising his head to catch the faint smile at the corner of her lips. 10 servings of tiramisu. And 1 professional massage from you, and I might consider forgiving you. Chapter 34. Another father-daughter pair 2 days later. The waiting area of the New York bus station bustled with its usual activity. Although most Americans preferred to fly or drive for interstate travel, many still favored the more economical option of long-distance buses. Mindy handed her father the freshly purchased orange juice, her heart aching at the sight of his pallid face. Don't worry, Dad, she said, rubbing Damon's shoulder. Everything will be all right. Yet Damon offered no response, his gaze vacant as he stared into the empty distance. Mindy felt no surprise at his silence. She merely brought the cup of orange juice to his lips, prompting him to take a sip instinctively. Observing her father's wooden demeanor, she sighed. In truth, she was quite content with the current situation. 3 days prior, the moment he awakened under Kilgrave's mental control, Damon had suddenly lunged at Mindy, who was caring for him, with murderous intent. Had he not been severely injured, Mindy would have truly feared for her safety as Damon might have escaped. When the effects of the mind control wore off, the first thing Damon did nearly frightened Mindy out of her wits. He picked up his firearm, inserted the barrel into his mouth, and pulled the trigger. However, the muzzle did not emit the bullet that would pierce through his skull. Fortunately, Mindy had previously removed all the ammunition from Damon's weapon. Otherwise, if everything had come to naught at this critical moment, she would have surely lost her mind. She suddenly lunged forward, knocking her father to the ground to prevent him from inflicting further harm upon himself. I do not deserve to live, nor should I, Damon murmured. Upon seeing her daughter, a ghastly smile twisted across his face, reminiscent of the possessed figures in horror films. I have committed many unforgivable acts, including that child. That was not you. You were merely under his control, Mindy replied, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks as she embraced her finally awakened father. This is not your fault. No, you do not understand, Damon sighed. It was not complete mind control. I truly felt the desire to commit those acts. He merely unleashed the darkness that had always resided within me. Even now, I hold no aversion to those deeds. I do not care, Mindy shouted emphatically. Even if Dad has become irredeemably wicked, I still do not care. Your indifference does not imply that others share the same sentiment, Damon replied with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, having killed so many and committed such heinous acts, a place in hell has already been reserved for me. That is a matter for when you descend into hell, Mindy declared, her gaze fixed firmly on Damon's eyes. I have spent nearly 5 years trying to bring you back. I will not lose you again. Please, for my sake, strive to forget everything and live well. Gazing into his daughter's eyes, which mirrored her 13-year-old self, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. Damon nodded, deeply moved. Miss, do take care of your wallet. A somewhat inexperienced voice interrupted Mindy's reverie. She glanced down to find the zipper of her bag partially undone, revealing a corner of her wallet. If there was a pickpocket in the crowd, her wallet, along with its contents, identification, and several $100s in cash, would surely vanish. Ah, how unfortunate! Mindy raised her head, ready to express her gratitude to the voice's owner. However, upon seeing a familiar face before her, she wasted no time in delivering a punch. This hasty strike was effortlessly caught by Peter. Observing Mindy's astonished expression, he smiled gently and spoke softly. Miss McReady, please do not panic. I am not your enemy. He gestured towards the gathering crowd that had begun to watch them. Surely, this is not the most suitable place for a confrontation. Mindy abruptly withdrew her hand, regarding Peter with a wary gaze as she took 2 steps back. If you are not an enemy, then what brings you here? She retorted with a cold laugh. I do not recall sending you an invitation. Do not be so heartless, Miss Violet-eyed. Peter's expression remained unchanged despite Mindy's frosty demeanor. After all, have you truly regarded me as your pawn for so long that you cannot spare a few words? There is nothing left to say. Besides, I have already saved your life. We are even now. Even? Are you certain we are even? A shadow crossed Peter's face for the first time. He took a step forward, prompting Mindy to instinctively retreat. You consider sparing me, your bait, as even? Even when the trap was laid by your own hand. What is it that you truly desire? Mindy asked through gritted teeth. The opponent's strength exceeded her own, especially in her defenseless state, in such a public space. It was impossible for her to subdue him without attracting attention. At that moment, Damon's voice drifted from nearby. Mindy, have you encountered a friend? Mindy's body froze, while Peter cast her a knowing glance. Let us move. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Good day, Mr. McCready. Peter greeted as he sat across from Damon, who frowned in confusion. Have we met before? He asked uncertainly. The relentless brainwashing over the past 4 years had left his memories in disarray, and it was entirely plausible that he could not recall Mindy's childhood companion. Yet, for some reason, her voice struck a familiar chord within him. Indeed, 3 nights ago, at that bar, we had a brief encounter. It's you. Damon immediately recognized him. You are the young man who can disregard Kilgrave's abilities. Precisely, that is I. To be candid, I find it hard to believe that the quiet bodyguard is the same individual who once fought against crime. Damon instinctively began to apologize. But Peter interrupted him. Mr. McCready, I understand that you were unable to control your actions at the time, and I do not hold you entirely responsible for what transpired. However, I now require your assistance. My friend is currently enduring the fate you previously suffered, and I wish to avert this outcome. That is not our concern. Mindy immediately attempted to cut Peter off, outright rejecting his plea, but Damon interjected. What you propose is nearly impossible. He shook his head with a wry smile. Kilgrave's abilities are far more perilous than you might imagine. If you were to truly take away his puppet, he would stop at nothing for vengeance. In the end, it is the people of this city who will suffer. Yet, she saved you. It took me over 4 years. Mindy's frigid voice entered the conversation. Moreover, the reason he has not lost his sanity is that he has found a substitute. And that substitute is my friend, Peter pointed out bluntly. If what you say is true, you sacrificed my friend to rescue your father. Your friend has been ensnared due to your own actions. Yet, you cannot deny that you are the true instigator of this predicament. The instigator? Why not confront Kilgrave about it? I intend to do so, but I require your assistance. You owe us this favor. Just as Peter and Mindy were escalating their argument, their voices nearing a quarrel, Damon abruptly interjected. Enough. He turned to Peter, his eyes bloodshot. I have just returned from hell, and am prepared to leave all of this behind for the sake of my daughter's safety. If you wish to persuade us to assist you, you must present a more substantial bargaining chip. What about a request from an old friend? George Stacy's voice emerged from behind them, causing Damon to rise abruptly, his expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Shouldn't I be the one looking at you that way? George spread his hands. After all, I am not the one who went missing in an explosion. We all presumed you perished in the war you instigated. I'm sorry, But our trust in those bearing badges is rather tenuous, Mindy interjected, her tone as frigid as a winter's breeze. Quite the astute choice. You should indeed feel that way, George remarked, raising an eyebrow as he took a seat beside Peter. However, I am currently on paid leave, so I wonder if that might earn me a few points. Enough with the pleasantries, Damon frowned. We have much to discuss. Chapter 35. Preparation. The following day, at the Manhattan Police Department headquarters, George, dressed in civilian attire, entered through the main doors alongside Peter, who donned a rather inconspicuous outfit. They bypassed the queue of individuals and approached a small door designated for staff entry. George swiped his card on the nearby scanner, and the door swung open before them. Sir, this area is not open to visitors. A young officer immediately stepped forward to block their path, but upon recognizing George's identity, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He glanced at Peter, a hint of confusion in his eyes. And this is my daughter's boyfriend, so do not extend him too warm a welcome, George replied, greeting the officer while addressing his inquiry. I asked him to assist me in retrieving the humidifier and a few books from my desk. It's always good to have an extra pair of hands. Rest assured, he will merely wait here. I want to bring him inside. Though George, technically speaking, was in a state of exile, his current status of paid leave allowed the officer to turn a blind eye. After all, George had faced a series of unfortunate events in his career recently, and no one wished to provoke him further. On his way to the office, George encountered several groups of people, all of whom, without exception, allowed him to pass. Upon reaching his desk, he seized the opportunity, when others were distracted, to power on his computer. He immediately muted both the screen and the audio to prevent the startup sound from attracting attention. Feigning an interest in tidying his workspace, George discreetly entered his username and password, gaining access to the police database. After a moment's hesitation, he inserted a disk into the computer's drive. A few seconds later, he pressed the enter key. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, George exhaled and began to systematically clean his cubicle. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, he packed all his belongings into a large cardboard box and removed the disk, placing it into his pocket. On his way out, George exchanged greetings with a few familiar colleagues. At the entrance to the hall, he spotted Peter, engrossed in his phone, and casually handed him the large box. Help me carry this. I know you're quite strong, he said. Have you got everything sorted? Peter effortlessly accepted the box, raising an eyebrow at how much lighter it was than he had anticipated. All set. By the way, you didn't add anything strange to that program, did you? How could I? Peter immediately protested. I merely edited an automated script to search and save data. You've checked it multiple times yourself. If you truly wanted me to implant a remote control Trojan, it would take me over 3 hours just to create a rudimentary keylogger. I still feel that checking it 4 or 5 times isn't sufficient for someone like you. George shook his head, his trust in Peter evidently minimal. If you're using my efforts to accomplish something dubious, I won't let you off easily. Come on, you really don't trust me at all, Peter replied, slightly exasperated. Despite having pulled George from a hostile stance to a neutral one after recent conversations, George maintained his icy demeanor towards him. No matter what suggestions Peter made, George was always the first to question his motives. That's necessary, George stated firmly. Perhaps Gwen thinks you're a good person, but I have yet to make my decision. Upon hearing George's words, Peter shrank back slightly. He felt a twinge of guilt about today's events. Although George had conducted multiple checks, Peter had still managed to install some of his own little additions on the disk. While they might not be useful at present, this backdoor would undoubtedly save him considerable effort should he need access to the police's data and information in the future. The disk of size 2 has been filled with nearly 10,000 files. Given that many of these documents are confidential, George resolved to handle the organization of these files himself. Frankly, having already undertaken such a task, why linger over trivial details? Peter observed George painstakingly extracting useful information from the chaotic and vast database at a glacial pace, and his impatience began to mount. Let me take care of it. I can have it done in 20 minutes. Get lost? Wasn't Gwen supposed to have you help with the ingredients? Go do that now. George shot a glare at Peter, who appeared to be idly peering at his screen from behind. After all, I am a police officer. I shudder to think of what chaos might ensue if such files fell into the hands of a petty thief like you. Hasn't everything I've said been validated? Peter began to plead his case. And your old colleague is engaged in precisely the same activities as I am. Why not apprehend him? Your bias is rather conspicuous. You and Damon? That's a joke. George chuckled derisively. He lost his wife to gang retaliation. His actions were driven by revenge. You, on the other hand, indulge in violence purely for amusement. You truly are wicked to the core. Peter refrained from responding to George's remarks, sensing that his father-in-law's mood was decidedly poor today. Should he unleash his verbosity, Peter feared he might face a tirade. The task of organizing the files consumed a full 2.5 hours, during which Peter offered numerous suggestions for alternative methods of information filtering. Although George remained largely silent, he adopted most of Peter's recommendations. My goodness. When these files are viewed collectively, they evoke a chilling sensation, George exclaimed. Kilgrave had not made any effort to conceal his existence. Over 90 cases potentially bore his connection. The disappearance and subsequent discovery of young girls, substantial sums easily scammed from others. Most of these cases had devolved into cold cases due to insufficient evidence. The victims' descriptions of Kilgrave's abilities were dismissed as mere fabrications born from psychological trauma. After all, even in an era dominated by mutants, those with the power to control others' minds existed only in the realm of fantasy for the vast majority. Kilgrave seldom resorted to silencing others and took few measures to hide himself. Either he was utterly confident that no one would believe the victims, or he was indifferent to the exposure of his abilities and misdeeds. Peter pondered this notion. Naturally, given his capabilities, any pursuit would be futile. Unless someone were to employ a sniper rifle directly to eliminate him, most conventional means would prove ineffective. The use of sniper rifles is strictly prohibited, and taking a life is absolutely forbidden. George once again reminded Peter of their prior agreement. Even if this scoundrel is indeed beyond redemption, it is not our place to enact punishment upon him. We must ensure he is brought to justice in a court of law. Therefore, you expect us not only to refrain from taking his life, but also to restrain his abilities while delivering him to the authorities, all the while gathering evidence of his crimes and persuading everyone of his alleged mind control powers? Peter felt a surge of frustration, regarding George with a look that suggested he was at his wit's end. If necessary, we must indeed proceed in this manner, George replied with certainty. Our primary objective is to rescue your friend, and our secondary aim is to ensure Kilgrave cannot inflict further harm. Eliminating him would resolve everything. Peter swiftly articulated his stance. Your colleagues share this sentiment. I'm afraid the decision rests with me, George asserted with conviction, leaving Peter to begrudgingly fall silent. At that moment, George's eyes widened slightly. We have located their last known whereabouts. George pulled Peter in front of the screen. Merely 11 days prior, a report was filed regarding a missing female college student, whose credit card had been nearly maxed out over the past 3 weeks. The last transaction occurred the day before yesterday. He typed a few keys, bringing up another search list. The Hyatt Group, a hotel. If fortune favors us, they may still be there. Excellent. Peter leaped up, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Now that we have the location, we can begin strategizing our approach. Chapter 36. Planning and Execution. Kilgrave possesses the ability to release a unique pheromone, through which he can control those affected by it via verbal communication. As far as we know, this effect has a limited duration, typically ranging from 12 to 24 hours. For individuals with unusual physical traits or exceptionally strong wills, this time frame may be considerably reduced. Peter shared his conclusions, and the others nodded in agreement. George, Peter, Gwen, and Mindy gathered around the round table in Gwen's living room. Scattered across the table were various papers and documents, their expressions grave, transforming the ordinary apartment into something resembling a strategic war room. If his method of control is through language, then why not simply use headphones that continuously play heavy metal music? Gwen proposed. If they can't hear his words, they cannot be controlled, can they? Why is this little girl here? Mindy disregarded Gwen's suggestion, her comment igniting a flicker of irritation in Gwen's eyes. Ever since the negotiations that day, the violet-eyed young lady had been officially included in Peter's team, though her desire to leave the city rendered her indifferent to nearly everything. If memory serves me correctly, you were younger than Gwen when you started, weren't you? George, seated at the opposite end of the table, finally spoke up. For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, his old friend's daughter and Gwen seemed to share an unspoken animosity. If left to their own devices, it wouldn't take more than 5 exchanges before they would be at each other's throats. I, having undergone extensive training, am capable of taking the lead in any strategic endeavor. My initial statement was laden with a sense of pride, yet the tone of Mindy's subsequent remarks swiftly shifted to one of disdain. What was she worth? What could she possibly accomplish? As a cheerleader, perhaps? Gwen was nearly on the verge of slamming her hands on the table and confronting her adversary directly. However, upon noticing the scar etched across Mindy's face, she abruptly suppressed her burgeoning fury. In Peter's narrative, this girl, only slightly older than herself, could be described as a formidable force, capable of ruthlessness without a flicker of hesitation. Provoking her would hardly yield favorable outcomes. Yes, I am a good girl, and I shall not engage in arguments with such unreasonable individuals. Gwen consoled herself while casting a fierce glare at Peter, who remains silently perplexed by her sudden outburst. The thoughts you entertain are rather naive. Kilgrave's methods of control extend far beyond mere words. His gestures and body language can serve as instruments of manipulation. As the individual most acquainted with Kilgrave in the room, Mindy naturally held the most authority to speak. Indeed, employing such tactics could significantly diminish his control, perhaps granting you a fleeting moment of clarity. However, the drawbacks of this approach are profoundly consequential. In combat, auditory perception is undeniably pivotal. Peter interjected, particularly in scenarios where Kilgrave possesses the ability to manipulate others. By controlling someone behind us, he could effortlessly subdue one of our own. Little Red Riding Hood spoke truthfully. Mindy assented with a nod. The most effective strategy remains to don a hazmat suit, which would render his pheromones ineffective against you. Yet, this too presents a dilemma. The suit can hinder movement, and if compromised during a confrontation, it becomes utterly useless. Furthermore, anesthetics constitute one of his significant weaknesses. When incapacitated, he is unable to emit pheromones, and those under his control often regain consciousness within minutes. I am indifferent. His abilities hold little sway over me, and complete domination should be impossible, Peter mused after a moment's reflection. However, I do harbor concerns for the large individual beside me. That fellow possesses the strength to lift over a ton and has skin capable of deflecting bullets. He represents a substantial threat. His only advantage lies in his tough exterior. With his lamentable speed, all that strength is rendered moot. Based on my observations, I can devise at least 5 methods to eliminate him. Mindy's face displayed a look of disdain, but George interjected, "Enough, we are not here to plot murder. Moreover, this individual is also one of the victims of Kilgrave's abilities. He is utterly innocent." Che, albeit slightly dissatisfied, remarked that as a friend of her father, he was indeed rather obtuse. "Personally, I am in favor of eliminating Kilgrave." At this moment, Peter interjected, asserting that his powers are far too perilous. And even if we manage to subdue him, can the authorities truly keep him restrained? Given his capabilities, it is likely that within half an hour, he would be released by the guards with a smirk. In truth, there are numerous specialized facilities designed to detain such superpowered individuals, and several mutants with mind-controlling abilities have been apprehended in the past. More importantly, we must gather evidence of his possession and use of mind control. George tapped his fingers on the table, noting that the evidence regarding his crimes is severely lacking. Many victims have relinquished their claims upon discovering that their experiences have been dismissed as mere fantasies. We need to locate them and encourage them to come forward. That will be your responsibility, and you had best act swiftly. We must make our move by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Peter articulated his plan. At least we have managed to track his whereabouts. Should they vanish into thin air once more, our chances will be utterly diminished. Oh, you already have a plan? Well, one could say it is only half a plan. After understanding the adversary's foundation, some aspects have indeed become considerably simpler. Confrontation seems inevitable, yet their strength surpasses ours. Thus we must avoid direct conflict. More crucially, we must ensure to distance ourselves from the public to prevent any unintended casualties. Kilgrave's room is located in the presidential suite at the top of the hotel, which simplifies our other plans considerably. Dressed in the staff uniform of the Hyatt, Peter walked down the corridor with his head bowed. Under normal circumstances, his unfamiliar face would raise questions among other employees. However, under the influence of his telepathic suggestion, they passed by him without so much as a glance, as if he were invisible. In a location unseen by the surveillance cameras, Peter leaped slightly and affixed a small electronic component beneath the smoke detector. Our primary objective remains to rescue Matt. I cannot ascertain his current condition, nor whether he still possesses any agency. According to the security footage obtained after Gwen and I breached the hotel's server defenses, Matt has not exited the premises since entering 2 days prior. Mr. Stacy, I hope you can find an opportunity to extricate Matt first. Peter stepped into the vacant elevator, positioning his leg to prevent the doors from closing. He unscrewed the control panel of the elevator and replaced it with the one he had brought. After performing this modification in all 3 elevators of the hotel, Peter swiftly descended to meet Mindy, who was still waiting in the lobby. Across the lobby, George signaled to him, indicating that he too was prepared. Based on the previous circumstances, attempting to incapacitate Kilgrave using anesthetics remains the most prudent course of action. Luke Cage's prowess in direct confrontation is exceedingly formidable. Rendering an opponent incapable of fighting without resorting to lethal measures proves to be an arduous task. We must separate the two to prevent Kilgrave from utilizing his own blood to regain control over him, and for this, we rely on Mindy. Mindy had her drugged waiter dragged into a nearby closet, donning the attendant's attire herself. This rather risky scene compelled Peter to turn away, whistling to alleviate his discomfort. She meticulously inspected her weaponry before concealing it beneath her maid's outfit. I was tasked with initiating the plan. In the absence of conspicuous protective gear, I was the only one capable of approaching him without falling under his control. I would serve as the bait, luring them into our ambush. A waiter pushed a small cart into the elevator, laden with the dinner and red wine Kilgrave had ordered 15 minutes prior. Peter followed closely behind. Under the watchful eye of the attendant, Peter took the bottle of wine and discreetly dropped 3 pills into it. With a sly grin, he returned the bottle to the cart and patted the waiter on the shoulder before stepping out of the elevator alone. Chapter 37. The unexpected. As soon as the lunch-delivering waiter exited Kilgrave's presidential suite, Peter promptly retrieved his watch. After patiently waiting for 10 minutes, he donned a gas mask and pressed a button in his hand. At that moment, the hotel's fire alarm blared, and the automatic sprinklers activated, creating a fine mist within the premises. Within seconds, the public announcement system crackled to life with the slightly panicked voice of the front desk clerk. This is not a fire drill. I repeat, this is not a fire drill. All guests are to proceed to the nearest fire exit. The crowd inside the hotel erupted into chaos, hastily rushing towards the fire exits. Yet among them was Kilgrave, who remained seated at dinner. He furrowed his brow and set down his half-consumed glass of wine. Opposite him sat a blonde beauty, seemingly at least a decade his junior, her radiant smile masking a vacant gaze. "Stay here, do not move until I return," Kilgrave commanded, oblivious to the fact that if the fire truly spread to their location, she would be left helpless under his orders, likely to perish in the flames. Just then, the door to his room swung open. Luke Cage entered with his customary serious demeanor. "Mr. Kilgrave, we appear to have visitors." The red mask. Has he walked into his own trap? He let out a cold chuckle, but in the next moment, he appeared to suddenly realize something, casting his gaze towards the open bottle of wine on the table. Under Peter's control, the 12th floor where Kilgrave resided had transformed into a so-called island. The elevator had been locked down, and the stairwell door had been equipped with some of his little devices, ready to deliver a surprise to anyone attempting to pass through. If his senses were accurate, there were 4 individuals in Kilgrave's room, excluding himself, Luke Cage, Matt, and another unidentified person. However, regardless of whether the others were foes or merely innocent victims, Peter could not afford to halt his plans for their sake. He had now presented Kilgrave with a rather challenging dilemma: to stay or to leave. Should he choose to remain, the anesthetic coursing through his veins would soon take effect, and the threat posed by a frenzied Luke Cage would far surpass that of Peter and his companions combined. Of course, the other party could still resort to using blood, as before, to maintain control over Luke. However, Peter surmised that the amount of blood required would be considerable. If the other party opted to endure, they would likely need to expend even more blood to sustain their grip on the situation. Naturally, if the adversaries chose to remain inside, Peter would have to employ alternative methods to turn the tide. Yet, if they decided to burst forth, they would encounter Peter's other arrangements. Kilgrave decisively chose the latter option. He used a small knife to make a shallow cut on his arm, allowing a glass to catch the blood that flowed. A wave of fatigue surged from the depths of his mind, signaling that the effects of the drug were commencing. "Take our captive and escort me out," he commanded Luke Cage, who nodded in compliance. Luke hoisted the still unconscious Matt over his shoulder and followed closely behind Kilgrave. However, upon opening the suite door, Kilgrave was astonished to find that the corridor was not only still being doused with water, but also shrouded in a mist. Luke inhaled only a few breaths of the air before succumbing to a fit of coughing. His enhanced skin provided little advantage to his respiratory system compared to that of an ordinary person. At that moment, a flurry of gunfire erupted from the far end of the corridor. Though the assailants remained unseen, Luke instinctively positioned himself in front of Kilgrave, absorbing the barrage of bullets with his back. It seemed that the gunman hesitated, perhaps mindful of Matt slumped on Luke's shoulder, and the gunfire ceased. Almost simultaneously, a flashbang detonated before them. In the next instant, Peter, drenched from waiting in the corridor for an extended period, charged forward. The short club in his hand struck Kilgrave's chin with ferocity, causing his head to jerk back at a sharp angle of 45 degrees, leaving him momentarily dazed. Peter's subsequent blow landed squarely on Kilgrave's abdomen. Despite his formidable constitution, he crumpled to the ground, struggling to rise after several seconds. Yet, before they could mount a counterattack, Peter had already retreated into the mist, vanishing from sight. With another assailant present, Luke was understandably reluctant to abandon the injured Kilgrave alone in this perilous situation. After inhaling too much smoke, Luke found himself in a dire state. It felt as though a raging fire burned within his lungs, each breath igniting a searing pain. Once engaged in combat, this affliction would only worsen. All he could do was cover both his and Kilgrave's mouths and noses with a damp cloth, striving to minimize the inhalation of the noxious gas. Strangely, an odd sense of dizziness began to rise from the depths of his mind. 5 minutes later, having traversed less than 10 meters from the fire escape, Peter approached the prostrate forms of Kilgrave and Luke, giving their unmoving bodies a kick. What on earth? I still have at least 3 traps I haven't deployed, he thought, momentarily at a loss for words as he gazed at his formidable adversaries lying at his feet. After the fireman's elevator, he had meticulously set up a trigger trap. When they opened the door, the individual at the forefront would once again experience the disorienting effects of a flashbang at close range. Additionally, on the next set of stairs, he had coated the surface with a layer of lubricant, ensuring that anyone stepping on it would likely slip and fall. Peter's series of traps were primarily designed to hinder his opponents. Mindy had proposed several highly lethal traps, but both Peter and George had dismissed them. Quite the strategist, aren't we? Mindy remarked as she appeared behind them, her tone carrying a hint of peculiarity. Her gaze towards Peter was tinged with rare admiration. First, tamper with the sprinkler system on this level, introducing water-soluble anesthetic into the mix. Then, employ that acrid gas to impair their olfactory senses. This way, they will inadvertently succumb to your drugs. Not at all. I merely sought to exploit Kilgrave's weakness to anesthetics, incorporating it into every stage of the plan, he mentally scoffed. He felt as though he were on the brink of madness. The stark contrast of having so easily dispatched such a formidable foe was disconcerting to the point of near insanity. Peter refrained from voicing his true thoughts, merely nodding enigmatically. He quickly stepped forward to assist Matt, who had been abandoned by Luke upon realizing something was amiss. However, glancing down at Luke and Kilgrave at his feet, he was struck with a headache anew. Prior to executing this plan, he had anticipated reclaiming Matt and then making his escape. However, Kilgrave now lay in his own hands, and he found himself utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. At that moment, Peter's intercom suddenly crackled to life. He pressed the connect button, and Gwen's somewhat panicked voice came through from the other end. The news was dire. A group had just entered the hotel, and they appeared to harbor ill intentions. Ill intentions? Could you be more specific? Just then, George's voice interjected. 9 individuals, fully armed. Each of them concealed at least 4 guns beneath their clothing. He paused momentarily. The leader of the group bears the appearance you mentioned, Bullseye. Chapter 38. Avoiding conflict. Bullseye? Who is that? Mindy had not heard Peter's story and was unaware of their previous encounter, asking in confusion. After careful consideration, Peter offered his response. He is a man with a bullfrog-like head. Peter spoke with utmost seriousness, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. Mindy felt an overwhelming urge to slice through Peter's nonsensical and ambiguous remark. She shot him a glare, took a few deep breaths, and then calmly continued. This is not the time for jokes. I know, Peter replied innocently. You'll see when you meet him. He truly resembles a bullfrog. Is that all there is to him? Does this character possess no other distinguishing features? Mindy's speech quickened, her next words teetering on the brink of an outburst. But Peter promptly interrupted her before she could unleash her ire. He is quite a formidable sniper, likely one of Wilson Fisk's subordinates. Last time, luck was on my side, and I managed to win a round against him. He swiftly provided more information. However, what complicates matters further is his expertise with throwing weapons. His darts are particularly troublesome, effective at both close and long range, and even when I close the distance, I gain no advantage. Wilson Fisk? You mean Kingpin? Mindy's attention had evidently shifted to another aspect. The new Underground Emperor of New York? Underground Emperor? I have not heard much about that. Peter was clearly intrigued. Isn't he just a recent arrival in the New York underworld? Upon hearing this, Mindy scoffed. Just a gangster? Are you joking? When have you seen a weasel back down from the Moridi family or those Irish thugs? Yet, with one word from Kingpin, they must comply. I don't know much about the weasel's background either. Peter shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Of course, I know even less about this Kingpin you speak of. In a sense, it is quite miraculous that you have survived this long while provoking enemies without any knowledge. To be honest, I was at least 70% certain you would accept Kingpin's offer. She regarded Peter with a peculiar gaze and continued speaking. Kingpin is undeniably the most formidable figure within the underworld of the eastern United States. With his influence, he could wreak havoc across all of New York as a means of vengeance against us. Mindy's complexion was far from favorable. Kilgrave was indeed summoned by him. To be frank, I have already offended him on numerous occasions. Although I have placed the majority of the blame upon the weasel, he will inevitably uncover the truth. I sincerely wish to avoid discovering my name on his blacklist before I leave New York. You are afraid, Peter stated matter-of-factly, to which Mindy responded with a laugh. Afraid? Fear is a perfectly natural emotion, and it merely reflects a prudent awareness of the circumstances. Prudent awareness is not something that the female killer would utter. I presumed your creed was to never bow to the forces of darkness. The female killer perished 4 years ago. Only the purple eyes remain. Upon hearing this long-forgotten moniker, Mindy's expression darkened instantaneously. After a prolonged pause, she replied with deliberate enunciation. Observing her distress, Peter wisely shifted the topic, refraining from pursuing this line of conversation further. So, what do you intend to do? I too wish to avoid confrontation with Bullseye, and securing Matt in a safe location is of utmost importance. At this juncture, Peter hesitated, casting a glance at the two individuals sprawled on the ground, while he had yet to devise a plan for their fate. Did she truly wish to return Kilgrave to Kingpin to placate his wrath? The next encounter would not be so easily subdued. No. A chill laced Mindy's tone as she swiftly drew her firearm, firing 2 shots into Kilgrave's back before Peter could react. It was prudent to eliminate such a menace at its roots. As her aim shifted towards Luke Cage, Peter, now alert, quickly seized the weapon from her grasp. What are you doing? We agreed not to kill during this operation. Though he questioned Mindy, a sense of relief washed over him. He no longer needed to ponder how to deal with Kilgrave. That was your agreement with Uncle George, not mine. Besides, what has he done that doesn't warrant death? She scoffed. Seeing you so entangled in your thoughts, isn't it better if I make the decision for you? At that moment, George's urgent voice crackled through the radio, hastily urging Mindy and Peter to vacate the area to avoid a confrontation with this newly arrived faction. Mr. Stacy, you should exit the building alone. We will find an alternate means of escape. Given their current predicament, a conventional exit from the tavern would likely prove ineffective against Bullseye and his henchmen. Peter's previous experience at the rundown mall vividly illustrated this point. He merely gestured towards the open balcony of the suite, and Mindy instantly comprehended his intent. By the time Bullseye reached the 12th floor, his target had vanished without a trace. After conducting 2 thorough searches, the only evidence he could uncover were the friction marks left upon the balcony railing. It was evident that they had departed using a rope tied to this location. They might have either descended to a lower floor or infiltrated the building across the way. Given that man's agility, this posed little challenge for him. Gritting his teeth, he returned indoors. A muffled groan emanated from the corridor, and upon observing Luke Kaiga, who was showing signs of regaining consciousness, the marksman retrieved a small vial from his person. He administered a few drops of the liquid into Luke's mouth, and within moments, the rhythm of his breathing and heartbeat grew slow and tranquil once more. The marksman issued a few commands to his subordinates, and 2 individuals promptly approached to lift Luke. This one could be salvaged, yet the other, Kilgrave, had sustained a fatal wound to the chest, evidently inflicted by specialized ammunition. Such a choice of weaponry was inconsistent with the red-masked adversary he had previously encountered. Based on Kilgrave's last conversation with the boss, the masked accomplice had already fallen into his grasp, suggesting that this was a new opponent. Furthermore, it appeared to be a peer. After examining the several bullet holes left in the corridor, the marksman reached this conclusion. High-caliber firearms, if not acquired through specialized channels, would be exceedingly difficult to procure. The accuracy was commendable, and if the opponent's skill and reflexes were on par, they could potentially match his own level. The new ally of the Red Mask seemed to be a formidable figure. Although the boss's directive was to assist Kilgrave in capturing the Red Mask, it was evident that neither the marksman nor Jean Bing had anticipated the complete annihilation of their forces prior to the arrival of reinforcements. He now lacked even the inclination to assess Kilgrave's injuries. Both shots had struck vital areas, and such penetrating wounds inflicted tremendous damage to the internal organs. Even an elephant could not withstand such injuries, let alone a seemingly frail middle-aged man. He casually instructed his subordinates to dispose of Kilgrave's body while he retreated to contemplate how to mitigate Jean Bing's wrath. Although the failure of this operation was not his doing, with the individual responsible now deceased, who could predict whether Jean Bing would unleash his fury upon him? Suddenly, a voice filled with uncertainty emerged from the group handling Kilgrave's body, capturing the marksman's attention. What had transpired? He hurried over, silently hoping they had uncovered some clues regarding the Red Mask. The lead assassin appeared momentarily at a loss for words. Glancing between Kilgrave's still form and the marksman, he hesitated slightly before speaking. It seemed this individual still had a heartbeat and was breathing. Chapter 39. The experiment 40 minutes later. Bullseye returned to their gathering place with his subordinates. The Cavendish Manor, a grand estate that had been passed down through 8 generations of the Moretti family, had recently come into the possession of Wilson Fisk following a series of legal battles and auctions. The damage inflicted on the building during the battle that resulted in the deaths of over 30 individuals had been largely repaired and remodeled, leaving little trace of the destruction. At Fisk's request, numerous areas had undergone specific renovations, including advanced medical equipment, his private training facility, and a small armory. Several rooms had even been converted into office spaces. Had the former head of the Moretti family been alive to witness the degradation of Cavendish Manor, he would surely have charged at Fisk in a fit of rage. However, if such a scenario were to unfold, it would likely culminate in Fisk crushing his skull without hesitation. Bullseye first delivered the unconscious Luke Cage and the severely injured Kilgrave to the medical bay. The former had merely ingested a significant amount of a neurotoxin, while the latter's injuries were such that he should not have survived. The attending physicians were taken aback upon seeing Kilgrave's condition. Yet, Bullseye was not in the mood to concern himself with their reactions. With a heavy heart, he ascended the staircase and knocked on the door to Fisk's office. "Come in," came Fisk's distinctive raspy voice from within. Taking a deep breath, Bullseye entered. At Fisk's gesture, he seated himself opposite the formidable figure and began to candidly recount the events of the day. To Bullseye's surprise, Fisk remained remarkably composed in the face of this failure. After listening intently to Bullseye's report, he merely stroked his cufflinks, remaining silent throughout the entire exchange. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, his tone devoid of any irritation. "Do not blame yourself. The fault is not yours. You did your utmost, did you not?" He seemed unconcerned about the outcome. Observing Fisk's affable demeanor, Bullseye shivered slightly and lowered his gaze once more. Amused by his subordinate's reaction, Fisk redirected the conversation. "Now, let us discuss your compensation. $350,000 has been deposited into your personal account, which includes the commission for the next 6 months and the fees for your previous 2 engagements. Your bonus from last month will be settled in 3 weeks. "Bonus?" Bullseye inquired, somewhat perplexed. "However, I did not. Not succeeding does not equate to failure. You performed admirably. Your initial actions confirmed the existence, type, and intensity of the Red Mask's abilities. Such intelligence is invaluable, and without your efforts, few could have compelled the opposition to reveal so many of their cards. This incident also indirectly indicated that they have regained some ground in terms of information. This time, Kilgrave's whereabouts have been exposed, yet we remain utterly oblivious. You have never acted without compensation. It is a principle I hold in high regard. I have never been stingy when it comes to that which possesses value," Jean Bing remarked, and Target's eye nodded in agreement, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, just as he was grateful to have narrowly escaped disaster, Jean Bing's tone abruptly shifted, darkening ominously. "Of course, that is contingent upon the worth of your services," he said, placing his hand upon Target's shoulder with a swiftness that left him nearly unresponsive, feeling the latent power emanating from that hand. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "For all these years, you have been an exceptionally reliable ally." Seemingly oblivious to the dread within Target's heart, he continued, "You have consistently provided me with dependable service, and I have compensated you with wealth ample enough for your extravagant indulgences. This time, even if you have failed to fulfill the objectives assigned to you, I shall still honor our agreement and pay you what you are due. However, cooperation necessitates fairness. Would you not agree?" Swallowing hard, Target nodded vigorously. Fisk smiled, removing his hand from Target's shoulder. "Excellent. Since we have reached a consensus on this matter, let us put it behind us. I do not wish to encounter such a situation again." "Understood, sir," Target promptly affirmed. While Fisk had already lost the desire to continue the conversation, "Proceed to the 3rd floor to change your equipment. Inform the technicians of your thoughts on the new gear after using it." A cold smirk appeared on Jean Bing's face, rendering his expression particularly menacing. "I still need to check on our 2 friends." Adjusting his suit, Fisk exited his office and made his way to the medical area on the 1st floor. Upon his arrival, the doctors, witnessing their superior, all paid their respects. "How are they faring?" He waved his hand dismissively, bypassing the formalities that did not pique his interest, and directly addressed the matter at hand. "Is there a chance for Kilgrave to survive? In fact, the mere fact that he is still alive is miraculous." The lead doctor spoke first, his tone imbued with astonishment and envy. "The damage to his internal organs is exceedingly grave. The functionality of his heart has been nearly obliterated. Half of his liver has been reduced to pulp, and the other internal organs have also sustained significant injuries." "But," Fisk raised an eyebrow, "it seems your statement is unfinished." "Dr. Norton, I abhor those who leave thoughts unarticulated. My apologies, Norton quickly offered his apologies. "It is just that I have never encountered such a scenario, and thus am at a loss for words. No need to rush, my free time is ample. How shall I put this? The heart. Norton hesitated. deliberately choosing more precise words to convey his thoughts. Let us set aside the matter of liver complications for now. Following the severe damage inflicted upon his heart, one would expect his brain to succumb to death shortly after losing its blood supply. Yet, remarkably, he is not. What accounts for this anomaly? His brain, along with other regions of his body, has seemingly entered a peculiar state of suspended animation. His bodily functions have diminished to an astonishing degree, rendering it difficult to ascertain whether he is still alive. Nevertheless, in this state, his body continues to persist in some manner despite the absence of a functioning heart. Does he still possess a chance of awakening? It remains uncertain. Norton appears somewhat hesitant, as his current condition closely resembles that of individuals preserved within cryogenic chambers. The prevailing theory suggests that, provided his bodily issues are addressed and he is awakened, he may well recover completely. However, the pressing question is, how does one facilitate his awakening? Fisk pointedly highlighted the crux of the dilemma. Indeed, even within the realm of human cryopreservation, we struggle to determine how to safely thaw and revive patients without causing harm. Undoubtedly, Mr. Kilgrave's situation is significantly more favorable, within the span of less than an hour. His bodily deterioration has ceased. He may require further time in this dormant state, yet the likelihood of his eventual revival exceeds 60%. As for the potential for permanent damage, that remains uncertain. Very well, let us maintain his current condition, sustain his life, and endeavor to facilitate his recovery, Fisk commanded. However, once his body begins to improve, increase the dosage of the anesthetic within him. I recall that the formula for the previous drug is still in your possession. I do not wish for him to regain consciousness. Is that truly advisable? Norton hesitated, but Fisk's icy tones swiftly quelled any flicker of compassion within him. Proceed as instructed. You are my assistant, not a healer. Fisk chuckled coldly, gesturing towards Kilgrave's unmoving form. Moreover, his body serves as a prime specimen for experimentation, does it not? Given his remarkable resilience, I would presume you find it of considerable interest. Furthermore, let us not pretend to be unaware of Kilgrave's capabilities. I trust one have not concealed that information from you. A cold sweat broke out on Norton's back, saturating his lab coat. Sensing the fear within him, Fisk's voice softened. Yet its peculiar timbre rendered it even more unsettling. If you can unravel the principles behind his abilities, congratulations, Dr. Norton, for you shall acquire unimaginable wealth and power. I understand, Mr. Fisk. For reasons unknown, at that moment, Norton's voice became inexplicably hoarse, rendering it somewhat shrill. He was now desperately yearning for a glass of water. But he knew he must first complete his work. As for the other patient, there is no need to speak of him now. Jean Bing suddenly interrupted his words. He has already awakened. Chapter 40, Confrontation. Meanwhile, Luke, still lying in bed, abruptly opened his eyes, leaped up from his bed, and launched a punch at Jean Bing. The relatively simple steel frame bed emitted an excruciating creak under his sudden movement, yielding several centimeters due to the sheer force of his action. Indeed, in the face of the incoming punch, Jean Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He merely tilted his head to evade the attack. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone stronger than himself. Luke roared, and his thrown fist suddenly altered its trajectory, transforming into a knife-hand strike aimed at Jean Bing's neck. Realizing that this was a vital target, Luke instinctively reduced his force to avoid causing fatal harm. However, he underestimated Jean Bing's prowess. Jean Bing charged at Luke, closing the distance between them to less than 10 centimeters. He seized Luke's arm, then swiftly twisted his body, executing a shoulder throw that sent Luke crashing to the floor. Unlike Luke, Jean Bing displayed no restraint. The impact shattered the marble floor into a web of cracks. The defense appears commendable, though regrettably, the speed seems somewhat lacking. At that moment, the bodyguard who had been following Jean Bing finally reacted. He drew his handgun and fired 2 shots at Luke, yet the bullets harmlessly ricocheted off Luke's ironclad skin. The bodyguard hesitated momentarily, but the next instant, he was seized by his employer's grip and hurled away. Do not linger here, just take the other doctors and leave. At this juncture, Jean Bing had removed the slightly ill-fitting shirt that concealed his robust physique, allowing his powerful muscles to be prominently visible beneath his shirt. The terrified doctors, without needing Jean Bing's urging, hastily fled the now perilous medical room. The bodyguard hesitated briefly, his instinctual duty causing him to waver. He glanced at the furious Luke Cage, then turned his gaze back to his employer. Scram! At Jean Bing's command, the bodyguard cast aside his hesitation and swiftly exited the medical room. Luke Cage had now risen to his feet. He regarded Jean Bing with a curious expression but refrained from launching an attack. Let me go, Luke stated calmly. I will quietly disappear and not trouble you further. Haha. As if he had heard something ludicrous, Jean Bing erupted into laughter, only ceasing after a considerable time. During this interval, Luke Cage stood motionless, refraining from uttering any further words. Jean Bing shook his head and continued to speak. I apologize. But as a formidable and significant bargaining chip, I cannot simply stand by and watch you depart. Do you wish for me to act as your enforcer? Luke furrowed his brow. I must express my disinterest in such a role. Perhaps I can alter your perspective. Upon hearing Jean Bing's response, Luke's frown deepened further. He stepped back, a hint of wariness crossing his countenance. What? Are you planning to enlist a telepath to control me? No. I have always held a certain prejudice against such methods. Jean Bin shook his head, a peculiar smile emerging on his face. In my view, wealth and power are far superior means of persuasion. Their risks are substantially lower than any form of mind control, and they compel those under influence to perform willingly and effectively. I am afraid I have no interest in those two things you mentioned. A fleeting expression of disdain flickered in Luke's eyes, though it did not manifest in his words. My sincerest apologies. They are not omnipotent, and there exist individuals who cannot be swayed by them. No, you are mistaken in this regard. Jean Bin's enigmatic smile brightened even more. Merely these two elements may indeed fail to sway certain individuals. However, interestingly, money can be exchanged for other equivalent substances, and when paired with power, one can achieve nearly anything. And you, Mr. Cage, are not devoid of weaknesses and desires. What do you mean? Your wife and your identity. Jean Bin directly revealed his leverage, his expression radiating confidence in the pieces he held. When the Killgrave invaded your residence, your wife suffered grave injuries, nearly facing death. As for who was responsible, we shall temporarily set that aside. After all, your state of mind at the time was far from lucid. Following the utmost care from our personnel, she regained consciousness 4 days ago and is expected to make a full recovery within a month. Of course, Jean Bin feigned an innocent expression. Since you do not intend to work for me, you naturally cannot enjoy such employee benefits. I expect the medical expenses of 110,000 to appear in my account within 2 months. You scoundrel. Luke clenched his fists, a glint of menace appearing in his eyes. Your current demeanor seems rather inappropriate for one who has saved your wife. Faced with Luke's clearly tumultuous emotions, Jean Bin became increasingly smug. Or should I call you Carl? With that utterance, Luke's expression shifted entirely. Carl Lucas? I trust one am not mistaken. You should still have a 4-year sentence in Hyman prison, correct? Of course, post your escape 6 months ago, that sentence should have been extended to at least 20 years. If I were to present this information to the relevant authorities, not only would you find yourself languishing in an even more inescapable prison for the remainder of your life, but those who assisted you in your escape would also meet with misfortune. You are threatening me. I am offering you assistance. If you are willing to join me, everything I have just mentioned would cease to be a burden. All I require is your service for 2 years. After that, you could depart with a considerable fortune and relish true freedom. Luke fell silent, seemingly swayed by Jean Bing's words. Yet in the next moment, he struck out with a punch aimed at Jean Bing. Truly stubborn, Jean Bing snorted, evading the blow with a speed that belied his physique, and swiftly delivered a kick to Luke's ankle. Although the force of the strike did not even mar Luke's skin, it was powerful enough to disrupt his balance, causing him to tumble to the ground once more. At this juncture, Jean Bing effortlessly retrieved a pristine white cane, slightly over 1 meter in length, and pressed it against Luke's forehead. Luke merely gasped for breath before attempting to rise again. Futile. You cannot harm me, nor can you impede my actions. Oh, are you certain? Jean Bing's brow arched, and in the next instant, he pressed a button on the cane's handle. A current of electricity, potent enough to fell an elephant, surged forth from the cane's end and coursed through Luke's body. Despite his skin's ability to withstand bullets, he could not mount any effective defense against this assault. In an instant, the nerve endings on one side of his body were paralyzed, and his muscles began to convulse uncontrollably. Within 3 seconds, a burnt odor emanated from Luke, who collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Truly, one who refuses to drink the toast must suffer the penalty. Jean Bing disdainfully kicked Luke's body and retracted his cane. He donned his previously discarded suit jacket and turned to exit the room. Chapter 41. Farewell. Matt's awakening occurred the following day. After he emitted a soft grunt, Peter and Mindy, who had been tidying his room, immediately rushed to his side. During this time, he had been recuperating in his apartment, and after careful consideration and examination, they had opted not to send him to the hospital. George, who had no obligations in the morning, came to care for him, while Peter took over in the afternoon after school. Mindy would occasionally come to check on him. Aside from feeding him small amounts of milk and water, Matt required little in the way of care. Observing his rather disheveled apartment, Peter, with some idle time on his hands, began to tidy up. While Matt may have been an undeniable force in combat, he inherently faced numerous disadvantages in the minutiae of daily life. His injuries were not as severe as one might expect. The wounds sustained during that fierce battle had healed to about 50 or 60%, and his mobility had largely returned. Although his regenerative abilities did not rival Peter's, the extent of his recovery was nonetheless quite remarkable. During his period of captivity, Kilgrave had not neglected his injuries. Rather, he had compelled a surgeon to conduct a thorough examination and provide necessary care. In Kilgrave's eyes, it was merely a matter of time before Matt would become one of his own. Are you suggesting that you managed to resist his control for a full 6 days? Even after using your own blood? Peter expressed his astonishment, while Mindy beside him openly voiced her skepticism. You're lying, aren't you? Don't worry, there is no shame in this. Her words sounded rather awkward. However, if you did divulge any information to him, it would be prudent to inform us beforehand. Though Kilgrave is dead, Kingpin remains alive, and such intelligence in his hands would undoubtedly pose a greater danger. Peter shot her an annoyed glare. I trust Matt, he asserted. Fine, it's your choice, Mindy retorted dismissively. I'm merely looking out for you. Don't leave everything unprepared and regret it at the last moment. Peter was about to continue defending Matt when he was interrupted by Matt himself. No, the lady's concerns do have merit, generally. It is quite difficult for an ordinary person to resist Kilgrave's powers, he said weakly, a faint smile gracing his lips. But I am not an ordinary person. Ironically, my blindness has aided me considerably in this regard. Peter pondered for a moment, soon revealing a look of enlightenment, while Mindy remained somewhat perplexed. I don't understand what you mean. Could you clarify? Perhaps accustomed to such exchanges, her tone remained consistently brusque. You've already mentioned that Kilgrave's control operates by way of simultaneous verbal suggestion and physical gestures, achieving an effect akin to hypnosis. Peter began to elucidate for Mindy. You also stated that if one were to obscure their vision by some means, the efficacy of Kilgrave's abilities would be significantly diminished. He gestured towards Matt's vacant eyes. He accomplished something quite similar by blocking his own sight. Ah, that explanation holds water, Mindy nodded thoughtfully. But that point is moot now. Kilgrave is dead, and I've repaid my debt to you. Indeed, Peter affirmed with a nod. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Without your information, this mission would likely have had no chance of success. That is good to hear. My father and I will soon be heading to Maine. At that point, we can leave all this wretchedness behind and embrace our new life. However, before we proceed, allow me to share the information I possess. Peter glanced at Matt, who had once again succumbed to slumber, and nodded. Let us continue our discussion outside. The two exited the room and settled onto the sofa in the living room. Mindy stifled a yawn, languidly reclining with her legs propped on the coffee table. The neon lights from outside filtered through the small window, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across her face. Peter shot her a look, nudging her feet off the table, to which she responded not with irritation, but rather with a contemplative silence. Kingpin is not someone you can simply defeat. After a moment's pause, Mindy finally spoke, her tone rather brusque. If I were you, I would cease all activities related to your identity as the Red Mask and live a normal life. Unless your misfortune knows no bounds, you will never cross paths with him again. Is this the message you wish to convey? Peter regarded Mindy with a bemused expression. If you are attempting to dissuade me from pursuing this course, know that you have made similar attempts numerous times before. This is merely a final reminder. He is not a mere street thug or an ordinary crime lord. He is the emperor of a dark empire. You will not locate his hideout. And even if you do, what can you accomplish? Imprison him? Within 12 hours, he will be free again, for there is no evidence against him. Otherwise, he would have already been apprehended. I could eliminate him, ensuring he can commit no further atrocities. Peter stated this with remarkable ease, prompting Mindy to chuckle. It seems you have grown rather unperturbed by the notion of murder. This is commendable, though I am uncertain how your father-in-law would react to such news. She yawned again and rubbed her eyes. Yet, your perspective remains overly simplistic. Killing Kingpin resolves nothing. It would only exacerbate the situation. And how so? While Wilson Fisk's methods are anything but benevolent, at least under his reign, there is a semblance of order within the underworld of New York and other East Coast cities. If he were to perish, the ensuing chaos among the gangs vying for power would result in disaster, claiming the lives of thousands until a new kingpin emerges. At that point, you would realize that no change has occurred. Then we must devise a new strategy. If you can conceive one, I am all ears. However, unless you aspire to usurp his position, all your efforts will be in vain. After uttering these words, she regarded Peter with an odd expression, as though seeking a reaction from his face. Peter simply shook his head. No, I have no intention of engaging in such actions. Then we find ourselves in a rather difficult predicament, Mindy sighed. Never mind, my words may be of little use. My knowledge is limited. Yet I possess some understanding of his subordinate organizations. Peter promptly retrieved paper and a pen from his backpack, sitting upright before Mindy like a diligent schoolboy ready for class. You may begin, he urged. 4 days later, at the New York bus station. Well, good luck. If you require any assistance, feel free to reach out to us, Peter said as he handed the last suitcase to the bus driver, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead before turning to Mindy. Meanwhile, George shook hands with Damon, exchanging farewells. Oh, enough already. I have no desire to involve myself in your affairs any longer, Mindy remarked, rolling her eyes as she tucked her golden hair behind her shoulder. In less than a year, you've managed to stir up trouble with every faction in New York. I'd like to live a few more years, thank you very much. Rest assured, my earnings as a mercenary will sustain us comfortably for several years. You needn't worry about the rest, Peter replied. I merely meant, in case something arises. Mindy interjected, enough of your ominous talk. Speaking of luck, you could use it more than I. By the way, does Uncle Stacy still oppose your extracurricular activities? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be an unspoken agreement, Peter said with a wry smile, scratching his ear. He's right. My current strength cannot guarantee everyone's safety. I must become more formidable and acquire a new set of gear. Mindy smiled, slipping a note into Peter's hand. Find that individual using the information on this note and tell him that Violet sent you. He will craft you a new set of equipment. Of course, the materials will be on you. Thank you, Peter said, tucking the note into his pocket. Just then, Mindy leaned in and embraced him, causing him to stiffen as he felt the softness pressing against his face, frozen in place. Thanks, little one. Consider this a gift from your sister, she whispered in his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Amused by his awkwardness, Mindy chuckled. You naughty boy. I wonder how long you can continue these reckless escapades. But with such a beautiful girlfriend, don't regret it when it's too late. She teased him further, tightening her grip slightly. Just as he felt he could scarcely breathe, she suddenly released him, pushing him away. At that moment, Damon and George approached from behind, the latter's expression dark and his gaze fixed dangerously on Peter. All right, farewell. Damon and Mindy boarded the bus, offering their final goodbyes to Peter and George. 5 minutes later, amidst the roar of the engine, the bus began to move. After a brief acceleration, it vanished from Peter's sight. The era of Hit Girl and Big Daddy had reached its conclusion. Chapter 42. The next step. Bang. Bang. The wooden swords of the two combatants clashed in midair, producing a series of resounding thuds as their weapons collided. In a moment of contact, both stepped back to alleviate the strain on their shoulders. Yet, in the next instant, Matt raised his weapon high above his head and lunged forward, delivering a downward strike aimed at Peter, whose eyes were obscured by a black cloth. In an unexpected display of skill, Peter deftly rotated his wrist, positioning his wooden sword perfectly to intercept Matt's blow. A subtle force transmitted through Matt's sword caused Peter's weapon to shift slightly, prompting him to swiftly sidestep, thereby compensating for the opening created by the encounter and preventing any further assault from Matt. Aside from the black cloth covering Peter's eyes, their training was distinctly unlike their usual exchanges of techniques. The speed of both combatants was deliberately restrained to a level accessible even to most ordinary individuals, granting ample time to react to their exchanges. The movements displayed were markedly formal, adhering strictly to established forms and routines, reminiscent of a choreographed swordsmanship performance one might witness on a television program. Nevertheless, the force behind their strikes remained undiminished, evidenced by the numerous wooden swords, severed in twain, accumulating in the corner of the arena. Peter exhaled sharply, launching another strike towards Matt. Following the deflection of this blow, he swiftly transformed his attack from a slash to a thrust, aiming for Matt's chest. A smile crept across Matt's face as he flicked his wrist. His once sturdy wooden sword coiled around Peter's weapon like a venomous serpent. With a sudden pull, Peter's sword was wrenched from his grasp, and the tip of Matt's sword struck Peter's palm where he had previously held his weapon. Ouch! Startled, Peter took a step back, tearing the black cloth from before his eyes. A sharp pain surged from the impacted area to his mind, and soon, a red mark blossomed into shades of purple. Matt's strike had indeed been rather forceful. After all, this was merely practice. Hadn't they agreed to keep things light? Amidst the pain, Peter rubbed his palm, a stream of complaints spilling forth from his lips. They had established that this was solely to hone his weapon handling and foresight. So why did Matt seem so unwilling to ease up? Fortunately, it was just his hand. A glance at his vulnerable midsection sent a shiver through him as he imagined the agony of a blow landing there. Meanwhile, Matt appeared entirely innocent. How can you refine your skills without exerting some force? He sheathed his sword and, in a casual manner, plopped down onto the ground before Peter. If I solely employed those feeble attacks, not only would their speed fail to present a significant challenge to you, but you would also be unable to discern the force and counters of various techniques. For the rapid enhancement of your abilities, I urge you to endure a little longer. After all, such minor injuries will heal within 40 to 50 minutes. While it is true that they mend swiftly, they are still quite painful. Peter shot a glance at Matt, who was oblivious to his silent grimace. His tone remained remarkably calm, unaware of Peter's unspoken discomfort. Wasn't it you who proposed this training regimen from the outset? Exercise a bit of patience. Your progress is already quite evident. In merely 2 weeks, you have reached this level, and your talent is truly astounding. I can face you with only 20% of my strength despite being deprived of sight. Yet you can still overpower me at full capacity without sight. Our levels are simply not comparable. Full capacity? Matt recalled Peter under the dark force mode and chuckled softly. At our current full strength, I could not contend with you. Besides, you are being rather impatient. I trained diligently for 4 years to attain my current level. You have quite a ways to go. Exercise patience, and at your current rate of advancement, within a year and a half, I will have little more to teach you. After a moment of silence, Peter spoke slowly. A few particles of dust floated between his fingers, dancing gracefully according to his will. Yet for some inexplicable reason, I am plagued by an odd sense of urgency. After all I have experienced, I have learned not to disregard these instincts. If I do not elevate my strength swiftly, I fear that dire consequences may ensue. However, such a mindset will only impede your growth, Matt pointed out. What you need to do now is to continue your training. There are no faster methods to gain strength, and even if there were, they would likely only lead to stunted growth. Peter nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Matt's words. With no grounds for rebuttal, shall we go again? He raised the wooden sword in his hand, eliciting a smile from Matt. Let us do it. George Stacy Wesley reviewed the materials in his hands once more, a rather peculiar expression gracing his face. The specter of the past lingers, does it not? Is he truly the Red Mask? Beside him, Target snickered, pulling a card from his waist and toying with it. This middle-aged police officer? While I yearn to retaliate for the humiliation I endured last time, he differs significantly from the Red Mask I remember. Although there is a notable disparity in height and voice between them, if he has indeed taken measures to conceal his identity, it is not entirely implausible. Wesley remarked quietly. Disguise is far more remarkable than one might imagine. However, you are correct. The likelihood of him being the Red Mask is not high. However, do you believe there is a certain connection between him and the Red Mask? He might possess some knowledge. Wesley nodded. Even after being excluded from the police department, he continued to wield his authority for various minor schemes, some of which were related to the recent conflict at the Hyatt Hotel. Moreover, he shared a modicum of acquaintance with that father-daughter duo. This duo had collaborated with the Red Mask, and I grasp your implication. The target nodded, a flicker of understanding evident in his eyes. Even if all this is mere coincidence and there exists no relation between him and the Red Mask, perhaps we could still extract information regarding the whereabouts of that father-daughter pair from him. You are aware that our ambush for them turned out to be a complete failure. They are far more cautious than we had anticipated. Furthermore, even if Officer Stacy possesses no intelligence on the McCleady father and daughter, you could still impart some lessons on conduct to him. Although his petty actions may seem inconsequential, they are indeed quite bothersome. Understood. By the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, I shall deliver his head to your office desk. No, do not kill him. Wesley shook his head. His connections within the police department are indeed substantial. Eliminating him recklessly would only complicate our infiltration into the police force. The current state of New York City does not yet allow us to act with impunity. Very well, what would you have me do? According to the information we possess, he has a greatly cherished daughter. Wesley extracted a photograph from the dossier. In the image, a golden-haired girl named Gwen sat on a park bench, beaming at the camera. Perhaps you could use this for something. Wesley handed the document to the target and then returned to his seat. I believe you can manage this simple task without excessive logistical support, correct? It would be best to execute it beautifully, despite your long-standing collaboration with the boss. After so many failures, you require a commendable achievement, do you not? Chapter 43. Proactive Engagement Strength, Strength. Focusing his attention to its utmost degree, the 25-kilogram sandbag gradually began to levitate under the influence of his telekinesis. A wave of fatigue, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul, flooded Peter's mind. While the mental energy within his consciousness swirled and was rapidly consumed, transforming into a part of the force, Peter exhaled softly, striving to calm his mental fluctuations. As tranquility began to envelop him, the rate of mental energy consumption diminished significantly. Gritting his teeth, he extended his hand toward another sandbag on the floor, channeling his telekinesis towards it. With the fervent surge of his mental energy, the sandbag shifted slightly, igniting a spark of joy within Peter, prompting a substantial increase in the output of his mental energy, causing the sandbag to ascend abruptly to a height of approximately half a meter above the ground. His emotional fluctuations, however, resulted in a slight alteration of the channels through which his mental energy flowed. This caused the first sandbag he controlled to wobble precariously, and this minor disturbance was sufficient to shatter the delicately constructed yet exceedingly fragile web of his mental network. Despite being prepared, Peter instinctively severed his mental output at the first moment, yet in that fleeting instant, nearly 1/3 of his remaining mental energy surged forth uncontrollably, rendering his complexion pale. Naturally, this excess energy would not simply vanish into thin air. The uncontrolled mental energy swiftly transformed into an unstable form, and at that moment, Peter's continued connection with the ocean of the Force allowed it to convert into a power potent enough to influence the tangible world. A fierce gust of wind surged toward him, forcing him to take 2 steps back, while the second sandbag he had previously controlled emitted a muffled thud, bursting open at its seam. Watching the sand pour relentlessly from the rupture, Peter could only manage a wry smile, yet another fine was to be added to his debts. However, what disheartened him further was the realization that, after such an extended period, his mastery over the Force had shown no sign of advancement. He had encountered a formidable bottleneck, and he was at a loss as to how to break through it. Power, power, power. His progress in combat had been relatively evident, as he was still a novice, witnessing substantial growth after nearly every training session. Conversely, his psychic abilities, after an initial rapid ascent, had now slowed to a crawl. Yet, as the saying goes, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Peter's entry into this bottleneck was an unavoidable circumstance, with 2 principal factors constraining his development: quality and quantity. In terms of quantity, Peter found himself in an undeniably awkward predicament. Harnessing the Force required drawing upon his own mental or life energy, and the latter was something he sought to avoid at all costs. Mental energy resides within every individual. However, the vast majority cannot control or utilize it. If we consider an individual's total mental energy to be 10, most ordinary people can at best access merely 1, while exceptionally gifted individuals might reach 3 or 4 without specialized training. Currently, Peter's total mental energy amounted to a mere 12-13 points. Although his self-devised methods for mental energy training enabled him to utilize the mental energy residing in his mind more effectively, they bore little fruit in terms of growth. Most of his progress in this domain stemmed from long-term engagement with the Force that gradually unlocked his potential. As for quality, Peter needed a more profound understanding of the Force. Only then could he achieve greater effects with less expenditure. Yet, even the Jedi and Sith, after millennia of study, had not fully deciphered its mysteries. With no mentor to guide him, Peter's grasp of the Force was limited to the most rudimentary instincts. In a certain sense, the dark force that can be wielded solely through emotion and will may be more fitting for Peter. Undoubtedly, he has also contemplated this notion. Although the influence of such power on his character and emotions is profoundly significant, it undeniably offers him considerable strength. Despite having entered that state only a handful of times, he cannot forget the exhilarating sensation of being infused with power. If he could harness that force effectively, neither Luke Cage nor Matt could possibly rival him. So, why not give it a try? A tantalizing thought arose within Peter. There exists no inherent force of justice or evil. Its morality entirely hinges on the user, a principle he wholeheartedly acknowledges. The following morning, Harry was abruptly awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone, which he had carelessly left on his bedside table. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he noticed that the clock displayed a time not even approaching 5:30. Upon picking up the device, he saw Peter's name flashing on the screen. Damn it, I ought to chop this bastard up. After muttering a curse, he pressed the answer button. Hey Harry, are you awake? Hello, you brainless pig. Do you think I would answer this call if I weren't awake? Once the call connected, Harry unceremoniously unleashed his discontent. Although he wasn't particularly grumpy upon waking, few would appreciate being roused from their dreams. However, he soon detected something amiss in his friend's tone. Your voice sounds absolutely dreadful. What has happened? No, I feel fantastic. Peter's voice was raspy, yet his bloodshot eyes sparkled with excitement. He was eager to share his joy. But then he recalled the purpose of his call and swiftly altered his tone. Wait, no, I actually have a bit of a headache. Please help me request a sick leave. Whoa. Could you at least be sincere when you lie? This is your 4th sick leave this month. Harry, just having dragged himself out of bed, sighed. Professor Temo, that demon, will not easily let you off the hook. His frustration with you has reached its peak. Don't worry, just tell the teacher that I will bring a doctor's note tomorrow. According to school regulations, he won't be able to say much more. All right, you always have your ways. I've been quite curious about how you managed to obtain those doctor's notes. But at least it sounds like your spirits are relatively high. A trade secret. A proud smile spread across Peter's face. With just a mental suggestion, the doctor examining him would unhesitatingly perform this task, one he undertook hundreds of times each week. Nonetheless, Peter would have to dutifully pay the $18 consultation fee. If you need it, I can help you out too. There is no need for that. Even if I were to refrain from attending school for an entire year, I doubt anyone would come seeking trouble with me. However, to speak candidly, what on earth have you been up to? It sounds as though you have not slept a wink all night. What? Have you been gaming through the night? Or has Harry's gaze suddenly taken on a rather lewd quality, his tone adopting a somewhat sinister air? Have you betrayed the Virgin Alliance? Hey. You were the first to break the vow, being the one who changed girlfriends 7 times in a year. You, the so-called winner of life, must replace the condoms in your wallet weekly. Peter rolled his eyes, effortlessly unleashing a torrent of sarcasm. Just help me take a leave of absence, will you? Why bother with all the details? Do as you wish. I shall not concern myself any longer. I intend to take a nap and see you tomorrow. By the way, those who disturb others' slumber shall face divine retribution. Very well, see you tomorrow. Selectively ignoring Harry's final remark, Peter ended the call and tucked the phone back into his backpack. He exhaled deeply, loosening the clenched fist of his left hand. In the next moment, the enormous trash bin, which had been hovering in the air during Peter and Harry's conversation, seemingly lost its momentum and abruptly crashed to the ground. Although it descended slowly under Peter's control, it inadvertently scraped against a nearby parked car, triggering its alarm. A cacophony of shrill sounds erupted from within the vehicle. Peter felt a twinge of annoyance and snapped his fingers. Chapter 44. A glimpse into the future. The alarm's shriek suddenly ceased, as though severed by an unseen force. However, should an individual approach within a meter of the car, they would still hear the alarm blaring. With just a snap of his fingers, Peter had created a barrier that contained the sound within. Neither the act of levitating such a massive object nor this phenomenon was something Peter could achieve in his ordinary state. Yet, from the earlier conversation, it appeared that the adverse effects of utilizing the dark force on his psyche and emotions were entirely absent. It seemed that as long as one actively engaged with and controlled it, the dark force was not so dreadful after all. Peter flexed his left hand, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Although the negative emotions emanating from the ocean of dark force still unsettled him, he found himself capable of resisting their influence. Of course, this method of manipulation did diminish his fine control somewhat. Nevertheless, this minor cost paled in comparison to the power it afforded him. Peter now felt an exhilarating surge of energy. Despite having gone a night without sleep and appearing quite fatigued, he had never experienced such mental clarity, as if he could continue to function for another 24 hours. Indeed, it seemed he intended to do just that. Peter meandered through 2 blocks before returning once more to the Fogville gym. As he pushed open the great door, a wave of dizziness surged through his mind, causing him to collapse instantly. When Peter opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by an expanse of emptiness. The scene shifted, and he felt as though he were on a battlefield, yet he could not discern his surroundings, only aware of the cacophony of explosions echoing around him. He paid no heed to the environment, as his gaze was entirely captivated by a beam of ethereal azure light before him. Without questioning his location, he instinctively moved forward. 2 peculiar, non-human shadows lunged toward him. With merely a flick of his hand, they shattered into fragments, yet he did not pause in his stride. In the next moment, a towering figure obstructed his path. Peter strained to widen his eyes, but could not recognize the individual before him. An unearthly cry, seemingly not his own, escaped his lips as he charged toward the silhouette. The surroundings fractured like shattered glass, dissolving into a cascade of luminous points. Confused, Peter halted, struggling to comprehend the recent events. He desperately attempted to recall what had transpired, only to despairingly realize that the memories of those fleeting seconds had slipped through his fingers like water, leaving him with only the faintest fragments of clarity. A sudden spark illuminated Peter's mind, offering him an inkling of understanding. Perhaps this was not merely a matter of seconds prior. He seemed to grasp something significant. Yet this revelation vanished from his consciousness as swiftly as it had come. Unbeknownst to him, his environment shifted once more. Liquid enveloped him. He appeared to be surrounded by some fluid substance. However, the familiar sensation of suffocation did not emerge. The liquid flowed effortlessly into his lungs, providing ample oxygen for his body. Even with his eyes open within this liquid, he felt no discomfort. He found himself confined within a cramped space. Though the area was enclosed, a strange ambient light allowed him to make out the steel walls before him. His limbs were restrained by some unseen force. The bindings seemed relatively easy to break, yet deep within his subconscious, he sensed that such an action would yield dire consequences. In the next instant, a bright light suddenly illuminated his vision, causing the walls before him to vanish. The barrier transformed into a window, and before Peter could react, a grotesque man pressed his face against the glass. His lips moved rapidly, as if uttering something. However, the words that reached Peter's ears morphed into a chaotic cacophony of indecipherable sounds. Yet, Peter was astonished to find himself nodding uncontrollably, while the man on the other side of the glass displayed a peculiar grin and closed the window once more. As Peter returned to the oppressive silence of the darkness, he felt a sense of bewilderment. However, in the next moment, an excruciating pain, seemingly capable of shattering his very soul, erupted violently from within his body. Peter opened his mouth, yearning to release the torment through a scream, yet he was horrified to discover that no matter how hard he tried, he could produce not a single sound. Unable to make a sound, the pain ebbed away like the receding tide, leaving behind only the shells washed ashore and the drying grains of sand. Just as Peter, like a fish scorched under the sun, struggled to draw more air into his lungs, he finally regained his breath, only to realize that the horrific pain had mysteriously vanished. His body still ached tremendously, yet it was at a bearable level. He let out a muffled groan and opened his eyes. What had just transpired? Confused, Peter glanced around him. It seemed he was in the midst of ruins, shattered walls, exposed steel rebar jutting from the concrete, and dust cascading from above, all imparting an overwhelming sense of desolation. Strangely, the scene before him felt oddly familiar. In the distance, the melodic wail of sirens grew louder, evidently approaching him with urgency. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the figure at his feet. However, this individual was no longer recognizable as human. Their face was a mangled mess of flesh, obscuring any semblance of their former identity. Their clothing, stained crimson with blood, had been torn into tatters, revealing gruesome wounds beneath. Yet, despite such grievous injuries, the person was still alive, their body writhing slowly in an attempt to distance itself from Peter. A massive boulder plummeted from above, crashing beside his feet and sending a cloud of dust swirling, enveloping Peter's entire form. Instinctively, he sought to cover his mouth and nose, only to realize that the dust did not settle upon his face. He was still wearing his mask. Peter's body moved again, without his volition, as he stepped forward slowly, his right hand slightly outstretched. A steel rebar, over a meter in length, flew into his grasp. Standing before the injured person, Peter inhaled deeply. Then, without a hint of mercy, he thrust the rebar into the individual's chest. Blood gushed forth, compelling him to shut his eyes. This time, before he could open them again, Peter already sensed that his surroundings had shifted once more. As he truly beheld the scene before him, he was nonetheless struck with profound shock by the sight. George's lifeless and icy body lay motionless on the ground, his throat slit by some sharp instrument, the wound having ceased to bleed. This did not imply that his injury was healing. Rather, it signified that his body had simply run out of blood to spill. Gwen appeared to know what to do, and Peter instinctively retrieved George's phone from his pocket. He input a password he had never known before, and the device unlocked effortlessly. After a brief hesitation, he opened the message records. Moments later, Peter switched off the phone and carelessly tossed it to the ground. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. I am in a dream. Yet, the occurrences within this dream are not mere fabrications. These events are not preordained. I can still alter everything. In the next instant, Peter's dream finally shattered completely. He opened his eyes and sat up abruptly, startling the person beside him, who jumped in surprise. Peter rubbed his throbbing head, finally recognizing the individual next to him. Oh, adieu. Peter raised his hand in a gesture of greeting. Depinder, the cleaner at the Fogwell gym, had only been here for a little over 2 months. This affable Indian lad had developed a good rapport with the regular patrons, though his overly earnest nature often made him the subject of light-hearted teasing. I found you lying here when I opened the door. Do you need me to call an ambulance? Adu inquired cautiously, but Peter quickly waved his hand in refusal. No, really, it's unnecessary. I'm perfectly fine now. I just accidentally fell asleep last night. After some time, Peter managed to convince Adu. Yet even as he donned his slippers, Adu continued to regard him with a concerned gaze. However, Peter paid little heed to this concern. He had far more pressing matters to attend to, and time was of the essence. Deep within the recesses of Peter's mind, an awareness that did not belong to him sighed softly. I can only assist you this much, lad. Chapter 45. Capturing. Having made 2 consecutive calls to Gwen without success, Peter began to feel a sense of urgency. The terrifying future that haunted his mind was gradually manifesting into reality as time progressed. The clock was nearing 3:30 in the afternoon, and if all that transpired in the dream was indeed real, the scene he envisioned would unfold in less than 5 hours. Gwen had been abducted by Kim's henchmen, who intended to use her as leverage to threaten George. The rationale was straightforward. They had uncovered the connection between George and the Red Mask. George was destined to meet his demise, though Peter remained oblivious to the precise reasons behind it. It could have been a disagreement that escalated into violence, or perhaps the adversary, having gleaned all the information from George, sought to eliminate him to silence him forever. Regardless of the circumstances, Peter was resolute in his determination to avert this catastrophe. Without a moment's hesitation, he hailed a taxi on the bustling streets. After a mere suggestion of mental influence, the driver plunged into a frenetic drive through the crowded avenues of New York. Peter closed his eyes, attempting to harness the enigmatic power within his mind to guide his path. A task devoid of challenge. The marksman now found it somewhat monotonous. The initial kidnapping operation had unfolded with surprising ease. The police officer's daughter exhibited no wariness, and under the pretense of being lost, Peter led her down 2 streets before deftly administering a cloth laced with a sedative, rendering her entirely incapacitated. 10 minutes later, the marksman had confined Gwen within a secret chamber. After capturing several photographs sufficient to convince the obstinate officer, he locked the door with a sense of satisfaction. In retrospect, he felt a twinge of regret. The young girl was quite charming, and had she been a few years older, he might have risked the ire of his employer for a fleeting indulgence. Alas, her most favorable outcome would likely be a sale to certain dubious establishments, where, under the ravishment of unsavory patrons, her chances of reaching adulthood would be severely compromised. Such a pity. Having dispatched the photographs via his mobile device, he soon received a response. Glancing at the caller ID, the marksman allowed a peculiar smile to grace his lips. He pressed the answer button, and in the next moment, George's furious voice erupted from the other end of the line. You bastard, what have you done to her? Please, remain calm, Mr. Stacy, he replied. The marksman had conducted this type of operation dozens of times, and he always found the reactions of his targets to be of great interest. A silent chuckle escaped him before he continued. She is currently unharmed and safe. Of course, that is only the case for now. Her future depends on your cooperation. What do you want? You know my name, and I presume you have conducted some research on me. You should be aware that I am not wealthy and possess little money to offer you. State your terms, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. After so many years as a police officer, it was amusing to witness George resorting to such formalities under these circumstances. The marksman chuckled coldly, choosing not to respond further. In light of his silence, George's composure began to falter. Damn it, what do you want? Speak. If you harm a single hair on her head, I swear to the heavens I will flay you alive. Such threats seemed ill-placed, for it was I who held the power here, the marksman retorted coldly. Though a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes, he derived immense pleasure from the torment he inflicted upon others. Mr. Stacy, we shall have a thorough discussion. An hour hence, I shall grace your apartment with my presence. Although I typically seek permission before visiting others, in this instance, such courtesy seems unnecessary. You wretched fool. Just 1 hour. Damn it, I promised not to harm her. George's fury was evidently beyond immediate pacification, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. After securing George's confirmation, the marksman casually pressed the button to sever the call, stowing his phone away in his pocket. There was no longer any need for further conversation. Excessive words could lead to missteps. He simply needed to adhere to the original plan. All was prepared, only the favorable winds were lacking. Undoubtedly, Stacy would heed his daughter's interests. While this man appeared adaptable in his professional dealings, he was, in truth, stubborn to an extreme. His daughter represented his singular vulnerability. Although the marksman held little expectation regarding the extent of George's knowledge about the Red Mask, any information gleaned could mitigate the humiliation of his previous 2 encounters. Moreover, if he could cultivate this troublesome cop into an ally, his contributions would indeed be significant. As the marksman pondered his next steps, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Abruptly lifting his head, in the next moment, a fierce gust of wind rushed from his flank. Caught off guard, he was unable to execute any defensive or evasive maneuvers in time. While he was certainly more skilled in close combat than the average mercenary, this strike came with such suddenness and speed. His head endured the blow with considerable force. Had it not been for the protection of his helmet, his skull would likely have been shattered. Even with the helmet shielding him, a wave of dizziness flooded his mind, rendering him momentarily blank. In the absence of conscious thought, years of training and instinct, etched into his very being, compelled his body to react involuntarily. 2 miniature darts, long secured within his sleeve, were swiftly hurled toward the direction of the assault, while he himself dove to the ground, executing a roll to distance himself from his assailant. Come back. The adversary made no attempt to evade the 2 darts. They were effortlessly deflected by an unseen force, as if the opponent donned an invisible bulletproof vest. The marksman's airborne form curiously stalled for an instant before crashing to the ground. At that moment, he finally discerned the crimson mask adorning his attacker's face. Damn it. It's you. It seems you are not particularly pleased to see me. Peter swiftly advanced a couple of steps, grasping the marksman's left shoulder. A piercing pain erupted from the area he clutched, rendering the marksman pale. He attempted to draw his knife, yet Peter swiftly disarmed him with a single, precise strike of his palm. A punch from the target struck towards Peter's face, but he effortlessly intercepted it. When the assailant sought to retract his attack, it was already too late. Peter had seized his fist and delivered a sharp blow to his joint. His entire right arm dropped, rendered powerless, incapable of exerting even the slightest force. Yet, even in this dire moment, the target let out a triumphant laugh. Despite being utterly at a disadvantage, he presented himself like a victor. Indeed, our guess was correct. The target fixated on Peter's mask, attempting to discern something from its obscured visage. You and that damned police officer share quite the connection, don't you? We have finally uncovered your vulnerability. What is he to you? A colleague? A friend? A relative? You may continue to speculate, but the answer holds no significance for you now. Peter's tone had turned icy, and his assault showed no signs of abating. Striking with the ferocity of a tempest, the target could barely withstand the onslaught for 5 seconds before collapsing to the ground, his arms rendered entirely useless, and the punch to his chest made even breathing a strenuous endeavor. Yet he continued to laugh heartily. You have lost, Mr. Red Mask, with your true identity exposed. Your threat to us has diminished significantly. Have you prepared yourself to face Kim's wrath? However, Peter seemed to disregard his words entirely. He grasped the target by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Enough chatter. Let us have you rest for a moment, Mr. Target. Get some good rest. I have many questions to ask you. No sooner had he spoken than the target felt a dull pain at the back of his neck, and consciousness slipped away from him. Chapter 46. The captive. The dosage of the sedative administered to the target was not particularly high, and after being locked in this small room, Graven regained consciousness a little over half an hour later. Any girl in such a predicament would instinctively scream, and Graven was no exception. Yet at the last moment, she swallowed her cry. She was still unaware of the reason behind her abduction. Acting impulsively without understanding her situation could potentially plunge her into even greater peril. The room where the target had been confined lacked even a single window. Once the door was closed, darkness enveloped the space, with only a few faint beams of light seeping through the crack beneath the door. Thankfully, these slender rays existed, otherwise, Graven doubted her mind could endure in complete darkness for long. Her captor had bound her hands and feet with expert precision, leaving her no room for movement. Though the bindings were not tight enough to obstruct blood flow, Graven struggled futilely for a few moments. It proved utterly ineffective. Her head retained some freedom of movement, and an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She promptly lowered her head, attempting to gnaw through the ropes with her teeth. However, after several attempts, she was forced to abandon the notion. The material of the rope was beyond the capacity of her teeth to sever, and her wrists had been abrasively scraped during her recent struggles, now burning with an intense sting. Yet, Gwen neither despaired nor surrendered. On the contrary, her current predicament ignited a flicker of hope within her heart. If the door before her was utterly impenetrable from her side, then the effort expended by her captor to bind her would seem rather futile. Although the dimness obscured the details of the lock, she reasoned that if she could inch closer, perhaps a solution would reveal itself. At that moment, she was merely restrained by her limbs, unanchored to any part of the room. Taking a deep breath, she lunged forward, her body crashing to the floor, the tip of her nose meeting the ground with a sharp pain. As she inhaled, a metallic scent filled her nostrils, and a warm liquid trickled from her nose. Ignoring the fact that she was bleeding, she resolutely propelled herself towards the doorway. In the oppressive shadows of the small room, devoid of any reference points, she lost track of time. When her forehead finally grazed the door, a modicum of calm settled over her anxious heart. It seemed as though fate were playing a cruel jest upon her. Just as she took a tentative step towards liberation, footsteps echoed from the other side of the door. Her complexion drained of color, and her lips were clenched tightly between her teeth. Open the door, A voice she recognized all too well called from beyond. Yet it bore an unsettling undertone. The metallic sound of the lock sliding into place resonated, and with a soft click, the door swung open before her. A blinding light flooded the room, forcing her to squint. In the next instant, the ropes binding her loosened, and strong, capable arms lifted her from the ground. As she opened her eyes, a red mask filled her vision, startling her momentarily. It took a few seconds for her to comprehend the situation, after which she lunged into Peter's embrace. "You came," she sobbed, and at that moment, Peter noticed her bleeding nose and the bruises and scrapes scattered across her body. Beneath the crimson mask, his expression grew increasingly grave. He gently patted her shoulder and guided her to sit on a nearby cabinet. It was then that Gwen discovered the presence of a third individual in the room. She nearly screamed. The man before her had appeared mere moments ago. After parting ways with her classmates, he had followed her, feigning assistance under the guise of needing directions. Yet now, he appeared even more wretched than she. His limbs were grotesquely askew, resembling a marionette whose strings had been severed, while his arms hung limply, as if the very bones within had been extracted. In stark contrast, her own limbs were merely bound, whereas this individual appeared utterly incapacitated. Merely observing his condition sent a shiver of unease coursing through Gwen's heart. How had this person come to be in such a state? Her question was swiftly answered as Peter rose to his feet and delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, propelling him across the room. The man emitted a muffled groan, blood spilling from his lips. Peter approached, towering over him with an intense glare. "I recall you claimed you did not harm her." The coldness of his voice emanated from beneath the mask, causing Gwen to tremble inexplicably. Extracting the location where he had concealed Gwen proved to be a manageable task. Upon realizing that physical torment yielded no results, Peter forcefully attempted to employ his psychic abilities to compel the man to speak. Initially, the man resisted. But under the relentless pressure exerted by Peter, he seemed to shatter, divulging all his secrets. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. After rendering the man unconscious once more, Peter retrieved his phone and dialed Matt's number. Within 20 minutes, Matt arrived on the scene to escort Gwen home. As they departed, he cast a worried glance at Peter, who, absorbed in his own thoughts, remained oblivious to the concern. The man bore a wealth of valuable information, and it was prudent to keep Gwen from witnessing what was to come. Prior to this, Peter had thoroughly explained the circumstances of Gwen's disappearance to Matt. Although Matt expressed a degree of skepticism, he willingly offered his assistance, ever the obliging Good Samaritan. Peter remained perplexed as to why Matt risked everything to aid him, especially after the last incident, where Peter's blunder had led to Matt's capture. Nevertheless, Matt's unwavering support persisted, making him one of Peter's most trusted allies. Watching the two depart, Peter's expression darkened. He dragged the man into the room where he had previously imprisoned Gwen, splashing a basin of water onto his face. The man stirred awake, his gaze fixing on the crimson mask, his pupils narrowing in terror. "What did you just do to me?" He recognized the abnormal state he had been in. "What is your connection to Kilgrave?" Upon hearing the name, one he was all too familiar with, Peter was momentarily taken aback. "All right, I concede, at least in this regard. I share a semblance with him." After a sinister chuckle, the man spat on the ground. "A semblance? Your fate shall mirror his. Those who have incurred Kim's wrath to such an extent seldom endure for long. Your kind are currently on the operating table, obediently serving as our subjects for experimentation. And you, how long do you believe you can conceal yourself? Subjects? Hasn't Kilgrave already met his demise?" Peter raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "We have punctured him with several holes, after all. TCH, calamities endure for eternity. Such a monster cannot be so easily vanquished." Targets I let out a cold laugh. "Indeed, he may now wish for his own end. Although I have not experienced it, I can only imagine the discomfort of having one's cerebral tissue harvested daily." "Oh, it appears you possess considerable knowledge." Peter chuckled derisively. "Why not divulge a bit more?" In the next moment, however, Target's Eye promptly sealed his lips, unwilling to reveal any further information. Faced with such a reaction, Peter could only chuckle in disbelief. "Do you take me for a fool? Such remarks serve as a reminder to you not to continue with your foolishness." He casually tapped Target's eye on the forehead, striking the center of the black and white target pattern. "Fear not, mosquito frog. Whether you wish to speak or not, I possess ways to elicit your words." Peter lifted Target's head, compelling his eyes to meet his own. Through the bridge of the Force, a fragment of Peter's mental energy began to seep into Target's mind. "Look into my eyes." Chapter 47. Interrogation. Gazing into Target's now glazed eyes, Peter smiled with satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he posed his initial inquiry. "Why did you turn your hand against Gwen?" "Because she is George Stacy's daughter." Target's eyes were vacant, and he spoke in a mechanical, monotone manner. George has been under our observation for quite some time, but due to his minimal threat level, we have refrained from any direct contact. However, we recently discovered a potential connection between him and the Red Mask. How many are aware of this? Peter pressed on, and Target fell silent, seemingly in a state of inner turmoil. In this condition, the time taken for his thoughts to coalesce stretched significantly. Yet, Peter interpreted his silence as non-cooperation and intensified his mental output. Stimulated by the influx of mental energy flooding his mind, Target slowly began to speak again. There should be quite a few. This was, after all, a possibility raised by the intelligence department. Kim himself likely wouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters. But Wesley would certainly be aware. Who is Wesley? James Wesley is Kim's assistant and the most powerful figure among his subordinates. He is capable of issuing commands in Kim's stead on numerous occasions, and all significant matters within Kim's domain pass through his hands. It is said that their personal rapport is quite amicable. In other words, Peter furrowed his brow. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. As matters have reached this point, it is inevitable that the relationship between Officer Stacy and myself will be substantiated, is it not? Indeed. Receiving this disheartening answer, Peter rose to his feet, pacing impatiently within the confines of the room. Meanwhile, Bullseye entirely disregarded Peter's agitated demeanor, his gaze fixed vacantly ahead into the ether. After a prolonged silence, Peter finally regained his composure and resumed his line of inquiry. What, according to your usual practices, is the next course of action? I am uncertain. In the past 15 years, we have never encountered an adversary like the Red Mask. And what is your own speculation? Initially, it would involve observation. However, since Officer Stacy has long been on our watch list, this phase is unlikely to endure for long. Following that, there are two potential paths: bribery or continued threats of violence. Which possibility is more probable? I cannot say. In a state of subjugation, Bullseye proved remarkably candid. Neither option is optimal. Bribing Officer Stacy is an exceedingly challenging endeavor, and Wesley's subordinates have failed numerous times in this regard. As for threats of violence, following my recent failure, there are few among Kim's men who possess greater capabilities in this respect. Moreover, after my own setback, they will need to reassess their risks. Thus, if fortune smiles upon us, we may have a brief window to prepare before their next move. Precisely. The time frame ranges from 2 weeks to 3 months. Bullseye nodded. However, it is unlikely to be too soon. Recently, Kim has a significant operation underway, and he probably lacks the time or energy to attend to Officer Stacy's affairs. Oh, Peter's interest was piqued. Share what you know. A fleeting look of struggle crossed Bullseye's face once more, but he quickly returned to his previous impassive demeanor. I do not possess much information, as Kim seems reluctant to involve me in this operation. However, according to what I know, it appears to be connected to the Yamaguchi-gumi. Kim has collaborated with them on numerous occasions. Intriguing, Peter mused thoughtfully. Please elaborate further on Kim's influence, with as much detail as you can provide. After contemplating for a moment, Bullseye began to speak, and this time, the information was substantial. Although Kim has not operated in New York for long, his influence there has grown significantly. The United Construction Company stands as his most prominent legitimate asset and money laundering channel. Through this company, he generates nearly $100 million annually, and it seems to be a crucial component of one of Kim's grand plans. This enterprise is generally managed by Wesley and another financial consultant, with little direct connection to individuals like us. In terms of organized crime, Kim's direct influence is somewhat limited. He controls only about 20 to 30 armed personnel, whose primary roles are to serve as bodyguards and to uphold the legitimacy of his business operations. In the realm of genuine underworld operations, Jean Bing would harness the power of the gangs that obeyed his commands. Among these factions, the most formidable was the Russian Mafia, led by the brothers Ranskov, Anatoly, and Vladimir. Upon hearing this familiar name, Peter nodded in acknowledgement. However, the list of targets was far from complete. Recently, Little Nick's Hellhounds had pledged their allegiance to Jean Bing, and the Collin family, composed of Irish members, had long been willing to serve Jean Bing in exchange for their survival. Although the Water Snakes of Harlem were not entirely under Jean Bing's control, they endeavored to avoid any conflict with him and were willing to offer assistance in critical moments. The list of targets grew increasingly extensive, and a sense of agitation began to swell within Peter's heart. Despite acquiring so much information, it merely illuminated Jean Bing's strengths, leaving Peter utterly ignorant of his adversary's weaknesses. With a glance from Peter, the target fell silent, and he himself succumbed to contemplation. Footsteps echoed behind Peter, yet he remained unresponsive. Moments later, Matt appeared at his side. I am genuinely concerned about your reckless use of your abilities, he began, catching Peter off guard, rendering him momentarily speechless. Concerned? Why the worry? Peter retorted, recalling how just half a year ago he would never have casually manipulated the minds of others. Matt's tone bore a hint of sorrow. It seems you have entirely abandoned your former principles. Principles? Peter resisted Matt's words, irritation evident in his reply. If I were to cling to my principles now, I would have long since met my demise, dragging the entire Guin family down with me. In desperate times, extraordinary measures are unavoidable. Yet what you are doing now bears little difference from what Kilgrave inflicted upon me. Possessing noble intentions does not excuse such methods. Let me pose a question. After interrogating this individual, how do you plan to handle him? Peter was momentarily rendered speechless. You cannot allow him to leave. Your secrets will be entirely exposed. Thus, you now face two choices: continue to imprison this man or eliminate him. Regardless of your ultimate decision, you will sacrifice more of your conscience, further eroding your principles. Peter, you are becoming the very type of person you detest. Matt's words left Peter without rebuttal, causing a flush to rise to his face. Yet, only he could discern how much of that was shame and how much was anger. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Just then, a voice, aged yet robust, emerged from behind them. So, Matt, what would you do in such a situation? Matt's body suddenly trembled. A look of shock etched upon his face. Peter immediately turned, his expression shifting to one of vigilance, his body poised for action. As he beheld the figure before him, astonishment washed over his features. The speaker was a frail-looking elderly man, seemingly in his 70s, with snow-white hair. Despite his diminutive stature, he emanated an aura as sharp as a blade, exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance and confidence. What was even more astonishing was that this man was blind. You have only spoken, yet done nothing. After all these years, you remain the same, the old man remarked as he took a couple of steps towards Peter and Matt. Matt visibly faltered, instinctively retreating a step under the pressure of the elderly man's approach. Peter had never witnessed Matt exhibit such behavior before. The old man's tirade was far from over. So, you have begun to teach students? Are you certain you are fit to be a teacher? He scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with disdain. You were hardly a competent student in your time. What could someone of your caliber possibly teach? You ought to return home before you mislead the youth. Listening to the elderly man's harsh words aimed directly at him, Matt's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. After a lengthy pause, he sighed, surrendering the internal struggle within his mind. It has been a long time, teacher. Chapter 48. The Stick Elder Indeed. It has been quite a while, the old man replied with a cold chuckle, striking his cane forcefully against the ground, leaving a small crater several centimeters deep in the concrete floor. Yet, to my disappointment, even after all this time, you remain as naive and weak as before. People often say that one matures with time and experience. Clearly, that adage does not apply to you. Matt clenched his teeth, but refrained from directly countering the old man's remarks. He glanced around uncertainly before asking, after all this time, what brings you back to New York? If your mind hasn't dulled too much, you should recall that our conflict with the Hand has spanned over a century, and this war is far from over. The elder proclaimed with pride, to which Matt solemnly nodded, indicating his comprehension of the gravity of the situation. Peter, however, was left bewildered, his gaze flitting between Matt and the old man, seeking clarity amidst the confusion. Are you implying that the war has reached New York? Matt inquired, to which the old man cast him a disdainful glance, seemingly belittling his intelligence. If their influence was strong enough to withstand us and extend their reach to America, we would simply surrender. What would be the point of continuing this fight? His tone remained unyieldingly arrogant, eliciting a growing impatience within Peter. Nevertheless, they had indeed found new allies here, and significant movements were afoot. If they succeed, it will undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble for the innocents. At this juncture, the old man revealed a smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. As for myself, I am, of course, here to disrupt their alliance. What brings you here? If your intention is to dismantle their coalition, then proceed. We have no desire to involve ourselves in your petty conflict. Matt deliberately emphasized the word war, infusing his tone with a hint of mockery. I refuse to believe you have come merely to exchange pleasantries. I require your assistance. I have arrived alone in New York, and my resources are woefully inadequate. Although you may not be qualified, you are still my disciple and can offer some measure of help. Furthermore, here the old man scrutinized Peter, his tone taking on a more significant undertone. You seem to have some rather intriguing acquaintances. Wait a moment. Having remained silent until now, Peter could no longer contain himself. Are you implying that you show up unannounced, insult my friend, and then expect us to assist you? Precisely, the old man readily acknowledged. leaving Peter momentarily speechless, regaining his composure only after a pause. "You must be dreaming," Peter replied coldly, his fists clenched tightly, prepared to strike. "Leave this place before you provoke me further." "Young man, such anger is not a commendable trait. You should avoid adopting Matt's foul temper. However, dismissing matters without fully understanding them may indicate you have reached a point of utter foolishness," the old man stated nonchalantly, his disdainful attitude finally igniting Peter's fury. Seeking death, a glint of determination flashed in Peter's eyes, and the force within him surged forth, propelling him towards the old man. Although this elder appeared unremarkable, Peter, as Matt's disciple, dared not underestimate him and unleashed his full strength from the outset. The energy coursed through the muscles and bones of his right arm like water, amplifying the power of his punch, which cut through the air with a sharp crack. The old man's mocking expression finally faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. His cane sprang into his grasp, striking towards Peter's fist. At the moment of impact, the cane shattered into fragments, yet Peter's punch retained nearly all of its force. Potent enough to breach a brick wall, not easily thwarted. However, this brief obstruction provided the old man the opportunity to make his next move. He inhaled deeply, forming an intricate hand gesture, and positioned it before him just as Peter's punch was about to connect. Boom! A muffled explosion resonated, and Peter, the aggressor, was pushed back 2 steps, his complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed, his breath momentarily disordered. However, the old man's condition was even more dire than his own. He was directly knocked back 4 steps by Peter's punch, his face flushed crimson. He coughed violently twice, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yet, at that moment, an eerie smile crept across his face as he gestured once more with his hands. In the next instant, Peter was astonished to feel his mental energy being siphoned away at an astonishing rate by some unknown force, while the elder, who stood before him, appeared to grow increasingly vigorous, the internal injuries he sustained beginning to mend rapidly. Gritting his teeth, Peter forcefully summoned a substantial amount of primal energy, sealing off his mental faculties. At the very moment the barrier was established, he sensed an intangible connection being severed. The old man gasped, immediately spewing forth a mouthful of blood, staining the ground before him crimson. However, Peter's brutal action did not come without consequence. A wave of weakness surged through his mind, rendering his complexion pale and nearly incapacitating him. Indeed, it was commendable to have such control over one's inner energy at this age. "You are quite impressive." Yet, despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, the elder remained insufferably arrogant. "Although Matt was a dreadful student, he might still surpass me as a teacher. Of course, the only difference is that he has not chosen an exceedingly foolish student." "Be careful, old man. Your sharp tongue may invite a slap in the face," Peter retorted coldly. This brief encounter had already provided him with insight into the elder's capabilities. His strength was roughly comparable to Matt's, perhaps even slightly inferior in certain aspects. However, the peculiarities surrounding him were undoubtedly troublesome. Nevertheless, if the opponent could only reach such a level, Peter believed he could still trade blows with him. The punch he had just delivered was the best evidence of that. If Matt were to assist, this old man would not withstand more than 10 exchanges under their combined efforts. "Slap in the face? You are quite naive, young one. I shall not hold it against you," the elder chuckled. "How about this? I offer you a chance. Kneel and bow 3 times, and I shall impart my unique skill to you. I have taught nearly 100 students, and I am certainly superior to that foolish fellow beside you." A fierce expression emerged on Peter's face as he clenched his fists, the flames of fury igniting within him. All he desired at that moment was to deliver a thorough thrashing to this inexplicably arrogant individual, eager to see if he could still speak so insolently afterward. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. It was Matt, patting his back in a gesture of restraint. He then stepped forward, turning to face the elder. "Master, since you abandoned me, our bond has been severed. You are no longer my mentor, and I am no longer your disciple." Matt spoke with a hint of anger in his tone. "Do not disrupt my life any further." "Disrupt your life? Whether Master is a name or merely a nickname." The elder found himself speechless at Matt's words. "Do you truly regard your mundane and uninspiring existence as so significant? Moreover, you still owe me a favor. Without my assistance, what could you possibly achieve in your blind state? At the very least, in this matter, aiding me would also serve your own interests." Peter spat onto the ground, manifesting his disdain, while Matt raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the old man's forthcoming words. "The fool apprehended behind you. His employer is the new ally of the Hand Association, or rather, the force he represents. If I am not mistaken, you are currently in need of assistance to confront him, are you not? We share a common adversary. It was only at this juncture that the old man divulged this crucial information, and upon hearing it, Peter appeared noticeably shaken. Are you suggesting that you are willing to aid us against Jinbing? Peter's body relaxed, yet his expression turned more serious. If this individual genuinely intended to assist them, it would indeed be a timely boon. Though he was not entirely trustworthy, his prowess was undeniable, and more importantly, he seemed to possess knowledge that Peter and Matt were unaware of. Consider it thus: I assist you, you assist me, a mutual benefit. However, this is not the time for such discussions. The old man skillfully sidestepped the issue. I have matters to attend to today. Let us reconvene at our usual place tonight, and I shall bring another individual along. You are still utilizing your father's gym, I presume? Matt nodded, and the old man waved them off before turning to depart. Peter exchanged a glance with Matt, and both remained silent. Chapter 49. Master and Apprentice. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Peter and Matt arrived at the Fogwell gym. As usual, the regular patrons had left with the gym's closure. Matt discreetly slipped a few banknotes into the server's hand for services rendered, successfully obtaining the spare key to the gym. They arrived over half an hour early, not due to tardiness, but because they were still deliberating how to deal with the target. They could not afford to neglect such a dangerous individual. Should he manage to escape, the consequences would be catastrophic. Currently, the bound target was pitifully being dragged into the gym by Peter. This unfortunate soul had already lost consciousness. The previous interrogation methods had severely impacted his mental state. This, however, saved Peter considerable effort, as he had already extracted most of the information he required from the target. The remaining, more clandestine matters were beyond the target's knowledge, for he was merely a henchman under Jinbing, though of a relatively high rank. He was not privy to the inner workings of the organization. Peter's next objective had been determined: James Wesley. This high-achieving graduate from the University of Cambridge 15 years ago was now one of Jinbing's most trusted subordinates. Jinbing manages at least half of the operations in the underworld, and a considerable number of clandestine matters also pass through his hands. In many instances, his words are sufficient to represent Jinbing. Within the dark empire that Jinbing has constructed, Wesley has ascended to a position of unparalleled power, one step below the leader and above countless others. As long as he can maintain control over this individual, whether by coercing him to betray or extracting substantial information from his lips, he can inflict significant damage upon Jinbing. After all, for a figure of Jinbing's stature in organized crime, his influence in legitimate society is his true lifeline. As long as he possesses ample wealth to indulge in, any desperate individual in New York willing to wield a knife for sustenance can readily become his subordinate. However, the most pressing matter at hand is the meeting with the old man. Peter harbors considerable curiosity regarding Matt. This sudden mentor, and Matt, in response to his inquiries, does not shy away, generously recounting his past. The tale is not overly complex. It likely dates back 8 or 9 years. At that time, my father had just been brutally murdered in retaliation by the gang, just a block from our home. My mother, unwilling to care for me, sent me to an orphanage. Less than 2 months later, the old man sought me out. He sought you? Indeed. He recognized from the outset that my other senses were far more acute than those of an ordinary person. He took me from the orphanage and taught me how to harness this gift. At that time, I was a genuine blind man. The enhanced perceptions were more burdensome than beneficial, as I could hardly care for myself. I cannot fathom how I would have fared without the old man. In many respects, I owe him a debt of rebirth. To be frank, given his demeanor, one would be better off delivering a few punches than expressing gratitude, Peter scoffed. And then, how did you part ways? Matt shook his head, sighed, and continued. Once I had fully mastered my abilities and could live a normal life, he began to teach me other skills. Initially, he guided me to observe others more acutely through my hearing, then encouraged me to capture the subtleties of their movements. Unbeknownst to us, we commenced practicing counter techniques, and everything thereafter fell into place. He instructed me on how to train myself, employing various methods to hone both my body and mind, rendering me stronger. After mastering these fundamentals, combat training commenced. He imparted a plethora of fighting techniques and how to apply them in real situations. During that time, he was consistently pleased with my progress, and I, in turn, strove diligently to meet his expectations. In truth, I should have realized then that what he was teaching me transcended mere self-defense techniques. It bordered on the realm of a full-fledged martial artist. Various lethal moves and methods of killing became integral to my daily regimen. He merely sought to transform me into a soldier of his own making. Matt offered a wry smile. In the end, he attempted to instruct me on the art of taking a life. Regrettably, I was not a diligent pupil this time. But you are a good person, he remarked. In this day and age, good person hardly carries a commendatory connotation. Matt chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am not a good person. I merely recognize how effortlessly I could become a villain, and I strive to avoid that fate. Peter was on the verge of uttering some comforting words to Matt when a resounding voice interrupted his thoughts. The old man pushed open the gym's door and strode in, wielding a new cane, which struck Peter as somewhat amusing, for this one was fashioned from metal. Are you feeling sentimental again? While I do not wish to shatter your fragile heart, it was precisely this reason I deemed you unworthy back then. The old man's words dripped with a wretched sarcasm that ignited a nameless fury within Peter. I thought I had trained you to be a competent warrior. Yet deep down, you remain a coward. I apologize, I have my own principles. There are certain actions that simply cannot be undertaken. Did you believe my abandonment stemmed from your refusal to kill that man? The old man shook his head, letting out a cold scoff. No. What disappointed me was not your actions, but your attitude. If you decide to do something, then do it. If you choose not to, then refrain. And what about you? The old man stepped forward, his cane aimed directly at Matt's face. All I see in you is a person shackled by their own constraints. 8 years ago, you possessed both capability and desire, yet you remain bound by those repugnant rules you imposed upon yourself. Ironically, you have been attempting to exploit the loopholes in your own regulations. Matt found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by the old man's words, yet he continued unabated. This kid, for instance, is merely another loophole you have exploited, isn't. Even as you return to a semblance of normalcy, you refuse to let your abilities fade into mediocrity. You wish to punish the evils within this city, yet you lack the courage to act yourself. You know that no matter how cautious you are, you will inevitably clash with those self-imposed rules, and the notion of getting your hands dirty is utterly intolerable to you. Thus, you devised a way to circumvent your own regulations. At this juncture, the old man let out a cold scoff, gesturing toward Peter. You found someone to do your dirty work. This way, you can pursue your desires without bearing any responsibility for the potential missteps. As he observed the now quiet duo, a sly smile flickered across his face. He seemed to perceive a fissure emerging between the two. If such a rift were to materialize, the likelihood of him securing that remarkable young man would significantly increase. However, Peter's ultimate reaction was not what he had anticipated. Have you said enough? Peter's countenance was notably grim, as the feelings of annoyance and anger brewing within him threatened to spiral out of control. Our meeting this evening is not intended for your lengthy discourse. We have pressing matters to discuss. Moreover, he cast a disdainful glance at the old man. After all the nonsensical rambling, it all boils down to a single essence. Matt possesses integrity, while you, having lost all sense of it, are now engulfed in envy and resentment. The old man chuckled softly, refraining from responding to Peter. Although this fellow appeared quite irate, it was, in some respects, exceedingly challenging to leverage him. You are correct. We do have important matters to address this evening. Additionally, I have a friend to introduce to you. Of course, Matt. You may not require such an introduction, considering the flirtation that transpired between you two a few months ago. I trust you are far more acquainted with each other than I am. Just as the old man's words faded, a sinister shadow abruptly darted through the door. Peter's expression turned grave. The individual seemed to have arrived some time ago, likely accompanying the old man. However, Peter's mental probing had completely failed to detect her presence. The shadow stepped into the light, revealing her form. She was tall, and the tight outfit she wore accentuated her alluring figure, enough to quicken the breath of every man who beheld her, rendering their gazes irretrievably fixated. She appeared to be of Eastern European descent. Her features were not exquisitely refined, yet together they formed an enchanting allure. This bewitching exterior flawlessly concealed the lifelessness and indifference that resided in her eyes. Long time no see, Matt, she greeted, raising her right hand while delicately running her fingers through her long hair. Upon hearing her voice, Matt's expression shifted to one of shock. Erica, what are you doing here? Regrettably, Matt, you are not my first disciple. Before you, Erica had already been under my tutelage for a full 3 years, the old man remarked, observing Matt's reaction with a satisfied smile. Of course, she has her own issues, possibly even greater than yours. Thus, it is with great regret that I ultimately had to relinquish her. It is no easy feat for an old man like me. My 2 greatest failures in life are now gathered in one place, and I must swallow my pride to seek their favor. Truly, it is a loss of dignity. Chapter 50. The storm approaches. The atmosphere in the gym had grown tense, nearly frozen in its stillness. Matt's expression was decidedly grim. He clenched his fists, his entire body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Peter, oblivious to the recent developments, was at a loss for how to proceed. He kept glancing at Matt, who had fallen into an unusual silence, hoping for a hint, while the old man, after some searching, found a chair to sit in, adopting the demeanor of an amused spectator. Ultimately, it was the woman named Erica who first broke the silence. To be honest, when my master assured me that there would be a surprise tonight, I never imagined it would be you. The wild-haired beauty sauntered towards Matt, halting within a mere 2 meters of him. Although our last encounter was far from pleasant, I must admit that I have missed you to some extent. Are you also one of his students? Were you aware of this all along? Completely disregarding her provocative demeanor, Matt's expression darkened considerably. A profound sense of betrayal washed over him. Despite their past separation, Matt had genuinely fallen for her during their fervent romance. Now, the revelation of Erica's identity, coupled with her presence here, conjured a rather cruel possibility in Matt's mind. She might have been sent by the old man, and the emotions they once shared were merely a fabricated illusion. Is this how you greet a lover you haven't seen in a year? I don't recall you being such a heartless individual. And if memory serves correctly, you were the one who initiated our conversation, weren't you? Erica displayed a melancholic expression, her allure fully manifesting in that seemingly casual moment. Observing her display, Peter felt strands of frustration forming on his forehead. Matt, unable to see clearly, was perplexed by the performance she was putting on. Evidently, Matt was not deceived by her act either. Answer my question directly. He gritted his teeth, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Did you know my identity when we met 8 months ago? To be honest? No, Erica responded. Yet the wariness and skepticism etched on Matt's face remained unyielding. She bit her lip, the melancholic aura vanishing from her visage. However, I have always said that we are kindred spirits. I sensed it back then. Moreover, it seems we have more in common than we initially thought. Similar? Matt was poised to vehemently refute Erica's assertion, but his words faltered, as if an epiphany struck him. He ultimately refrained from completing his thought, lowering his gaze in mild frustration. Indeed, there are many similarities between us. Though Peter stood by, utterly bewildered, he found no opportunity to interject, silently observing the unfolding drama. The trio, particularly Matt and Erica, appeared to share a rather intriguing history. Among those present, only Peter remained in the dark, naturally excluded from the discourse. Yet, he harbored no resentment. Instead, his curiosity ignited, fueled by the revelations exchanged. The current situation was far more captivating than he had anticipated. Simplifying the narrative, it could easily be adapted into a cinematic tale, Matt and his senior encountering one another without knowledge of their true identities, embarking on a tumultuous romance, only to part ways in quiet despair. However, after years of absence, the two masters introduced each other, only to discover the identities hidden behind their facades. As they fought side by side, signs of a rekindled romance began to emerge. Just as Peter was lost in his thoughts, the elder interrupted the conversation between Matt and Erica. If you could momentarily set aside your trivial disputes, I would be most grateful. The elder settled into a nearby seat. Let us first attend to the matter at hand. Afterward, you may indulge in your affections, duel, or engage in a love-hate relationship. As you please, this is no concern of mine. I have no objections. Matt nodded, his tone still rather brusque. But once this is concluded, I shall owe you nothing further. Do not appear before me again. How did I fail to see your treachery all those years ago? The elder clicked his tongue, but nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I have no desire to revisit this wretched place, New York. I shall keep my distance, and it is perhaps better for you to remain oblivious to my presence. My origins. This was your promise to me, Erica interjected, her expression unusually grave. Since you refuse to be my father, you must at least reveal the identity of my blood relatives. Naturally, I am not one to go back on my word, the elder replied, nodding in agreement. At this moment, both Erica and the elder turned their gaze toward Peter, who had remained silent until now. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Peter shrugged. Why do you look at me like that? It feels rather strange. My aim is to swiftly expel Kingpin and his forces from New York. If we can bring him to justice, all the better. Peter reiterated a condition he had previously stated, yet Erica's reaction was far more intense than he had anticipated. Expel Kingpin from New York? Erica seemed to find the notion ludicrous, her attention fully captured by Peter. Kingpin, you mean Wilson Fisk, correct? Are you, perchance, the infamous vigilante known as the Red Mask? Faced with Erica's inquiry, Peter hesitated briefly. Despite the likelihood of their future collaboration, Erica was still a stranger. And given the current circumstances, the success of their partnership remained uncertain. It was understandable for Peter to exercise caution. However, he soon made his decision. A month ago, he would have deemed the secrecy of his dual identity more critical than his own life. Yet now, many were aware of this little secret: Matt, Karen, George. As the number of those privy to his identity grew, he began to regard the matter with less gravity than before. Furthermore, if he did not act swiftly, Kingpin would inevitably discover his identity, and that would spell disaster. Such an obvious truth could hardly be denied. He conceded with remarkable candor. Are you certain you wish to expel him rather than assassinate him? The distinction between the two is significant, Erica inquired, furrowing her brow after a moment of contemplation. Assassination is our last resort. We will not entertain the notion of murder. Peter and Matt spoke almost in unison, yet offered completely divergent responses. Erica paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. Should I commend your bravery or lament your ignorance? After laughing to the point of breathlessness, she gradually quieted, wiping the corners of her eyes. She resumed, Matt, you have mentored this young man for so long, yet he is engaged in such child's play? Peter, accustomed to such reactions, felt no dissatisfaction. Erica was not the first to mock him for his fanciful notions. He simply slipped his hands into his pockets, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Erica's remarks. To assassinate him is already an insurmountable task. Now you wish us to utterly dismantle his organization? Over 2/3 of the police force in New York are on his payroll, and at least 40% of politicians and businessmen have vested interests with him. The intricacies of these relationships are beyond your comprehension. This is not a war that can be waged by just a handful of individuals. Moreover, glancing meaningfully at Matt and Peter, she continued, you cannot even reach a consensus. Do you truly believe you can challenge Jinbing in this manner? If you lack the courage to even attempt, I might as well return home to sleep. Peter spread his hands. I am now in an almost irreconcilable situation with him. Regardless of your assistance, I must pursue this matter. I have vowed to aid you in dealing with Jinbing, as he is our common adversary. However, if your demands are excessively arduous, I shall be powerless. After all, to adhere strictly to your directives would require more lives than I possess. The old man beside them chimed in. This condition should not pose a problem for you, correct? Quite reasonable, Peter readily acquiesced, though he had yet to finish addressing Erica's comments. However, I am quite curious about the source of your information regarding Jinbing. My adoptive father is among those businessmen and politicians entangled with him, Erica replied. Upon hearing her response, Peter's eyes sparkled with realization, as if a thought had struck him. Erica, however, swiftly discerned this and directly addressed Peter's unspoken musings. Do not even think about it. This is my personal endeavor. Should you dare involve my family, you shall be the first on my list. With Erica's warning and threat, an inexplicable aura of menace emanated from her. Peter could only nod in acknowledgement, acquiescing to her condition. Thus, the preliminary pleasantries before the planning officially came to an end. Peter had garnered a preliminary understanding of these two newfound acquaintances, and it was clear that their objectives had been aligned. As they were preparing to delve into the main event and engage in a detailed discussion of their plans, a faint yet muffled groan interrupted their discourse. The target, previously ensconced in the changing room, had finally regained consciousness. However, this time, he exhibited signs of distress. Just hours earlier, the visage twisted by hatred and cruelty had manifested an infantile innocence. Standing before him, the four individuals were met with a simpleton's grin from the target, a droplet of saliva glistening at the corner of his mouth. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon Peter's eyes, he appeared to recognize something terrifying. He let out a piercing scream, scrambling desperately to escape from Peter's presence. Peter furrowed his brow and took a step closer. Although the man before him was putting on a commendable act of foolishness, Peter found it hard to believe that someone with such formidable skills could so swiftly succumb to mental collapse under his interrogation. If only he could penetrate the depths of this man's mind, Peter would swiftly discern the tricks he was playing. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder, and turning around, he saw Matt shaking his head. The target's condition was no mere pretense. How is this possible? Peter exclaimed in disbelief. Was this individual truly so psychologically fragile? He had not subjected him to any severe interrogation. It appeared to be a side effect of the soul-searching technique. The old man crouched before the target furrowed his brow, extending his hand to pinch the target's face before seizing his arm. Placing his fingers on the target's wrist, the old man closed his eyes. After a moment, he lowered the target's hand and nodded affirmatively. The internal energy has overwhelmed his mind. He has been rendered a complete fool. Tell me, how many times did you employ the soul-searching technique on him? I did not use that, Peter hesitated, attempting to find a more suitable explanation. I merely sought to persuade him to comply with my requests. Soul-searching, mind control, it's all the same. You fool. Do you truly believe that manipulating another's psyche comes without repercussions? The old man's tone bore a distinct sharpness, unlike his usual demeanor. What on earth did your master teach you? Matt certainly would not engage in such practices. Where did you acquire this knowledge? I figured it out on my own. Peter replied uncertainly, a response that seemed to provoke the old man further. Figured it out? You dare to experiment with something as profound as the psyche? The old man appeared on the verge of shouting, but then a look of astonishment crossed his face. Wait, if you derive this on your own, how can you be unaware of the consequences? Given your proficiency in soul-searching, it is impossible to achieve such an effect without the guidance of a master. Wait, what I understand about mental control should not be like this. Peter suddenly recalled Kilgrave and Damon, promptly voicing his dissent. I once encountered an individual who had been under the control of another supernatural being for a full 5 years. Yet, upon breaking free from that control, he managed to return to his former self. That is not the same. The elder shook his head, his cane tapping impatiently against the ground. True supernatural beings differ fundamentally from you. They either employ various methods to achieve such control or possess an innate mental strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Whereas you do not. In many respects, you have yet to transcend the limits of an average person. What you wield is technique, not power. This is not something one can master without guidance. However, Peter found himself bewildered by the elder's words. Enough of this. If you do not wish to speak, then there is no need for such rambling. With a grand gesture, the elder signaled his disinterest in continuing on this topic. After all, this matter does not concern me. Furthermore, has this fellow not become more manageable in his current state? A fool is far easier to oversee than a professional assassin. Although Peter feigned impatience on the surface, deep down, he felt a sense of relief akin to what the elder expressed. Yet, this realization left him feeling somewhat anxious. In New York, Manhattan, at Jean Bing's residence. Following Wesley's previous advice, Jean Bing undertook yet another renovation of his spacious penthouse, which spans over 500 square meters. While the more vintage decor indeed exudes a certain depth, Jean Bing always found it somewhat uncomfortable as his living space. However, for receiving guests, the ambience certainly elevated the overall impression. He retrieved a pair of teacups, setting them elegantly upon the table, while he rummaged through the cabinet for the tea that Wesley had gifted him. At that moment, a flash of light darted past the window, and less than a second later, a thunderous clap of thunder followed suit. It was then that Jean Bing noticed the rain had begun to fall lightly outside. He hurriedly strode a few steps to close the floor-to-ceiling window leading to the balcony, only to be startled by the sound of porcelain clattering behind him. His movements momentarily halted. To have anticipated the need for tea, you show some thoughtfulness, came a voice, mature, alluring yet undeniably regal. A bitter smile flickered across Jean Bing's face as he turned to acknowledge the lady now seated at his table. Dressed in a black and green evening gown, adorned with a dark green feathered cloak, she was undoubtedly a beauty among beauties. Strangely, her appearance made it challenging to ascertain her true age. The youthful visage of a girl, the figure of a mature woman, and the aura of a middle-aged matron converged, bestowing upon her an unparalleled charm. Yet, the most powerful figure in New York bowed before her. Lady Viper, it is a great honor for you to visit personally. Honor? Spare me. You do not even dare to utter my title, so why bother with such pretense? The woman replied in a languid tone. There is no need for you to be so constrained. As a core member of the organization, you are entirely justified in considering yourself my equal in status. Upon hearing this, Jean couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart, hastily lowering his head even further. I dare not. How utterly tedious. As if to affirm her own words, she stifled a yawn. Well, since you lack the inclination for pleasantries, I shall not compel you. You are aware of the purpose of my visit, are you not? Of course, it pertains to the shipment, Jean replied with a nod. I have made all necessary arrangements. There shall be no room for error. Then let there be no mistakes, she commanded. The Hand Association, our long-standing ally, must ensure that our collaboration reaches perfection. Moreover, that individual is pivotal to our next plan. However, just as she began her discourse, Lady Viper abruptly halted, lost in her own reminiscence. After a lengthy pause, she returned to the present. After all, he was once my little lover. At your service, Jean assented with a vigorous nod, producing a document from his pocket and presenting it to Lady Viper. This encompasses my subordinates' arrangements. They shall guarantee the safe delivery of the goods to headquarters. I shall not peruse it, she said with a smile, dismissing the document with a wave of her hand. No matter how well or poorly arranged, it bears no significance to me. I only require results. Yes, I understand. Jean promptly bowed his head again, though a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his eyes, well concealed from her perception. Then I shall not intrude further. After all, you are a person of great responsibilities, unlike someone of my idle disposition. She set her half-finished cup of tea back on the table and rose to her feet. Supported by her high heels, she appeared hardly shorter than the towering Jean. I have come merely to confirm matters. There is nothing else. Please extend my regards to Wesley. His taste remains as impeccable as ever. Yes, my lady. Jean nodded once more. Lady Viper stretched languidly and approached the floor-to-ceiling window leading to the balcony, swinging the door open, breathing in the damp, fresh air. A look of rapture graced her features. She stepped out into the rain, then turned to face Jean. Long live the Hydra. Long live the Hydra. Jean echoed instantly. Just then, a flash of green light illuminated the balcony, and when it faded, she had vanished without a trace. Chapter 51. The Onslaught, a storm approaches. The sky has darkened, and the distant clouds appear to linger far away. Yet, based on nearly 2 decades of experience navigating the seas, Zhu Dao and Shui have reached this conclusion. Moreover, this storm promises to be formidable. At least the smaller vessels will refrain from setting sail for a day or two. Nevertheless, he felt not a shred of anxiety regarding the impending tempest, as long as they are not confronted with those once-in-a-century tempests. The mere 2-meter waves pose virtually no threat to a cargo ship with a displacement of 40,000 tons once it is laden with goods. More significantly, they are now less than 30 kilometers from New York City, and in 2 hours, they will set foot on land just before the storm reaches its most ferocious state. By that time, the young men under his command, who have been cooped up for over 2 weeks, will finally be able to unwind. This voyage promises to be exceedingly lucrative. Even though the conventional cargo they are transporting has diminished by a third, the passengers they are accommodating have offered a sum equivalent to a year and a half's worth of profit. From this amount, at least half will flow directly into Hishu's pockets, a sum substantial enough to allow him to retire a full 15 years early. Given such an enticing proposition, he finds it impossible to decline. He is not entirely oblivious to the identities of these individuals. One of the associates negotiating with him is a minor leader of considerable standing within the Yamaguchi-gumi, with whom he has had several dealings. The deference displayed by this individual suggests that the status of those aboard his vessel is likely even higher. Their demands are relatively straightforward: to smuggle 7 individuals along with an oversized container into the United States. After that, they will not need to concern themselves further. The necessary paperwork on the American side has already been arranged, and all those aboard are expected to forget this entire affair and enjoy their unexpected windfall in peace. However, these guests have proven to be far more troublesome than initially anticipated. This is not to say they are particularly difficult to cater to. On the contrary, throughout the 1.5-month journey, they have remained exceedingly quiet, scarcely engaging with the crew. Aside from their daily visits to the kitchen for sustenance, they have largely confined themselves to their designated areas. As long as they are not disturbed, the crew seldom encounters them. Yet, their invisibility does not equate to their non-existence. Knowing that a venomous snake resides in one's home, even if unseen, would likely prevent anyone from sleeping soundly at night. This group is evidently more perilous than any serpent. Hishu has encountered desperate individuals before, including many dangerous figures with blood on their hands. During his early career at sea, those responsible for security aboard often had several lives on their conscience, and even now, the Dongfeng boasts armed crew members tasked with security. Nevertheless, they do not pose the same level of threat as the black-clad individuals currently on board. Simply meeting their gaze causes Hishu to feel his entire body tense, as if he were prey being stalked by a natural enemy. Numerous other crew members share similar experiences, with one unfortunate individual even wetting his pants, becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the ship. During this voyage, the crew's nerves were perpetually taut, with instances of internal discord reaching alarming frequencies. The only desire of Hishu was to swiftly transport these individuals to their destination, so that he might finally indulge in some well-deserved rest. However, aboard a small vessel several kilometers away, for individuals harbored entirely different intentions. The rain commenced, with droplets the size of soybeans striking the glass windows of the boat, producing a sound akin to gravel assaulting a wall. At this moment, the waves had grown tumultuous with the impending storm, and the nearly 2-meter-high swells posed a significant threat to the yacht, which measured less than 20 meters in length. Although under Erica's adept control, the small craft was not in immediate danger of capsizing. The relentless rocking of the vessel was sufficient to induce a sense of discomfort among those aboard. The engine noise emanated from 3 kilometers to the west, with the approaching vessel rapidly closing the distance. In 5 minutes, a confrontation would be inevitable. Even amidst the howling winds of the surrounding tempest, Matt was able to discern the target's position solely by his acute sense of hearing. Beside him, the old man nodded in confirmation of Matt's discovery. What a pity, he mused, contemplating the forthcoming plan while stroking his seat, a hint of regret etched on his face. He had never before been aboard a private yacht. It's only $5 million. My father owns 2 that are twice this size. Besides, we merely acquired this from Jinbing. Do you truly believe you can keep this vessel for your own amusement? Erica, who was at the helm, expressed her disdain, leaving Peter to awkwardly wipe his nose in embarrassment. Erica, a true child of privilege, possessed a yacht operator's license, thus the esteemed responsibility of navigation fell to her. Following Peter's inadvertent revelation of his impoverished background, Erica seized the opportunity to engage him in playful banter. This is how class envy arises. Prepare yourselves. The previously silent old man suddenly interjected, prompting nods of agreement from the others. Among the quartet, the old man was the most prudent. As they were on the brink of action, his words had become noticeably sparse. While Matt, Peter, and Erica were indeed formidable, their confidence bordered on arrogance, leading them to underestimate the Hand Association, a foe they were unfamiliar with. The old man, having battled the Hand Association for decades, was acutely aware of their capabilities. In such a critical operation, the adversary would not be careless. Here, take this, the old man said, tossing a dark object towards Peter, who adeptly caught it midair. Upon closer inspection, he realized he held a long sword in his hands. Matt informed me that you prefer weapons such as sabers or one-handed swords. After searching extensively, this is the finest I could procure. The old man spoke, and Peter shook his head. I doubt I will need it. Most of the individuals we face tonight are likely just ordinary sailors. I have no desire to unleash a massacre. Wearing it would only impede my speed. He had long anticipated that you would exhibit such a demeanor. The old man curled his lip, assembling his alloy staff. Strap on your sword sheath. Consider it a wooden sword for now. I certainly do not wish for you to confront the elite of the Hand Association unarmed. At that moment, Erica had already grasped her pair of iron rods, and the modified short staff appeared in Matt's hand. Observing that everyone had armed themselves, Peter reluctantly secured the long sword to his side. The master and Erica proceeded to assault the upper deck of the cargo ship, striving to create sufficient commotion to divert their personnel's attention. Peter and I would infiltrate below, attempting to disable the ship's power. In these final moments, Matt reiterated the general outline of the plan, and the other three nodded in agreement. Be quiet. We are about to arrive, the old man cautioned. Just then, through the torrential downpour, the massive silhouette of the cargo ship emerged within Peter's line of sight, a mere 600 or 700 meters away. At that moment, the cargo ship had also detected the small yacht's presence and began to slow down and alter its course. The radio operator incessantly transmitted warning signals to the seemingly lost yacht. However, to the astonishment of the crew aboard the cargo ship, the yacht not only failed to decelerate but accelerated and crashed violently into the side of the cargo vessel. Chapter 52. The storm. The impact reverberated throughout the entire cargo ship. Regardless of whether they were employees working in the boiler room, security personnel patrolling the deck, or chefs bustling in the galley, everyone felt the tremor beneath their feet. With expressions of alarm, they quickly began to fulfill their responsibilities in such a situation. In the heart of the ship, within a large shipping container, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide. In the pitch-black environment, devoid of any light, those suddenly revealed eyes could terrify most ordinary individuals. We have guests. The owner of the eyes spoke in Japanese, his baritone voice rough, yet laced with an undeniable authority. Matsuda, Daiki, Yamanaka, you three go test their mettle. If they prove too formidable, do not linger. I shall personally attend to the two below. As his words faded, an eerie silence enveloped the impenetrable darkness. There was no movement, not a whisper. His words seemed to dissolve into the air, unanswered. Yet, a smile crept across the face of the owner of those eyes. Moments ago, 3 individuals had vanished from that dark space. The initial assault had commenced. Sailors still on the deck rushed forward. For the majority of formal cargo ships, in such a situation, the crew would prioritize their safety above all else. In most circumstances, the loss of numerous crew members is regarded as far more grave than the destruction of cargo. However, this particular incident deviates from the norm. The Yamaguchi group evidently places immense significance on this shipment, having replaced over 1/3 of the crew with their own personnel, while the remaining original members consist solely of those with both audacity and meticulousness. At this moment, the ship harbors more than 60 combatants, each fully armed. Yet, their presence proves futile. Gunso and Erica burst onto the deck, unleashing a massacre. With a mere flick of his staff, Gunso felled a crew member who had just drawn his weapon, inflicting at least 6 shattering fractures upon him. Meanwhile, a sailor standing over 10 meters away raised his rifle, aiming steadfastly at Gunso. Sensing something amiss, Gunso turned his head and smiled. However, in the blink of an eye, the figure in his sights had vanished. Where could he be? The sailor frantically scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. At that moment, a fierce gust swept over him, and as he looked up in terror, It was already too late. Gunso descended from above, his steel staff piercing through the sailor's chest, impaling him entirely. He staggered back a step and, with a swift shake of his weapon, hurled the sailor's lifeless body towards two approaching crew members, knocking them to the ground like cannonballs. In an instant, Gunso was positioned between the two, his staff striking like a venomous serpent, delivering two lethal blows that caused their heads to explode like watermelons, showering the ground with crimson and ivory. Not far from him, Erica matched his pace in her own ruthless manner. Her combat style resembled a dance, with exaggerated, graceful movements that rendered her form elusive amidst the chaos. The iron rulers in her hands concealed deadly intent within her elegant pirouettes, extending her arms. The pair of rulers demonstrated astonishing speed and agility, executing fatal strikes from nearly impossible angles against those surrounding her. In less than 20 seconds, 5 foes lay at her feet, all lifeless. At this point, she appeared to have entered a frenzied state, her eyes glowing crimson, and a hint of madness gracing her once indifferent visage. However, their onslaught could not persist indefinitely. As the initial advantage from their ambush waned, the enemies finally regained their composure. The remaining 20 or so crew members on the deck wisely formed small squads of 3 to 5, taking turns to suppress Gunso and Erica's positions with concentrated fire. Rather than being deterred, Erica's bloodlust intensified, the red in her eyes deepening. With a furious roar, she charged towards the 3 crew members closest to her. After a 2-step sprint, she effortlessly leaped onto a nearby container, her form soaring to a height of 3 meters, evading the trajectory of the bullets that closely followed her. The 3 individuals, a mere 10 meters away, finally recognized the peril they were in and began to retreat in panic. Mid-air, Erica let out a cold laugh as the iron rulers slipped from her hands. With a piercing whistle that sliced through the air, the 2 rulers swiftly found their marks, penetrating the throats of 2 of the trio. The remaining individual, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, found Erica already standing before him. She withdrew her rulers from the still warm bodies of the deceased and plunged them once more into the vibrant flesh of the living. Sensing the vitality rapidly waning from the man before her, Erica inhaled deeply, revealing a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, 3 darts had already been launched from the shadows nearby. Their speed was not particularly swift, yet curiously, they emitted not a single sound during their flight. Erica, oblivious to their presence, did not realize the danger until her pupils suddenly dilated, prompting her to turn. At that moment, the 3 darts were less than a meter away from her throat, and she had no time to deflect them all. Cling, cling, cling. 3 stones, approximately the size of broad beans, shot from behind Erica, intercepting the darts that were aimed at her. Following a series of light clangs and sparks from the collisions, the darts fell powerless to the ground. Had there been an observant soul present, they would have been astonished to see that these finely crafted alloy darts had been deformed by the very stones one could easily find on the ground. A flash of crimson light flickered in Erica's eyes as she prepared to charge towards the source of the darts, yet a metal rod blocked her path. The old stick emerged from the shadows, idly toying with the last small stone in his left hand. Observing Erica's demeanor, he appeared somewhat disappointed. After all these years, your ferocity has only intensified, he remarked, shaking his head. Perhaps my decision to extricate you from conflict was a grave error. With that, he disregarded Erica's protests and turned to confront the shadow from which the earlier attack had originated, a cold smile gracing his lips. The pups of the Hand Association. Have you struck so soon? Chapter 53. Torrential rain 2 minutes prior, before the old stick and Erica launched their assault. Peter and Matt had already reached an open balcony on the side of the freighter. After incapacitating a sailor who had approached them, they officially entered the vessel's interior. Stop! Stop! Their movements had not gone entirely unnoticed. One of the crew members spotted their presence and immediately shouted, "Intruders! Intruders are here!" In the next moment, Matt's baton struck the back of his neck, causing him to collapse weakly to the ground. The man's cries, however, had already proven effective. Footsteps echoed towards their corridor, and Matt could distinctly hear the sound of bullets being chambered. To the engine room. With Matt's command, they dashed towards their predetermined destination. Prior to their operation, the internal structure of the freighter had been meticulously memorized, and the planned route was indelibly etched in their minds. From their current position to the lower level's boiler and engine, they needed to descend 2 flights of stairs and traverse approximately 320 meters. They had to push through to that point and utterly dismantle the ship's power. Following this, they would rendezvous with the Old Man and Erica on the deck. The Old Man and Erica would draw the majority of the enemies in their attacks, facing an overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation against numerous armed foes and the ninjas of the syndicate. What Peter and Matt needed to accomplish was to resolve everything before their allies could no longer endure. Two crew members appeared at the end of the corridor, their expressions frantic, yet their weapons revealed their identities. As if telepathically connected, Matt and Peter subtly altered their trajectories, each charging towards their respective targets. Crack! After evading the first bullet fired at them, Peter's body collided forcefully with the opponent. With a single punch, a resounding crack echoed as the opponent's arm fractured, the bone bending at a chilling angle. The man opened his mouth wide. But his agonized cries were silenced as Peter brutally stuffed his entire fist into the man's mouth, knocking out at least half of his teeth. A torrent of blood surged from the wound, flowing back into his throat and obstructing his airway. Peter stood up, delivering a swift chop that rendered the man unconscious. Meanwhile, beside him, Matt had dispatched his foe mere seconds earlier. Let us go. All right. No further words were necessary as both resumed their advance. In the ensuing minutes, the resistance they encountered was considerably less than anticipated. The number of fully armed combatants had significantly dwindled, and they failed to form any squads capable of posing a threat to Matt and Peter. As for the ordinary staff, although numerous, their immediate reaction upon seeing the two intruders was predominantly to flee and hide. Occasionally, a few brave or foolish individuals would charge forward, but they were effortlessly dispatched. The main forces of the Yamaguchi-gumi were still stationed in the control room and on the deck where the containers were located, as they had predicted those two areas to be the primary targets of the enemy's assault. This was both good news and bad news for Peter and Matt. Fewer adversaries rendered their advance somewhat easier. However, conversely, the number of foes faced by Erica and the old man had increased. Thus, they needed to hasten their pace. This unexpectedly manageable situation allowed Peter and Matt to bulldoze through with remarkable ease, reaching the engine room at the bottom of the cargo ship in a mere 3 minutes. Upon opening the large door, a wave of heat assailed them, causing both Matt and Peter to instinctively take a step back. The deafening roar echoed like relentless thunder in their ears. Matt furrowed his brow. After incapacitating the technicians within, Peter approached the control panels, while Matt dutifully stationed himself at the entrance of the engine room, assuming the role of a sentinel. Please, hurry, Matt said calmly. With his extraordinary hearing, he could discern the distant sound of footsteps. Despite their swift progress and lack of significant obstacles, the pursuers behind them showed no signs of ceasing. They had a minute and a half before being caught. If we find ourselves trapped in this confined space, our situation will turn dire. Just a moment, Peter replied, his expression grave as his hands moved rapidly across the control panel, his speed almost imperceptible, leaving only fleeting traces. It was no simple task to abruptly cut power to the entire ship. The usual procedure would involve gradually reducing energy output before ultimately shutting down all power. Yet, time was not on their side. Taking a deep breath, Peter pulled down a switch located at the top right corner of the control panel. Meanwhile, the relentless footsteps outside grew increasingly closer. A direct shutdown was feasible, but one misstep could unleash the remaining energy in the room upon them. Peter mused aloud, while beads of sweat began to form on Matt's forehead. More than 10 individuals had descended the staircase, arriving at the opposite end of the corridor. Though they had yet to grasp the situation, a volley of fire from that end would render their escape exceedingly difficult. How much longer? Despite having some confidence in Peter's skills, Matt's mind began calculating the risks and rewards. If they struck while the adversaries were still unsteady, they might catch them off guard. Just a moment, Peter replied, biting his lip, excitement glimmering in his eyes. After a few seconds, he finally exhaled, striking the control panel with his fists. Done. Suddenly, the entire cargo ship shuddered, causing several unsuspecting individuals to lose their footing and fall, eliciting cries from various parts of the vessel. Following this tremor, the ship appeared to lose its propulsion, rapidly decelerating. Well done. Matt patted Peter on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. All we need to do now is break through. Peter, touching his head, displayed a hint of pride. In truth, I have accomplished another task. After much contemplation, I found this approach to be considerably more potent for us. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights illuminating the engine room began to flicker, and after a few moments, they erupted into a brilliant blaze before plunging back into darkness. Had anyone been observing the entire cargo ship at that moment, they would have noticed the power supply to the vessel seemingly severed. Within mere seconds, darkness enveloped every corner of the ship, with only a few areas connected to the emergency power remaining illuminated. Well, the power situation is nearly resolved. Shall we begin? Excitement gleamed in Peter's eyes, and Matt nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. The night in a mere 4 centuries, humanity's weaponry has undergone a profound transformation. Once dominated by swords and bows, After millennia of evolution, these traditional arms were gradually supplanted by firearms powered by gunpowder. Now, in the 21st century, an individual with merely 2 weeks of training can defeat more than 2 seasoned medieval knights with a single handgun, should they wield automatic weapons. That number could increase 4- or 5-fold. However, as purely ranged weaponry, firearms lose their distance advantage when the user's vision is compromised. In the realm of close combat, their superiority over traditional melee weapons becomes less pronounced. With comparable lethality, firearms exhibit substantially lower agility and are virtually incapable of parrying an opponent's attack. The actions of Peter and Matt exemplify this principle remarkably. Despite the presence of more rooms and cover, within the narrow corridor of less than 3 meters, 3 to 4 armed with automatic weapons could easily defend the area, their firepower sufficient to repel Peter and Matt, who lacked effective ranged capabilities. Yet, as darkness fell, the dozen crew members who arrived for support quickly descended into chaos. Many blindly fired towards the direction of the engine room, where Peter and Matt had been, while others hesitated, fearing they might injure their comrades. In the absence of sight, their numerical advantage became one of their weaknesses, unhindered by the dark. Peter and Matt seized this opportunity. Matt dashed out from behind a nearby cabinet, his rope shooting from his baton, securely binding the calf of the nearest individual. With a sharp tug, the person fell to the ground, their startled cry echoing in the air. Under Matt's deliberate control, the individual's head struck the ground first, the violent impact rendering them unconscious immediately. His companions were thrown into disarray by his exclamation, and 2 guns erupted with dazzling tongues of flame. However, lacking knowledge of Matt's precise location, their aim was lamentably poor. After expending all the bullets in their magazines, Matt had already circled to the other side of the corridor, initiating a new wave of assault. Peter, on the other hand, adopted a more direct approach. He tore down a steel plate nearly a centimeter thick and charged toward the group. With his precognitive abilities, he effortlessly deflected the bullets that flew toward him, leaving only faint dents on the steel. In less than a second, he had plunged into the throng, forcing the adversaries to hesitate in their gunfire for fear of hitting their own comrades. At that moment, Peter undeniably embodied the essence of devastation. Bolstered by telekinesis, he successfully incapacitated 2 of the assailants, one of whom was sent flying over 2 meters. The remaining individuals, now illuminated by the distant glow, finally caught sight of Peter's figure and fired their handguns at him. Yet, their bullets were effortlessly deflected by Peter's makeshift shield. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Peter's eyes as he extended his right hand. Without warning, the chambers of those handguns exploded simultaneously, leaving their astonished owners momentarily stunned, their fingers still reflexively squeezing the triggers. In the next instant, Peter had dashed to their side, raising the steel plate in his hands. This nearly 10-kilogram weight transformed into a formidable weapon, and with just a few swings, the individuals before him fell amidst their screams. Before he could catch his breath, an ominous sensation crept up from behind. Someone was aiming a gun at him. Before his brain could react, Peter's body instinctively moved. The steel plate whistled through the air, striking the assailant's handgun with tremendous force, sending it flying. Peter's powerful throw did not cease there. The rapidly spinning plate smashed into the man's fingers, contorting them into grotesque angles, with several bones snapping and falling to the ground. The plate's momentum had not yet dissipated. After crushing his fingers, it veered slightly and collided with his arm. With a sound reminiscent of a snapping branch, the man's arm was bent at a right angle, the flesh reduced to a pulp. Faced with this unbearable agony, his brain made the only choice it could. He fainted. As the number of participants dwindled, Peter and Matt found their movements unfettered. The remaining 6 members of the Yamaguchi group seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and descended into chaos. However, their final counterattack proved futile in the absence of a target. Merely 15 seconds later, Peter struck the last assailant on the head with his fist, rendering him unconscious. This was far easier than anticipated. Peter wiped the sweat from his brow, while Matt offered a faint smile. For months ago, Peter would have deemed this feat impossible. Now, it was merely a warm-up for him. "Let us proceed. They cannot hold out much longer," Matt said, lifting his gaze towards the combat unfolding on the deck. The cacophony of gunfire and the tempestuous winds rendered his hearing less than acute, yet he could still discern the battle through 4 layers of metal. Peter nodded and jogged towards the staircase. After dispatching the recent wave of enemies, the remaining foes had gathered almost entirely on the deck. This suggested that Peter and Matt would encounter minimal resistance in this section of the ship. However, after ascending 2 flights of stairs, they were compelled to halt once more. A blinding flash of silver sliced through the darkness. Matt's expression changed as he stepped back, narrowly evading the strike. The sound of metal clashing echoed from the shadows. And in the next moment, a figure clad entirely in silver Japanese samurai armor emerged with poise. He slowly returned his katana to its sheath and bowed to Peter and Matt. If they are nameless, I shall slay them, dispose of their corpses, and erase their existence. They are not worthy of names, nor of respect. The words, spoken in halting English with a pronounced accent, suggested the speaker was quite young, likely under 30. Yet, given your skills, you are no nameless individual. Thus, I must apologize for my earlier ambush. The man bowed again, withdrawing his katana from its sheath with deliberate slowness, gripping it firmly in both hands. I am Harada Kenichiro, a disciple of Lord Shinjen. In the name of the honor of the Yada family, I shall sever your head and present it to my lord. Chapter 55. Moonlight time was of the essence, and in the enemy's stronghold, Matt had no intention of engaging in any notions of samurai honor with his current adversary. Taking a deep breath, he charged towards the silver samurai with a sharp exhalation. His short staff harnessing the momentum of his advance, its tip imbued with enough force to shatter a rock. In response to Matt's assault, Harada Kenichiro executed a singular motion. He swung his sword. Japanese kendo, rather than merely pursuing the pinnacle of technique, sought to explore the mysterious bond between the swordsman and his weapon. Without the flourish of elaborate techniques or rigid patterns, if a swordsman can seamlessly integrate the sword, spirit, and body, he will naturally deliver a perfect strike. The man before us, who claims to be Harada Kenichiro, undoubtedly embodies this mastery. His strength and skill are beyond question, placing him firmly among the ranks of the great masters. Unlike the thunderous lightning that roars through the sky, his slashes resemble the gentle descent of moonlight. It is as if, akin to the ethereal auroras that illuminate the palace of eternal cold and myth, every movement of this silver-clad warrior exudes a chill and tranquility. Yet, his blade is swift, exceedingly swift. A sense of impending doom washes over Matt, akin to a tsunami, but suspended in midair, he finds himself devoid of sufficient time. In this critical moment, he can only slightly shift his body and raise his short staff to block the luminous blade that resembles the radiant moon. Though the material of Matt's staff is unremarkable, this meticulously crafted multifunctional weapon is forged from high-quality steel, enabling him to exert himself in battle without fear of damage. However, when the blade struck his staff, a shocking scene unfolded. There was no sound of metal colliding, nor sparks of friction. Like a piece of rotten wood, the staff was silently cleaved in two by the stroke, which showed no sign of slowing as it continued its deadly trajectory toward Matt's chest. At that moment, Matt found himself utterly unable to evade. Within less than a third of a second, his body would meet the same fate as his staff, cleanly severed in twain by the blade. In a single stroke, the warrior known as Harada Kenichiro had cornered Matt into a lethal predicament. Matt's pale eyes widened. As if by sheer will he could witness the unfolding events. His body twisted unnaturally, accepting the grim reality that he could not evade this strike. He relinquished any thought of escape, hoping to take his adversary down with him in his final moments. Yet, a tremendous force suddenly emanated from his collar, yanking his body backward uncontrollably. At that instant, the silver warrior's blade had already breached Matt's skin, beginning its cruel descent through muscle and toward his vital organs. However, the force that pulled him was evidently swifter, yanking him out of the blade's deadly arc. Peter, at that moment, exhaled in relief, retracting his outstretched right hand. As the telekinetic grip was released, Matt collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, his reflexes were swift. The moment his body met the earth, he quickly adjusted and regained his balance. Taking a few deep breaths, Matt glanced down at his chest. The wound was not severe, merely a little over an inch deep. However, had Peter's speed been even a fraction slower, he might not have survived the night. Before the onset of the battle, the absence of a companion left us in a state of considerable distress. Peter flexed his limbs, while the silver-clad warrior refrained from advancing. He glanced at Matt, who had narrowly escaped from his blade, and then at Peter, who was eager to engage, displaying a commendable caution. Superpowers? A hint of doubt laced his tone, to which a warmed-up Peter responded with a scoff. Do not feign ignorance. Peter gestured toward the warrior's sword. Did you not employ the same tactics? Tactics? Kenichiro Harada's voice suddenly grew fervent, as if Peter had insulted him. I have practiced the sword for 2 decades, and yet you dare to label my swordsmanship as mere tactics? You must account for your words. Hey, when it comes to 2 men, it's rather inappropriate for one to hold the other accountable. Do mind your language, my friend. At this moment, Peter appeared somewhat flippant, prompting a frown from Matt. Be cautious. That man's prowess is certainly on par with mine, And that blade? No worries, I understand. Peter nodded. You should assist the others. I can handle him alone. Alone? Matt expressed surprise. But rest assured, I can manage. Peter waved his hand dismissively, indicating Matt need not worry. The two above likely require your assistance more. Hurry. Speed is of the essence. Meanwhile, on the deck, the old man and Erica found themselves in an unprecedented struggle. The three ninjas from the Hand Association were masters of combat in the shadows. Perhaps they would not be able to match Erica or the old man in direct confrontation. Yet within the enveloping darkness, they maximized their numerical advantage. A shadow lunged at Erica, a glint of cold steel aimed at her throat. Erica sneered, her iron ruler meeting the attack. The old man, too, flicked his wrist, sending his staff like a venomous dragon towards the ninja's head. However, in the next moment, he was compelled to alter his course as another glimmer of cold steel emerged behind him, aimed at his back. The old man let out a cold snort, causing the ambushing ninja to freeze in place, paralyzed by the sheer force of his roar. At that moment, the old man's staff had already reversed course, poised to crush the assailant's skull. Yet, a small, dark object suddenly appeared before him. Recognizing the familiar scent of gunpowder, the old man's expression shifted. He swiftly retreated a step, redirecting his staff to strike the small object, sending it flying. In the next instant, the grenade, having traveled less than 2 meters, erupted in midair. The deafening explosion momentarily drained color from the old man's face. Had he not anticipated it, the violent sound, amplified in his senses, could have inflicted severe damage upon him. He took a deep breath, wielding the long staff with such finesse that not a single shard from the grenade's explosion could breach his defense. However, just as he managed to fend off this wave of assault and prepared to counterattack, the enemy had already vanished without a trace. The two adversaries before him had escaped amidst the chaos, and even the foe engaged with Erica had created a significant distance, making it difficult to pursue them in the short term. In the next moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted around them, a torrential storm of bullets enveloping their position completely. Chapter 56. Blood as if commanded by a new leader. The members of the Yamaguchi-gumi on the deck altered their tactics following the appearance of the ninjas. They became exceedingly cautious, forming a tight cluster while relentlessly suppressing Erica and the staff-wielding elder with their firearms. Whenever the elder or Erica displayed any intent to continue their assault, they would systematically cover their comrades. This strategic maneuver significantly diminished the efficacy of the elder and Erica, resulting in only 2 enemies being dispatched during the previous 5 to 6 minutes. Of course, the interference from the ninjas played a substantial role in this outcome. Unlike the traditional solitary ninjas of the night, these members of the Hand exhibited remarkable teamwork when confronted with foes stronger than themselves, achieving near-perfect coordination with those far inferior in skill. Rather than mere cooperation, it was a matter of exploitation. Unbeknownst to them, the Yamaguchi-gumi personnel had become unwitting instruments of these ninjas, exposing their fangs toward their adversaries. With yet another barrage of gunfire, Erica, who had just regained a moment of respite, sensed the lurking intent to kill surrounding her once more. Unlike Matt and the elder, Erica, who relied heavily on her vision during battle, had suffered greatly from Peter's previous ambush. Although she had not entirely lost her combat capabilities in the darkness, her perception did not rival the almost supernatural abilities possessed by Peter or Matt. In contrast to those assassins adept at fighting in the shadows, she was at a considerable disadvantage, especially compared to Matt or the elder, who thrived in absolute darkness. Nevertheless, she was not entirely defenseless. 3 glinting blades surged toward her, separating her from the elder, and the 3 ninjas swiftly reached a consensus. They aimed to eliminate her, the weakest foe, in this brief moment. Come on, you wretched dogs. In the face of the enemy's combined assault, flames of fierce determination ignited in Erica's eyes. With a fierce shout, she disregarded the attacks from either side and charged directly at the 3rd assailant before her. This reckless maneuver cost her dearly, as the strikes from the 2 assassins successfully found their mark, their sharp blades piercing her flesh. However, they were astonished to discover that their assault did not yield the anticipated results. Despite their mastery honed through countless trials in the art of lethality, Erica possessed a distinct advantage in sheer physical prowess. In the final moment, she suddenly accelerated, causing their attacks to veer slightly off course. The dagger aimed at the nape of her neck merely left a shallow mark upon her skin, while an attack directed at her kidneys inflicted a wound an inch deep and over 3 inches long on her waist. Although this injury was not trivial and would undoubtedly affect her movements to some extent, it was far from grievous. Having paid this small price, she successfully achieved her objective. Her iron rods crossed and locked tightly around the short blade held by the assailant before her. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the ninja's forehead as he exerted all his strength to withdraw his weapon, only to find it utterly immovable. "I've got you." In the next instant, she leaned forward, her iron rods gliding down the blade and severing all of the ninja's fingers. Before his scream could escape his throat, Erica's iron rods had already pierced through his chest. Blood and air surged into his lungs, stifling his voice. Years of training allowed him to quickly realize that death was imminent. Then let my death hold some value. Drawing upon the last vestiges of strength within him, his left hand grasped the iron rod embedded in his body and desperately pushed it deeper into his wound. Erica's eyes widened in astonishment. Her weapon remained lodged in place, and the attacks from the two others arrived in swift succession. Her free hand managed to block one assault, yet her other side was left wide open. Despite her utmost efforts to evade, a blade struck her shoulder. Realizing she could not retrieve her weapon in the immediate moment, Erica reluctantly relinquished her grip, allowing the lifeless body that still clutched her iron rod to collapse to the ground. The two ninjas would not squander the opportunity gained at the cost of their comrade's life. At that moment, the remaining crew was still temporarily subduing the staff wielder, and it would take at least 6 seconds for him to arrive. Confident in their ability to extinguish the life of the already wounded Erica, they unleashed a tempest of attacks upon her. In a mere 2 seconds, their weapons made contact 8 times. One strike penetrating her defenses and leaving yet another wound upon her. Meanwhile, over 10 meters away, the staff wielder sensed that something was amiss. Yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from taking further action or showing any intention of aiding Erica. He merely gazed in her direction, letting out a dissatisfied snort. Once again, a fierce confrontation ensued. This time, Erica's iron ruler sliced through one assailant's wrist. In exchange, she bore 3 new wounds, one of which, had it deviated by mere centimeters, could have proven fatal. Though she still stood, the cumulative injuries had reached a rather grim state. The scars on her arm significantly diminished her strength, and the substantial loss of blood introduced a faint dizziness into her mind. "It appears you are in a bit of trouble." In the next moment, a shadow joined the fray, positioning itself before her. Even without his weapon, the bare-handed Matt effortlessly parried all incoming strikes. Seizing an opening, he unleashed a simultaneous blow from both fists, pushing the two adversaries back by 2 steps. "Let's go?" The two ninjas exchanged glances and promptly decided to retreat. One of their comrades had already perished due to underestimating the enemy, and they could not afford to make the same mistake again. Sensing their intent, Matt pursued, striving to intercept at least one of them. Suddenly, 2 smoke bombs erupted before him, the abrupt sound causing his steps to falter momentarily. By the time he regained his composure and prepared to continue the chase, the distance between them had widened. Should Matt choose to press on, he would inevitably confront those armed crew members head-on. "It seems I arrived just in time." Extracting the iron ruler from the chest of the deceased ninja, Matt tossed it to the panting Erica beside him. "Back to its rightful owner. Next time, hold on a bit more securely. Get lost. I could have handled it all on my own." Catching her weapon, Erica shot Matt an irate glare, interpreting his words as mere mockery. Of course, Matt was oblivious to this. Suddenly, she glanced around with a curious expression. "Has the situation below been resolved? What about your little sidekick?" Peter's face suddenly darkened. He was grappling with a formidable opponent. "Formidable?" Matt nodded slightly. "At least my chances of victory are not promising." Chapter 57. Duplication returning to 30 seconds earlier. Persuaded by Peter, Matt nodded without a hint of hesitation and charged forth. Merely 2 meters away, Hirota Kenichiro remained utterly unmoved, completely disregarding Matt. All his focus was directed at the insolent youth before him, gripping his long blade with increased intensity. "This fellow is rather peculiar." With a distance of less than 3 meters separating them, Hirota's expression turned grave, while Peter took a deep breath, drawing his long sword from its sheath. He had primarily trained with props, rendering him somewhat unfamiliar with the weight and balance of a real weapon, which caused his sword to catch slightly upon withdrawal. An opportunity. A flicker of doubt arose in Hirota's mind, as the clumsy motion of the individual before him clearly revealed his novice status. However, this could not elucidate the sense of impending danger he felt from his opponent. Yet, the combat instincts honed over many years prompted his body to react even before his mind could comprehend the situation. Drawing his sword and striking, the motion, repeated countless times, flowed as seamlessly as water. The indomitable blade was already poised before Peter in an instant. To his astonishment, the adversary before him had managed to raise a partially drawn longsword to guard himself. Despite the evident flaws in both technique and fundamentals, This individual accomplished what most skilled warriors could not. Nevertheless, that was insufficient. Beyond a few material limitations, his unique cutting technique rendered anything beneath his blade as fragile as parchment. In the next moment, his sword would cleave through the opponent's weapon and, in the process, bisect the man himself. At the instant their blades crossed, a faint sound reverberated through the corridor. Harada Kenichiro's katana effortlessly penetrated the body of Peter's longsword. However, at that moment, Harada's hand trembled involuntarily, shock coursing through him. The resistance was unimaginable. Unlike previous strikes, this time his weapon seemed to have encountered some tangible substance. Although it did not resemble a solid existence, the resistance was sufficient to diminish both his speed and power significantly. After shearing off about a quarter of the blade's length, Harada's strike no longer posed a substantial threat to Peter. With agility, Peter stepped back, widening the distance between them slightly. He raised his broken sword before him, curiously inspecting the smooth-cut surface. Witnessing his opponent's blatant disregard for himself ignited a fire within Harada Kenichiro. With a fierce shout, the silver-clad samurai advanced once more, delivering another strike aimed at Peter's neck. That previous failure must have been a mere oversight. Indeed, it was simply a mistake. This brat must have attempted to distract him with words, introducing a flaw into his technique. Resorting to such despicable tactics in battle surely indicated a coward devoid of samurai honor. As long as he maintained his composure, this strike would surely vanquish him. With this thought, Harada consoled himself while subconsciously avoiding the possibility of another failure he had just experienced. This fellow had truly managed to replicate the technique he had spent nearly a decade developing in mere seconds. Come on. A spark of determination flickered in Peter's eyes as he brandished his broken sword to meet the enemy's blade, and an almost imperceptible aura enveloped the surface of his weapon. As the blades clashed once more, Harada Kenichiro's sword not only failed to sever Peter's longsword, but he was also forcefully pushed back several steps by a sudden explosion. Peter, too, found himself compelled to retreat a couple of steps to counteract the recoil. Despite having anticipated the repulsive force generated between the two weapons, its magnitude exceeded his expectations significantly. Had he not employed a technique to dissipate the force, his wrist may well have succumbed to injury. This time, it appears I have overexerted myself, Peter sighed. Although he had previously considered and tested his opponent's techniques, his innate talent had yet to reach the level where he could effortlessly assimilate another's extraordinary skills upon a single observation. What sorcery is this? Harada Kenichiro voiced once more. But this time, a hint of fear and panic laced his tone. The realization that his esteemed abilities had no effect on a stranger dealt a severe blow to his confidence. Sorcery? Peter chuckled. Regardless of whether it is sorcery or skill, the power I wield is not unlike what you employ. Nonsense. The silver samurai waved his hand dismissively, clearly indicating his desire to cease the conversation. Peter nodded in acquiescence and took the initiative for the first time in this battle. He thrust his broken sword forward, but the silver samurai deftly evaded it. Without hesitation, his weapon descended upon Peter. Yet, before the full force of his attack could manifest, Peter had already altered his strategy. The shortening of his weapon proved advantageous. His weapon was now lighter, its center of balance more manageable, thereby increasing his speed. Kneeling upon one knee, he swung his broken sword once more, striking against Harada Kenichiro's blade. Clang! Although there remained a gap of 2 to 3 millimeters between the two weapons, they collided mid-air with a resounding crash. This was not the end. A prolonged metallic hum emanated from both swords, growing progressively louder rather than fading with time. Dazzling sparks erupted from their weapons, dancing in the air like fireflies, illuminating the dimly lit corridor. Now, we find ourselves on equal footing, Peter proclaimed, a gleeful smile adorning his face as he intensified his pressure, gradually forcing the silver samurai's longsword back until its blade hovered less than 5 centimeters from his mask. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Sparks continued to rain down upon the silver samurai's mask, yet the eyes behind it remained unblinking. I concede that you are indeed formidable, but you have successfully roused the ire of a samurai. Harada Kenichiro seemed to make a decision, exhaling deeply, as a faint glow emanated from a ring on his finger. It is regrettable. I harbor a profound disdain for such underhanded tactics. In the next moment, the figure of the silver warrior suddenly vanished before Peter, leaving no trace. Although Peter had reacted promptly, he was unable to fully regain control of his strength, causing him to stumble slightly. Simultaneously, the silver warrior reappeared behind him, wielding his katana once more to strike down towards Peter. This time, Peter's moves had grown stale, leaving him wide open. Faced with the silver warrior's thunderous blow, he had neither the time to evade nor to block. Yet, Peter exhibited not a hint of panic. He inhaled deeply and then stamped his left foot. An imperceptible shockwave erupted from his center, catching the silver warrior off guard and absorbing the brunt of its force. Despite the nearly 150 kilograms of weight his armor bore, he was propelled over 2 meters away, his metallic armor scraping against the floor and igniting countless sparks. In the next instant, this heavily armored warrior sprang up with an agility that belied his size, regaining his stance to continue the fight in less than a second. Teleportation? This cheat is utterly outrageous. Peter wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. Can we still play this game? Chapter 58. Victory and defeat. The Silver Warrior had unleashed all the combat experience and techniques he had accumulated throughout his life. Harada Kenichiro's blade sliced through the air like a tornado, leaving trails of white light and cleaving everything in its path. Whenever he sensed a potential opening, he would merely gesture and teleport behind Peter, delivering a devastating blow. However, in this battle, he found himself utterly suppressed by Peter, and as time progressed, his disadvantage became increasingly apparent. His long sword had etched deep gashes into the floor, a clear testament to his inability to fully control his strength. A horizontal slash was narrowly dodged by Peter's bend at the waist. The broken sword in his hand still emitted a faint glow as he lunged toward the Silver Warrior's abdomen. The fractured edge sliced through the warrior's armor like a razor. But before it could harm his flesh, Harada Kenichiro activated his teleportation ring just in time, reappearing to Peter's left rear and swinging his sword. A vertical strike followed. The long blade raised high above the Silver Warrior's head, then brought down with ferocity towards Peter. Yet Peter accelerated, deftly evading the reach of the katana. He took 2 quick steps and propelled himself off the wall, launching himself once more at the Silver Warrior, his broken sword aimed directly at the warrior's throat. A flash of silver ensued as Peter's weapon was deflected by the katana, both combatants retreating a step. However, Peter recovered more swiftly, a glint of determination in his eyes as he advanced once again. "Let me have a stab at you, big guy." Observing your formidable armored appearance, "I presume you are quite resilient. A mere jab from me would hardly draw blood." Even amidst the fray, Peter incessantly spoke, endeavoring to lead his adversary into making a calamitous decision. Although Kinto Harada did not respond, his demeanor clearly betrayed his discontent. How infuriating! How utterly vexing! How could it come to this? Clearly armed with superior weaponry and equipment, with skills and experience that far outstripped those of his opponent, he should have held an undeniable advantage in close combat. Defeating such an adversary should require no more than a few decisive strikes. Yet, why had it come to this? As the fierce battle dragged on, the flames of rage within Harada grew ever more intense. Even when facing martial arts masters without employing his ultimate techniques, he found himself ensnared in arduous combat. However, he always regarded those who had dedicated a lifetime to honing their craft with profound respect. In this skirmish, however, he felt nothing but humiliation. There were no intricate techniques, no profound philosophies. His opponent engaged him with nothing more than rudimentary skills honed over a mere month or two. The swordplay exhibited was utterly grotesque, at times even utilizing the flat of the blade to strike, resembling a barbarian wielding a club. In terms of sheer speed and strength, the opponent possessed a slight advantage, yet it was not overwhelming. Was it indeed that seemingly cheating reflex that allowed such disparity? Harada gritted his teeth as his katana swung once more, only to yield the same fruitless outcome as the previous 10 strikes. As if he could foresee every one of Harada's movements, this crude fighter effortlessly parried his relentless assaults, and each of Harada's inadvertent blunders was flawlessly exploited. Had it not been for the opponent's mismanagement, he might have already found himself lifeless upon the ground. Yet, he was not devoid of opportunities. He was acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his own signature techniques, one of the most critical being the weapon's endurance. Despite the influence of his unique force application technique, causing his weapon to vibrate with extraordinary rapidity under the guidance of a mysterious energy. Whether wielding a razor-sharp katana or a butter knife incapable of slicing through a steak, he could render them into instruments capable of cleaving nearly any material. However, this power bore its own apparent drawbacks. While the weapon was imbued with immense destructive potential, its structure would succumb to the same violent vibrations at a nearly equal pace. Ordinary weapons could withstand this state for no more than 40 or 50 seconds before shattering, and regardless of the opponent's weapon quality, it would likely struggle to endure beyond 2 minutes. Indeed, Harada had previously found himself in similarly precarious situations. During missions, he often had to prepare multiple weapons as backups, and in prolonged engagements, he could scarcely afford to fully utilize his capabilities. The weapon he now wields, capable of enduring his abilities with near-limitless resilience, owes its remarkable properties to the cargo of this transport. The Edelman metal is indeed a wondrous substance. At this moment, Peter has also come to grasp this reality. Unlike the Silver Warrior, who spent years in blind pursuit, barely honing his abilities to a mere fraction of their potential, Peter has achieved a commendable level of finesse in manipulating the Force. Though he has not yet mastered it completely, he can distinctly perceive the increasing and accumulating cracks within the broken sword he holds. The durability setting of the weapon is quite disheartening. Within a mere 10 seconds, the structural integrity of the metal will fail, leading to its complete destruction. At that moment, he would possess no means to contend with the indomitable katana wielded by the Silver Warrior. Thus, the battle must conclude within 10 seconds. With a swing that deflected the Silver Warrior's assault, Peter utilized his shorter stature to his advantage, crashing into his opponent's embrace while thrusting the broken sword towards the warrior's chest. The Silver Warrior, almost in tandem, retreated a step, his katana intercepting the strike. Their weapons clashed in the air multiple times, igniting a flurry of sparks. 8 seconds remain. Peter dodged the Silver Warrior's attack with a deft sidestep, countering with an elbow strike to the warrior's side. The seemingly formidable armor absorbed the blow, yet the Silver Warrior staggered back slightly, a subtle ache radiating from the impact. It appeared he had employed some special technique to bypass the armor and inflict direct harm. Once more, Peter reappeared before him, this time aiming the broken sword at the warrior's throat. The Silver Warrior vanished in an instant, and almost simultaneously, Peter pivoted, thrusting the broken sword into the air behind him. In the next moment, the Silver Warrior materialized in the previously vacant space, compelled to defend against Peter's strike. 5 seconds. Peter's assault intensified, unleashing 5 swift strikes in the span of a single breath, all of which the Silver Warrior deftly parried. A sense of victory glimmered in the masked face of Harada Kenichiro. Their weapons collided once more, but this time, it was Harada Kenichiro who initiated the attempt to overpower. Perhaps due to the imminent destruction of Peter's weapon, the sparks that erupted were particularly dazzling. Are you prepared to utter your last words, boy? You're courting disaster. Peter sighed, suddenly channeling his strength to push the Silver Warrior away. In that instant, the broken sword in his grasp erupted into countless tiny fragments. The Silver Warrior scoffed, swinging his katana once more. This time, how will you defend yourself? Yet, Peter's expression bore no trace of concern. With his palms outstretched, he summoned 2 jet-black objects, each resembling the size of a ping-pong ball, which soared from his waist into his grasp under the influence of telekinesis. The bald warrior unleashed a radiant assault, the Sun Fist. A brilliant burst of light erupted, illuminating the dim corridor in its entirety. Harada Kenichiro let out a cry of pain, instinctively shutting his eyes. In the next moment, an odd sensation coursed through his arm, rendering one side of his body numb, while his limbs began to spasm uncontrollably. Upon opening his eyes, despair washed over him as he discovered that his once-held katana had vanished, now firmly grasped by Peter not far in front of him. Next time, remember to add some elemental defense to your armor, Peter remarked cheerfully, swinging the katana in the air, producing a sharp whooshing sound. Chapter 59. Slaughter. The katana proved to be heavier than Peter had anticipated. Though its size suggested it would be comparable in weight to his long sword, it tipped the scales at over 5 kilograms, 3 times the weight of his own blade. Clearly, the material was the issue. While Peter was no stranger to wielding heavy weaponry, he found himself slightly unaccustomed to this particular weight. Nevertheless, such minor inconveniences had no bearing on the outcome of the battle. In just 3 strikes, Peter concluded the confrontation. Unlike the merciless precision of the Silver Warrior's attacks aimed at vital points, Peter's approach lacked the same lethal intent. He deliberately avoided targeting fatal areas such as the brain, throat, or heart, instead focusing on the tendons and joints of the limbs to incapacitate his opponent. With an overwhelming advantage, Peter did not hesitate to extend a measure of mercy to his adversary. The threat level posed by Harada Kenichiro plummeted significantly upon losing his weapon. If Matt had previously faced a mere 40% chance of victory against him, the unarmed Silver Warrior would likely struggle against even a novice like Peter. Although his armor provided excellent defense, without the decisive blade, its weight transformed into a considerable vulnerability. The first strike cleaved through the Silver Warrior's knee guard. The armor proved as fragile as tofu before Peter's blade. With a flash of silver, the Silver Warrior emitted a muffled groan, his knee ligaments severed, causing him to lose balance and collapse to the ground. The second strike, however, was unexpectedly evaded by the Silver Warrior. Despite his significantly reduced mobility, he managed to sidestep the blow aimed at his left arm. Peter's blade sheared through a section of his iron armor, yet the underlying flesh sustained minimal damage, merely shedding a few patches of leather. The second attack ended in vain. However, the already incapacitated Silver Warrior had no remaining strength to dodge or defend against Peter's third strike. With a flash of silver and a piercing scream, Harada Kenichiro's left arm was severed below the elbow by Peter's blade, the smooth-cut surface gushing forth a torrent of blood that stained the entire floor crimson. Harada, weakened from the significant loss of blood, coughed twice, a hint of malice evident in his tone. Even at this final moment, you wish to humiliate me? Alas, you have missed your finest opportunity. A familiar surge of energy resonated before Peter, causing his expression to shift as he swiftly aimed his katana at the heart of the silver samurai. This time, Peter finally harbored murderous intent. Yet, he was a fraction too late. As the blade neared within 5 centimeters of the silver samurai's chest, Harada vanished from his sight. In that fleeting moment before his departure, he left behind a venomous proclamation. You shall regret this. This ship will be your tomb. How audacious for a defeated dog to still exhibit such bravado. Was there no sense of justice left in this world? Peter shrugged, an air of regret washing over him. He had anticipated that the silver samurai, having sustained such grave injuries, would be somewhat impaired in his teleportation ability. However, it no longer bore significant consequence. With the loss of an arm and his favored weapon, the opponent should be incapable of stirring more trouble. Moreover, Peter had acquired a rather impressive trophy in this skirmish. He waved his katana, finding it somewhat more manageable before sheathing it at his waist. He executed this motion with utmost caution. He lacked a scabbard, and the blade, devoid of any enhancements, remained exceedingly sharp. A mere accidental brush against the edge resulted in a small cut on his finger. Oh, a divine weapon indeed. Peter was quite pleased with his acquisition. Merely in terms of quality, this blade, seemingly imbued with some form of advanced technology, far surpassed the long sword he had wielded moments ago. What thrilled him further was the fact that he had inadvertently learned the enemy's skill during their confrontation, a skill that perfectly complemented this very sword. Under the guidance of the Force's rapid energy vibrations, this katana showed no signs of collapsing, unlike the previous sword. One might ponder if this ability to assimilate the enemy's skills suggested a particular proficiency in the art of keen observation. After indulging in such musings, he forcibly redirected his thoughts back to the task at hand. After a few deep breaths, he resumed his hurried advance toward the deck. His battle with the Japanese warrior had scarcely lasted 4 minutes. Matt and the others were likely still engaged in their own fight. The distant sounds of gunfire seemed to affirm this notion. He should still be able to make it in time. With this thought in mind, Peter dashed forward, racing toward the staircase leading to the deck. Yet, halfway up the stairs, he distinctly sensed the gunfire above gradually diminishing. After a brief interval of mere seconds, when he finally pushed open the door leading to the deck, the gunfire had ceased entirely. As the door swung open, a pungent scent of blood assailed his senses. A sudden flash of realization struck Peter, prompting him to take a step back. A flying knife narrowly grazed his nose, embedding itself into the wall behind him. Oh, how delightful to see you, Peter remarked, extending his left hand, and the knife that was firmly lodged in the wall instantly soared into his grasp. Meanwhile, Erica kicked aside the corpse in her path and stormed towards Peter, her fury palpable. You scoundrel, return my belongings. Just as Peter was about to jest, he found himself rendered speechless as the blood-soaked woman stood before him, her presence stifling his words. With a forced smile, Peter returned the knife to her, acknowledging her fierce demeanor. This tigress truly was formidable. Could Matt truly keep her in check? Less than 100 meters away, Harada Kenichiro, having removed his helmet, was slowly entering the modified oversized container, supported by one of his subordinates. Blood had stained much of his body, and his steps began to waver. The loss of a team member had evidently taken its toll, resulting in casualties among the remaining duo. Harada sighed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated his adversary. A grave miscalculation that had cost him dearly. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stumble. His subordinate quickly steadied him, and at that moment, another ninja approached, presenting a box adorned with a red cross, which he opened before Harada. After a brief search, Harada retrieved a syringe from the medical kit, affixing a tube filled with a green serum to it. Without flinching, he aimed the syringe at his neck, plunging the inch-long needle into his vein and pressing the plunger down completely. Ah, my life has been spared, he thought, disregarding the searing sensation spreading through his body as the serum coursed within. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a difficult decision. Prepare the control instruments. Initiate the release sequence. Chapter 60. Weapons. The life pod was activated, energy supply at 87, and thawing commenced. After executing a series of commands on the control panel, the lights on what appeared to be a large refrigerator began to flicker incessantly. Tubes overhead expelled dense white mist, plunging the temperature within the containers several degrees lower. Despite his already grave complexion, Harada's eyes sparkled with fervor as he pressed the remaining buttons on the control panel with his weary right arm. Thawing complete. Initiating injection of the catalytic agent. A primal roar erupted from within the life pod. Within mere seconds, the anguished howl transformed into a furious roar, accompanied by the relentless sounds of pounding and scratching. The ninjas beside Harada Kenichiro shifted awkwardly, fully aware of the monstrous entity contained within the life pod. Yet, under the command of their superior, obedience was their only recourse. The adjustment device activated, releasing a moderate energy output. Sparks began to leap from the pod's surface, while the growls emanating from within grew increasingly deafening. After a brief interval, the howling abruptly ceased, and moments later, the machine fell silent. The door of the life pod creaked open, releasing a rush of gas that had not fully evacuated. As the thick mist dissipated, a middle-aged man, bare and clad in a dense layer of hair, emerged. His chest heaved with labored breaths, his eyes stained a bloodshot crimson. Harada Kenichiro gazed at the man before him, a twinge of emotion stirring within him. To capture this individual had cost the organization 12 elite ninjas and required the leveraging of certain favors. Now, however, their survival hinged on this man, whose hands were tainted with the blood of his comrades. 30, wheat, Mount Fuji. Harada raised his notebook, reading the codes aloud. Cart. Winter melon, treachery. As the seemingly random words spilled from his lips, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. The method of manipulating another's mind was not a product of Hydra-S technology, nor had he ever employed it before. Should any mistake occur, it was likely this beast would unleash carnage right before him. He could not stand in its way, though anxiety gripped Harada's heart. His voice remained steady as he completed the final words in his notebook. Couple, team, fire. Upon the utterance, the primal figure before him remained motionless. Harada's body was frozen, yet his right hand tightened around his weapon. Suddenly, the man spoke. Weapon report, he intoned in an emotionless voice. Please direct the task. According to Murphy's Law, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. While applying this famous philosophical tenet here may seem a misinterpretation, Peter felt a surge of frustration. A new adversary had appeared, one so formidable that reason seemed absent. Clad in a black bodysuit, his face contorted in madness, this seemingly unhinged individual launched a nearly suicidal charge toward Peter and his companions. Despite the opponent's astonishing speed, the lack of technique and the transparency of his intentions rendered the assault rife with vulnerabilities. In the next moment, two flying daggers struck his chest, and a stone powerful enough to pierce iron exploded against the foe's forehead. However, the outcome was not as effective as they had anticipated. The old man's flicking fingers failed to shatter the man's skull, causing no apparent injury whatsoever. The adversary merely paused for a brief moment before charging towards them once more, brandishing his claws ferociously. On the other hand, Erica's daggers seemed to have made an impact, at least it appeared so. The two blades had embedded themselves deeply into the man's chest and lungs, from which copious amounts of blood began to seep. Yet, the man nonchalantly extracted the weapons, disregarding the blood gushing from the wounds. Almost instantaneously, as the daggers were withdrawn, the wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere seconds, the injuries that would have been fatal to an ordinary person vanished without leaving a single scar. That's hardly scientific, Peter instinctively remarked. But no one engaged with his comment. The preceding scene had unequivocally demonstrated that the individual before them was not a foe to be easily dismissed. He had displayed astonishing speed, coupled with a disconcerting regenerative ability, making him a formidable adversary indeed. Moreover, if their senses were not mistaken, the ninjas had arrived. They lurked in the surrounding shadows, poised to launch a lethal assault on Peter and his companions. This time, their numbers appeared significantly larger, indicating that they had finally unleashed their full force. Amidst such formidable opposition, Erica was the first to charge forward. Be careful, both Matt and Peter called out simultaneously, but their warnings did nothing to slow Erica's advance. Confronted with such a powerful enemy, the restless bloodlust within her surged forth. In the blink of an eye, she stood before the man, her iron ruler thrusting mercilessly towards his face. He merely tilted his head aside, allowing Erica's weapon to pierce his shoulder. While he flexed his arm and clenched his fists, what unfolded next left Peter both astonished and repulsed. Metal claws appeared to sprout from his fists, effortlessly slicing through his skin and extending to a length of about 15 to 17 centimeters. Judging by this, The sharpness of these steel claws was sufficient to easily sever flesh. Within less than 3 seconds, Peter had to elevate the perceived danger of this seemingly stylish, yet utterly horrifying weapon to a whole new level. Erica and the middle-aged man had exchanged 6 or 7 blows, with Erica managing to inflict 3 lacerations upon him, while the man had yet to land a single strike on her. Although the opponent moved with astonishing speed and demonstrated remarkable foundational skills, for reasons unknown, it seemed as though he was relying solely on instinct in battle, which afforded Erica several advantages. However, it would be misleading to claim that Erica had gained the upper hand. The rate at which his wounds healed far surpassed the speed at which she inflicted new ones. A fleeting flash of anger crossed her face, prompting a shift in her combat style. The iron staff she wielded, known for its emphasis on blocking and disarming, now faced a man seemingly unperturbed by injury. Thus, subduing him might prove easier than killing him. Yet, as her staff made contact with his steel claws, it was severed into fragments as effortlessly as tofu, while the claws continued their relentless advance toward Erica's chest. Just as it appeared she would meet her demise, Matt abandoned the threats posed by the surrounding ninjas and rushed to her aid. However, the elder with the staff was even quicker, in just 2 strides. He closed the distance of over 10 meters and reached Erica's side. His staff thrust forward like a spear, striking the man's forehead. Strangely, this blow emitted a sound akin to metal clashing. The man was momentarily pushed back, his attack missing its target. The elder seized Erica by her collar, pulling her away, while his staff relentlessly swung again, crashing against the assailant's neck. At that moment, 6 figures abruptly emerged from various directions, their weapons glinting ominously in the darkness. The lurking ninjas seemed to have received a signal and simultaneously launched attacks toward Matt and Peter, who remained further back. Chapter 61. Rebirth. 5 shurikens flew silently, targeting Peter's shoulders, throat, both eyes, and chest. With a mere sidestep, Peter evaded them by navigating through the gaps. A figure appeared behind him, aiming a blade at his back. Yet, before the assassin could strike, Peter had already raised his weapon, making it appear as if the attacker foolishly offered his weapon to Peter's blade, even without employing the weapon's enhanced abilities. The prize sword he had seized from the silver-clad warrior retained its capacity to slice through steel, cleaving the ninja's short sword along with his fingers in 2. Blood splattered into the ninja's eyes, but he uttered not a sound. Enduring excruciating pain, he staggered back 2 steps to evade Peter's counterattack, then rolled away, disappearing from sight. Peter was compelled to abandon the pursuit, as the ninja's comrades launched an assault from another direction. It was evident that these ninjas were aware of Kenichiro Harada's defeat at Peter's hands, making him an obvious target for the collective focus of all present. For out of the 6 assailants were now advancing upon him, leaving Peter in a rather precarious situation, though he still possessed several hidden cards. Under the combined assault of the 4 formidable opponents, he could merely muster enough strength for self-preservation. In the short term, he could maintain an undefeated stance through his combat intuition, yet to forcibly break the stalemate within a brief span would likely demand a significant toll. However, the plight of the 4 ninjas was equally grim. They appeared to have underestimated Peter's capabilities, as their several attempts to encircle him were torn apart by his counterattacks. Under the might of Peter's indomitable new weapon, such missteps naturally invited dire consequences. During the final joint strike, as they were compelled to retreat, one of the ninjas slowed his escape just slightly. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, a glint of determination flashed in Peter's eyes, momentarily freezing the opponent's form in midair. With a swift flourish, Peter's blade struck, severing a piece of flesh from the opponent's back. At this pace, victory for Peter was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the duo of the staff master and Erica was nearing their breaking point. The beast-like man staggered back several steps after being struck by the staff master. Shaking his dizzy head, he let out a feral roar and lunged at them once more. "Fall back," the staff master bellowed, his long staff sweeping through the air with the force of a tempest, once again striking the opponent's head. Before the beast man could regain his composure, the staff master unleashed a flurry of blows, transforming his weapon into a storm of blurred shadows that rained down upon him. In the blink of an eye, the beast man endured 2 or 3 dozen strikes, his body resounding with the sickening crack of shattering bones. For an ordinary person, such injuries would be fatal. The dual assault of the staff master's strikes and the corrosive force of his hidden energy would likely reduce an average person's bones to fragments. The sensation of those shards piercing through internal organs would be excruciating. Yet, this maneuver seemed ineffective against the man before him. Under the staff master's relentless barrage, he displayed an astonishing resilience, absorbing the blows with his bare flesh, as if impervious to harm. The impacts that could shatter gold and stone upon his body resonated with a metallic clang, observing his astonishing ability to move freely. It appeared he had merely sustained superficial injuries. This fierce onslaught indeed forced the beast man to retreat step by step. However, being immortal, the staff master could not sustain such ferocity indefinitely. The moment he sought to catch his breath, the beast man executed a backward roll, distancing himself from the staff master. Having regained some clarity, this time he did not charge recklessly, but rather retreated cautiously by 2 steps. Like a wolf confronted with a formidable adversary, he prudently maintained his distance, unwilling to advance until he discerned the weakness of his prey. Concurrently, his seemingly battered physique was recovering at an extraordinary pace. The bruises and wounds vanished within mere seconds. Ha ha, the beast man grinned, emitting a jarring laugh. He crossed his powerful claws, rubbing them together with force, igniting a shower of sparks. In that moment, a glimmer of human intellect seemed to flicker within his beastly eyes. Confronted by this seemingly indomitable adversary, the stick elder gritted his teeth and charged forward once more. The previous series of attacks suggested that inflicting damage upon the head was particularly effective. Taking a deep breath, he expertly maneuvered his wrist, driving the long stick forward with a spiraling force, aiming directly for the beast man's face. Yet, the opponent showed no inclination to evade, instead directing his head toward the oncoming steel rod. Just as the stick was about to create a gaping wound in his skull, the beast man slightly tilted his head and opened his mouth wide, biting down on the stick. The metallic screech pierced the ears of those present, causing them to momentarily halt their actions and divert their attention to the unfolding spectacle on the other side of the battlefield. What ensued was undoubtedly an absurd scene, reminiscent of a poorly executed action film. The weapon, forged from the highest quality alloy, was bitten down upon, resulting in a segment being severed, while the remainder remained firmly lodged between the beast man's teeth, rendering the stick elder unable to pull it free. A fleeting look of triumph flickered in the beast man's eyes. At that moment, the stick elder found his weapon compromised, while the beast man's claws, still free, lunged toward his abdomen. Should this strike connect, the stick elder would undoubtedly suffer a grievous fate. Nevertheless, he exhibited no signs of panic, twisting his body just in time to position the long stick defensively before him. The steel claws, akin in attributes to Harada Kenichiro's long blade, effortlessly sliced the stick into several segments. The stick elder's eyebrows shot up, emitting a sound of surprise. The destruction of his weapon did not impede his movements in the slightest. Utilizing the remaining third of the stick as a makeshift weapon, he struck at the beast man's wrist, halting his assault. With a swift kick, he propelled the beast man back several steps. Yet, the previous grievous injuries had not quelled the opponent's aggression. This light kick was insufficient to incapacitate him, and in the blink of an eye, the beast man reappeared before the stick elder, launching another clawed attack. Having lost his effective weapon, the stick elder's combat capabilities were significantly hampered, and after dodging a few strikes, he found himself in perilous circumstances. Master, Erica interjected into the fray. Her iron ruler swiftly left a gash on the beast man's back. The beast man abruptly turned, directing his wrath toward this newly arrived foe. Yet, Erica, having come prepared, seized the moment with impeccable timing. After successfully parrying 2 of his attacks, her iron ruler plunged into his wrist, severing the tendons of his entire right hand. However, when confronted by an adversary endowed with such remarkable regenerative capabilities, all non-lethal damage proves to be futile. Merely 5 or 6 seconds later, the opponent's right hand is once again capable of action. Within a mere 15 seconds, the adversary's wrist is entirely restored, showing no signs of prior injury. Caught off guard, Erica faltered slightly, misjudging her evasion, which resulted in a scar adorning her face. Meanwhile, the old master intervened, parrying the subsequent 2 attacks and simultaneously pushing back this troublesome foe. TCH, the master remarked, maintaining an air of calm and arrogance. After a lifetime of battling cockroaches, he never anticipated encountering one so diminutive here. Chapter 62. Acceleration. The old master projected a fa of toughness, yet in the heat of battle, he found himself utterly powerless against this seemingly indestructible insect. Perhaps in a controlled spar, the irrational enemy could not defeat this martial arts grandmaster. But in a fight to the death, the tables had decisively turned. Not to mention restraint, the individual before him had sustained over 20 fatal injuries. Nevertheless, his flesh wounds would heal within moments, and the internal damage inflicted by the dark energy seemed insufficient. Moreover, the opponent's bones appeared peculiarly resilient, nearly disregarding all impacts, instead sending shockwaves that left the master's hands tingling. The sharpness of the claws in his grasp was undoubtedly capable of slicing through iron. Neither the master nor Erica could inflict any meaningful harm, and should he seize upon any opening presented by either of them, a single strike would suffice to vanquish one of his foes. This battle was inherently lopsided from the outset, until they discovered a means to eliminate this creature. Their only recourse was to prolong the encounter, given that a significant portion of their weapons' range had been compromised. Accomplishing this task had evidently become much more arduous for the master. As for Erica, she could scarcely be expected to contribute. Her strategy of trading injuries was rendered severely ineffective against this creature with an almost limitless health pool, relegating her role to merely a supportive one in this skirmish. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the coordinated assault of the four ninjas began to falter against Peter. Previous miscalculations had left two of them with considerable injuries, hindering their full potential. A slight gap in speed among the four allowed Peter, equipped with precognition and mental detection abilities, to exploit the flaw extensively. This meant that he only had to contend with the attacks of two adversaries at any given moment, and naturally, two would not pose a threat to him. Furthermore, these two were far from a match for Matt, perhaps due to overconfidence, or perhaps because they simply could not spare additional personnel amidst the ongoing conflict. Matt found himself in the most advantageous position. The two ninjas entangled with Matt quickly realized they were at a disadvantage. Within less than half a minute of the battle commencing, one of the ninjas was struck on the temple by Matt's short staff, collapsing to the ground in an instant. One of the individuals held on for a scant few exchanges, but under Matt's relentless assault, he soon found himself on the brink of collapse. At that moment, the ninja realized the dire nature of his predicament. Even the thought of escape had become a mere luxury. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on his short blade, preparing to make a desperate attempt to inflict serious harm on Matt at the cost of his own life. Yet, a rope, akin to a venomous serpent, coiled around his throat. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Matt sent the ninja tumbling to the ground, his fate uncertain. Watch out. At this juncture, a figure suddenly emerged behind Peter, who was currently besieged by four attackers. It was Harada Kenichiro, reduced to a single arm. Appearing behind Peter with vengeance blazing in his eyes, he thrust his blade towards Peter's back. Despite his earlier proclamations of samurai honor, he opted for a treacherous ambush. In an instant, Peter chose to unleash a forceful shockwave. A multidirectional blast erupted from his center, pushing back all his assailants, including Harada, who lurked in his visual blind spot. "Teacher, you don't have any qualms about assaulting the disabled, do you?" Peter jested as Matt rushed to intercept the silver samurai. However, his condition was far from favorable. After repeatedly employing this energy-draining technique, his complexion had turned rather pallid, and the familiar dizziness began to encroach upon his mind. Matt offered no reply as he charged at the silver samurai, deftly dodging an incoming strike. His baton, fist, and elbow struck simultaneously against the silver samurai's chest, denting the metallic frame. The occupant within was also suffering. Despite recent injections of a specialized regenerative serum, Harada coughed up a mouthful of blood, a fierce fire seemingly consuming his insides. Amidst this turmoil, Harada let out a cold chuckle. After forcing Matt back with a strike, he took 2 steps back, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the next instant, he appeared behind the staff-wielding elder, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with the beast man, and swung his blade towards the elder's neck. As if possessing eyes on the back of his head, the elder suddenly crouched, narrowly evading the attack. Without regard for his own dignity, he rolled to the right in a lazy maneuver. The beast man roared and lunged at the elder, who had just regained his footing. But Erica stepped in front of him. Although she was swiftly knocked aside, she managed to momentarily impede the beast man, leaving a wound upon his chest. In the next heartbeat, however, the silver samurai appeared before her, his sword thrusting forward. Despite her frantic attempts to evade, the strike failed to find a fatal target. Yet it pierced through her right shoulder, severing tendons and rendering her entire right arm nearly immobile. Erica, in a moment of urgency, Matt felt an overwhelming impulse to rush to her side. However, the ninjas who had previously besieged Peter suddenly became reckless, launching a fierce assault that momentarily restrained him. Yet, this scene delighted Peter. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his mental prowess, causing the world around him to slow down. Force, accelerate. The enemies, having neglected their defenses, exposed countless vulnerabilities in their coordination. Under normal circumstances, these fleeting opportunities would be nearly impossible to seize, but in his current state, Peter felt emboldened to attempt it. He stepped forward, skillfully slipping between the gaps of 2 blades, while his own weapon deftly severed the tendons in the wrists of their wielders. The katana traced a half circle in the air, cleaving through the calf of one incapacitated ninja, before intercepting another dagger aimed at Matt, splitting it in two. The mental energy within him was depleting at an astonishing rate. Despite having dispatched 2 foes, Peter knew his time in this heightened state was limited. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the dizziness clouding his mind and unleashed a small wave of force against the enemy beside him, causing their arm to flinch away slightly. With a few swift strokes of his long sword, he severed the opponent's arm at the elbow. As the last vestiges of his mental energy were exhausted, Peter's time distortion abruptly ceased, and he felt black-red blood trickling from his nose. "Perhaps I overreached," he murmured, his body swaying slightly. Yet, the katana in his hand remained unwavering, thrusting toward the last remaining adversary before him. Oblivious to the fate of his companions, the ninja focused on Matt, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in his side. Just as he turned to investigate, a powerful blow struck his temple, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Chapter 63. Star Absorption. It was only then that delayed cries of horror reached their ears. The ninjas, who suddenly realized they had lost multiple limbs, began to panic. Yet, their cries offered no solace. Within a mere breath, those who had lost the will to resist succumbed to unconsciousness beneath Matt's hands. Faced with such nearly immobile targets, a single punch to the head proved sufficient. Although he refrained from lethal force, Matt showed no mercy in his urgency. The risk of fatal blood loss from their injuries was significant, and the brain damage inflicted by Matt was undeniably severe. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive, their lives would be plagued by a multitude of issues stemming from concussions. Peter's legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Beside them, Matt, with keen eyes and swift hands, helped him to his feet. "Are you all right?" he inquired, a hint of concern evident in his tone. To which Peter simply waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, go assist them." Taking several deep breaths, Peter managed to muster a somewhat awkward smile for Matt. "I merely overexerted myself a bit. Just give me a moment." Although Peter's condition was not dire, it was certainly not a matter to be brushed aside as mere fatigue. During the previous exertion of the force, he had forcibly drawn upon his life essence when his mental energy had been nearly depleted. The resultant weakness and drowsiness were merely the aftereffects of that action. Peter's foundation was not particularly robust, despite having cultivated a strong physique with the aid of the force. The lingering effects of over a decade of frailty and illness were still evident. "All right," Matt responded without a trace of pretense, nodding before dashing toward the direction of the old stickman and Erica. To his senses, Peter seemed to bear no serious injuries. Judging by his respiratory state, he appeared exceedingly fatigued, as though he had just undergone an intensely rigorous physical training session. However, Matt understood this well. The speed and reflexes Peter had displayed moments ago had startled him, effortlessly dispatching 4 adversaries who were not much weaker than themselves. Though the display lasted less than 4 seconds, Matt questioned whether he could endure even 4 seconds in a similar condition. Unbeknownst to him, his rather unassuming apprentice had become quite formidable. A flicker of admiration crossed Matt's mind, yet he felt an increasing concern regarding Peter's recent shifts in temperament. Yet perhaps this was not the opportune moment for such worries. At present, 2 out of their 4 members had lost their combat capabilities, while formidable foes remained. The old stickman had just rescued Erica from peril at the cost of a gash inflicted by the beastman on his right arm. 3 1-inch deep wounds continuously bled, staining half of his garment crimson. Seizing the moment, the silver warrior lunged forward, aiming his katana toward the old man's back, but Matt, rushing in, intercepted him, delivering a powerful punch that sent the warrior staggering back. "This seems rather perilous, master," he remarked. After delivering a blow to the beastman's head and deftly evading the retaliatory strike, Matt finally grasped why the two had struggled so mightily before. Their adversaries possessed an almost overwhelming strength, with speed that did not lag behind their own in the slightest. The only advantage they held was their technique. In unison, the old stickman and Matt struck, their combined force crashing against the beastman's chest. The impact sent him flying 10 paces away, his face paling as he coughed up blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs. However, after merely a few breaths, he charged back into the fray, seemingly unfazed. It appeared that their efforts were in vain. Moreover, the individual beside him, though now at the end of his strength, coughed violently a couple of times, synchronizing his attack with that of the beastly man from the side. Although this strike had significantly diminished in prowess compared to his peak form, its indomitable nature still rendered it a considerable threat. Matt's short staff collided with the opponent's blade, rendering the assault ineffective. Before he could mount any further counterattack, the silver warrior had already teleported to a place of safety. Nonetheless, this fellow was remarkably persistent. "To speak candidly, my aged bones can scarcely endure much longer." A barely audible whisper escaped the lips of the staff elder, and for Matt, whose auditory senses had reached superhuman acuity, the words were distinctly clear. He nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. Regardless of their immense strength, they remained confined within the limitations of mortals. The staff elder might be able to run 30 kilometers without faltering. Yet when he exerted himself to the fullest, his stamina was also finite. The creature before him had undoubtedly pressed him to his limits. It had been decades since the elder had encountered a battle that required him to deliver more than 20 strikes. And now he could hardly recall how many times his full-force attacks had been in vain. 100? 200? Not to mention the weariness in his muscles. Even his bones resonated with a dull ache, the accumulated injuries mounting unperceived. His speed and strength had evidently diminished, and if this trend continued, he would be unable to endure such intensity of combat beyond 20 more strikes. At that point, he would inevitably face demise. It was truly an oversight. He had not anticipated such a formidable creature lurking within the Hand Association. Yet, what was the purpose behind their exertion to control and transport this beast over such vast distances? This thought flickered momentarily in his mind, and that brief hesitation was enough to transform into a fatal error. His hand faltered slightly, and a sharp pain erupted before his eyes, piercing his chest. The beastly man grinned, having finally struck after an exhausting game of hide and seek. With a slight flick of his wrist, the 3 steel claws twisted, rendering the wound a bloody mess. The elder momentarily froze, but in the next instant, he clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. He grasped the beastly man's hand, enduring the agony in his chest, as energy within him began to circulate along a mysterious trajectory. The beastly man laughed heartily, but in the next moment, his smile faltered. He was horrified to discover that the spot where this wiry figure had seized him seemed to have become a funnel, draining his seemingly inexhaustible strength through the widening aperture. Even with his limited intellect, the beastly man realized he had unwittingly found himself in a precarious predicament. A series of meaningless roars erupted from him. After several attempts, the beast man, upon realizing he could not extricate his hand, impulsively swiped at the old man with a claw aimed at his face. Regardless of the circumstances, once he eliminated him, all would be resolved, wouldn't it? Chapter 64. Explosive body. Just as the beastman's strike was halfway through, it was abruptly interrupted as Matt landed a punch squarely on the beastman's face. In the next moment, the silver warrior appeared behind Matt, swinging a blade towards him. The old man let out a cold snort, seemingly drawing strength from an unknown source. He grasped the beastman's arm and stomped his left foot down forcefully, creating a small dent in the ship's deck. This tremor momentarily destabilized the silver warrior. In an instant, the old man's other hand was also resting on the silver warrior. A sinister smile flickered across the old man's face, and an ominous sensation surged within the silver warrior. Much like the beast man, his vitality was being absorbed at an alarming rate. Already on the brink of exhaustion, he could not endure for long like his companion. Barely a breath later, he found himself gasping for air, his vision swimming, as if his very organs lacked the strength to function. Had he not injected that serum earlier, he likely would have perished by now. The beast man, too, was in dire straits. With his strength and speed diminished by at least 40%, he could not harm the old man under Matt's protection, resorting only to wildly flailing his remaining free hand. However, a question suddenly arose in Harada Kenichiro's mind. If such a formidable technique existed, why hadn't the opponent employed it from the outset? The answer was straightforward. This ability was, in a sense, a double-edged sword. It siphoned life force from others into oneself, rendering the victim weak, their organs failing, and potentially leading to death. Conversely, under the enhancement of this life force, the old man could significantly bolster his regenerative capabilities and muscular strength. Though this seemingly powerful ability resembled a cheat, it bore several critical weaknesses. Firstly, it required the old man to make physical contact with his opponent and maintain that contact for several seconds. While sufficient damage could be inflicted in merely 3 or 4 seconds, upon reflection, it was rather impractical. When faced with an adversary of equal or greater strength, 3 or 4 seconds could alter the entire course of battle, and such opportunities for the old man to utilize this technique were rare. Against lesser foes, 3 or 4 seconds would afford the old man ample time to crush their skulls with his steel rod, rendering the need for this life-siphoning method unnecessary. However, the more lethal weakness lay in the second flaw. The amount of life energy a human body can contain is finite. While a brief surge of energy could indeed enhance a person's abilities across the board, such foreign life energy was not as easily controlled as one's own. As it strengthened him, it simultaneously inflicted damage upon his meridians. The energy in question is notoriously difficult to mobilize, rendering its expulsion a formidable challenge. It must be refined gradually through one's own essence before being released or utilized. In most instances, absorbing the life energy equivalent to 2 individuals necessitates a 6-month recuperation for the old master to avoid lingering injuries. Absorbing 5 times that amount could shatter his meridians. And even if he managed to endure, it would result in a regression of his power by 30 years. Should he attempt to absorb 10 times or more, he would likely meet a catastrophic end. Currently, the old master finds himself in a precarious state. The Silver Warrior, having absorbed less than 1/3 of the required energy, is already nearing depletion, with the rate of absorption significantly diminished. In stark contrast, the Beastman presents a wholly different scenario within a mere 8 seconds. The old master has absorbed the energy equivalent to 2 individuals from him, and there are no signs of this pace slowing. Gritting his teeth, the old master seized the Silver Warrior's right arm and abruptly reversed his internal technique, concentrating a small amount of foreign energy within the meridians of his arm before expelling it through his palm. At last, Harada Kenichiro was freed from his struggles, though not in the manner he desired. The bones in his arm developed fine cracks from the force of the blow, and it felt as if a serpent forged from molten lava was writhing within his innards, churning everything it touched into char. After staggering back several steps, he finally collapsed to the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood that steamed in the air. With a single strike, the old master had vanquished a formidable foe, seizing the beastman's claw with his right hand. Meanwhile, his left hand, serving as the conduit for energy absorption, was nearing its limits. The skin on his hand had taken on a vivid rose hue, a result of capillaries bursting beneath the surface. Now is the time to strike him down. The old master urged his disciple, his voice hoarse. I can last no longer than 10 seconds. Matt's hesitation was fleeting. Within half a second, he resolved to act. With a swift movement, he retrieved the fallen katana from the ground and aimed it at the still subjugated beastman. Clang! The seemingly indomitable katana encountered something even stronger. While it sliced effortlessly through flesh and skin, it was easily deflected by the beastman's bones, sending a jolt through Matt's hands. Undeterred, he swung again, targeting the creature's neck. The same outcome ensued. Although the blade penetrated muscle and vessels, it was once more halted by the impossibly hard bone. Blood gushed from the wounds. Yet the beastman remained vigorous, indicating that Matt's strikes had not achieved the desired effect. However, one certainty emerged. The speed of the creature's healing had indeed slowed considerably. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Matt clenched his teeth in frustration. He took a deep breath, reversing the hilt of the knife in his hand and thrusting it forward like a longsword. Years of studying human anatomy had enabled him to successfully pierce through the gaps between the opponent's bones, penetrating the heart. The beastly man's body suddenly convulsed, ceasing all movement. Is he finally dead? Sensing the life energy he had absorbed beginning to wane, the old man let out a sigh. Although the myriad injuries across his body had healed significantly within those fleeting seconds, the internal collapse had already commenced. Finally relaxed, he began to circulate his energy, attempting to sever the connection and initiate the necessary steps to expel the life energy. Wait, something is amiss. The beastman's eyes suddenly snapped open again, a fierce glint igniting within them. He roared, the force of his struggle becoming so potent that the old man found it nearly impossible to contain. The life energy flowing through their connection surged dramatically, its nature becoming increasingly wild. If it had previously resembled a river with some turbulence, it now transformed into a waterfall cascading from 1,000 feet above. The foreign energy within his body had spiraled completely out of control, causing his veins to rupture under the strain. Drops of blood seeped from the surface of the old man's skin, while his long blind eyes wept tears of crimson. Is this truly where I meet my demise? A fiery unwillingness blazed within his heart. The foremost expert of the true pure society was on the verge of perishing at the hands of a beast who likely could not even articulate its own name. This was the utmost indignity. Yet, he found himself devoid of options. Forcibly severing the connection would only exacerbate the backlash of energy within him, while the liberated beast could tear him to shreds in mere moments. The old man lowered his head, seemingly resigned to his fate. But in the next instant, a hand pressed against his back. To his astonishment, he felt a familiar energy conduit manifest at the point where the hand touched his skin. I cannot perform your peculiar techniques, came Peter's weak yet urgent voice from behind him. Please, quickly transfer that life energy from your body. Chapter 65. The pinnacle, are you certain? The old man managed to squeeze out between clenched teeth. His nerves, ravaged by the tumultuous energy within, were losing their functionality, rendering speech a laborious task. Such a lengthy sentence was nearly his limit. Yes, please hurry. Peter nodded without hesitation. The old man felt gratitude for the boy's actions. Yet truth be told, he harbored little hope for its efficacy. As previously mentioned, expelling this type of energy was inherently a daunting and protracted process. Under circumstances where there is active cooperation, the pace of progress can indeed be significantly enhanced. However, one must not forget that within this beastly man resides a seemingly boundless vitality surging towards the elder's body. Unless another individual were to employ the life-draining technique against the elder, the number of those who have mastered this supreme skill in the world is likely limited to the fingers of one hand. In other words, unless a miracle occurs, the elder's remaining life is already on a countdown. Yet, a miracle did manifest. As the elder continuously channeled that foreign energy into Peter, a familiar yet slightly foreign pull suddenly emerged within Peter's meridians. This pull grew increasingly potent, reaching the elder's own level within mere seconds, and even hinting at the possibility of exceeding it. This is impossible. At that moment, the elder, completely oblivious to his surroundings, gaped in astonishment. How could you possibly suffer from dementia at such a critical time? Preserve your life. With the elder's mental fluctuations, the energy transfer channel was slightly disrupted, causing Peter to grit his teeth. I had previously claimed to be adept at the eagle eye technique. My skills have long been maximized. Yet, this statement was only partially true. Indeed, he had gleaned this move during their brief encounter. However, even if Peter were a genius, mastering it within just a few days based on less than a minute of combat experience was implausible. In fact, the ability he was employing now barely qualified as a counterfeit version of the elder's life-draining technique. Although the effects were somewhat similar, the underlying forces and operational methods differed considerably. The ability to siphon vitality is a relatively obscure skill within the realm of dark force capabilities. A master of this force can heal or enhance others by linking their minds into the force, and conversely, they can perform the exact opposite. Provided that the counterpart does not harbor any resistance, the force user, upon establishing a connection, can continually draw the life force from the other party for their own use. This skill is notably challenging for most force users to acquire. Manipulating life force is a concept that most beings cannot fully comprehend through mere training or study. Without having experienced the manipulation or theft of life force themselves, it is nearly impossible. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Peter had already fulfilled all the necessary conditions. In their prior battle, the elder had siphoned a trace of his life force, and Peter had often exerted his life force to utilize the force even after depleting his mental energy. This was an almost unimaginable scenario for most force users with mentors, as they have diligently learned to finely manipulate their mental energy from day one, likely never encountering a situation that necessitated the burning of their own life force. This is also why the branch of the Force known as the Life Force has so few practitioners that many Jedi believe it to be merely a myth. Under Peter's diligent efforts to control and manipulate it, that powerful and tempestuous energy was continuously drawn into his being. He finally experienced the torment previously felt by the old master. Pain, excruciating pain, to the point where his mind began to blur, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After passing through this layer of filtration within the ocean of the Force, the life energy had calmed slightly, but its sheer magnitude was on the verge of overwhelming Peter's body. An abundance of energy overflowed around him unconsciously, transforming into chaotic telekinesis under the influence of the Force. They clashed, collided, and negated each other, creating a tempestuous whirlwind around him. 10 seconds later, even though the vitality of the beast man continued to pour into the old master, the latter's condition had improved significantly. The total energy within him had diminished to a barely manageable level. However, behind him, a terrifying energy was brewing within Peter's body. The essence of life from more than 20 individuals was accumulating within him, threatening to explode at any moment. "Now get out of the way," he roared. Enduring the agony within, the old master hesitated briefly, instinctively releasing the beast man. In the next moment, Peter absorbed the remaining excess life force within him and swept the barely stable old master aside with a powerful motion. Matt, quick-witted and agile, caught the elder, preventing further harm. Next came Peter's moment to shine. For the first time, he felt the essence of power. Perhaps before, he had been able to accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Perhaps he had fulfilled much of the dream of that solitary high school student. But all of it was still far from sufficient. Every battle was a near brush with death. He lacked the strength to uphold his own convictions. He was powerless to save Joe Moriarty, utterly crushed under Luke Cage's might, and faced with the city's underworld, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He was too weak, and the weak could not protect others. Power, what a magnificent force it was, and at this moment, it was firmly grasped by Peter. The freed beast man lunged at Peter with a roar, but Peter merely extended his hand, palm open. An invisible shockwave erupted from his hand. As if struck by a battering ram, the beast man suddenly spat blood. His body, weighing over 200 kilograms, was sent flying more than 5 meters. Yet, as before, after enduring such a heavy blow, the beast man stood up, as if unscathed. Down, Peter calmly commanded, as if issuing an order. His palm turned, facing downward. Suddenly, the beastly man felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to that of a mountain, descend upon him from above, forcing him back to the ground, caught completely off guard. He struggled frantically, his claws scraping countless fissures into the metallic floor. Peter displayed no emotion. With a mere wave of his other hand, he tore down a metal railing beside him with the force. Guided by Peter's fingers, it disintegrated mid-air into 7 iron rods, each over a meter long, hurtling toward the beastly man with cruel precision, deftly avoiding his bones as they pierced through his body, firmly anchoring him to the ground. Blood and saliva mixed and streamed from the gaps in the beastly man's teeth. He appeared utterly disheveled, yet the ferocity in his eyes only intensified. Suddenly, he threw his head back and let out a thunderous howl. With this cry, it seemed as though his strength surged dramatically. He braced himself against the ground, managing to lift his body slightly despite the terrifying pressure. The steel pipes began to contort under his movements, emitting a dreadful sound of metal deformation. His wounds tore further open with his actions, and Peter could even glimpse the exposed bone within. What manner of monster is this? Erica, seated beside the elderly man in a state of despair, widened her eyes in astonishment. Were we truly battling such a creature of this caliber? In a sense, the old man beside her also opened his eyes from his meditative state, the residual energy within him staving off the deterioration of his injuries. That young man had indeed ascended to a higher level of monstrosity. Force lightning. Bolts of lightning shot forth from Peter's fingertips. One of nature's most potent energies transformed into his weapon, ravaging the beastly man, reducing everything it touched to cinders. Even the steel rods that had pierced his body began to show signs of melting. Yet, the beastly man remained alive. Flesh and blood, now turned into dark inorganic matter, continuously shed from his form, revealing beneath it a layer of newly formed skin tinged with a hint of pink. In a fit of rage, he severed the steel pipes embedded in him and yanked them free, appearing still full of vigor. This is utterly preposterous. Peter couldn't help but utter a curse. What happened to the law of conservation of energy? Has it been devoured by a dog? After expending nearly 1/5 of the energy he had accumulated, the man before him still seemed largely unscathed. The knife that Matt had plunged into his heart had seemingly triggered some mysterious transformation. His regenerative abilities appeared to have undergone a significant enhancement. If he had been regenerating at his previous rate, he should have died at least 3 times by now. Peter unleashed a shockwave that propelled the beastly man away, bolts of lightning erupting from his hands. As his adversary was momentarily forced to pause and tend to his wounds, a massive shard of a container, measuring over 2 meters in length, struck him with tremendous force, sending him flying like a baseball. Yet this time, upon hitting the ground, his opponent did not immediately rise. Instead, he plunged his steel claws into the iron floor, sketching a circle around himself. A cunning smile appeared on the beast man's face as he suddenly stomped his foot, plummeting alongside the steel plate beneath him. He had made his escape. Leave first, Peter urged, a hint of worry etching his features. He had not anticipated that this monster possessed the instinct to flee, having previously only launched irrational attacks against them. There are lifeboats on the lower left side of the ship. Matt, you know where they are, right? Yes, Matt nodded, though a shade of hesitation clouded his expression. But what about you? Do not worry, I shall return shortly. No sooner had he spoken than Peter gently pressed his hands into the air, lifting himself effortlessly off the ground, unassisted by any external force. He glided forward several meters before descending into the gaping hole where the beast man had fallen. Matt gaped in astonishment. Although he could not see, his senses conveyed enough to leave him utterly amazed. After a few moments, he regained his composure and helped both the old master and Erica to their feet. Damn it, be gentle. How could I have such an ungrateful disciple? The old master grumbled instinctively. At the very instant Peter descended, he came under attack. Still adjusting to the oppressive darkness, 2 glimmering blades surged from his left, aimed directly at his cheek. The beast man appeared to have abandoned his earlier escape, rushing at Peter with claws bared the moment he entered his line of sight. A forceful shockwave sent him crashing into the corridor wall, leaving an imprint of his form. Before he could regain his footing, a silver flash shot upwards. The katana, pilfered from the silver warrior, was less than a meter from Peter's forehead, forcing him to tilt his body slightly. The force-enhanced blade effortlessly sliced through his shoulder. Yet as it cleaved into his bone, a familiar sensation washed over Peter. A prolonged metallic resonance echoed through the corridor, and the wound inflicted by the katana ignited with sparks. Your bones. Peter staggered back in shock. The beast man, seizing the opportunity, lunged at him once more. Dazzling blue and white electricity flickered from Peter's hands, unleashing a bolt that sent the creature staggering back. What manner of monster are you? In an unexpected turn, the beast man fell silent, emitting a sound akin to a whimper from deep within his throat. His lips trembled uncontrollably, as if murmuring something. What are you saying? Unable to decipher the low murmurs, Peter stepped closer. I am Wolverine. Upon uttering his name, the man emitted a roar akin to that of a beast and lunged at Peter, seemingly reverting to a state of madness. Hey. If you just throw a name at me without any explanation, I will be quite perplexed. Peter's long blade clashed repeatedly with the man's claws, neither gaining the upper hand. I truly do not know you, my friend. Ignoring Peter's words, the self-proclaimed Wolverine appeared to enter a frenzied state. His speed escalating as his claws transformed into a tempest of metal, reducing everything they touched to fragments. Peter merely raised his left hand, unleashing another wave of telekinetic force that sent his opponent flying. However, this time, the man seemed to anticipate it, regaining his balance mid-air. Yet, Peter was quicker. Utilizing the force, he leapt in front of his adversary, the light emanating from his sword appearing even more brilliant than before. With a swift stroke, the blade first met the opponent's steel claws. In Wolverine's eyes, filled with terror, those claws, forged from a mysterious metal, could only withstand the onslaught for a mere 2 seconds before being severed. The sword continued its descent, striking the man's right shoulder. That bone too could not endure the might of Peter's blade for long, and with a deft flick, Wolverine's entire right arm was cleaved off at the shoulder. A howl of agony erupted from Wolverine, piercing and desperate, yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Seizing the moment, he reached out with his remaining hand, grasping the hilt of Peter's sword. Get away. Peter unleashed another telekinetic blast towards the man's abdomen, yet he clung on tightly. Both stumbled slightly, but neither fell, the distance between them unbroken. Aya! The force of the telekinetic energy continuously charred Wolverine's body, eliciting further cries of pain. Yet, under such relentless assault, Wolverine showed no inclination to release his grip. In that instant, his overwhelming strength finally manifested. Gradually, he twisted the sword in Peter's hand, the blade inching closer to Peter's throat. I apologize for disappointing you. Nevertheless, Peter remained unfazed. As he infused more life force into the ocean of telekinetic energy, his formidable psychokinesis began to supersede the function of muscle. Wolverine sensed that his opponent's strength had risen to a level that was no longer inferior to his own. Abruptly, he abandoned the contest of sheer brute force, wildly yanking at the hilt of the sword, leaving countless scratches on the walls, floor, and ceiling surrounding them. He suddenly released his grip with a forceful shove, turning away in flight like a defeated hound. At some point, his severed right arm had miraculously reformed, now composed of a metallic skeleton, with muscles regenerating at an astonishing pace. Could even foreign metal regenerate in such a manner? It was truly absurd. Peter shook his head, a cold smirk playing on his lips. However, you cannot escape. Since conventional attacks seem incapable of vanquishing you, I have no choice but to resort to other means. The metallic corridor, responding to Peter's will, contorted into a liquid-like form, ensnaring his ankles and wrists before solidifying into hard steel. With a wave of his hand, countless metallic shards from their battle levitated from the ground and pierced into Wolverine's wounds. His body writhed and twisted amidst horrific cries, yet this time, Peter, having expended all his internal energy in one fell swoop, found him utterly immobile. At that moment, Wolverine was encased in a massive sphere of metal, his limbs restrained, rendering him incapable of using his claws to escape this prison. The tiny metallic fragments had severed crucial tendons within him, diminishing his strength to a mere fraction and thwarting any possibility of utilizing his formidable power to flee. Although it seemed you would not perish from asphyxiation, it wouldn't hurt to test the waters. Peter nodded with satisfaction and snapped his left fingers. The boiler room, forcibly halted, suddenly erupted in an explosion, the force of which blasted a hole in the floor nearby, while the side of the cargo ship was torn open, allowing the tumultuous seawater to surge into the hold. In other sections of the cargo vessel, a series of explosions continued to resonate in the distance. Layer after layer of steel plates were torn apart by Peter's telekinesis. wrapping the heavy masses, each weighing thousands of kilograms, around Wolverine like aluminum foil, ensconcing him tightly. Once submerged in seawater, this nearly solid iron sphere would sink directly to the depths of the ocean, hundreds of meters down. There, the immense pressure of the water combined with his own weight would ensure he remained submerged, trapped in that dark abyss for eternity. If this man were indeed immortal, he might wish he lacked such a capacity. Peter closed his eyes, pressing his hands downward, causing the iron sphere to crash through multiple decks and plunge into the frigid waters. Meanwhile, he tore open the wall beside him with his telekinesis and floated outside the cargo ship. The cold rain once again pelted his face, eliciting discomfort. Peter moved his fingers slightly. An invisible telekinetic barrier unfurled around him, shielding him from the relentless downpour. The ship before him had entered the final seconds of its existence. An immense volume of seawater surged through two gaping holes at the vessel's bottom, creating whirlpools on either side, each measuring 6 or 7 meters in diameter, and steadily increasing in size. Within 3 to 4 hours, this ship would completely submerge into the depths of the ocean, as if it had never existed. What transpired thereafter would be the concern of the salvage crew. At last, it was over. The energy within Peter was entirely depleted at that moment, and a wave of dizziness washed over him as he found himself floating before plunging head-first into the sea. Chapter 66. Respect for the elderly and love for the young. 2 turkey sandwiches, a small box of potato salad, and 6 fried chicken wings were laid before the old man. The food in Peter's lunchbox had begun to cool gradually, yet the finicky elder showed no inclination to taste any of it. Peter, seated nearby, devoured his sandwich within 5 minutes. Wiping his mouth, he realized he was only about 60% full. After a moment's hesitation, his gaze shifted to the lunchbox. "Hey, aren't you hungry?" he ventured, his hand already resting atop the box. All virtues of respecting the elderly were cast aside in the face of culinary temptation. "I am hungry, but you ought to bring me something edible," the old man grunted, pushing the lunchbox away dismissively. Overjoyed, Peter swiftly seized a chicken leg and began to gnaw on it. "This doesn't taste too bad, does it? I bought it from the takeout around the corner, and I usually wouldn't indulge in such expensive fare." He took a hearty bite of a sandwich, which, though slightly overdressed in sauce, was quite palatable overall. Casting a suspicious glance at the old man, he inquired, "There aren't many restaurants near Erica's apartment. You'll have to make do." Before he could finish his sentence, the old man gently tapped Peter's head with his walking stick. "Do not speak with your mouth full," he chided, shaking his head in disappointment. He retained a hint of the irritating pride he always displayed, yet any discerning eye could see that this elderly gentleman was not in good health, evident from his pale complexion, bloodshot eyes, and noticeably weakened voice. "Mind your manners." The old man glanced at the food Peter was relishing, a look of distaste emerging on his face. "That fare does not suit my palate at all. Cold rice and vegetables, drenched in so much sauce. How can you possibly endure such flavors?" "Not only can I endure it, but I find it rather enjoyable." Peter had already begun his assault on a third chicken wing, occasionally marveling at his capacity for such consumption. "You may be savoring your meal, but I am left here to starve." The old man's stick tapped the ground, prompting Peter to slow his pace of swallowing. "Quickly, fetch me something palatable." Peter stretched lazily, casting a reluctant glance at the untouched bowl of potato salad before rising to his feet. "What would you like to eat?" "Allow me to assist you," he offered. "Bring me a pot of boiled dog meat and a fine flask of bamboo leaf liquor. That would be splendid." The old man quickly provided his answer, prompting Peter's expression to shift into one of peculiar disquiet. "Hey, old man," Peter's tone turned slightly irritable. "I am still quite far from the legal age to purchase alcohol, so I cannot assist you in that regard. Furthermore, consuming dog meat is illegal. While I acknowledge that I might be overly critical of other cultures, isn't it rather cruel to treat dogs, companions of humanity, as mere food? You little rascal are being finicky over trivial laws," the old man scoffed, rolling his eyes. "You can't buy alcohol? Where has your soul-stealing prowess gone? You've taken more than one life, yet you dare speak of dogs as companions? Stop your prattling. Since we cannot procure boiled dog meat here, go fetch me some seasoning and a dog. I shall teach you how to prepare this dish, and I guarantee it will leave you craving more." Peter was momentarily rendered speechless by the old man's tirade, his face flushed with indignation. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and firmly articulated his response. "No, absolutely not. Think of something else you would like to eat." Though he was not inclined to care for an injured elder, the old man proved to be exceedingly difficult. After dismissing 4 of Peter's suggestions, he suddenly expressed great interest in the mention of Lanzhou ramen. "Bring me an extra-large bowl with plenty of beef." Ignoring Peter's protests, he swiftly made his decision. With a grimace, Peter trudged out the door. The ramen shop was not nearby, and the round trip would take nearly half an hour, prompting him to curse his own loquacity. One bowl of beef ramen. Here is your receipt. After patiently waiting for over 20 minutes, the server finally handed the food to Peter, who was preoccupied with his phone. He took the takeout bag and hung it on the back of his bicycle. Letting out a sigh, the leisurely Saturday had already slipped away, and he found himself burdened with this vexatious task. His previously planned trip to the library with Gwen had to be postponed. Were it not for his own health issues, he would have been reluctant to take on this responsibility, which should have been handled by Matt or Erica. After all, he was not Peter's instructor. However, following the battle on the freighter, his body had developed numerous ailments. The sudden acquisition of such energy came at a cost. Utterly foolish. To act so recklessly without having trained in internal arts was sheer folly. If not for the boy's peculiar nature, he would have long since succumbed to the perils of his own recklessness. This is the evaluation made by the old master after examining Peter. Observing Matt's expression filled with fear, he found himself in partial agreement. Well, the meridians are mostly intact. However, your vitality has been suppressed by external energies, and your consciousness has sustained some damage. Within 6 months, you will undoubtedly be plagued by ailments, likely experiencing occasional migraines. As for any lingering aftereffects, it is difficult to say, but you will certainly be beset by numerous minor ailments. The old master's words sent a chill through Peter's heart at that moment. He had not considered such ramifications. He believed his plan was viable and proceeded accordingly. Now, he naturally felt immense regret, constantly thinking that there could have been better alternatives. Then, if I begin practicing your Chinese martial arts now, will that resolve these issues? He inquired with a glimmer of hope. In most cultivation methods, the initial thread of inner strength requires a significant expenditure of one's own vital energy for refinement. While your internal vitality remains robust, you are unable to harness it at all. If you had possessed inner strength from the beginning, you might have attempted to assimilate it. However, at this point, the old master's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. There is indeed a method, but it will require both of us to endure considerable hardship. Chapter 67. A wave of dog food due to a misunderstanding. The chi cultivator, one of the most traditional cultivation methods from the Far East. Practitioners of this art inhale the essence of the sun and moon for their own use, gaining insights into the heavenly principles through philosophy. Those who succeed ascend to great heights, achieving not only immortality, but also remarkable abilities. They can exhale and transform into floating clouds, and with a mere gesture, cause the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, wielding immense power in every action. Yet, those who achieve this are exceedingly rare, 1 in 10,000. The rest of the practitioners fervently seek the path to immortality through sacred texts and herbal alchemy, yet they find themselves increasingly distant from the so-called Great Way. Most expend their fortunes and devote decades to this quest, only to achieve nothing. Wait, Peter raised his right hand. Could you explain it again in English that I can understand? Veins bulged on the old master's forehead, and he struck Peter on the head with his short staff once more. Ouch, 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 Peter shouted, clutching his head. This time, the old master showed no mercy. While the force was insufficient to cause serious harm, the peculiar internal energy within the blow sent shockwaves through all his pain receptors. It was utterly maddening. Even Peter, who had endured multiple gunshots, could not withstand it and wailed for an extended period. Ignoring Peter's meaningless murmurs about the illegality of corporal punishment, the old master sighed, organized his thoughts, and spoke again. In terms you can comprehend, there is a method that can resolve your issues. The process may be somewhat painful, and the treatment will take some time. How painful? How long will the treatment last? Upon encountering the vague descriptors within the old man's speech, Peter immediately felt a surge of apprehension. Ah, what a splendid sun we have today, he exclaimed. Seemingly oblivious to Peter's remarks, the old man abruptly patted the back of his head and declared this statement in an exaggerated tone. You old fool. Could you not take the topic shift a tad more seriously? Surely you cannot even see the sun, can you? Sorry for the wait, Harry interjected, handing Peter the food he had just procured from a nearby stall. Peter kept his share of the hamburger and milkshake, passing the large cup of chilled orange juice to Gwen, who sat beside him. Today, she donned her favorite light green casual dress, and although she typically eschewed makeup, she had evidently applied a touch of it today. Though her technique was not flawless, her natural beauty shone through, rendering her utterly lovely. The reason for her makeup was not lost on even Peter, whose mind was often rather dull. They were not the only three enjoying the amusement park today. Harry had brought along his newly acquainted girlfriend. Today marked the first encounter between Peter, Gwen, and the girl named Glacia. It was entirely normal for Gwen to be particularly conscious of her appearance in the presence of strangers, especially when the other party was also an attractive young woman. To be candid, there was an endearing charm about Gwen's somewhat reserved demeanor. Peter draped his arm over her shoulder, pulling her a fraction closer. Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she made no move to resist. Peter proudly took a big sip of his milkshake. At that moment, amidst the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees, a sudden chill pierced his right wrist, sending a shiver up his forearm and causing the muscles there to tingle painfully. His lips twitched slightly, and his complexion paled. This subtle reaction did not escape Gwen's notice. "Peter, are you feeling a bit unwell? You look rather pale," she said, leaning her face closer to his. The warmth of her breath and the strands of hair brushing against his nose sent his heart racing. He took a few steps back, his words becoming stammered. "And no, it's nothing." Regardless of how long they had been together, Gwen always had a way of making his heart race as if it were their first meeting. Gwen scrutinized Peter's awkward expression, her lips pouting in discontent. "You're lying." "No, I'm not." Peter instinctively denied, but as he noticed the unchanged gaze in Gwen's eyes, he began to relent. "Well, perhaps my nutrition has been lacking lately, which might explain why I've been feeling a bit weak." "Ah, lacking in nutrition, you say?" Gwen glanced at the hamburger and milkshake in Peter's hands, a look of amusement flickering across her face, one that was on the verge of laughter yet held back. "To be honest, I think you've had quite enough to eat." Well, it's somewhat related to that." Peter made a discreet gesture towards Gwen, then subtly indicated to Harry and Glacia, signaling his desire to keep his words private. Perhaps the intensity of recent training had taken its toll, leaving him in less than optimal condition. Gwen immediately grasped Peter's intention, thus bringing the conversation to a close. "All right, don't overexert yourself. Take care of yourself," she advised. Just then, Harry, responsible for the day's itinerary, approached them, urging them to get moving. "You too, constantly displaying your affection. The time for rest is nearly upon us. The haunted house opens in 10 minutes. If we delay, we may have to wait until nightfall to queue." Reluctantly, Gwen and Peter rose from their seats. Even as Peter's right arm throbbed painfully, the method employed by the old master was indeed excruciating. Initially, Peter needed to establish a solid foundation within himself, utilizing his energy. Upon completing this first step, the surplus vitality would amalgamate, forming a miniature energy source within him. Typically, this process could consume an entire day, and the success rate was not particularly high. However, with the old master's substantial guidance, Peter was spared such tribulations. Within merely a week, he achieved what most practitioners would require years to accomplish. Yet, resolving the initial issue birthed new challenges. Upon completing his foundation, Peter's body began to absorb the ambient spiritual energy, converting it into his own strength. Although this process was notably gradual, it posed certain complications for him. The old master, who had just assisted Peter in establishing his foundation, soon divulged the problems he had previously concealed, along with their solutions. "You have surpassed the age of martial training, and your meridians are thoroughly blocked. Yet, your body incessantly generates genuine energy, albeit mixed with various impurities. If left unaddressed, your best outcome would be succumbing to madness. Fortunately, I possess a method to unblock your meridians. This technique is somewhat unconventional. A moment's carelessness could collapse your entire meridian system. Fortunately, you, for reasons unknown, have exhibited a remarkable ability to finally control a small amount of vitality even without prior training. As long as you nurture that area with vitality for 3 to 4 days before each meridian opening, you will naturally enhance your success rate and mitigate the damage from any failures." Peter felt a wave of concern wash over him. What precisely was the success rate? And how severe were the potential consequences of failure? The old master averted his gaze, a hint of unease gracing his countenance. "By the way, I've heard the new movie is quite good. I believe it's called My Passbook or something of the sort. I've mentioned it before. Can we please stay focused on the topic at hand?" Chapter 68. The Veil. Despite the old man's repeated assurances to Peter that this would not cause him significant trouble or pain, by the very next day, Peter found himself secretly cursing this malevolent old fool. The shortcomings of his so-called rapid success method, devoid of after effects, erupted that very night. Peter was jolted awake from a deep slumber, his entire calf racked with excruciating pain, convulsing uncontrollably, rendering even the simplest act of standing beyond his capability. Initially, Peter attempted to harness the force to alleviate this inexplicable torment, only to yield entirely contrary results. In that moment, the agony surged 2- or 3-fold. The sensation was akin to having muscle fibers being ruthlessly torn from his body, instilling within him an almost primal urge to sever his own calf. After enduring that torturous ordeal for what felt like an eternity, Peter collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth to wipe away the beads of sweat. Each the size of a soybean, that cascaded from his brow. As he began to crawl forward, a sudden epiphany struck him. He forced his emotions to calm for a fleeting moment, then opened his palm. His phone soared from the table towards him, the attached charger sweeping aside various items on the desk, creating quite a commotion. Just as Peter pondered whether to call an ambulance or Matt, that searing pain vanished as abruptly as it had come. He paused, a wave of inexplicable joy washing over him. He had never fathomed that the absence of pain could feel so profoundly delightful. Footsteps ascended the staircase, and before long, Uncle Ben peered into the room, switching on the small light. "Peter, are you all right?" May mentioned she heard something. "No, nothing at all," Peter replied, his gaze darting to the chaos on the table, quickly adding, "I accidentally knocked some things over." "Oh, that's good to hear." At this, Uncle Ben's eyes fell upon the phone in Peter's hand, his brow furrowing slightly. "It's late. You should get to bed and stop playing with your phone." "Oh," Peter exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, hastily tucking the phone into his embrace, which inadvertently yanked the charger back, toppling more items in the process. Observing his already disheveled room and the inscrutable expression on Uncle Ben's face, Peter felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself on the head. "Clean your room." With that admonition, Uncle Ben turned and exited the room, laughter echoing from the staircase moments later. Peter realized, to his dismay, that his face had flushed crimson. "I understand," he muttered softly to the air, commencing the quiet task of tidying his room. He was no fool. The painful experience was undoubtedly linked to the technique taught to him by the old man. First thing in the morning, he would confront this old fool and uncover what exactly he was peddling. However, he had not anticipated that merely on this one night, he would be awakened by pain twice more. Although Peter considered himself to be a relatively resilient individual, the onset of the third wave of agony nearly shattered his resolve. To avoid disturbing Uncle Ben and Aunt May, he clenched his teeth tightly around his bed sheets, the tears streaming from his eyes soaking half of his pillow. Regarding the torment Peter had endured during this time, the old master's response was remarkably straightforward. Previously, he had vowed to assist Peter in dealing with the associates of the hand, yet now, under the current circumstances, he was well aware that direct intervention was likely impossible. His tone conveyed a sense of inevitability. A man of honor must uphold his word, and thus, he would not waver in his commitment at this juncture. "All I can do now is restore you to a state where you can act, while also fortifying your strength. However, time is of the essence, and my stay in New York cannot be prolonged. Hence, I must resort to more vigorous methods. As a man aspiring to elevate himself above others, one must be prepared to pay the price. When great responsibilities are bestowed upon an individual, they must first endure trials that test their spirit and strain their body. If you cannot withstand this, it would be best to abandon your foolish aspirations." Listening to the old master's words, Peter fell silent. He found himself utterly unable to counter the old man's assertions. Indeed, the master had shown remarkable dedication. He devoted a full hour each day to assisting Peter in regulating his breath and nurturing his energy channels, a commitment that was no trivial endeavor for the old master, who bore wounds far more severe than Peter's. Moreover, Peter suddenly realized that he had completely pushed aside the matter of confronting Green Goblin. The power he had acquired from the battle aboard the freighter had intoxicated him to such an extent that he had forgotten the very reason he sought this strength. Misinterpreting Peter's silence, the old master hesitated before speaking again, his tone softening considerably. "Within a month at most, your energy channels will be largely cleared, at which point I will have fulfilled my promise. For now, endure, and in due time, you shall be grateful to me." As time passed, the pain indeed diminished significantly. Initially akin to stabbing one's toe with a needle and then recklessly kicking a wall, after merely 2 weeks, the sensation of sharpness had lessened to that of a wasp's sting. Though still sufficient to elicit exclamations of distress from Peter, it had become bearable. Conversely, the benefits he gained exceeded his expectations. With the old master's guidance, Peter's eclectic martial arts finally began to align. Given that its foundation stemmed from the life energy he had absorbed during the freighter battle, which included contributions from the old master, the Silver Samurai, Wolverine, and even a trace of Peter's own life force, its chaotic nature resulted in the production of only the lowest quality of true energy. Furthermore, due to Peter's delayed cultivation, it was virtually impossible for him to attain the mastery of an internal martial artist like the old master. However, while his internal skills were lacking, his external martial prowess proved to be absolutely sound. Despite the inferior quality, the abundant energy became the finest fuel for Peter's physical training. In just over a fortnight, his endurance and explosive power seemed to have shattered an invisible barrier, soaring by more than 10%. If previously, Peter's physical prowess without the enhancement of the original force was akin to that of an ordinary fitness enthusiast. He now approached the caliber of a professional athlete. Furthermore, after utilizing the original force for reinforcement, his physical strength could be augmented to an almost superhuman level. In the matter of dealing with Jean Bing, Erica surprisingly progressed the fastest among the four. One afternoon, she suddenly appeared in the training room of Peter and the old stick, throwing a thick stack of documents onto Peter's desk. I hope your body has recovered sufficiently, as you have much to attend to next. Chapter 69. Wesley. With a hint of satisfaction, Wesley stepped out of the office building. Behind him, two middle-aged men, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s, nodded and bowed as they waved him farewell. Although they were typically viewed as prominent figures in public, their current demeanor resembled that of a submissive puppy. Indeed, no one is beyond corruption. The acquiescence of 3 congressmen cost him less than $500,000. This amount merely represented a month's revenue from one of their entertainment establishments. For Jean Bing, this paltry sum was merely a drop in the bucket, while the favorable connections with these congressmen could yield returns fourfold or more if leveraged wisely. Of course, this required careful management on his part. Furrowing his brow, he retrieved his planner and began to peruse his schedule for the upcoming week. Thursday and Friday afternoons appeared quite open. Perhaps he should invite one of them to dinner. Since these individuals were willing to compromise their principles for a mere $100,000, they would undoubtedly welcome an opportunity offering greater benefits. Wesley tapped his pen against his forehead, slipping into deep contemplation. He needed to convey his intentions for the next meeting in the most tactful manner. Although the greed of these politicians had reached an irredeemable level, they still clung to a peculiar sense of dignity and pride, as if they were the orchestrators of this transaction. Without a doubt, if he inadvertently punctured their fragile facade, all his investments would be rendered futile. At that moment, Wesley's actions abruptly halted. He had been standing by the roadside for a full 2 minutes without realizing it. A black sedan had already come to a stop before him, the driver wearing an awkward expression as he observed him. Chuckling softly to himself, he shook his head, apologized to the driver, and stepped into the car. Just as he settled in, his phone began to ring. The number displayed was not associated with Jean Bing, yet it remained oddly familiar to him. A shadowy expression flitted across his brow, but upon answering the call, his tone betrayed a surprising cheerfulness. Lilon, long time no see. How have you been? I heard you've acquired another pet owl? Indeed. Thank you for your assistance in this matter. Our search team has cordoned off that area of the sea. No worries. We owe you quite a few favors already. I appreciate your help. All right, send me the information, and next week I will transfer $5 million to that account. Good. I won't keep you any longer. After hanging up, Wesley's mood soured once again. Lilon Osley, the financial expert with whom they had collaborated for over 2.5 years, had been behaving rather peculiarly of late. Not only was he withholding information during their communications, but he had also made several unusual demands recently. Who had emboldened him to assert conditions in front of New York's most formidable criminal faction? Did he not fear his body being discarded in the harbor? Shaking his head with a wry smile, Wesley realized that his and Jean Bing's primary task remained to appease that lady's demands and quell her fury. To achieve this, the owl-controlling old man was indeed an indispensable element. The next stop was to visit the 2 brothers from the Russian mob, who had recently committed several challenging cases that needed wrapping up, and Wesley needed to have a serious discussion with them. The limousine turned onto a quiet lane when suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. Taken by surprise, Wesley collided face first into the back of the seat in front of him. Fortunately, he reacted just in time to avoid shattering his glasses or marring his features, though the sharp pain in his nose elicited an expletive from the usually composed gentleman. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He wiped the blood from his nostrils, and upon realizing it had not ceased, quickly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. I apologize, sir. The driver appeared flustered, pointing ahead in an effort to justify himself. A figure clad entirely in red suddenly leapt in front of our vehicle. Idiot! Idiot! Wesley wiped the blood from his face, suddenly struck by a thought that caused his movements to pause. Wait, you said a figure in red? Before the driver could respond, the rear door of the limousine, which should have been locked, swung open. A figure clad in a tight black and red outfit, wearing a crimson mask, took a seat beside Wesley. Instinctively, Wesley drew his handgun from his waist, but before he could aim it at this unexpected intruder, the assailant struck his wrist with a swift motion, disarming him in an instant. Greetings, Mr. Wesley James. Peter acknowledged Wesley, whose nose was still bleeding. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please try not to be overly agitated. Peter meticulously examined the handgun, and as if by magic, it disassembled into a multitude of tiny components before Wesley's eyes. The crimson mask, a trembling voice escaped from Wesley's lips. After spending more than 2 months attempting to eliminate this formidable opponent, he was acutely aware of the identity of the man seated beside him. His mind raced in a frenzy, yet he could not conjure a single strategy to extricate himself from this predicament. Indeed, it appears you recognize me. That is quite commendable. Peter replied with a satisfied nod. He casually closed the car door next to him and then patted the driver's shoulder twice. Sir, could you please drive us to Brooklyn Park? Thank you. To Wesley's astonishment, the driver merely grunted twice before nodding and restarting the vehicle. If Wesley could have observed the driver's demeanor, he would have noted the vacant expression in his eyes, completely oblivious to the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Very well, Mr. Wesley, I now require your mobile phone. Peter extended his right hand. We still have quite a conversation ahead of us. And it would be rather impolite to check your phone during our discussion, wouldn't you agree?